Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. At night, Seoul was lit up with bright multicolored lights. In Gangnam, Yeoksamdong, there were many cars driving on the roads. On the top floor of the building belonging to D Group, lights were on in the windows. The world's strongest roar team, D1, lived there. 5 players of the number 1 team were sitting in the pro gamer training room. The guys were furiously pressing the mouse buttons. The monitors were brightly lit. The players were quickly pressing the keys. One of them suddenly smiled and quietly said that he finally met Dex. A bright flash of light appeared on the monitor. The game began, and they went to war, introducing different characters. Demon saw his opponent in the distance. The player with the nickname Dex played as a knight, whose eyes were shining brightly. Smiling widely, the pro gamer said that they would fight with all their might, and he would show him why their team was the top one in the world. After these words, his character roared furiously. At that very moment, he rushed to attack. Dex was clutching the hilt of his sword. His magical aura was absorbing the air around him. He suddenly launched a powerful attack at the enemy flying towards him. The sword held by the demon's severed arm was stabbed into the ground. The monster was defeated, and its image began to ripple. Seeing this, his comrades raised their weapons and the girl screamed, asking what the hell, why did he die from just one combo? To which her comrade replied that it was fine and they would deal with him. In one movement, he changed the grip of the blades. Suddenly, his body began to dissolve, disappearing. The guy furrowed his brows in anger. He looked at the back of the powerful knight, when suddenly Dex turned around. He easily blocked the enemy's attack from invisibility. His eyes were burning with a bright flame. With a powerful lunge, he made a double kill. The man with the bushy mustache, seeing this, gritted his teeth and said that it was impossible, because he had taken out both the tank and the main attacker in one hit, and the guy next to him shouted that he should pull himself together, because if they held the line, they could beat him. At this time, Dex rushed towards them. In the blink of an eye, he found himself in front of the opponents. The knight made many fast and strong attacks. Immediately after that, a bright light appeared on the screen of each player, and they were informed that they were defeated. From what he saw, there was horror in the eyes of the pro gamer, with which he said that they were ground into dust. All 5 were taken alone. The flag with the name of their team was hanging on the wall, when suddenly it was cut into 2 parts. The knight destroyed the enemy flag, defeating everyone. A drop of cold sweat ran down the guy's face. He looked into Dex's burning eyes and asked himself who he was. At this time, the guy leaned back in his chair and said to himself that there was nothing special about it. On his desk lay the most ordinary equipment. His computer did not look like a pro gamer's at all. Remembering all his nicknames, Jae-young said to himself that he had too many nicknames, but the last one was Dex. Above the Black Knight's head was the nickname Dex. The guy shook his hand at the bag of chips, saying to himself that he was not trying to come up with good nicknames, because his goal was to take first place. Seeing that the chips were gone, Jae-young's lips turned down in displeasure. Suddenly, he licked his lips and asked himself if he should finally leave the house for a new pack, because he had finally become first. In the ranking table, the nickname Dex rose to first place. Putting his hands on the keyboard, the guy said to himself that today he achieved what he wanted. He quickly typed a message and sent it, saying to himself that he could finally quit this game. Suddenly, surprise appeared in the pro gamer's eyes. He suddenly slammed his fist on the table. Grinding his teeth in rage, he screamed that Dex was still making fun of them, then called him a damn troll. On his monitor, the Black Knight waved his hand and announced that he was quitting the game. Clouds were floating across the blue sky, and a day had already passed since Dex announced that he was quitting the game. A truck was driving along the road. The driver suddenly smiled and asked if Dex had really quit the game, then said that he was actually a troll, because he was making fun of them until he stopped, then asked why he quit the game, because his friend, as a D1 fan, should know. The truck suddenly tilted to one side because the guy was screaming in rage that they knew and how he was supposed to understand what was going on in the mind of a weirdo like him. The warm rays of the sun fell on the car. The driver put his other hand on the steering wheel and said that it was obvious why Dex was gone, because many gamers were quitting the game now, and there was a good reason, because the world of video games was in decline. There were several people standing at the bus stop. Behind them was an image of a girl. She was standing with her eyes closed. The computer contained powerful components. A large program code was written on the monitor. Human genomes were displayed on the screen. The largest companies in the world, Aigen Electronics, Aros Corporation and Silikov, together in the strictest secrecy created not a computer, but the first full-fledged virtual world, which can be accessed using a device called the Dreamer. 3 people were standing around the created project. It was a large virtual capsule. The girl in the picture suddenly smiled and asked if they were tired of the life they had put off, but if they wanted a second chance in a world of countless opportunities. The sun's rays illuminated the vast kingdom. The girl folded her arms and said that they were waiting for them and would always be glad to see them in Arcadia. The Arcadia company truck stopped at the address of the Dreamer's last customer. The guys looked at the crumbling house and wondered if a person living there could afford such a thing. The windows of the house were covered with cracks. The main character, seeing the truck, smiled broadly and said that he had finally arrived, his Dreamer. He quickly entered his account login and password. Having chosen the Dark Knight, he was asked if he really wanted to delete it. The guy pressed the confirm button without thinking, saying that he was 20 years old and he decided to quit all the current games in order to be able to start a race in another world, and not a simple game. The Dreamer inscription lit up on a black background. The protagonist lay down in the capsule. Less than a minute later, he found himself in the sky above the kingdom. His eyes sparkled, and with a wide smile on his face, he joyfully shouted that this was Arcadia's place. There are countless games, and a huge number of secrets are hidden in them. All information was absorbed into the digital ball. Pac-Man ate cookies. The digital core was quickly filled with knowledge, from developer jokes to items that greatly affect the gameplay. The guy held this core in his hands. They are called Easter eggs or secrets. The shell was peeling off the digital egg. A puzzle lit up in the darkness. It suddenly joined another bright light. Glowing particles fell into the girl's hands. The protagonist smiled sarcastically and said that now he trusted her with this. Alice put her hands to her chest. Without looking up, she quietly said yes. A book appeared in the air, and the girl added that it was for a wanderer from future generations. The guy was lying in a capsule, a virtual reality to which the brain connects directly through imitation of sensations, creating a full-fledged world indistinguishable from the real one. And the implementation of such a device may seem impossible, but it already exists. The inscription Dreamer was burning bright red. Jae-young was standing in the game lobby, where there were other players. He went outside and saw even more players. Someone was looking for people willing to hunt to complete a quest. Someone was buying iron ore. Seeing all this, the guy smiled in confusion and asked himself what it was. There was no sunlight in the alley between the houses. The protagonist waved his hand. A system screen immediately appeared in front of him. It reported that he, a player named Dex, only had 3 starting items. Raising his hand to his chin, Jae-young said to himself that the inventory was not as confusing as he expected. A notification suddenly appeared in front of him, saying that he had a training task, and to complete it, he needed to kill one slime. A small slime appeared nearby. The protagonist imagined how other players were attacking him, and said to himself that it was difficult to make precise movements in Arcadia, so skills were developed to help players. Icons of different abilities appeared in front of him, such as a dash, a bounce, a cut. The slime suddenly noticed Jae-young. The guy was tightly squeezing the sword in his hand and said to himself that for him, as the owner of an extraordinary talent, this was easy. With one quick blow, he cut the slime in 2 and completed the task. Smiling contentedly, he said to himself that he was starting to get used to it. A notification immediately appeared in front of him, saying that he had a new task open, and the protagonist, seeing this, exclaimed that no matter what, he would figure it out in the blink of an eye. But unexpectedly for him, the second task was to read 100 books. Jae-young looked at the system screen with confusion in his eyes. In the Idellen City Library, there was a book on every shelf. There were 2 girls sitting at the main table. One of them suddenly smiled and said that he was quite unusual, because he had been reading for several days in a row. The protagonist was attentively reading a book nearby. The purple-haired girl suddenly closed the book and told her friend that reading books in the library was not something special, to which she turned around abruptly and told her not to pretend that she did not know, because now, due to quests and such, most people take a book, quickly skim through 10 and leave, after which she asked if she had seen anyone who read as deeply as he did. Jae-young frowned angrily and said to himself that he would definitely clear this stupid game no matter what. Looking at the guy, the purple-haired girl replied that he would probably finish soon, and after a little while, the protagonist pointed at the book and asked if they had the second volume of this book. The girl's eyes widened in surprise at what he heard, and she asked him why he suddenly needed the second volume, wondering in her head if he had even read this book. The guy put the book on the table and explained that the first volume mentioned several interesting things, and he was thinking of reading more about them in the second. Looking down, he added that this book, The History of Arcadia, Volume 1, was the oldest imprint of Idellen. Having said this, he introduced Alice, who did not raise her gaze. After these words, the girl's eyes lit up with a blue light. After some time, another book was lying on the table. Handing it to Jae-young, the girl said that it was the second volume, adding that he could read as much as he wanted, he just had to remember to return it. There were beautiful patterns drawn on the book. The protagonist suddenly raised his head and said that he was just curious, but why did they keep the second volume separately? Then the girl smiled slyly. She raised her hand to her face and replied that it was a special book that could only be obtained by asking correctly. After receiving the answer, the boy extended his hand to the book, and the closer his hand was, the stronger the energy of the book. System screens appeared around Alice. Without looking up, she reported that a special event had been detected in the Idellen newcomer village, and the conditions for issuing a secret task had been met, so the player to be examined had been selected. The protagonist held the book in his hands with a smile on his face. A long time ago, there lived a legendary adventurer. He hid a treasure in the lake near the Idellen newcomer village. Everyone says that this treasure is fiction, because no one has ever been able to find it, and the only thing that is known for sure is that this treasure is the oldest imprint of darkness. Something was shining brightly in the depths. Around the artifact were the hands of darkness chained with chains. In the past, this amulet quickly sank to the bottom, and it was said that the legendary adventurer of the past, Izurl, hid it near the shore of Lake Edelin. But of course no one could find the imprint of darkness there, so the legend was gradually forgotten. After reading it to the end, Jae-young, continuing to look at the book, said to himself that if it was a lake near Edelin, then it could only be Lake Eruin, which was in front of the entrance. With these thoughts, he found a map on the pages of the book. Lake Eruin was marked in a special color. After some time, birds were flying under the evening sky. The protagonist came to Lake Eruin, which was located south of Edelin. Breathing out heavily, he said to himself that he came here because he was interested. But darkness or something like that could not be hidden in such a peaceful place. Flamingos were standing on the opposite bank. When suddenly Jae-young looked up at the system screen that appeared above him. At the same second, there were even more of them in a bright flash, and they reported that the last condition for creating a quest had been met. The quest had been created according to the given parameters. The difficulty of the quest was B, the importance was A, the quest rank was B+, the main scenario had been activated, the level of the first level Dex player had also been analyzed. And now the quest was active. After all this, a separate system screen appeared, which reported that the rank B+ quest called Find the Imprint of Darkness required checking the authenticity of the records indicating that the oldest imprint of darkness was in Lake Eruin, and finding the imprint itself. What he saw made the guy's eyes look surprised, and he wondered if he had really received a rank B+ quest in a game that had just launched, adding that the hardest raids were only C at best. But before he finished, he smiled contentedly, and said that things would finally get more interesting here. A cloud of dark energy suddenly appeared from the water. Even from the outside, a bright glow could be seen. There was a monster deep in the lake. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. As evening approached, the sky turned warm. The protagonist walked slowly through the forest. Looking around, he said that there was nothing unusual around, and this only made everything more suspicious. Suddenly, surprise appeared in his eyes. He looked at the water and said that it seemed to be there. Rolling up his sleeves, the guy said with a smile on his face that it was time to start. After these words, he accelerated. Holding his breath, Jae-young jumped into the water. There was a loud splash, and water flew in all directions. The protagonist plunged into the lake. From what he saw, he raised his eyebrows in surprise and said to himself that it was too deep here for some kind of lake. Below him, he saw only darkness. At this time, in the Korean branch of Arcadia, an exclamation mark appeared on a huge screen, and it was written that the main scenario had been activated. The director, the authorized executive general manager of the Korean branch, frowned and asked in displeasure what had happened, since the main quest had already begun on the server that had been open for less than a week. A subordinate approached him and, spreading his arms, replied that, judging by the report from the game quest department, it seemed that some player had come into contact with an object related to the main scenario. After which the man asked what he had done if his actions alone had shaken the game itself. Having received an unsatisfactory answer, he closed his eyes and said that, first, they needed to report the problem to the president and make sure that each department was thoroughly prepared for an immediate response to unforeseen situations. The workers quickly began to leave the room. Continuing to look at the huge screen, the director said that the main scenario had been open for 4 days after the launch, and on the American server, it had been quiet for 3 months already, after which he wondered if it was all because the server was Korean. On the big screen, big yellow letters were written that the main scenario of the Birth of Deep Darkness had been activated. At this time, the protagonist emerged from the water. While he was sitting on the shore, system screens appeared in front of him, informing him that his diving skill had been upgraded to rank B, and his stamina had been increased by 1, and now he could dive to greater depths and stay underwater for a longer time. Water poured down the guy's face, and he said to himself that it seemed like he had dived about 200 meters, but he still had not seen the bottom. Hope disappeared from his eyes, and he wondered if he should just give up. The rays of the setting sun reflected off the surface of the lake. After introducing the other players, Jae-young said to himself that the game had just started, and so everyone was fighting for a place on the leaderboard. Clenching his hand into a fist, he added that he was currently wasting time leveling up his swimming during such a busy period, and more importantly, the monthly fee for Dreamer was $920. Having said this, the guy presented the capsule he had purchased for this game. He lowered his head and added that he had thought that he would cover the costs by selling in-game items, but at this level, finding something worth $1,000 in a month was unrealistic. The protagonist suddenly remembered how a system screen had appeared in front of him, which said that he had opened a new quest. It also said that this was a secret quest. Leaving his memories, Jae-young looked at his hand and said that this was a secret quest that had appeared only for him and was not available to other players. Looking at his reflection in the water, he added that it would be bad if the reward was worthless, but as an avid gamer, he simply could not give up. After these words, he smiled broadly and said that he would do everything in his power. The sun was slowly setting behind the horizon. At this time, in America, in Silicon Valley, there was the headquarters of Silicov, which was brightly illuminated by the rays of the sun. The doors to the president's office looked very expensive. The name Jenica Paul was written on the wall nearby. A 15-year-old girl and part-time President Silikov was lying on the bed. Her eyes suddenly showed shock when she received a message. There were a lot of plush toys in her room, when suddenly the girl screamed, asking what it meant. The main scenario was opened on the Korean server. A huge system screen appeared in front of her, and a guy named Jack smiled and replied that a Korean player had found an item that unlocked a secret player class, and according to Alice's analysis, there was a high probability that the item was related to the main scenario. Hearing this, Jenica braided her hair and asked displeasedly if they had really placed something that important in the newbie village. The guy, still smiling, replied that it wasn't them, but that bastard. As he said this, he drew an image of the guy standing with his back to him in his mind. As soon as the girl heard this, she immediately bared her teeth and exclaimed, asking if it was that damn bastard. There was a tablet on her desk. Jenica quickly searched for information on it. In less than a minute, she found the secret class Anarchy Bard, which was still available. After reading all the information, the girl frowned and asked what it was. Since this secret class had no level system or special skills, was it even possible to play as one? To which Jack replied that in exchange they would receive a special ability. Hearing this, the president raised her head in surprise and asked what special ability. As she wondered, she lowered her head to the tablet. But as soon as she found what she was looking for, horror appeared in her eyes. Her loud scream that all this was just madness shook the air outside Silikov. 10 days later, the sun was shining on the lake, when suddenly the protagonist emerged from the water with an amulet in his hand. Smiling widely, he shouted loudly that he had finally gotten it, after which he was informed that his scuba diving skill had been upgraded to rank A, his stamina had been increased by 1 point, and his affinity with water had been increased by 10 points, and he could now dive into the dark depths. Then a huge system screen appeared in front of the guy, informing him that he had completed the Find the Imprint of Darkness quest, so as a reward he would receive the Necklace of Darkness, which contained the imprints of antiquity, and now he should think carefully before using it. The protagonist carefully looked at the necklace, which was being hit by the rays of the sun, and wondered if he should wear it. Raising one eyebrow in surprise, he wondered why the description looked like a warning. A few seconds later, a system screen appeared in front of him, asking him if he wanted to use the Necklace of Darkness. After thinking for a while, Jae-young clicked the yes button, after which he was asked if he was sure he wanted to use it. Slightly surprised, the guy agreed again, and he was asked again if he really wanted to use it. Surprised even more, the protagonist agreed again, after which he was asked several more times if he was really sure, and was warned that he would not be able to take it off even if he regretted it. Enraged, Jae-young turned around and shouted loudly that he had already answered what he wanted, so he didn't understand why they kept asking him, and immediately after that, the system screen said that he understood everything now. After reading this, the guy frowned tensely. On the other side, the developer was talking to him, smiling and saying that he was sure enough about his desire to use it, so he would stop asking, but it would be too late to regret it. His cold gaze was fixed on the system screen, and he continued to say that now he should give it his all and have a blast, just like he was doing now. A drop of cold sweat appeared on the protagonist's face, and he asked in confusion who. But before he could finish speaking, a bright flash appeared in front of him. He suddenly saw a stone statue and a system screen that said that his class had been changed to Anarchy Bard. Jae-young saw notifications in the pitch darkness that his level system had been disabled, but an influence trait had been acquired, a mission system had been added, and a character had been permanently assigned to the player, and a new quest had been added to him in the end. The boy read all of this with surprise in his eyes. But unexpectedly, a quest called Rookie Killing appeared in front of him, the gist of which was that he had to kill rookies who had not yet changed classes, and he had exactly 1 week left. In the western grassy plains of Edelin, rookies were fighting slimes because they needed slime. The boy smiled widely and shouted loudly that he was coming. He punched the slime with all his might. After killing the monster, he obtained a slime bubble. A girl immediately ran up to him and exclaimed that he was worth 50 bronze, to which he replied that he was very lucky, adding that this is how the game should be. A second later, the guy stood up and shouted loudly that they needed to continue killing slimes here for the rest of the weekend, to which his partner asked what about the trial exams next week. The main character was watching them all this time. He frowned tensely, asking himself if he really had to kill noobs like them. Hours earlier, a system screen appeared in front of him, informing him that he could not delete his character. Jae-young read it with his hand outstretched. Realizing that nothing would work, he exhaled heavily. He continued to look at the system screen, in the background of which was his character, when he suddenly said that he felt like he had stepped on a mine. He received a hidden class along with numerous warnings and immediately tried to delete the character, and the reason was very simple. In the game itself, the main character opened the inventory. Under his nickname, it was written that he had no level. After reading this, the guy put his hand to his chin and said that this really doesn't work, because his character doesn't have a level system, and the main system of the game is increasing stats. He suddenly imagined a player with their level written above their head, and realized that the lack of such a system meant that they had no way to level up. But right now the difference wasn't very noticeable. Jae-young suddenly imagined the ground breaking apart. The strongest players of this game were in front of him, and he continued to say that when other users started leveling up, it would increase infinitely. The main character looked at the strongest opponents with horror in his eyes, when suddenly he remembered the developer, who smiled and told him to try his best, destroying everything in his path, just like he was doing now. Exhaling heavily, the guy lowered his head and said that he should have stopped when he first heard this nonsense. That's why he needed to check everything first. Fluffy clouds floated across the blue sky. Jae-young lay on the grass in a star pose. He looked at the torn leaves that were blown through the air by the wind and said that nothing would change if he just lay there. Remembering the statue in the darkness, he said to himself that his class was Anarchy Bard. Raising his hand, the protagonist added that even if he was trash, it was still a hidden class, and he was sure that he would be useful in some way. After that, he looked at the system window for a long time to find some important information, and after a while, he found something. In the stats tab, in addition to strength, endurance, and so on, there was influence. Its stat was 0. Seeing this, the guy frowned and asked himself what this was. As soon as he asked this, a system screen appeared, telling him that he could increase the degree of influence in this world by using the corresponding stats to change its rules, but after using it, these stats would disappear forever. After reading this information, surprise appeared in Jae-young's eyes, and he asked himself what this even meant. At that moment, the system screen closed, but a notification appeared, informing him that he had received a new quest. What he saw caused beads of cold sweat to appear on his face. This was because his quest involved killing newbies who had not completed the class change. Currently, the guy was peeking out from behind a tree with a displeased expression. He looked at the loving couple of players and wondered if the system really wanted him to kill all these noobs, if this was really a quest that could decide his fate in the game. Slightly lowering his head, the protagonist asked himself what he should do. After a short pause, he raised his head and said that he should at least try first. Immediately after saying this, he grabbed his sword. Putting his magical energy into it, Jae-young added that there was no need to blame him for this, because he was also just playing this game. After saying this, he rushed forward. The guy was approaching the newbie couple at high speed, but suddenly there was a cracking sound and the air was filled with a dirty aura. The guy with long green hair smiled and said what a pity, because he could have killed him with one blow. The girl helped her partner up, shouting in displeasure and asking who the hell they were. In front of the newcomers stood 3 bandits. The main one of them smiled widely and said that they were the owners of this hunting ground, and then asked who gave them the right to hunt on their territory. Hearing this, the protagonist frowned in displeasure and asked himself what was wrong with these weirdos. Were they seriously claiming territory when not enough time had passed since the opening of the beta? Tears appeared in the girl's eyes and she screamed in rage, asking what their territory meant. This was a hunting ground for beginners. This was a public place where anyone could hunt. Why did they have to get some kind of permission? Suddenly, the bandit leaned towards her and said that she was damn noisy, adding that from her accent it was clear that she lived in Seoul. Above his head was a nickname and level 12 written in red letters, and he continued to say that he heard them talking about trial exams, which meant they must be high school students, and he could probably find out their location if he searched by nickname. The guy's eyes suddenly showed shock, because he realized that the red nickname meant that the player had killed other players. The air was filled with bloodlust. The girl, listening to the words of the bandits, was shaking with fear. The leader smiled mockingly and asked if she understood what he was talking about. Squatting down, he ordered the newbies to leave here if they did not want to die. Hearing this, the girl turned her head and screamed loudly, begging for help. Those players who were with them in the clearing began to look away. At this time, her partner stood up and asked why they were doing this. It's just a game, can't they all just enjoy it? The bandits, hearing this, looked at the guy with some surprise. Suddenly, they laughed loudly and shouted that, as he said, it was just a game, a virtual reality, and that was why they were doing this. The newbie clenched his teeth in fear. Raising his eyebrows, the leader of the hooligans said that this game was good because there were no laws here, a world where his strength makes him right. His eyes were full of bloodlust and murder, with which he said that it was just a game, as he said. But unexpectedly for him, the aura in the air changed dramatically, and the protagonist firmly said that he agreed with this. A quick blow whistled through the air. The leg of one of the hooligans was cut off. Jae-young smiled widely and said what a pity, because he could have killed him with one blow. In that same second, he made several quick attacks. Blood sprayed out of the mouths of the hooligans. It was at that moment that the protagonist's nickname turned red, after which he was informed that his influence had increased by several points at once. There was still anger and hatred in the guy's eyes. After reading the notifications, he realized that in this way, for each kill, he would be given 1 influence point, but it was still unclear how it would work, but it would be quite difficult to gain points. Suddenly, Jae-young turned around with surprise in his eyes when he was loudly thanked. A couple of newcomers were kneeling in front of him and shouting that he saved them, so now they wanted to repay him. Surprised, raising his eyebrows, the protagonist said that there was no need to thank him, because he would kill them too, because this was the essence of his task. The guys opened their mouths in shock at these words. Raising his sword behind his head, the Bard of Anarchy said that there was no need to be upset. Smiling widely, he asked, right, because it was just a game. The new guy said to himself with horror in his eyes that he felt it. He was a true man. Immediately after these thoughts, the protagonist's sword cut him, and the guy's influence increased by 2 more units. The other players were looking at him the whole time. Slowly turning around, Jae-young said that now it was time to move on to those who were just standing and watching. With a wide smile on his face, he added that it was nothing personal, and he hoped that no one objected. Fear and horror enveloped the players. Less than a minute later, heartbreaking screams were heard in the forest, which was located under the blue sky. The players tried to run away from the man as fast as they could, and it was on that day that a rumor spread across the Arcadia homepage. The protagonist with a mad smile on his face killed everyone in his path. Everyone was saying the same thing, that a true man had appeared. A bright moon was floating across the clear night sky. An owl was sitting on a tree branch. Its eyes were shining brightly. They reflected the silhouette of a player running through the forest. He ran fast, wherever his eyes looked. Tears were streaming down his face, and he was screaming loudly, begging for help. Suddenly, his foot caught on a snag. The stars were shining brightly in the night sky, and a dull sound of falling suddenly rang out throughout the forest. A notification appeared in front of the guy, informing him that he had earned himself an injury, and now his movement speed had decreased. After reading this, he tried to get up. Suddenly, he turned around in horror. 2 red eyes were watching him from complete darkness. The protagonist slowly walked out into the bright light of the moon. When the player saw the one chasing him, the pupils in his eyes shook with fear. Jae-young was smiling madly. The guy pressed his back against the tree trunk and screamed loudly that he was a bastard, because he was just minding his own business, hunting, and then asked why he was trying to kill him. The protagonist silently pulled out a sword from behind his back. The player closed his eyes and suddenly screamed as loud as he could, asking if he really thought the administration would leave him alone if he did something like that right after the game launched, adding that he would file a complaint against him. As soon as the guy heard this, he stopped abruptly. Lowering his sword, the Bard of Anarchy exhaled heavily and asked what he meant by that. Raising his eyebrows, he explained that he was doing this because he was told to. As soon as the player heard this, he frowned in shock and asked what he just said. But before he could finish speaking, the protagonist cut him in half, after which his influence increased by 1. With glowing eyes, he turned towards the moonlight. Removing his hood, Jae-young yawned and said to himself that he was very tired. There is a death sentence in the Arcadia online system. The minute and hour hands on the clock were moving slowly. A death sentence deprives access for 24 hours, and although this is a measure to combat addiction, it is also intended to improve interaction with the game. In the huge office, everything was brightly lit by lamps. A lot of people worked in the customer service department of Arcadia Online. The director frowned with displeasure and asked what the hell was going on, to which his subordinate lowered his head and replied that complaints about incidents suddenly began to come in. Hearing this, anger appeared in the man's eyes, and he asked if it was really at a time when they were already heavily loaded. What kind of crazy bastard was doing this, that the customer service department decided to work overtime? At this time, the protagonist opened the stats window and saw that his influence had become equal to 1025. He stood in front of another victim, who was already dead, and said that it turns out that he killed 1025 people, and this is not bad for 2 sleepless nights. Yawning sweetly, the guy added that it was harder than he thought, since he was hated for killing, so it was also a strange emotional time. A tear formed in his eye, and Jae-young wondered if this was normal, since he had killed so many newbies right after the launch, and it would definitely be a problem for the game to work, and then wondered why he was given such a quest in the first place. He looked at the system screen in front of him, which informed him of his current quest, for which he had 4 days and 20 hours left. After a short pause, the guy looked away and said carelessly that it had nothing to do with him. Then, he suddenly turned around in surprise, hearing a familiar sound. The slimes came out of the forest looking sad. Then, they suddenly began to smile, since the protagonist had saved them, and now their favor towards him had increased. What the guy saw the next second caused shock in his eyes. The slimes rushed towards him to hug him. Holding one of them in his arms, the Bard of Anarchy said that he was just thinking about how unlucky he was socially, but he was glad that he could at least communicate with them. When suddenly he looked into the distance in surprise, because he heard voices. Burning torches were visible in the forest. The protagonist, looking at them, understood what was happening. A few seconds later, he stroked the slug and said that he would like to play with them some more, but if he did not start running away, the others would hunt him, and this would complicate everything. Angry players came out of the forest. Their leader was frowning angrily. Seeing the running protagonist, he pointed his finger at him and shouted loudly that they needed to run after him. Jae-young quickly ran forward. In the distance, he saw the end of the forest. With each passing second, it was getting closer and closer. But less than a minute later, the guy was standing on the edge of a cliff, and players came out of the forest to him. Their leader smiled widely and shouted that he had been running all the time to end up on the edge of a cliff, adding that there would be no mercy for him, because he was completely trapped, and now he was a corpse. The protagonist silently looked down. Suddenly, A smile appeared on his face. Without thinking twice, the guy began to fall. At high speed, he flew down the cliff. The player, with eyes full of shock, looked down and shouted that this crazy bastard actually jumped. He was crazy. The protagonist flew backwards towards the ground. There was a huge smile on his face. At the very last moment, he logged out. At this time, a video about the disgusting atrocities of a novice killer appeared on YouTube on the official Arcadia channel. People were actively discussing it in the comments. The guy who was recently killed by the main character, biting his lip in anger, wrote that he was a newbie who was killed by this bastard 2 days ago, and since then he has been browsing the forums. In the end there were over 700 cases registered, and this guy only kills players in places where slimes live, so he is unlikely to be a high level. He was immediately answered by a message asking if it is really possible to commit 700 murders. With his mouth slightly open, the killed player wrote that it is definitely so, and that is why he is thinking of forming a squad of killers to destroy him. So if anyone is interested in this, let him contact him, and then indicated the location and time. In Arcadia, on one of the streets of the kingdom there was a fountain. Players who were killed by the main character gathered near it. Their leader furrowed his eyebrows in anger and said that they were starting a meeting cleansing the world from the troll. It is important to note that the main differences of the virtual reality of Arcadia are the creation of various scenarios by users not only within the game objects, but also by players from all over the world. Under the nickname Innercosmo, a red dot was burning. In the game, they can implement and embody anything in the form of content, because this happens at the will of artificial intelligence, which controls everything. Everything happens at the will of Alice. The girl, never raising her gaze, said that a large group was discovered, and now the cause is being investigated. Related quest main scenario Act 1 Forgotten Darkness. After these words, she created a system screen with a wave of her hand, generating a new quest. A notification appeared in front of the leader of the players. At the same second, it appeared in front of all his people. It was a new quest, which consisted in the need to catch a serial killer of newbies in the habitat of slugs. At this time, in the Korean branch of Arcadia, the script team, which is responsible for planning and creating quests, a huge exclamation mark appeared on a huge screen, and below it was written that the main quest had begun. The man's eyes filled with anger at what he saw and he shouted loudly, asking why the quest just appeared, to which his subordinate adjusted his glasses and replied that they were trying to figure out the reason right now. Toon, the head of the scenario team, turned around abruptly and shouted even louder, asking if they really planned to slack off during such an important job and what kind of chaos was this, since it had only been a short time since the game. All of his subordinates were standing at a distance. They were staring at the big screen with their mouths open in surprise. The huge warning did not disappear, because this was an emergency situation, and in fact, even if a simple quest was given to all users, if it was a normal quest, the entire department would not be so tense. In huge yellow letters, it was announced that the main quest had begun. A few minutes later, one of the workers approached the manager and said that they were sure that this quest was related to the main scenario Act 1, but their team's expectations were not met. Only 2 days after the main quest was generated, it was launched. Hearing this, the man's eyes were shocked. Generation and start. There is a clear difference between these two concepts. Just like a planted seed does not immediately sprout and produce flowers, so for a generated scenario to affect all users and turn into a real scenario, it takes several months on average, and this is exactly what the development team predicted. All the scenario team members were looking at the big screen. Taehoon put his hand to his chin and said to himself that 2 days is too big a difference to say that the prediction was wrong, but there must be a reason. On his tablet, he was looking at graphs and statistics related to the game. Then suddenly he found a video and asked himself, what kind of newbie killer is this? Raising his head to his subordinate, the man asked what this meant, to which the latter, lowering his head, replied that this was a user who wandered around the habitats of slugs, the hunting grounds of newbies, while committing their murders, and he seemed to be directly related to this main scenario. The workplace of each team member was filled with necessary things, and the leader suddenly asked what about the information about this user of the killer, who he was and where he lived, to which the guy answered him that they tried to find out, but the headquarters imposed restrictions, so they did not have the authority to check. Hearing this, Taehoon put his hand to his chin and asked himself, is it really the headquarters itself? But why would they bother so much for the sake of one user, and who is this guy? When suddenly, shock appeared in his eyes from what he saw. In his tablet, he found information that the number of players killed by the main character was 1025. At this time, the rays of the sun fell on the guy's house. Jae-young was sleeping on the bed. He suddenly slowly opened his eyes. A few minutes later, the guy saw that a special event had been created to restore justice, asking to kill the evil criminal who had taken over the beginner's hunting ground. The protagonist looked at the glowing screen and wondered what it was. He frowned and realized that it was talking about him. There were 2,637 comments under the post. The guy's eyes showed displeasure, and he said that it would be a hassle and he certainly didn't want any trouble, but should he stop? Looking at the capsule in his room, Jae-young added that he had a lot of fees to pay. Walking up to the installation, he wondered what he should do. A few minutes later, He was already looking at the field where slugs were jumping. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, the guy said that he didn't think they would create a quest to catch him. Slugs with different emotions were jumping around the field. The protagonist lowered his head and said that it was a perfect place to hunt newbies, but it looked like he would have to find another place now. Suddenly, hearing a familiar sound, he looked away in surprise. A slug jumped up to him with a very sad expression on its face. At that very second, Jae-young raised his eyebrows in surprise, because he heard a furious cry that they were very difficult to hunt. Two players were walking through the forest, one of whom was laughing at his comrade, saying that he should have chosen something other than a mage, to which he replied that he didn't know it would be so difficult to kill a slug. Suddenly, a player with the nickname Acaps grinned and said that he had found the slug they were hunting. The slug tried to hide behind the protagonist. The players immediately ran out of the forest and shouted that they had found him first, so they asked him to respect each other and not steal someone else's loot, adding that it was better not to even touch the slime, because it had very little health and could die. Hearing this, the Bard of Anarchy looked down. The slime looked back at him with a very sad expression on its face. The protagonist did not raise its head for a few seconds. During this time, discontent appeared in his eyes. He took a few steps towards the players. One of the guys gritted his teeth and asked what was wrong with this bastard, to which his comrade suddenly said that he seemed to have seen him somewhere. The protagonist frowned with displeasure. At this time, the player with the nickname Acaps became very angry. He took several quick and firm steps forward. Pushing Jae-young, he asked if he had really gone deaf. The protagonist's face expressed coldness and indifference. Suddenly he smiled widely and shouted loudly that the PK was here. As soon as the player heard this, shock appeared in his eyes. The Bard of Anarchy fell to the ground and continued to shout loudly that he was going to die, adding that the criminal was here. Hearing these screams, the players who were looking for him turned around with burning eyes. They immediately moved towards Acaps, who said that everything was wrong, he was just in the way, so he pushed him. Turning around sharply, he added that it was true, so let them take a better look at this stranger, because the one who looks suspicious. But before he could finish speaking, he saw the main character quickly running away in the opposite direction. At the same second, the players rushed to the attack, shouting loudly for him to just give them the reward for the event. The newcomers were driven to the cliff. Suddenly the magician opened his mouth in shock, because he remembered where he saw this pair of sinister eyes. Drawing an image of the main character from the video in his head, he said to himself that this bastard was the same killer from the rumors, and then shouted loudly that they were simply set up. At the same second, an insanely powerful explosion was heard. Clouds floated across the blue sky above the forest. The main character sat on a stump and, looking at the slime, said that he barely managed to escape. Taking the monster in his hands, he happily asked if it had really been following him all this time. The slime began to happily pet its savior, who began to laugh and ask if his wounds were already okay, after which several system screens appeared in front of him, which reported that he saved the slime from danger, and now the favor of the slime species towards him has reached the limit, and he has earned the title of Friend of the Slime. Jae-young read everything that was written with surprise in his eyes. Raising his eyebrows, he said that he thought that if he killed newbies, saving slimes every time, it was logical that he would receive this title. Raising his hand to his chin, the guy added that nothing would change just because he earned the favor of the first-level slimes, because he needed a turning point to continue the game. Suddenly, something sparkled in the sky, and the protagonist was informed that he had fulfilled the minimum requirement for the influence stat, because he had developed a friendly relationship with the slime species, and now he could help them using the influence stat. After reading everything to the end, the guy asked in surprise what it meant to help. After a short pause, he opened the system window with the slime stats. In addition to vitality, mana, and other things, it said that the monster's influence was 1025 units. As soon as Jae-young saw this, surprise appeared in his eyes. Suddenly, he smiled widely. The sun's rays fell on the treetops, and the boy shouted loudly that this game was just crazy and it was so much fun, because now he understood where to use influence. After a while, he used magic on the slime, and was asked if he was sure of his choice, because the influence would disappear forever. The protagonist smiled widely and firmly answered, yes. Immediately after, a bright flash of light appeared in front of him. A pillar of magical energy rose into the sky, after which he was informed that the basic indicators of the slime had been changed. The eyes of the creatures turned bright red, and their level became 15. Monsters are creatures that users must defeat. Their existence is necessary for RPG games. A huge monster in the form of a bullman stood in front of the player. Among these monsters, there are the initial ones that new users hunt, known as beginners, and monsters that play a role in basic practice, known as monsters for training. In Arcadia Online, the type of monster that plays this role is the slime, but what if these initial monsters become so strong that newbies can't hunt them? Currently, the slime's eyes have begun to glow with a bright red flame. The result can be seen on the official Arcadia YouTube channel. There, new videos were released every day, gaining hundreds of thousands of views. Regular people watched players climb a bizarre tower. Some watched entertaining videos, guessing whether the person in the video was a newbie. But suddenly, a video called Too Strong Slime was released. This video gained a record 1.5 million views. The first thing that appeared in the frame was a forest. Then the player looked at his hands and said that he could even see the lines on them, adding that the graphics here are simply top-notch. Then he looked to one side. After a short pause, he looked to the other side. Suddenly, the player saw a smiling slime nearby and laughed, saying that it was very funny how it spread. After a short pause, he pulled out his sword and said that he would try to kill it. Suddenly, the monster looked at him. At that very second, the slime rushed into battle. It jumped on the player while he screamed, begging for help. A few seconds later, the video ended. The player died and received a death sentence, which prohibited him from logging in for 24 hours. There were 3,687 comments under this video. Someone laughed and asked if the author of the video really pretended to die from one such blow, but he was suddenly answered by one of the players, who said that the slimes had become abnormally strong and he too had died. The end product of 1025 influence of the 15th level slime, whose eyes turned bright red, and this meant a terrible end, which was caused by the weak appearance of the monsters. Arcadia averaged 10,000 new users every day, but with the rise of the slimes, there was a total extermination, and players tried to flee. One day, a slime was basking in the sun. Suddenly, he was hit. The player furrowed his brows and screamed loudly, asking what was wrong with this slime, because he did not do any damage to it, and his friend quickly ran away, asking why he had almost no health after 2 hits, and then began to beg for help. The main character watched them from above and said to himself that complete confusion had begun. Without taking his eyes off the players, he added that if you think about it, slimes are a passive type that attacks after being attacked, and then wondered why they became an aggro type that attacks first. After asking himself about this, he saw how the slime with a smile on its face jumped towards the frightened player. Raising his hand to his chin, Jae-young wondered if their stats had changed after leveling up. If so, it was all because of influence. As he said this, he remembered a bright flash of light appearing in front of him. Leaving his memories, the guy added, "This is how much influence can change the game, which means it may be a much more hardcore ability than he thought." Suddenly, surprise appeared in his eyes. The players who were chasing him just now were surrounded by slimes. Closing his eyes, the leader screamed in horror for the monsters to leave them alone. How dare mere slimes attack them? Immediately after saying this, the slime jumped at him. The guy raised his head with frightened eyes. At the same second, the collision sent columns of dust into the air. The slime was smiling widely. After killing the newbie, it jumped in the other direction. The players, seeing this, were horrified because their comrade died in one hit. Suddenly, the remaining slimes pounced on them, and the protagonist's influence began to increase as the enhanced slime killed the newbie. Seeing this, the guy smiled widely. Licking his lips contentedly, the protagonist said that this was much better than he thought. 2 hours later, thick clouds continued to float across the blue sky. At this time, Jang's influence was equal to 3,924 units. Seeing this, the guy put his hands on his hips and happily said that he had received this much in just 2 hours, which was 4 times more than the amount of influence he had collected earlier, and this made the results of the other 2 days' play seem insignificant. After a short pause, he opened the rookie killing quest, which he was given 4 more days to do, and said to himself that he should not just rush to complete the quest, and then wondered if he should enhance the slime to the maximum to get as much as possible. Suddenly, he saw that the level 15 slime could not be enhanced any further. After reading this, the protagonist turned away and said that he knew it wouldn't be that easy. After a few seconds, he looked back and said that this should be enough. So it doesn't matter. The slugs were jumping around in front of him happily. Jae-young waved his hand at them and shouted that he would count on them. At this time, the Korean branch of Arcadia Online was illuminated by the rays of the sun. Inside, the man slammed his hands on the table furiously. The director gritted his teeth and ordered that the report be brought to him. Toon, his brows furrowed in fear, stepped forward and reported that today at 13:20 they confirmed that the stats of the slug had increased abnormally, and because of this, there was a sudden increase in the number of deaths among new users, but this situation is still ongoing. Sunlight poured into the office through the large windows, and the director asked if there was any news from headquarters, to which his subordinate replied that they had submitted many requests regarding this matter, but had not received any answers yet. Having calmed down a bit, the man suddenly asked how much stronger the slimes had become, because if they had become no more than twice as strong, then they couldn't have found themselves in such a situation. Then Toon lowered his head and replied that they had become 10 times stronger. The director's eyes widened in surprise at what he had heard, and he asked him what he had just said. Without taking his eyes off the worker, he asked him if it was really 10 times stronger, not 2 or 3, but 10 times stronger. None of his subordinates dared to raise their heads. Suddenly, the man gritted his teeth, realizing something. He jumped to his feet and shouted, asking how much base health the new users had. Cold sweat poured down Taehun's face from fear, but he answered that new users had exactly 100 units of health. Hearing this, the director raised an eyebrow in surprise and asked if this meant that with the current attack of the slime. Before he could finish speaking, his subordinate folded his arms and answered that everything was so, For a first-level newbie, one hit would be enough to die. Hearing this, the man, spreading his arms out to the sides, imagined the slime with brightly glowing eyes. After a while, he walked somewhere with quick and firm steps. He frowned angrily, saying to himself that everything that was happening in Arcadia could not be caused by a simple mistake, since this world was calculated to the smallest detail using the best technology. But they could not miss this incident. Less than a minute later, the director approached the virtual reality capsule. Opening it, he said to himself that if he could not understand what was happening, then he could only figure it out himself. After these thoughts, he sat down in the capsule. His consciousness quickly plunged into the game, and he, as a level 3 administrator, was allowed access. Manhwa carefully descended to the floor. He gritted his teeth in anger and said that he came here to find out the truth, after which he turned to Alice. The girl levitated in the air in front of him. Without any emotion on her face, she looked at the man. The protagonist came to the hunting ground of beginners, where the slimes should live. Raising his hand to his chin, he said in surprise that there was no one here, and this could be a problem, because there were only 2 days left until the end of his mission. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, the guy said to himself that he began to kill players much slower, probably because they began to appear here less often, because news of the danger of this place flew everywhere. On top of everything else, players above level 15 began to hunt here, and it became difficult for him and the slimes to compete with them. In other words, there will be no easy walk anymore. Thinking about this, the guy lowered his gaze. Looking at the number of players killed, which was 9,987, he said to himself that in any case, his situation was not that bad, because his kill counter had not stopped completely. And just as he thought about it, the number turned into 10,000. Immediately after that, a notification appeared in front of him, which said that the protagonist had killed 10,000 newbies, and this was a feat that no one had been able to achieve before. He was a merciless killer known to everyone, so he received the title of newbie killer, and because he had exceeded the reward limit for this mission, he would be given an intermediate reward in return. An image of a chest and a claim button appeared in front of Jae-young. Seeing this, he smiled widely and said that he was very lucky, and now he was interested in seeing what was inside. After saying this, he clicked on the claim button. At the same second, purple lightning appeared in space. Suddenly, a powerful energy explosion was heard. Gritting his teeth, the guy screamed, asking what it was. Was it really a trap in the form of a reward? But why were there so many special effects? A few seconds later, the shock wave pressure ended, and the protagonist saw a sphere. Surprised, he raised his eyebrows and asked what this black thing was. Was it really a reward? Suddenly, the core was covered with cracks. An insanely powerful magical energy was released in all directions, and the protagonist was told that the reward calculation was complete, and now he would receive a familiar. A huge monster with glowing eyes appeared in front of the guy. Smiling madly, he asked who dared to summon him. Horror appeared in Jae-young's eyes, and he wondered who he had summoned, that he had such a strong pressure. But suddenly, horror was replaced by surprise. A powerful aura enveloped the monster, and a system screen appeared above his head, informing him that he was the Lord of Chaos, the Demon King Satan. After a few seconds, the Demon King smiled widely and said that a full summoning was too much for him, because it seemed like he had been summoned into a younger body. Satan was in the body of a young guy and added that it didn't matter, because even this power would be enough to grind those angelic bastards into dust. But before he could finish speaking, he realized that it was much less than he expected. At that very moment, the Demon King furrowed his brows and screamed furiously, asking what kind of place this was and what was wrong with his body. Why he looked like this. He was small and stocky. Raising his head to the protagonist, he asked if he really dared to summon him. Then the guy raised his hand behind his head and replied that he didn't know how to do it yet, because he just appeared here as soon as he took the intermediate reward, and was told that he was now his familiar. As soon as Satan heard this, anger and shock were mixed in his eyes. He suddenly lowered his head and shouted loudly, asking why the hell he was a familiar. Did he really need to obey someone, adding that he was no match for these low-level demons, because this was not even a mutual contract, but a real force contract. And what should he do now? He had done so much in the demon world. Jae-young looked at the Demon King from the side and asked himself why he was acting like this. There was surprise in his eyes. He imagined the insanely powerful Lord of Chaos, the Demon King Satan in his true form, but now in front of him was only a small copy of him, who was loudly cursing that his demonic life should not have been ruined like this. When suddenly Satan looked at his master again. Rising above the ground, he said that he was leaving, so he was forced into a contract with him, turning him into a familiar, so they would have to be together for a while. Having said this, he sat on the guy's head. The Demon King folded his arms and added that since it had already happened, he was counting on him. The protagonist frowned tensely and said to himself that the Demon King was sitting on his head, but should he be happy about it? When Satan suddenly lowered his head, flying up, he raised his hand to his chin and joyfully shouted that he had much more power than he thought, and at the same moment, notifications appeared in front of the player, stating that the influence he had received could be used to use the powers of a familiar, but his familiar was a demon, so he should be wary of deception and temptation. Satan smiled madly and said that he now understood the reason why he was dragged into this contract, adding that if used correctly, he thought his master would be able to destroy even those chickens with halos, after which the guy asked him what he was talking about. Putting his hands in his pockets, the Demon King asked if he could pass on his power to him, to which Jae-young asked him what power he was talking about. Hearing this, the familiar pointed at him and asked in response if he was seriously asking him this, since this power was capable of turning the laws of this world upside down, and this was the thing he had. Hearing this, the protagonist's eyes showed shock, and he asked if the demon really meant influence. After asking this, he remembered the bright flash of light when the slime was being strengthened. Then Satan pointed at himself and replied that this was exactly true, especially since they, humans, clearly had limitations on how to use it, so he should give this power to him, and if he agreed, he would reward him accordingly. As soon as he said this, the protagonist imagined mountains of gold. In the stats window, he saw that his influence was equal to 8,975, and said to himself that this was a power that even the Demon King needed, and apparently this influence was extremely important in the game. Realizing this, he frowned and asked what the familiar could give him in exchange for influence. Hearing this, Satan smiled widely. He stretched out his hand, created a magic seal, and asked him what he thought about exchanging all his power right now for this. After a few seconds, the light from the magic seal became even brighter. The Demon King showed the artifact Nurgle Sai, the cloak of the Lord of the Second Army of the Underworld, but the required level to use it was 150. Seeing this, the guy's eyes showed surprise, and he said to himself that this was just crazy, adding that he heard that on the American server that opened earlier, the highest was 50, but for him now, this is too high a level. After thinking this, he raised his eyebrows and replied that he did not need it. Receiving a refusal, Satan snapped his fingers and asked if this was not enough, adding that in fact, it was obvious that he would not be satisfied with this, and then asked what he would like. The protagonist did not take his eyes off the familiar, answering that he did not need anything in particular right now. Suddenly a light bulb went off in his head, because he remembered that there was one thing, after which he asked if he could strengthen monsters. The Demon King put his hands in his pockets and asked which one specifically, to which the guy firmly answered, slime. After hearing this, confusion appeared in Satan's eyes. Suddenly, he grabbed his stomach and laughed loudly, shouting that his master was crazy, and although he didn't know what was going on, no one had ever asked him for something like this. And when Jae-young asked if it was possible, he pointed at himself and firmly stated that everything was possible for him, and then asked how much he was willing to offer. The guy had 8,975 influence points in his account. Smiling widely, the protagonist replied that he was willing to give everything he had. As soon as the Demon King heard this, a satisfied smile spread across his face. After saying that the deal was done, a huge magic seal appeared under them. At the same time, purple lightning struck the ground from the sky. Satan created a level 100 slime queen. At this time, the player used a spear of fire to kill the slime. Holding the weapon in his hand, he laughed and said that it was too easy. Throwing the sword over his shoulder, the man said that he had no idea what kind of bug it was, but it would be a sin not to take advantage of it, because no one could have imagined that slime would give so much experience, and his comrade added that slime is just slime, and even if it is level 20, they have a primitive behavior model, so they are still simple enemies. Browsing, the player suddenly said that this is good, and although he does not know about beginners, but for them, the habitats of slime are now great for hunting, and the rapid leveling up is bearing fruit, and if everything continues at the same pace, he suggests aiming for a place in the ranking. The guys slowly walked forward, saying that it is unlikely that they will be able to take a place in the ranking, but if everything continues like this, then they can try. But unexpectedly for them, the ground under their feet split. Dark magical energy began to ooze from under the cracks, and an unknown voice ordered the weak creatures that are killed for no reason to release their rage. The players looked at the flow of insanely strong magical energy, and the voice from nowhere continued to say that their race lived here peacefully, but now they must remember the villains who killed them, because their revenge will soon be fulfilled. A small army of slimes appeared on the horizon. They changed their color to purple. The players who just killed them were shocked. The ground suddenly shook again, and the man screamed, asking what was happening here. Was it really an earthquake? But suddenly, from what he saw, his mouth opened in horror. Slimes began to fall from the sky. Upon seeing them, the player covered his face with his hands and screamed loudly for help. Out of fear, he closed his eyes. But after a few seconds he had to open them. Purple slimes jumped past him, which made him wonder where they were going. And then his comrade, looking into the distance, asked if his eyes were deceiving him. Was it really all slime? All the slimes began to unite into one huge mass. At the same time, system screens appeared in front of the players. The guys looked at this and asked each other what was going on. The notifications changed their color from blue to purple and reported that the slime race, jumping around the fields and loving peace like no one else, was subjected to cruel and merciless killings by people who came from nowhere. They endured this for some time until they came to the conclusion that they could not stand it any longer, and in order to return peace, they had to fight. For this purpose they sacrificed their lives to give them to the deity who would lead their race. In front of all the players appeared the level 100 Slime Queen. Her eyes quickly filled with rage and hatred. Raising her head to the sky, she screamed loudly. The shock wave swept away everything in its path. Trees were torn out of the ground by their roots. The player with the eye patch quickly jumped on the logs, hearing the screams of the players who were screaming for help, because they did not want to die. Suddenly, the man froze in place and asked himself what the hell. A huge slime queen was rising into the sky. The main character was watching all this from the side. A drop of cold sweat was running down his face, and he asked the familiar what he just did, to which the familiar replied that he simply strengthened the slime, as he asked. Hearing this, the guy with shocked eyes looked at Satan and said that he asked for this, but not to this extent. At the same second, a shock wave hit them. They resisted with all their might, and Satan joyfully shouted that she had incredible power, and a little more, and he would not mind including her in the demonic legion. Clenching his hand into a fist, he added that although they were lower life forms awakened by the desire for revenge, he never expected to sacrifice themselves to create a deity. And then the protagonist asked him what kind of revenge he was talking about. Then the Demon King winked with one eye and replied that humans killed the slime as soon as it appeared, so he simply fueled their desire for revenge against this background, and all this not without the help of the influence that he gave him. Hearing this, Jae-young raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked what he was talking about. Then Satan, looking at the enraged slime queen, explained that only a small grain could strengthen this race so much. Drawing a glowing artifact of the guy in his head, he added that this is exactly the kind of power he possesses. Tightly clenching his hand into a fist, in which a fire appeared, the familiar exclaimed that this is influence. At this time, the enraged slimes rushed into battle against the players who had built a defense. A brutal fight with the monsters began, which is why the Catch the Rookie Killer quest was removed from the main scenario, and the Rage of the Slime quest was added. Each of the players, even those who were in the safe zone, received a notification. It was written on the huge system screen that the ancient darkness was forgotten, the dark entity awakened the suppressed rage, and therefore the slime will destroy people no matter what, and now the player's task is to repel their attacks and protect their home, and in case of failure, the village of newbies will be destroyed forever, and they have 7 days to do all this. Horror and shock seized the players, who began to scream and ask what was happening. Was the village really going to be destroyed forever? What would happen to them then? What was wrong with this game? The earth and air suddenly began to shake. The girl looked away in surprise. At that moment, all the players saw the slime queen rising into the sky and knew they were done for. Black clouds floated across the sky and Satan asked the owner what he was going to do. The guy sat on the edge of the cliff and asked in response what he was suggesting to him, to which he replied that everyone was trying to hold back the slime. After a short pause, he rubbed his hands together and asked why he didn't slip in there and break the guardian stone, to which the protagonist said to himself that this bastard was egging him on to do what he wanted, and then replied that he would rather watch now. Hearing this answer, Satan flew back and screamed loudly, asking why he was choosing to just watch. He suddenly smiled widely and screamed that he now realized that he was just waiting for the last moment to destroy the hope of winning, and it was amazing, simply wonderful. He really was a villain. The Demon King laughed with his eyes shining and added that he was looking forward to what would happen next, and Jae-young said to himself that he would simply ignore the familiar. After a while, he was surrounded by notifications that a newcomer had been killed by his forces. His face was cold, and he said to himself that everything was as he was told. He needed to make a choice, players or monsters. The purple slimes were jumping at the players in a rage. The protagonist suddenly extended his hand and wondered whose side it was better to be on. An insanely powerful magical aura emanated from the slime queen, when suddenly she opened her huge mouth, and her stat window reported that her skills included a leader's dash and a jump, and her specialties were a collective mind, rapid regeneration, and hatred of people. All this was broadcast on a huge screen. The director and his subordinates watched the broadcast attentively. Manhwa folded his arms and frowned tensely. Suddenly, one of his men jumped up and shouted loudly that they needed to restart the server immediately. There must be some kind of error. Taehoon raised his fist and added that there was no other explanation, since a level 100 monster couldn't appear in a place where newbies were learning classes and understanding them. Ji, the head of the design department, frowned and said that the guy was right, and besides, they never made a concept for such a monster, at least the Korean branch didn't make one, and it seemed like it was done by the management, so she thought they should do something. Taehoon leaned towards the director and started shouting that they should file a complaint, since he didn't know who the developers thought they were, but they were abusing their position by allowing things like this to happen. But Myung-han hung his head silently. He remembered the notification on the huge screen that the main quest had started, and he said to himself that the sudden start of the main scenario and this suspicious quest with the killer. He remembered the video that the main character was on. At the moment, the director was looking at the slime queen and adding that the slime raid had finally begun. He raised his hand to his chin and suddenly asked himself if this was it. After a short pause, the man lowered his hand and asked his subordinates if they were all worried about what their company wanted to achieve, to which Taehoon asked in return why he mentioned this. The man frowned and said that there were endless possibilities and endless freedom. Did they really think that the management was planning such events? Were these lazy idiots who had dumped the organization of plans and events on them capable of such things? Jia turned to the director and asked what he meant. Then Myung-hun held up one finger and explained that all of this was done by a single player, adding that the start of the main scenario, the killing of the newbies, the manipulation of the slime's characteristics, the appearance of the boss, all of this was done by one person. As soon as the workers heard this, they were enveloped in shock. The large screen illuminated the entire room, and people were shouting, asking how this was even possible, but it actually made sense, because you need to look at the quest history. Raising his hand to his chin, Toon thoughtfully asked if this meant that all the events happened due to the fault of one strange player. The director continued to frown, answering that if all the events happened due to the player's actions, then they have no right to interfere, because this is the policy of Arcadia, even if it will result in punishment. Having said this, he lowered his gaze. On his tablet, all the information about Arcadia was open. In red letters it was written that if the quest is failed, the rookie village will disappear forever. At this time, the rookie village was engulfed in flames. The players fought with all their might against the frenzied slimes. The old man in armor killed the monster with a powerful blow. Gritting his teeth, he said to himself that so far he had only been able to deal with one, and if it weren't for the adventurers, the city would have been destroyed by now. But there were still a lot of slimes, after which he wondered how and where they were crawling in such numbers. But while he was thinking about it, a slime appeared behind him. With horror in his eyes, the old man turned around and realized that he was a corpse. But suddenly the player rushed towards him. He managed to protect the old man at the very last moment. The man glanced at the knight out of the corner of his eye and shouted loudly that they should use this chance to retreat. The old man clutched the axe in his hand and shouted that he understood everything. The fire had not yet reached the alley between the houses. The player and the NPC were hiding there, and one of them said that he thought that they would not get them here, so the old man should heal himself, and he would return to the battle. Guard Byron frowned pitifully and thanked his savior for saving him, and now he didn't know how to thank him. The player gave him a thumbs up and said that there was no need to worry, because he had done what he had to. Rising to his feet, the old man said that looking at him, he remembered stories about a fearless righteous warrior that his grandfather had told him. He said that this warrior helped everyone he met on his way, just like he was now, to which he, with a confused smile, said to himself that this was more confusing than he thought. When suddenly the old man lowered his head and said that he had thought of something. A few seconds later, he again raised his head to his savior and said that he should find him a little later, when he had time, because the notes of that warrior were kept in his grandfather's diary. Immediately after that, a system screen appeared in front of the player, informing him that all the conditions for the secret mission's savior had been met, after which he was asked if he wanted to know more about the hero from the old tales, and the guy, after reading this, wondered if he had really managed to open a quest that he had only heard about from rumors. Smiling widely, he exclaimed that he would not forget about the meeting, because he was interested in the warrior he was talking about. Hearing this, the old man raised his head and said that he would wait for him, but first he needed to stop this monster. In the sky above them, the Queen of Slime hung with glowing eyes. 3 days had passed since then, since the beginning of the slime invasion, and the battles did not subside. Half of the allotted time for the raid had passed. Players stood under the Korean flag, and everyone knew that Korean gamers are known for their persistence. High-level players heard about what happened and also participated, thanks to which the scales tipped in the other direction. The newbies formed their own team and kept to themselves. However, the one title that had the biggest impact was the title given for killing 1,000 slimes, Slime Crusher, which increased defense against slime by 30% and also increased attack against slime by 40%. As soon as the players started getting this title, the slimes slowed down and a guy with a flag in his hand started climbing up it. A few minutes later, the flag was planted at the top. The players stood at the very top, and this gave the players hope. Smiling widely, the guy exclaimed that they should continue in the same spirit. All this time, the protagonist was watching them from the mountain. His brows were knitted together, not wanting to miss anything. At this time, the number of newbies he had killed reached 32,576, and there were 2 days left until the end of the newbie killing quest. The numbers that reported the newbies killed were bright red. Satan put his hands on his hips and laughed, saying that he never thought he would have 30,000 corpses on his account. This was a real war, and he had never seen a devil like him. He patted the guy on the head and added that it was wonderful, to which the guy said to himself that the devil himself admired his terrible deeds, and it was terribly strange if you think about it. After a short pause, Jae-young looked back, thinking that it was time to end this. He had 22,576 influence points on his account, which he couldn't believe, because it would take him a long time to accumulate such a volume by one. The Demon King folded his arms and asked what he was thinking now, to which the guy asked in response what he was talking about. Raising his eyebrows, Satan replied that he was asking about the current situation, because if he did nothing, the humans might win. Having said this, he remembered how the players planted a flag on a mountain of dead slime. Hearing this, the protagonist lowered the corners of his lips. Suddenly, he smiled widely and said that in this case, all the fun would be gone. After saying this, the guy opened his inventory, and the Demon King asked him why he suddenly went quiet. The Bard of Anarchy put on his cloak. Satan suddenly saw blood on the edges and asked if he was really stained with blood. Then the protagonist bowed his head and said that no matter what, it was time to choose a side, and from now on. The Demon King smiled widely, waiting for an answer. The guy looked at the familiar, and finished saying that they were on the side of the slime. At this time, the rays of the sun fell on the building of the Arcadia Game Company. Manhwa entered the boss's office and asked to stop this raid. With a tense frown, he said, "Please." On the table was a sign with the name of the General Director of Arcadia. Min silently folded her arms across her chest. Suddenly, she turned to the director. A bird was sitting on a branch. The animal spread its wings. The creature flew away, and it was clear that 7 days were allocated for the attack of the slimes, which is both very much and extremely little. The players looked at the sky, while the city of newbies turned into a battlefield. Users walked along the streets of the city, seeing the system message that only 10 minutes and 42 seconds remained until the end of the raid. The guy noticed that the slimes were gradually becoming quiet, to which the interlocutor responded with words about their enemies surrendering, because in a week the monsters had not managed to break through the line of defense, so they were unlikely to win. Clenching his fist, the warrior was glad that only 10 minutes remained until the end of all this. The timer counted down to the end of the raid, after which the clock stopped at 10 minutes. People watched as the sky above them turned red. Looking at the bloody clouds, the inhabitants felt that something bad was coming. Smiling, Jae-young had an idea. Standing on top of a huge monster, the protagonist decided it was time to begin. With his mouth wide open, the knight shouted that there was no need to panic, because the color of the sky did not matter since time was almost up. The player looked to the side. Raising his eyebrows, the old man noticed that she was approaching. The slime queen stood in front of the city walls. The huge humanoid opened its mouth, because the long-term terror of the slimes by the human race forced the ruler of the monsters to do something. The swordsmen backed away, because they saw a message that a boss monster named the Slime Queen had appeared. The monster extended its hand, and the timer showed that there were 9 minutes and 58 seconds left until the end of the raid. The people opened their mouths. The creature lowered its hands to the ground. More slimes began to crawl out of the giant's limbs. Swords and shields flew in the air. The players, with frightened expressions on their faces, shouted that they needed to run away from here. Facing the danger, the boy ordered the others not to run away. Frowning, the young man suggested attacking the enemy with everything they had, including magic and arrows. Suddenly, the warrior covered his mouth. A huge hand hung over the fighter. The swordsman raised his head. Looking up, the swordsman could not believe that the developers could make this raid so difficult. The slime queen crushed her opponent. Multicolored lightning flew through the air. The boss was wounded by multiple magical attacks. Looking from under his brows, the guy turned to his comrades. The guys looked at the player. Throwing his sword over his shoulder, the man shouted that they only needed to hold out for 5 minutes to win, so they should focus not on killing the monster, but on protecting the crystal. In the center of the square stood a monument. A protective crystal hovered above the building. Looking up, the users listened to the words that it must be protected at all costs, because the honor of the Korean server was at stake. The raiders looked at each other. A moment later, the participants in the battle raised their weapons high above themselves. The leaders watched the warriors swing their swords. Smiling, the swordsman said that they would use the tactics of a human swarm, according to which they should not care about their lives, because their main task would be to restrain the opponent. The slime queen grabbed the walls of the fortification, and the timer showed that there were 10 seconds left until the end of the raid. The boss's hand released jelly splashes. When the timer showed 9 seconds left, the monster looked forward. The clock showed that there were 8 seconds left, and the enemy dealt with many players with one blow. When the timer showed 7 seconds left, the swordsman called the enemy to him. After that, 6 seconds remained until the end of the raid. The young man shouted that he would kill this piece of gelatin. With 5 seconds left on the timer, the warrior launched a frontal attack. On the 4th second, the boss blocked the attacker's attack. Seeing that there were 3 seconds left until the end of the fight, the guy said that the queen was late. 2 seconds before the end of the raid, the monster made an angry expression, after which the timer showed 1 second. The girl was sitting at the table. Opening her mouth, Min noticed her subordinate. Closing her eyes, the man listened to the words that he was here to demand an end to the slime raid. Getting up from her seat, the lady reminded that this was impossible. Looking away, the lady said that they were not the gods of Arcadia, but merely guides to this world. Standing next to the table, the leader added that they should come up with countermeasures, and not erase the event itself. Looking at the streets of the city of newbies, the woman explained that their role was only this. The warrior was sitting next to the crystal. Raising his head, the fighter could not believe that this was the end. The stone began to crack. The swordsman, with his eyes wide open, saw the system message that the protective crystal had been destroyed, so the city was left without protection. Jae-young plunged his blade into the crystal. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist made an excuse by saying that his hand had slipped. With his mouth wide open, the knight was shocked by the player's action, because now the city of newbies will be wiped off the face of the earth forever. Looking at the bloodstains, the warrior cursed the criminal. Throwing his sword over his shoulder, the protagonist could not understand why he did not receive a single decency point for killing another user. Moving forward, a group of raiders were furious that the crystal was destroyed. Making surprised expressions, the boys noticed something. Looking at Jae-young, the boys realized that this was not a monster. The protagonist looked back. With their mouths open, the boys noticed that the crystal was broken. Looking forward, the fighters could not understand who destroyed the crystal. The warriors frowned, certain that whoever did this had gone mad. The young man opened his mouth wide and shouted that the culprit of this incident was a vile troll. The protagonist turned his head. The raiders rushed forward and shouted that they needed to catch the bastard and find out his nickname. Smiling, the player said that their lives would not be enough to catch him. Baring his teeth, the swordsman was amazed by such impudent words, and the system announced the beginning of the first act of the revival of the primordial darkness, and the failure of the quest called the Wrath of the Slimes. The Slime Queen looked at the destroyed protective stone, and the game assistant gave information that the city of newbies would be wiped off the face of the earth. Raising their heads, the fighters noticed that the boss exploded. A green substance was rising from the cracks in the ground. Stepping back, the knight saw some kind of nastiness on the ground. Seeing the strange green clots, the warriors assumed that the slime was trying to unite. Holding the sword in both hands, the boy expressed hope that these were not new slimes, to which his comrade replied that even during a raid, monsters would not literally appear from under the ground. The flying slime made some sounds. 3 flashes of energy blinded the swordsman. Slime began to appear in front of their faces. Looking at the 3 huge monsters, the young men were amazed at how big they were. The monster opened its mouth and screamed, because for many years the slimes had been under the oppression of humanity, but they managed to repel the offender in a fierce battle. Many creatures made incomprehensible sounds. Long hair was visible, and the slimes occupied the lands that once belonged to people. The queen sat on her throne and ruled the newly acquired territory. Smiling, Jae-young understood that she was a respectable woman. A strange rune hung over the newbie town, which meant that this settlement was coming under the control of slimes. Users looked at the screens, which warned that they had entered a zone that required level 80 to pass. Frowning, the warrior was shocked that such a huge level was required for the starting location. The young man bared his teeth. A crowd of slimes looked ahead. Looking down, the protagonist realized that people were talking about those who are strangers among their own. The guys were running away from the monsters. Closing one eye, the host of the game news greeted the channel's viewers and wished them a pleasant viewing. Words came from the computer screen that Arcadia had already managed to gain popularity, but due to recent events in the game, users began to flood the forums with complaints. Lying on the bed, the protagonist heard that it was all about the main scenario and the event that took place in the newbie town. Saliva flowed from the guy's mouth. The young man stretched. Information about an unsuccessful attempt to repel a raid in the starting location was coming from the smartphone screen, so it turned into a high-level dungeon. Wiping his head with a towel, Jae-young listened to the parting words of the reporter. On the table lay a phone, in which commentators discussed the fact that it would now be much more difficult for new players to start playing, and then people began to write that what happened was somehow connected with the killer of newbies, because he himself broke the protective crystal. Brushing his teeth, the protagonist thought that he should lie low for a while. Looking at the message of a disgruntled user, the protagonist understood that many losses appeared because of his actions. Rinsing his mouth, the guy knew that he acted exclusively within the framework of the game rules. The Bard of Anarchy held a lantern in his hands. The Demon Lord raised his hand. The stranger lowered his head, and Jae-young decided that from now on, he should sow chaos and confusion with all his might. The protagonist looked ahead. Looking away, the protagonist reasoned that in the worst case, he would simply be banned. The guy grabbed the door frame. Looking out the window, the young man decided to focus on the present, and not worry about the possible consequences. The university building was visible. Students were going about their business. Students were looking at the sign. Leaning on his desk, the boy noted that the university was not the coolest, but he was still glad that classes had finally started. The student looked away. Looking at his deskmate, Jae-young realized that the video he was watching showed the face of the protagonist. The swordsman stood still. The protagonist, with his head lowered, could not understand when he had managed to be filmed. Looking at the statistics of the video, the guy was surprised that it was watched by 2 million people. Frowning, the young man tried to understand why people were watching this at all. Opening his mouth, the student asked if his classmate wanted to watch the video he had turned on. Smiling, the young man apologized for unknowingly looking at someone else's phone, and he himself was thinking about how hard it was not to be interested in a video with himself in the lead role. Extending his hand, Jae-young introduced himself to his new friend. Sweating, the player said his name. Pointing his finger, the student told about how in Arcadia, the city of newbies was attacked by slimes, which were initially weak monsters, but after some time became much stronger and destroyed an entire location. Lowering his head, Jae-young asked if his interlocutor had heard of the so-called newbie killer. Jae-young made a surprised expression. Sweating, the protagonist couldn't understand why his friend suddenly remembered the killer. Looking at the student, the protagonist thought that he knew who he was. The phone screen showed the events that took place in the newbie city. Holding a mug in her hands, Min was unhappy that the starting location was destroyed, because now she had an extra problem. Raising the drink to her mouth, the girl knew that since the launch of Arcadia, they were prepared for unforeseen situations, given the mechanics of the game, but no one expected that everything would be so serious. The lady smiled slightly. Stretching out her hands, the lady was glad that the event, at least, attracted public attention to the game, so there are good consequences. Opening her eyes, the head was sure that this whole situation was the work of one user. The entrance to the university was visible. Frowning, Jae-young was afraid that his new friend knew who he was. The student looked askance. The boy smiled. Putting his hand on the protagonist's shoulder, the student asked him what he was afraid of. Beaming with a thumbs up, the young man said that he would let his friend in on all the details. Looking at the phone screen, someone said that this was a relatively recent video about the rookie killer, so it could be assumed that this player was somehow connected to the past raid. With their mouths wide open, the guys discussed how one player could cause so much trouble. Frowning, the protagonist decided that he couldn't let his new acquaintance know more about him, because otherwise he could get into trouble. Sweating, his classmate assumed that he had embarrassed his interlocutor again by talking too much. A sign was visible in front of the entrance to the computer engineering room. Standing behind the lectern, the teacher greeted the audience. Opening his mouth, Toon introduced himself by name. The students rolled around as he explained that this lecture was to explain a few important things to potential and current computer engineering students. The professor raised his head and said that everyone had heard of virtual reality technology, but there was a revolution happening in the field right now. Jae-young looked askance and heard the lecturer mention Arcadia. The teacher opened his mouth and said that everyone who had played the game knew that computer engineering was no longer enough for such a large-scale project. The students stared at the professor and caught the information that this was the reason why. After a heated discussion, the leadership had decided that the curriculum for computer engineering students had to be changed due to it not meeting modern standards. With his hands folded, the protagonist understood that Taehoon was right, because all current technology seemed old compared to virtual reality, which was the future. The man leaned on the lectern and explained that after much discussion, a concrete decision had been made. The professor lowered his head and explained that their department would become the Department of Virtual Reality Engineering. The students looked forward as he explained that many might find this change confusing. The teacher, with his mouth wide open, declared that if they did not adapt to the rapidly changing world of technology, they would simply sink. The students walked around the cafeteria. Looking at the lunch, someone said that it was crazy. Jae-young, holding his chopsticks, was indignant at the fact that the name of the major had been changed out of the blue. Smiling, he was delighted that the professor had mentioned Arcadia in the middle of a lecture. Chewing his food, Jae-young heard a question about why he himself did not play. Looking away, he explained that he would like to, but he could not afford to rent a capsule. Sweating, the protagonist decided to change the subject carefully, and then asked if his interlocutor was playing. Closing his eyes, the student answered yes to the question. Folding his arms across his chest, the guy added that his character was quite a high level. Bringing food to his mouth, the young man offered to help his friend with the swing if he decided to start playing, because lately it had become much more difficult to start, because newbies now appear in a random place. Smiling, the protagonist was surprised by the kindness of his new acquaintance. Raising an eyebrow, Satan asked why his master was gone for so long. Covering his mouth with his hand, Jae-young explained that because of the raid, he had not slept for several days, so he had to make up for lost time, to which the devil replied that his companion was weak. Looking at his familiar, the protagonist realized that he was bored here alone. Someone's screams were heard from the forest. The protagonist looked back. The slime queen threw herself at the player's neck. Looking at the crowd of slimes, the guy couldn't understand what was happening now. The cute monsters pounced on the young man's neck. Looking away, the young man said that he couldn't breathe. Clenching his fist, the demon king screamed for the slime to get off him, because it was very sticky. The army of monsters stood still. Bowing, the slime queen expressed her gratitude. Closing her eyes, the slime race will never forget what Jae-young did to protect them, so now he is the eternal savior of the slime race. Raising his hand, the protagonist explained that he did nothing wrong, after which the system showed information that the protagonist received the slime crown and the title of savior. The golden crown began to crumble into small fragments. A moment later, the attribute was hanging over the guy's head, after which his decency increased by 2,433 points for the completed task called Wrath of the Slimes. Smiling, the young man was surprised that he had so many rewards. Information was written on the screen that the new title grants the player 10 points more agility in water, 5 points more intelligence and physical defense. Looking down, the user understood that it was better not to show his title to anyone, because he had only recently started playing. Turning his head, Jae-young heard his companion call out to him. Putting his hands in his pockets, Tank suggested leaving here, because his eyes were already dazzled by the purple color. Lowering his head, the protagonist agreed to Satan's offer. The slime queen waved goodbye. The protagonist looked at the army of slimes. Smiling, the guy said that it was time for them to go to the next goal. At the foot of the mountain there was a large city. The top of a large cliff was visible. An unknown angel hovered in the abyss. The creature kept its eyes closed. The slimes that were responsible for the destruction of the newbie town surrounded the raiders. Looking at the houses from the Mikhail barony, users quickly found a replacement for the destroyed starting location in this place. Commentators expressed their approval of this city, because it is a good place. Players looked at the light, and then began to flock to the Mikhail lands. Walking forward, Jae-young thought that everyone around already knew. The protagonist looked ahead. The travelers were heading to the Mikhail barony. Holding a weapon in his hands, the guard asked the protagonist his name. Opening his mouth, he introduced himself to the couple by the nickname Dex. Standing in place, the guard asked if a new player had arrived from the newbie town, to which he received a positive answer. Closing his eyes, the soldier shared rumors that the previous starting location was attacked by slimes. Raising an eyebrow, the young man stated that it was not that simple, because these were not ordinary slimes, and he himself was surprised that NPCs could talk to each other. On the streets of the city, conversations were heard about how there was now a monster lair in the place of Edelin, which could only be cleared by reaching at least level 85. Turning his head away, the guard understood why there was such an influx of people here. Smiling, the young man heard the guard issue him an entry permit. Looking back, the user asked Tanchik why he was looking back, to which the Demon King replied that this place looked familiar. Raising his head, Satan assumed that he had confused him with something. Frowning, the familiar inquired why Jae-young gave him such a strange nickname, because he had a real name. Opening his mouth, the protagonist explained that his companion's real name was Great, but it could cause fear in those who heard it. Looking ahead, Tanchik asked the owner what he was going to do with it. Spreading his arms, the Demon King explained that he was talking about decency, because the protagonist currently had a lot of it. The system showed information that the guy had earned 33,551 points of decency over the entire time. Rubbing his hands, the devil said that he did not think that his companion would be able to earn so many points even for killing 40,000 people. So now it was time to think about what to spend the accumulated wealth on. Raising his eyebrows, the young man said that he did not want to waste his decency. Satan made a sad face and shouted that he wouldn't be able to use them without the help of his familiar anyway, and if he gave up his points, then Tank would reward him generously. Introducing various weapons and armor, Satan promised that the bearer of such artifacts would be able to enslave the entire continent, and by selling one of these items, one could forget about the problem with money forever. Opening his mouth, the player said that if he changed his mind about his decision, he would definitely let his henchmen know about it. Looking ahead, the user thought about how interested he was in this offer, because he had managed to see a unique level 50 item. Introducing the magic lantern, Jae-young reasoned that he didn't think it was a good idea to rely on Tank for everything. Besides, decency could be a much more valuable resource. Clenching his fist, the protagonist decided that he should hold on to the points until he learned more about them. Smiling, the protagonist knew that this was terribly boring. The boy looked back. The streets of Mikhail barony were visible. The vendor held out his hand and shouted that he was exchanging his swords for iron ore. Looking away, the young man suggested looking for a quest in the city and good goods at the market. The young man's eyes widened. Two men were sitting at the table, talking about how things were going very badly. The man lowered his head and said that the lady of these lands had ordered them to increase the volume of ore mining, but they had already been in the mines for days. The miner closed his eyes and assumed that they were being punished for not mining enough iron. Looking ahead, Jae-young wondered who the lady of these lands was. Covering his mouth with his hand, the protagonist realized what was going on here. Smiling, the protagonist knew that it sounded promising. The Demon King turned pale and could not understand what his master was up to. The worker turned his head and asked what the boy wanted here. Placing his hand on the table, the young man explained that he could help with their problem. Smiling widely, the man stated that it would be great, after which the system displayed a notification that 20 pieces of iron ore needed to be mined in order to complete a task called Miner's Care. Flying behind the young man, Satan was surprised that he took such a pitiful request, since any scoundrel could handle this task, to which the man replied that he did not think so. Turning his head, the Demon King heard the suggestion to look around and listen. Open-mouthed, the villagers offered their blacksmithing services. Open-mouthed, Tank asked what was there to see, since this was an ordinary market. Smiling, Jae-young explained that most of these merchants were not NPCs, but regular players. Many users were standing near the forge, and the protagonist told about the fact that due to the influx of players, the demand for weapons has sharply increased, and players are rejecting the quest to collect iron ore. Introducing two people bargaining, the protagonist added that it is precisely because it is easy and boring that travelers do not want to do this task. Raising an eyebrow, the devil listened to the words that the demand for metal has increased, but the supply has not changed. Smiling, the guy asked the assistant to just watch the result. Looking around, the boy suggested making some money first. There was a fountain in the Mikhail barony. The Baroness lowered her gaze. Imagining a piece of iron ore, the girl understood that last month a unit of this resource cost 10 bronze, and now the price reaches 15. Sweating, the lady knew that if this continues, the quality of goods will fall, and the prices will only rise, because they have a serious shortage of iron. Looking down, the lady decided that she couldn't let this situation slide. Mount Fian was visible. A lantern was burning at the entrance to the mine. Looking at the ceiling, Jae-young noticed that they had gone deep enough that there were no people here. Putting a finger to his chin, the protagonist decided that they could begin. Frowning, Tank asked if this was a good idea. Opening his mouth, the protagonist asked his assistant to do what was asked of him. Stretching out his hand, Satan agreed to fulfill the master's request. Purple lightning appeared, and the system showed a message that 8,000 points of decency had been absorbed by the familiar. Floating in the air was a mine destroyer, which was a drill created from the claw of an underground predator from the demon dimension. Looking down, the protagonist realized that now he could start getting rich. The streets of the Mikhail barony were visible. Standing in the market, players were bargaining with each other. The girl clasped her hands to her mouth and screamed that she was looking for an iron ore seller for a mining quest. Holding out his hand, the archer asked the traveler if she was looking for ore for a repeatable quest. Opening his mouth, the guy advised her not to waste her time on this, because the only reward would be a small increase in reputation with the miners. Scratching the back of her head, the girl thanked the stranger for the advice. The blacksmith looked into the crowd. Baring his teeth, Aiden cursed the adventurers for buying up all the ore to make poor-quality ammunition. Frowning, Kashim was displeased that non-entities were pretending to be great masters. Looking from under his brows, the craftsman hoped that the Baroness would do something, because otherwise this city was doomed. The barony of Mikhail was visible. Gold flowed like a river, which meant that the economy in Arcadia imitated the real one. Crates fell on top of each other. The map of the area showed what resources each region had. People talked to each other, while depending on the season, demand for specific products fell or rose. Looking at the iron ore, it was clear that this product was the most in demand. Standing on wobbly legs, the traveler did not understand why it was so difficult to get 30 pieces of iron. Looking askance, the girl explained that ore was currently in short supply, to which the guy replied that he should not have chosen this profession, because in the end there were no materials to sell it. Imagining the demand graph for iron, everyone understood that the price per piece had increased from 10 to 17 bronze. Looking at the silhouettes of the weapons, people knew that now the blacksmiths were incurring losses because no one was buying the weapons that had grown in price. Putting her hands on her hips, the lady said that the economy in this game was too realistic. The boys looked away. Raising his hand, the boy asked why they couldn't just mine the iron themselves. Smiling, the adventurers asked the stranger if he had tried to do it himself. Introducing the man with the backpack, the players explained that the journey from the city to the mines alone takes more than 2 hours. Looking at the worker with the broken pickaxe, the users added that the mining itself is not an easy task, so given these facts, mining the ore is not as easy as it seems. Looking at the newcomer, the boys finished their speech by saying that it is easier to wait for someone else to mine the iron. Standing next to each other, the boy and the girl were sure that digging in the mine is extremely unprofitable. Many jewels were flying in the air, as a result of which the opinion arose that some of the players did not think so. Jae-young drilled the ground, for which he received various types of ore and stamina points. Wiping his forehead, the protagonist decided that this amount of resources would be enough for now. The protagonist's inventory contained a huge number of various materials. Looking at the screen, the guy noticed that he had already mined so much, or that the expenditure of decency points had paid off handsomely. Turning his head, the young man asked Tank where he had disappeared to. Clenching his fist, the devil shouted that he could offer the owner a better drill. Raising his finger, the demon king said that for the remaining decency, the improved item would belong to the young man. An artifact called Tears of Darkness hung in the air, which granted a significant increase in the speed of resource extraction. Wiping sweat from his face, the player repeated the words that he did not need anything else. Opening his mouth, the user said that this thing can only be equipped from level 220th. Looking down on him, Jae-young reasoned that if he put such an item up for sale, everyone would immediately know who he was, and that was not his goal. Bowing his head, Satan said that he understood everything. Words were heard in the cave that they needed to return to the original topic. Hanging a towel over his shoulders, the protagonist asked where his assistant was, to which he replied that there was nothing interesting in it. Folding his arms, the demon king asked if his master wanted to know about it. Smiling widely, the devil said that he would tell about it when he found it. Folding his arms, Tank noted that his master had mined a lot of ore, since he had more resources in his inventory than in the entire barony. Opening his mouth, the boy said that he planned to dig here for a couple of days and then give it all away. Lowering his head, Jae-young planned to get a lot of friendship points with the miners by completing the quest multiple times. Looking down, the protagonist hoped that after this, the Baroness herself would become interested in him. The officials were sitting at the table. The girl, sweating, read letters about how the artisans were going through hard times, because they were completely short of iron. Raising his hand, the aristocrat explained that these problems were due to the fact that the city was seeing a high influx of adventurers who had chosen the profession of blacksmith. Frowning, the guy said that the new adventurers were making extremely low-quality goods, wasting tons of ore in vain. Putting her hand to her chin, the ruler listened to the report about the main problem being that the number of miners had not changed despite the influx of blacksmiths, and adventurers did not want to do menial work, because they were only interested in glory. Opening his mouth, the official added that in accordance with paragraph 1 of Article 128 of the continent's Code of Laws, migrants were forced to mine ore for them. There was talk in the room about how the ore should be sold first to the more experienced blacksmiths, to which the lawyer objected that such an action was against paragraph 2 of Article 128 of the continent's Code of Laws. The Baroness clutched her head, furious that there were so many adventurers in the barony who were preventing them from escaping this trap. The guard threw open the doors and addressed the lady. Raising her head, the girl heard that someone really needed her. There was a mountain of ore lying outside. With her mouth open, the lady listened to the cries that this ore was high quality, and besides that, there was also gold, silver and precious stones. The walls of the city were illuminated by the bright sun. Lowering his head, Jae Yang decided to look into his purse. Holding the coins in his hands, the protagonist calculated that in 3 days of intensive mining, he earned 5 gold and 12 silver coins. Presenting the bills of different denominations, the protagonist realized that in terms of real money, the amount would be about 500,000 won, which is equal to 171 per day. Looking at the floor, the boy assumed that at this rate of work, he would earn 5 million won per month, which would be enough to pay for the rent of the capsule, apartment, and tuition. Putting his hand to his face, the young man was sure that he could earn even more, but for this he would have to prepare a lot. With wide eyes, the young man heard the question of whether he had brought all this ore here. Looking at the stranger, Baroness Mikhail showed interest in him. Raising her eyebrows, the aristocrat increased her favor towards the boy. Smiling, Jae-young was glad that the lady had finally addressed him. Opening his mouth, the protagonist replied that he was the one who mined all this ore. Looking down, the lady introduced herself as the lady of this barony. Looking ahead, the girl asked the protagonist if he wanted to drink tea and chat a bit, after which the system gave him a choice to accept the ruler's offer or reject it. The baroness's castle appeared. She was sitting at the table. Looking at the mug, the girl asked the guest to try this herbal infusion from Mount Fian. The young man, bringing it to his face, noted that it was really quite good, and the interlocutor said that such teas were the specialty of their barony. Opening her mouth, she reminded him of the ore in the main square and asked how long it took him to mine it. The guy, looking ahead, replied that it took him 3 days. The woman, slamming her hands on the table, screamed that such a thing was simply impossible. Covering her mouth with her hand, she also asked if other adventurers were able to mine ore so quickly. The same one answered that it was hardly possible and added that if you gather a large crowd of people, then it will come to fruition in any case. The nobleman, looking down, explained that she understood this and added that in fact, everything is not that simple. The hero's mouth fell open after she said that they needed his help. Punching his hand, the girl said that he should already know that the barony's economy was bursting at the seams due to the influx of adventurers, and a notification about a new quest appeared immediately, in which he needed to collect 100,000 units of ore. The protagonist, smiling slightly, realized that he finally had a worthwhile job. Looking at her, the guy asked if they wanted him to help them attract adventurers to develop the mine. The same one answered affirmatively. The player, putting his hand on his chest, said that he could handle this task. One of the houses in the city was visible. The man was sitting at the computer. The guy, looking at the monitor, understood that in fact, the Baroness's request would not be so easy to fulfill, because Arcadia is just a game and users go there to have fun, and not to do routine actions, so motivating them to dig in the mine would not be easy. His hand was lying on the computer mouse. Smiling, the young man said that he still had a plan. An image from the monitor appeared, which said about the creation of a new channel about the everyday life of a destroyer, since the protagonist knew that first he needed to change his perception. Soljin Middle School appeared. A sign with a class number was visible. The schoolboy, smiling, asked if his friend would go to play with them in Arcadia today. Hyuntak, turning around, answered that he was unlikely to play with them, since he abandoned this game. The student, with his mouth open, asked what it was connected with. The same one said that this game was too strange for him, because when he had just happened to go in, he was immediately finished off by some strange player, and during the next entry into the game it turned out that the slimes had become much stronger. The eyes of the classmate turned white, because he realized that his friend was then in Edelin. The guy, squeezing his fist hard, said that after that the city of newbies simply disappeared and he had to die many times before getting out of there. The comrade, rubbing the back of his head, noted that in the end the comrade was still able to get to the barony, and even changed his profession to a merchant. The schoolboy, looking down, said that there weren't many options in that place and he had to become a merchant, and now he has a bunch of strange skills, none of which are attacking, and therefore he can't even go hunting, and because of this his character is doomed, and asked his classmate to play that game without him. The young man, smiling, thought that he had completely lost heart. The schoolboy looked away when his comrade asked him if he was upset because he thought that there was nothing interesting in the game except hunting. He already had a phone in his hand. Pointing his finger at the screen, the student said that there were still some interesting things to do in this game. A video was shown on the phone. Static appeared on the screen and greetings were heard. A mine appeared and the host explained that it was inside Mount Fian and added that he was sure that everyone had already heard about it, because this location has been becoming increasingly popular lately, and added that he was going to tell the viewers about iron or mining. Hyuntak, with his mouth open, asked again and noted that such work was still black. Falling gold appeared when the host said that everyone probably already thought that this was extremely black work, and explained that he was able to earn such amount of money in a week. The schoolboy, with his mouth wide open, shouted a question about how he did it, and his friend asked him to continue watching the video. The man showed 6 fingers and said that from the start, the resource extraction skill of all characters will be at the lowest rank and therefore they will not be able to mine more than 20 units of ore per hour, which is equal to 4 bronze coins, given the current prices on the market. An icon with a pickaxe appeared and the man explained that this is why they should start by increasing the rank of the skill. The ores started to go down when the presenter was talking about how they could increase the mining speed and the probability of success, as well as the chance of getting rare resources. The player, holding a stone in his hands, said that he was currently at rank A and thanks to this he was able to find at least 1 magic crystal or diamond every day. The schoolboy, with his mouth wide open, realized that such crystals were really valuable and apparently there was no point in digging in the mine without an increased skill rank. The words of the fragment skip appeared when the user was talking about how he would now show them how to mine ore and skip all the boring routine for the viewers and go straight to the interesting part. Static appeared on the screen. A happy blacksmith was visible when the presenter said that he had finally sold all the ore dug up during the day and added that a little later he would tell how to bargain with potential buyers and earn friendship points. The player, holding the coins in his hands, explained that he had earned 1 gold coin and 82 silver coins in one day and also said that it was really easy to earn money in this game. The schoolboy's eyes immediately lit up. The guy opened his mouth and said that he now wanted to try the same. The name of this channel appeared and it was said that this person instantly tore the site apart with his video, but in fact, the author of the video kept silent about a lot of things, or even lied. Some weapon appeared and it was explained that the mining speed demonstrated in the video is only possible with an unbalanced item, like the protagonist's. The hero himself appeared and it was said that the most important details were omitted in the video, which created the illusion that anyone can get no less results. Many comments appeared that people also wanted to do this, which meant that such a video had nevertheless captured the influence of naive users. People ran to the blacksmith and it was said that the video had an impact on Arcadia players. The man, looking at the crowd of people with pickaxes, asked where so many miners suddenly came from. The girl, smiling broadly, shouted that it was simply unbelievable, because it was hard for her to believe that now all these slackers voluntarily went into the mine, and also shouted that there were not only blacksmiths there, but also adventurers of other professions. The guy, smiling, listened to the question about how he managed to pull off such a thing and immediately answered that there was nothing special about it, because he simply had to press on basic human needs. The Baroness, smiling, asked again about such needs. The young man, raising his hand, said that it was all about money, because people would do anything for a handful of shiny coins and all these adventurers were simply a product of capitalism. The girl smiled silently. Having stood up, the leader explained that she still did not understand how he did it, but his method definitely worked. The protagonist noted that it was not time to relax yet, because they still needed to take some measures. The guy, with his mouth open, said that to begin with, they needed to cut the miners' salaries and instead give them a percentage of the mined ore, since in that case they would be more motivated to work productively, and the freeloaders who did nothing instead of working would quickly fall away. The girl, smirking, noted that this was indeed a great idea. The young man, looking down, understood that he had laid out the basic concepts for her, but she was already delighted, and apparently this man did not understand the economy at all and realized that now it was his duty to teach her how things were done in their cruel reality. The Baroness, standing nearby, asked about what they should do with the prices of ore, since they had not yet imposed any sanctions on trade, and the prices had risen higher than ever and were only continuing to rise, and added that, judging by the reports, a unit of iron ore was already worth more than 20 bronze. The guy asked her not to pay attention to this. She, with her mouth open, asked again. The protagonist, raising his finger, said that those who needed this ore should buy it at any price, because the prices for the services of blacksmiths had not increased even despite the rise in the price of raw materials, and explained that previously the prices for ore were too low and that was why no one was enthusiastic about mining it. The hero, raising his hand to his face, began to say something about complaints, and the girl asked again. The player, smiling broadly, replied that those who complained should dig the ore themselves, because all that was needed was desire. The Baroness's gaze was directed forward. Hitting him on the shoulder, she said that he was absolutely right and asked if he wanted to become her Minister of Finance, because he would be generously rewarded for this, and the user replied that for him this was indeed a tempting offer, but his adventure was not yet over. The girl, closing her eyes, said that she forgot that he was an adventurer and apologized for that. The young man, looking ahead, understood that he had helped this man a lot and now she should be extremely grateful to him. The Baroness, with her mouth open, asked how they could help him, because they would do everything in their power to repay him for such a favor. A certain paper appeared on the table in front of her. She, taking it in her hand, asked what it was. The guy, looking ahead, answered that it was his business proposal. The girl opened it when the guest said that she would like what she would see in this scroll. A man appeared and it was said that one player can only earn a limited amount of money. Many question marks circled around him and a question was written about what he needed to do to break such restrictions. The user was sitting at the top of the pyramid, and it was explained that all he needed to do was gain power over others and lead the food chain. The girl's mouth immediately opened. The young man, smiling, asked if it was interesting. The hero, grinning, explained that if she agreed to pay him 10% of the profit, she would be elevated to the top of the trade. A volcano was visible in the distance, and a notice appeared that this was a great war between angels and demons. Dark clouds obscured the sky. A certain creature appeared. Two fighters flew past each other. The demon covered the wound with his hand. Satan, baring his teeth, asked if the enemy's spear was that same Muspelheim, because he even found it hard to believe that she had brought a sacred weapon with her. The opponent lowered the spear down. The girl, opening her mouth, said that she would destroy it. The demon's eyes suddenly opened wide. His gaze was directed somewhere ahead. Satan immediately raised his head. The assistant, sitting on his shoulder, thought that perhaps such a dream was connected with the fact that they were simply near that place. Frowning, the creature noted that he had just remembered something not very pleasant. A young man was walking down the street when people around him were shouting about buying up pickaxes in large quantities. The demon, with his mouth open, asked about what was in the scroll he had given the Baroness. The assistant looked at him. The boy's eyes suddenly lit up after some of his words. The protagonist, raising a finger, explained that digging ore was actually not that easy, and if the average player was lucky enough to stumble upon a vein, then, at best, he would be able to extract 10 ore per hour. Remembering his weapon, the player added that the rare ore that he sometimes managed to dig up, he came across, for the most part, thanks to the unique tool that he happened to own. The demon crossed his arms over his chest, listening to his words about how mining was actually a very thankless job. Satan imagined the mine, listening to the owner's words about how even so, he still had one way to make money. The hero, raising his finger, said that this method is selling tickets and explained that now they will charge money for the right to enter the mine. The guy, opening his mouth, added that those who do not have money for a ticket will be able to pay later. But this is not so important. Satan asked how much he plans to charge these people. The protagonist, raising his hand to his face, noted that people should quickly figure out that this is all a scam and therefore the price will be 1 gold coin. The demon, opening his mouth wide, asked again. The assistant, flying in front of him, shouted a question about whether it is too expensive, because people are actually not such stupid creatures and therefore no one in their right mind will pay so much money. The young man replied that people rushed into the mine after his video and will pay this money without hesitation, because they are sure that their costs will pay off. The young man grinned and said that this would make him a lot of easy money, which was his original plan. The demon's mouth was wide open. The assistant, smiling nervously, realized that this man was truly a real devil, because he did not feel an ounce of guilt for exploiting other people. Satan, bowing his head, called him an ideal master. The player, with his mouth open, asked again. The creature, smiling, asked him to follow him, because he wanted to show the master a place that he would not regret. The young man silently looked down. A certain rock appeared. The guy, standing in front of the huge gates, asked where they were, while the assistant said that he had been looking for this place for several days. Standing behind, Satan also added that at first he did not understand why this place seemed familiar to him, but he remembered everything while the master was digging in this mine. Smiling, the demon said that he was finally able to find this place. The hero, looking at the door, realized that the entrance looked abandoned for a long time. Looking up, the guy thought that the iron had not rusted, and the wood had not rotted, and therefore some kind of spell was probably cast on the gate. The assistant, pointing his finger, asked the owner to try to open this door, because he should be able to do it. The young man, pointing his finger at himself, asked again. The protagonist began to bring his hand to it. His hand was already close, when suddenly many messages began to appear that a strong seal was cast on the entrance, and he was unable to enter there. The guy standing in front of the gate said that they were not opening because of some cool seal and also received system messages that he would receive a special reward if he reported this to the Baroness, and also a notification about learning a new skill of excavating relics. The demon, pointing his finger, shouted that this was natural and that was why they came here, and the hero asked what he wanted from him. The player, opening his mouth, explained that he did not have the skills to destroy seals and asked what he needed to do, and although the gate looked quite impressive, but while it was closed, there was only one thing left from the find. Satan, frowning, asked whether he really knew nothing about his power. Turning away, the demon asked why it was necessary to give such a powerful tool to an ordinary person, because if he were an ordinary devil, he would at least be able to give him orders. But the protagonist understood that he did not even hide the fact that he wanted to command him. Turning around, the demon asked him to be serious and asked how much he knew about the power he possessed. The guy, opening his mouth, asked if he meant decency. The assistant, raising her finger, explained that such a power is beyond divine power and is capable of doing anything, just to knock down the balance of the world, namely, changing the nature of things and controlling the environment, and therefore this ability is closest to the power of creation. The crystal in the user's hand suddenly began to glow. The demon, opening his mouth, asked if he now understood how much he could do with it. The guy silently looked down. Opening his mouth, the young man replied that he did not really understand its essence. Satan raised his hand and shouted that he could do literally anything. Stone walls of a cave appeared. The hero raised his finger and asked if creatures like the assistant needed the power of decency to interact with this reality, and the assistant answered affirmatively. A door appeared and the demon's words could be heard saying that such power gradually accumulates, but very slowly and in tiny amounts, but the player accumulates it at an incredible speed, and the amount that the assistant managed to get after concluding the contract, he would have to save for about 500 years. The young man, looking down, now understood why the creature wanted to get his decency points so much, and replied that he now understood. Looking at the entrance, the hero asked if this meant that with the help of such a skill he would be able to open the gate. The guy, opening his mouth, noted that when he touched it, he immediately received a message that he had no way to break the seal. The same one replied that it did not matter, since those angels clearly took care that an ordinary person could not enter there. Smiling, Satan said that it did not matter and mattered to others, but not to the owner, and added that he himself apparently did not yet know that with such an amount of power that he had at his disposal, some seal was not an obstacle. The hero looked in his direction when he said that the owner was simply thinking in the wrong way. Grinning, the demon explained that he just needed to want to do it. The guy again began to bring his hand to the door, when the assistant asked him to try again with the clear intention of opening the gate. A bright seal appeared in front of his hand. The young man looked ahead, receiving messages that with the help of integrity he could bypass the conditions of the destruction of the seal, which would cost him 15,000 integrity points, and then realized that for such an amount he could buy 2 unique items. Smiling, the player ordered the door to open, as he realized that he did not need integrity, as not for such things, and immediately messages appeared that the seal was removed and they found an unidentified altar. The demon, opening his mouth, said that here is the lair of angels called the stairs to heaven. The young man looked at a certain box in front. An image of an angel and a demon appeared, and it was said that during the Great War, the lands of Arcadia became one big battlefield for higher beings. A desert also appeared. A city on fire was visible, and it was said that soon the entire continent was painted the color of blood. A tree appeared, and it was explained that if not for the protection of this world tree, then perhaps not a single mortal creature would have survived. Someone was holding a fountain pen and writing that 1,000 years had passed since then, but the echo of the horror of the Great War still echoed in the hearts of the inhabitants of Arcadia. There was a certain drawing in the book, and it was also written that the war became a warning for future generations, as people prayed and still pray that such a thing would never happen again, and suddenly several notifications appeared that a user had invaded the location of the stairway to heaven. People were sitting in the office. A man holding a folder said that it was time for them to start an emergency meeting and explained that he understood that they were all exhausted, since they had so many problems as it was, but this was a matter of utmost importance. All the employees opened their mouths. One of the workers frowned when the others began to complain that they already wanted to rest. The manager, with his mouth slightly open, noted that as they already knew, exactly 32 minutes ago the trigger of the mystical task was mistakenly touched, and after checking the related tasks he managed to find out that what happened was connected with something hidden in Mount Fian, and the details about it are on the 4th page of the report. The people picked up the tablets. The man, looking at it, noted that he did not know that this place was also in the possession of angels. The manager, with his eyes closed, explained that none of them knew this before today's incident, and now they would be told the discovered storyline. The mountain appeared, and the man said that in the past Mount Fian was called the Stairway to Heaven, because in that region the angels first descended to the continent. A girl and falling crystals appeared, and the man said that the abundance of ore was intended to somehow protect the stairs from outsiders. Toon, with his mouth open, explained that the mountain contained an entrance to the dimension of angels. The subordinate, looking at the tablet, noted that this game is full of mysteries, because aren't there too many plot branches that were not originally conceived at all, and asked what this mystical task was called. A red board appeared, and someone's words were heard that this question needed clarification, but they had already managed to look at the related task. Then someone else asked him to digress. The manager, looking ahead, said that the essence is in the Second Great War of Angels and Demons. The man, his mouth wide open, asked again. The young man was standing in this room. Opening his mouth, the guy said that this is a staircase to heaven. The demon, smiling widely, shouted a question about what these angels think of him now, because they were told that they would get to them one day. Walking forward, Satan shouted that they need to go there and destroy all their plans. The hero approached this box. The player, looking at him, asked if there was a treasure hidden here. The same one answered affirmatively and asked to open it. The user was already reaching for the box. The young man looked down and received many messages that holy energy surrounded his body, and the speed of health and mana recovery was significantly increased, and he needed to further explore the ruins. The guy, raising his hand to his face, thought that this was an extremely interesting item, but did not know if he would be able to take it, because the notification said that he would receive a special reward simply by reporting the ruins to the Baroness. The demon, flying behind, shouted for him to finally open this box. The hero, looking down, realized that he did not have much of a choice, because if he had not had the chance to learn about the background of this place, he would most likely already be on his way to the Baroness, and would have forgotten about these ruins. Standing in this room, the young man realized that after the assistant's story, he simply had no opportunity to leave everything as it was. Remembering the girl, the protagonist knew that she would never find a reward that would be more valuable than the artifact from the stairway to heaven. The young man, still standing in place, thought about what was even more important, that he managed to open this location, spending a large number of decency points, which actually makes him a plunderer, and if this place is told, then questions may arise for him, and therefore it is better to keep it a secret. Smiling, the guy said that he will open it. The demon, clenching his fist, shouted that this is right. The walls of this cave appeared and someone's scream was heard. Satan, helping to open the box, shouted to the owner to push harder. The hero said that he was already doing it with all his might. The box was still standing in place. The protagonist, sitting on the ground, said that he was not giving in at all. But the demon said that if he were in his true form now, he would only need the little finger of one hand to tear off this lid. The demon, bending down, explained that it was simply absurd, because he had to go through so much just to get stuck on some lid, because it was not even a sacred seal or a magical barrier, but just a heavy stone. The young man, raising his head, thought about the stone and asked if the assistant was sure that there would be treasure there. Satan, frowning, said that there would definitely be something valuable there, because he would not want to try for the sake of emptiness. Putting on his glasses, the guy said that apparently he had no other choice. A mind destroyer immediately appeared in his hand. The demon, looking at him, asked what he was going to do. The protagonist replied that the lid would not give in any other way and he was simply left with no other choice. His foot was already on the lid of the box. Grinning, the hero explained that in such moments, destruction is the only right decision. The drill immediately crashed into the lid. The assistant, opening his mouth, noted that people can be even worse than demons. The guy smiled, receiving a notification that the favor of the heavens towards him had dropped to 0, and it would be better for him not to catch the eye of the sacred creatures. The walls of the cave appeared. Looking at the skeleton, the young man asked if this was really their treasure. The player, looking away, noted that the demon should have warned what exactly would be inside, because destroying someone's sarcophagus was too much. The same one asked if the owner would really not touch the tomb even if he knew about it. The protagonist, looking down, inquired about what was so valuable in this sarcophagus and offered to take only the most necessary, because he did not want to rob the dead man blind. The assistant, pointing with his finger, said that they needed to take the necklace. It hung on the skeleton's neck. Satan, smiling, understood that this was a sacred necklace that the angels had saved for the future, and if the owner took it now, they would not receive their secret weapon. The young man was already reaching for it while the demon was thinking that all this meant that they should not have dealt with him. This necklace appeared and a message appeared that the player had received a shining heavenly medallion. This thing immediately began to glow in his hand after the notification that the holy energy began to react to the user. The demon, covering himself with his hands, shouted a question about what was happening. The guy, looking at his hand, realized that this was a feeling as if it was filled with energy. A certain image appeared in front of them. The creature put his hand in front of itself and immediately system messages appeared that the user had used a special property of the item and was assigned a hidden class of holy prophet. A certain lantern with fire inside appeared and notifications appeared that his profession was not included in the category of saints, which is why there is a contradiction in the data. The young man was looking at the item when he received messages that the item had been temporarily deactivated and that he should contact the customer service department to clarify the circumstances. The hero's eyes immediately opened wide. The demon, wiping his face, said that he already thought he was going to die, because he did not expect such a large surge of holy energy. Flying up, the assistant asked what it was, and he replied that they still had to figure it out. Looking at the item, the protagonist also received a window with characteristics, which said that the developers would take action as soon as the circumstances of the incident were clarified. The player, with his mouth slightly open, assumed that the problem was in his original profession. Mount Fian appeared. The man, holding his hand in front of him, ordered someone to stop. The user, smiling, asked what it was, but could not understand what the guards were doing here. The guard pointed to the paper and explained that he had not seen him before and asked if he was going into the mine, and added that there was a fee to enter. The guy, his eyes wide, said that he had never even heard that a pass was needed here. Remembering the video, the young man realized that nothing was said about this in that video, but assumed that everything had changed since then. The man, raising his finger, explained that freeloaders were not welcome here, since those wishing to borrow the treasures of Mount Fian must contribute to the development of the mines, and that is why a fee is charged for entering the Baroness's territory. The player, smiling, asked how much such a pass cost, and the interlocutor replied that it would be valid for a month. The man's eyes immediately turned white after the guard said that the entrance cost only 30 gold. The guy, imagining the money, realized that in order to pay for the pass, he would need to earn 1 gold a day, which is equal to 100,000 won, and if multiplied by 30, it comes to 3 million won a month, and he definitely won't be able to afford that. Crying, the player said that then he wouldn't be able to become a miner to dig up untold riches, and the guard asked if he didn't have enough for the pass. The guy, looking away, explained that he came here specifically to earn some money, since he didn't have that kind of money at all. A smile suddenly appeared on the face of the interlocutor. The man, putting his hand on the miner's shoulder, explained that the Baroness had come up with a special system especially for such people. The guard, looking away, said that he could go now, but pay later. Pointing his finger at the house, the guard also added that if he was interested, he should contact their customer service department for more detailed information. A girl was sitting there. The young man's mouth immediately opened wide. The man, closing his eyes, realized that the prey had once again taken the bait. Imagining this man walking in the gallows, the guard knew that this was just another slave in the mine. This mine appeared, and it was said that until recently there was a categorical shortage of workers here. Many people worked in it, and shouts were heard that they needed to work faster, since they needed to work off the pass as soon as possible in order to start making a profit. Smiling, the girl thought about such abnormal zeal. Licking her lips, she knew that the cage door had simply slammed behind these poor fellows, and it was hard for her to believe that so many people had fallen for it, because how could they not understand that this was a scam, which was on the surface? But apparently the thirst for easy money drowned out the voice of reason. Lowering her head a little, the worker also realized that the plan was too insidious to belong to the Baroness. Imagining her and the protagonist, she realized that the person who helped her was definitely a sadist. A system window appeared in front of the young man, which said that the goal of mining ore was completed and he needed to find the leader to collect the reward for completing the task. The demon turned around when the owner said that it was time for them to wrap up here. The assistant, flying into the air, asked what the owner was going to do now. The same one asked if Satan really didn't know this yet. The creature, opening its mouth wide, asked again. The hero, putting his hands on his hips, explained that first he broke into the territory of angels, then stole a sacred artifact, destroying someone's sarcophagus along the way, despite the fact that the remains of the deceased were also damaged when they tried to take the medallion, and now he is a criminal desecrator of graves and a thief. Smiling, the guy explained that if anyone finds out about what happened, his life will become even more difficult, and that is why he would like to keep what happened a secret. The demon's mouth was open. Suddenly, a bright flash illuminated the cave. A drill appeared in his hand after he said that he should now get rid of the evidence. Satan, with his eyes wide open, asked if he was really going to destroy the stairway to heaven. Turning around, the guy answered affirmatively. Pieces of this cave began to fall to the ground. Wiping his forehead, the hero said that the evidence was finally done, and they only had to fill the entrance. Satan, with his mouth open, realized that he still had a lot to learn from people. The Baroness's palace appeared. The girl, smiling broadly, screamed that she had been waiting for him very much. The young man, standing in front of her, asked if the barony now had enough miners. The head answered affirmatively and explained that it was all thanks to him, because they could not worry about the ore for at least another year, and also added that she did not know what he told them. But after that, all the adventurers from the area rushed to the mines. The Baroness clenched her fists, and noted that he simply could not imagine how many people had voluntarily given themselves up to them as slaves after hearing the exorbitant price of entry to the mine, and the hero asked about the number. The girl, smiling, replied that there were more than 9,500 of them, although before that only 700 workers had worked in the mine, and now there were as many, and added that they also took 30% from the sale of ore, which also could not be sold outside the barony, and asked how he had even thought of such a thing. The protagonist, looking to the side, said that he simply had somewhere to draw inspiration from, but he understood that he had simply read about something similar in the news. The guy, looking ahead, remembered that this person at their first meeting was far from cheerful. The girl, smiling madly, said that now she needed to squeeze everything out of her little slaves, because that way she would definitely be able to become a countess. The hero, opening his mouth, asked if it was time for them to discuss his reward, because the goal had been achieved. Turning around, she exclaimed that she had already prepared something for him. A bag of gold appeared, and the Baroness said that it contained 10% of all the profits. The guy took it in his hands and received a message that they had received 120 gold coins and 23 silver ones, and immediately realized that this was about 120 million won, and now he would have enough to rent a capsule without any questions. His gaze rose after the girl said that there was something else. She asked him, her eyes wide open, if he really didn't want to work for her, because everything would be done to make him the second person in the barony, since then they would share power equally. A system window appeared in front of the young man's face, which said that this person trusted him unconditionally and therefore offered constant cooperation, thanks to which the user would receive power equal to the Baroness herself, and, if he agreed, her favor towards him would increase significantly. The game's splash screen appeared, and it was said that a hidden story had begun in the virtual reality of Arcadia. Two people appeared, and it was explained that it all started with one person and for another person. The young man, his mouth slightly open, thanked the girl for helping him find happiness in a world where he could not move without permission. The continent of this game appeared when the guy said that this world was created especially for her. Jack stood in front of the screens. The image of the administrator appeared there. The creator, smiling, noted that they really hadn't seen each other for a long time and asked what had happened, because she had been very busy lately. The girl, looking down, explained that a system error had occurred, since a data contradiction had been detected and therefore the administration's intervention was required, and immediately added that it was not within her authority to resolve this problem and therefore the intervention of the interlocutor was required. The young man continued to look at the screen. Smiling, the creator noted that this was extremely curious. An image of a hidden class appeared and a system message about assigning the profession of a bard of anarchy. Then the head noted that even he himself did not expect such a turn of events. The creator, looking down, said that apparently a destroyer had appeared in his world and therefore everything was becoming much more interesting. The man raised his hand to his chin. An image of a certain person appeared. Remembering that medallion, the creator realized that he also got his hands on the shining heavenly medallion, which is a special item of the Holy Prophet, and only one person should belong to this class, which is the main character of the plot of the Great War of Angels and Demons. Introducing this person, the administrator realized that this user now has two most important items, which conflicts with the system. The man, opening his mouth, said that this is really interesting and noted that the creation of Arcadia really turned out to be a good decision. Looking down, she asked what she needed to do, because at the moment it is impossible to grant this player the class of the Holy Prophet, and the young man needs to solve this problem. The guy, raising his hand, said that he will think about it a little later, because now he has more important things to do, since they must reward this person for finding such an item, and suggested changing the properties of the medallion a little. She, opening her mouth, asked again. The creator, turning his head, explained that this user had managed to disrupt the order of his world, and they should restore the balance. Remembering the angel, the man said that they were using her for this. The hero, raising his hand to his chin, replied that he had to refuse such an offer. The Baroness, opening her mouth wide, shouted a question about whether these conditions did not suit him. The young man, smiling, replied that he was only a traveler, and after exploring the entire continent, he could think about it, since he understood that further cooperation with this person would only bring him trouble. The girl, approaching, asked if he promised to do this. The protagonist noted that she was too close to him. She, holding out an envelope, said that in that case he should take this. Smiling, the Baroness explained that this was her personal letter of gratitude, with which he had the opportunity to receive protection anywhere in the kingdom. The young man, taking it in his hand, thanked the chief and asked about what he would need to protect himself from, and also received a notification about receiving a new item. The girl, raising her finger, explained that the kingdom had been in complete chaos lately, and even a whole box of letters of recommendation would not guarantee him a safe journey. The hero, opening his mouth, asked again about this, since he understood that he had never heard anything like this before and other players had not told him about it either, and also assumed that this information could only be learned from a non-player character. The Baroness, looking down, explained that things were not going well in the royal family and the king was already quite old, so his heir would have to ascend the throne. Introducing this person, she added that the prince was still too young. She also introduced many people around him and said that the courtiers were twisting him as they wanted in an attempt to get to power and strengthen their position. An image of one of the dukes appeared and she said that the worst of them was Birchin, who had become the unofficial leader of the nobles, gathering the entire top nobility around him, and was now trying to make the prince his puppet. She also imagined how this man was smiling and explained that he was also calling on the people to go to war against a neighboring state and suggested that the man simply wanted to suck up the treasury under the pretext of military expenses. Frowning, she also said that something bad could happen to the country if the duke managed to get his way. The guy, looking ahead, realized that he had not even expected that everything would be so confusing and he would like, if possible, not to come into contact with this story. The Baroness, raising her hand, explained that in the letter of recommendation she described how the user helped her solve the problems of this place and if he showed it to the royal family, they would have to give him an honorable reception, but first he needed to find Count Bracken, who would definitely appreciate his talents, and also asked him to help the kingdom flourish again. The hero, opening his mouth, realized that he had just been thinking about how he would like to stay away from this whole story. A system window immediately appeared in front of his face, which said that he needed to influence the situation in the state and the royal family, and the young man immediately realized that this was not a task, but a mission, because he did not even have a choice whether to accept it or not. Smiling, the young man said that he would do everything in his power. The girl, raising her fists, noted that she knew that she could count on him, since she had no doubt that he would agree to this mission. The Baroness's palace appeared. She waved her hand and wished the player a safe journey. Opening her mouth, the leader said that if he needed anything, he could safely contact her. The guy, closing his eyes, thought that he was no longer sure that making friends with her was really a good idea. The hero, looking at the sky, understood that this was not just intuition, but a 100% probability. The girl put her hand on her chest. Looking after him, she realized that this adventurer would definitely change the world. The protagonist appeared with an assistant, and it was said that the decisions and actions of this player began to rapidly change the world of Arcadia. 2 workers appeared, and it was explained that regardless of this person's desire, everything changed by itself. The Slime Queen also appeared, and it was said that his actions changed more than one fate, and the magnitude of his contribution was absolutely undeniable. The player was digging ore, and someone said that everything changed, even if what was happening was not always logical. The game splash screen appeared. The image of the protagonist appeared again, and the words that he should not be blamed for playing exactly as the creator himself originally intended, because what is more important is the mess he still has to make. The young man left the city, and it was said that such messes would overshadow all his previous tricks, so much so that in comparison they would seem simply charming. The 2 of them stood behind the gate, and the assistant suddenly asked if everything was okay with the owner. He asked again. The demon explained that he knew that human politics was a devilish thing and asked whether he really wanted to mess with it. The guy, opening his mouth, answered that it was not that he wanted to. Satan turned his head, hearing his words that if it had already started, then he needed to finish this matter. The hero, raising his fist, noted that all this was solely for the sake of decency points, and therefore he had no reason to refuse. Some glow appeared, and immediately notifications appeared that the system error had been successfully eliminated and the parameters of the item had been completely changed. A shining heavenly medallion appeared. The guy covered his face with his hands. The demon, opening his mouth wide, asked why it suddenly lit up. Some wings appeared. The young man's eyes also glowed yellow. Satan, opening his eyes, said that this simply could not be. Someone's hair appeared, and a notification that the effect of the item grants the user a connection with a higher entity. An archangel appeared in front of him after a message that his personal guardian angel had been summoned, and also that the item would be forever tied to him without the ability to remove it. It was a small version of Ellie's archangel. A seething volcano was visible. The relationship between angels and demons was like that of dogs and cats, so it could be said that they were mortal enemies, 2 races that could not exist under the same sky, and the meeting of their leaders went much worse than expected. The boy watched as the 2 creatures floated in the air, shouting loudly at each other. Ellie furrowed her brows and said that she was wondering what the demon was doing here instead of hanging around in the cave. But now she saw him destroying their holy land because he must have finally gone crazy. The boy clenched his fist in rage and shouted that she would do the same if she was in his situation. The archangel crossed her arms and concluded that Satan still hadn't learned his lesson. She asked if he wanted to fight at full strength again, and the boy shouted that they should try it. The protagonist looked at them seriously and ordered them to stop. He crossed his arms and asked what they were doing, and the little demon shouted that he had to kill that cowardly girl right now. Satan added with an angry expression that it really pissed him off, but he didn't have his original body right now. Ellie on the other side of Jae-young said that the demon wasn't the only one who had lost his original form, and he was saying this even though he had run away miserably during the last war. The boy looked up and thought that he was listening to 2 neighbors' children arguing when the creatures started discussing divine weapons. He imagined a girl with white wings and thought that this also looked like a myth that one could read about in the library. Suddenly, he turned around when someone called him. Ellie asked with a smile if he had made a contract with Satan. The boy smiled and replied that it was true, but since the contract was forced upon him, it was not of his own free will, and the demon shouted that they had no problems before. The archangel placed her hands on her chest and said that the power that Jae-young possessed was called influence, and it could be very dangerous in the wrong hands. Satan's eyes turned white with anger, and he screamed indignantly when the girl called him a vile bat. The protagonist looked at the blonde, who said that they could not do anything about the contract that was already concluded. She asked him not to succumb to the sweet flattery and temptations of this demon. Ellie smiled and added that she would become Jae-young's guardian angel, and also guide him on the right path. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise. The demon smiled and laughed slyly. He raised one eyebrow and called the angel a fool. He asked if she thought that was even possible. Ellie turned around and asked what he was smirking about. Satan mockingly said that this guy was the closest to being called a demon than any human he had ever met. The young man frowned in displeasure and mentally insulted the little demon. He looked straight ahead and thought that this scoundrel was not wrong. He imagined the man in the dark cloak and thought that the Bard of Anarchy class he was given was clearly a job that was meant to bring chaos to this world, and if anyone wanted to talk about the nature of what he had done in the game so far, it could be considered evil. The girl with a calm expression said that she did not think so. Then she smiled and added that humans, who were created by the Almighty, have kindness in their hearts, and so it is the sacred duty of all angels to manifest this kindness within them. Flashes of bright light appeared. Ellie flew to Jae-young and said that from now on, she will try to awaken kindness in him. Satan crossed his arms in displeasure as he looked at them. He then bared his sharp teeth and said that he would turn a blind eye to her traveling with them now, just for the sake of his master, but his influence belonged entirely to the demon. The angel smiled slyly and called the boy funny and impudent, and added that he should have given up monopolizing Jae-young's influence immediately after she appeared. The demon approached her and shouted that he was the first to make a contract with a player, to which the girl replied that this scoundrel was probably going to bring chaos to the heavenly realm again. The youth thought with a skeptical expression that he now had two noisy summoned creatures instead of one. The blonde turned around when her new master called her. The boy clenched his hand into a fist and thought that it did not matter to him whether they were angels or demons. The world, unfortunately, was capitalistic and governed by the logic of the competition of the market economy. He smirked and said that since they were on the topic of influence, he didn't actually give it to Satan for free. With a wide smile, Jae-young asked what Ellie could give him in exchange for the influence he had received. The girl's blue eyes widened in surprise when the protagonist said that the most important thing was to give and take. She then closed her eyes and laughed, saying that in the heavenly realm, everyone knows that you have to pay a reasonable price for your wishes. She touched her face with her hand and said that there are several types of heavenly weapons that can actually help people, and the player replied that he was not interested in items. He asked if an angel had something called a skill. She stared at him in amazement and asked what that meant. The guy raised one finger and explained that he was quite weak in combat, so he needed abilities that could allow him to fight strong people. The blonde looked down thoughtfully. Jae-young imagined a man holding a lantern and thought that the Anarchy Bard class allowed him to gain such a mysterious power as influence, but it came with a huge penalty. No level system. As the shadow fell on the player's face, he thought about the skills he had that were not combat-related, such as mining or diving, and it would be nice if he could use the items he got from the demon in exchange, but he was sure that there would be a limit to that. Suddenly, Ellie said with a smile that she had something suitable, and the system reported that the protagonist had made a contract with an angel, as well as the divine descent skill. The angel looked straight ahead and said that their contract was now complete, and the heavens would grant the guy as much power as he needed. The player sweated and thought that he would have to sacrifice a lot of influence to increase his power. He smiled. Suddenly, a golden light appeared around him as he decided to try a new skill. The demon covered his face with his hand and screamed loudly. Yellow lightning could be seen from afar. The monsters turned to look at this. The orc frowned in displeasure. The Knight of Honor Farhan held a sword in his hand. Merlin, the great wizard of truth, looked into the distance. The divine archer Parcel fired an arrow. The great thief of loyalty Murphin held weapons in both hands. The angel placed her palm on her chest and explained that divine descent allows Jae-young to temporarily borrow the power of ancient heroes who have loyalty and offer their souls. The young man smiled and came to the conclusion that this would be quite useful. Suddenly, he turned around when someone demanded that he give up everything he had. It was an orc with a huge axe, who said that he would give the protagonist a painless death if he gave it all. The protagonist said with a grin that the enemy appeared at the right time, because he needed someone to test his new abilities on. Mount Fian. Inside the mountain was a mine, and inside of it were workers. They were swinging their picks, all these people toiling away at the game day and night, hoping to strike it rich with just one find. The boy was sweating, but they are not so stupid that they do not realize sooner or later that their dreams are not destined to become reality. Mountain slave number 1 was crying. The miners were slowly coming to terms with the fact that they had been deceived. The boy gritted his teeth and thought that he did not want to be here anymore, and all his friends had gone hunting, and he could not tell them that he was working for a pass to the mine, because it was too stupid. His eyes were tightly closed as he thought about how he was such an idiot that he was cheated even in the game, and now he didn't care about the money, he just wanted to escape and get to the surface. He sighed, thinking about this idea. Suddenly, the miner's eyes widened and asked why he really didn't just escape. He flinched when he heard someone screaming loudly. 2 musclemen grabbed the slave by the arms while he was screaming that he bought the capsule to play, not to work. Number 1 turned around when his colleagues called the guy another failed escapee. The green-haired worker smiled and said that if you escaped from the mine without working the pass, you can become a wanted criminal. The bald man wiped the sweat from his face and added that for that reason, there was no point in running away, and in any case, you have to go back to the mine and work. Number 1 waved his arms. When his colleagues asked if he was planning to escape, he shouted that he was not. The pickaxe hit the stone. The young man began to sob, mentally cursing them all. Suddenly, a system notification appeared in front of the boy, saying that his mining skill had been upgraded to rank 5, and the ever-burning flame expressed interest in him. The boy raised his eyebrows in surprise, not understanding what it was. A loud cry rang out throughout the mine, ordering number 1 to work harder. The light fell on the Knight of Honor, a legendary holy warrior who always grants victory to those who stand by his side. His sword was visible, which terrified demons. His golden shield had many an innocent soul behind it. Farhan walked forward. His mere presence was like a promise of victory. He was also called Honor in the flesh. Something quickly flashed in the air. The demons gave the man another name. The monster grabbed his hand, screaming that the knight had destroyed his strongest shield. Farhan stood in front of him, asking if he was surprised. The saint walked towards the enemy, saying that in a moment, he would suffer the same fate. The demon sweated and roared loudly. Then the sword cut his head into 2 halves. The knight stood on top. He was called the Demon Destroyer. Blue eyes were visible under the helmet. The protagonist looked at his brightly shining sword, and the system reported that a sacred essence had entered his body. He temporarily gained the ability to use divine powers. Satan frowned, looking at the new weapon and the shield of Jae-young. The young man grinned and realized that he was indeed being granted divine power, even cooler than he imagined. The demon flew up to him, expressing dissatisfaction with the fact that Farhan was the one who entered the master, and the boy asked if the familiar knew him. Satan sweated and shouted that every inhabitant of hell knew this name, and this monster had reached every demon of the underworld, even the relatively harmless ones. The player smiled and thought that this meant that this knight was a great warrior with more than 1 feet behind him, and in the demon dimension he was considered a crazy maniac. The protagonist's eyes shone and he apologized for the wait. The orcs looked at him, and he said that they could begin the fight. The enemies gritted their teeth and said that the guy had become much stronger. The player frowned and thought that even the monsters noticed that he had changed, and that ordinary monsters would have immediately pounced on him, but mini-bosses seemed to have some level of critical thinking. The map was visible, the protagonist moved along a special route, leaving the barony. The moon was shining above the trees, the path the guy chose runs through the forest, and few people walk along it, but in fact it is the shortest path to the next location, but no one dares to even come close. The orc bandit with a weapon on his shoulder is the reason for this. Jae-young looked down and said that the enemy is strong. Suddenly, the monster swung a huge axe. The space was filled with golden light. The protagonist created a protective barrier in front of himself. He grinned and said that he now understood how to use his new skill. His lips stretched into a sly smile. The orc looked at the player in bewilderment, who said that it was his turn now. The young man's sword shone brightly when he used the skill of Blazing Dawn. The monster sweated and said that this man was scary. Jae-young opened his eyes wide and told the enemies to line up. Golden lightning appeared in the air. A stream of light tore some trees out of the ground. The system reported that more than 300 points of integrity were spent. The player was standing in the middle of the forest. He raised his hand to his face and said that the enemies were killed with 1 jab. Ellie sweated and said that it was amazing. She lowered her head down and thought that this was simply impossible, and even with such a skill, a mere human simply could not operate such a large amount of power. Suddenly, her eyes widened. The girl smiled and said that now she understood why the creator sent her here. There was a bright moon above them, and the angel came to the conclusion that this man was capable of changing the entire world with his actions. The girl giggled and thought that she had seen with her own eyes what he was capable of. Jae-young looked away and thought that he wanted to have a good fight like in the good old days. There was a night sky above the forest. The demon and the angel were sleeping peacefully on the grass. The protagonist was sitting by a tree and looking away. He looked down and thought that he was glad that he had used Divine Descent early because it allowed him to figure out the pros and cons of the skill. He imagined a monster and thought that the pros were that it could reduce the problem caused by the level gap in battles. He then imagined punching the enemy in the face and thought that originally he could only buy items from Satan to use to reduce the gap between him and his opponent, but buying items required too much influence. The player imagined a demon above him and thought that since he had to use the items he bought, he had to put up with the limitations on what he could use. Jae-young touched his chin and concluded that this was the reason why he hadn't bought any battle items, and he was glad that this problem was solved. Looking at the number of points he had spent, the protagonist thought that there was still a huge cons. He remembered the stream of light that passed through the forest, and thought that it took him 3 minutes at most to kill 3 orcs. Even if it took him a while to look at the skill window, it didn't take more than 10 minutes. The young man frowned and said that he had used up a lot of influence, and he wondered how much he would have to use if he were fighting a really strong opponent. He closed his eyes and added that besides that, there was the problem of mastering the skill with each new creature he received through Divine Descent. The player suddenly looked away when someone laughed at his reasoning. Ellie said with a smile that angels were light sleepers, unlike anyone else. The demon was fast asleep with his mouth open. The moon lit up the forest, and the angel noticed that Jae-young was worried about using up influence. She introduced Farhan and said that she was a holy warrior who had great power. The girl smiled and added that it was actually not that expensive to summon such a person to this land. Looking at the protagonist, she said that influence was the most amazing power, as it made an impossible situation possible. The boy closed one eye and said that it was okay, although it felt like his money had been taken away, and it was true that he now had more options to choose from. The blonde smiled and praised him when he decided to use this skill in situations where it was necessary, but he would have to do it carefully. There was a dark blue sky above, and the boy asked if familiars needed sleep, to which Ellie replied that she was not sure about it. The crest of the Maroon Kingdom, which was the main base for the Korean server in Arcadia, was visible. The man held a crown in his hand. The current internal affairs of this place are not in the best state. The crown was decorated with crystals. Despite this, the Maroon Kingdom is considered strong and prosperous compared to the neighboring kingdoms. The map was visible. This place is located in the middle of the second continent of Arcadia and, taking advantage of its geographical location, it acts as a middleman to facilitate trade with other countries. The kingdom was able to make a huge profit due to its strategic location. There was a crowd of citizens standing outside the Great GM Trade Union. Someone's indignant cry echoed through the air. The fat man raised his hand and yelled that he had brought so many goods here, but the head of the union was nowhere to be seen. This was too much. Suddenly, he frowned in shock when someone approached him and apologized for the disrespect shown. John bowed and said that although he was not the head of the trade union, he hoped that he, the branch manager, could take care of this merchant. The man then opened his eyes and said that their head of the trade union was currently in an important meeting. An old building could be seen. Birchin said with a smirk that a huge war could break out between the Maroon Kingdom and Parkle to resolve the deep-rooted feud and make the Maroon state even richer and more powerful. Jaegu smiled and asked if the Duke could help the trade business as a whole. He frowned and thought that his interlocutor definitely had a sharp tongue for a villainous NPC. The guy imagined the man with a sly smirk and thought that if he wanted, he could use all the troops of the Maroon Kingdom, which is the core of the Korean server. He is a dangerous man who is rumored to be trying to claim the throne now. They sat opposite each other and Jaegu came to the conclusion that for the great trade union, he is the best partner who could bring in millions. He forced a smile and thought that he was able to get to know the Duke very quickly, and he should reward the strategic team. The blond man stood with his arms crossed. He is the main son of the chairman of GM Group. His father raised his hand and shouted loudly that the young man had tried so many places and still refused them all. It was all because he always made a mess and then ran away. Jaegu looked down guiltily when the man shouted that there would be no more work for him here if he failed again. The crest of the great trading enterprise that was based in the Maroon Kingdom, the great GM Trading Union, was visible. The blond man stood in front of a tall building. In fact, it was a large Korean corporation led by Jaegu, the youngest son of the chairman. In front of the building, there was a crowd of people, a huge community that played Arcadia online solely for the sake of making a lot of money. Birchin and the young man sat opposite each other. The head of the trading union smiled, thinking that at this table were the normal and virtual realities. The Duke stared at him. The man lifted the corner of his lips and said that GM was built around adventurers, and he came to this meeting because he had heard not only about the company's rapid growth but also about the strong bond between the people in it. But now it became clear to him that these rumors were true. The blonde smiled when Birchin said that he should use all methods to buy up as much grain as possible. The Duke promised to pay a good price for it. The man nodded. Jaegu's sweat dropped when his interlocutor said that they would hand over some of the authority over the Burgundy Kingdom's logistics to the great GM Trading Union, and they all just needed to act quietly, without attracting attention. The youth agreed to such conditions with a wide smile. The Duke walked out the door. The blonde thought with a smirk that this was his chance. John closed his eyes when the head of the company shouted that the huge business they had been waiting for had finally arrived. The boy furrowed his brows, shouting that he wanted to contact his father right away, and they should get more investment since there was a great opportunity. The manager, who had an eye patch on, replied in a stern voice that he couldn't allow it. Jaegu gaped in shock, asking what the reason was, and the old man asked if the manager didn't know that their company had already invested $8 billion, and it would be difficult to get more investment. A drop of sweat ran down the blond man's face, and he loudly asked why John was making a fuss about that kind of money, since he would just pay it back later. He then closed his eyes and said that there was nothing he could do about it. He thought that he couldn't get more investment because the funds he had at the moment were already enough. He imagined the sinister face of Birchin and thought that he would help him supply the Maroon Kingdom with supplies, and if he managed to conquer the kingdom of Parkle, then perhaps the Duke would be able to take the throne from the old and feeble king. The young man chuckled and came to the conclusion that if that happened, the economy of the Korean server of Arcadia would fall into the hands of the GM Group. He frowned and said that he would prove to his father what he was really capable of. The man smiled. Brocken crossed his arms and asked if that stubborn baroness had sent a guest here. The protagonist looked down as the baron greeted him. The man looked at the visitor carefully. In his hand was a white envelope with a red seal. The count asked with a smile if this was the same letter of introduction. The young man looked at Brocken and replied that he did not know the contents of this, but he was told that he could get protection if he showed it, and he was also told that there would be some information about him inside. Suddenly, the man tore the envelope. The player's eyes widened in surprise. The count smirked and asked why the baroness had sent him here. His thick eyebrows were furrowed, and there was a scar under his eye. Jae-young chuckled and assumed that the man wanted to ask him directly about the reason. He then said with a wide smile that he didn't know either, and that the woman had simply asked him to find him, and that he, an ordinary adventurer, didn't even think about such things. The count looked sternly at the smiling guest. Then Brocken himself began to smile. After that, he laughed loudly, causing a puzzled look to appear on the protagonist's face. The man closed his eyes and said that it was obvious why the boy had been sent here, and that a war would soon begin, and the baroness thought that Jae-young was the talent that would help stop it. The player forced a smile and replied that he never thought he had the ability to do so. The count looked at him and noticed that the guest was not even surprised to hear about the war, and it seemed that the baroness trusted him a lot. The young man looked at Brocken with a smile, who asked if he had any ideas. The muscle-man closed his eyes and laughed when the player said that the prince who was supposed to ascend to the throne was incapable of making the right decisions, and most of the nobles were in cahoots with Duke Birchin. The young man raised his hand to his face and hummed thoughtfully. Looking straight ahead, he said that there was a simple and difficult solution. The man looked at him with interest. Jae Young raised one finger and said that usually when the head of an organization leaves, the organization itself collapses. The Count's eyes began to shine, and he asked if the protagonist was suggesting killing Birchin. The guy smiled and asked why not. The muscle man laughed loudly again, shouting that the Baroness really understands people. The player staggered and thought that the man's voice was as powerful as his huge body. The Count said with a smile that he had thought about it too, but it was not that easy to commit murder. He imagined a crowd of knights and mages protecting the Duke. They were on guard 24 hours a day. The muscle man closed his eyes and added that if there was someone crazy enough to succeed in killing in such a situation, he himself would like to meet such a person. The protagonist pointed at himself and declared that he would do it. The Count looked at him skeptically and asked if he heard his words just now. He put his hand on his face and said that from what he saw, he doubted that Jae Young would be able to leave even a scratch on Birchin's clothes. He saw the aura and level of the youth, asking how he would even be able to kill the villain. The player smiled and asked what the problem was. Suddenly, the muscle man's eyes widened in surprise. He was wearing a blue shirt and laughingly said that it was good to be young and that this guy definitely had a lot of self-confidence. Brocken then placed his hand on the table. He turned around and asked the guest to follow him. The muscle man held a sword in his hand and they were standing outside. He rubbed his shoulder and said that the Baroness might be impatient, but she was definitely wise when it came to judging people and he trusted her judgment. Jae Young looked at him sternly. Suddenly, the Count began to emit red energy, telling the youth not to disappoint him. The protagonist smiled and summoned the divine descent skill. The image of the wandering knight Cophelis appeared in the air. A green light surrounded the player. Brocken frowned in shock and thought that the youth now had a completely different aura. While just a moment ago he seemed like someone who had never held a sword in his hand before, but now he seemed like someone who had trained his entire life. The player rose into the air, each holding a weapon. He smiled and said it would be 5 minutes. The muscle man looked at him with confusion. Beads of sweat appeared on his skin as Jae Young stated that he would finish in 5 minutes because it took too many influence points. The next second, the guy attacked the Count, activating his skills. The man gritted his teeth and sighed loudly, resisting the strong blow. Jae Young said with a smile that he struck with the full desire to end this fight. Suddenly, a yellow beam of light appeared in the air. The protagonist was a long way from his opponent. Brocken smiled slightly and called him an unusual adventurer. The guy with a confident look asked if the muscle man realized this only now. Looking away, he suggested that they end the sparring, since the Count now realized that he was serious. The sword master smirked and replied that he would also show his guests what he was truly capable of. He then raised his sword up, igniting a bright aura. Frowning his black brows, Brocken said that he was only a half-trained sword master who had become one not long ago, but despite this, he was proud of his own skills, and here was proof of it. The blade of his sword sparkled. Jae Young sweated and asked if Brocken should go that far. The Count had already started to attack him, shouting loudly that he was curious to see how the guest would take this attack. A huge stream of energy rushed through the air. The protagonist raised his eyebrows in fear. A red aura was visible. Brocken, swinging his weapon, exclaimed that he would see how he would take this attack. A bright beam flew towards the protagonist. Jae Young's eyes widened in confusion. A moment later, a powerful explosion was heard. A small smoke appeared. The Count frowned menacingly. The sword master looked ahead in surprise. A green force circled around the protagonist, and the man wondered if this was a formless blade. Holding his sword tightly, Brocken thought that it was different from his, but he was sure of it, and this was definitely a skill that only those who had reached the level of a sword master could use, after which he said that he should not tell him that he too. Suddenly, the system reported that he had used a skill that was available at level 150 and above, and also used additional influence points, and at that moment, the guy, lowering his eyebrows, clarified whether she wanted to take even more, and said that Ellie should see how much influence he took. The Count, closing his lips, asked if he was talking to himself. Opening his mouth, the young man addressed him. Sweat flowed down the swordmaster's cheek. A green light appeared, and the teenager explained that he was going to end it quickly this time. The man looked ahead in confusion. The adventurer suddenly rushed towards him. Jae Young's eyes were shining brightly. Then the protagonist dealt many strong blows to his opponent. Brocken tried to hold on to the ground with his feet. The Count clenched his jaw tightly. Looking down, the protagonist noticed that he was caught. Suddenly, a green beam appeared. The magical light approached the sword master closely. A second later, his weapon fell. The man was seen lying on the floor, and then the system reported that he had stopped using the divine descent skill. Looking down, Brocken exclaimed that he survived. A moment later, the artificial intelligence wrote that 2,812 influence points were absorbed, and he subjugated someone who had reached the master level, and also received the title of Warrior of Miracles, and his strength was increased by 10 points, after which the boy, raising his hand, was stunned. The Archangel extended his index finger and said that he actually didn't use much power last time, but this was different, and it was the first time she saw him having fun like this, and then asked if he had any complaints. The girl's expression was pleased and she said that it was exciting and it was usually impossible to use the power of heaven perfectly even when it was summoned. There were green lines on the floor, and then the girl asked if he had trained with swords before. The youth narrowed his eyes and said that he had indeed dealt with them elsewhere, and muttered that since he had won first place in Rhythm Blade, he could say that he was not lying. Brocken placed his hand on his shoulder. Sweat was dripping down the Count's body, and he muttered that it was incredible. In the past, the man's jaw was wide open, and he thought that even though he was the sword master of the Maroon Kingdom, he was unable to even read the trajectory of his sword. The teenager turned around abruptly, and the warrior noted that he was indeed the one who remained unknown, possessing absolute power. Sitting opposite the adventurer, Brocken asked if he could know what his sword path was. Touching his chin, Jae-young replied that it was probably the wind. Then the Count parted his lips in surprise. There were many leaves flying in the air. High walls appeared, and it was heard that this was the power of the wind, which was faster than anyone, and also freer and sharper than anything else. Placing his palm on his chest, the sword master exclaimed that he wanted to get closer to something like that. Suddenly, a bright trace of the weapon appeared. At the same time, the man frowned seriously. Brocken could be seen swinging his sword from afar, and the Demon King wondered why he was suddenly exercising alone in the middle of the night. After a while, the knight's armor was revealed, and he was heard asking for forgiveness for his rudeness earlier, and this situation was caused by his ignorance. Leaning down, the Count said that they should forgive this foolish old man with his big heart. The protagonist, happily closing his eyes, replied that everything was fine, and added that such things happen. Looking up, the master of the Chima suggested continuing their previous discussion, and then asked if he was serious about killing Duke Birchin himself. Parting his lips, the protagonist asked in return that this was not the easiest way to solve the problem, and was he not on the side of evil? A man appeared, and he explained that if it was a guy, there would definitely be a chance to kill him, but if Duke Birchin died, chaos could reign without the royal family. Smiling, the young man asked if he knew what a Gordian knot was. Brocken, his mouth open in surprise, asked what it was. Raising the corners of his lips, the teenager said that it was a complex knot that was almost impossible to handle. Thick ropes were visible. Extending his index finger, the adventurer asked what he thought was the easiest way to untangle it. Through the sweat on his face, the Count said that he was not sure. Closing his eyes, Jae-young interrupted him and said that they just needed to cut it. Imagining how the scissors cut the threads, the protagonist said that even if they tried their best to untangle it, they should remember that what is not tangled cannot be untangled, and it is easier to just cut it. Lowering his gaze, the protagonist said that regarding what would happen next. Smiling broadly, the guy clarified that wouldn't it resolve itself. Looking forward, Brocken thought that this was irresponsible. Sweat was pouring down the Count's face, and he muttered that the youth was definitely the only one who could talk so easily about all the accumulated problems within the royal family of the Maroon Kingdom, and there was nothing better than his solution. Leaning forward, the sword master remarked that if this is what he wanted, it can be done. Looking down, the man realized that the adventurer was not just the aura of his sword. Introducing the main character, Brocken added that the most terrible person in the world was hidden inside him. Suddenly, the system reported that he had made a successful step to play a major role in changing the Maroon Kingdom, and the mission was updated and a new side quest appeared. And then Jae-young raised his eyebrows and said that the quest appeared out of nowhere, and therefore he thought that the system really wanted to make sure that it could kill the Duke of Birchin, and this game was really interesting. Satan smirked and asked if that meant he would kill the Duke. Ellie, her jaw hanging open, asked if he really thought about that. 10, frowning angrily, asked if she was going to say that killing people was bad, whereupon the girl replied that such a mean trick as murder was only done by terrible, dishonorable people, and so they should demand a duel and judge it, and the protagonist asked what could kill him, but she wanted him to tell him before he did it. The Archangel, lowering his eyebrows, exclaimed that he should give him 3 days' notice of the duel in the Colosseum, or at least send him a notice of the murder, so that he would have time to prepare for his death, and that was what needed to be done. The Demon King's pupils suddenly turned white, and he said that this was just nonsense, and he knew she was crazy. The familiar objected that he did not want to listen to what the terrible demon had to say, and then the boy, sighing heavily, explained that he had no intention of killing Duke Bren at the moment. Satan and Ellie asked him again in confusion, and then the boy said that whenever a conflict arose, it was worth judging only after listening to both sides. Smiling slightly, the teenager clarified whether Duke Bren would start a war without any reason, and at the same time noted that he doubted it, and was sure that there was reason for this. Introducing the warrior next to the emblem, Jae-young said that from the point of view of an adventurer who was not even born in the Maroon Kingdom, there was much good to be found in the struggle for power and in war. Frowning seriously, the protagonist added that only one thing was more important than all the others, namely his benefit, and he intended to help the side that would bring him the greatest benefit. The protagonist asked if there were any complaints, causing the Demon King to clench his jaw in confusion. A stone wall appeared, and it was heard that this was wrong because promises must be kept, and therefore he must kill the Duke of Birchin right now. Turning his gaze to the side, the boy muttered that this was complete egocentrism, and something like a promise could be neglected at any time for greater benefits, and that was what it meant to be a wandering adventurer. After a while, the view of the GM Group headquarters opened up. The TV presenter, looking ahead, said that today, the stock price of AJI in electronics exceeded the $5,000 mark and set a new economic record, and the reason for this was because many investors were very interested after Chairman Zhong He announced the opening of Arcadia a little earlier. The girl added that it could be said that the Dreamer's virtual reality machine had caused a miracle, and Sun Young frowned angrily, and wondered what kind of tricks they had used to be able to do something like that. Lowering his eyebrows, the chairman of GM Group thought that just 5 years ago, GM Group was on par with Agent Group as a competitor, but they began to lose ground after they led with revolutionary technologies such as smartphones, and now they are ahead of them. Introducing the unusual capsule, the man muttered that the more important thing is that the Dreamer is too dangerous, and they have changed the market not only within Korea but also around the world. Touching his forehead, the gentleman pointed out that this means that they cannot stay in old industries such as construction and automobiles, and if they do not expand their scope, GM Group's business will go downhill, and he needs to find a way to solve this problem. Suddenly, a desk phone appeared, announcing that CEO Jaegyu was there. A moment later, the blonde man abruptly opened the door, exclaiming that he had good news and needed him to give him 8 billion won. Sun Yang's pupils quickly turned white. The GM Group chairman asked if he hadn't made a fuss about getting 8 billion won for investment earlier, and if he wanted another 8 billion, and then the guy smiled broadly and said that he was sure that this amount would be enough now, and that this was the last time he would ask for it. The man clenched his jaw, wondering if he really thought 8 billion was a mere trifle, and at the same time whispered that he had left him alone when he wanted to play that stupid game that those bastards at Agent Electronic had come up with, and if he wanted more investment, he should send in a report first. Suddenly, the young man threw a huge stack of papers on the table. The gentleman crossed his fingers and asked what they were. Jaegyu raised the corners of his lips and remarked that before making any decisions, he should forgive this. Sweat suddenly ran down his father's cheek. On the document, it was written that it was a project to isolate the kingdom. There was a large chair in the room. Sun Young frowned seriously and asked if what was written here was true. Lowering his eyebrows, the head of the great GM trade union answered positively, and then added that he had already spoken with the real power of the Maroon Kingdom, the Duke of Birchen, and everything was going according to plan. Looking down, the chairman listened attentively. What this meant was that if everything went well, they would be able to make Arcadia, which Agent Electronics was working so hard on, their property. The boy's jaw dropped when the man said 50 billion won. Closing his eyes, the gentleman said that he should do it with 50 billion won, since he couldn't give him more, and he should not forget that this was the last chance he was giving him. The young man thanked him with an open mouth. A moment later, the door slammed shut. Sitting on a chair, Sun Young talked about counts, dukes, and a lover's quarrel, and then said that it really was a different world out there. Smiling, the GM Group chairman remarked that he thought games were just something children played. A second later, the man looked out the window and asked if the world was changing. Suddenly, a view of the Duke's estate opened up. Armed guards stood at the entrance. Tall doors were visible. Leonid frowned in displeasure, listening to the fact that he must have come a long way from the Cromwell Empire, a distant country in the north. Beren, looking ahead, asked what he wanted to discuss with him. The secret envoy of the Cromwell Empire, sweat on his face, explained that he knew that they were preparing for war, and they had a proposal for it. The boy lowered his eyebrows and said that if they promised to hand over the Hyrule Plains to them after their victory, they would support them with all their might in this war. The young man added that if they wished, they would also help him become the king of the Maroon Kingdom, which made the gentleman frown seriously. The conspirator, imagining a map with a cross in the middle, thought that Hyrule was the plains located between the steep mountain ranges of the Maroon Kingdom and the Harmel Empire, and naturally, the Harmel Empire would want to get this land to strengthen the defense of their country, but the likelihood of this being a trap was small. A moment later, the leader of the nobles shook the teenager's hand. Smiling slightly, Beren said that he was glad that he now had a good partner on his side and looked forward to working with him. Leonid, clenching his jaw, said that he hoped that he would not change his mind after the war was over and also looked forward to working with him. Suddenly the door creaked open. The secret envoy of the Cromwell Empire was walking down the corridor. Grinning menacingly, the Duke noted that everything was going according to plan. A phrase appeared in red, namely under one person, but above the whole world, after which the gentleman muttered that the being that obeys only one person, but at the same time towers over the whole world, is him. Crossing his fingers, the man added that this phrase exists for his sake, and there is only one person who can stand above him now. Baring his teeth, Birchen said that this man is an 8-year-old brat, and also added that this country needs a real king, and not someone who is only called one. Sharply clenching his fist, the Duke decided that this real king would be him. The conspirator turned his gaze to the side, hearing that he was glad that he looked happy. The leader of the nobles clarified whether he was from the GM trade union, to which Jaegyu leaned his body forward. A music player was visible, and at that moment the gentleman asked why he personally came here, and then received the answer that the larger and more important the deal, the more significant the changes. The head of the great trading union GM, looking ahead, said that he had decided to buy rations that would be produced in the future in the territories where the enemy kingdom Parkle was currently purchasing, and also bought as much grain as there was in the current market, and it did not cause any huge problems. Birchin, raising the corners of his lips, noted that he had already cut off the enemy's supply routes and reserved resources so that it would not lead to internal stability, and was quite good for an adventurer, but he had never heard of the concept of buying rations in advance, and then asked how he managed to do it. Closing his eyes, the guy explained that it was a concept known as future trading for adventurers, and it was an agreement in which one could enter into contracts in advance to trade goods for a certain date in the future, having previously promised to sell at an agreed-upon price. The Duke put his hand on his chin and said that it was quite an interesting idea, and it seemed that even adventurers could be useful, and the young man said that he was flattering them. Lowering his eyebrows, the blond man said that as he could already guess, the GM trade union had staked everything they had on this deal, and if he had no objections, he wanted to know if it was possible to secure the enormous rights he had promised earlier. After a moment, the conspirator smiled slyly. Placing his palm on the chair, the leader of the nobles asked if he was in too much of a hurry, and then said that he was very sorry, but he was busy with other things right now. Extending his index finger, the man asked if he thought it was normal to discuss such things after the war had ended. Sweat suddenly ran down Jagi's cheek. Turning his gaze to the side, the gentleman asked if he doubted him. Then, the leader of the great GM trade union clenched his jaw in bewilderment. The boy narrowed his eyes and muttered that he had gotten to him. A second later, the boy replied that of course not, and Birchin raised his hand and said that in that case, he should leave, because he had an appointment that he was already late for. Looking down, the blonde listened to his request. It was clear that the Duke was smirking. A huge room opened up. Suddenly, Jagu slammed his fist against the wall. Frowning menacingly, the head of the great GM trade union was angry that this NPC dared to act cunningly towards him. With sweat pouring down his face, the boy thought that he had no choice. He had invested too much money to get involved in a power struggle with him, and it would be better to play along first and wait for the right moment. Imagining a huge amount of gold coins, the boy realized that he had used 500,000 gold coins to buy all the grain in the market, and had spent all of the 50 billion won that his father had invested. A shield emblem appeared, and the blonde added that right now, it was nowhere near enough to control all of the grain supplies in Arcadia. A handshake was visible, and then Jagu explained that this was why he had used the fantastic idea of trading the future. Biting his lips, the head of the great GM trade union said that with this, he would definitely be able to significantly weaken the Parko kingdom, but in order to carry out the plan, the contract promised 10 million gold coins. The boy imagined 1 trillion won, and thought that if this failed, not only the GM trade union would suffer, but the GM group itself would suffer as well. Lowering his gaze, the young man muttered that this was indeed a last resort, and he did it secretly because he knew his father would object to it. Clenching his fist, the blonde decided that everything was fine because the war was bound to break out, so he needed to calm down, and when that happened, the grain prices would skyrocket, and this was not just a game of chance, but an investment in the future that he was confident in, and it should be crowned with success. Frowning angrily, Jagu said that this was the last chance he was given. Suddenly, the head of the great GM trade union raised his gaze in surprise. Then the boy turned his head. The main character appeared, and the boy wondered who it was. A second later, the blond man rushed forward, asking him to wait. Jagu could be seen quickly moving his legs. Through the sweat on his face, the head of the great GM trade union asked if he had missed him. Imagining the man in the robe, the boy muttered that the hood covered his attire a little, but he was sure that it was a beginner's outfit that low-level adventurers wore. Clenching his jaw, the boy wondered what the adventurer was doing in the Duke's mansion and for what reason, as well as who he was and whether he had figured out his plan. Suddenly, the blond man stretched out his fingers. Aides appeared behind Jagu, and he reported that there was someone in the conference room. The white masks of the servants appeared, and at the same time, the head of the great GM trade union exclaimed that they should keep an eye on him and bring him to him if he was a user, to which they obeyed his order. Frowning menacingly, the boy said that he did not know who he was, but he would not allow him to ruin his plan. A view of the red carpet opened up. Holding the scroll in his hand, Birchin noted that there was even a recommendation from Count Brocken, adding that he was very picky about them. Turning his gaze to the side, the Duke asked what brought him here, then said that unless he was intentionally trying to disgrace his honor by wasting time, he had better have a good reason. Opening his mouth wide, Jae-young replied that he wanted to kill Count Brocken. Clenching the paper, the conspirator said that he did indeed have a good reason. Daylight was shining through the windows. The protagonist, smiling slightly, said that Count Brocken believed that eliminating him was the only way to prevent a war, which meant that he was even making a plan to kill him. The leader of the nobles narrowed his eyes in confusion. Baring his teeth, the gentleman asked if the adventurer really thought he would believe this without proof. The protagonist raised the corners of his lips and remarked that if it was evidence, he should have enough to remember. The man stared ahead. Birchin lowered his head and laughed, saying that it was nothing bad. The Demon King, with his jaw hanging open, shouted that he was the one who wanted to kill him, and Count Brocken was just thinking about what to do, At which point Ellie asked if it really mattered, since he was going to kill him anyway. Satan, with sweat on his face, wondered if the bastard was doing this on purpose. The boy then raised his index finger to his lips. Sitting on the chair, the Duke explained that he never thought Count Brocken would reveal this card, because he was always adamant about justice. And then the boy said that people are ready to do anything when they are driven into a corner. Crossing his palms, the conspirator asked why he was giving him this information. The adventurer smiled and asked back, wasn't it obvious? The noble leader's pupils narrowed sharply at Jiang's words that he believed that an experienced and wise man should become king, rather than some immature child. The lord raised the corners of his lips. Opening his mouth happily, the protagonist said that he thought that the kingdom would be better under his leadership. Suddenly, the man placed his palm on his forehead and laughed loudly. Clenching his jaw in satisfaction, Birchen asked his name. Looking forward, the protagonist said his name. Then the boy shook the Duke's hand. The conspirator, looking at him, noted that he had a good feeling about their cooperation. Raising his eyebrows, the young man said that he hoped that he could live up to his expectations. Suddenly, a view of a huge palace opened up. A teenager could be seen walking down the street. Ellie crossed her fingers and muttered that she never expected him to lie so much, and at the same time, the Demon King asked what he was planning to achieve by acting as a mediator for both sides. The adventurer turned his gaze to the side and asked if he really didn't know, then replied that he was simply gaining influence. Both familiars widened their eyes in confusion. Presenting various emblems, Jae-young explained that the war would happen no matter what, and the only problem was who would start it. The Duke's expression became menacing, and then the protagonist added that in the end, it didn't matter who did it. The protagonist extended his index finger, and remarked that there was only one thing that was certain. Smiling, the boy said that when chaos ensued due to the war, he would have a great responsibility, and then he would be able to gain more influence, like in the slime incident. Lowering his eyebrows, Satan asked if he meant to say that the war would be to his advantage, and then why didn't he just work with this Duke from the start? Raising the corners of his lips, the youth replied that it wouldn't work. Looking at Tan, the teenager added that there would be no one to fight if Duke Birchen immediately became king, and therefore he needed to be on Count Brocken's side first, and then he asked what kind of logic that was. Suddenly, sweat began to flow down the familiar's cheek. Squinting, the adventurer said that a war with a foreign power was not the only chaos that could occur, and a war between internal forces was even more unpredictable, namely the chaos that resulted from two wars, and also asked if they could imagine what kind of benefit he would get from all of this. Jae-young exclaimed that if the war was doubled, then the influence would double, after which the Demon King, with his mouth slightly open in bewilderment, called him a crazy bastard. Suddenly, a book with Satan's notes appeared. The familiar, writing something in it, said that if he was going to betray someone, then he should not take anyone's side. Frowning, Tan said that he should act thinking only of his own benefit. The protagonist raised his hands in satisfaction and said that influence was growing. The protagonist sharply bit his lips, hearing how he was addressed. People in robes were visible, and they offered to talk to him. The eyes of the strangers were glowing red. Smiling, the guy said that it would be fun. A view of the building of the Great Trade Union GM opened up. People in black robes stood in different corners of the room. White masks were worn on the faces of the cultists, when suddenly someone welcomed the guest to GM. Placing his hands on the table, Jae-gya asked why he didn't sit down. Jae-young happily widened his eyes and admitted that it was a great honor for him, then added that they even provided an escort despite the fact that they were such a large group. Putting his palms in front of him, the head of the Great GM Trade Union noted that they had more than enough people, and then said that it was very simple. Closing his lips, the protagonist thought about the fact that the character's name was not recognized, as he thought. At the same time, the interlocutor frowned, and the same thoughts arose in his head. Standing in front of the son of the GM Group chairman, the player realized that he was very suspicious. The protagonist's hair covered his eyes, and he inquired about why he was called here. Looking straight at the interlocutor, Jae-gya replied that he wanted to check something, and then apologized if he was uncomfortable with it. The necromancer dropped his jaw and asked if there was anything he needed to check, saying that it was a very unusual reason, before asking what exactly he wanted to check. The pupils of the head of the Great GM Trade Union noticeably shrank, and he asked what the adventurer had talked about with Duke Birchen. Jae-young closed his eyes and replied that he didn't know, and then added that he didn't think he had a reason to tell him. Suddenly, the boy slammed his fist on the table. Turning his head to the side, the son of the GM Group chairman assumed that his interlocutor didn't understand the situation he was in. Bright white streams appeared behind the young man. Tan looked out from behind the owner's neck and was indignant at what he was even thinking about, because his interlocutor was already very angry. And Ellie noted that it was true, and that even God did not allow himself such provocations, to which he stated that he was irritating. Looking ahead, the protagonist wondered what he should do in such a case. People in white masks appeared, and the player remembered that two people brought him here. A crowd of men in black robes stood facing each other, and the necromancer mentally said that there were 5 more at the entrance, which meant there were at least 7 of them. Jae-gyu gritted his teeth in anger, and the protagonist thought that he hadn't revealed his character's name, but the fact that he had given some information about himself meant that he was confident that he would not be able to escape from this place. At the same time, magical particles began to float above the adventurer's palm, and he assumed that he had no choice, but in any case, he could just use divine descent. The top of the cabinet that stood against the wall was visible, and someone politely asked not to misunderstand him. Bowing, John said that they just wanted to know if Duke Birchin had given him a quest. Frowning, the protagonist thought about how he finally had someone worth talking to, and then said that it didn't look like he just wanted to ask him questions. Suddenly, Jaegu slammed his palm on the table. Pointing his finger forward, the boy shouted that he didn't know what kind of relationship he had with Duke Birchin, but he couldn't interfere with his affairs, and then added that he would be fine if he saw him with him again. Crossing his arms, Jae-young asked what would happen in that case. Gritting his teeth tightly, the head of the Great GM Trade Union explained that from now on, the game, or rather life, would be very difficult for him. At that moment, the young man spread his fingers wide. A moment later, the CEO grabbed his tie. Frowning angrily, John asked the young master to calm down, and then added that he had crossed the line. The son of the GM Group chairman clenched his jaw in alarm. Closing his eyes, the old man apologized, because he had invested quite a lot in Duke Birchin, so he was now too excited, and then added that he would explain first. Looking down at the floor, Jae-young thought about how unusual he was. The CEO's eyes were shining brightly, and he explained that they were an unusual branch, as they were members of the GM Group. Suddenly, the protagonist's pupils visibly narrowed in surprise. Burning candles appeared, and the player asked if the other person was referring to the GM Group, to which the other person replied that they were. At that moment, a bag filled with gold coins fell onto the table. The adventurer lowered the corners of his lips when the CEO explained that they had invested quite a lot in Arcadia, or more precisely, in the Duke of Birchin himself, and then added that he could not tell him all the details, but he believed that he would understand if he was offered that much money. Jaegu put his fingers to his forehead, while his subordinate asked the unidentified adventurer what he thought. The protagonist lowered his chin when asked if he understood it. The necromancer smirked after being called unidentified. With a wide smile, Jae-young agreed and replied that he understood, and then clarified if it was true that he just needed to refuse the task given to him by Duke Birchin. The members of the Great GM Trade Union stared at the guest. The moon was shining brightly in the night sky. Satan flew in front of the host's face and said that in the end, these guys also wanted a war, and the Archangel noted that it would be better if they had an honest conversation from the beginning, because it was important. With a smirk, the protagonist said that it was all good, but he did not expect to receive any money. Looking ahead, the player wondered if the GM Group was involved in this, because it was obvious that they were looking to benefit from the war, such as obtaining military equipment, although they may have some kind of agreement with Duke Birchin. The adventurer's back appeared, and he realized that it had nothing to do with him, because it would be beneficial for him if a war began. The protagonist walked through the forest, which was illuminated by a bright moon. Squinting his eyes, the necromancer said that he really could not allow everything to go well for this arrogant and rich young master. Jae-young declared that he had decided everything, when suddenly his familiars widened their eyes in surprise. Putting his fingers to his chin, the protagonist exclaimed that he needed to kill Duke Birchin. Ellie could be seen clenching her fists in joy. Ten dropped his jaw and shouted that their master had gone crazy again, because there was no need to kill an innocent duke, and suggested that they just move on, and the girl exclaimed that the player would finally act honestly, and since he decided so, he should send an invitation to a duel, because this was a chance to keep his promise to Count Brocken. The adventurer lowered his chin and noted that he had told her before that this wouldn't work and would only make things worse, before adding that he was going to kill him without anyone knowing. Suddenly, Ellie's eyes widened in fear. The Archangel closed her eyes and screamed that in that case, she wouldn't be able to help him this time, and then wished him luck without divine intervention, to which he asked her not to be like that. Gritting his teeth, the Demon King didn't understand what they were doing as the girl screamed that killing was an evil act of a coward who didn't give the enemy a chance to say goodbye to his loved ones, so he couldn't allow him to use the power of heaven to do so, and he begged her to think about the situation. At that moment, the familiar began to smile widely. Grinning evilly, the boy thought about what it could have been. The protagonist widened his eyes in confusion as Satan called out to him. Ten frowned and asked if his master wanted to borrow something similar, then added that if he didn't mind the power of the demon realm, of course. Jae-young dropped his jaw in confusion and asked what his assistant meant. Satan bared his teeth in anger and replied that it was true, as he could actually provide that too. The protagonist's eyes began to glow brightly when he heard about divine descent. Drawing magical symbols in the air with his finger, the familiar announced that he would begin. Suddenly, a magical seal appeared under the player's feet. At the same time, energy particles splashed across the forest clearing. The adventurer lowered the corners of his lips in confusion. A notification appeared against the magical symbol, stating that the protagonist's contract with the demon realm had been successfully concluded, so he could now use influence to temporarily borrow the power of the demon realm. A purple glow appeared around the necromancer's palm. A moment later, an evil grin appeared on his face. Suddenly, a hologram of the system screen appeared in front of the guy, where he was given the opportunity to choose a character. Light flashed in Jiang's eyes, and he thoughtfully said that he wanted to watch, because it was interesting. Folding his hands, Tan asked what his master thought and whether he liked any of them, to which he replied that they were better than he thought, and if the heavenly side is more focused on strength, then the demonic focuses on additional skills that are useful and practical, and the demon noted that he did not know what they were talking about, but it seemed that he liked it. Looking to the side, the protagonist clarified why his familiar did not mention this before, after which he added that it would have been nice to have more options if he had said it earlier. Covering the archangel's mouth with his hand, Satan replied that there was no reason, and the player never asked, but he himself thought that he needed the power of heaven. The adventurer asked if Tan thought he wouldn't care, to which Tan dangled his arms and remarked that it was true, since he surely would care. Smiling widely, the protagonist asked if he needed to choose in that case, then added that he felt like he was shopping. Tapping his finger on the system screen, the necromancer said that this one looked great. Peeking over his shoulder, the demon king asked why this one of all, to which Jae-young replied that he had seen it in a history book in the library. Suddenly, Ellie's pupils noticeably decreased in size. The archangel thought with her eyes widened, thinking that she was sure of it. Bright magical particles flew around the Death Legion's face. A magic sphere was visible in the hands of the undead, and it turned out that our gamer was the pinnacle of necromancy, as well as the most evil dark mage who defeated the Empire and 4 kingdoms, filling the entire continent with fear. On the battlefield, there were wounded warriors, and it was said that where his legion passed, not a single living soul remained, no matter how small, and now, even after centuries, his name is mentioned by many. A bright moon shone in the night sky, and it became clear that the Lich was the personification of death. Jiang's lips turned down in confusion. Suddenly, the protagonist noticed guards passing by on the street, and he realized that this was perfect for a test. The knight's eyes bulged thoughtfully, and his partner asked what it was. A drop of sweat ran down the soldier's cheek, and he said that he needed to look at the roof. A black silhouette was visible under the moonlight, and no one knew if it was a human. The player said something about divine descent with a malicious smile. At that moment, the Lich burst out of the adventurer's soul. The soldiers spread their legs out in fear. The red face of the undead under the black cloak appeared, and the guards asked what kind of cold air it was, when suddenly the system reported that it was a creature from the demon realm that had taken over the player's body, so he could temporarily use the power of this creature. Jae-young, in the body of the undead, slightly tilted his head down. The protagonist grinned and thoughtfully said that his skills were as expected. The soldier clenched his teeth, and the adventurer thought about how this sinister energy was overflowing him, so he was sure that this was a dark magic skill, and a high-level one at that. At the edge of the roof stood a player in a black robe, who decided that in this case, he needed to give it his all from the very beginning. The boy clenched his jaws in anger, and shouted that they would not be able to capture him alive. Lander came up behind him and pointed out that they would not be able to verify his identity in that case, to which he shouted that now was not the time to prioritize. A sharp sword flew through the air, and the warrior exclaimed that the entire mansion of Duke Beren could fall under his control if they lost here. A smirk appeared on the dark man's face, and he decided to begin. Suddenly, streams of black magic descended from the roof to the ground. The soldier clenched his teeth in alarm. Thrusting his sword into the ground, the fighter used the Holy Shield skill. Lowering his chin, the necromancer noted that the guy with the two-handed sword was very smart, and then assumed that the rumors about Duke Beren's guard being magnificent were true. At that moment, the guard rushed to attack, and Jae-young said that he was a typical paladin. The young man furrowed his brows in anger, and shouted that he apologized to the nameless invader, but that he was going to fight with all his might. Unlocking his holy power, the soldier used the Blade of Justice skill, causing his weapon to glow brightly. The protagonist grinned evilly and explained that their classes were incompatible. Suddenly, the player's pupils widened noticeably. Using the spiritual spear ability, the adventurer created a huge creature on the other side of the building. The warrior, his jaw lowered in alarm, began to speak. At that very moment, one of his eyes disappeared from his face, and he exclaimed that his enemy was a necromancer. Lander turned his gaze to the sword falling to the ground and screamed loudly in fear. With his pupils bulging, the boy exclaimed that this could not be, because there was no way a lich could have come from a maroon kingdom. Taking a step to the side, the soldier loudly announced the alarm. Leaning forward slightly, he announced that a lich had appeared, so everyone needed to gather. The dark creature extended its hand forward, and someone said that there was more. Jae-young pointed 2 fingers in front of him and explained that the necromancer was most vulnerable when summoning undead, and then added that even if he used divine descent, he did not want to risk fighting the entire guard right now. Many beads of sweat ran down the guard's face. A moment later, the exhausted youth lay meekly on the floor. The protagonist's eyes glowed brightly, and he declared that he now had everything he needed, and then asked if he should try it. Due to the use of the Resurrection Dead skill, the soldiers' bodies began to rise into the air. At the same time, a powerful magical flash appeared. Particles of magic scattered throughout space. A dark night appeared, and the system reported that it was a low-ranking undead, namely a ghoul warrior. Streams of energy enveloped the skeleton's skull, and it turned out to be a mid-rank undead, or more precisely, a death knight. The necromancer smirked and said that he hoped that the arrogant young master of the GM group's plan was outstanding, because they were until he himself interfered. The silhouette of a mage hovered over the magic seal, and it turned out that they were necromancers. An army of skeletons in knight armor appeared, and it was said that they were able to summon an unlimited number of undead as long as they poured mana into the corpse. A cloud of energy appeared in front of the man's body, and it became clear that, to put it another way, it would not be an understatement to say that a single necromancer could be considered a formidable force in and of itself. On the ground, there were many soldiers standing in ranks. A small skull was visible in the skeleton's palm, and it was said that this is why they are considered very effective during a full-scale war or siege. Right now, a crowd of undead were chasing after the guy while he loudly cried out for help. Jae-young closed his lips, guessing that the connection had been completely cut off, and therefore felt a great relief. Otherwise it would have been a real annoyance, so the decision to set up an ambush was correct. Putting his palm forward, the knight did not understand where this army of undead came from, and whether this was an ambush of the kingdom, and then told the others to stop them, because if they were allowed to occupy this place, they would be completely isolated. Crosses were visible on the armor of the skeletons, and the people were outraged that they all died and became undead, and even if someone remained, they were all already with the Duke. The boys' pupils bulged in confusion and wondered what they should do, because there were too many of them, so they could not cope. Smirking, the necromancer noted that it was very pitiful, and also sounded like he was abandoned. Pointing his finger forward, the player stated that even so, he shouldn't be too upset, and added that he would put them all to good use. Suddenly, a huge monster appeared in front of the soldiers' faces. Raising his head, the warrior cried out in alarm, not understanding what it was. At that moment, blood splashed in the air and a loud scream was heard. Dark magic enveloped the soldier's body. The people behind the adventurer fell to their knees. Gritting his teeth, the young man congratulated them on becoming part of his army, so he would give them all a special task, and then added that he wanted them to find the one who abandoned them all, namely, Duke Beren. The resurrected soldiers bowed their heads before their leader. The pupils of the undead glowed brightly when Jae-young said that he was giving them the opportunity to take revenge. Splashes of dark magic rose high into the sky. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and told Duke Birchin that he should now remember to hide well if he wanted to survive, adding that it was a futile attempt. All the houses in the city were engulfed in the energy of darkness. The frightened man abruptly crawled out from under the blanket. Angrily frowning, the Duke was indignant at the noise and whether there was anyone there. Suddenly, the door to his room opened slightly. Entering the room, the assistant shouted that Birchin should run away immediately, to which he asked what they were talking about, because in the Maroon Kingdom there was no place safer than his mansion. Tears flowed from the guy's eyes and he said that a lich had appeared on the territory of his estate. The nobleman clenched his teeth in alarm at what he heard. Streams of magic began to leak into the room, and the conspirator did not understand what they were all doing, although they should protect him immediately, to which the servant shouted that he would immediately gather the holy knights. Squinting his eyes, the protagonist said what he found. Suddenly, streams of aura spread in the air. Bright rays swept across the Duke's room. Birchin raised his hand and did not understand what was happening. At that very second, it seemed like skeletons were quickly running forward. Turning his head back, the young man screamed in fear. A moment later, splashes of blood appeared in the air. One of the members of the undead army stepped on the man's back. Spreading his arms out to the sides, the conspirator ordered the enemies not to come closer, and asked where this damned evil spirit came from. Suddenly, his pupils noticeably decreased in size. Seeing the evil giant, the man began to scream loudly. Gritting his teeth in confusion, the nobleman noticed the sword. The tip of the blade was surrounded by small particles of magic. Lender gripped the weapon's handle tightly with his fingers. Looking at the warriors from the realm of the dead, Birchin realized that it was not only him, but also the rest of the undead, namely his knights, bodyguards. A drop of sweat was running down the Duke's cheek, and he asked only not to tell him that the lich had appeared in this mansion, and in the Burgundy Kingdom at that. Gritting his teeth in joy, Jae-young said that he had found it. Behind the large monster, the silhouette of the protagonist was visible. The player's eyes lit up brightly, and he admitted that it was nice to meet Beren. Grinning, the nobleman asked if this guy was the adventurer from before and whether he was looking for him, and then noted that if he had business with him, he would have found time to meet. The adventurer's eyes were hidden behind his hair and hood, while the conspirator asked questions about what he was doing and what he needed, because he could give him everything he needed. Suddenly, an evil smile appeared on the protagonist's face, and he asked the man again. At that very second, the Duke's pupils bulged in fear when he heard that the interlocutor wanted him dead. The necromancer, standing in front of the Duke, noted that this was what he wanted. Birchin, through tears, asked why he was doing this. Jae-young, smiling, asked him to breathe, and then asked if he didn't think he should have been more careful with who he was using. Sweat was pouring down the conspirator's face. The protagonist explained that he didn't care about the war, becoming king, or whether he was profiting from it all, and then the leader of the nobles, sitting on the floor, asked how he knew all this. A moment later, the protagonist raised the corners of his lips. Baring his teeth, the boy said that he shouldn't have gotten on his nerves. The young man asked how anything could be done properly with the help of these brainless idiots, and also said that he should achieve more in the next life, although he didn't know if NPCs had a next life. And then the gentleman, opening his jaw, asked him to wait and spare his life, because he would do as he said. Turning around, the teenager said that it was time to end this. A moment later, the skeletons approached the man. Bertrand raised his eyebrows in fear and noted that his long-standing wish would end without coming true. Suddenly, the monster swung its sword. It seemed as if the monster cut off the Duke's head. The conspirator's limb fell to the floor, and the system wrote that the Duke died, and with his death, the implementation of the last plan ceased, and a total of 321 related quests were deleted, and he received the title of Noble Assassin. The artificial intelligence reported that he had completed his additional quest and received 53,000 influence points, after which the adventurer, looking at the screen, said that he knew this would happen, and also added that they were really generous with influence points compared to the first incident, and he would definitely get more if he continued to cause trouble. The Demon King happily exclaimed that the master had gained a ton of influence, and Ellie wondered what had happened, feeling even more power coming from him. Through the sweat on his face, the necromancer thought that these little scammers were definitely good at sniffing things out. Jae Young asked Tan if there was a time limit on using the Argamer Lich, to which he closed his eyes and replied that he could use it as long as he had influence. The protagonist held out his palm and noted that this was how it was, and then Satan clarified what he was trying to do. A purple aura appeared, and then the protagonist used the ability to resurrect the dead. Suddenly, the Duke's head flew up from his body, and the boy explained that if he was going to ruin everything, he should do it right. Narrowing his eyes, the young man added that there were still many places waiting for them to destroy them. Bertrand's eyes were blue and she looked forward to it. At the same time in the Holy Empire, moonlight was streaming through the window. The Holy Father was looking out, thinking about how hard it was to sleep tonight, hoping that there would be no lambs that had lost their way. Emaine winced and glanced back when he was addressed. The girl was peering into the room. Sylvia was looking away, embarrassed, as she asked the old man for a moment. The priest turned and asked what had brought the saint to visit him at such an early hour, and she replied that she had seen a vision in her sleep. The girl looked down and told him that somewhere on the continent of Arcadia there was a movement of darkness. The Holy Father frowned when he heard this. Emaine leaned over Sylvia and asked if she knew anything about the location of the evil. Any clue would help, even a small one, and she thought about it. The saint lowered her eyebrows and told that the man who died cried out right before he died, Duke Bertrand. The old man shuddered. He recognized the name of the man who was the true power that stood behind the Maroon Kingdom. The girl covered her face with her hands and cried that they were so pitiful. They were all innocent people, but they died such a terrible death, and the priest asked her not to be afraid. The Holy Father hugged the girl and explained that their holy God used her to warn them. All this was not real, and she was safe. Another voice was heard in the room, addressing the clergy. The Holy Knight Egidil knelt down on one knee and announced his arrival. With a serious face, the man said that he was waiting for orders. Emaine looked at the warrior and thanked him for coming, then informed him that the saint had received a vision from God, and he wanted him to conduct a thorough investigation into what had happened to Duke Beren, and find any traces of darkness. At this time, the undead roamed the Duke's lands, while notifications poured in about confusion, a decrease in productivity and military strength, and that the frightened citizens began to leave the territory. Jae Young reached for the banner of the duchy, and reaching out his hand to it, he declared that this was the end. The flag burned in a dark flame. Soon, the protagonist stood on the fortress wall, and reading the notifications about the end of the quest and his new title, he found this sight magnificent. The player took off his hood, and noted that being a necromancer was quite good, and if he had known this, he would have immediately chosen this class. His undead army marched through the streets of the city. The youth frowned, and muttered that seeing corpses every day must be quite difficult. But he couldn't admit that Lich Arheimer's army of the dead was definitely a powerful force. It would definitely come in handy, since he had collected more than 60,000 influence. It could be considered a huge profit. However, the adventurer was not satisfied. He realized that if the situation dragged on, it would not be good. The boy looked at his own hand, and thought that this power was still borrowed, which he could use through divine descent. The longer he used it, the more influence it would consume. He could offer more influence than what he received as a reward. Tang shuddered when the master asked how much influence had been spent so far, and clarified whether he really wanted to know. The demon took out a calculator, and began to calculate. Jae-Yan killed the Duke, scattered his entire army and destroyed part of the territory, or it should be considered complete destruction, but in any case, it was necessary to take into account the number of deaths. After which Satan winked at the young man and said that it would be more than 42,000 influence, called him a weakling, and then corrected himself to the expensive customer. The protagonist glanced sideways at the familiar, and noticed that he called him a weakling, but he began to deny that he did not remember saying such a thing at all. The adventurer looked at Tang with indignation and said that it was too expensive, asked for a discount. The demon was shocked. He waved his hands and asked the expensive customer to wait. Did he really think that this was a street market? they used a fixed price system. Since the owner used the power as he needed, it was worth paying the appropriate price. But he reminded that he was still a VIP customer. Did not he have a special discount or coupons for it for him? Satan clenched his fist and called the guy a crazy bastard. It was just a figure of speech, and there was no need to treat him like some kind of department store. In response, Jae-young smirked and threatened to deal only with Ellie if he did not give him any discounts. The angel immediately looked at the owner with delight. Tan showed 4 fingers and named the amount of 40,000. But the young man raised an eyebrow and demanded 35. After a few seconds of bargaining, the demon clenched his fist and decided that he was being mocked. Even the saint looked sideways at this with horror. The amount of 36,500 was announced. Satan rushed at the protagonist and shouted that he could not give him any more discounts. Let him do what he wanted, and he replied with a smile that this was enough. They shook hands, after which the system issued that the player was the first to fool the Demon King. The adventurer looked at the system window in surprise, and was surprised that the negotiation skill had just increased by 7 ranks at once. Tan began to fly around in panic and scream that he was definitely suffering from such a loss, while the angel laughed and commented that this was the price he had to pay for stealing someone else's idea. The boy thought that achieving something when a familiar was the target was amazing, after which Jae-young sighed. He looked down and noticed that the country was in complete disarray. The familiars were surprised when the master said that he would leave for a while and asked them to wait for him here, and began to ask where he went, because without him they could not do anything. With a serious face, the young man answered that he had something to finish, and with a smirk, he added that they would learn the details in time, which he was looking forward to, after which he logged out. The player opened his eyes in his room. He went to the computer, and found that the news had already spread on the game forum, and users were vigorously discussing what had happened. The protagonist smiled contentedly. This was the confusion he had expected. He wondered what the people's reactions would be if he found out that he was the one responsible for both the slime incident and this one, although he had no intention of getting caught. The boy stretched, and decided that now that he had everything he needed, it was time to act. Jae-young smirked, and added out loud that it was time to prepare to ruin this young master's life. The protagonist had always loved playing MMORPGs. This was not the first time he had dealt with people like Jaegyu and GM Group. Using his previous experiences as a basis, he had found the perfect method to deal with people like this, who abused their power to do all sorts of unfair things to rule over others. From the moment Jae-young decided to bully Jaegyu, he had slowly begun to prepare for this perfect method. The cursor ran through the video files. With triumph, the young man announced that he had found it. The player started typing on the keyboard, laughing that he had asked Tan and Ellie to track him down and watch him, and then it was simple. He would erase all the parts that he was involved in and edit it to make it look like something was happening. In the video, the Duke was smirking and asking how much profit they could make. And with the same smirk, Jaegyu replied that it would depend on how much the grain prices rose, but their estimated profit would be around 8 million gold. The scoundrel sat down on a chair and muttered that if Duke Birchin kept his word, the GM trading company would be able to dominate the entire continent, and in the Burgundy Kingdom alone, the profit they would make from monopolizing grain production would be just the tip of the iceberg. He would make 10 times, no, several hundred times more. The blonde continued to smirk as he added that it was all thanks to idiots who were just playing and enjoying the game. He hoped that a war would break out very soon. At this point, the protagonist finished editing. With a smirk, the boy decided out loud that this should be enough. And now that the video was posted online, he couldn't wait to see everyone's reaction. The light from the monitor illuminated the window. There was no one at the computer. The views and comments on the video about the incident with the Birchin duchy in Arcadia were growing, and Jaegyu saw it all. The villain's face was full of horror. He realized that his end had come. John suddenly appeared behind the young master, and noticed that he was being insulted, and he loudly asked what was going on and how their conversation was leaked. The old man rubbed his chin, wondering what exactly happened. There shouldn't have been any users there, to which the blonde barked that if there was no one there, then the video wouldn't have appeared. Jaegyu smashed the monitor with his fist, cursing loudly. The villain clenched his fist and swore that whoever did this would definitely find him and kill him using all available resources. The CEO put his hand on the young man's shoulder and said that he understood his feelings, but finding the criminal was not the most important thing to do now. First they had to block this video no matter what, because it would complicate GM Group's work. At that moment, the phone on the table vibrated. The chairman's number was displayed on the screen. Jaegyu realized that his father was calling and rushed to the table, and John realized that they were too late. Panic showed on the young man's face, and he realized that now he was definitely finished. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the breaking news reported that an incident occurred in the popular game Arcadia Online. A video of a certain user abusing the game's economic system and trying to seize resources became a hot topic in the city. Surprisingly, it was now revealed that the culprit of the incident was GM Group. The news also reported that Arcadia Korea, a subsidiary of Agin Electronic, found out that GM Group invested a large amount of capital to buy gold. The most shocking thing was the amount of money invested. It was said that the amount was about $750,000. Mayan looked at the screen as the host continued that GM Group was currently waiting for the Fair Trade Commission and the prosecutor's office to announce their position on this incident. The girl chuckled, and noticed what a commotion there was since this was the first time that a virtual reality that does not exist affected reality. She thought that it was not too surprising. Myung-han frowned and asked if it was really okay to let the public know about this incident. The president placed her palms on the table and said that this was a good chance for them to make an example out of this for other corporations that were paying attention to them, to which the director expressed confidence that GM Group wouldn't just sit back. Mayan smirked and suggested that they should see this through to the end no matter what they had to do. The man was shocked. The president looked at Myung-han and asked him who he thought would lose more if this incident came to light. She didn't think GM Group was that stupid. The director closed his eyes, and when the girl added that since they could teach them that they could screw up if they tried to do some funny business in the world they created, he thought she had some guts. Mayan narrowed her eyes and thought that she didn't care what happened to some third-party corporation. The most important one, she thought, was the user who uploaded the video. The president straightened up and started listing the incidents of the slime invasion, the iron or slaves, and the Birchen Duchy. The user's actions had a huge impact on the game and more. The girl asked her colleague with a laugh if there seemed to be a pattern here. At that very moment, the unknown mysterious user was falling asleep at his desk at the university. Jae-young excitedly shouted to his friend if he had heard about the GM Group investment incident, because they encountered a really strong NPC named Birchen and tried to do something really crazy. Jae-young yawned and asked why a big corporation like that was doing something like games, to which his friend was indignant that he didn't understand. The young man explained that the game's economy was large enough for a large corporation in real life to want to get their hands dirty in it, and the thoughts and decisions of NPCs, which were considered just a system, and the fact that this incident made headlines in real life were all exciting. With shining eyes, the student concluded that Arcadia was more than just a game, it was an entire world that existed on its own. The protagonist chuckled and admitted that this was indeed the case. And he thought to himself that everything was going according to plan. This was not just Jaeyoung's reaction, who was fascinated by Arcadia. He saw that the other students were also reacting according to his plan. The player picked up the phone. The first news he saw was Jae-gyu's tense face. And with a smile, he thought that he managed to teach the scoundrel a good lesson, and at that moment, an unfamiliar voice was heard in the classroom. The guy raised his eyebrows. He had never heard this voice before. The stranger placed his palms on the teacher's desk. The young man smiled and introduced himself as Pilijan, one of the Arcadia R&D team, and he would be in charge of today's special lecture, and added that he was a senior in this institution. He hoped that they listened carefully to what Professor Tahoon was saying. Although it might have been boring, he did say a lot of useful things. Jae-young looked at the newcomer in surprise, while someone asked the brat to stop talking nonsense and start lecturing. The young man was really surprised that this guy was an Arcadia employee. At the same time in the game, Tan yawned widely, and asked out loud when the owner would return. He was so bored. But then something brought the demon out of his slumber. Satan sat up abruptly, not understanding what kind of vile force he felt. An unusual person was approaching here. A squad of knights was approaching the destroyed duchy, and the size of their force was simply enormous. Tan gritted his teeth and concluded that he needed to get out of this area. And what was that woman with chicken wings doing at such a time? The paladin walked out to the squad of undead, while the demon could not believe that they had appeared while the master was not around. Egidil extended his hand. A flash of light spells slipped from his fingers. The undead were burned by this light. One of them barely managed to make any sound. Soon, only empty armor lay in front of the holy knight. The man dropped to one knee, and wished his friend rest in peace. The paladin saw a cross on the armor, and muttered that it was a terrible sight, but the situation corresponded to the prophecy of the saint. Egidio gritted his teeth, expressing regret that he did not know about this sooner. The knight did not look at his men as he informed them that this was the end of their investigation. The undead they had just cleared were above average rank. If the undead at the entrance were already at this level, they would suffer losses if they went in. The soldier was frightened by this information. The paladin turned to his men and announced that they needed to inform the Holy Father about this. Egidio ordered to tell His Eminence that a lich capable of leaving a mark on history had appeared. At this time, at the university in the real world. A special lecture was starting in the second auditorium. Pilgin smiled and explained the reason for his appearance. He was going to conduct a certain test to achieve the world's first degree in virtual reality engineering, which would follow the dreams of the youth and make them come true. He expressed confidence that the guys knew about the direct connection between virtual reality and the human brain. The employee added that this connection was the core technology of virtual reality. People had different faces. The same was true for the brain. Everyone had their own way of using signals to communicate with the machine. In other words, there were deviations. The senior's gaze became attentive as he concluded that there was indeed a talent for virtual reality. The protagonist's eyebrows rose. Pilgin continued with a smile that the speed at which the brain and the machine received and sent electrical signals would depend on the presence of a talent for it. They called it synchronization speed. While the students were chatting, the lecturer continued that their class should have seen it faster. Today he would measure their synchronization speed. It would be a good experience, and asked who wanted to try it first. Someone raised their hand. Taisa stood up and said that he would like to try it. The others began to whisper among themselves, while the young man added that it looked interesting. Jae-young lowered his head in disappointment, and the protagonist asked what was wrong. He glanced sideways at the upstart, and realized that if he thought about it, this guy who hurt his hand had heard that he was in the same class as his friend in high school, and tried to remember his name. It seemed that he was the leader of the group that the girl he liked was in. The player exhaled and decided that it was good for him. The hero's eyes widened when the guy introduced himself. With a smirk, Tessa stated that he was looking forward to being in class with the gopher's friend, after which the student came down and apologized since his seat was further than he thought. Pilgin said that it was okay and asked him to come here. A nervous smile appeared on Jaeyoung's face since he did not understand what this guy was up to. The lecturer showed a capsule that measured the synchronization speed and added that there was actually another machine that did this. But since the test was unofficial, it did not matter. The degree of accuracy might not be that high, but there should be no problem when measuring the speed. Tessa smiled tensely when he heard that it was completely safe and thought that the staff member should have told him all this before he was inside. The lecturer took out a tablet and suggested that they begin. The machine lit up and hummed. The upstart's face was calm. He was sure that there was no point in measuring him. He would never get a low number. It was great to take this chance to show the others the difference between them. Especially that gopher Jae-young and that guy in a hoodie who was always with him. He didn't like them. Especially the eyes of the protagonist, who were not interested in anything else except himself. The guy smiled, deciding that he would take this opportunity to completely trample him. Soon, the device showed a result of 21.5%. Pilgin looked at the screen in amazement, and admitted that it was quite amazing. On average, people scored in the mid-20s, and this figure was very high. Taisu climbed out of the capsule with a smile, and when he heard that he almost broke the record, because the highest figure ever recorded was 26%, he said that he was flattered. The lecturer looked at the other students with delight, and deciding to take advantage of this momentum, asked if anyone wanted to be next. And the upstart pointed at Jae-young, proposing his candidacy, and did not notice how he smirked. Jae-young looked at his friend guiltily when he began to stand up, deciding that it was all because of him, but in response he heard that everything was fine. And meeting the gaze of his rival, he added that it looked interesting in any case. When the young man was inside, the employee announced that he was starting the measurement. The protagonist smirked while the indicators began to fly above the named record. The machine even sparkled. Jae-young opened his mouth and muttered that this was incredible. The assistant screamed in panic that the synchronization speed seemed abnormal, and the machine encountered some errors, so she asked to turn off the device immediately, but Pilgin stopped her. And although he himself was shocked, it was not an error. Finally, the machine stopped. Almost 93% was displayed on the screen. With wide eyes, the lecturer announced that the measurement was complete. Daesu stared at the numbers in panic and cursed out loud. While the students were recovering from the shock, the staff member immediately asked if Jae-young had tried playing Arcadia, and when he said no, he started asking about other computer games, because he clearly had an incredible talent for them, and the young man continued to lie that he did not know anything about it. Finally, the player took off his glasses, and with a smile, he said that it was really interesting. Soon after the lecture, Jae-young opened his kimbap. On the screen of his phone, Jae-gyu was making an official apology, and the young man noticed that so many people were asking for forgiveness today. And as the hero bit into the snack, he decided that this was exactly why he felt happy. The player looked down and thought that when the news spread across all the media, the number of views increased exponentially, and it seemed that it was not only Korea, there were reactions from people all over the world, thanks to which he did not have to worry about money. Still looking at his phone, the adventurer figured that the income was less than he expected and decided that the YouTube employees were paid a pittance. However, he wouldn't have to worry so much about his rent and capsule debt. The boy clutched his food and added out loud that if he exchanged the item he received by giving up influence for money now, then this might be the last time he ate kimbap as a university student. Jae-young turned around when his name was called. Seeing his friend breathing heavily, the young man asked what it was, and he started shouting that he was really incredible. To think that he had 92% sync speed, even Taisu only had 21. Clenching his fists, Jae-young added that he only had 15%, and even the professors were talking about his friend, and the player tried to change the topic by suggesting that they try a new kind of kimbap, which was quite tasty. The boy winced and said that he had just eaten at the student cafeteria. The protagonist raised his eyebrows in surprise when he heard that everyone had a good impression of him. And scratching the back of his head, the red-haired man admitted that his friend was truly amazing in every way. The adventurer lowered his eyebrows when he heard his comrade say that he was very curious about what would happen if he played Arcadia. Jae-young's eyes widened when Jae-young admitted that he was already playing it. Maybe it was because everything went according to plan that day. Or maybe it was because the new gimbap that the protagonist ate without thinking was delicious. Maybe the weather was nice. It was for some unknown reason, but the boy told someone for the first time. But he had been playing since the open beta of Arcadia, and by giving his nickname, he revealed his identity to his friend. An awkward silence followed. Confused, Jae-young didn't even immediately believe that he had heard everything correctly. He looked down and repeated Dex's name, clearly trying to figure it out quickly. The young man's eyes were full of shock. Of course he knew the name. All Korean gamers knew it, #1 in all sorts of games of different genres. But it couldn't be his classmate. With a confused smile, the red-haired guy decided out loud that he was just a fan of the legendary ranker. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and objected that it was indeed his nickname, although he had no proof, because he deleted all his accounts. But then Jae-young remembered the sync speed indicator, and fell into even greater shock. He fell to his knees in front of Jae-young, realizing that in fact there was one proof, and he was afraid that something had happened to his friend. The young man did not immediately regain his speech. Then he looked up at the standing man and asked for an autograph, because he was his huge fan. The player's face stretched out in surprise, and after that he had to suffer a lot to calm his classmate down. Meanwhile in the game, in the Valley of a Cold Heart, a huge snake with an army of monsters surrounded the adventurers. While the panicking sorceress shouted that there were more monsters than expected, the tank replied that they should not panic. If they died here, they would receive an additional penalty for death. Indignation was heard over the ruins that the necromancer who asked to deal with the monsters was late. The voice of dark magic called a dark swarm. Hundreds of magical creatures fell on the giant snake. The team watched as the giant disappeared in a dark flame, and the swordsman estimated the high damage of the dark mages, because the savior laid all these monsters with one swing, to which the sorceress objected that they were unlikely to be all that strong. After all, in front of them stood a gamer who was #1 among the dark mages in this game. The black dragon smiled and thanked the adventurers for their help. The swordsman bowed and apologized for not recognizing the ranker right away, but the girl countered that it was okay and they didn't need to know everything about her. After all, they could do the same thing when they leveled up. The guys smiled when the dark sorceress admitted that they had helped her out. Then she asked for help dealing with the rest of the monsters. The swordsman raised his hand and asked not to misunderstand him. He was just curious if Dragon hadn't spent all her strength killing those monsters, since she would need some time to recover then, which meant she clearly needed a break. The girl thought about it, and to the player's shock, she said that her stats should recover by the time they dealt with the rest of the monsters, so there shouldn't be any problems, and he exclaimed that it was too fast. The guy thought in confusion about her AoE skill with super high damage and a short recovery time. Something like this is only possible for high-level dark mages who have passed the hellish trials, so that's why people said you could level up faster if you teamed up with a dark mage. The dark flames shot up. The dragon flew into the air and announced that it was time to begin. When it was all over, the party thanked the girl, admitting that it was fun, and promised to become even stronger to help her next time, but she said that it was just a hunt. The party waved goodbye to the sorceress with a smile. She smiled back, waving her hand in return. And she was left alone. The gamer yawned and noticed that she was bored. She opened the system, hoping to find something interesting, and found a quest about investigating the incident with Duke Birchin. The girl thought about how much noise this NPC had made, and remembering that he had contacted her before, she couldn't believe that he was now dead. The dragon rested her hands on the table behind her, and thought, although it was interesting, because even the people of the smartest community of Afrandia could not find the culprit, and she would not do anything alone, so it was easier to leave everything as it was. The gamer continued to look at the window, and began to think about who could be the culprit of all this. The sorceress straightened up sharply when she had the thought that the developers of Arcadia themselves might not be involved in this matter, but the fault lay with one of the users. And then she sighed wearily that this could not be, even a ranker like her could not pull off something like this. But then a new window caught the attention of the dragon. The girl's mouth fell open when she saw the task about hunting witches, and could not understand why she got it. At this time, in the former Duchy of Birchin, familiars pounced on the protagonist, vying with each other to tell about what happened in his absence. Jae-young raised his hand in confusion. Tan began to demand to hear him out, since after he left, the soldiers of the damned Holy Empire had burst in, but Ellie interrupted him, shouting that although they had gotten rid of the master's young lambs, it was a just act by acting on the basis of faith, and the young man asked them to speak more slowly and in turn. The demon indignantly put his palm to his chest, and said that the master should not use the power of the Lichar Gamer. He had caused such a mess in the human world. It was unlikely that mortals would just leave it like that. The angel pressed her palms to her chest, and admitted that she partly agreed with what that damn mouse said. The Lichar Gamer was recognized as an enemy even in heaven. He was the one who made the history of Arcadia. His power of the damned flame of the demon realm she did not recommend using at all. Satan immediately attacked Ellie, shouting that she was an unbalanced psychopath, to which she thanked him for the compliment, because she would get goosebumps if such a mouse had thoughts like hers. Tan's face twisted with anger, and he decided that he was too nice, and offered to fix it, to which the angel agreed with a smile to try, since so far Mr. Satan had 0 wins and 1 loss. The player watched their fight in confusion, realizing that there had not been a single calm day yet. The adventurer smiled when he realized that judging by their stories, everything was going according to his plan, so it was not in vain that he used some of his influence to leave the undead here. So, in honor of the great villain who went down in history as the Lich Gamer, it was necessary to inform the world of his awakening. And with a grin, the protagonist added that he was looking forward to the reaction of these good heroes. The next day in the Holy Empire, Egidil knelt before the Holy Father's throne. The knight frowned as he explained that, as expected, after a thorough investigation in the Duchy of Birchen, the culprit was found. It was definitely Lich Gamer. Sylvia covered her face with her hands in horror. Emain put his fingers to his temple as the saint cried out that it was the creature of darkness that she saw, and he agreed with her. The old man's face darkened with anger as he thought that their country kept aloof from the political affairs of the continent. The reason they did so was because of the teachings of the god, who commanded them to love them, to allow those who were ignorant to find enlightenment on their own, to repent, and they would lead them. But in the end, the evil groups brought chaos to this world once again. The paladin bowed when he heard the order from the god's representative, and he replied that he was his law. Clenching his fist, the Holy Father declared, with his authority as the high priest of the empire, he wanted him to condemn and acknowledge all the evil that existed on this land. The man looked up at Emain, and when asked to inform all the empires, he replied that it would be so. The knight frowned, for the war between good and evil was beginning again, and thus the witch hunt quest had appeared, which the dark dragon was now looking at in confusion. Her face was filled with horror. She could not understand what this was. And yet, this was exactly what the protagonist wanted. During the last great Holy Demon War, Arcadia was divided into two factions, the Holy Faction, the Evil Faction. Both sides were on bad terms with each other. It had become a role-playing game that users enjoyed. This conflict arose on its own, depending on which side they chose. Conflicts between users occurred every day, and there were times when players killed someone for no reason. It was even normal. More importantly, there was no reason for an all-out war, because there were rules that they followed, such as the ban on killing in cities. But now there was a reason to fight. And the rules disappeared. And what's worse, the balance of power was upset. That same morning in the mountains, the Dark Dragon was heading to the city, thinking that 50 million villains was almost the entire population of South Korea. Were they really going to kill everyone in the evil faction? The girl bit her finger, muttering that they were crazy, and that it looked like she would have to stay in the city for a while. Soon, she entered the gate of the nearest settlement. Her foot stepped inside the sacred barrier, and immediately a notification flew in that this was a killing zone. The sorceress stared at this window in horror. Her face expressed panic when she realized that the ban within the city was gone, which meant it could be dangerous. At this time, one of the paladins had already cut short the life of the Dark Warrior, having received a notification about the first sentence that had been carried out. The man was reading the notification about special rewards with delight, and then he saw another target, and it turned out to be the frightened dragon. Literally all representatives of the Saints faction in the city were moving towards her. The sorceress tensely clenched her teeth and tried to stop them, to settle the matter with words. But then one of the guards shouted that a dark mage had entered the city. The gamer looked at him in horror, having heard the order to kill her immediately, and realized that since the NPC was there too, then talking would no longer help. She closed her eyes. And the dark swarm knocked down all the approaching soldiers. Notifications poured in that she had killed the city guards. Other guards began to hunt, and for killing a player she would receive a red label, and an additional penalty in case of death. The dragon watched as the dark flame gradually died out. The girl breathed heavily, mentally convincing herself that she simply had no choice. The sorceress turned around sharply when she heard screams that the dark mage had shown who he really was and calls to destroy the evil faction, and they also recognized the number 1 among the dark mages. She froze for a second, realizing that it was time for her to run. The gamer broke away, but they rushed in pursuit of her, at this time, in the vicinity of the Duchy of Birchen. While Jaeyoung was looking at the window with the witch hunt quest in surprise, Tan was horrified and screamed that this happened again, and that was why he asked him not to overdo it. The young man snorted and reminded that he did all this not because he wanted to. All this was for the reward for the quest. The demon looked at the player in confusion and decided that he was also a psychopath. Satan grabbed his head thinking that they had just disturbed a beehive. He should have opposed using the Argamer Lich's power. If those damned chickens went crazy it would be very tiring for him. Tan's eyes widened as he got an idea. Ellie looked at her opponent in confusion when he demanded that she return to her original form and asked them to slow down. She asked why she would do that. Satan charged at the angel screaming that a war was about to start. She didn't want their master to get into trouble because he was using their powers. Besides, it was the angel's duty to prevent bloodshed. But Ellie just smiled and stated that it was actually fine. They could use the chance to destroy all the evil creatures and was looking forward to it. Tan looked at the girl in confusion and came to the conclusion that she really was a damned psychopath. At this point, the adventurer stared at the martial law notice and admitted out loud that things were only getting worse and weren't going to end that easily, while the demon over his shoulder was shouting that they were done for. Satan's face twisted in panic. He screamed for his master to take responsibility for this, since it was his fault. Everyone on his side was going to die soon because he had used the Lich Argeimer to create such a huge mess, and if he didn't do something, he would never give him his power again. The boy frowned, and accused the demon of being petty. Jae-young looked away in guilt, and mentally admitted that Tan was right. Since the reaction was worse than he thought, he would have to intervene. The boy turned to Ellie, and asked if she could try to reconcile them after all, to which she asked what kind of reconciliation he was talking about. It would be problematic to interfere. After all, this decision was made exclusively by humans. The protagonist glanced at the quest window, and muttered that if an option. His fingers touched the line with the number of convicted villains. As the number of dead grew, the player reminded that not all of them had committed crimes, and he did not think that they should be killed just because they were dark mages. Since the beginning of time there was a saying that said, "Hate the sin, not the sinner," and in general, spilling the blood of innocents is too much. Ellie raised an eyebrow when the adventurer added that he was even willing to give her influence, just let her do him a favor. Angel pressed her palms to her chest, and stated that since she was his guardian angel, she could not ignore his request, and promised to try to reconcile them. With a confused smile, the guy said that he really appreciated it, and Tan thought that this girl was just a calculating bitch. Angel lowered her gaze, and having received influence points, said that she would return soon. Soon in the palace of the Holy Empire, the messenger of God appeared to the people. People could not believe that this was a blessing given to Eden, the sanctuary of the Holy Empire. Sylvia was especially delighted to see a real angel. Ellie looked at the mortals and announced that she came with a message from God, asking them to listen carefully. Jae-young opened the window again, having received notifications about the changes, and Tan also rushed to look. The demon opened his mouth in shock and cursed. The young man also looked confused. At that moment, the angel returned and happily announced that her little followers promised her that they would definitely fulfill her request. But the guys did not share her delight. While Ellie crucified that angels never lie, the conditions of the quest really changed. Tan began to get angry again, because all that his rival achieved was to reduce the number of condemned by 100 people, and the player cursed that he had only wasted his eyes of decency. But the angel clasped her fingers and declared that now they would be able to save 100 lives. It was such a mercy that they should have liked everything. The demon attacked the girl and shouted that this nasty ragamuffin with wings was definitely finished today, and she could not understand what was wrong. She had reconciled everyone, and even decided that this was why the demons were constantly arguing. The protagonist lowered his head while Satan screamed that there was no reconciliation in sight, and this complete swindler had divorced them, and he thought about what kind of fool had decided to create angels in this game. The player's gaze expressed sadness when he mentally added that they were also allowed to reincarnate. What nonsense. Well, at least he had not wasted 1,500 points of decency for nothing. At least something had changed. Then the adventurer smiled. An idea came to his mind. The familiar stopped fighting when the owner said that he had one request for Tan. The boy raised his finger and asked if the demon wanted to help the evil faction. Satan looked at Jae-young suspiciously when he added that he knew a way. At this time, the dark dragon was cornered on a cliff, and her pursuers were happy that they had finally caught her. One of the paladins threw his sword over his shoulder and said that the girl had hoped in vain to escape from them. How naive the evil faction members were, and the sorceress echoed him, demanding that the rat surrender. The sorceress breathed heavily. She realized that she had made a mistake when she spent so much mana while running from them. Now the skills could only be used once or twice, and the more players died, the harsher the death penalty would be. But if she did not get rid of them now, they would deal with her. The gamer clenched her teeth when the thought came to her that she had no choice. The knights advanced, discussing among themselves what reward they would receive if they executed the black mage, who occupied the first place among all the others. But someone considered it unimportant what exactly would fall from her. The main thing was that they would share it all. The paladin gripped the blade tighter. The dragon watched in horror as they attacked her only for special rewards. The girl closed her eyes. But nothing happened. She opened her eyes slightly. Right in front of her appeared Tang, erasing the attack of the saints with one little finger. The sorceress's eyes widened. After all, her savior was so small. The paladin pressed his palm to his forehead, and could not understand who it was and how he was able to repel their attacks. He did not even believe that a real demon was in front of him. Satan was furious when he was called some kind of devil. A ball of dark light approached the knight's chest. Then it exploded, absorbing the fighter, and he screamed terribly. Tan's gaze was filled with rage and he asked who the winged holy men were calling a little devil. Another pursuer exclaimed that he had never seen such abilities and decided that it was a sorceress pet, but they objected that a pet could not be that strong. The dragon stared at the demon in confusion, asking out loud who he was. Her essence allowed her to see the image of the demon king behind the bored little demon. Satan looked at the girl boredly. The sorceress was surprised when the savior called her by name. The gamer's mouth fell open when the system informed her that she had just met the most ancient darkness. She looked at Tan in confusion, unable to believe who he was. The demon pointed his finger at the knights and asked them to stand still and not move while he dealt with these scumbags. The saints' faction clearly did not like this treatment. Satan turned to them, his palm blazing with a dark flame, and he declared that he wanted to end this quickly, otherwise it would be a shame to waste decency points. One of the fighters rushed at Tan, and shouted that they only needed to deal with this little thing, and the warlock would become their prey. because she probably spent too much mana, which meant she didn't have much time left, called for the use of all the most powerful skills. The sacred flame rushed at the Dark Ones, but the demon looked gloomily at the enemies, and declared that he was definitely not a pet. The dark shield reflected the attack of the saints. The pursuers opened their mouths in surprise. They could not believe that their attack simply disappeared, and did not understand what kind of monster was in front of them. A bright ball of darkness flared up. Satan's eyes glowed with scarlet light. Rot engulfed the players, destroying their virtual bodies. They screamed in horror that the divine power did not work, and cursed that they had never seen anything like this. With a grin, Tan ordered to finish off these rotten creatures. For a few seconds, the paladin looked at his hands, covered in dark cracks. After which they all simply crumbled to dust. The demon stuck his finger in his nose and said that it was not even interesting, but admitted that in the end people really do not understand words at all. Only his master was so special. At that moment, the dragon fell to her knees in front of the great ancient darkness, thanking the king for saving the pathetic black magician. Satan looked at the girl in surprise, not understanding why she was almost singing his praises, and in response he heard that among those who decided to become a black magician, there was no one who did not know the Lord of Demons. The sorceress even blushed when she admitted that she was a big fan of the Lord of Chaos, and it was a great honor for her to meet him. Tan rubbed his cheek in embarrassment, and was surprised at how rare it was to find such adequate people. The gamer opened her mouth in surprise when the demon clarified whether he understood correctly that she was the strongest among the warlock adventurers, and she objected that she was far from the great lord. Satan looked at the dragon thoughtfully and noticed that she didn't look strong, so skinny, and also without muscles. He assumed that the poor thing ran away from these holy men every day, and obviously couldn't do anything without him, and the girl apologized, offering to show her characteristics. The sorceress raised her eyebrows in surprise when Tan asked to listen to him carefully now. The demon put his hands in his pockets, and said that there was one job for them. The gamer looked at the ruler in confusion, and clarified what kind of job. Satan grinned and declared the Black Dragon of Darkness #1 in the ranking among dark magicians. The girl's eyebrows crawled up in surprise when she heard that she would have to become a symbol of evil. Lich Argammer was a rare warlock who sold his soul and received immortality by making a contract with the devil himself. He once stained an entire continent with blood. However, Saint Mary defeated him, declaring that the vile creature of darkness had committed something unforgivable and had to pay for this sin with his own death from the divine light. But even burning in the holy flame, Lich Argammer bowed before an ordinary sword, and promised that soon they would pay for everything. Somewhere in the depths of the demon realm, Lich Argammer was imprisoned, and it seemed that several hundred years had passed since then. The Lich lowered his head, muttering that because of all his sins that had shaken the world so much, he would have to be imprisoned here until the end of time. But it was unfair. He was never able to realize all his plans. Why such a punishment? To rot helplessly in this place, bound in chains. He could only dream of repeating everything again, if only he were given another chance. But then the skeleton shuddered when he was addressed. Satan himself appeared in the dungeon of the Lich. The villain shook excitedly, admitting that it was a great honor for him, and he did not expect to meet him here at all. But the demon demanded to spare him this nonsense. Satan frowned at the prisoner, and said that there was one job for them. The skeleton was delighted by this. The king's face reflected irritation. When the Lich began to shout if they were finally going to get rid of this sacred empire, he would do anything he was ordered, ready to do anything to send these creatures to the edge of hell. For which Argammer received a dark flame in the face, and Tan asked if he was crazy. The demon lowered his hand, and said that the skeleton did not understand how many points of decency he would have to spend so that someone like him could again end up in Arcadia, and would not let him ruin everything again. The king clenched his teeth in anger, and added that he would not allow this scoundrel to rule everything so easily. The Lich looked at Satan in confusion, asked out loud what he should do then, and thought to himself that he had become too strange lately. Perhaps something was bothering him. Tan pointed his finger at Argammer and asked him to imagine that their plan was an ordinary performance. Now he would take possession of the body of one person, play his role and return back here, to the kingdom of demons. The demon frowned and threatened that if he tried to take revenge on those celestials again, he would definitely kill him, and not even he, but the demon, who was much stronger than him. The Lich was horrified and promised to obey, but to himself he could not believe that there was someone stronger than Satan. At this time, that same scary guy yawned, grumbling that Tan was late. The king stretched out his hand and activated a magic seal under the feet of the black dragon. The girl looked down in surprise. This magic was amazing, but she could not understand what was happening. Satan looked at the man seriously and warned that he had bet a lot on her, asking not to let him down. Lich Argammer appeared above the figure of the warlock in the form of an image of dark energy. The gamer's eyes widened, after which notifications poured in that she had just absorbed the personality of the greatest villain, received the hidden class of Death Maestro, which changed the conditions of the quest. The king smiled nervously. The condition of getting rid of the high priest and capturing the kingdom of Marin was quite expected, and wondered how much the master was going to interfere with them. At this time, the dark flame engulfed the figure of the warlock. She was surprised to find changes in the design of her equipment. Then her attention was drawn to notifications about a significant increase in level. The girl opened the status window, and was amazed at the changes in the characteristics. She had never seen such. Even her original characteristics as a warlock occupying the first place on her Korean server did not even compare to this. The sorceress thought that she could now take first place in the rankings on all Korean servers. The dragon turned around sharply when the demon addressed her. Satan folded his arms across his chest and asked her to answer faster, otherwise he would decide right there and then, and the girl apologized. The king carefully examined the warlock and noticed that her appearance had not changed, which meant that she was quite good as a signboard. The gamer stared at 10 in surprise. The demon rubbed his chin, arguing that they could continue for now. Then he took out a scroll. While the sorceress was reading the paper in surprise, Satan asked her to carefully read the text written here and get ready. The warlock's eyes widened when she read the contents. The king put his fingers in a freeze frame and announced the beginning of the performance. At this time, the main character left his capsule and headed to the computer. Jae-young rubbed his chin while reading the posts and decided that while everything was going as it should, now it was completely unclear who exactly the evil faction was. These saints allowed themselves anything. The young man narrowed his eyes and thought about the additional quest of hunting witches. Now it did not matter whether you were a player or an ordinary NPC, you would still be forgiven if you killed someone from the evil faction, and the greater the contribution, the greater the reward. This was a good chance to take revenge and earn trophies from your enemies and even find support, and if this continued, the atmosphere would become more and more tense. Each time, more and more complaints accumulated from the players of the evil faction, who at one point became a kind of prey, only because they chose the wrong camp. The player smiled when he realized that, in other words, now was just the time when a hero was so needed. Watching the black dragon speak on video, the protagonist noted that his familiar had filmed it well. He hadn't wasted all his decency points. The adventurer started scrolling the mouse wheel, deciding that it was time to start. Everyone had to watch this. Soon, a video about a statement on behalf of everyone who belonged to the evil faction was published. The sorceress addressed all those who had died unjustly and who had been called such flattering words as vile and dirty. Many of their allies had been killed. They were still being killed, and they continued to kill them further. The girl pressed her palm to her chest, and added that some time ago she had also almost died. The warlock clenched her fist and declared that she would no longer tolerate this. It was unfair and upset the balance. She called upon all the sorcerers, dark knights, thieves, vagabonds, bandits, dark merchants and assassins that were in Arcadia. They must all unite to stop this, to end this bloodshed. The dragon looked boldly into the camera as she called for no holding back, to resist, to show that they too could fight, after which she said her name. Releasing the power of her patron, the girl declared that they would be led by the Lich Argamer, who led the Legion of Death, and those who wanted to resist all the wickedness of the Holy Empire with her, were to gather in the kingdom of Marin. Some time later, in the Baroness's estate, Mikhail. The Baroness herself looked in shock from the fortress wall, cursing out loud. A cluster of monsters was approaching the gates of her estate. Mikhail frowned and cursed, not understanding what kind of a cluster of monsters was in the distance. A huge crowd of creatures had gathered right under the walls. Jae-young waved his hand and called the Baroness. Sitting on the head of a skeleton, she said that they hadn't seen him for a long time. He was passing by and decided to come and say hello. The lady's mouth dropped open in shock. The knights looked at the skeletons with fear. The events take us to the estate. The girl, smiling nervously, asked if he understood what he was doing. The young man, raising a cup of tea, said that he was just traveling. Mikhail froze and, squinting, asked what the army of the undead was doing here, or if he was walking around with them. The young man, smiling, said that she should know for herself that a war had begun between the adventurers, and thanks to his army he was only trying to protect his property from them. Imagining the mine, he said that he would not want to lose his precious source of income because of them. The Baroness, imagining the Count, said that Bromkin had recently sent her a letter, so in principle she understood what was happening now, but she was very impressed by the sight of the leader who commanded the army of the undead. Looking at the corpse of Birchin, she said that it turned out that he really was able to defeat the Duke. Clenching her fist, the Baroness, delighted, said that he amazed her. The young man, laughing, said that this was the first time someone praised him like that. Frowning, Mikhail said that he did something truly incredible. The Duke with whom he dealt was more like a worm, who did nothing but suck all the juices out of the inhabitants of the kingdom of Marin. She imagined the Duke and said that even if all the wealth he had collected specifically to fill his belly were added up, it would be enough for the entire nation for several years, and besides, he was the most greedy bastard, who even plotted a rebellion in the kingdom in the end. Bowing her head, the Baroness asked who she should praise if not him, since it was he who punished that bastard. Then she raised her head, saying that she did not know for what purpose he did it, but she did not need to, however. Looking at his deeds, it seemed that he was a real hero in her eyes and the eyes of the entire nation. The guy stopped smiling and became serious. He lowered his gaze. Looking at the girl opposite, he said that he noticed that the deposit from the profits was a little late lately. Mikhail got angry, saying that she was just tired these days, but she would try to ensure that this did not happen again in the future. He needed to spare her for her one mistake. Looking out the window to the side, Jae-young asked if she was really telling the hero such a thing. The events take us to the Korean branch of Arcadia. The director's chair was empty. Mayan was currently in the capsule. She opened her eyes, saying that the witch hunt quest had brought together players on all continents. No one at headquarters even imagined that something like this could happen. Looking at the system panel, she complained that they had no reason or the same authority to stop it somehow. However, maybe this, on the contrary, is a wonderful event that fully reflects the playability of Arcadia. While in the capsule, the lady thought that, given their plans for the future, they can't just leave all this like that, so they need to reduce losses. Later, her consciousness was flooded with a bright light. Mayan slowly approached Alice. The girl with blue eyes turned her gaze to the director, asking how she could help her. Min raised her head and said that there was a so-called additional quest going on in one of the continents right now, which had upset the balance of power, so she had come here to make some adjustments. Looking at Alice in front of her, the director asked her to exempt all users who were in the evil faction from the death penalty. Moving her lips, Alice said that the request for some penalty adjustments had been accepted. The death penalty being lifted caused a great stir, with many people staring at their watches, trying to remember when it happened. In the end, the players who belonged to the evil faction, who had until recently avoided all kinds of battles for fear of earning extra punishment, began to fully complete the quest, attacking the enemy faction, and if one of them died, they would simply return and fight again. The knight gritted his teeth when one of the players told him that they had met him again. Licking the blade of the dagger, the killer said that he would send him to the lower floors of hell, and no matter how many times he tried to kill him, he only needed to be reborn once more. However, the players of the Saint camp were not the type to simply endure the constant beatings of their enemies. They gathered mana and called upon the Saint. They also created a special reinforcement squad to help their own at the most risky moment by changing the pieces on the board. The same cohesion created by the numerical superiority gave birth to systematicity. The team of 3 warriors desperately held the line. Now a tight balance was achieved, the knot was tightened to the limit, hence the endless struggle. Thus, the battles that took place on the lands of the Marin Kingdom never stopped. Even the flag was covered in blood. A real bloody festival began, even the smoke consisted of blood. A lot of system notifications appeared at once, informing that the mixture of holy and evil in Arcadia is becoming more and more intense. There were big changes in the conflict. The protagonist received the title of Creator of Darkness, thanks to the contribution made. The young man sitting on the roof said that he did not expect the battle to end up being so fierce. Probably for the company players to cancel the death penalty was a serious decision, but for now it is not that important since it does not interfere with his plans. The guy, moving his lips, remembered how he was called a hero. Jae-young played this world as if it was all just a game. Perhaps it will not stop seeming like this to him. This whole kingdom seemed like a game. However, remembering Mikhail, he did not know if he was worthy of such words, without deviating from his goal. The guy narrowed his eyes, saying that it must be. This is the very fun factor that belongs only to Arcadia, because it is a damn well-made game. Satan appeared and screamed, complaining that he had run out of all his accumulated points. The protagonist thought about it and asked why he was crying so much. After all, he had agreed to everything. The demon waved his hand and said that he couldn't even imagine how many decency points he had to spend to get rid of that bastard, Argammer, and wipe him off the face of the earth, and he hadn't even spent half of what he had spent. Jae-young sighed and said that he was talking as if he hadn't done anything at all. He shouldn't forget that he had spent all his points too. Satan frowned. The young man raised an eyebrow and said that thanks to him, the players of the evil faction were now at least a little calmer. They were at least able to fight back. The demon began to sweat. Ellie, flying up to the young man, told him not to pay attention to him. This dead mouse is always unhappy about something. He himself knows that devils are like that. When they are in a tight spot, they say one thing, and when they screw up, something completely different. The guy, smiling, asked the angel if she was ready to lend him her strength, as they agreed. Ellie, clenching her fist, said that she was ready to do it. If only he would defeat that lich bastard, she would pay off the points herself. He would not have to spend money. Golden mana enveloped the young man. Looking at the cardial icon, the protagonist said that he looked pretty good. The angel, extending her thumb, said that his strength was more than enough to deal with that bastard. Satan, flying up, said that he understood that the skeleton was still a bastard, but he was not that weak. It was unlikely that some pathetic guy could deal with him. The demon's mouth dropped open in horror as he recognized Cardiel. Cardiel was the owner of the holy sword that had defeated Argammer and pierced his chest. A scar appeared on Jae-young's cheek. The divine essence had entered his body, and he could now temporarily use its power. Satan screamed, asking how they could revive one of the 5 holy swords, and it was only Argammer. They were putting on a show. Ellie closed her eyes, saying that she had to invest a lot, but now there was no doubt about victory. Raising her eyelids, she said that she had already said that she was ready to sacrifice everything if it could finish off these damned demons. Satan looked at her sullenly and angrily. The protagonist, looking at his point counter, said that the bigger the event, the more points. In the guy's hand was a 2-handed sword. He was going to get as much as possible from this event, and if there was no such opportunity, then he was going to create it. At this time, the Dark Witch, having absorbed the Lich, released mana. The protagonist also enveloped his body in mana. He grinned, saying that he was not just a saint or a villain, but a real troll. Raising his sword, the young man said that it was time to punish that bastard, the Lich Argammer. Events take us to the palace of the Kingdom of Meren. The nobles standing in the throne room told the king that evil forces were coming for them and that they were about to be right in front of the palace, so he had to make a decision immediately. Tears came to the boy's eyes when he said that if his father were alive, everything would be different. The old man shouted, telling the king that he had to leave the capital right now. First he should run away to the Shiant Empire and hide there for a while, and then, having gained strength, recapture the capital. The boy, frowning, asked the nobleman if he was suggesting that he run away like a coward, abandoning his subjects. His father would definitely not forgive him for that. Raising his hand, the blonde said that a large number of adventurers were right now building a garrison in front of the palace. If they united with them, they would be able to repel the enemy. The king, smiling, said that the adventurers were not ordinary people, for they returned to life even after death. Suddenly, the entire palace shook. A guard rushed into the hall, saying that they had a disaster. The young man jumped up from his throne, asking what had happened. The soldier answered, saying that a huge army had already gathered outside. The army of the undead was indeed marching towards the castle. The black dragon of darkness stood motionless in the middle of this army. The king gritted his teeth. The system informed all the players about the beginning of the first act of Argamar's awakening. The girl, looking at the number of participants, said that everything was much worse than she thought. Looking at the system panel in front of her, she mentally said that one wrong move, as many as 50 million people would die before she reached the king, and so they would be defeated. It must be all because of those idiots who became so smug after the news of the abolition of the death penalty. She narrowed her eyes, saying that there was even an idiot who died over 1,000 times just to catch one poor priest. Her mana scattered through the air. Projecting the Lich, the witch said that now even the penalty for death did not seem so terrible. She was ready to give everything to use these powers. The adventurers stared tensely at the army in front of them. The knights frowned, clutching their weapons tightly. The witch, grinning, asked the Lich if he was ready. A light flashed in his eye socket when Argamar said that he had been ready for a long time. The skeletons were enveloped in dark mana. The moon and the sky changed color due to the Lich's spell. Souls began to fly around the battlefield. The girl raised her hand, reciting the spell in full. Argamar, who was standing behind her, said that she was increasingly amazed by him. He could not believe that she was able to reveal his powers to such an extent. Now no one could defeat them except those who were comparable in strength to the apostles themselves, which meant that no people could stop them. Titan rushed towards the crowd. The witch, smiling, said that it was time to begin. As soon as she gave the order to attack, the skeletons rushed forward. The warriors sweated with fear, saying that this fight was unrealistic to win. The girl slightly blushed from excitement, the euphoria of victory. Blood began to fly through the air. The events take us to the palace. The palace gates opened. The witch entered the throne room. She frowned slightly and said that even if it was an NPC, she would never have thought that a person like the king would dare to just up and run away. It was a pity for those soldiers who were guarding the gates in vain. They were clearly uneasy now. The witch grinned and said that they didn't need such a king from the start. Standing in front of the throne, she said that from now on she would be the queen. Her hand touched the throne. A moment later the system reported that the throne of the kingdom recognized her as the new owner. Now the kingdom was completely captured. Several system messages appeared in the air. The evil faction won, and now the death penalties were fully returned, and the owner of the golden throne has the right to rule the kingdom of Meren. The necromancer sitting on the throne smiled. She clenched her fist, saying that she did it. She is now the first to conquer an entire state in this game. Without stopping smiling, the girl said that she was very interested in how much money she would be able to get as a queen. Her mind clouded when she tried to figure out what she should do right away: gather the subjects and collect taxes from them or go to the treasury. She frowned sharply when someone asked her if she liked sitting on the throne. A guest stood at the threshold of the hall. The skeletons that stood guard had already been defeated and were now lying down. Jumping up from the throne, the witch asked the intruder who he was. The young man grinned widely. Gathering mana in her hand, the girl asked if those troops at the entrance were his idea. Streams of mana rushed towards the guy. The protagonist, releasing mana from his body, used Adlin's steps. His shining sword reflected the girl's attacks. The witch gritted her teeth, trying to understand what kind of person was in front of her. She had never seen him in the rankings before, but his skills were amazing. The young man, standing with his sword raised, said that he hoped that she had had enough time to play. Jae-young, closing his eyes, said that she should be very happy that she was able to obtain such a powerful force, capable of leading to the collapse of the balance and the capture of an entire country. As far as he knew, she also earned a hidden class. The girl staggered and screamed angrily, asking who he was. The protagonist's smile widened. He suddenly disappeared from his place. Appearing in front of the witch, he said that he was a lone shark who came to collect his money for the powers she had received. The guy's sword was enveloped in golden mana. Argamar involuntarily raised his hand in fear, recognizing the sword. While the golden mana swirled in the air, the system reported that a huge divine power had imprisoned the player. A deadly brand was engraved on the player's body. The soul of the Lich Argammer was struck. Gritting her teeth, the lady asked what this was. Jiang's pupils dilated when he said that it was time to remove Cinderella's magic and return her back to her pumpkin. The witch barely blocked his attack. The young man moved his lips and said that she couldn't use the skill normally. That was to be expected. It's good that she didn't decide to become a necromancer at the time. Clenching her jaw in anger, the girl said to stop smiling and not to forget that she was in first place in the rankings and that she was chosen by the Lord of Chaos himself, Satan. A magic circle appeared in the air. The protagonist stepped back. The young man asked Satan on his shoulder if this witch was telling the truth. He answered by telling him to listen to idiots less. He had nothing to do with it at all. The Lich opened his jaw in shock. He recognized the end of eternity, the sword that had once pierced him. And since this golden sword had appeared again in Arcadia, it meant that the heavens themselves were involved in all of this. He involuntarily remembered how Satan, clenching his jaw, told him to be more careful, otherwise he would die. The girl frowned when Argammer told her to run as quickly as possible and not to even dare to fight this scumbag, otherwise they would both die. Looking at the lump of light, the witch said that he himself told her that no one could defeat them unless it was the apostle himself, and they hadn't even really started the fight. Jae-young disappeared from his place. He moved to the ceiling. The girl opened her mouth and screamed furiously, using the death field summon. Immediately, the undead rose up in the hall. Knights, skeletons, and ordinary skeletons blocked Jiang's path. The young man, grinning, said that he wanted to finish everything quickly, but she was doing nothing but getting in the way. He gripped the hilt of his sword tighter. As he jumped straight at the skeleton knight, the system informed him that the attack power against evil creatures was increased by 80%, and no armor or resistance could cope with it. The boy lowered his blade. A golden light enveloped the knight's body. His eye sockets lit up. A moment later, Jae-young was already in front of the witch, forcing her to block the attack. Looking at the shining sword, the girl mentally said that this couldn't be. He was able to deal with a high-class undead with just the light of the sword. Her face twisted in anger as she asked the boy how he got this sword. The boy smiled widely and said that it must be a sacred sword, but he himself didn't know for sure, he just borrowed it. The lady opened her mouth in shock, asking who entrusted him with this. The protagonist, still smiling, said that as a demon, he was like an evil child who constantly gnashed his teeth, trying to deceive someone once again. The girl involuntarily imagined an angel. The events take us to the roof of the palace. The witch and Jae-young flew out of the palace, scaring people. The warriors standing below frowned, asking what was going on here. Were they really playing the same game? One of the guys, smiling broadly, said that a black dragon of darkness was fighting there. The girl clenched her teeth in anger. People looked closely at Jae-young, not understanding who the first in the ranking was fighting. The witch, stretching out her hand, used the summoning of a higher demon. The guy grabbed the sword with both hands. The summoned demon froze. The Death Knight was sent to eternal rest, and because of this effect, he cannot be summoned again. The necromancer covered her eyes with her hands, realizing that she couldn't summon the demon because of the sword. Gathering mana in her hand, she screamed, telling him not to look at her like that, because she had a lot of such monsters, and he wouldn't be able to hold them back forever. Skeleton warriors appeared in the air. The protagonist, smiling, said that this was a permanent skill, and she could summon as many as she wanted, but nothing would come of it. The summoned skeleton warriors began to fall. The witch's mouth fell open in shock. She couldn't believe that the boy was able to seal the summoning magic. The young man appeared above her. His eye flashed when he offered to end it all. The girl only stretched out her hands in front of her. Argammer, trembling with fear, asked her to run as quickly as possible. The protagonist swung his sword, hitting the opponent. She screamed in pain when the great divine power of the holy sword began to absorb her body. The soul of the lich screamed in pain, also being struck. After falling onto the roof of the building, the witch asked Jae-young why he did this to her. Holding the wound on her stomach, she said that he himself knew that the witch hunt quest was completed. No matter what, it would not bring him any benefit. Then she looked at the panel, which indicated that the kingdom had already been captured. Jae-young, smirking, said that he was specifically waiting for this, because until the quest ended with the victory of the evil faction, he had to deal with them after they captured the kingdoms. All this was necessary for the last piece of the puzzle to come together. The witch gritted her teeth when the guy told her not to be upset. Pointing his sword at her, Jae-young said that he did not care whether the faction was holy or evil. Both sides would only be happy with her death. The girl's cheeks slightly reddened. Argammer gaped. Looking at the shadow of the youth, he told him to stop, for he was the one who had once taken his powers. A line of holy light appeared in the air. Jae-young swung his sword and cut through the lich's soul sphere. The death effect and the doomsday effect began to overlap. The soul contract of Argammer and the demon world was forcibly terminated. The lich, having revealed himself, screamed, saying that it was unfair. His soul sphere split into two. His essence was destroyed. The protagonist, lowering his sword, said that he had already told her that she should not be too upset, because she had obviously lost before the battle began, but she should know that she only lost because the power she had received had turned her head. Cracks spread across the witch's body. She involuntarily lowered her gaze. She was offended. The lady glanced at the scenery of the mountain range. She involuntarily smiled, admitting that she was a little cheerful. Her body slowly dissolved. Jaeyoung withdrew his sword, happy that the battle was over. The young man, calling the system panels, decided to look through everything. Smiling, he asked what conclusions Arcadia had drawn from such ambiguous circumstances. A moment later the system reported that both sides had fulfilled the mission conditions. Alice, who was in the darkness, received notifications one by one, conducting an analysis to determine the priority. A piece of a puzzle formed above her hands. On the scales, the percentage of the requirements for victory fulfilled was 94% against 50. The camp of the saints prevailed. Soon the puzzle was formed. The optimal scenario was found. System panels appeared in the darkness, reporting the use of auxiliary changes. Both factions fulfilled the requirements for victory. The battle of the camp of the saints and the faction of the evil ended in a draw. The people in the palace froze in shock. The system panels appeared in the darkness again, announcing the start of calculating the rewards for each faction. The rewards are given out according to the contributions made by the users of the saints' camp. The warrior, looking at the panel in front of him, said that he was surprised that the church decided to give rewards not only to increase the rating, but also for no reason. Some imagined the kingdom's crest when the system filled with the news that the Black Dragon had captured the kingdom. Unconditional peace was activated within the walls of the Marin kingdom. From now on the kingdom is under the supervision of the demonic creature and its army. When people looked at the square, the system reported that now for a year no country can start a war with the Marin kingdom. The kingdom itself is going to become stronger with the help of the forces of the evil faction. The youth with the scar along his eye said that now even their forces have a kind of base. After losing the Great War, the demonic creature disappeared. It was impossible to find even the slightest trace, but now it has appeared. The king, sitting on the throne, read the notifications. The old man frowned, saying that everything starts from the beginning. Now the era of chaos has arrived. Fire and electricity are intertwined. Now no one even stuttered about the balance of good and evil, which is in the settings of Arcadia. One of the guys, pointing to the panel, asked if there is a draw. Mean smiled, reading the results, and Menhan was angry. Jenica closed her eyes, asking what kind of idiot could get the class of a chaotic wanderer. The situation on the second continent of Arcadia changed. The forces of evil strengthened. Now there was a balance of forces between good and evil. The two streams of energy were equal. The protagonist, sitting on the throne, received 210,000 points of decency. Jaeyoung smiled, mentally saying that he received so many points only by interfering with someone's plans. The person who created this game, this player. But what does he expect from him anyway? This time everything went as planned. He even tried to at least slightly inform the users about his existence, and during the battle on the roof he managed to do it, although not very successfully. Raising his hand, he said that receiving a huge amount of points and all the chaos that arose there was interesting. The young man clenched his fist, saying that he was even interested in what was prepared for him next. The lamp lights up when the system gave the young man the hidden class Chaotic Wanderer. A projection of a golden judge appeared above the guy when the endowment of special abilities began. Soon an icon appeared. Under it was written that now he can change cause and effect by endowing inanimate objects with points. The young man closed his eyes, saying that it did not even say how many points exactly to spend, not to say that this is a good ability. It is unlikely that it is aimed at a good cause. Raising his eyelids, Jaeyoung said that he should not think about it. It will be faster to use the skill right now. A rusty iron sword appeared in the young man's hand. Satan, appearing in the air, said that he hadn't seen this sword for a long time. Would he really want to remember the old days and deal with newbie adventurers again? The guy responded by telling him not to irritate him with stupid assumptions. Ellie, hearing Satan's words, asked the young man if he really did this. The protagonist raised the sword and activated the skill of transferring decency points. At that moment, holy light enveloped his sword. The demon covered his face with his hand, complaining about the bright light. Ellie, thinking, said that the sword contains enormous power. Many system panels appeared in the air, reporting a change in weapon marks. The required number of decency points is 9,000. Jaeyoung frowned, mentally saying that a unique item from the same Satan or Ellie costs exactly the same amount of points. The guy's lips stretched into a grin. Clutching the sword in his hand, he said that he was just bursting with curiosity. As soon as the decency points were transferred, the sword vibrated. Now the rusty bloody sword had reached a higher rank. All the past battles and the faces of their participants were contained in it. In Jaeyoung's hands was now the bloodsucker's sword. The executioner's sword became a sword filled with the blood of people sacrificed by a certain murderer in the past. The youth sighed, saying that it was a bit of a pity that the sword's appearance had not changed much. Maybe he just expected too much from an ordinary rusty sword. Satan, flying up, shouted, asking what just happened, and Ellie, smiling, said that it seemed like he had to spend a lot. He was surprising her more and more. The boy narrowed his eyes and said that he was pleased to hear them say that. But they had to remember that there was no such thing as a free lunch. If they wanted to exchange decency points, it had to be done through a fair deal. The two familiars looked away, smiling nervously. Jae-young raised the sword in front of him, saying that this skill was definitely worth further investment in it. Looking at the sword stats on the panel, he said that he still couldn't believe that he had managed to achieve such performance for such an item. It now looked more like a level 70 item. Jae-young grinned and asked what would happen if they tried to sell it. Satan, standing behind him, told the angel to look at the boy's angry face. The protagonist poked at the inventory slot. He summoned the Demon Cave Destroyer. He extended his hand towards it, intending to transfer the integrity points, but the system immediately reported that it was impossible to transfer the points, because the item had no past and no attributes that could be assigned to it. Jae-young froze with the destroyer in his hands. He raised his hand to his face, thoughtful. He was trying to improve two items. One of them was the one he had used for a long time, and it turned out that he couldn't just transfer the integrity points just because he had used the item for a long time. He extended his finger, saying that the criterion was most likely how much the item had a direct impact on the world of Arcadia. The demon, standing next to the sword, asked what kind of red aura it had, the blood so thick that it resembled the blood of a high-ranking vampire. The sword flew up sharply, being recalled. The demon got mad, saying that he was just looking at the sword. The young man turned around and said that his treasury would be filled with even more valuable items anyway, and besides, he was going to sell it anyway. Satan opened his mouth in shock, asking what he meant by the fact that he was selling the sword. Rubbing his palms, he said that if he needed gold, he could give it to him. He had a lot of money, and he could exchange it at the most favorable rate for decency points. Ellie, raising her hand, said that there was more than enough gold in their heaven. The young man, parting his lips, said that he didn't need the money yet. Now he was going to earn even more and more every month. For example, he would sign a contract with Baroness Mikhail or start uploading videos to YouTube. The demon, flying up to the guy, screamed, asking why he wanted to sell this sword. What's the problem with starting to use the one he used to carry again? Isn't he interested in that? Jae-young chuckled, saying that it was interesting, because it was the first and only item in the entire world, and it also had powerful characteristics that could erase the entire world, with minimal requirements. Summoning the sword, he asked what would happen if such a sword were put up for sale. Satan, after thinking, said that chaos would break out, while Ellie, smiling, asked if there would be peace. Extending his thumb, the protagonist said that he himself did not know anything. They would put it up for sale and then find out. Soon, the bloodsucker sword appeared at the auction. The events transfer us to the real world. The protagonist yawned, saying that the first period was much more difficult than he thought. Next year he should transfer to the evening group. The guy opened his eyes when he was called. Jae-young, standing next to the guy, asked what he was doing. Pointing at the phone screen, the young man shouted, telling him not to pretend. If he didn't know, you can look up the seller's name everywhere, and somehow it's magically similar to his nickname. This sword is a beautiful item. How and where did he find it? The protagonist glanced at the sword icon. He smiled while his friend shouted at him, saying that he didn't believe that a one-of-a-kind sword appeared at an auction. He had never even heard of such a thing. Did he earn some kind of hidden class? The guy looked away, saying that everyone has their own methods. Jae-young gritted his teeth in anger. He shouted at the entire audience, telling them to tell him, and he would promise to keep it a secret. The man stared at the panel with the sword's characteristics. The man scared his wife, asking her to come to him. The office worker picked up the phone and asked the bank to give him some money. When they started listing the types of loans, the bank interrupted them, saying that he didn't care at all, he just needed the money. When the bid reached 3,000 G, the blue-haired youth slammed the table and said that he was ready to pay as much as it took, because money was not a problem. When the bid reached 5,000, the system reported that there had just been a surge in bids for one specific item, and the freeze had been activated. The men froze in front of the screen and frowned. They knew that one gold coin was worth about 10,000 won, and now the bid had already exceeded 5,000. The worker approached the boss and asked if such a rank was the only one in the game. The boss replied that such a rank simply couldn't be. There were only 8 of them. Besides, all this time, it was only possible to sell items of a rank higher than rare at the auction. Closing his eyes, the blonde asked what it was then. He looked at the sword on the screen again. The man grabbed his head. The rest of the trades related to the bloodsucker item were suspended and gave a system error. In addition, the item was completely removed, sharpened with chains. Such a decision entailed a lot of discontent among users, which is why the company's support chatted with them non-stop. From the point of view of the Arcadia chairman themselves, they had no choice but to prevent the appearance of goods that could upset the balance of the game. Manhwa crossed his arms over his chest, being angry. Since then, wherever users were, there were constant conversations about this product. In addition, every day more and more players began to take an interest in the seller and look at his nickname. The red-haired frowned when she saw the seller's nickname. The boy next to her asked who Dex was. She answered, saying that he was one of the most legendary players, and even real professionals are worthless next to him. He plays with them like children. Looking at the forest ahead, the boy said that he didn't know that because he only played Arcadia. The girl smiled widely, saying that until recently, no one even knew what this player was doing, and now it was spreading all over Arcadia. The legendary player who left behind only the weapons of his defeated enemies had returned. The boy, looking at the system panel, was amazed by the characteristics of the sword. Angelica was also looking at the panel. Casillas had just killed the players after learning about the return of one player. The protagonist was standing on the roof of the building. He grinned and asked what was going to happen now. In the Korean branch, Mehan froze in front of the screen. He frowned, saying that the shape of the sword was very familiar to him. It was the same sword that the marauder in the video was holding. Back then, there was no way to find out who he was, especially with his rights as a regular administrator. The same with the creator of this item. Gritting his teeth, the man said that this cannot be allowed to happen again. An item with a registered bid of over 5,000 gold could be swimming in a mountain of coins. Clenching his fist, the man said that the seller would have to come out into the light to get the item back. He grinned and said that the guy was already trapped. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and curled his lip, asking how to tell if the bidding was suspended. He narrowed his eyes, mentally saying that it could be because the item's characteristics looked extremely deceptive. Of course, he understood that sooner or later they would intervene, but he did not suspect that it would be so direct. Satan appeared and asked the guy what had happened to him. He answered by saying that the sword he had made recently had been taken away. The demon, frowning, screamed, asking what idiot dared to do this. They must immediately find the bastard, they spent so many points, and he just went and took it. The protagonist rubbed his chin and thought. He smiled broadly, telling them to just give him the decency points, because they could make the same item and try to sell it again. Satan sweated and looked haggard, asking if he really thought he was that rich and young. Jae-young chuckled, realizing that the game company clearly hated him. Plus, there was a wind of uncertainty blowing from him. The guy's face was unknown to anyone. He put up a product that he made with the points, while revealing his nickname. In other words, the only thing they knew was his nickname. The young man, smiling contentedly, said that if his actions were in their favor, they would have let him sell the product without any problems. But these scumbags went to extreme measures, just taking it away. Plus, they didn't even try to contact the guy, didn't impose any sanctions. It was as if he was alone, which means that even though the company now knows his nickname, they still don't know who he is or where he lives. The guy put his hand to his chest, saying that they shouldn't have taken any drastic action against him. The young man moved his lips and said that perhaps this was also the power of that hidden class, the chaotic wanderer. Otherwise, what rights did it have to calmly start chaos? The lamp lit up again. Even the game management couldn't stop Jae-young. Sighing, the guy asked what kind of weirdo created this class. Each time he wanted to meet him more and more. His cloak fluttered in the wind when he said that thanks to these abilities, he was completely safe. Jae-young, warming up his wrists, said that now it was time to blow up their impudent asses. The events take us to the Korean branch of Arcadia. Menhun frowned deeply, being tired. People who saw his condition tried to understand what was wrong with him. The man moved his lips non-stop, pronouncing the nickname Jae-young. Entering the room, he said that they had not yet found the culprit, but it was clear that this item was created by one of the users. Beads of sweat rolled down the man's face as he said that all the recent incidents, from the witch hunt to the other problems with the items, were not in their plans at all. Squinting, he said that it was not that they had not planned, they could not even imagine something like this just by watching from the sidelines. They needed to take some kind of action. Min, who was sitting at the table, smiled. Looking at Menhun in front of her, she asked if he could at least predict what would happen tomorrow. The man frowned deeply as the director said that they were the main people of the company, not fortune tellers, and it was only natural that they could not predict future events and did not know all the actions of the users. Parting her lips, she said that she was ashamed that they could continue to tolerate all this. Mayan smiled and said that it was time for them to make a counter-move, then asked if he remembered the plan they had prepared the other day. Menhun frowned even more. His eyes widened in shock. The girl in front of him ordered the plan to begin. Soon, the forum announced a celebratory event to celebrate the creation of the Arcadia servers, the Battle of the Bamboo Pike. Jae-young's mouth dropped open when he saw the first announcement of PvP. The computer screen lit up. On the Arcadia forum, many people were discussing the Black Dragon of Darkness and the Red Demonic Dragon, who was ranked second, and he also completed the raid on the level 120 boss. Jae-young frowned, saying that he had miscalculated after all, the user growth rate was much higher. Users above level 100 have finally begun to appear, and now a battle has broken out with foreign servers for supremacy in the game, so in the future, the leveling of users will become faster. The protagonist entered the game, saying that over time his losses only continue to grow, because now there can be no talk of any benefit from the level system. His consciousness was clouded, now what he was afraid of all this time was happening. Jae-young stretched, saying that even if someone tried to attack him, it was enough to just spend a few points and use the same spiritualism. He chuckled, saying that it was time to leave them to themselves. Looking at the screen with the event, the young man saw how people in the chat were laughing at this event. Many wrote in the chat, calling the creator of the event an idiot. Some said that the creator should be beaten with a stick. In the end, the rules turned out to be extremely simple. It is enough to read the name and all the necessary information, and you can immediately understand that this is literally a large-scale PvP championship. in which attacks are allowed only with bamboo sticks. The last survivor won. The light fell directly on him. The young man chuckled, saying that it was allowed to use items, abilities, and skills, but only with a stick could they deal damage, which did not depend on physical strength or any other indicators. In other words, regardless of class, anyone had a chance to win. The guy narrowed his eyes. Looking at the screen in front of him, he said that the fact that this event appeared right now indicated that they were trying their best to catch him. The young man, staring ahead, said that although he had not originally planned to participate, the prize for the winner was too valuable. The photo said that there was one room for all players, a place where everyone was equal, becoming the last survivor. The winner received the right to receive one or another item from the inventory of the users they finished off as a reward. Jae-young grinned. Putting his hand to his face, he said that it would be stupid of him to refuse such a thing. The guy continued sitting at the computer. The game began loading. A week later, we found ourselves at a festival where fireworks were exploding everywhere. The young man, holding out his finger, said that he heard that even Dex would be participating. That's all they've been talking about all week, that he's almost invincible in the battle royale. Smiling, he said that he probably hadn't heard. The users couldn't stand it, and conspired, saying that there were 99 people against him alone. But even so they could win, he'd crush them all. The protagonist, walking to the side, understood that everyone was talking about him. He frowned, mentally saying that the players were still the same. It's been 2 years since he'd finished everything, and they were still following him around. Admiring the fireworks ahead, Jae-young said that he didn't expect anything special at all, but the map exceeded all his expectations. Many were enjoying the food. They couldn't believe that here you could calmly eat your fill of delicious things without worrying about extra calories. Jae-young sighed, asking if this was the very innovation that virtual reality had brought to their lives. At this rate all travel companies would simply go bankrupt. The protagonist looked behind him, hearing a scream. Ellie, appearing in the air, said that this was not the human world or the ghost world. This was a completely unfamiliar dimension. Satan, standing in front of her, screamed, saying that he understood that he didn't care, but still, they had made a contract. He had to take care of him. Didn't he think that running away to another dimension was too much? The guy, thinking, said that in the end they had flown to him anyway. Waving his hand, the demon said that, yes, at least he knew how much they had to learn before finding him. What was the problem with saying earlier or not knowing how to use language? Crossing his arms over his chest, the demon asked what wind had brought him here. The angel thought about it, and said that there was something wrong here. How could they not know that there was such a majestic dimension somewhere? Jae-young's eyes widened in shock when someone asked him if he was a player of a hidden class. The girl smiled and laughed. Putting one hand on her hip, she said that he must really have a hidden class. Jae-young turned to her, and asked how they knew that. Her eyes lit up when she said that it was hard not to guess after they were able to easily pass through space, almost tearing it apart. Ellie and Satan's eyes widened in shock. Frowning, he mentally said that she must be able to see his familiars. The girl in front of him said that she was talking about the ones behind him. After thinking, she said that it was impossible to say that they were very visible, but they emitted a strong energy. They were clearly not ghosts, maybe familiars. In her eyes they were just lights. The lady, smiling, said that he belonged to those who could summon assistance. Jae-young slightly inclined his head, mentally saying that it was impossible for any of the users to find out about his abilities before the competition began. He had to leave now, before she found out anything else. A scream rang out in the air. Looking at the green-haired girl, the guy screamed, recognizing her. When people were already starting to take an interest in Jae-young, the guy put on his hood. The girl stepped forward and apologized for the fact that because of her, he was now being riveted to unnecessary attention. But he should not misunderstand her, he just really interested her with his appearance. Stella, standing close to the young man, introduced herself. She smiled at the young man, saying that even with her eyes of truth it was extremely difficult for her to see those creatures. It seemed that he was much stronger than he seemed at first glance. But if he was afraid of being discovered, she would not interrogate him anymore. Jae-young smiled nervously, saying that it was very sweet of her. Soon one of her fans approached the witch, asking permission to take a photo with her. The lady looked away, mentally telling Jae-young to run. Looking at the running guy, she mentally said that she would be happy to watch his fight. Satan, sitting on the boy's head, asked who this bastard was. Ella, thinking, said that she was able to get through their defense. It was very unpleasant. The protagonist frowned, mentally saying that this Stella seemed to be a real sticky one. They would definitely run into her in the competition. Looking at the fireworks exploding in the sky, he said that something told him that this time things would not go so smoothly. Soon, the last fireworks exploded before the official start of the event. A moment later, a little girl with a baton appeared in the air. Hanging in the air, she said that since they had waited until this moment, it meant they were ready to join the competition. Swinging the bat, she announced the start of the long-awaited bamboo battle. A bamboo baton appeared in the air. Looking at the system panel, the people saw that the target hit by the bamboo was instantly killed. Jae-young grinned widely, saying that his body was itching for the first time in a long time. The ride suddenly emptied. The bat in the girl's hand grew larger as she said that they should get rid of all this junk. She swung her weapon. A moment later, her weapon fell to the ground. The ground beneath the participants cracked, starting to change. Stella flew up. Cassius bowed her head. Angelica, who was standing in the crowd, became nervous. The protagonist stood calmly, looking at the sky. The entire park began to collapse. A strange mansion appeared in its place. The players were transported to an ancient city. A bamboo stick appeared in the air. Jae-young grabbed it, saying that it was a very unusual object. The host, raising her bat, said that the number of participants had exceeded 3 million. She had never seen so many opponents before. As she said, this would be one of the most hellish survivals. For reference, the remaining number of players continued to flash in the sky. The girl smiled widely. Waving her hand, she screamed, ordering them to kill each other until there were 1,000 lucky ones left. People, taking bamboo sticks in their hands, screamed and immediately began to fight each other. The bamboo began to be covered in blood. The girl, crossing her arms over her chest, said that this was very fun. The competition had just begun, but a fierce battle was already underway. The red-haired man, swinging his sword, said to stop fighting like this. At this rate they would simply die here. The guy with the mohawk took a low stance and cursed. Blood flew across the area. Smiling widely, the player said that he had just finished off the player who was ranked 19th. It was he, the chicken with level 23, who was able to do it. Suddenly, he was pierced from behind by bamboo. The girl hanging in the air said that they were all too pathetic. They had used up all their strength from the start. As she said, they were just weaklings who did not even want to take a higher place in the ranking. Rubbing her chin, she smiled widely again. A crowd came out to the side, somewhere near Cassius. People also came to Stella, wanting to kill her. The protagonist stood to the side, watching everything with boredom. He shifted his gaze, saying that they were all just crazy. The item was indeed capable of finishing off any user with one blow. Now each player had a certain amount of power, so it was only natural that someone would not be able to go against their wishes with such a powerful equipment. Someone disappeared from his place. Jae-young turned his head sharply. The young man jumped to the side, dodging the attack. The player, grinning, said that he must have really shit his pants to run away like that. Judging by his equipment, he was still a beginner. Jae-young sighed tiredly, telling him to look up. The guy froze with a stupid grin on his face. While the bamboo stick fell on him, he told the protagonist that he must have lost his fear. A moment later, the bamboo hit the target. The protagonist, taking his weapon in his hand, said that he couldn't do without the stealth skill. After all, he could use spiritualism on this map. Satan objected, saying that he should pay with decency points, otherwise he didn't care. Jae-young thought about it and asked to summon the guy he had chosen earlier. The demon immediately created a magic circle. The guy's cloak fluttered. Before the competition began, he learned something new while trying to figure out the spiritualism skill, namely that it could summon not only people. Soon, a being made of energy, a ghostly mist, appeared. The boy's equipment was enveloped in mana when spiritualism was activated. The guy looked at his hand, saying that this ghost does not actually exist in reality. It is more like a black cloud. This is just perfect for this event, because it easily dodges all attacks. The boy's body was divided into two when he was attacked. The man frowned, not understanding how the enemy was still alive. The protagonist, turning around, asked how he still did not see the result. Having increased in size, he said that it was not particularly noticeable that he pierced him. The weapon rushed towards the enemy's head. A moment later, a cry of pain was heard in the forest. Jae-young, holding a bamboo in his hand, said that the rules here are exactly the same as in the same royal battles. Killing a player is something like a small addition. The most important thing is to survive. Dissolving, the guy said that from now on, you will have to try a little to avoid being seen. Satan, smiling, said that this is a great idea. He understood correctly that he decided to hide well, and then attack strong players from afar. The guy, raising his head, said that it was time to have some fun. After all, he even used spiritualism for this. The demon frowned, puzzled. Smiling, the protagonist said that if there are no witnesses, it is the same as remaining unnoticed. Satan froze with a nervous smile on his face. Mana was released from his body when he said that it was time for him to start shedding blood. The full moon illuminated the forest. Golden light appeared in the middle of the forest. A magic circle appeared on the ground as Stella said that they had decided to attack her themselves, and ended up with such a weak will. Standing in the center of the pentagram, she called the attackers worthless. She smiled, saying that she should find the one who could satisfy her. Her eyes lit up as she asked where her beloved mouse was. The bamboo stick was a weapon. Some even prayed on their knees to the bamboo stick. Holding up the bamboo stick, the man said that they were all equal before this weapon. Now that they were under its protection, it was time to show everyone what the wrath of the people really looked like. Frowning deeply, the old man said that they must punish those shameless rankers who engaged in violence in order to achieve greater greatness. Formed in this way, they called themselves the Bamboo Stick Revolutionary Organization. They wore white coats with bandages on their foreheads. The protagonist sighed, saying that he didn't expect such freaks to exist. People rushed straight at him. Jae-young narrowed his eyes. His body shattered into pieces. The bald guy froze in shock. Jae-young smiled, even after receiving a notification that he couldn't attack this object. Gritting his teeth and looking at the opponent, the young man said that it was unfair, but the protagonist objected, saying that it was just a passive effect. He gripped the bamboo stick tighter. Attacking the crowd, he said that this was unfair. The old man gritted his teeth, seeing that the young man had struck 4 times in a row without using skills. The synchronization with the capsule must have reached terrifying heights. The protagonist appeared in front of the opponent with a grin on his face. The man gripped the bamboo tighter in his hands. The young man struck him in the body. The old man opened his mouth in pain and said that he shouldn't have lost like that. When his body dissolved, it meant that the revolutionary bamboo stick organization had been destroyed. The guy sighed, saying that all of them were only attacking with that puny stick. Looking at the sky, he said that now was not the time to stand out, otherwise he would just be torn to shreds. Jae-young froze, looking at the system panels, as the system reported receiving the title of revolutionary in the fight for equality for 1,000 kills with a bamboo stick. Looking at the man counter, the guy realized that there were just under 3,000 people left. He squinted, saying that in the first few hours, more than 100,000 people had died, and so quickly that the number of players was decreasing extremely rapidly. But now that there were only a few left in the game, their number was barely moving. Massaging the bridge of his nose, Jae-young said that if he wanted all of this to end quickly, it was time to start doing something. But the map was too big, so catching everyone one by one would be a pain in the ass. The girl parted her lips and screamed, telling the boy to get out of the way. The protagonist turned around. His eyes widened in shock. Angelica was flying straight at him. She closed her eyes, realizing that she was about to crash into the boy. Jae-young's body fell apart. The lady passed through the boy's body. An invisible pressure fell on the yard. The protagonist, looking at the fallen Angelica, asked if she was okay. She, getting up, said that she thought that a little more and she would knock him down. But was he really a ghost? Jae-young, without answering, began to examine the girl. If you look closely, she resembled a newbie, but she was still alive. Smiling, Stella said that they finally met. The boy, turning around, frowned. The girl, covering her mouth with her hand, said that when they first met, she had a strong feeling that there was something like that in him. Apparently, she was right, and he was able to survive until this moment for a special time. The young man looked at the witch with boredom. Angelica, sitting on the ground, asked for help. The protagonist turned around and looked at her. Stella grinned, waiting for an answer. The guy, bowing his head, thought. Turning to Angelica, he asked why he should help her. The girl's eyes widened when Jae-young said that if he understood her correctly, Stella was chasing her, so the question arose, why should he interfere in someone's affairs and help? The witch, closing her eyes, laughed. The protagonist frowned, mentally telling himself that he couldn't help, especially when the enemy was in second place in the rankings. Although in reality players could only die from attacks made with the bamboo stick, the magic still worked anyway, and it was annoying. A magic circle appeared under the witch when she told Jae-young that he was more perfect than she thought. Waving his hand, the boy said that it was time for him to go, she could finish what she started. Angelica watched the boy nervously. Suddenly, the system gave Jae-young a mission. The boy's eyes widened in shock. He looked at Stella, who stood in front of Angelica. The protagonist froze, looking at the system panel. The pink-haired girl closed her eyes. The bamboo stick rushed towards her. The boy, turning around, cursed. He urgently had to repel Stella's attack. She, frowning, asked what he was doing. Gritting his teeth, Jae-young said that he himself did not know. Frowning, he said that she should see that he was trying to protect this stupid girl. Angelica, raising her eyelids, froze, being amazed. The young man stood in a low stance, cursing the game. The witch smiled. Angelica smiled widely, being happy. She did not know that the system gave Jae-young a mission. It required him to find assistants to create chaos, and above the head of each assistant there was a special sign. From the height of a bird's flight, another mysterious world of Arcadia opened up. The girl looked at the crowded fantasy square and asked herself, is this really a game? The excitement froze on the face of the new player. She already thought that she did not belong here. This was too special a world. She remembered herself in the real world. It seemed to her that it would hardly suit someone like her, a girl who lived a very ordinary life. She hid her face behind a huge bang. At that moment someone appeared who agreed to teach her everything. A tall woman in black turned to her and said that she could help her and asked if she wanted to become her student. It turned out to be an NPC, completely different from the others. The player looked at her in surprise. They came to a magic workshop. The woman said that the most important thing in magic is to expand your mind. She showed the girl the night sky and said that she can only know it if she begins to look at this world completely differently and devote herself to broader ideas and concepts. She asked her to look at the sky, how the stars shine and how the moonlight flows. The lady smiled and asked, isn't it beautiful? Unlike the others, she, as an archmage, was most captivated by nothing other than the eternally shining stars and the majestic moon. She taught this special magic, which she created herself, to 2 of her students. Both put their hands on their books. One of them was Stella, the Star Witch, and the newcomer Angelica, the Moonlight Sorceress. The mistress smiled at them and told them to take these books. She said that very soon she was going to go on a long journey, and this was her last gift to them. In the eyes of the students appeared the symbol of their teaching. The day when these two magic books merged together would be the day of the birth of one of the great wizards, whose abilities go beyond human knowledge and surpass any limitations. The girls imagined the combined book and thought about the chance, and that this book was a chance to become a great wizard. Angelica looked closely at her book. This chance was given even to such an unremarkable her. In her eyes appeared the combined symbol. Stella at that moment cast an evil look at her. The teacher did not know that this chance could become, on the contrary, a curse for her. The girl was very surprised when a strange symbol lit up above her. The system opened a window in front of her and said that Angelica needed to complete a task, find accomplices so that they could help her create the world of their dreams. Jae-young looked at the witch and cursed loudly. She frowned and asked if he was really kidding now. He himself only said that he was not going to interfere. The hero smiled nervously and replied that it was so and offered to just let the sorceress go. Stella's pupils narrowed. She asked what would happen if she refused. The necromancer looked at her in surprise. He smiled. He had no choice. His arms and legs were covered in purple fire. He said that he was going to get rid of her. Stella sent energy into the staff and it sparkled. She asked if the guy really thought it would be that easy? Without giving him a chance to answer, she launched a chain lightning across the battlefield, forcing the fighter to immediately stand up. The enemy was too fast and even a defensive stance couldn't save him. The guy was pierced by electricity. The system reported that his endurance began to drop sharply. His whole body was paralyzed and now the hero couldn't move for some time. Meanwhile, she cast a fireball, a magical capture made of many chains. The star spear flared with purple light. The wind cut was about to cut the player's flesh into pieces. Angelica screamed for the hero not to try to stop this attack. She understood that the only circular magic that could be used at the moment. She knew that Stella was going to remove the obstacle. Jae-young created a protective dome and the magic hit him, while Angelica asked him to just run away. After the attack, the girl looked at the battlefield in shock. Smoke and sparks swirled in the air. Jae-young was sweating and breathing heavily. He was on the verge of death. All his stats were down, but invulnerability was activated. Death was temporarily stopped. He needed to beware of the bamboo spear. The guy smiled and noted that it was not for nothing that the main thing in this competition was equality. He said that the player could not be killed by anything other than a bamboo stick. A female silhouette appeared in the smoke. The player's eyes were already half closed. He was breathing heavily. A moment later, he fell to his knees. Stella approached him, creating a magic circle around herself. She asked if she was worried in vain. She considered him special, but in fact he could not even avoid a light attack. She swung her spear with a smile. Now even if they met, she hoped that the hero would not be too upset about the fact that he died because of her. Because no matter what, he started it first, and there was no need to meddle in her affairs. Jae-young chuckled and replied that it was just an ordinary event and there was nothing to be offended about. Stella smiled menacingly, laughed and called the hero an interesting guy after all. She said goodbye to him and struck. She looked at the system window in confusion. She could not attack this object. Suddenly her whole body shuddered. The witch slowly lowered her gaze. The weakened necromancer suddenly pierced her with a bamboo spear. He smiled with difficulty and quipped that she should not be offended, as they had agreed, because this was just an event. Stella screamed, covered in electricity. She did not have time to finish and her body evaporated. It was good that the protection was activated in time, otherwise the witch would have probably finished off the hero. Angelica looked at what was happening with her hands down. Jae-young had just defeated the player in second place in the ranking. She thought until the last that he had no chance. The necromancer looked ahead with a clouded gaze. His head was spinning. The girl ran up to him and asked if he was okay. The guy only tried to laugh it off. Angelica bowed to him and began to thank him for his help. The young man was embarrassed and asked why she had surrendered to the witch at all. The sorceress smiled embarrassedly and answered that it was a long story. She looked at the house in the night. The hero saw her off and suggested that before their mentor left somewhere, she gave them each an item and if one of them got hold of both of them, he could become an incredibly powerful wizard. And Stella seemed to have gone crazy because of this idea and began to pursue him in order to eventually deal with him and take him. The sorceress looked at her savior in confusion. He asked what she was going to do now. Jae-young looked at her calmly and replied that she was not an easy player, and if she had forgotten, she was in second place in the ranking. How long was she going to run from her? Could she hunt? Angelica bowed her head. She did not know what to answer. The guy sighed and asked what level the girl was. She answered 43. He frowned and thought that this level could not be called either low or high, however, which was much more serious. The girl smiled nervously when the necromancer asked if she was wearing the school uniform that they wear on level 20, and that accessory that she had on, as far as he remembered, was given to her for completing the quest on level 15. The player replied that she simply did not have money for another one and had to constantly run away from Stella. Suddenly, Jae-young shuddered. An idea came to mind that he could just try. The guy hung over the frightened girl and ordered her to give him all the items she had right now. After some time, the girl's clothes were lying on the ground, and she was embarrassed to say that she had done as he asked. Angelica tried to cover her naked body with her hands, asking if he thought it was a little strange. The protagonist, despite her, waved his hand and ordered him to move away a little, because he needed to check something. Surprise appeared in the girl's eyes, and she said to herself that he had not even looked at her, and she was standing there worried, and perhaps he really could be trusted. Jae-young looked at Angelica's things and said to himself that, judging by her story, these things must have been used for a very long time. Stretching his hand towards them, he ordered them to hand over the decency glasses. Hearing this, the girl raised her hands and asked what kind of decency glasses. At that very second, a pillar of light struck the sky. A few minutes later, the light went out. All of Angelica's things were shining brightly, and they had a note that they were the only ones. Seeing that the characteristics had increased, the guy smiled broadly and said to himself that it turned out that depending on how exactly the item was used, the effect of the transfer of decency points was determined. The sorceress, putting on her clothes, asked if he really wanted to say that these were all her things, to which he replied that fortunately this was so, and on the one hand it was good that she wandered with them for a long time, otherwise it was unknown whether the enhancement would have worked, and he understood that they were still not very durable, but for a start it was not bad. Angelica lowered her head and quietly thanked the guy, after which she asked herself why he would help someone like him, adding that she was certainly grateful for this gift. Jae-young raised his eyebrows in surprise when the girl asked him who he was at all. Taking hold of his hood, he smiled broadly. A second later, he leaned towards Angelica and replied that he was her partner. The Bard of Anarchy extended his hand and added that they had a lot to look forward to, after which he sent a friend request. Seeing that she had received a request from Dex himself, Angelica gaped in shock. After a while, she walked next to the guy and said that at first she was very wary, because he was too kind to her, and he also changed the items. It was somehow suspicious, but now all her doubts were dispelled. There was a blush on her face, and she, without stopping smiling, added that she still could not believe that a star like Dex decided to be friends with her, because it was simply incomprehensible. Then the main character looked at her and said that she should promise him something, no one should know about it, to which she exclaimed that she would never tell anyone about it. Suddenly, Satan appeared from under Jang's cloak and asked the owner if he was sure about this, because until recently he didn't want anyone to know who he was, to which he firmly replied that he was sure, and there was no need to worry, because he had already thought of everything. He remembered how he put his sword up for auction, and after that incident, everyone knew that he played Arcadia, so now he had no need to hide his nickname, especially from those he trusted, and now the only thing that mattered was how exactly he should appear to people. Thinking about this, the guy imagined the light and darkness in front of him. Suddenly, Angelica raised her head and said that he should take a look at this, because very soon there would be less than 1,000 players. On the huge system screen in the sky, it was written that there were 1,002 players left. Seeing this, the main character frowned tensely and said to himself that there were only 2 people left until more than 3 million players became 1,000, and he did not know who was behind this, but obviously some scumbags. And as soon as he thought about it, 2 pairs of glowing eyes appeared in the darkness, which suddenly said sarcastically that their guests had finally arrived, adding that they would be the ones to grace the grand finale. Angelica immediately hid behind her partner, who asked what they had just said. The huge man folded his arms across his chest and said that their outfits were very strange, after which he asked how no one had finished them off yet, and his comrade laughed and replied that it did not matter to them, because it was immediately obvious that they were some kind of newbies, which meant it would be much easier to kill them. Hearing this, Jae-young smiled widely and said that the mobs had arrived just in time, and then asked his partner if she could handle it. The girl's eyes showed horror, and she asked in response what she could handle, whether it was hiding so as not to disturb anyone. Then the guy pointed his index finger and said that now was the time to test the abilities of her new items, so she should deal with those 2 opponents. These words caused beads of cold sweat to appear on Angelica's face, and she screamed loudly, asking if she really had to do this. At this time, the 2 players gritted their teeth in anger. Suddenly, they rushed to attack with a loud cry that they had endured for a long time. The sorceress suddenly equipped the Staff of Poverty on herself, after which she was told that all the items from the poverty set were equipped, so the power of the staff was activated. The bright lamp quickly filled with light. The girl put her hand out and screamed loudly, using the shield ability. A magical barrier appeared in front of her, protecting her from the enemy's attack. The enemy, seeing this, frowned in displeasure and screamed, asking how she was able to reflect several double attacks with the help of the first circle magic skill, adding that it still did not change anything, because her shield would break, and then they would get her. Cracks appeared on the girl's protective barrier. Squeezing her eyes shut, Angelica said to herself that her shield was starting to crack, and this could not continue any longer, which meant she had to do as Dex taught her. After these thoughts, she placed as many as 5 shields in front of herself. The huge man flew back, and his comrade screamed in shock, asking what the hell was this. The protagonist, with his arms folded across his chest, looked at this and said to himself that her items were, of course, strange and completely incomprehensible, but she would definitely not be able to defeat high-ranking monsters. But this should not be forgotten either, because the most important thing here is the effect when they are used together. He smiled maliciously and, having read that the effect of the set, which reduces the consumption of first circle magic mana by 99%, reduces the consumption of second circle mana by 50%, and increases the consumption of third circle magic mana by 1000%, said to himself that all this means that she can use first circle magic until she turns blue. At this time, Angelica created a huge number of magic balls around herself. Tears came from the enemy's eyes, and he asked if this was really a magic missile. At the same second, an insanely powerful explosion was heard, after which it was reported that the number of remaining survivors had reached the mark of 1,000 players. Angelica held tightly to the staff. These two probably did not know, but today is not an easy day, because the great mage of the first circle of magic, a real psycho in PvP, a crazy woman beaten to the bone, who will beat until the brains flow out, namely the day when the real Angelica appeared. With eyes full of joy, she turned to her partner and loudly screamed that she succeeded, after which the system screens reported that the candidate for the assistant position had achieved trust, and the player named Angelica became his assistant, and as a reward you can earn decency points, and the number of points earned so far is 243. After reading everything to the end, the protagonist smiled confusedly, and said to himself that it sounds like he became a king, but he still hopes that she will turn into an unimaginable monster. Thinking about this, he looked at Angelica's back. Exactly the same view was broadcast on a small monitor. The director grabbed his subordinate's head and shouted loudly that he had finally been caught, the mysterious Dex player. But suddenly a red notification appeared on the screen, saying that they did not have enough authority to request information about the selected user. What he saw caused beads of cold sweat to appear on Menhan's face, and he said that he did not know what he was up to this time. But he would not leave it like that. A lot of players had gathered in one place, because the second stage of the Bamboo Stick Festival was about to begin. The festival host put her hand to her chin and said loudly that something unexpected had happened. She had expected that there would be many high-ranking anchors left in the end, but in the end it was quite the opposite, and it was very surprising that most of the survivors were mid and even low-ranking players, and even a level 43 player survived. Which meant that among them there was a user who had not passed the 50-level threshold, and this was simply amazing, after which she asked if it was all about luck or still about abilities. Angelica raised her eyebrows in surprise when she heard this. Suddenly, the festival host smiled broadly and added that they would find out all about it in the second stage. After a short pause, she waved to everyone and said that before the second stage of the festival began, she had to explain to everyone two very important changes. The bamboo sticks that were given to the players began to glow brightly. The host opened the system screen and asked everyone not to panic, because everything was fair. They just decided to improve some skills, because they seemed too childish to them, and first of all, the bamboo spear can now be assessed not only by physical attacks, but also by magical attacks. In other words, such gadgets as ignoring physical attacks or absolute defense can no longer block the sticks. The protagonist listened to all this from the side. Satan suddenly folded his arms across his chest and asked the owner what he was going to do now, because this was supposedly his area. The guy smiled silently. The air began to fill with his dark aura. The guy's eyes lit up brightly, and he replied that he was extremely careful not to avoid fights, so they would still have to see. The festival host widened her eyes and repeated the information she had said a few minutes earlier. Hearing this, some players frowned tensely and asked if there really was a skill to ignore physical attacks and absolute defense. But that was unfair. Who could use it? The host picked up a baton and said that there was another change, adding that there was a serious imbalance due to some items, and their festival was a war for equality, and such items were against their principles, so in the upcoming second and third stages, players would not be able to use any gadgets and effects for equipment except for regular weapons. Hearing this, Angelica's eyes showed shock and she screamed loudly, asking what she should do with her set then. The protagonist, after listening to the host, exhaled heavily and asked himself why she was asking this at all, because if they weren't there, she would hardly care. Drawing a map in her head, the host explained that from now on, a poisonous gas would be released from outside the map, adding that it spread as fast as a person could run, so they would have to run a bit. Her eyes lit up brightly, and she suddenly announced that the second stage of the festival had begun. The moon was floating across the clear night sky. Alice levitated in the empty space and said that the emergency patch had been completed, and now some of the restrictions of the Bamboo Stick Fighting Festival had been changed, but they did not meet the criteria of the Alice system, and some penalties might be incurred. After reading this information, the director smiled widely and exclaimed that it had finally worked. Taehoon suddenly turned to him and asked if he was sure about this, since the chairman had advised them to avoid penalties as much as possible, to which he replied that everything was fine and there was no need to worry, since if anything happened, he would be the one to take the rap. Menhan frowned angrily, and added that the player named Dex was the one who created the bloodsucker that caused all the problems, so the biggest benefit for the management was to reveal all the circumstances, and above all, this festival was something like a trump card that their Korean branch put forward in order to resolve all the complaints and dissatisfaction of the players. After saying this, he presented a poster that said a celebratory event in honor of the creation of the Arcadia servers. At the moment, he looked at the protagonist and his partner, saying that such a problematic kid should be gotten rid of in the second stage. Jae-young looked at Angelica and said that from now on they should split up, and if possible, they could meet in the third stage. Hearing this, tears appeared in the girl's eyes, and she screamed loudly, asking how so. Did he really want to get rid of her now? Was it really only because she could no longer use her equipment? Hearing this, the guy asked her in response with a cold expression if she was crazy. He actually made these items for her himself, and if he was looking for someone to take advantage of, he would have gotten rid of her a long time ago, since after she got involved with that witch, he did not earn anything good from it. These words hit Angelica right in the chest, and she quietly said that it was true. After a short pause, the protagonist chuckled and said that he was just joking, but now he is not quite sure that he can protect her. After these words, he put his hand on Angelica's head. After removing it, the guy said that he had one plan, and it was too dangerous. As he left, he waved his hand to his partner and said that she could still use her weapon, but the main thing was that she should try and not get involved with any idiots, to which she confusedly replied that she would try, but he should also be careful. With a smile on her face, the sorceress waved at the boy and added that they would definitely meet in the third stage. Jae-young walked away with his hand raised. Angelica continued to wave after him, wondering if there was anything else in his passive skill other than protecting him from unnecessary attacks. After asking herself this, she chuckled and said that it did not matter, because even Dex would not cheat like that. At this time, the protagonist smiled widely and turned to spiritualism to transform him into the Dark King Azahara. A creature from the demon world with insane magical energy quickly entered the player's body, and now he could temporarily use its powers. Jae-young received the ability of resistance to master-level poisons, invulnerability to second-tier poisons, the ability to use master-level poison, as well as third-tier blood poison. The guy was wearing the robe of the Dark King. Ellie suddenly appeared above him, folding her arms across her chest and saying that she couldn't believe her eyes. He had decided to contact the demon world again, and it was upsetting her greatly. To which he replied that it was because the skills that were useful to him were more effective on the demon side, that's all, and then asked Satan if it was true that everything would go smoothly regarding his idea. The Demon King smiled in confusion and replied that he thought everything would go as it should, and then asked if he would definitely be able to handle it, since, as he understood, it was more like some kind of competition, and if he would be punished for starting to cheat again. Then Jae-young smiled ominously and replied that sometimes he felt like he was too naive for a devil. Upon hearing this, Satan frowned and asked in a trembling voice if it was true. The protagonist ran, answering of course, and adding that the rules themselves should be included in the map, or more precisely, they should be designed specifically to make the situation beneficial, which is why he would do things differently from the others. The moonlight illuminated the entire map. The guy kept smiling, explaining that because of the poisonous gas, everyone would eventually gather in the center of the map, and then a fierce battle would begin when all the users collided with each other. After saying this, he imagined how powerful players would meet each other. The smile disappeared from the protagonist's face as he continued to say that many players died in the first stage, and now that there was nothing much that could be done against the bamboo sticks, it was possible to pass the second stage quite calmly. But the only way was to be wary of others until all the 1,000 people except him suffocated from the poisonous gas. He was getting closer to the poisonous gas. Less than a minute later, the protagonist was sitting on the floor, and the deadly poison was slowly covering his body. But the passive skill poison resistance was instantly activated, followed by the passive skill poison invulnerability, and with the help of the skill blood poison, the absorbed poison leaked into the blood. Without any fear or doubt in his eyes, Jae-young declared that the second stage was passed. Some time passed, and the poisonous gas continued to move. Clashes began to occur many times more often, so the air was filled with magical energy. The host of the festival, folding her arms across her chest, laughed and said that this was much more interesting to watch, because unlike the last stage, only the strongest will survive here, and thus everyone also has a different skill level, however. She brought her hand to her chin and added that in any group there is that very standard that goes beyond the standards. A player with the nickname Cassius slowly walked along the ground. Opposite her stood opponents, ready to attack. The girl suddenly rushed to attack. She made a rampage with many fast and strong blows. At that moment, someone took aim at her. Cassius suddenly turned her surprised gaze. Suddenly, at the very last moment, she managed to dodge. The burning arrow stuck into the ground. Horror appeared in the archer's eyes from what he saw, and he asked if she had really dodged his arrow, and at such a distance. At that moment, the girl's eyes filled with rage, and she said that she had found him. Immediately after these words, she disappeared. On the roof of the building, she saw a silhouette burning for her. In the blink of an eye, Cassius was in the air above the enemy. Raising his head, the archer shouted loudly, asking who she was, because he shot from a distance of 800 meters. How did she manage to do this? And then asked if she really had a hidden class. Immediately after this question, particles of magical energy appeared in the air. With one blow, the girl struck her opponent. Smoke came out from her bamboo spear. Cassius raised her hand to her head and said that she was speechless, because even though everyone was angry now, he was still standing aside. With eyes burning with anger, she turned her gaze and asked where Dex was hiding. After some time, the poisonous gas began to dissipate, because the second stage of the Bamboo Stick Festival was over, and only 2 players remained alive. Casillas angrily gritted her teeth. The protagonist was completely calm, hiding in the poisonous fog. The moon continued to float across the night sky, and at this time the second round of bamboo stick fights was underway. Player Casillas defeated each of her opponents. Her eyes were shining brightly. A defeated player was crawling towards her and saying with his last strength that it was some kind of incomprehensible combo attack of hidden skills, and there was no justice in a fight on bamboo sticks. The girl silently adjusted the glove on her hand. She frowned and said to herself that 3 minutes were enough for everything, and this should not be enough, because in this sense, nothing is different from the game she played before. Therefore, she needs to become even stronger to defeat him. Icaro's RPG game released 20 years ago, with beautiful graphics and a pleasant atmosphere, and it used to be so popular that it was called the national game. But over time, players received a notice of termination of service, because despite the strictest control and good physical skills, the game engine was old, and the game quietly went into the past, and all because of the outdated graphics and game system. The girl's eyes were filled with shock at what she saw, and she quietly said that it was a lie, because she was one of the users who truly loved this game until the very end. Her character named Casillas was standing in the main square. For her, Icaro's was not just a game, it was 20 years of her life filled with achievements and memories, so no one could take the first place from her. Her nickname was always in first place in the ranking mode, and all this was until he appeared. In the girl's eyes was the nickname Dex, and she asked herself who he was, because she had never seen him before. And then Casillas was defeated for the first time in PvP. Seeing her defeat, the girl furrowed her eyebrows in anger and screamed, asking if it was really so fast, adding that it was so fast. He attacked her 3 seconds after the effect of the rage strike, but he used a trick with the server lag. A drop of cold sweat was running down her face, because she realized that the protagonist knew Icaro's much better than her. The guy continued to stand in place. Suddenly, a message appeared above him, in which he wrote that it was a good fight for a user of such a shitty game. Shock appeared in the girl's eyes from what she read. At this time, the protagonist looked at his weapon and said that since he took first place, it was time to end this game. After this message, a notification appeared that Dex had left the game. At the same second, the girl slammed her fist on the table, because this freak had trampled her pride and the pride of her favorite game too easily. Currently, she looked at her hand and thought that she had a hidden class fighter who could fight with any weapon that came to hand. In the open system screen, it was written that her hidden skill was Quick Select, which allowed her to quickly change weapons without calling up the inventory. Casillas kept her head down, saying to herself that thanks to this skill, she could fight in a similar style to Icaro's, and this hidden class seemed to be created for her, and because of this, it was hard to believe that this was just a coincidence, because she had another chance. The air quickly filled with her magical aura. Clenching her hand tightly into a fist, the girl firmly said to herself that she had a chance to surpass this bastard. At this time, the main character continued to sit in the poisonous gas. Exactly the same view was on the small work monitor. The director looked at this with empty eyes and asked the manager how he set up this poisonous fog, to which he replied in confusion that according to the settings they set, it was a deadly poison that caused intoxication at level 200 and above, to which Minhan said that the highest level on the Korean server was around 160. But this guy survived 30 minutes in the poisonous fog of level 200. And this was not the effect of a unique item, but rather a special characteristic of this guy, since a limitation was set on carrying items. Then Toon pointed his finger and asked if this was not a skill effect. After hearing this, the director gritted his teeth and looked at his subordinate and asked if he really thought this made sense. This look caused beads of cold sweat to appear on the boy's face, and he shouted in confusion that it couldn't be such an unfair skill. After all, the basic poison resistance should not be lower than rank 3, and even if he had a poison resistance skill, it should be at least rank 5, and this is not the level that a player with basic skills can have. Menhun heard this, lowered his head and said that if he continued like this, he would endure the poison fog they had prepared, and in the end it would be a scenario where the bastard would win. But this was unacceptable. A few minutes later he came to Alice. The AI looked at the administrator and reported that the poison fog had been adjusted to the highest level, and a setting that ignored the resistance skill had been added. And although the administrator's authority had been used, since the effect was aimed at a specific player, it was an illegal change, so the penalty would be increased due to this. And currently 2 illegal changes had been implemented under the administrator's control, so he should keep in mind that if more illegal settings were applied, the application request might be rejected and the administrator's authority would be revoked, but he already had warnings about salary reduction, deprivation of annual leave, and a meeting of the board of directors. After listening to Alice, the director gritted his teeth and shouted loudly that he would survive such a penalty, while saying to himself that the manager and staff of Arcadia had worked hard to launch this game, so he would not let this bastard get what was his, so he took full responsibility for all of this. The energy that was concentrated in the air changed abruptly, and a system screen appeared, stating that the effectiveness of the poisonous fog had been greatly increased, and that it was now impossible to use any resistance skills. After reading this, the protagonist frowned tensely and wondered what the hell, was there a change again? Why had the rank of the poisonous gas been raised? And then realized that they were now openly targeting him. Satan looked around in fear and said that no matter how poisonous Azakar was, it was impossible to block poison of this level, and then asked what they were going to do. To which his master replied that he still did not expect it to work to the end, which meant that it was necessary to finish it properly. Surprise appeared in the Demon King's eyes from what he heard, and he asked what properly meant. A system screen appeared in front of Jae-young, and he replied that after so much time, his old opponent had appeared. The system screen said that there were only 2 survivors left, him and Cassius. The guy raised his hand to his face and asked if something had really improved here. The girl, gritting her teeth in anger, said that she had been waiting for this, because she had read that the 3rd stage and the final battles on bamboo sticks would soon begin. The protagonist left the poisonous fog, and Satan asked him if he was really going to fight, adding that it was not like him, after which he asked another question, whether he should change the summoning to another suitable for PvP, because he had already found good options. The guy glanced at his familiar out of the corner of his eye and replied that he had to refuse, because he had something in mind in advance, after which he asked Ellie to lend him her power. The Archangel, hearing this, raised her eyebrows in surprise. A blush suddenly appeared on her face, and she, putting her hand to her chest, screamed, of course, because heavenly beings are always ready to lend their power. Seeing this reaction, the boy chuckled and said to himself that he apologized to her for ignoring her during all the bamboo stick fights, because it was his fault that his abilities were not enough. The lamp quickly filled with warm light. The river god, the master of all weapons, Calypso held a huge sword in his hand, and then entered the player's body. There was not a single star in the night sky, and the guy was told that he could now temporarily use the power of the creature, as well as his extra skill, the king of all weapons, which gave an intangible weapon created from pure magical power that could freely change at the will of the user. A bright glow appeared in the protagonist's hand. In a few seconds, the guy changed 5 weapon options and said that he now understood how it worked. Satan, with his eyes wide open, asked what kind of incredible use of magical power this was, and Ellie, flying behind him, said that it was incredible, because even Calypso, the owner of this power, could not change weapons so quickly. After a short pause, Jae-young, without lowering his hand, said that he had practiced enough, which meant it was time to begin. Powerful magical energy from the heavens oozed from his eye. Having activated the skill of the winner's instinct and the skill of the fighter's eyes, he was able to find a worthy opponent. Cassius sharply turned her head. At the very last moment, she managed to block the attack of the protagonist. Her eyes immediately filled with rage, and she screamed loudly that he had finally appeared. The Bard of Anarchy smiled widely and asked if she was running around too much, adding that it was obvious that she came from a collective farm game that was closed because there were no players, and then asked her to show her hidden class. A weapon began to appear in the girl's hand. At high speed, she began to attack her opponent with different weapons. Out of the corner of his eye, the guy looked at the blade flying at him and said that it turned out that she had an incredible weapon change speed, adding that when he saw it up close, it looked like magic. After saying this, he abruptly blocked the attack, using his ability. Jae-young held a sword in his hand and said that he could also do something similar. Surprise appeared in Cassius's eyes, and she wondered if this was his hidden class that allowed him to change the shape of a weapon. For the next few minutes, they fought fiercely using different weapons. Suddenly, a surge of magical energy was heard. The girl closed her eyes and said to herself that he was attacking her just like she was attacking him. Was he doing this on purpose? The main character smiled widely and said that it would be very embarrassing if she lost again this time, so she should try her best. Cassius' eyes were full of hatred and anger. They started fighting furiously again. Gritting her teeth from the tension, the girl said to herself that he shouldn't make her laugh. It wasn't the same, and it wasn't fair, both then and now. Having said this, she remembered sitting at the computer playing her favorite game. She saw the main character's weapon changing its shape and said to herself that quick select was literally a skill that allowed her to quickly change and equip equipment. But this monster's weapon was transforming, and she couldn't keep up with it using quick select. Realizing this, the girl frowned furiously. Suddenly, the atmosphere changed dramatically, and she firmly said to herself that she definitely had to win. Jae-young stood in front of Cassius and asked if she had already given up. The girl glared at her opponent, saying to herself that she had to do this for her pride, and then asked what kind of skill he had. The guy smiled and replied that he was the master of all weapons and was quite useful. Cassius' eyes showed displeasure, and she hissed through her teeth that he was lucky to have such a powerful skill, to which he laughed and replied that luck was also a skill. Hearing this, the girl lowered her head and said that back then and now, he confused her every time. She suddenly thrust a bamboo stick into the ground. Extending her hand, in which magical energy appeared, she declared that in that case she would also do her best, adding that she thought it was impossible to fight him with a weapon she was not used to, because no matter how powerful a weapon is, if it is impossible to fight with it, it is useless. The Bard of Anarchy frowned tensely and wondered if there was anything different if he threw away the bamboo stick. The moon shone brightly in the clear sky. Suddenly, a sword appeared in the girl's hands and she said that before she struck him with the bamboo stick, she would completely destroy him with the sword. After saying this, she began to take it out of its sheath. Seeing the sword, the guy picked up his weapon and wondered what kind of antique it was. Didn't it look dangerous? Adding that he should first see what kind of weapon he should fight with. But before he could finish speaking, a blow hit his throat. Cassius launched a powerful attack at high speed. The protagonist fell to the ground and was informed that he had suffered critical damage, so now he had broken bones and was bleeding, and until he was healed, his movements would be limited. Seeing this, Satan frowned in fear and screamed loudly, asking if he was okay. Cassius stood motionless to the side. Suddenly, she disappeared. She hit her opponent's shield with all her strength. The girl smiled and told him to continue using the shield, because if he did so, the next attack would also be blocked, or he had already decided not to resist. The Bard of Anarchy smiled and said to himself that although it was sad, it was true, because all he could do was block attacks. But it was definitely not his fault, because his opponent had become faster since she pulled out her sword. With these thoughts, he jumped back. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a bright light appeared, and the protagonist was informed that Calypso, a celestial being, was asking the player for a dialogue. Seeing this, the guy frowned in displeasure and shouted, asking if it was really at such a tense moment. At this time, shock appeared in Ellie's eyes. She immediately flew to the owner and asked if he saw this ancient sword in the girl's hands, to which he replied that he thought the object was a little strange, after which he asked if she really knew anything about it. He turned his gaze to the Archangel, who replied that there was a message from the Master of all weapons. This sword originally belonged to him, and he prepared it for his successor, who will continue his work, and in addition to this sword, which grants promotion, there is also a necklace that transfers skills as the user becomes stronger. Listening to the familiar, Jae-young imagined a powerful sword and necklace. Raising her hand to her chin, Ellie imagined a dissatisfied Calypso and finished that now he does not feel any traces of this necklace at all, so he is very angry. And something is wrong here, so the situation is such that Calypso requires a dialogue. The protagonist saw the powerful aura of his opponent, and said to himself that now everything was clear to him, adding that it seemed to him that Cassius' skill was similar to the skills of celestial beings, and apparently she had not just similar abilities to them, but specifically them. At this time, Cassius herself felt a change in the atmosphere, which made her frown. The guy suddenly exhaled heavily and, saying to himself that now he needed to put in a word, then turned to the girl, asking if it was true that she had received this sword by completing a quest. A drop of cold sweat appeared on Cassius' face, and she asked in response why such a question. Did he really want to drag out time? To which the guy replied that he just needed to know if she had received the sword by completing the quest. Holding the weapon in front of her, the girl replied that everything was correct. She had received this sword by completing a quest from a strange vagabond. A drop of sweat appeared on the boy's face when the master of all weapons became agitated and asked what happened to the necklace that was with the sword, and then asked if there was another necklace besides the sword. Hearing this, Cassius' eyes became surprised, and she asked in response how he knew about it, to which he replied that it did not matter, and repeated his question again. Then the girl looked at the sword and answered that it was true that in addition to the sword, she also got a necklace, but unlike the sword, it was an unidentified item. But the owner of the shop in the village where she was then said that he did not have the skills to check such items, and that she should buy a scroll for appraisal just to check its functions. Hearing this, the Bard of Anarchy's eyes became shocked, and he asked in confusion if she managed to do it, at the same time saying to himself that it was impossible. Then Cassius raised her eyebrows and asked if it was necessary to spend so much money to buy a scroll for appraisal, adding that it was an unsightly necklace anyway, so she simply sold it along with other items and got about 15 bronze coins, and the price was the same as its appearance. As soon as Calypso heard this, his eyes lit up. A powerful magical energy struck the protagonist, and the system screens that appeared showed that the master of all weapons was shocked, and now he was furious that his successor sold out her legacy, so he loudly declared that he was disowning her. Suddenly, surprise appeared in the guy's eyes from what he saw, because the master of all weapons asked him to temporarily completely let him into his body and promised that after the possession, he would take on all the difficulties. After reading this, Jae-young looked at Ellie and asked if it was even possible to do this, adding that this was his first time in such a situation, and if he would fight in his place, he would be grateful, to which she replied that according to the rules, this was impossible, but if he was ready to bear the potential cost himself, then he could try, but the load would be enormous. Closing her eyes, she put her hand to her head and added that it was difficult, but if he was so determined, then nothing could be done. But above all, if this concerned the relationship between the teacher and the heir, then this could serve as the basis for intervention in the world. Suddenly, wings appeared behind her, and she declared that in the name of Archangel Michael, she allowed the intervention of the master of all weapons, Calypso. At the same moment, a huge sword of light struck the protagonist, and his opponent, seeing this, screamed in shock, asking herself what kind of incredible power was this. Did this bastard really have any abilities left? A bright light was released in all directions, because the master of all weapons completely possessed the player's body, and since the entire body was taken under control, independent play was temporarily limited, so the player switched to observer mode. The protagonist's hair turned white, and he smiled widely and asked if she really said that she sold that necklace, adding that it was a pity that the heir could not understand the deep love of the teacher who prepared so diligently, because she treated him like trifles, and handed him over to a greedy merchant. Cassius gritted her teeth from the terrifying energy, and asked in confusion what he was suddenly saying. At the same second, Calypso, spreading his arms to the sides, showed his true power. The girl's mouth fell open at the sight, and she wondered if this was the embodiment of all weapons, if this was his real skill. But in that case it was cheating, disrupting the balance. While she was thinking about it, the guy suddenly extended his hand towards her. All possible weapons fell on the girl, causing her to receive the burnout status, and then fatal damage, coming to a state close to death. Blood poured out of her mouth. Cassius stood on her feet with difficulty and screamed loudly, asking what kind of skill this was. Suddenly, a bright light appeared in the darkness. An ancient sword, the name of which was lost, began to waver in the hands of its owner. Looking at it in surprise, the girl asked herself what was happening, what was it reacting to? Then the master of all weapons gritted his teeth in anger, and said that she was pathetic, really, muttering, not suspecting anything. He took a step towards her, and said that she had the skill Quick Select, causing her to suddenly raise her head and scream, asking how he knew the name of her hidden skill. Rage and hatred filled the boy's eyes as he spoke. That Quick Select was not just a skill created for the purpose of quickly changing weapons, it was a passionate desire to master all the weapons in the world, a power created from blood and sweat to master a weapon by force of will. After saying this, he clenched his hand tightly into a fist and added that the skill achieved at the end of all training was the master of all weapons. Hearing this, Cassius raised one eyebrow and asked what kind of master of weapons. Without relaxing his fist, Calypso continued to say that in other words, this power was the highest power that she would have gained by following his teachings. After saying this, he pointed his finger at his opponent. After hearing this, the girl lowered her head and quietly asked who he was. The master of all weapons frowned in anger. The girl leaned on her sword and asked who he was, since he knew the name of her skill, and the sword reacted to him like that. The anger disappeared from the guy's eyes, and he answered that the sword was crying. He was sad because she lost his mate. Hearing this, shock appeared in Cassius' eyes, and she asked herself what a mate meant. The master of all weapons stood in front of her, and said that if he were given more time, he would not be so reckless, but would find someone truly worthy and make him his successor. But unfortunately he did not have time for this. Removing the hood from his head, he added that he should be grateful that he met a noble man who lent him his body, and therefore was able to meet him again. The nameless old sword shook, because it was sad. Smiling warmly, Calypso asked if she lacked common sense, despite being slow and stupid, adding that in a way it was fate that he had fallen into her hands, and the only option left for them. The girl tightly clutched the hilt of the sword and wondered if he was talking to her sword, and what was going on here. Lowering his head slightly, the master of all weapons asked his old friend to take care of this dumb girl. A fire appeared deep within the sword, and its owner was informed through the system screens that the old nameless sword was expressing its displeasure, deciding to sort out the situation, and now it recognized her as its owner, found its true name, and unlocked hidden abilities, after which its rating changed from magical to unique, and the girl received a hidden quest in search of the lost necklace. The blade was enveloped in an insanely powerful aura, and then Cassius heard her sword scream and felt its soul and determination. After a few seconds the sword's aura faded. With her brows furrowed in shock, she said that she now understood the true meaning of this hidden class. Seeing this, Calypso chuckled and said that it reminded him of the old days. His appearance suddenly began to ripple, and finally he said that this was all. Because of a bad student, he had to go to great lengths, after which the red system screen reported that he had made the maximum interference allowed, so full control was disabled. The protagonist returned to his body from observer mode. He looked at his hand and said to himself that everything was as expected, and he thought that this level of interference was unacceptable. But thanks to him, he saw something worthwhile. Cassius shook, with the last of her strength, saying that she now understood that he was a master. After these words, she fell to the ground without strength. The guy looked at her, saying to himself that she had a debuff of the dying state, and her body must have been so numb that she could not stand, but she still held out for a very long time, and the more he looked at her, the more poisonous she seemed, so he would wait a little, otherwise there might not be another chance to talk. The poisonous fog continued to move all this time. After some time, the girl opened her eyes, and her opponent asked her if she really sold the necklace. He sat next to her and said that at first glance it was clear that this was a hidden quest. Did she really not play modern RPGs at all? It's almost a cliché. Who would even think of selling a necklace that comes in a set, using a sword? This is a real story for players who came from bad games. Cassius looked at the sky and answered that in Ikaros, which she played, there were no such quests. Hearing this, Jae-young gritted his teeth, saying to himself that she was old school, and then said that in any case, it seemed like this necklace was a very important item, so when this was over, she should go to the store owner and ask for it back. The moon slowly descended down the sky, and the girl replied that even if he hadn't said anything, she was going to do so. When suddenly, she looked at her opponent and asked what his class was, because the person who had just fought her was not him. It was as if someone had possessed him. Then the guy looked away and replied that she could think that he had a hidden class like her fighter, while saying to himself that she had amazing instincts, when suddenly he pointed to the bamboo stick in his hand and said that they still had one matter to resolve, and then asked what she thought about it. Hearing this, Cassius chuckled. Raising her eyebrows, she asked what he was talking about, since she would need 3 more minutes to come out of her dying state, and the poisonous fog that signaled the end of the fights had already reached them. She couldn't even move her hand. The poisonous fog was slowly creeping up on them. Looking up at the sky, the girl firmly said that the decision had already been made. Hearing this, the protagonist smiled slightly and said that he was sorry that everything ended like this, since it would have been nice to fight properly. Cassius heard this, smiled and told him to wait a little, since the next time they met, she would be the winner. Then the guy took a bamboo stick in his hand and replied that this was to be expected, adding that he felt like he would give up. After these words, he raised his hand. At that very second, he launched a quick attack. The girl began to disappear, and Jae-young said at the end that they must definitely meet again, after which it was written on the system screen that he won the duel and remained the last survivor, and now the final winner of the bamboo stick fights was determined. A crown appeared above the main character. On air was written in huge letters against the red light. All the main battles in the bamboo stick fights were broadcast in real time, and many candidates were nominated for victory. The star which had the highest rating, the revolutionary group of bamboo sticks, called for universal equality. And Cassius, who showed a brilliant game and lasted until the 3rd round, was defeated by a suddenly appearing player named Dex, whose victory seems quite unusual. Dex's nickname was written above the character, whose cloak was fluttering. However, the reaction of the users was different. Most of them rejoiced at the victory of the main character. The nickname Dex, he alone gave credibility to all the incredible situations. The Black Dragon of Darkness, whose real age is 24, watched the broadcast and said that according to rumors, her opponent was Dex, and only now she was beginning to understand. Stretching, she added that it was very good that she did not participate in bamboo stick fights, because she almost met a person she would never want to meet again. At this time, the host of the festival appeared above the main character and congratulated the final winner, adding that it was time to give them the long-awaited prize. Swinging the bat, she said the magic words. At the same second, a mysterious box appeared, which was created by a mysterious force, containing the items of the people the guy defeated. Jae-young held the box in his hand. The host suddenly pointed her finger at him, and said that he must choose one of them, so he must choose wisely. A list of items appeared in front of the Bard of Anarchy. The festival host looked at them attentively, and said to herself that most of this was unique equipment that was hard to find, and just looking at it made her drool. The main character looked at the items without any emotion on his face, saying to himself that this was just crap, and the difficulty of finding such items was not even 10,000, and it seemed like there was nothing normal here. But as soon as he said this, surprise appeared in his eyes. He immediately looked up at the host and asked if it was true that it didn't matter what item he chose if these were items of defeated users, to which she, folding her arms across her chest, replied that it was, and then asked if he had already decided. Flying closer, she wondered what he had chosen, but after seeing it, her expression changed dramatically. The host lowered her head and said in confusion that this item was a little. But before she could finish speaking, the guy said that it was an item of a defeated player. He smiled broadly and asked if it was true, adding that she had promised. Tears appeared in the host's eyes. The Black Dragon of Darkness frowned tensely and asked herself what was going on, since the host who had been so arrogant during the battles now looked worried. But what did he ask for? Magic energy appeared in the air. A few seconds later, a bamboo stick appeared in front of Jae-young, which instantly killed the target it hit, and this weapon was also resistant to any blocking or magic shields. Grabbing the weapon, the protagonist joyfully exclaimed that he had succeeded. When Myung-han saw this, his mouth involuntarily opened. The Korean branch of Arcadia was illuminated by the rays of the sun. In the conference room, everyone who worked on the game gathered, and the director thanked them for coming to participate in this emergency meeting despite their busy schedule, and first of all, he wanted to tell them about the current situation. The bamboo stick fights they had been preparing for so hard had ended a couple of hours ago, and from the monitoring, there was a problem during the reward distribution process. Jia suddenly raised her hand and said that their department was unable to conduct the monitoring due to overtime, and then asked how serious the problem was. Then Taehoon lowered his head and replied that in short, the winner had chosen an item they hadn't expected as a reward, but seeing is believing, so he would display it on the screen. The system screen appeared on the screen, describing the item bamboo stick. The people present immediately jumped to their feet and shouted loudly, asking if they had made it possible to obtain a bamboo stick, adding that they were speechless, and now they understood why the CEO was personally at the briefing. The scenario team leader raised his head and said that the biggest problem was the special feature of this bamboo stick, because the statement of instant death is that specific targets are not designated. Hearing this, Jia raised her hand again and asked if it was so that it was not only the boss monsters in high difficulty raids, but also the targets that were currently considered invulnerable, to which the man firmly replied that it was. The director furrowed his brows in anger and said that if the protagonist were to use this weapon to attack such invulnerable creatures as the Guardian of Arcadia, the Dragon Lord Goldrian, the target would probably die instantly, but this has not yet been confirmed 100%, but given the Arcadia code system, it is quite possible. To which one of the people present suddenly asked that if he slashed not even Goldrian, but just an important NPC, because then the main scenario would collapse. It means that they can now go home. Manhwa looked at those present, and replied that he made a mistake because he could not prevent this despite monitoring. Suddenly, dirt particles appeared in the air. Min folded her arms and said that no matter what, direct intervention may be required to prevent the worst. On her tablet, she opened Alice, who asked how she could help. The head of Arcadia lowered her head and said that she had a request related to the bamboo fighting event. The point is that. But before she could finish speaking, Alice quickly inspected all the reward items, and then displayed in the red system window that it was impossible. What she saw made Min's eyes look surprised, and she asked why, and then asked for an explanation. The director stood with his head down as Alice explained that the user who had received the item had already had 2 unreasonable patches applied to him, and it had been promised that no additional patches would be applied to him, and she was currently providing information about the evidence. A video appeared on the tablet screen, in which Manhwa, frowning, firmly said that he promised that this was indeed the last patch related to this event. After watching the entire video, the head of Arcadia smiled through her anger, and said that she seemed to have already asked the executive director to avoid interference beyond his authority if possible, but it seemed he needed to explain himself. Horror and fear washed over the man, who began to shout in a shaking voice that it was all because of that bastard named Dex, because if only it weren't for him. But before he could finish speaking, the atmosphere in the office changed dramatically. At that moment, a magical trail followed the bamboo stick. The protagonist looked at his new weapon and asked what he should do with it now. Satan raised his hand in fear and asked what it was, why the energy of this item gave him goosebumps, to which his master asked why, hadn't he seen it throughout all the fights. Then the Demon King hid behind Ellie and shouted that using it in that unusual dimension and using it here were completely different things, to which the Archangel added that it was right, because the moment he was transferred to this dimension, he had enormous capabilities, enough to turn an entire continent upside down with one swing. This is incredible power. A deadly powerful aura emanated from the bamboo stick. Jae-young, hearing these words, raised his weapon and asked if it was really so, adding that as he thought, it was the right decision to choose her as a reward. But suddenly a system screen appeared in front of him, which said that the administrator was requesting a call with him, then the question of whether he wanted to answer, to which the guy asked what the administrator was going to tell him in a personal call. Smiling sarcastically, he added that it was curious, then answered the administrator's call, and he was immediately restricted from using all skills and transferred to a special space. Not far from the main character stood the administrator. Helenia smiled warmly and introduced herself, saying that she hoped for his understanding, as she had requested this challenge in connection with the item he had received as a result of the bamboo stick fights. Hearing this, the guy raised his eyebrows and suggested that they get to the main point, after which he asked why she had called him, while simultaneously saying to herself that the admin was of the elven race and perhaps this was another unavailable option. Keeping her hands folded, Helenia suddenly said that as he already knew, this was a conversation about bamboo stick fights, this item was special, and it was not intended as an event reward, and if it was used in Arcadia, it could have a significant impact on its course and cause serious damage to the game, so it was decided that adjustments to this item were necessary. After which the Bard of Anarchy asked if this meant that she would take away the item he had received as a reward. He kept his eyes on the admin who was saying that it was not so, because he had obtained the spear honestly, which was the admin's mistake, so they planned to first get his consent and then send a request for adjustments. Helenia suddenly put up her finger and asked if he wanted to hear the terms of the adjustments. In total, the management had put forward 3 plans. The bamboo stick had a strong aura. The first plan was to limit the number of times the bamboo stick could be used, the second was to limit the scope of the bamboo stick, and the third was to return the bamboo stick and replace it with appropriate items. Min held her hand to her chin and said to herself that this was a risky decision, acknowledging the danger of the bamboo stick and solving the problem in advance. In other words, this was a decision that only she could make. The protagonist exhaled heavily and said that there was no plan that he liked, which meant they had thought through the measures well, and then asked what he would get if he agreed to the adjustment. After receiving this question, Helenia closed her eyes, saying to herself that given his playing style, she thought he would immediately take an aggressive stance, but he turned out to be calmer than she expected, after which she replied that this would be decided by the user reward program controlled by artificial intelligence. In other words, it is an algorithm like the festival host who led the fights on bamboo sticks. Having created a system screen in front of her, she added that since this happened due to their company's fault, he will be presented with appropriate compensation, after which she asked if he wanted to check once. From what he saw, there was shock in the guy's eyes, and he asked if they would really give him such compensation. Helenia looked at the player with kindness in her eyes and replied that they do not have the right to view the user's compensation, but everything is so, they, the Arcadia administration, responsibly promised to pay compensation, and perhaps this is a personal decision, but there is something else. Hearing this, the protagonist raised his eyebrows in surprise. Suddenly, the receptionist came closer to him and said that if he cooperated with them in this matter, their management would never harm him again, and they would promise not to apply any more unreasonable patches to him. She winked at him with one eye and asked how he liked such a trump card. Hearing this, Jae-young smiled and said, "A personal decision then," and then asked if he understood correctly that she had enough power to make it. Helenia slightly narrowed her eyes and answered, "Of course," adding that she was promising him this on her behalf as the CEO of Arcadia's Korean branch. As soon as the guy heard this, a drop of cold sweat appeared on his face. He drew an image of Mayan in his mind and wondered if she was the CEO of the Korean branch who had achieved great success at a young age, if she was Mayan. The girl smiled warmly and thanked him, saying that they would definitely meet again. The protagonist looked at her with his brows drawn together. Suddenly, Helenia winked at him and suggested that they work hard in the future. The warm rays of the sun illuminated everything around. Many people came to the technology fair for the development of the virtual reality industry. The host greeted them and said that she was sure that most of the viewers were interested in this product. She pointed to the virtual capsule and said that at first glance, this device looked very similar to the Arcadia connection device, but this was a virtual reality integration system called Lucid Dreams, and she would tell them why it was created. When a person loads into lucid dreams and imagines a suitable picture, a unique program will read the image, embody it graphically and apply the appropriate programming. Jia smiled widely and said that this was a fantastic device that could create an entire world using only one imagination, so she invited guests to test this device at their fair. Among those present were the protagonist and his classmate. After a while, the girl spread her hand to the side and thanked the guests for using their product. Jae-young left the capsule and said to himself that he did not understand why he tried this, because it was more intense than he thought and too exhausting, and the picture was not as good as he thought. It was just a limitation of the imagination. Yawning sweetly, he added that he wanted to sleep, probably because he played Arcadia all night long, but if it were not for the task, he would not have gone to this fair. When suddenly he turned around abruptly, hearing Jia scream loudly, asking what was going on with the one who was currently using Lucid Dream, adding that the length of the video created by the user exceeded 10 minutes, and the development team spent months on it. Less than a minute later, she asked the name of the student, which caused a drop of cold sweat to appear on the guy's face. Pointing at himself, he replied that his name was Ji-yun. The protagonist chuckled and said to himself that it seemed like this guy had found talent. As he was leaving, he looked at him and said that it was amazing because he had received an offer from HR Arcadia, to which he replied that he would still refuse, because it was too early for those who were not yet 20. Suddenly, the guy's eyes lit up and he asked if his comrade had received a bamboo stick as a reward, adding that he thought he would die of disappointment because he had not heard the details on the broadcast, so he wanted to hear as soon as possible what happened in the end. Having said this, he remembered jumping on his chair and screaming that he could not hear anything. But unexpectedly for him, Jae-young smiled widely and replied that he would not tell. After a while, he connected to the game, and the system screens appeared in front of him, informing him that a bilateral agreement had been reached regarding an item adjustment, and now the bamboo stick item had been changed to a one-time use item, and 1 million integrity had been received as a reward, and now the Anarchy Bard was granted complete immunity to patches applied to him. And he also received 10,000 gold and a secret message. A small letter appeared in the guy's hand. Unfolding it, he saw Helenia's phone number, who had written above for him to contact her if he had any difficulties. A triangle with an exclamation mark suddenly appeared on the screen, under which was written in yellow letters, "Urgent Assembly." Then a man with an exclamation mark on his face appeared, who said that he thought that everyone knew why this team had come, and they had all been waiting for this moment with impatience, so he wanted to immediately move on to the conclusion. Smiling widely, the unknown man said that Dex had shown up, so everyone should gather in Arcadia. There were a lot of players gathered in the safe zone location. Birds were flying across the sky. The guy was lying on the table and saying that the warm rays of the sun were warming him, and Arcadia was incredibly beautiful, because in reality it was raining now, and he could bask in the sun like this, to which the girl opposite him replied that everything was right, now he didn't even have to go on a trip, after which she asked if he had seen the broadcast of the final of the bamboo stick fights. The guy immediately raised his head and exclaimed, "Of course," adding that he couldn't believe that Dex himself had participated in this event, because only thanks to him it was an interesting spectacle, after which the girl said that it was original to choose a bamboo stick as a reward. Then the player raised his hand to his chin and said that he had also thought about it, but couldn't win, but if he had succeeded, he would probably have chosen a bamboo stick too. And while the partners were talking to each other, the players' foot stepped onto the square. The guys immediately turned around and asked each other if it was Dex. The main character slowly walked forward. All the players looked at him. Noticing this, Jae-young exhaled heavily and said that it was all because of the streaming system. Pulling his hood even tighter, he said to himself that he had tried to remain unnoticed, and because of this broadcast, all his efforts had gone to hell, and now, no matter what he did, all eyes would be on him. At that very moment, magical energy appeared in the air. In a powerful burst of magical energy, the protagonist disappeared. There was only blue sky above the forest. The guy appeared at the tree, after which he was told that the celestial being, the spirit of the wandering knight Capellus, was no longer available to him, as well as fast steps, but 1,400 decency had been used. Satan folded his arms across his chest and asked the owner why he could not calm down, to which he replied with displeasure that he was looking for a place where there would be no extra eyes. Hearing this, the Demon King folded his legs and asked if he didn't understand something, but was it really necessary to use a celestial being to escape? Shouldn't he enjoy his fame? And Ellie said that she felt afraid, then asked what he was so afraid of, to which he firmly replied that he should be afraid. Surprise appeared in the familiar's eyes from what he heard. Putting his hand to his face, the guy explained that he had been hiding from crazy stalkers who were chasing him for years. The familiars couldn't take their surprised eyes off their master. At this time, someone in the city violently threw a chair to the ground. The huge knight folded his arms and said that he received a message that Dex was here, so he would quickly check everything, and the girl in front of him sat down next to the player, and said that he was not Dex, so he should just continue doing his own thing. Standing up, she smiled widely and added that they would simply check everyone's identities, and if they cooperated calmly, there would be no bloodshed. The guy who had just been checked put his hand to his head and asked what these freaks were doing. Did they just appear out of nowhere looking for Dex? And his partner sat down next to him and said that she had heard of them. They were a group of crazy fans who were stalking Dex. They were all from the same infamous guild, so they all had a red armband on their arm. They united under a banner with an image of panties. At this point, Satan closed his eyes and said that he thought he understood what was going on. It was very difficult for the master too. Ellie immediately flew up to him and asked what he meant, to which the Demon King replied that these damn fans find someone outstanding and in order to attract the attention of the society, they start stalking them, that is, exhaustion. And while the familiars were arguing, their master exhaled heavily and said that it irritated him, because these freaks, from his experience, would continue to follow him even if he killed them, so he did not know what to do. Hearing this, the demon and the angel stopped fighting. The eyes of the protagonist suddenly appeared surprised when the Demon King said that in fact, he too had been in such a situation. He remembered how he became a powerful devil, but after that, strife began, and some bastards attacked him to take his share. Leaving his memories, Satan frowned and added that in order to solve this problem, he killed them all, but did not expect that in the future this problem would be so easy to solve, which is why he spent a lot of time creating one item. A purple fire flared up in the complete darkness. Behind it appeared a mythological quality deceiver mask, which allowed one to deceive and disguise oneself, showing others only what the wearer himself wants. Jae-young picked up the item and asked if such a simple thing had mythical quality. Satan raised his fists and shouted that it was much more valuable than it looked. He didn't even know how many high-level demons he had slaughtered to make it. Suddenly, he smiled widely and said that he couldn't say anything, but he guaranteed that it was very powerful, no power or skill could penetrate it, and reveal his true identity. In short, unless he wanted it, no one could reveal it, and he could borrow it if the master wanted. Dark magical energy was emanating from the mask. Suddenly, the guy looked at the familiar and asked how much he wanted, and it was true that he wasn't going to demand decency just because it was a mythical rank item, to which the familiar suddenly shouted, asking in response that if he hid under an unreliable item and someone noticed him, adding that if he was caught by such freaks as last time, he would have no end of trouble, so he should use the highest quality items. And it only cost 100,000, and for that amount, he would lend it until he died. Hearing this, the protagonist looked at the mask again. He kept his eyes on it, saying to himself that it was worth 100,000 decency. But there was nothing to be done. After all, he got 1 million decency from fighting with bamboo sticks. The mask emitted particles of demonic energy, and the Bard of Anarchy realized that it seemed to be the best fit to escape from those stalkers, after which notifications appeared in front of him, informing him that the mythical item of the deceiver was equipped, and now the power of deception and disguise enveloped his body, so the player's identity was hidden. On the face of the protagonist was a newly purchased mask. At this time, in the city, his stalkers gathered at the fountain and said that Dex was not in the permanent courtyard and in the weapon shop, and then asked what they should do next. The massive knight raised his fist and shouted loudly that he could not have gone far, because they received a message that he was here just 30 minutes ago and paid 10 gold for this, and also for the screenshot, so they need to search everything properly. The girl looked to the side and asked where Dex was, adding that he could not escape from them anymore. At this time, Jae-young was in the city. He looked a bit like Satan and said that it seemed that no one could recognize him, which meant that the mask had justified itself, to which the Demon King said that it was so, because for such a quantity of decency any item should be effective. Without thinking twice, the guy opened the system screen in front of him and said that now, thanks to this disguise, it was possible to check the situation on the market, because previously he could not track information on items being sold and the gold rate. The news wrote that the unique item of Urpel's Tears had broken the record price of 1 billion, and there had also been an explosive growth in item trade on the market. After some time, the guy was walking down the street and saying that one unique item was about 10,000 decency, which meant that this mask was worth 10 billion, and although he knew that it was expensive, it was not that expensive, when suddenly his stalkers turned sharply to look at him, but the protagonist silently walked past them. His true appearance was hidden under the disguise. The massive knight squinted and said that this was a completely different guy. Hearing this, the Bard of Anarchy smiled contentedly. He continued walking, while the player's partner looked at her comrade and said that she also mistook him for Dex. Looking behind him out of the corner of his eye, the protagonist asked if he should say that this mask really works as it should, to which Satan happily shouted in response that he said so. Birds were flying in the clear sky, when suddenly the Demon King pointed a finger and said that he remembered who he resembled. It was the face of a vampire named Rod who opposed him, and he killed him, adding that looking at those red eyes, he remembered that he had a pale complexion and was different from him. Jae-young tensely knitted his eyebrows, saying that his self-consciousness was too much. But suddenly he looked away when girls started talking about him, calling him very handsome. Hearing that this face could be inconvenient, Satan raised his eyebrows and said that if the owner did not like it, he could change his appearance. Hiding in a dark alley, the boy opened the system screen in front of him with the choice of identity, and the Demon King said that he could disguise himself as those he had already killed. Hearing this, the Bard of Anarchy smiled contentedly and asked if he could really have fun with it. Bringing the mask to his face, he said that he had an interesting item, which meant he could play around with it while completing the mission. The large system screen said that he needed to find allies to help him create a dream world. At this time, Cassius showed one of the merchants a drawing of a necklace and asked if he had seen it. At the same time, in another place, a girl spread her arms out to the sides in front of a mountain of gold and shouted loudly for her slaves and researchers to work harder. A blue sky hung over the field. Putting her hand on her belt, Angelica asked what was going on and was outraged that there had been no news from her friend since the end of the bamboo stick fights. Sitting on the grass, the protagonist replied that he was just very busy. The girl said that ignoring messages was too much even for him. Jae-young smiled and explained that the reason he contacted her was because the second-rank Star Witch Stella was hunting her and wanted to kill her. The woman's eyes widened in surprise. The guy added that she wouldn't be able to survive using those items, and that the magic control the witch used was many times greater than her skills. The sorceress frowned and asked what she should do now. The young man raised his index finger and asked his friend to give him the grimoire the mage needed and to develop her skills. Someone approached him from behind. The player said that he had already prepared everything. Cassius crossed her arms over her chest and was indignant that her comrade was using people like things. The warrior leaned towards Angelica and asked if she really had to train her. The ranker confirmed this and said that she had good skills, but very little experience. The knight narrowed her eyes and hoped that her friend would not forget his promise to arrange another meeting with the teacher. Hugging the girl, the troll asked her not to worry about it, and explained that it was difficult to do now, but later it would be possible. The protagonist smiled broadly and asked his friend to find that necklace to correct old mistakes and gain courage for a new meeting with Calypso. The master said that she was going to do exactly that. The scabbard hung on her belt. Jae-young grabbed her shoulder and suggested that she also had someone who was constantly making noise. Cassius asked what they were talking about and whether he also had a sword. Closing his eyes, the guy answered negatively and said that he could only count on himself, but at the same time he could trust his comrade. The warrior frowned and decided that this was true. The young man said that he would make her so strong that she could survive anywhere. The woman pointed at herself and asked if he was talking about her. Icons were shining above the heroines' heads, and so the player left the sorceress in the care of the knight. The ranker crossed his arms over his chest, not even imagining how Angelica would change over time. The girl put her hand to her chest. The troll mentally called her a PvP psycho who beats opponents until they fly apart. The protagonist approached the gates of the fortress. Looking at the system window, Jae-young forgot that he was connected to someone from the mine in Pien, and wondered why he was being offered an assistant with whom he had no connection. The guy looked forward when he heard someone scream. Pointing at him, the guard noticed that the guest did not look like an inhabitant of these lands, and asked if this was his first visit here. The young man confirmed this with a wide smile and thought about how tired he was of explaining everything. The guard pointed behind him and asked the adventurer to give all the necessary documents to the guide. The receptionist greeted the wanderer with her palms together, and explained that he needed to sign several important documents. The player took the papers in his hands. The girl explained that the Baroness's lands were an important place for iron ore mining and that he needed to sign the documents in order to travel without problems in the future. The ranker opened his mouth in confusion and asked why there were so many conditions in this contract. The woman frowned tensely. The troll said that he had heard that the Baroness's lands were chosen as one of the most unfavorable, and asked what had happened here during his absence. The protagonist placed the papers on the table. Smiling nervously, Jae-young said that he wanted to talk to the Baroness in person and asked where she was now. The mansion was illuminated by bright rays of sunlight. Sitting in front of a huge pile of money, Mikhail reported that the entire kingdom had been in chaos since her comrade left, and was glad that he was okay. The boy stared at her in amazement, and asked if his ally had been doing something interesting at the entrance to the land. Raising her index finger, the girl explained that there were too few adventurers coming here these days, and stated that she was trying her best to attract even the most inexperienced ones to work. The boy frowned in displeasure, and realized that he had created a terrible monster when the woman said that it was very difficult to find people willing to bring her money these days. Standing in front of her, the player asked if it was worth considering that the kingdom had already fallen into the hands of an adventurer named Black Flame Dragon. The noblewoman said that this adventurer had received the throne after a fair fight, and also showed mercy to the royal family. The ranker pulled away in fear and mentally called her crazy. The noblewoman said that she was offering her workers a large amount of gold, and that was the most important thing. The butler brought a cart with money. The Baroness offered her comrade to take it, and explained that it was his share of the profit. The troll looked at the system window in confusion, and wondered how it was possible to get 700 gold in 3 months. Smiling, Mikhail said that she would like to consult on inviting high-level craftsmen and organizing routes for selling equipment, and asked what brought her friend here in the first place. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise. The girl promised to help him with whatever he asked her for. There was an entrance to a mine in the mountain. Jae-young said that there was a person he needed to meet. Hitting the worker with a whip, the goblin shouted that they would not get dinner if they did not finish the work, and stated that he would not be soft with newbies just because they were low level. The pickaxe hit a stone. The boy leaned on it, and asked what kind of game this was. The boy smiled and noticed that his work speed was much faster than the others. The boy asked who this person was, and the monster standing next to him explained that he was their official slave number 1. The child swung his pickaxe, and the monster told him that he was the first adventurer who did not consider it an honor to work in the mine and dared to escape to other lands, but they caught him again. With a confident frown, the player wondered how he got such a level and asked if he could talk to him. The miner looked around when the goblin asked him to take a break and asked if he really had the right to do so. A burning lantern hung from the ceiling. Looking down, the worker asked what was wrong and said that he had already done all the work for this week. The ranker smiled and said that it was very nice to meet you. Sitting in a chair, the troll offered to talk. The boy's eyes widened in surprise, realizing that there was another user in front of him, and he asked who it was. The protagonist pointed at himself and said that he was the one who would give him freedom. There was equipment in the mine. The child explained that he had been caught and forced to work here again. Jae-young asked why he had signed such a contract. The slave folded his hands in front of him and said that he had not even read it. Tears welled up in his eyes. The boy asked how old he was, and the miner replied that he was 15. Covering his face with his hand, the young man decided that it was all his fault, and he understood why the system insisted that he find assistance. Ellie smiled and asked what that smell was. The girl leaned towards the owner's ear and said that this man smelled very strongly of fire. The player asked what that meant. The worker looked down. The woman said that it was a smell that came from the spirits of fire or from those closely connected to their properties, and that such people usually had an innate talent for blacksmithing. The ranker frowned and asked if his friend would do anything to be freed right now. The boy's eyes widened. The child closed them and answered in the affirmative. The troll asked if he wouldn't even listen to the terms. The slave's mouth dropped open in amazement, and decided that there was nothing worse than his current job. Falling to his knees, the miner promised to serve his savior faithfully, and declared that he no longer wanted to mine iron. The shackles on his hands were destroyed. The system terminated the contract with Pien and registered the worker as an assistant. The protagonist looked at the system window in confusion and asked what a closed beta tester meant. The boy looked at him in amazement. Looking up, Jae-young asked who he was anyway and remembered that Arcadia was developed in great secrecy right up until the release. The child threw up his hands in fear, not knowing what to answer. The slave explained that his friend had given him access. The boy crossed his arms and asked if that was all, and wondered if his friend was some secret director of Silikov or the grandson of the chairman of Agen Electronics. The miner lowered his head and replied that he had one very smart friend, but it was a secret, so he couldn't tell. The boy closed his eyes and agreed, and he knew it was true, judging by the way his friend was shaking. There was a lantern on the rocks. The player suggested ending this idle conversation. The ranker smiled and asked why they didn't do a test for him. The worker raised his eyebrows in surprise. The blade of the knife cut through the monster's chest. The boy lowered his weapon and shouted that he killed the kobold with his own hands. The kid looked away and asked if it wasn't cool. The troll stated that he was on the verge of death but eventually got through it. The protagonist frowned and thought about how his combat and crafting skills were worthless. A worn-out piece of equipment appeared next to the assistant. Jae-young realized that crafting was known to be difficult in this game, so no one was 100% good at it. Raising his hand to his chin, the boy was surprised that the closed beta tester had remained at the same level and wondered if this was some kind of punishment for him. The boy looked away when Ellie asked if her friend really thought that and asked what it meant. The girl put her hand to her chest and explained that a blacksmith needs not only talent, but also creativity to put spirit into his creations. Floating in the air, the woman stated that in her opinion, these were not the most important qualities. The man struck the anvil with a hammer. The archangel told him that these people have incredible tenacity to never give up and create weapons with great power thanks to their unbending willpower. The sword glowed. The familiar decided that this is how a blacksmith should work. The fire seeker looked at his hand. Ellie said that he dealt with a difficult situation and did not give up. The girl frowned and concluded that his potential was much greater than anyone else's. Looking at her, the player asked how she had such knowledge about blacksmiths and such faith in this boy. The woman admitted that it was difficult for her to answer this question. Looking down, the archangel explained that such information could have a great impact on the entire continent, and added that Calypso had previously acted against decency, for which the heavens had to take the blame. The ranker raised an eyebrow and suggested that if he had enough decency, she could share the information that she could not share now. The familiar widened her eyes in surprise and decided that this could work. The troll smiled widely and agreed to pay decency for information that could affect the entire game. Ellie stared at him in amazement, and asked if her comrade was sure of this, because it required a huge amount of decency. The stars were shining above the forest. The protagonist asked his ally not to worry about it. The system made the payment, and began playing back memories. Among the books, there was one that stood out. Long before the first holy war of demons, there was an era called the Mythical Era. On the pages were illustrations depicting the gods that existed at that time and had various powers and authority. People worshipped the stars. There were a huge number of cults that extolled one or another god. In the light lay a book. Someone erased that era and destroyed all memories of it from the inhabitants of the continent. Jae-young frowned and asked if it was just one sect that wiped out all the others and declared that there was only one god, and guessed that it was the Holy Empire. The old man's brows furrowed sternly. The boy realized that the Holy Empire that glorified justice was only the descendants of those who had drenched the continent in blood. The young man realized that if everyone knew about this, the continent would plunge into chaos. The girl looked down and said that after this incident, the heavens became stronger, but it was not worth erasing the traces of other cults. The player's eyes widened in surprise. The woman explained that they had lost all their followers and turned into gods whose names no one remembered. The system showed the assistant rank. Vulcanus crossed his arms over his chest, engulfed in flames, the father of all blacksmiths, the creator of Muspelheim, the symbol of heaven that burns all demons in its path. He was the one watching over the fire seeker. The beta tester lowered his pickaxe. The ranker looked away and realized that he should have taken this man to himself, to help him grow and develop. The boy was fighting the kobolds. The archangel flew up to her friend and offered to take him to the dwarves. The troll explained that at the moment, the users of Arcadia have not yet discovered the existence of other races, so he does not know where they are. The familiar sadly knitted her eyebrows and said that she did not know where they live either. Satan appeared behind them and said that he knew about it. A satisfied smile shone on his face. Ellie clenched her fist and asked how he knew this. The demon shouted that this race lives underground and that his subordinates periodically encountered them. The protagonist looked at him and asked where their hideout was. The devil replied that they lived under the desert, which could be reached by flying south on a wyvern for about 5 days. Scratching his chin, Jae-young realized that it was quite far, and guessed that it was one of the 5 forbidden zones where one could die from the environmental debuff. The familiar raised his index finger and promised to prepare the strongest wyverns so that they could get there as soon as possible. The girl also wanted to help. The guy grinned confidently. Standing in the middle of the forest, the young man declared that he would go there right away. The sun's rays illuminated the great Rumor Desert. Holding the reins in his hands, the stranger asked if the traveler was planning to enter the desert territory, and told him that even the inhabitants of the desert clans did not go there because it was full of deadly monsters. Standing next to the camel, the man added that in his 60 years of life he had never seen anyone go in there and come back alive. The player decided that he had no choice but to find out for himself. The boys walked forward through the dunes. The merchant said that they did not understand the words at all. The ranker looked back when the boy said that he needed to share something. Holding a sword in his hands, the child asked if he could really take all these cool items. A description of each piece of equipment appeared. Walking through the desert, the troll asked his friend not to worry about it, and explained that he bought it all at an auction so as not to attract too much attention. The assistant decided that it was very expensive and promised to return everything. Closing his eyes, the protagonist asked him to keep the equipment for himself as a benefit, and thought about how his friend was stuck in the mine because of him. The fire seeker turned down the corners of his lips and said that in Arcadia, it is impossible to get something for free. The beta tester shed tears and ran after his friend. Jae-young wondered where he got this feeling of guilt from. The scorching sun was shining over the Great Rumor Desert. The heat increased the consumption of stamina. The system recommended the user to rest in a cool place. Closing his eyes, the boy asked for water and suggested at least a little rest. The guy turned around and asked if he was already out of strength. because they had just rested, the child reminded that they were in the infamous fifth forbidden zone. The young man raised his eyebrows in surprise when the assistant asked how he was able to hold on so well. The ability icon appeared. It turned out that the player took care of everything in advance. The sorceress raised her hands, the passive skill Ice Heart was activated and heat resistance increased significantly. The ranker raised his index finger and said that he was fine thanks to the ability. The Fire Seeker said that he also pumped up this skill, but it still did not help him. Looking up, the beta tester asked if it was time to give up, explaining that if there really were dwarves in this desert, it would be impossible to find them in such a large area. The heroes walked along the sand dunes. Raising his hand, the troll asked his friend not to worry about it and suggested taking a few more steps forward. The boy asked who said that dwarves lived here. Satan put his hands under his head and said that it would be just fine if this mortal would shut up. The demon's eyes widened when he heard some noise. Giant scorpions emerged from under the sand. The level 160 monsters raised their stingers above their heads. The protagonist lowered his head and cast a spell. Gusts of icy wind hit the monsters. Jae-young walked past the frozen enemies and asked his friend to deal with them. The pickaxe hit the scorpion's chitin. His body immediately disintegrated into many fragments. Due to low contribution to the battle, the amount of experience was penalized. The assistant pointed to the system window and said that he had a new title, Raw Free Rider. The boy asked if he always got such stupid titles. Closing his eyes, the Fire Seeker grinned and confirmed it. The young man crossed his arms over his chest and asked what his current level was. The beta tester answered that he had reached level 72. A smile appeared on his face when the player praised him and said that it looked very much like a legal bug. The ranker closed his eyes and discontentedly stated that in this case he should just follow him and not chatter in vain. The boy bowed his head in disappointment and agreed. The heroes continued their journey through the desert. The troll looked ahead and hoped that they would have some clues, because he had spent a lot of decency to keep his spirit. Satan was sitting on his right shoulder. The demon turned around and said that he had a good offer. The protagonist asked what it was about. The devil raised his index finger and said that there was a dwarf who was secretly known among the inhabitants of his world and who invented the hellish forge. Jae-young asked what happened to him. The familiar scratched his chin and explained that he could summon the headbreaker if he was given control of the body to find out about everything. The guy was indignant at his request. Satan raised one eyebrow and said that he and Ellie had to be here together, but at the same time they had to keep an eye on their worlds. The girl was sitting in the hood of the master. The young man concluded that they had a hard time too. The player placed his hand on his belt and wondered if there was a reason to refuse such an offer. The demon was glad that he would be able to get his body back. Thane put his hammer on his shoulder. A huge amount of energy fell on the ranker. The man smiled widely and stated that it had been a long time. The blacksmith clenched his fist and shouted that this scorching heat and a powerful sandstorm were nothing compared to hellfire. Floating in the air next to the master, the archangel suggested to leave unnecessary talk and asked her ally to tell about the dwarves. The ghost looked around and wondered where his homeland was. The spirit looked down and concluded that something was wrong here. The sand began to glow. The headbreaker said that his city was right under their feet. The troll asked if this was true. Thane lay down on the ground and explained that he felt the energy of the sand forge, the last ark of the Dwarven race, for the protection of which he sacrificed himself until his death. The protagonist was upset that he had wasted his decency to ask him this question. Jae-young frowned and asked what he should do now. The man looked back and said that there was a very easy way to get into the city. The boy's eyes widened in surprise. The beta tester raised his eyebrows when the young man asked him to move away. Bright sparks appeared in the sky. The player swung a huge hammer and asked his friend not to come closer. The boy opened his mouth in fear and asked what he was even going to do. The ranker smiled contentedly and decided that this was actually a very easy method. The troll hit the ground with force. Cracks appeared under the frightened child's feet. The boys fell into a deep hole. A flash flashed somewhere in the darkness. The protagonist opened his shining eyes wide. The blacksmith frowned sternly and said that this view made him nostalgic. Jae-young smiled and realized that this was the sand forge. An underground city appeared ahead. The system offered the user to report their find to the kingdom to receive a huge reward. The guy landed on his feet. He had a new quest. The locals noticed the intruder and decided to kill him. The young man confidently looked ahead and asked what all the fuss was about. Clouds floated above the building of the Korean branch of Arcadia. People were sitting in the office and discussing the fact that it was time for elves and dwarves to appear in the story. Raising his eyebrows, the scriptwriter explained that the content would be based on an interracial war between them, where users would have to choose a side in the conflict and fight for it, and added that this could upset the balance. Toon frowned and asked why. The dwarves were engulfed in flames. They had a strong trait of contempt for other races, so in the previous scenario, the humans formed an alliance with the elves and defeated them. A bright light illuminated the girls. The employee said that players who chose the dwarves would have to build relationships with them, and because of this, many users would choose the elves because they were the easiest to play. The man scratched his chin and said that this made sense, but he had a different opinion on this matter. The workers raised their eyebrows when the boss asked if the dwarves would not have their own driving force. Leaning on the table, The team leader explained that there are situations where you have to get close to others through force, and added that from these relationships with humans, other races will be able to gain the benefits they need. The hammer emitted powerful energy. If high-level items created by the dwarves were included in the game, the production of items existing in Arcadia would be out of balance. Taehoon smiled and said that this way a force will appear that will take the game's economy to a new level, and users will be able to get mythical items that have not yet appeared. The main character was approached by disgruntled residents of the underground city, wanting to kill him. The boy asked if he had a new quest. Jaeyoung looked back and confirmed it, deciding that it would not be easy to complete. Giant statues towered over the forge. In the past, the dwarves had a tendency to strongly disdain other races, which began a war in which they were defeated, and they were forced to hide underground. The child asked if this is why these creatures do not like people. The boy smiled and asked if it was not obvious. The locals, waving hammers, were outraged that people had entered their city, and decided to contact the assault squad. The man rang the bell and asked how these scoundrels dared to invade their fortress. The warriors ran forward and decided to make their enemies regret it. Standing in front of them, the young man asked if this was a separate reserve rapid response team, and assumed that they still followed the manual he had created. The assistant raised his hand and asked if they should quarrel with them. The player replied that they could not do anything more and declared that he hated these upstarts. Thane confidently knitted his eyebrows. The ranker raised a giant hammer above his head. The dwarves opened their mouths in shock and realized that this was the weapon of the headbreaker who died in the war with the elves. The troll grinned maliciously when the enemies asked how a man could hold it in his hands. With a flash of burning eyes, the protagonist called himself the creator of the forge, and asked if they really lived so well after his death. The inhabitants of the underground city widened their eyes and decided that there could be no mistake and that in front of them was in fact the great Thane. The hammers fell to the ground. The warriors put their hands to their chests. The heroes were standing on a bridge, over which a huge statue towered. Ellie folded her hands together, and remembered that this was a sign of the greatest respect. Jaeyoung repeated their gesture. The system reported that he had managed to establish a trusting relationship with this race. With his mouth wide open, the headbreaker declared that the homeland was the best, and said that he was pleased to meet his descendants. The beta tester looked out from behind his comrade. The dwarves thanked him for the opportunity to meet their hero and called the guest an apostle. Approaching the guy, Bale introduced himself and asked if they could talk to the creator of the forge again. The player explained that everything was not as simple as it seemed. The boy threw up his hands and asked if Mr. Thane was really in the dwarven paradise of Dorado now. Satan frowned with displeasure and asked how his friend thought the old man who enjoyed breaking heads with a hammer had ended up. Ellie closed her eyes and explained that the war had been a noble fight where everyone defended their race, but that he had killed his enemies so brutally showed his twisted selfishness, which was a big disadvantage for being reincarnated as a celestial being. The ghost leaned towards the ranker seer and asked him not to tell the others about his location. The child smiled happily. The troll narrowed his eyes and replied that Mr. Thane was living very happily in Dorado, and the boy asked if the guest could pass on something to him. He widened his eyes and declared that he wanted to become a fierce warrior in the future and join the troop to smash elven skulls with a hammer. Smiling awkwardly, the protagonists remained silent and thought about how they would meet in hell. The streets of the city were lit by lanterns. Following the guide, Jaeyoung remembered that according to rumors, dwarves are destined to hold a hammer in their hands from birth. Bale replied that it was true and that their race was full of various talents. The man raised his hand and said that this place was run by his father, who was a member of the Council of Elders, where the direction of the clan's development was discussed. Byron crossed his arms and asked if he really had to train this man. The assistant bowed deeply. The boy said that he had strength and perseverance, but no skills at all, so he needed a strong mentor. The old man said that it would be difficult and was indignant that he had to take a creature of a lower race as an apprentice. Pointing a finger at his colleague, the master said that he had only recently joined their forge and invited them to compete. A bright fire was burning in the furnace. In the center of the city was a deep pit. The dwarf took the hammer in his hands and said that it was quite tricky. A system window appeared in the background of the workshop, describing a crude dagger. The fire seeker fell to his knees and declared that his opponent had done well. Taking the knife in his hands, the blacksmith called it a nightmare and explained that even though humans were a weak race with low agility, this was too much. The beta tester began to cry in despair. Smiling widely, the player asked his ally not to worry about it and said that he would be glad if he just gave him a chance to learn. Smoke was coming out of the houses in the center of the city. The heroes stood opposite each other. The boy asked if he really had to stay here. The ranker said that he did not intend to spend all his time with him. The child looked down in disappointment and explained that he wanted to travel with him a little longer. The troll raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked him to pass him the hammer. The assistant looked up and asked why he needed it. The protagonist took the tool and asked if his comrade only used it to make equipment. The fire seeker confirmed this and added that he did not have money for anything else. There were many scratches on the worn hammer. The system suggested that it would take 350,000 integrity points to unlock its hidden potential. Jaeyoung frowned and thought that this was too much, but he had no other choice. The beta tester smiled when the boy called out and asked him to try harder in the future. A bright wave of energy fell on the young man. The system reported that the ability of the item had been completely changed. The boy's eyes widened in surprise. A light appeared in the darkness. The player realized that his friend still had a lot to do to become the one who would glorify his name, and mentally asked him to temper like steel and surpass everyone else. 2 burning eyes appeared in front of the child. The ranker wished him to become the best blacksmith. Flames rose into the air. The assistant clutched the new hammer in his hands and asked what it was. The tool sparkled. The system assigned it the mythical rank. A multitude of system windows opened in front of Alice. The girl looked down and raised her eyebrows. The system warned about the activation of an item from the era of forgotten myths. Countless blue notifications turned red. The third act began. The conflict scenario was an interracial war. There was a possibility of a complete rebalancing of all scenarios. The woman looked away. The system reported that the independent thinking of the artificial intelligence was launched. The burning hexagons began to crumble. The powers of the administrators of the main scenario were revoked. The fire seeker held a new hammer in his hands. It was engulfed in flames. A system window appeared with a description of the mythical item. The beta tester with shining eyes asked how his friend managed to do this. The troll answered that he himself did not know that something like this would happen. The protagonist squinted and wondered why the hammer was mythical and not unique, and suggested that if the integrity and the features of the object were combined, a synergy would arise between them. Satan raised his hand to his chin and asked if Vulcanus was not just a shell of a god who had lost all his divinity. Ellie explained that many races still remembered and revered him. The heroes frowned. The demon was surprised that he still had the strength to intervene so directly. The girl stated that for a great blacksmith, simply maintaining his existence was already a difficult task. Jae-young smiled awkwardly when his familiars realized that he had a huge amount of integrity left. The boy approached his comrade and told him that this item was related to the title The Oldest Fire He Has, and that he had a new quest, The Trace of the Erased God. After patting him on the head, the boy reminded him that everyone on the continent believed in one god, and said that he should work on improving his blacksmithing skills so as not to offend the Holy Empire. The child asked if he could really take the hammer for himself. The assistant burst into tears of happiness when the young man answered in the affirmative, and wished him success in his studies thanks to this subject. Frowning sternly, the fire seeker declared that he would try to become the best blacksmith, and promised to use all his strength and help his friend as soon as the day came when he could repay his kindness. The player raised his eyebrows in surprise. A bright light appeared. The system reported that the user had received the subject's full trust and that the mission was completed. The lantern lit up, and the assistant system opened as a reward. The ranker smiled broadly and was glad that he had the opportunity to receive the decency that assistants create. Angelica clutched the staff in her hands. Cassia swung her sword. The beta tester looked confidently at his hammer. The heroes stood next to each other. Later they would become famous in Arcadia under the name of the most evil players. The trolls stood in front of the sun in the desert. The protagonist grinned and decided that it was time to put the plan into action. A user with the nickname Black Dragon of Darkness was sitting at the computer. The girl leaned on her hand and noticed that recently the number of streamers who play Arcadia has grown significantly, because it is watched all over the world. Various preview videos appeared on the screen. The woman wondered if she should start streaming too. The stranger suddenly smiled and asked if this streamer had really gone crazy to decide to go to the slime territory. A broadcast with abandoned ruins appeared. A blue moon shone over the city. Tina winked at the camera and said that they had a joint game planned for today. Bruce scratched his head and said hello. The girl explained that they would go slime hunting together. The viewers decided that it would be quite difficult because these monsters react to danger very quickly. The woman put her hand to her chest and said that they would easily cope with this task. The man added that he could cope with them even alone. The commentators remembered how a couple of days ago they killed the user they took with them and ran away. The sorceress smiled nervously and was indignant at their messages. In the memory, the heroes fought spiders. Hunting high-level monsters was the main content on the channel. The logo of GM Entertainment appeared, which invests in Arcadia, despite the incident with Duke Birchin. People shook hands since the corporation determines the content of the main content in advance. They created a system that allows you to avoid competition between streamers from their company. Tina was sitting in the office. The employee explained that abandoning a low-level user could attract unwanted attention, and that if she failed to restore her image, it would jeopardize the renewal of their contract. The girl frowned sadly. The employee offered to listen to the plan they had devised to restore her reputation. The man raised his index finger and explained that she needed to create a situation where they would be surrounded by monsters again and save the low-level person. Smiling widely, the woman assumed that their strength would be enough and asked if there was a player passing by. The stranger was standing in the forest. The sorceress decided to offer him to join their group. The mage ran up to the user and greeted him. He asked what was wrong. Tina put her finger to her cheek and asked if he wanted to go with them to hunt slimes. The guy lowered the corners of his lips and asked what it meant. The girl explained that they were streaming and that the basis of her content was working with low-level people. The young man asked if they could handle it. The woman waved her hand and asked him not to worry because they were high enough. The stranger thoughtfully raised his hand to his chin. The user looked back and agreed. The sorceress happily thanked him. The player grinned and thought that he was just passing by and stumbled upon something interesting. It turned out that the main character was hiding under the disguise. Satan flew up to him and asked why they were wasting their time. Ellie advised him to stay away from these people. The Archangel's eyes widened in surprise when Jae-young said that he knew about it too. Looking away, the guy said that he just wanted to check how the slimes were doing and added that he would like to test the effectiveness of one item. A shining mask of a deceiver appeared, which resets the skills of detecting opponents. The young man thought about the possible options of this artifact. Standing in front of the system window, the mage asked her ally to tell her his ID to add him to the group. The player slyly moved his eyebrows and said his fake nickname. Tina pressed the button and a confirmation window appeared. The ranker smiled and realized that he had managed to hide his identity. The demonic eyes narrowed. The mask of a deceiver not only changed his appearance, but also helped to hide information in Arcadia and register under a completely different name. The shield had a skull on it. Bruce explained that it was a drop from a field boss he was hunting. The girl called it amazing. Standing to the side, the man stated that there were many users stronger than him, such as the one who single-handedly defeated the black flame dragon that devastated the kingdom of Marin. The woman said that she also wanted to fight a strong opponent someday. The demon crossed his arms and asked why they didn't just kill these people. The troll explained that they were just making money from the broadcast. The sorceress put her palms together and suggested that they were already annoying the ally with their conversations. The protagonist replied that this was not the case at all. Pointing to the system window, the mage decided that he was actually very excited about the upcoming hunt, and asked if he had ever killed slimes before. Jae-young confirmed this and promised not to be a burden to them. Tina raised her hand and asked him not to worry about anything and just follow them. Smiling slyly, the girl realized that at this rate they would quickly cope with that plan, and concluded that the viewers would really like this content. The slime opened its mouth wide and screamed. The heroes looked out from behind the corner and saw a crowd of monsters. Bruce asked if there were too many of them. The woman said that they would easily deal with them. The man's eyes turned white from intense excitement before the battle. The sorceress smiled confidently and thought that she would get a lot of views if she filmed the video properly. The guy raised his eyebrows and assumed that the monsters were happy that they finally met him. The moon was shining over the city. The mage suggested starting the hunt. The slimes surrounded the heroes. The viewers were sure that the streamers would run away, like last time. Tina summoned a magic circle and asked her comrade to take care of the other side. The man asked her to step back a little. Watching them from the side, the boy realized that this was the first time he saw someone fight in Arcadia, and decided that these monsters were much stronger than he thought, because they had a collective consciousness. The monsters stepped forward. Due to the high camaraderie, they were hard to defeat. The slimes jumped straight at the player. The girl looked back and decided that this was her chance. The woman released a wave of fire forward and shouted that it was too dangerous. The monsters frowned furiously as the flames hit them. The sorceress fell to the ground. The system reported that her mana was running low. Standing in front of her with a shield in his hands, the warrior asked his ally not to worry about anything and said that he could handle everything alone. The shock waved through the monster's back. The knight ordered his comrade to stand behind him and not go anywhere. The spectators noticed that he was quite well equipped. The mage smiled and realized that so far everything was going according to plan and thought that they needed to repeat this a few more times. Ellie put her hand to her chin and decided that something was definitely wrong. Satan suggested that they took a low-level user for their own benefit. The ranker looked forward. The demon asked if he really wanted these people to use him to look better in comparison to him. The troll smirked and asked his friends to ignore his words. The devil opened his mouth in surprise and asked what that meant. The protagonist looked back and said that now he wanted to make a good video too. Forming in front of the dead slimes, Bruce said that they cleared this area and suggested taking a short break. Tina praised him for his excellent work. The girl looked at the chat in amazement. The commentators noticed that despite the huge number of monsters killed, the low-level user did not receive any experience. The woman turned to her ally and asked how much percent he had left until he reached a new level. Jae-young replied that she didn't need to know. The sorceress raised her eyebrows and explained that it looked like his experience hadn't increased at all during the hunt. The boy suggested that it was because he had leveled up not so long ago. The mage smiled awkwardly when the boy asked if they only hunted slimes, and confirmed this. The player raised his hand and asked if killing the same monsters over and over again wasn't getting boring. Tina stared at him in surprise. The ranker suggested going to a more difficult place. Standing in front of her, the troll suggested that a pack of orcs would be much more suitable for the stream. The viewers asked if that wasn't the top content right now. Looking around, the man explained that a pack of orcs would be hard to kill even for 100 users, and added that they should only be approached at a high level. The main character grinned and asked if they really lack self-confidence. Ji-young looked back and said that he would go there alone and that they could stay here. The guys looked at him puzzled. The guy said that if anyone was interested in orc hunting, they could subscribe to his channel. Closing his eyes, the young man explained that he would be broadcasting the Destroyer's life and said goodbye to his allies. The channel already had 800,000 subscribers. A preview of the video appeared. The commentators wondered if the owner of this channel had just appeared in front of them, and noticed that he had actually started the stream. The girl looked tensely at the system window and asked what had happened. Her broadcast was watched by just over 5,000 people, and this number began to rapidly fall. Soon the number 0 appeared, which meant that there was not a single person left on the stream. The woman widened her eyes in shock and said that this could not be. The blue sky hung over the forest. The player greeted his subscribers. Someone asked if he really decided to go hunting orcs with such a level. The ranker put his hand on his belt and replied that the level did not matter at all, because his friends would kill the monster. A crown appeared above his head. The troll loudly asked his comrades to gather together. The slime queen opened her eyes wide. The monsters immediately jumped to their ally. The girl hugged him and happily closed her eyes. The protagonist looked at her and said that the orcs had completely lost their sense of shame, so he needed help to deal with them. There were ruins everywhere. Bruce turned around and felt a powerful earthquake. The man's eyes widened in fear. The slime queen towered over the city. Standing on her shoulder, Jae-young said that it was time for them to join the orc pack. A confident smile shone on his face. A video from the Destroyer's Everyday Life channel appeared. Suddenly, someone started appearing there. The young man, grinning, ordered the creature to go forward. Many slimes began to run from the queen, and people in the chat could not understand how all this was happening. These creatures rushed to attack the monsters. The monster, baring its teeth, screamed for the slimes to get lost, because this was their territory, and a notification also appeared that the orc guard was activating his passive skill of a threatening roar. The slimes still jumped to attack. The guy, sitting on the creature's head, asked what their enemies were saying now. The same one answered that he himself did not know, but apparently they were talking about the fact that they invaded their territory and asked if they really had any need to understand what they were saying. The hero raised his hand to his face. Watching the slimes attacking their opponents, the player noted that they really didn't need to know, while the spectators were surprised by such a bloodthirsty massacre. The orc, baring his teeth, began to growl. Red energy emanated from him, and a system notification immediately appeared stating that this was a level 120th orc commander. The slime queen looked straight at him, while the spectators wrote in the chat that this was an extremely strong boss that everyone was afraid to attack. The creature immediately reached out to him with its hand. The orc swung his axe, using the wild strike skill. The guy, grinning, said that everything was fine. His unique equipment, and a message stating that he had used 3,000 points of decency appeared. Bright energy began to circle around his ward, and a notification also appeared stating that it had been strengthened and that all stats would be increased by 30% within 5 minutes. The purple aura was approaching the enemy. It had almost completely covered him. The queen's hands were lowered down when the system message appeared that the orc commander was defeated. The hero, smiling widely, realized that he did not even expect that everything would end so quickly, and immediately asked if the viewers liked the broadcast, while the people in the chat were perplexed by what was happening. The orc territory appeared, covered in a purple substance, and a message immediately appeared that the remaining military forces on the territory were equal to 1%, and therefore the minimum conditions for preserving the camp territory were not met. The slimes were standing in the middle of this camp when another notification appeared, which said that the percentage of races in the territory is 99% slimes, and therefore the conditions meet the requirements for occupying the territory, and now the slime race has completely captured the orc camp, thereby destroying it. Suddenly, a certain purple funnel appeared in the sky. It was right above the queen in the chat, but people were surprised that the streamer was able to completely remove the colony of these enemies. Drops of slime appeared. The queen suddenly hugged the owner when he said that now that she had so many friends, the old space became a little cramped. She smiled widely as he told her that they now had a new home, and immediately there were reports that the queen had accomplished a great feat beyond the capabilities of her race, and now, the slime race, which had endured countless persecutions and oppressions, had managed to achieve a solid victory, leading to a brilliant revival that no race could ignore. An army of these creatures appeared after receiving a notification that their race had been changed. The monster immediately began to change after the system reported that their characteristics had increased significantly. A helmet appeared on one of them, and also a window with information that their level was now 120. The protagonist, raising one of the corners of his lips, realized that they had risen 40 levels in one fell swoop, and now even an experienced player would have a hard time defeating one of them, and also thought that in this situation, he could be calm for them for some time. The queen appeared, and immediately notifications appeared that she, who led the slime race to prosperity, was growing further thanks to her brilliant deeds and therefore evolving into a new entity that matched her status. A new crown appeared above her head and also a window with characteristics, which said that this creature was now level 200. Viewers in the chat wrote that this monster was now invincible for them. She suddenly opened her mouth wide. Bright flashes began to emanate from her. This energy was directed directly to the other two users. The girl immediately covered her ears, and a message appeared that they fell under the dominion of the slime mistress, and their characteristics were lowered by 30%. And the man shouted that this was simply an incredible range, because this boss apparently covers a distance of 2 kilometers. The user, crying, said that this simply could not be, as she received messages that her level was too low to overcome dominance, and because of this, she would feel instinctive fear and therefore her movement speed was reduced by 50%. The silhouette of the hero appeared and notifications that the Slime Queen thanked him for his help. The young man stood in front of the army of these monsters, receiving numerous messages that players who saved and revived an entire race are recognized as benefactors of all these creatures and they will now follow everything he says without hesitation. The audience could not understand what kind of person he was who was capable of such things. The demon, flying nearby, asked why the owner cared so much about these monsters from the very beginning, because was there really some special reason for this? The same one answered affirmatively. The young man, closing his eyes, asked if they were cute. Satan's eyes turned white after this answer, and then the assistant asked if the owner really called this the reason. The forum of this game appeared, where people discussed the strengthening of slimes, and then it was said that after that day, a rumor spread that there was an invasion of slimes in the orc camp. The office also appeared, and it was also said that the Korean branch of Arcadia held an emergency meeting on this issue, but they could not impose any sanctions on that player for using a legal game system. Slimes jumped on other players, and it was explained that after that, several curious users tried to attack the orc camp, but they were helpless before the endless army of slimes and were eventually destroyed. One of these monsters appeared, and it was explained that their opponents were enemies with incredible physical strength of the 120th level, but even this was not really scary. Now a large number of these opponents were visible, and it was explained that their number of more than 120,000 heads was frightening, and no matter how many times they were defeated, the infinitely appearing number was enough to completely break the hearts of the users' lives. The queen also appeared, and it was told that the slimes, born as the weakest monsters in Arcadia, turned into a force capable of absorbing an entire continent, if they only wanted to. Some white glow was visible. Immediately after, the protagonist appeared, as well as the name of his channel and the words that the user's burning gaze, riveted to the slimes, naturally turned to their owner. A window with the number of subscribers appeared right away, which already exceeded 36 million users, and immediately messages began to appear about how surprised others were by his skill. The young man, looking at his phone, realized that there were many more subscribers than he had initially expected, but considering that there are channels with over 100 million viewers, this is not such a big achievement. But nevertheless, for those people this is a professional field, so they should not be compared, because there are even those who stream for more than 24 hours. Several unread messages appeared on the screen, in which they offered him cooperation, and the hero thought that they were all extremely strange. The guy, looking down, knew that all these messages were dedicated to corporate meetings, and it was even hard for him to believe that so many companies were trying to make money with just one game, and that the world had really changed, since before, no matter how much effort was put in, parents only worried more in the end. His channel appeared on the screen when the protagonist realized that if you weigh the pros and cons, then conducting live broadcasts is not such a bad idea. The young man, imagining the mask, knew that he started that broadcast to make money from the game, but maybe he should do it for a while, because if you put on a deceiver's mask, no one will ever know his identity. The hero pressed the phone. Bringing the phone to his ear, the guy asked if it was Iplis and added that he contacted them after viewing their message. The interlocutor answered in the affirmative and explained that they work with a large number of channels and asked about the name of the person's channel. The guy answered that this is the daily life of a destroyer. The hero was still holding the phone to his ear when the company's CEO greeted him. Then the player said that he was calling them after viewing their message, since he would like to discuss the details of the contract with them. The office of this company appeared. The young man had a mask and glasses on his face, when he thought that this company was much smaller than expected and then assumed that he had come to the wrong place. In front of him was a door with the name of the company. The man, smiling, said that their office really couldn't be called big, because he had to look for this place in a hurry, considering the fact that his employees lived nearby. The hero, hiding his eyes, noted that it seemed to him that this place was a little smaller than expected, because this was his first experience in signing a contract, and therefore he just wanted to contact those who made the first offer and also asked if there were any other streamers who cooperated with their company, because he would like to trust them with video editing and therefore it would be nice to see examples of other work. The director, raising his hand, tried to say something, then the guest asked if their company really didn't have a single signed contract. Suk, putting his hand on his chest, shouted that everything was exactly like that, because they were a new company, but all of their employees were incredibly talented people and asked the streamer to trust him, because all of the employees were people with many years of experience in the marketing and public relations department of GM Group, and he simply could not imagine with what care this staff was recruited. The young man, his eyes widening in surprise, asked if he could tell him in more detail, starting with GM Group. The man, raising his eyebrows, answered affirmatively. The guy, looking forward, asked if it was true that they and other employees of the company were originally responsible for marketing in that large company, but the team was disbanded due to the recent incident with Count Birchin, which initially happened because of the videos that were posted on the Destroyer's daily life channel. The head, looking down, answered affirmatively and explained that everything happened after the video he uploaded exposing GM Group spread across the internet, but they do not hold any grudge against him, but only felt joy when they saw that video anyway. They applied to the new department in Arcadia to be responsible for promotion and marketing in a large company, but in the end they could not achieve it. So they took responsibility for what happened and left the company. The man suddenly hit his hands and shouted that they were laid off, but they still only live once, and therefore they decided to create their own company to go on their last big trip, and he is ready to take the most desperate steps, even if the guest is skeptical. The guy brought his hand to his face. The director squeezed his eyelids tightly, thinking that he himself would not work with a person who appeals to his emotions like that. His eyes suddenly opened after the young man said that they could really try to work together. His mouth immediately dropped open in surprise after the hero said that he needed one condition. The protagonist, raising his finger, said that he should not under any circumstances provide anyone with his personal information, including what was shown in the video. The man leaned forward a little, saying that it was natural. The hero, looking intently somewhere ahead, explained that he should not tell a single soul about this, be it family or friends, and also no excuses were acceptable, because he would have to maintain absolute confidentiality, because if they could not keep it, the contract would be broken. A drop of sweat appeared on the man's face, and he immediately replied that everything would be as the guest asked, because this is what they must protect. Looking at this man, the director realized that his opponent was the mysterious player who had shaken up GM Group, who was now going to reveal his face to him, and his words were not trust at all, but a threat. Because if he suddenly failed to keep his personal data secret, then it was unknown how it would come back to him. The head, opening his mouth, realized that he needed to put everything he had on this contract. The hero, taking off his glasses, answered affirmatively. Taking off the mask from his face, the guy agreed to sign the contract. The employee turned around and asked if everything was okay with the director. Because his face looked like he had been to war, the man replied that everything was okay with him, and added that he should take good care of the files that would be given to him by their guest. The man put his hand on the computer mouse. A certain location from the game appeared on the screen. The leader raised his hand to his face and asked if it was a tunnel, and the ward replied that it looked like a video about exploring dungeons. But he was not sure about the location where this filming took place, since he had never seen this place before. The man, opening his eyes wider, said that this was just crazy. Looking at a certain person landing down, the director explained that this place was a Dwarven city. The picture on the monitor immediately changed and a notification appeared that a new video had been uploaded to the Destroyer's Daily Life channel. The opening image of this video was shown and immediately comments appeared that this streamer had finally released something new. A notification about the discovery of uncharted territory appeared on the screen, and people in the chat were perplexed. This entire location was shown and a message immediately appeared that the last Dwarven city, the Forge of Sands, had been discovered for the first time, and the viewers could not believe that this was true. The resident of this place, smiling, asked if they came to see their workshop and added that if someone is their friend, then perhaps one of his works will be useful to them, and asked that he take a good look around, and if something comes to their liking, then they should just say. The viewers were interested in the products of the masters of this race. The dwarf, putting his hand on his head, said that recently they lacked workers and asked if there were any potential blacksmiths among their acquaintances. Because if someone came on his recommendation, then they will not pay attention to the fact that this is a person. A long passage in this territory appeared and also many system messages that the player had established a trusting relationship with the dwarves, and thanks to this the quest was completed and the Forge of the Sands was opened, and therefore the player will have the opportunity to have formal contact with this race in the future. The viewers in the chat continued to be surprised by what was happening. A video was shown on this site. The man's eyes turned white as he realized that the ripple effect of the video was serious. But he was surprised to see that it would be so amazing, because their company, which used to be an unknown agency, also received a lot of requests, and assumed that the Arcadia office was in a real mess right now. Remembering the protagonist, the director realized that he looked very young, but had a huge impact on this game. The screen of his phone suddenly lit up. The phone was next to the young man's ear when the interlocutor asked if he checked the uploaded video. The hero answered affirmatively and explained that he called to say that he enjoyed watching the video, and even though he did not make any requests, they were able to do everything flawlessly. The guy, slightly tilting his head, added that he sent him another video by email and asked if he could check it, work on it, and also upload it, and also asked him not to hide information about the items that appear in the video. The man raised his other hand to the phone and asked again about the items, and the interlocutor explained that he would understand what was being discussed when he watched the second video. The director, putting the phone away, could not understand what he was talking about, because after the video announcing the existence of dwarves, there was also information about the disclosure of some item, since no matter how wonderful the item was, it was unlikely to attract more attention than the fact of the appearance of a new location. The employee, holding a glass, offered the director to drink coffee and then continue working, and the man thanked him and explained that their streamer had just sent a new video, which recorded the discovery of some item. The director raised the glass to his mouth. Suddenly, coffee burst out of his mouth, and the ward asked if he was okay. The man's eyes turned white after the words that there was a mythical item. The screen showed a hammer and a window of characteristics. A new video with this weapon appeared on the channel, and it was said that, as usual, it began to bring huge changes. The company office was revealed and it was explained that an emergency meeting had been called at the Arcadia headquarters. Many players were in the desert, and it was explained that many users had abandoned their daily lives and were flocking to the rumor desert. There was a man with a flag, and it was explained that there were many representatives of large guilds operating on a corporate basis among them. A large amount of treasure was revealed, and someone said that the priority of the benefits that could be obtained from the Dwarven city was currently the main concern of the Arcadia users. A cloudy sky was visible. The young man lying on the ground noted that it was not for nothing that they said that people should live in places with good air, because he really liked this quiet and calm atmosphere. The angel, looking down, realized that after strengthening the slime, removing the key growth point of other adventurers, and intentionally revealing information about the dwarves and drawing the attention of users to the rumor desert, he might have another goal. Having introduced the representatives of another race, the assistant realized that his next step would be aimed specifically at the home of the elves. The girl, lowering her head, said that she would eventually go to the place where the remains of the war between demons and celestial beings remained. The administrator appeared. The girl, looking down, said that a surge in keywords for dwarves had been detected and the leak of information on this topic was 42%. A castle appeared and words that all existing tasks would be deactivated, and also a notification that the observer was switching to the real-time task creation mode. A system window appeared in front of the hero, in which it was said that he needed to conclude a peace agreement between the warring races of dwarves and elves, as well as establish trade routes between them, and then the player realized that as soon as they had friendly relations with the dwarves, the mission was updated, and although it was extremely difficult to persuade the dwarves, he still managed to somehow persuade them to participate in the negotiations, and now he only needed to persuade the elves. Having imagined the creature of this race, the protagonist knew that the problem was how to persuade them to take this step, because he would most likely have to work out several options on the way there, since he was worried that he still did not know what kind of race it was. But since the elves had made an alliance with humans, and even took part in the war, at least they would not be hostile to him. A glow appeared near the demon's head, and he asked why he decided to do this so suddenly. The guy, looking up, asked Satan about what had happened to him. The latter answered that he would probably have to leave for the underworld for a while, and the protagonist asked if something serious had happened there. The angel began to smile after the hellish assistant said that he had a difficult matter there. The girl raised her hand and noted that she had heard that one of his subordinates had rebelled, and at this rate he could lose his position as the demon lord, and he shouted that she should shut up. Satan, frowning, said that he would try to return as soon as possible and asked him not to listen to the nonsense of the second assistant. The young man asked again. Then the demon explained that he himself should know what they were talking about, because she could offer him a deal related to decency points. Turning around, Satan said that he would go and asked him to wait a little, because all his affairs would be quickly settled. The hero, looking ahead, replied that he would be careful and realized that this was his greed for decency points. Remembering his class artifact, the young man understood that this was not surprising, because he still had reasons to worry, since out of the 1,000,000 decency points he had collected, only 300,000 remained. The protagonist, tilting his head, noted that she could also fly to heaven after such a long time, since he would have to simply walk to his destination for some time and would not need help with this. But she replied that everything was fine, because this was the situation she wanted, because everything was deliberately organized to be alone with him. The guy, opening his eyes wider, asked again. The angel, smirking, explained that these treacherous demons, who had no chance of success, had no idea what trust was, and moreover, they were only loyal to their own various desires, and therefore even a tiny simulation was enough to make them do what you told them, and besides, Uriel from the heavenly world and his legions were constantly getting in the way, so this bat probably already had a severe headache. And added that she would like him to disappear, but that would be too greedy on her part. The hero, frowning, asked if she wanted to say that she had intentionally provoked a coup d'état in the underworld and at the same time sent angels there, ordering them to cause a stir there. The girl, closing her eyes, answered affirmatively, and said that all this was done so that the heavy ass of that bat would descend to the underworld on its own. The boy looked at her and asked why she had to go so far, and she asked if he was asking because he really didn't know. His eyes widened when she asked if he had forgotten about the incident involving the destruction of the shrine on Mount Fian. The angel, hovering in the air in front of him, told him not to worry, as he would not be held responsible for it, as he was undoubtedly only deceived by that flying rat and therefore any crime committed out of ignorance could be forgiven, and the boy thanked her for that and realized that his assistant had been blamed for the incident. The protagonist, looking forward, asked what she wanted from him, since if she had to go so far to get rid of Satan, then she clearly had something to say. Her gaze was directed downwards. The boy's eyes widened when she said that she wanted justice. Introducing the elves, she explained that his current destination was a hidden elven village. The guy, bowing his head, could not understand how she knew, because he had to personally negotiate with the dwarves when the two of them were busy with that ignoramus. The angel, introducing a certain blade, explained that the cherished thing of the Lord of Chaos, the Lord of the demons Satan and the demons under his command, was sealed there. The hero, still standing in place, asked what it was, Because how amazing was this item that she called it the cherished thing of an assistant. She also noted that he should understand this faster if he saw it with his own eyes, since this item was truly worthwhile. The girl, bowing her head, explained that when they reached their destination, he should destroy that item with special care so that not a speck of dust remained. The protagonist, frowning, asked again. They were walking along a forest road. The memory of that gate to the sanctuary hidden inside Mount Fian appeared in his mind. He also remembered the medallion and realized that there was an item that allowed him to make a contract with an angel there, and it must be a very important place for heaven. The boy, looking ahead, realized that despite this, Ellie, who had never mentioned what happened there before, suddenly remembered the incident, which was not like her at all, and perhaps the sealed item in the tree really was that important. Looking at her, the boy tried to understand what she was thinking about. Ellie, turning around, apologized for the fact that her explanation was apparently not very detailed and explained that she had only thought of the plan a while ago, but the decision on how to handle that item was made hundreds of years ago, and also asked if the owner knew why angels and demons were working so hard to make contracts and influence the people of Arcadia. The boy, with his mouth slightly open, assumed that it was related to the points of integrity. Ellie raised her finger and answered affirmatively, adding that the more influence they exerted in Arcadia through human contracts, the more integrity points they managed to obtain. But there was another more important reason. The hero looked up and asked about this reason again. The girl clenched her fist and said that this was done simply to wipe the enemy's nose, and she wanted revenge, since this damned bat dared to destroy the sanctuary of heaven, and also added that the owner's path was exactly where that bastard's valuable thing was, and this was simply a fateful circumstance for her. The young man, grinning, realized that his thoughts were wrong, and this did not look like the old Ellie at all. Imagining her, the guy thought that these crazy eyes, the obsession with revenge, and this manner of speech, creating the impression that the settings of the devil and angel had changed places, and no matter how you looked at it, this was Ellie herself. The hero, crossing his arms over his chest, said that he understood her and asked her not to forget that he had another reason to go there. The girl, raising her hand to her mouth, agreed with him and added that she also did not want to burden his path. The full moon rose over the great forest of Emil. The protagonist, standing in front of the thicket, said that along with the great desert of rumor, this forest is one of the 5 largest regions of Arcadia, and according to the information received from the dwarves, somewhere here there is an elven settlement, and this place is really suitable for such creatures. The player, smiling slightly, realized that it was good that he managed to get here without incident, but several variables still arose. The young man, looking ahead, asked if she wanted to say that there was not a single elf soul in the sky. The angel raised her hand and explained that when an elf dies, they go to the spirit world, not to heaven or the underworld, and therefore Satan would most likely face the same situation, since it is simply impossible to summon the soul of such a creature. The protagonist, raising his hand to his face, noted that he planned to summon the soul of an elf, as in the case of the dwarves, and asked him to accompany him to the destination, and the assistant said that she had one good idea for such a case. Smiling, she explained that although there are no elven souls in heaven, there are people who have a close connection with them. An image of a certain girl appeared. She, pointing her finger to the side, said that if you cross this old forest, you can reach the elven village, and warned that these places are inhabited by fierce spirits of old trees and therefore they should be careful. The guy asked if this was the only way, because he really had no other choice but to go straight ahead. A furious grin appeared. The young man's eyes lit up after the words that the enemy apparently had excellent hearing. The spirit of the old tree of the Emil forest appeared before him. Its eyes glowed bright orange. The monster's hand reached straight for the man. It hit the ground. The player, smiling, asked if he had coveted that eye. The young man, standing on his opponent's hand, noted that he would probably only have to dodge everything without making unnecessary movements, and also added that he would have to deal with a giant who only had physical strength. The monster's eyes were still shining brightly. It roared loudly and raised its hand to attack. A bow suddenly appeared in his hand. A hole immediately appeared in the enemy and notifications that the all-piercing eye had been activated, which identifies and attacks the enemy's weak points, thereby ignoring his defense. A golden glow was still emanating from his weapon. Grinning, the young man used heavy rain. Many projectiles began to hit his enemy. The hero, putting his hand to his forehead, noted that the attacking skills were just something, because he really liked everything, but he also said that it was extremely difficult for him to regulate his strength, and because of this, the consumption of decency points was serious. Someone was looking at him from above. Their eyes were shining bright blue. The full moon appeared. The spirit, standing in front of the traveler, said that from here on, he could easily continue his journey on his own, because the territory of the elves was ahead of him, and therefore the monster could not even come close to this place, and the young man thanked her for accompanying him. The fallen fighter, looking down, asked if he could fulfill one of her requests when he managed to meet the elves. The player, slightly raising his head, asked about the request. Introducing a certain creature, she asked him to check whether an elf named Pale was alive or dead. Frowning, the spirit screamed for him to kill him as painfully and cruelly as possible if this creature was alive. Remembering how she had shielded him, she explained that Pale's original destiny was to disappear at the hands of the dwarves. But the spirit, risking her life, saved him, and at that moment they promised to love each other forever. Introducing him to other girls, Amelia explained that this ungrateful bastard had betrayed her and started spending time with other elves. The girl, covering her face with her hands, said that every time at such moments her heart breaks into pieces and asked to beat him up so much that he felt like he was already dead, and then continued to beat him until he was dying but still breathing. The hero replied that he would think about it. A system window immediately appeared in front of him with a new task in which he needed to kill this elf or bring him to a state of half-death. Angel, closing her eyes, noted that this is why she advises not to meet with representatives of other races, and the player asked her about it again. Ellie, looking down, explained that for elves such concepts as love and marriage do not exist. As for people, since the lifespan of the original body is long, and there is no concept of being faithful to only one partner, as people do. The assistant raised her head and noted that since Amelia was close enough to the elves to be given the strange title of honorary elf, she should be well aware of this, since Pale was one of their race and they could not criticize and resent them for doing what was typical of their race and hold them to human standards. The spirit, looking down, apologized for making such a difficult request, since she was not sure that she would be able to meet Pale face to face again, and added that from now on they would easily reach the elf village without her help, and also asked if she could be sent back to heaven. The two creatures were still sitting on the tree, when the angel said that if you don't count this mania, then she has no problems with behavior, and she was a really good person. The young man said that he still had goosebumps running through his body, and he no longer wanted to summon that woman. Also notifications appeared, which said that the subject of the task changed his mind and the mission was deleted. Thanks to which the spirit was released. Suddenly, an arrow flew out of nowhere. It hit the ground near the young man. The guy, looking away, could not understand where this projectile came from, when suddenly someone shouted for the person not to move. The hero stood in place when someone shouted at him that if he tried to do something, then an arrow would immediately be fired into his chest. Then the protagonist realized that there were traces of someone's presence everywhere, and because of this they were surrounded. The player, slightly tilting his head, asked if elves and humans were not friends, and the assistant replied that at that time they did not have enough hands, so they entered into an alliance with the human race. But in fact they do not like humans, just like the dwarves. Her gaze was directed back when she said that for the most part humans are uglier than elves. The representative of the race, walking towards them, told them not to move, because they were surrounded. The young man, raising one eyebrow, asked if this appearance was average for them. A certain bridge was visible. The elf, turning around, shouted for the man to move his legs faster. The guy's eyes were covered with a bandage. When he thought that he would like to know the location of their settlement, but he has had to walk with his eyes blindfolded and his hands tied for more than an hour. Darkness appeared when the player realized that due to frequent changes in direction, the sense of distance had disappeared and these guys were more cautious than expected, and because of this, everything might not go as planned. Suddenly, light began to appear. The guy squeezed his eyes shut. Suddenly, they opened wide. The user, walking towards a certain tree, asked where they were. The girl put her hand on the trunk. The forest dweller, closing her eyes, began to read some spell. A bright golden glow immediately began to flow from the trunk. A city was visible inside. The hero, smiling, said that this place was really completely impossible to find. A golden tree appeared and a lot of system notifications appeared that his intelligence had increased by 10 points. His archery efficiency had also increased slightly. His closeness to nature had also begun to grow, and also a message that he had received an achievement, since he had managed to see with his own eyes the world tree, which was only mentioned in legends and tales, thanks to which his health had increased by 1,000 units. Smiling, the protagonist understood that this was Yggdrasil, the root that supported all of Arcadia and the symbol of nature. His gaze was directed at a certain blade in the trunk. The guy, looking ahead, wondered what Satan had done here, while the angel noted that he had apparently begun to gradually understand what was going on, because now they had no choice but to fulfill her request. All the residents looked in one direction, saying that they could believe that a person had come to them. The protagonist closed his eyes, listening to the insults towards his appearance. Melissa, coming out to them, explained that she was informed that a man had entered the forest and was wandering around looking for their territory. The hero, standing in front of her, realized that it was the queen herself, and the creatures around were surprised that the lady had come out here in person. The angel, looking out from behind her collar, suggested that the queen had been watching them from the moment they entered the forest, because through the spirits of the forest she was able to see a lot. The same one asked about whether it was really impossible to tell about this in advance. The girl, bowing her head, said that she wanted to ask only one question. A smile appeared on the guy's face after his question about how he was able to master the art of archery that he used against monsters. Her eyes widened after he said that Amelia taught him. The city appeared and words were heard that perhaps this was the man who died many years ago. The guard frowned after the queen said that they should free this man, because they needed to talk. Turning her head, she asked not to worry about her, because she understood perfectly well the reason for their concern. The guy looked ahead when she asked him to follow her to a quieter place. Then the player asked if the angel knew anything about this creature. Ellie answered that she also knew little about her reputation among the elves, because it was difficult to ensure visibility around the world tree. The protagonist, looking ahead, understood that the look that the queen had just given him could not be called friendly, because there was rather some fear in it. The palace was shown from the inside. The girl, sitting at the table, explained that this was the first time she heard about Amelia having a student among people. The young man noted that she died hundreds of years ago, so he had to learn this art not from her personally, and the queen should consider it as an archery school that woman founded. The elf raised her hand to her face and said that she understood, because by human standards a lot of time had indeed passed. The player, continuing to look ahead, asked what Amelia was like, that everyone reacted to her name somewhat distantly, because as far as he knew, she was one of the few people who had been awarded the title of honorary elf. The queen, looking down, said that she was a little embarrassed to talk about it. The hero's jaw dropped after her words about how this person was truly crazy. Remembering her, Melissa said that as soon as she found this or that elf handsome, she would immediately stick to him like chewing gum. But as soon as an elf appeared on the horizon who seemed like a competitor to her, she would go crazy with envy and compete with her and sabotage her both inside and outside, and as a result, dozens of elves suffered at her hands, and she also walked as if she wanted to monopolize all the elves. And in particular, her obsession with Pale was especially frightening, and added that she still remembers the day when she came to him drunk and threatened to kill him with an arrow if he did not marry her. The queen, bowing her head, said that she also had a hard time because of her, because she had to wait 40 years until she died to be with this elf. But in fact, when she managed to see how the player uses the technique, it was very similar. On Amelia's equipment, she became worried that the user could be the one who came to take revenge on her behalf and assumed that these were just empty worries. The guy's eyes turned white after her words, and then he said that she should stop worrying about it, and immediately realized that his interlocutor was one of those who fell in love with that woman's husband. The queen, sitting in front of him, asked about the reason for his coming to them, if he was not connected with that girl in any way, because he had to go straight ahead, cutting a path through the centuries-old trees that made their village inaccessible to the outside world, and it is extremely difficult for her to regard this as simple curiosity. Putting the scroll on the table, the guy said that he was waiting for her to ask about it. The girl, unfolding it, realized that this was an agreement on a deal to open a regular trade route, and apparently this man was a merchant, not an archer. Squeezing the paper a little, the queen noticed something strange, as she had a feeling of déjà vu that was impossible to ignore. Looking down, she asked if this was the agreement of the dwarves. The young man, putting his hand on his chest, introduced himself as a representative of the peace delegation of humanity, who visited the Curnia of Sands. The protagonist, still sitting in front of her, explained that as far as he knew, the war that broke out hundreds of years ago did not end with a truce, and it was also said that after the calm, at some point both sides broke off communication and entered the current state of breaking all contacts with each other in all areas. The girl was still looking at the document when the guest said that now a lot of time has passed, and the moment has come to open a new era. Looking at the paper, she read that they were declaring an official end to the war between the Dwarven and Elven clans and forbidding any offensive words, actions, and discriminatory treatment towards the opposing race. And by agreement they were seeking peace between the two races and would spare no effort to establish friendly relations between them, and in other words, this was not just an offer to exchange materials, but a real peace agreement. The young man looked forward, listening to her question about whether he was an envoy of peace representing humanity, and also the words that he seemed to be telling her the truth. Raising her head, the queen noted that she could not simply take and believe that the dwarves, these ardent supporters of racial superiority, made such an offer. The hero, closing his eyes, noted that the elves were indeed not a simple-minded people, because their obsession with appearance and disdainful attitude seemed to be on a higher level than that of the dwarves. The girl, covering her mouth with her hand, asked if it was true that they were choosing elven fruit, wine, and branches of the world tree as trade items, according to the offer, and the protagonist said that he would also like to ask for things like spirit stones and fairy wing powder. She, looking down, replied that she understood everything. His eyes suddenly opened wider after she said that she could not accept this offer. And then the young man said that he understood that it was difficult to get rid of the thought that it was too early to judge, but if she wanted, she had the opportunity to make corrections in some points. The queen, raising her hand, apologized and explained that this was not the problem, because this decision was due to the fact that her people did not have resources. The protagonist, still sitting in front of her, asked if he could find out the details of this, and Melissa replied that this was not a problem that she should share with a person. Rising from her chair, she also noted that if he had no more business with her, he should go back. The hero, looking up, realized that this elf did not even leave room for conversation, as he had received notifications that the peace treaty had been terminated and the mission had failed. The player, squinting slightly, tried to figure out what to do, because he did not want to just take and retreat. The angel suddenly flew out of his collar, and explained that he simply would have no choice but to fulfill her request. The young man, turning his head, asked if she knew that everything would turn out this way. Ellie, raising a finger, asked what he would do, because did he really not want to listen to her offer again, since it could possibly bring him great benefit. An image of an angel and a demon appeared, and she told him that once the war drenched Arcadia in blood. The tree also appeared, and then the girl explained that in the terrible war in which angels and demons fought fiercely on the lands of Arcadia, it was the world tree, not any of the races, that saved countless lives that were bleeding. There was some kind of protective field around the tree, and then Ellie said that the skill of setting the boundaries of one's territory is a power that allows the world tree to make it impossible for any living being in that range to use attack skills, and the values related to combat power dropped sharply, and thanks to this skill, it was naturally possible to avoid battles around Yggdrasil, and thanks to this, the area of the world tree became a refuge for many weak people who prayed for an end to the war of otherworldly beings. However, the war of demons and heavenly beings could not end so easily. A blade engulfed in a purple glow was visible, and it was said that in the end, this incident occurred. The blade was thrust into something, and the angel said that it was an object that brings death, with the divine energy of the demonic world, which absorbs everything and corrupts with darkness, and for some reason this terrible object was caught in the bark of the world tree. The girl, raising her hand, said that since then the elves were busy protecting the world tree, and in particular, the coordinates of the place where the world tree sleeps are something that is kept in the strictest confidence, and therefore trade, which involves the risk of revealing the location of the world tree to the outside world, is unlikely to be a profitable option for the elves, and this is the reason why the queen refused him. The young man, crossing his arms on his chest, said that everything is clear to him now, and asked if that is why she said to destroy this thing that brings death, because apparently this is her desire and the minimum condition for the elves to accept his offer. Ellie, flying past, answered that everything is correct. The queen turned around when someone called her, and immediately said that she had nothing more to say to him. The young man, putting his hand on the table, explained that this was the last request and asked if she could follow him, because if she did so, they would quietly leave this place. This tree was visible. Approaching it, the guy said that he thought this distance would be enough, and the elf asked why they came here. The girl, looking ahead, could not understand why he led her to this world tree and what he was going to do. The guy, standing in front of the tree, noted that it was really huge up close. The young man, looking at the angel, asked what he needed to do, because they came here, but he did not think that an object with divine energy, demonic energy, was something that he could easily destroy, and she replied that he had one idea for this case. A certain golden glow appeared. A certain sword appeared in front of him, and the angel explained that with such a weapon he would be able to destroy this divine item without any effort. The sword glowed brightly, and a system window with the characteristics of this sword appeared. The girl, smiling, said that he needed to break a divine item with a divine item, and the tactics were very simple, because she would also give him a special discount on decency points. The hero, closing his eyes, noted that she was indiscriminately taking out various objects, and she asked if she had already told him about this, because she wanted to do anything, just to wipe the devil's nose. The guy's hand began to reach forward. He already had this blade in his hands, and immediately messages appeared that the end of eternity sensed a great evil that must be destroyed, and all the conditions of the hidden task must be fulfilled. The girl, putting her hand on her chest, exclaimed that this simply could not be. A system window appeared in front of the administrator, in which she needed to determine the topic for the new scenario. The queen, standing behind, noted that, as she thought, he was not an ordinary person. Looking forward, she asked why this sword of eternity was on this continent, and how it ended up in his hands. The young man smiled broadly, saying that she could consider that he had some kind of connection with the heavens. Melissa asked again, because such words do not fit the level that she has to see. Turning away, she shouted a question about whether he didn't think that this answer was illogical from the point of view of common sense, because this weapon is a sacred sword, which is also mentioned in elven legends, and he simply cannot hold it in his hands if he does not have a divine rank class, and asked him to explain how this even happens. The young man, turning around, noted that this is not a problem that he should share with the elves. The girl's eyes turned white from the realization that these were the words she had said earlier, and that this person had an extremely disgusting character. Putting down the blade, the guy said that he would like to continue the conversation he had started about concluding a truce, and asked what she thought about slightly changing the requirements, and she asked again. Smiling, the player explained that the reason why the elves are now hesitant to interact with the dwarves is hidden in the world tree, and the girl shouted a question about how he knew this. The young man, frowning, asked her to sign a peace treaty with the dwarves and begin a friendly interaction with them. Holding the blade, the protagonist said that he would free the world tree from the ever-approaching darkness once and for all. The girl brought her hand to her chest, and immediately messages appeared that the negotiation skill was activated, and he managed to belong to her exactly what she wanted, and thanks to this, the object of the negotiations became interested in the conversation. The player turned his head, listening to her words that if he managed to eliminate the source of evil devouring the world tree, as he had just mentioned, and also the words that she would do something for it. Standing in front of him, she explained that if he managed to free their mother from eternal pain and make her return to them, then in the name of the queen leading the Greenleaf clan, he would be given an oath to accept all their offers. The angel's eyes lit up brightly, and she screamed that this was enough, because the weapon of the damned bats was there, and he should destroy it as soon as possible. This demonic blade appeared. The guy smirked and asked her to wait a bit. His personality began to change after the question of whether he could possibly have the opportunity to find something more interesting for the viewers. A picture from the live broadcast appeared and people in the chat immediately began to write that a new video had finally appeared. The hero, showing 2 fingers, greeted everyone and added that today's content was saving the world tree. The protagonist stood in front of him, saying that it was time for him to start, and the viewers could not believe that this was the real Yggdrasil. The blade began to glow brighter after the notification that the end of eternity sensed great evil. A bright flame appeared around the blade after the message that it was time for judgment, and therefore the energy of destruction began to condense, and the viewers were surprised by the appearance of such a weapon. The player, baring his teeth, said that they would finish everything with one blow, because he needed to save his decency points. His target was still stuck in the tree bark. The man immediately raised his weapon back a little. The hero immediately disappeared from the spot. His blade was about to collide with his target. The blade began to glow brighter and messages appeared that the equipment felt a threat and used its powers to protect itself, thereby activating the last resistance task. Suddenly, a bright purple lightning struck from it. A large amount of dust rose into the air. The guy's hand was on the blade. The protagonist, gritting his teeth, noted that he already thought he was going to die. The player jumped on a branch when the angel asked him if he was okay. The user was indignant because the assistant told him that he would be able to easily deal with him, but he suddenly began to use skills. Suddenly, the artifact began to crawl out of the bark. The weapon was covered in a bright pink glow. Some energy began to gather at the crystal. The blade flew off somewhere at lightning speed and a message appeared that this artifact had begun to search for a carrier that it would be able to absorb. A giant ogre of the great forest of Emil appeared. The blade was flying straight towards it. The hero, looking closely, asked what they should do, because their target was running away, but the girl noted that everything did not happen as expected. The forest was illuminated by a bright glow. The monster changed its appearance, and a message appeared that a boss had been created, which was now called the Vicious Warrior of the Demonic Sword, and its target was the elves who guarded the World Tree. The warriors prepared to attack, shouting that they needed to defend themselves and also informed the queen about this as soon as possible. Some energy was directed towards the enemy. The forest was again illuminated by a bright flash. The monster bared its teeth, looking somewhere. The girl, holding the weapon in her hands, could not understand why there was not a single scratch on the opponent, while her comrade exclaimed that this simply could not be, because all the ranger's forces were used. The boss's eyes were burning brightly. It, having attacked the elves, roared loudly. They began to run away, shouting that they all needed to retreat closer to Yggdrasil as soon as possible, while in the chat people could not believe what was happening, because this did not look like their game at all. The protagonist, watching what was happening from afar, noted that he did not expect to arrange such a massacre. While the angel agreed with him and explained that everything was as expected, an object with divine energy is disgusting, like those flying rats who really like to stab in the back. The young man looked down and asked what they should do now, since even he couldn't handle something like that. Ellie agreed with him again, and the hero asked her what she thought about summoning a demon, since it would definitely be able to calm down such an enemy. The girl raised her hand and said that it was unacceptable, since the reason those rats with wings couldn't stick their noses up was because they had lost that item with divine energy, and if they got it back, those monsters would start to be proud again. She opened her eyes and started saying something about how everything would change if they could unleash more of the power of the end of eternity. Ellie flew closer to his ear and told him some plan, and the hero asked her if she had gone crazy, since even in the current situation, it wasn't much. The angel smiled and asked his opinion. The Korean branch of Arcadia appeared. The director, standing outside, noticed that the atmosphere was peaceful and right. The worker, approaching him, said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The leader agreed with him and noted that until recently they crossed paths almost every hour, and now they were seeing each other for the first time in 3 days. A cloudy sky appeared and the leader's words were heard that at such moments he wanted to consider it a great luck that their branch was deprived of the authority to resolve issues regarding key tasks and main scenarios. The manager answered affirmatively and added that he was grateful to Alice for this and immediately asked why he did not light a cigarette. The leader answered that he always lacked time. But now such days had appeared in his life. They both looked up. The leader, standing nearby, asked why, unlike other countries, only on their continent did such accidents occur. The same one answered that he also did not know this, because they all really tried. The cigarette was already flying into the trash when Menhan said that he thought something had happened in the area of the World Tree, but they were still having trouble determining the exact circumstances of the incident. The subordinate, standing by the elevator, noted that if this were a situation they had to deal with, it would be very difficult, while the colleague agreed with him and suggested that most likely the customer response team was simply dying of fatigue. The number on the board showed the 4th floor, when the manager suddenly asked about what kind of work their department, which was responsible for the scenarios, would take in the future. The same one answered that he himself did not know, because they needed to hear the opinion of the head office, since the scenario department was an important part of the game's creation and therefore he should not worry about it so much. The director, standing behind, asked what caused such a crowd. The girl, looking back, said that the head should take a look at something. Menhan, coming closer, asked about what happened there and noted that he already knew about the problem with the world tree, but they should not attach much importance to it. His eyebrows suddenly lowered. The computer screen appeared when the man asked about whether it was an angel. An image of Ellie appeared on the screen. Immediately after, her face was visible. The girl, putting her hand on her chest, asked if the protagonist could lend her his body for a while, since in the current situation her coming would be the best solution. The young man, turning his head slightly, asked if she was going to appear in her real form, since in that case the amount of decency points spent would be quite a lot, and it seemed to him that it would be much cheaper to summon a demon and make him speed up the bringer of death. The angel lowered her gaze, listening to his apologies for not having many decency points left, because of which he would not be able to fulfill her request. Flying above him, she asked him if he really thought that he would have to spend his personal decency points, and he asked again. His eyes turned white after the assistant's question about how she could descend from the heavens with the decency points he owned, since it would be difficult for him to summon her spirit with such a reserve, not to mention a short personal meeting. She put her hand on her chest and asked him not to worry, as this was her original plan, so she would have to take responsibility for what happened, and there would be no problems with the owner, because the only thing she needed was his body, which she needed to use as an intermediary. The guy, closing his eyes, accepted her offer. The forest suddenly lit up with a bright golden glow, and a message appeared that the player was switching to observer mode. Someone's golden hair appeared and words were heard that the enemy should have realized that he had to humbly allow himself to be destroyed, but he dared to brazenly rebel against fate. The angel, appearing in the air, said that he needed to clearly and distinctly understand his place. A divine blade immediately appeared in her hands, and the viewers began to wonder because the streamer had simply disappeared somewhere. Looking forward, Ellie ordered the sword to destroy evil. The monster raised its head up. A bright beam struck the place where the enemy stood after saying that it was time for him to perish. The hero, gritting his teeth, realized what the true power of the end of eternity was, and this was truly unfair play. Smiling, Jaeyoung was not sure if they were using the same item. The vicious warrior of the demonic sword, holding his hand out in front of him, howled in pain. A huge tree was visible, and the system showed messages that all the angel's abilities had been improved. The demon held his weapon in his hands. Ellie hovered high above her enemy. Looking down, the girl saw the commentator's messages that one look from her was enough to understand her power. Frowning, the protagonist could not imagine what this warrior did during the war of heavenly beings with demons. The monster looked ahead and felt a mortal threat, as a result of which he stood in a defensive stance. Being in the ground, the sword absorbed the remaining life force of the bearer. The creature released the blade. A moment later, the weapon began to emit some waves. Lowering her head, the lady was surprised that a piece of iron dared to resist her. Taking out her sword, the lady said that there was no demonic weapon that would not break after 10 blows. Opening her mouth wide, Ellie offered to test how durable this specimen would be. The archangel moved forward. A powerful explosion was heard in the forest. Looking down, the protagonist understood that these were objects of the gods with divine energy. Looking at the dark sword, the guy noticed that the bringer of death continued to hold on steadfastly despite the attacks. Ellie looked down, and the young man thought about the end of eternity receiving an endless supply of divine power from her. Seeing the cracks on the dark blade, the boy realized that the obvious outcome was only a matter of time. A bright beam of light broke through from behind, and the system notified that a skill called Absolute Judgment was corroding the cursed weapon. Floating in the air, the archangel thanked the player for helping her make her dream come true. Smiling, the lady promised that she would never forget this favor. Raising his head, the user addressed the owner of divine power. Golden dust flew in the air. The demonic weapon shattered into pieces. Covered in sweat, the elves realized that the man had indeed destroyed the bringer of death, because windows appeared with information that the balance between good and evil had begun to be disturbed, and the influence of the demonic world had been reduced by 4.3%. Clutching his head, Satan received notifications that the elves' favor towards his master was increasing to the maximum, and at this time the demon tried to contact his object. The devil bared his teeth. Making an angry expression, Tankchik screamed that he hated this damned chicken with wings. A scorched forest was visible. While collecting the fragments of the Deathbringer, the archangel stated that she felt a little burdened, as it had been a long time since she had interfered in Arcadia's affairs to such an extent. Smiling, the girl added that her actions were quite gentle due to the fact that she had borrowed Jiang's body, to which he replied that in that case he could breathe a sigh of relief. Looking away, the protagonist asked the companion about what she was going to do with the pieces, to which the lady explained that it was necessary to prevent any possibility of evil from arising, as if a fragment fell into the hands of a passerby with bad intentions, there was a high probability of a new villain appearing. With her eyes wide open, the lady said that she also had a suitable use for them. Looking at the small lightning bolts, the protagonist called out to the archangel. Frowning, Satan asked Ellie if she really wanted to fight him, and then added that this madwoman had destroyed the bringer of death, taking advantage of its master's absence. Clenching his fist, the devil shouted that such actions could be perceived as a declaration of war, and the girl replied that her interlocutor would not be able to win an all-out war in a situation where even his item with divine energy was destroyed. Looking down, the familiar asked about what was in the bag. Opening his mouth, the lady was surprised that the demon could not recognize his own weapon. Fragments of a dark blade fell out of the bag. Frowning, Tank shouted that she had completely lost her mind. In the customer service department of the Korean branch of Arcadia, employees were sitting on chairs answering callers that they had no information about the events taking place in the location of the elf settlement. With his head down, Manhwa expected that this was a prank by a character named Dex, but what had happened was beyond any bounds. The news had been reporting on what had happened in the past few days, meaning that information related to this incident had begun to leak out to various gaming sites, causing a real nightmare. The commentators were mostly relying on unfounded speculation and gossip. With their tools waving, adventurers were going crazy over the fake information, trying to get information about elves, dwarves, and related quests. With his mouth open, the director reported that their customer service department was inundated with complaints, leading to users seriously considering that the Korean branch was not performing its functions correctly, so it would be wrong to do nothing. Looking ahead, the head said that the subject of the dispute was a request for the authority to arbitrarily regulate the favor of elves and dwarfs. Sweating, the man confirmed this, because with such powers, it would be possible to speed up the timing of interracial wars or peace agreements that would appear in future scenarios. Crossing her legs, Min said that in improving relations between the elves and dwarves, this tool would be the most effective option, but they could not choose it. Looking down, the girl added that there was not enough reason for such a change, because previously, according to the setting of the game, the two races fought against each other for hundreds of years. Imagining the face of a forest warrior, the lady reasoned that if two races suddenly started being friendly to each other for no reason, then no one would be able to understand what was going on. The dwarf looked ahead. The manager listened with wide eyes to the words that unlimited freedom and unlimited possibilities in this case were not a play on words. Raising her hand, the lady said that this was a situation where one user changed the settings of two races at will, which the director would not be able to do, no matter how much he wanted it. Joe had turned his back. The company mail received many letters asking for a comment on what was happening in Arcadia. Smiling, Suk was surprised by how much of a fuss there was around this incident. Standing behind the boss, the assistant informed them that the Korean branch of Arcadia sent them a request for cooperation, because they needed to get at least some of Joe's user information, to which the director replied that this was unacceptable. Pointing his finger, the fat man reminded that information about their clients is strictly confidential, which is no exception even for the god himself. Opening his mouth, the guy said that everything is clear to him. Putting his palm to his forehead, the man reasoned that sooner or later the Korean branch of Arcadia would contact him, so he should at least call the client before taking any action. A call came from a client under the nickname of the daily life of a destroyer. Suk made a surprised expression. Bringing the phone to his ear, Jae-young asked about people's reaction to his antics lately. Lowering his head, the director said that the reaction was simply amazing, because the growth of new subscribers was happening at such a speed that the channel had every chance of rising to first place in the world top. There were documents on the table, and the protagonist was wondering if there were many people interested in finding the Dwarven and elven settlements, to which the boss replied that it was obvious that many users were interested in finding this location, since whoever found this place would concentrate a huge profit in their hands. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist listened to the information that even if the information about this was put up for sale for hundreds of millions of dollars, there would be people willing to buy it. Sweating, the fat man heard that the client simply asked to reveal the information about these locations. Holding the phone to his ear, Jae-young listened to the screams that Suk should make public the information about the coordinates of the secret locations. With his mouth open, the man asked if he should reveal the location of both the elven village and the dwarven settlement. Sitting at the computer, the director tried to convince the guy of his decision by saying that there was still a lot of content to be filmed in these places, and based on the current version, even a simple video about what items local merchants sell could get a huge number of views, to which the main character replied that he did not want to film something so boring. Opening his mouth, the protagonist explained that from the point of view of popularity, it was profitable to film videos of various content. However, any fool could do something like that. Looking away, the fat man heard the words about both races having explosive characters, so even after receiving the coordinates, the adventurers would have to try hard to get what they wanted. Raising her hand, the girl said that she had a question for Uncle Peacemaker. The little elf spread her arms and said that she had always been taught that if she hung around with freaks, she would become one herself. So she was afraid that if she hung around with freaks like dwarves, she would become a bad elf. Jae-young frowned and asked the little girl who had taught her this. The young lady closed her eyes and replied that her mother had taught her this. The protagonist bowed his head and promised the girl that she would not become a bad elf if she hung around with dwarves, as the queen herself had said that they should make friends with their neighbors. Waving his hand, the protagonist advised the little girl not to teach children such things, as one should not give priority to character-destroying education, and Melissa said that she would do her best to fix this. The queen blushed as she listened to the words that the peace treaty had already been signed, so the elves would continue to clash with the dwarves, meaning that it would be better for everyone if the grievances and quarrels disappeared, in response to which the woman asked permission to ask a question. Opening her mouth, the boy heard a question about whether she should treat humans as well. On the street lit by lanterns, words were heard about how they continued to live with these thoughts. Melissa looked ahead, and Jae-young advised her to do as she saw fit. Rolling her eyes, the boy listened to the words of the interlocutor about how she was deeply depressed, wondering whether it was worth injecting these ugly humans into the kingdom. The building of Salmon University was visible. Behind the door of the first laboratory of the Virtual Reality Engineering Department, someone said that everyone had worked hard today. There were blinds on the windows. Holding the tablet in her hands, Ji-yoon was happy that the synchronization rate had reached 92.89%, which was simply mind-boggling. Opening his mouth, the professor thanked the student for helping him with the research. Frowning, the teacher shouted that a request for cooperation had been received from the Korean branch of Arcadia and the Agin Electronics Company on favorable terms for the university, so if the guy agreed to help, he would be guaranteed the highest grade. Sweating, Jae-young agreed, because the incentive left him no choice. Looking ahead, the protagonist did not particularly want to cross paths with people from the Arcadia company, but the conditions were too tempting, so it remains to hope that his identity will not be revealed. The protagonist lowered his head and asked if simple intermittent actions like dodging a ball were really useful for research, to which the doctor replied that such actions were very useful because they seemed simple, but their difficulty level became exponentially more difficult as the level increased, and since the assistant had managed to climb 30 steps, it allowed them to collect unique data. The scientist looked askance and thought that for a while the synchronization had soared to 99%, which meant that the brain and capsule were literally intertwined. Jae-young covered his mouth with his hand, and the girl was sure that if this man had played Arcadia, he would have become a real titan of the game. A huge tree was surrounded by a golden glow. Satan clenched his fists and shouted that he would have chicken for dinner tonight. Ellie spread her arms and said that she was shaking with fear, because in front of her stood an insignificant rat who had lost an item with divine energy. Raising his head, the protagonist was surprised that this was all the two had been doing in his absence. Pointing his finger, Tank was furious that his master had gone too far when he allowed this girl to push him around, to which she responded that her opponent had forgotten his misdeeds at the shrine on Mount Fian. Exhaling air from his lungs, the protagonist heard the sworn enemies arguing about how one could compare the destruction of one shrine and the destruction of an item with divine energy. Looking down, the guy saw a message that the World Tree was calling him for a conversation, after which the young man thought that the stories of the elves were true. Looking at the consent button, the young man was sure that this was something interesting. Covered in a green aura, the player noticed that the channel for conversation was activated. Smiling, the user realized that something was wrong with his vision. Standing in place, the embodiment of the holy tree greeted the wanderer, then explained that due to a lack of strength, they would have to converse in the dream space. Opening her mouth, Jae-young asked if the one standing before him was the World Tree. Closing her eyes, the girl explained that she had countless names, but most living beings called her by that name. Lowering the corners of her lips, the protagonist asked the reason why he was here now. Floating above the floor, the lady explained that she wanted to thank the protagonist and ask about one thing. The spirit flew up to the interlocutor. Looking ahead, the World Tree said that her guess was confirmed, because she could not see anything, and next to him were the leaders of the heavenly and demonic worlds. However, everything was even grander than expected. The guy was sweating, and the girl said that he was neither an angel nor a demon, but at the same time he was not a spirit or a dragon, so it was unclear where he got the ability that allows him to free the World Tree. Squinting his eyes, the young man realized that they were talking about the points of decency. The artifact hung in the air. Looking ahead, the young man listened to the words about how he was periodically given tasks, as a reward for completing which he received decency points. Lowering her head, the lady asked who gave out these missions. Raising an eyebrow, the young man said that he did not know. Floating above the floor, the lady knew that with an ordinary level of divinity she would not be able to understand this, after which the player assumed that his interlocutor had some suspicions about him. The user held a fruit in his hands, and the spirit explained that he did not think anything bad about the interlocutor, therefore, as a gift, he gave him a valuable item that should only be used when it is really needed. Smiling, the World Tree said that she clearly and distinctly saw all the actions of the player with the nickname Dex, so she wanted to ask him for a favor. Narrowing his eyes, Jae-young said that he was not particularly eager to accept tasks from this person. Looking askance, the girl expressed her disappointment that the interlocutor did not even listen to what was required of him, to which he replied that the request from the lady would be difficult, and he was simply a worthless person. Sweating, the protagonist reasoned that he had very few decency points, so if he got into some kind of adventure again, he could have problems. The system showed that there were 115,468 points in the account. Looking down, the lady doubted that it would be difficult for the protagonist to carry out her order, because she clearly saw his brilliant achievements. Raising his eyebrows, the guy listened to the spirit list as regalia, among which were the killer of newbies, the destroyer of relics, the noble killer, the cruel necromancer, the swindler who was able to negotiate with the devil himself, the saint of slimes. The vine branch began to twist, and the world tree explained that the young man had the strength to do it for him, and if he couldn't do it, no one could. The man held a lantern in his hands, and the girl listed his titles. Looking forward, the young man listened to him being called a noble judge, a seeker of neutrality, a revolutionary of equality, and a friend of the dwarfs. Closing her eyes, the lady said that she wanted to ask for another favor. Frowning, the user saw a task according to which he would have to restore the world tree with the help of a dragon's heart. The monster opened its mouth. The huge island was a continent called Pangaea. On the mountain stood a white dragon, which was legendary. Dwarves, bathing in gold, could create treasures deep underground. The large plant was a mysterious fairy who lived in the forest in unity with nature. Standing in the very center of the earth, the world tree was the being that maintained the balance of the entire continent. With her head down, Dow's explained that in the past, Arcadia was a huge continent. However, when she fell asleep due to the war between angels and demons, many things changed, because it was no longer possible to continue her mission to maintain the integrity of this world, as a result of which the continent lost its original form. Looking ahead, Jae-young thought he understood that this was a story that he could not find any information about in official records, or in books in the library. Opening his eyes, the world tree heard a question about what was required of the protagonist. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist heard how the interlocutor asked him to unite the disparate continents into one. Imagining the map, the guy knew that this was the second continent of Arcadia, the official name of the server he was currently playing on. Sweating, the young man realized that the spirit's request meant the integration of servers. The guy lowered his head, after which he assured that there was nothing special in this request, and then asked how one could achieve such a goal. Smiling, the girl explained that for her, the process of unification was not that difficult, but she would have to recover a little in order to demonstrate her strength. Looking ahead, the young man asked what was required of him, because he was just a worthless person. Floating in the air, the lady warned that her request was not urgent, and it would take a long time to fulfill. Looking from under his brows, Jae-young listened to the words that when he had free time, he should bring the necessary item here. The lady presented a dragon heart. Frowning, the protagonist could not believe his eyes. Making a cute expression, the world tree added that the heart must be obtained from a dragon of the ancient level or higher, otherwise it would not be possible to achieve the desired effect. The protagonist gaped in surprise, shocked, because to ask for such a favor with a smile on his face, you have to be crazy. Looking down, the elves noticed that the boy had woken up. Turning her head, the maid shouted to the queen that the human master had come to his senses. Putting her hand to her face, the young man remembered that he needed to bring the heart of a dragon, which is considered the most powerful creature in Arcadia. Putting her hand to her chest, Melissa was happy that her comrade had woken up. Making a surprised expression, the young man asked what had happened, to which the assistants replied that sleeping in the queen's bedroom was a great honor. The noblewoman grabbed Jaeyoung's hand. Smiling, the lady told him that the world tree had woken up. A golden glow was visible around the crowns of the tree. Looking at the multicolored creatures, someone shouted that the spirits of nature had appeared without spells. The elf lowered her eyebrows and was delighted that the connection with their deity had been established. Holding the strange fruit in his hands, the protagonist was convinced that it was not a dream. Standing in place, the protagonist turned to Melissa. Sweating, the queen heard the question of whether there was a dragon heart in her kingdom, after which the system showed information that the fruit of the world tree grows once every 1,000 years and is a one-time item. However, when used, it increases the owner's life force and his stamina recovery by 100% forever. On the site called Arcadia Cafe, there was a suggestion that the habitats of elves and dwarves are most likely located in a hidden place of the Sacred Empire. On the navigation board there were discussions about where to find secret locations, and the commentators were sure that this post was fiction. The Arcadia logo was visible, from which came the words that this game allows users to enjoy endless care and limitless possibilities. And as for the settlement of the elves and dwarves, they do not reveal their location so that players can naturally enjoy the joy of discovery through adventure and exploration. Having written angry reviews, users understood that this was a dry, mandatory statement that made it clear that the information would never be disclosed, so such a response only caused an angry reaction. Standing side by side, representatives of the two races were the target of players who wanted to find them. On the streets of the city, adventurers were animatedly discussing details that could lead them to secret locations. Clenching her fists, the queen reminded that everyone must be prepared. Making a worried expression, Melissa said that soon people would begin to flock to the village. Looking ahead, the elves listened to the words of their mistress that they had not communicated with the human race for a long time, as they considered them freaks. But a representative of the people saved their mother. The noblewoman, sweating, said that in order to repay the kindness, the elves should open the door to diplomatic relations. Raising his hand, the subject asked if it was possible to discriminate against the ugliest people. Blushing, the ruler replied that it was difficult to do otherwise in this case. Words came from the building of the Great Merchant Association that the guild leader had found a person who knew the exact location of the Dwarven settlement. Raising his eyebrows, Zeji reminded that this was the fifth such case. Tilting his head, the assistant expressed confidence that this time the request was sent by a user of the Pathfinder class, who specialized in adventure and exploration. Looking down, the merchant leader asked if the recently discovered ancient dungeon was discovered by this person, to which he received a positive answer. Putting his hand to his chin, the old man noted that the requested amount was a little high. Clutching a piece of paper, the keyboardist reasoned that information directly leads to money and power, especially in this damn game, so it is worth paying a certain amount. Words were heard in the room that the stranger asked for 100 million. Putting his hands behind his back, the assistant explained that his price was originally 500 million, but the negotiating team had difficulty persuading him to sell the information for less. The assistant closed his eyes and said that if the information provided was false, the contract would be automatically terminated in reality, with a penalty being paid. Opening his mouth, the boss asked if he had to do the paperwork during the game, and then asked to tell everyone that he had already checked the documents. Looking at the piece of paper with the name of the chocolate cake Joa written on it, the servant obeyed his master. The guild's financial status was 5,124,651 gold coins. Sweating, the boss realized that he had started with 500,000, and had now reached this point, so it was worth playing big, because if they were able to dominate the settlements of different races, they would ensure a monopoly in trade with them. A notification arrived that the Destroyer's Daily Life channel had released a new video. Looking at the elf and the dwarf, the author promised to reveal the coordinates of their settlements. Houses were visible in the settlement of the world of Arcadia, in which there are many classes. Representatives of different classes, standing still, were divided into combat and non-combat. Craftsmen forged iron and understood that in essence, the division was made into two categories. Introducing a hexagon of indicators, it could be said that in detail, each class has its own strengths and weaknesses, but basically the balance is taken into account so that there is no superiority or inferiority among all classes, although there are still classes that are tried to be avoided. Raising his hand, the fighter said that the explorer is trash on the outskirts of the classes, because their combat abilities are not very good, and except for the skills of disarming traps and finding relics, they have nothing worthwhile. Putting his hands on his hips, the warrior said that in this class, everything depends on luck, because in order to get more valuable rewards, you need to find valuable ruins or artifacts. However, if you have money, it is more profitable to become a merchant. The backpack-carrying boy listened to the words that after paying a monthly fee of 200,000 won to use the capsule that cost 10 million, the man said that he could not think of anything other than money. Sweating, the explosive adventurer understood that these bastards were talking so loudly for him to hear. As he walked forward, the boy knew that many people looked down on him because of his class, even his friends could not understand it. As he walked along the sandy terrain, the young man recalled the words that he should choose a different class to earn money, or a warrior class to simply enjoy hunting. Imagining the malicious faces, the young man was dissatisfied with the fact that he constantly had to listen to different advice addressed to him. Baring his teeth, the player was convinced that it was not so strange to chase romance in such games. Clenching his fist, the user decided that he did not understand why even in games people were fixated on efficiency. The boy frowned and set a goal for himself, which was to wipe the noses of the guys who made fun of him. Looking at the compass, the traveler was sure that an exploration boom was coming. Against the scorching sun, cries were heard that someone had found something. Kneeling down, the explorer knew that this was the entrance to the sand forge, under which the Dwarven city was located. Smiling, the explosive adventurer said that we need to solve the puzzles here. Huge doors began to open. Looking at the huge stairs, the boy was extremely happy that he had found a secret settlement. Opening his mouth, the young man ran forward, thinking that this was the Dwarven city. Suddenly, a net appeared on the side of the boy. The rope began to tighten. Trying to get out of the trap, the traveler noticed that he did not have enough characteristics to resist, so now he was depressed. The NPCs frowned and asked why the vile man was looking for the city. Sweating, the explorer asked to remove the net, as he was not a suspicious person, but just an adventurer. The locals opened their mouths and shouted that they needed to make sure that the intruder never got out, otherwise he would tell his friends everything. Opening his eyes, the traveler wondered how long they could lock him in here. Suddenly, one of the dwarves noticed something strange. Looking ahead, the dwarf understood something. The captors began to exchange glances. Kane whispered something to his comrades. A moment later, all three looked at the captive. Sitting on the floor, the boy apologized for such a situation, as dwarves never offend their relatives. Putting his hand on the boy's shoulder, the dwarf was sure that there were no such short people among humans. The young man's eyes were wide open and he could move freely around the city. The door of the entertainment company Iplis was visible. The men were sitting at a table. Looking askance, Yongho said that his interlocutor should stop holding his tongue. Opening his mouth, Suk said that his former boss should at least adhere to the basic rules of politeness. Peeking out from behind the wall, the guys listened to the words about how the CEO had previously demanded lazy productivity from his subordinates, and when all the results were ruined, he demanded that the team take responsibility for what happened. Adjusting his glasses, the man convinced his acquaintance that he was also sorry about what happened then, but he had no other choice. Frowning, the fat man asked him to stop squeezing out dry apologies and voice the real reason for the visit. Looking at the envelope, the man asked what was in it. Sweating, the businessman replied that it was the documents about the merger of their companies. Sheets of paper were visible. Looking down, Suk read the terms of the contract, which stated that the CEO of his company would be treated at the level of a managing director. Raising his hand, Yongo shared his opinion that this was not a bad offer, since other employees could work in the company as before. Opening his mouth, the fat man realized that this was all because of Joa's chocolate cake. The CEO looked at his interlocutor. Leaning on the table, the man was outraged that everyone was looking for details about his client. Tearing up the document, the man said that he would not hand over the client's data even at gunpoint. The guys were surprised by their boss's restraint. Holding the envelope in his hands, the businessman shouted that many companies were already looking for information, so it would not be possible to hold out for long on just one video where an insignificant village was found. Suk began to grind his teeth. The bastard listened to the mockery directed at him, sweating. Folding his arms, the fat man noticed that his interlocutor was checking all the uploaded videos. The video said that the player was going to reveal the coordinates of a secret location. Standing next to each other, the dwarves and elves became the subject of debate among those who went to look for them. Commentators wrote about which race they liked more. The player, scratching his head, understood that the elves were obsessed with beauty, and the gnomes with height, so a culture of checking arose among the users. A video was released about how to get to the city of the dwarves by the shortest route. On the site there was a vlog about the author's experience in the Dwarven workshop. With his arms outstretched, the traveler posted a video about how to get a hidden quest related to the world tree. A video was visible about how to change the class to the Master of Spirits. Walking down the street, users discussed recently discovered locations. The man looked out at the elven forest and the dwarven cave, which were in stark contrast to each other, and the conditions for entry were limited, so the commentators complained about the unfairness of the NPCs. Smiling, the Invisitor talked to his comrade about the adventurers visiting places that were previously legendary. Sitting on the throne, the Black Dragon of Darkness ordered that a delegation be sent out immediately, and, if possible, establish friendly relations and regular trade networks. Closing her eyes, the sorceress really wanted to see the representatives of other races in person. With her arms folded, the news anchor talked about the recent revelation that Arcadia's company had created settings to discriminate users based on their appearance and height, which caused a lot of controversy. Eating chips, Jae-young was surprised that a computer game was being talked about in the news. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist wondered if he could be the main culprit in this situation. The monitor turned on. The young man's face was bathed in its light. On the screen was the Arcadia bulletin board, where people were discussing the protagonist's various antics. The guy, putting his hand on the mouse, realized that while he was reading all these messages, he noticed a certain pattern. His eyes turned white from the thought that almost all the events of this game were somehow connected to him, and he never thought that it would turn out like this, since he was sure that the events connected to him were assured in the thick of such events. The guy's jaw dropped from the realization that he was also annoyed, because he only had to follow personal tasks, but he could not understand what the developer of his special class was doing. The young man raised his hand to his face, saying that there was no point in thinking about it, because he still did not know. The capsule appeared. On a blue background, a lot of system notifications appeared that the mission was completed and the world tree awakens and begins to watch over the entire continent, and the connection with the spirit world is also restored, and as a result, the emergence of spirits and the generation of spiritual energy are accelerated. An agreement was also successfully concluded on the development of friendly relations between the elves and dwarves, and the entire continent is shocked by the appearance of other races that disappeared hundreds of years ago, and at the end, a message that the player received more than 600,000 points of decency, as well as the fruit of the world tree. The protagonist, looking at the system window, realized that he now feels solid ground under his feet. A golden apple and its characteristics window appeared, which said that when eaten, life force increases by 100%, as well as stamina recovery. When the hero realized that this item has a mythical rank, which is understandable, because it gives a crazy increase in characteristics, and such an item can make all the tank's eyes pop out of their sockets. The young man, standing in the middle of the forest, thought that he had no idea what kind of philosopher's stone was, but considering the fact that they were in Arcadia, it could be concluded that it was an important thing, and assumed that there should be an alchemist's profession in this game. The player, looking up a little, could not understand where the demon and angel had disappeared to, because usually they immediately began to buzz in his ear when connected. His eyes widened when he heard someone screaming for someone to let him go. The elf, pressing the man to the ground, screamed a question about how he dared to secretly enter the sacred domain of the world tree. The man screamed that he was handsome enough and couldn't he go in, and the guards ordered the freak to shut his mouth, because how could he dare make such shameless statements with such a disgusting face? The angel turned her head and asked what the second assistant thought of that man. Satan replied that from a subjective point of view he was ugly, and could only be given 4 points out of 10. The girl noted that he could be given a maximum of 2 points. The demon smiled and noted that the representatives of her race were really stingy with their assessments, and asked what that was connected with. Ellie asked if their standards were too low, because were they all that ugly and strange. Satan noted that she had no shortage of impudence, because she was taking such cards under her command. The young man, looking at them, realized that they got along well when criticizing others. A tree was visible in the distance. Shards of a blade fell out of the bag. The assistant, crossing his arms over his chest, explained that everything was as expected and he had no way to just take it and restore it, and since everything had turned out this way, he simply had no other choice but to take it to the demonic world and look for a way to restore it. The hero, standing behind him, asked if he knew anything about the dragon's heart, and he asked why the owner had suddenly become interested in these lizards. The angel, flying up to him, asked the same question, and the protagonist replied that the world tree had said that it needed it and asked to find it, and it seemed to him that if something like that existed in heaven or in the demonic world, he would have the opportunity to buy it for decency points. Satan, flying closer, noted that the owner still did not know how this world worked, because he really thought that the hearts of these stubborn representatives of the lizard family could be obtained with a snap of the fingers. The girl said that it was definitely very difficult, because even they, heavenly creatures, had a hard time finding this item. The demon, introducing him, explained that he did not know how things were going with other parts of their bodies, but when it came to the heart, then it was a completely different story, and they said that the heart of this creature is an organ that generates magical power on its own. The infinity sign appeared when the assistant said that the efficiency of generating magical power is enormous, but the value lies in the fact that there is no limit to how magical energy can be stored and accumulated. The girl, looking down, agreed with him and added that when dragons realize that their life is coming to an end, they have a habit of returning the mana accumulated in their hearts back to nature after death, and in other words, the heart of this creature after death is scattered back into nature and cannot be obtained. A clearing with the already blackened remains of such a creature appeared. The hero's eyes turned white after this story, and then he asked if they really meant this. The demon, crossing his arms on his chest, said that he would have to raid the nest, cut off the dragon's head and rip out the heart with his own hands, and Ellie agreed with him. The young man, covering his face with his hand, said that this was pure madness. Satan noted that he wanted to explain earlier that even if it was about the owner, then even taking into account the summoning of some strongman, it would still be extremely difficult to complete this task. The assistant again agreed with him, and noted that even if the opponent was a barely hatched dragon, then even a high-ranking angel would not be able to be sure of his victory, even taking into account the use of all forces. Then the protagonist asked whether it was possible to catch an ancient dragon at all. The demon, opening his eyes wide, answered that it was not downright impossible. A calculator appeared when Satan explained that they first needed to estimate the price. Pressing the button, the assistant said that if we are talking about an ancient dragon, then it means that it is at least 8,000 years old, and it is an old lizard, and even if he has the opportunity to enter the host's body with the help of spiritualism and he has to take a couple of items with divine energy with him, then in this way, if there are no other lizards or other obstacles, then he will be able to win, spending a minimum amount of time on the fight. Showing a calculator, the demon said that this is still possible if the player has at least 123 million points of decency. The young man's eyes again turned white with surprise. Then the assistant asked what was wrong, because does he really not know what effect killing a dragon has on the entire continent of Arcadia? And an ancient dragon can generally be ranked among the ranks of lords. The angel raised her hand and agreed with him, explaining that even if she were to engage in combat, she would also need about 150 million points of decency, even though the Celestials could not participate in killing dragons. The young man raised his hand to his chin and thought that there was logic in their words. Having imagined such a creature, the hero understood that even if we take all the continents, the number of their species was no more than a few dozen individuals, and moreover, he needed to hunt a lord-rank creature. Exhaling, the protagonist said that the matter was not urgent and they could think about it later, and the demon asked if he really had hope of catching him one day, even taking into account what was said. A swamp appeared in this forest. When one of them asked the player where he would be heading now, the young man replied that first he should return to the village, which is not far from the rumored desert. The demon, crossing his arms over his chest, asked if this was the place in the Dwarven territory, and why he suddenly wanted to go back there again. The young man, closing his eyes, explained that one of his friends was there, with whom they had agreed to meet. The comrade, smiling broadly, asked where the hero was playing now and also asked him not to worry, because it would be a secret from the others. The student, sitting next to him, also asked if he had figured out all the quests that he had been walking behind. The student said that he had a rare item that he did not need and immediately offered it to the protagonist, but also noted that he probably already had a whole mountain of better things. The young man squeezed his eyelids tightly, listening to his monologues. The guy, covering his mouth with his hand, shouted that he would help him, but he should stop asking. The student asked if it was true. The hero explained that he would first take him to the dwarf village and asked him to stop whining. The comrade, looking ahead, asked again about this place. The guy turned his head a little and asked if there was a problem with that, but he answered negatively and explained that he just wanted to look at the elves because he had heard that they were very beautiful, and he wanted to see them with his own eyes. A cloudy sky appeared and the protagonist's words were heard that if he went there, he would be kicked out immediately, but his friend asked again. The guy put his hand on his shoulder and asked him to listen to these words, because he was clearly one of the dwarves, but his friend did not understand. A drop of sweat ran down his face when the young man said that he could not go into details and asked him to just wait for him in a village near the rumored desert. A glowing tree was visible. The demon, flying in front of the hero, asked if he really had someone like a friend. The angel noticed that it was strange that he had a friendly relationship with another person. The guy explained that he was not a social loser who had severed all ties with the world and therefore he had friends. Satan, crossing his arms on his chest, said that even knowing people, he still did not understand this, because it was unexpected to learn from the owner that he was the kind of person who was able to maintain close relationships with someone. The protagonist asked again. The demon, looking down, asked if he really asked because he did not know and immediately explained that it seemed to him that the owner, from all those people who screwed up because of him, could easily make another mountain of fire. The assistant's eyes glowed red as he said that he thought the reason the player always wore a mask and hid his identity was because he was afraid of being caught and killed by other people, and the young man asked him to stop talking nonsense, and finally set out. The angel, looking down, asked if they could see that child if they were going to the desert anyway, but the hero asked again. Introducing the man in front of the fire, she explained that she meant the child who carried out the will of the volcano. The young man, smiling slightly, agreed with her and said that for now they would go yes, and then, depending on the situation, they might even stop by to see him, because he was also curious about how they were all doing. The great desert of rumor appeared. Many people were in the village and a lot of talk could be heard about the Dwarven village and the paths to it. The guy, standing in this place, could not understand if this was the rumor he knew before. Walking further, the hero thought that here, as before, there is a lot of sand and dust and apparently the users have huddled together, and the right strategy has appeared and he even begins to be frightened by this collective mind. The demon, flying above him, asked whether the person the owner needs to meet is also special. The angel asked about the presence of decency points. The player noted that they are really crazy about these points. His gaze was directed somewhere ahead. Noticing his comrade, the young man said that he is standing there. Approaching, the hero asked about his name. The same could not understand how the interlocutor knew his name. The player, opening his eyes wide, shouted that his friend really came. The young man told him to speak more quietly. The comrade, rubbing his head, apologized for this. The hero reminded that he cannot call him by name, because did he not give his word? The classmate silently looked ahead, listening to the guy's words about how he would probably have to use some kind of technique. A mask appeared and also messages appeared that the deceiver's mask was on, and the power of deception and disguise enveloped the player's body, thereby hiding his identity. The young man, grinning, asked him to call him by another name from now on, because in the eyes of others, that's what he was called. The friend, raising both hands, exclaimed that this was very cool. Sweating, Jae-young in Rezdio's disguise listened to the screams that his face had suddenly changed. Grabbing and pushing his friend away, the protagonist asked him to stay away, because he did not like men's touches. Lowering his head, the protagonist suggested moving on, because the road would take a long time. Raising his finger, Jae-young suggested following the guild caravan and safely reaching their destination. Looking ahead, the guy realized that they were talking about the GM guild. Putting his hand to his forehead, the young man was annoyed that he had not chosen the right guild. The guild logo was visible, and the young man remembered that he had a tense relationship with this organization after visiting the Duke's residence. Looking down, the boy decided that it was not worth getting involved with these people, because they had weight in real life. Understanding the hand, Jae-young asked if this was the only guild that was going to the Dwarven city in the near future. Smiling, his classmate said that there was another organization, but it was too small, so it did not inspire confidence. Exhaling air from his lungs, the protagonist decided that they would use the services of this guild, because he had a bad relationship with the GM. In the deserted city, conversations were heard about what could be expected from the protagonist. Pointing his finger, Jae-young explained that the people they would be traveling with were charging 20 silver coins for transportation, while the GM was asking for 1 gold coin. Looking up, the boy asked his familiars if they considered his friend expendable. Smiling, the boy and girl introduced themselves to their fellow travelers. Extending his hand, Jae-young greeted his new acquaintances. Looking ahead, the guild leader thanked the guys for choosing to use their services, and then added that they would be there in 3 days. Open-mouthed, the protagonist stated that he was more interested in another question. The couple listened with wide eyes to the question of whether they knew each other in real life. Smiling, the lovers explained that they had recently become husband and wife, but tried not to focus on it. Blushing, the assistant said that he envied gamer spouses. To get to the Forge of Sand, it is necessary to cross the desert, which is illuminated by the scorching sun and is one of the 5 forbidden zones of Arcadia. Bare bones were covered in flames, because during the day there are extremely high temperatures, and at night, the opposite. A giant desert scorpion was visible, which lived in this location and was considered an incredibly strong monster. Imagining a detour, the high guilds crossing the rumored desert chose the option to avoid direct confrontation. Holding a map in his hands, the explorer sensed the danger and looked for detours. Looking ahead, mages who specialized in freezing were used to hinder the movement of scorpions encountered during the battle. Holding on to their swords, warriors bought time for that and took the aggression of enemies on themselves to buy time for the caravan. Endless desert landscapes were visible. Grabbing their weapons, the knights shouted that these were scorpions. The guild leader turned his head and yelled at the ice mage to use his ability, but he replied that his mana had not yet recovered. Pointing at the horses, Jae-young asked his comrade what they should do, since if they died, the penalty for dying in this place would be enormous. Looking ahead, Jae-young thought about how, except for the married couple, almost all of the other participants were NPCs. The warriors were fighting giant monsters. The boy extended his hand and ordered everyone to retreat behind the dunes. Turning his head, the party members said that the scorpions would not let them escape with all the supplies, so they needed to leave everything here. The leader opened his mouth, unable to believe what he heard. Sweating, the leader thought about how this was not the place they should have been going. Holding the dagger, the boy knew that he couldn't just watch everything fall apart, so it would be nice to deliver at least some of the requested items. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist noticed something. Looking at the huge monster, the protagonist knew that something like a death penalty was about to happen. Stretching out her hand, the girl called out to her husband. The scorpion raised its claw. Snowflakes began to fly in the air. Opening her mouth, the lady noticed something. The protagonist froze the enemy. Looking back, the boy said that he didn't expect much, but doing so was really rude. Frowning, the leader asked how his companion managed to do it. The second monster looked at his frozen brother. A moment later, another enemy began to be covered in ice. Raising her hand, the sorceress used spiritualism. Looking forward, Jae-young used a skill called Frosty Gaze. The traveler stood in front of the monster. Looking down, the protagonist said that it was nice to see the leader trying his best for his guild. Raising his eyebrows, the man promised that he would not remain in debt for the help. Standing in place, the protagonist heard someone notice the group of creatures. The boy lowered his head and said that in a situation where it was worth running away, these creatures decided to call more friends. Snowflakes were flying in the air, and the young man decided to kill all the enemies without exception. Holding a frost weapon in his hands, the young man used a skill called an ice spear. In an instant, all the enemies were struck by a powerful blow. The travelers looked at the icy whirlwind. Opening his mouth, the warrior was surprised that their fellow traveler was using an ice spear in such a hot desert, to which another member of the group said that there was a hero who dealt with most of the scorpions that were troubling this area. Looking at the sky, the fighter decided that this was the man from the rumors. Moving forward, the player used the technique of the warrior of cold, Jack Frost. Baring his teeth, Jae-young was surprised that he spent a whole 28,000 points of decency. Tank opened his mouth and shouted that the character his master had summoned was not some simpleton, but one of the strongest leaders of absolute cold, an iceberg. Covering his mouth with his hand, the archangel said that the demon was acting like this because his sword was destroyed, so he needed to raise his prices to restore his blade. Sweating, the user was sure that if he had filmed the argument between the two on camera, the number of views would have been sky high, because it was a fight between the devil and the archangel. Jae-young looked down when he was told that without his help, their guild would have been completely destroyed. Bowing, the guild leader Pai admitted that he was really grateful to him, after which he added that they would return all the fees he had paid for the ride, to which he replied that he was a little embarrassed to say this, but their guild only had goods, but they clearly lacked power. The leader lowered his chin sadly and explained that as a small guild, they had no choice but to replace their entire staff with NPCs due to financial reasons, and then added that in order to scale up their business, they needed to hire mercenary users, but due to the lack of capital, it was difficult to pay even the minimum wage. The captain continued that they were trying to make as much profit as possible from this business trip, but that would probably be difficult as well, when his assistant suddenly turned her head back and reported that she had assessed the remaining items and personnel, and noted that the casualty rate was 54%, but the surviving items were in perfect condition. Raising his palm, the commander suggested that the protagonist had lost trust in their guild, when he suddenly asked if he could still go with them until the very end, adding that turning back would be a huge loss because there was only a short distance left to their destination, and in return, they would provide him with a reward as their companion. Guild Master Pai frowned in alarm and exclaimed that he was making this offer as a leader, so they were counting on it, and then added that their guild wanted to reach the Sand Forge at all costs. Putting his fingers to his chin, the player thought about how it was not far from here to the Sand Forge, and these people did not make a bad impression, so he would not lose anything by joining them. The adventurer's eyes lit up brightly, and he realized that one way or another they had made him an offer to provide protection in the current situation, and he did not understand whether they expected him to accept this offer without any benefit, or whether this was some kind of gambling. Gritting his teeth while smiling, the protagonist said that it was quite interesting. Extending his hand forward, the necromancer invited them to continue their journey together, and then added that he accepted this offer. The commander began to smile widely with joy. The hero's handshake was shown, and a member of the Pi Guild could be heard expressing his gratitude. The view opened up to the main gate of the Rumor Desert, where the Dwarven city and the Sand Forge were located. Jae-young hung his head down from fatigue and exclaimed that they were here and he was alive. While the deputy head of the Pi Guild was happy that everything worked out, although she herself was wondering what to do if they met scorpions, and this was all thanks to Mr. Jae-young. Sweat dripped down the captain's face, and he admitted that he did not expect the protagonist to be so familiar with the geography of the rumored desert, and also that it was so surprising that he had never heard his name before, to which he replied that he was not such an outstanding player that his name was on everyone's lips. Suddenly, the guild leader turned his head back when he heard someone talking about how this was the GM guild, since their caravans were always properly staffed. Standing in the company of his comrades, the man opened his mouth wide and shouted that everyone should clear the way, since this was the arrival of the GM guild, and no matter how unscrupulous they were, they should not even think about passing the inspection before their guild, which was responsible for maintaining this trade route. The people sharply turned their heads towards the strangers and said that it would be better for them to move aside, since if they caught their eye, the road to the rumored desert would be closed to them, and although it angered them, there was nothing to be done, and Jae-young thought about how these bastards were disgusting wherever they went. The mage tightly gripped the staff in his hand and suddenly noticed something off to the side. The Pi Guild members were standing near the boxes, and someone could be heard saying that they just had to look at how even a third-rate guild had rushed over to make a deal with the dwarves, and guessed that they were attacked by scorpions, judging by their condition. The wizard grinned slyly, noting that even their entire staff was made up of NPCs, so they were probably at the level of only using cheap products, and his companion wondered if there were a few users among the staff. Jae-young came out from behind the protagonist and asked if those people were talking about them, while they were muttering that it must have been a hassle to choose such a guild, but if they used their guild's services, they would have had nothing but fun. The strangers, led by the captain, were climbing up the stairs, shouting that since they had used the services of such a third-rate guild, they were probably talking about poor people who couldn't even pay a single gold coin, and if they lived such a miserable life even in the game, they would never be able to get out of the bottom in reality. When suddenly the girl told them to stop their chattering. Frowning furiously, Tan asked the owner if they dared to say that, and Ellie added that they were ignorant little sheep with undisguised ill will on their faces, and she didn't understand how anyone could give advice in such a rude manner. A shadow fell on Jae-young's face, and he asked the familiars to be quiet. Satan asked what his thoughts were on the matter and whether he would just let them get away with it when he had to use spiritualism to kill them all, to which the protagonist put his fingers to his mouth and asked him to wait as he needed to think. The adventurer asked if it was true that simply kicking them out would be too boring, to which the demon king widened his eyes in confusion. The protagonist grinned evilly and wondered why he shouldn't just put them in a puddle since that was the case, then added that it had been a long time since he had such fun toys in his hands. A huge temple in the desert opened up, and someone could be heard remarking that this was amazing. Jae-young looked at the man who was talking about how he knew the guilds were monitoring the dwarves for their goods, then asked if a guild of that size was high class. A golden scale was revealed, and it was said that there was a reason why there were so many trading companies in the form of guilds in the rumored desert, and as the number of users visiting the Dwarven city and the Sand Forge increased, the hidden conditions for entry were gradually revealed, when suddenly a notification came that if the player accompanied a merchant, or joined a guild caravan, he would be allowed in regardless of his height and appearance, but he should not expect a favorable attitude because once in the city, he would only be granted the right to enter. The dwarf put his fingers to his beard and decided to take a look, and then noticed that although they were humans, they brought with them many bottles of alcohol, which they loved so much. The players stood in a row next to each other, when suddenly they were shouted that they could enter, but asked not to cause unnecessary commotion inside. The companions walked along a long bridge, while the comrade turned to Jae-young and asked him to look at the ceiling vaults, and that he did not believe that such a city existed underground, after which he added that although he had seen the local architecture on video, but now, seeing everything with his own eyes, he understands how majestic the city is. To which he replied that now it seems he begins to understand why everyone is gossiping about dwarves, because this spectacle pays off the efforts expended. Smiling contentedly, Jae-young noted that everyone worked hard, after which he added that now that they had safely entered the city, it was time to go about their business. The protagonist admitted that he hoped for the revival of the Pi Guild, to which its leader frowned anxiously and shouted for the gentleman to wait a second. Running closer, the captain raised his hand and shouted that they had not yet paid him the reward for the deal, and if they just gave them time to exchange the goods they brought with them, to which he replied that everything was fine, and this was not what he needed. Turning his back on his companions, the adventurer said that he would receive his reward in another form later. The protagonist said goodbye to the members of the Pi Guild, to which they looked ahead and asked him questions. The cloaks of the two guys fluttered in the wind, and someone could be heard asking what the true identity of the man was. Bright magical particles flew near the necromancer's head, and he thought that this was not just a gesture of goodwill, so given the financial situation of the Pi Guild, then even if they paid him a reward by giving all the assets, it would only be a few dozen gold, when suddenly a system window opened with the amount of money in the account, and the player realized that he already had enough. The dark mask on Jae-young's face began to dissolve, and he thought that what he needed now was not a few gold coins, but sincere workers who would work hard. Altair put his hands on his hips and greeted his dear friend. After shaking the protagonist's hand, the dwarf leader exclaimed that they had not seen each other for a long time, and yet he returned even earlier than they thought, while Jae-young was surprised that this NPC was a commander, although when he was told that he had acquaintances, he thought that they were talking about palaces that made trade deals, but it turned out that such connections. The dwarf leader looked up and inquired about how the conversation went, and then added that it must have been difficult for the elves to conclude a peace agreement. The adventurer wrapped his fingers around the paper scroll and said that the forest creatures had decided to accept the terms that the dwarves had presented, adding that the agreement had been personally signed by Queen Melissa. A red ribbon with a seal was tied to the document, and Altair asked if the other man was joking. Placing the scroll in his palm, the dwarf leader exclaimed in surprise that this emblem was definitely the symbol of the elven royal family, meaning that this day had truly arrived. Standing in front of the protagonist, the dwarf leader admitted that no one would have thought that this beauty-obsessed and proud race would sign such an agreement, to which the protagonist replied that now that the agreement was in his hands, it would immediately come into effect. Jae-young said that in the future, they should regularly send envoys to conduct cultural exchanges and trade with the elves, and actively cooperate with each other, to which the dwarf leader lowered his eyebrows and asked to let him notify the Council of Elders about this and begin active preparations. Altair opened the document, and was surprised, while the protagonist noted that he also slightly adjusted some of the elves' trade goods using craftsmanship, and this was written in the agreement, so it can be verified. Suddenly, the dwarf leader's pupils noticeably narrowed, and he was indignant at what kind of business this was. Magical goods from a race of forest creatures appeared, and the old man shouted that there were not only branches of the world tree, but also leaves, tubers and sap, as well as spiritual crystals of the highest quality. Altair didn't understand how he managed to make such a deal, because for the elves, the world tree is apparent, to which Jae-young closed his eyes and said that therefore, in the future, it is necessary to try to establish close relations, and also be sure to keep everyone under control so that no one makes harsh comments that are based on prejudice against each other, and the dwarf exclaimed that nothing like this will happen again. The heroes shook hands with each other, when suddenly the system reported that the adventurer successfully mediated a peace agreement, and this brought peace between the two races, after which the negotiation skill rose to rank 5, so everyone will be more willing to listen to him. Coming up from behind, Jae-young asked what his comrade had said about the elves, to which he replied that he had made a peace treaty between the dwarves and the elves, but that it was a secret to everyone, because he didn't want any extra trouble, and his interlocutor exclaimed that he wouldn't say a word, after which he asked where they were heading. Turning his head, the protagonist said that he needed to meet with one person, and then admitted that this was the reason he had come here. The guy dropped his jaw in confusion, not understanding who this was, since he needed to meet with him after meeting with the leader of the dwarves. Grinning, the player noted that there was one very cute younger brother here. It seemed like a child was standing with a pick in his hands. A view of the apprentice workshop in the Hellion Forge opened up. A huge hammer was hammering hot steel. The man raised his fist and complained that the workers were unable to hold the hammer, and that if they hit it like that, the iron wouldn't bend, and that the flame power adjustment was a complete mess, and that a piece of trash still dared to call itself a representative of the great Dwarven clan, after which he shouted that today everyone was going to the end, and until they made an item that he liked, they wouldn't get any food. Extending the sharp blade forward, the dwarf asked if the man thought it was a dagger, and then asked how many more times he needed to explain the basics to him so that he would do everything right. Gritting his teeth tightly, the miner began to apologize and shout that he would do it all over again, while the mentor declared that in any case, he had no useful skills other than mining, but even taking into account that he was a human, this was several times lower than expected of him. Throwing the metal product aside, the dwarf exclaimed that if it weren't for the master's request, he would have kicked him out of the forge. The boy closed his eyes from fatigue and thought about how hard it was for him, and did not understand if he was doing everything right. Touching the blade of the knife with his fingers, the child said that this was not enough, and it needed to be even better, when suddenly the system reported that he had made a dagger for beginners, and the level of the item and the skill of making weapons were increasing, and in addition, the efficiency of making weapons was slightly increasing. The worker's eyes widened in fear when he heard the question about whether he had made it, and began to understand what kind of voice it was. Brother Jae-young appeared in front of him. Smiling widely, the protagonist asked how he was doing, and then said that he came to see how much his production skills had improved, after which the characteristics of a rare rank beginner sword appeared. The little boy looked down sadly and said that the process of learning to forge daggers was a basic level and the dwarves he had started learning with had already advanced to the second stage, and then added that he had no idea when he would be able to advance further, because even in his eyes, this dagger looked worthless. Looking at the weapon, the adventurer wondered if they wanted to tell him that an item for beginners with no level limitation was so powerful, and moreover, it was a rare rank, and rare items were sold for millions of one at auctions. The miner folded his hands in front of him and looked ahead pitifully, and Jae-young realized that this guy was already capable of shaking up the entire economy of Arcadia. The protagonist slyly closed his lips and thought that, as expected, his eye was very accurate. The blade of the dagger was shining brightly in the player's hands, when suddenly his comrade asked what kind of cool item it was, and whether this dagger was not equivalent to a level 20 magic item. The necromancer said that what was more important was that it showed the enemy's weak points, and this was the effect of the sharp eye skill, which was only available to archers, to which the child put his finger to his cheek and objected that the teachers were not satisfied with his work and said that in order to move to the next level, the item must have at least an exceptional rank. The protagonist was surprised by his words and noted that they had set very strict conditions, to which the worker grabbed his elbow and explained that no matter how many daggers he forged, no item above a rare rank came out from under his hammer, after which he added that he tried to ask other dwarves, but they said that they were simply acting intuitively. And he did not understand whether it was a mistake for him to dream of becoming a blacksmith. Tan put his fingers to his chin and exclaimed that this was quite good for an item made by a man, and Ellie noted that indeed his passionate love for blacksmithing merged with the metal, but only the volume was not enough, and suggested that this could be because he devoted enough time to production, because for the passion for blacksmithing to be completely imprinted on the metal, it takes a lot of time. The Demon King replied that it was true, but something was clearly wrong, and that this product was too low rank for someone who used an item with Volcanus' divine energy. And at the same time, Jaeyoung looked ahead and thought that if he was not mistaken, there was some kind of explanation written there. The protagonist asked if the younger brother could show him that hammer again, to which he pointed at the tool with his finger and asked if this was the item in question, when suddenly the system reported its characteristics. Looking down, the adventurer realized that everything was as he thought, because after talking to the familiars, something was bothering him. Extending the sledgehammer forward, the protagonist asked what he was thinking about when he was forging a dagger, to which he replied that he did not know, and was just forging. The necromancer smiled and asked him to think carefully and answer the question of whether he had really put his heart into the dagger or whether he had simply thought of it as a training process. The boy looked at the weapon in his hands and remained silent. Looking ahead, the player asked his brother to listen carefully, and then noted that he too felt that Arcadia was not an easy game. A bright flame appeared, and Jaeyoung suggested that the miner try to forge the dagger again, but not to be distracted by any extraneous thoughts, and think only about what the best item in the world would make. Spreading his fingers wide, the child exclaimed that he needed to put his heart into it. Suddenly, fiery sparks began to fly off the piece of steel. The child began to diligently forge a new weapon. Jaeyoung, widening his eyes, noted that judging by the gleam in the boy's eyes, he did not think that all this would end in a couple of days, and then suggested that they leave this place. Looking away, the protagonist apologized to his comrade and then said that he would have to leave first. The player lowered the corners of his lips in fear. Looking at the miner swinging his hammer, the adventurer said that this guy believed his words and had stubbornly followed the path of becoming a blacksmith until now, and now he also raised his hammer, believing him. Looking away, the necromancer said that he wanted to stay next to him at least until that item was ready. Suddenly, a powerful explosion occurred. With bulging pupils, the miner thought about the fact that he had absolutely no talent, skills, technique, or artistic sense, and absolutely nothing. Sparks flew off the metal in different directions, and the boy realized that he had nothing in reality, or in this world. It seemed like two silhouettes of a child from real life and the game were standing with their backs to each other, and he thought about how he had lived his whole life, obeying the atmosphere around him. Gritting his teeth furiously, the worker decided that at least this time everything was different, because there was someone who believed in him. Kneeling in front of Jaeyoung, the miner thought about how even though he knew what he was, his older brother kept saying that he believed in him until the very end. The outline of a new item was visible in the fire, and the child decided that he just wanted to repay him for this trust. Suddenly, a huge mace hit a piece of steel, and the system reported that the player would no longer feel the heat due to the effect of the item, and that during creation, the rate of stamina loss was significantly reduced, while the Volcanus hammer responded to the user's persistence. Alice's eyes widened in confusion. At the same second, her pupils visibly narrowed. Many system screens appeared in front of the little boy, each of which stated that he had created a unique item for the first time and received a new title, causing the oldest fire to smile at his exploits. The worker smiled broadly and shouted that he had done it. Flying up to the protagonist's head, Tan exclaimed that his eardrums were about to burst. The adventurer grabbed the little boy's hair with his fingers and noted that he had managed to do it, when suddenly the characteristics of the dagger of enlightenment appeared. Suddenly, many holograms appeared in space. Jack put his hands in his pockets and asked if the user who had created the unique item had appeared, after which he added that this was strange, because according to the plan, this should have happened in at least a year. Pressing his hands to his dress, the artificial intelligence in the form of a girl reported that this rank was assigned because the corresponding rating criteria were met, and then asked to check the data, to which the creator of Arcadia clarified whether it took a whole month to make some dagger. Putting his fingers to his chin, the guy noted that since it was about such a passionate love for the business, he was ready to believe in such an outcome, after which he added that he also used the Volcanus hammer, so he did not cheat, and there was no reason to punish him, but still it seemed to him that he figured out too quickly how to use this item with divine energy. Alice looked ahead and said that it was concluded that the cause was a variable called the Bard of Anarchy. Holograms of the system screen surrounded Jack's body, and he decided to look at the user Jae-young, and although it is difficult for him to pronounce such words, he is really good at games. It seemed like the main character was standing in front of a glowing weapon, and the creator of Arcadia said that this profession went to the one who suits it best, and although he was prepared for such a development of events, he did not expect that he would turn the system upside down in such a short time. The VR man smirked and asked if this was the user who had restored the world tree. Jack put his hands in his pockets and asked Alice what the chances were that this guy would trigger the Pangea scenario, to which she replied that the probability of activation was 92.5%, with an estimated duration of 1 year. The system screen in front of the game creator's face lit up brightly, and he suggested that they should implement a real-time translation and interpretation system as soon as possible. Notifications appeared that the assistant had performed a heroic feat and received 150,000 integrity points, while Jae-young pointed at the blade and congratulated the miner for actually understanding what was important in making equipment, to which the miner exclaimed that he still had a lot to learn, but he got the point. The child asked his brother to accept the sword, to which his brother widened his eyes in confusion and asked if he was serious, since this item was worth as much as an entire apartment, and besides, he didn't think he could properly use the characteristics of this item when the system reported that the amount of experience and skills gained was increased by 100%. The worker exclaimed that the protagonist could give it to another person or sell it, since he didn't care, and just wanted to give him the first properly made item as a token of gratitude, to which his brows furrowed menacingly and thought about the fact that he had a feeling that he would be extremely rude if he refused the gift now. The boy smiled broadly and thanked his older brother when he happily agreed to accept his gift. The fire was flaring up on the forge table, and the adventurer asked if he was going to stay there any longer, to which his brother exclaimed that he wanted to try forging a huge number of items. Looking ahead, the miner asked if his interlocutor was leaving now. Closing his eyes, the necromancer said that he would drop in on him from time to time, then added that if he wanted to see him, he could send a message and then he would come to him. Pressing his hands to his legs, the boy again expressed words of gratitude to him, and then added that he would work hard. Looking after the leaving player, the worker exclaimed that he would do this until he became someone who would be useful to him. Throwing his hands behind his head, Ten asked what had gotten into his master. Looking up at his familiar, Jae-young asked him again, to which he replied that the way he treated the boy so kindly made him think that he had some humanity in him, since seeing him deceive people every day made him think that he was an even more vile demon than the devil. Placing his hand on his shoulder, the protagonist asked if he usually looked like this to the Demon King, to which the Demon King asked him if he really asked because he didn't know, and if he had ever watched all of his actions from the outside. Pointing his finger forward, Tan stated that in any case, he found it surprising that even his master sometimes showed good intentions when he helped other people without receiving anything in return, and the same went for that stupid guy he called a friend even though he no longer remembered what he looked like, after which he suggested that with his character, he was incapable of building a relationship with a person unless it brought him any benefit. As the adventurer walked deeper into the forge, he noted that these guys were his friends, and if there was something good, he wanted to share it with them, and then admitted that he himself did not know that he had such a side. Looking down, the protagonist thought about how it seemed to him that the more he learned about the world of Arcadia, the more he learned about himself as a person. The player said that he would now like to implement his previous plan, to which Tan turned his head back and asked him again. Putting his fingers to his body, Jae-young suggested that they test how kind a person like him could be to more or less adequate guys. People with bandaged heads watched him from behind the wall, while the protagonist noted that he beats those he doesn't like just to calm their ardor. An elf appeared next to a dwarf, and it turned out that their appearance on the scene brought many changes to the users who play Arcadia. But the most interesting thing is that the changes affected not only the users. People looked at the large screen of the system and exclaimed that the adventurers did it, because the deal with the dwarves was made, so the entire continent will plunge into chaos. The man stretched out his hand forward, and someone was heard shouting that no matter how much time and resources it takes before other kingdoms strengthen their power, so they wanted to make a deal first. The woman fanned her face and said that she heard that jewelry made by dwarves is now in fashion, and asked to get it, because the price does not matter to her. The old man clenched his fist tightly and cried out that they cannot afford to fall behind progress, because they need the tools made by dwarves to continue research. A gold coin appeared, and it was said that among the NPCs there is a rich noble class. The precious money fell into a pile, and it turned out that due to the influx of gold coins from these people, the Arcadia economic system, which previously relied on the meager amount of gold that was obtained through quests and hunting, began to undergo a revolution, and eventually the world was engulfed in a gold rush, when suddenly news notifications about what was happening in the world appeared. With his hands folded on the table, Jaegu stated that the GM Guild did not view Arcadia as a game, but as another reality, and took business seriously, and then added that although it could not be compared with other corporate activities, they learned from past mistakes and created a reliable market system by attracting outstanding talents to be the backbone of the company in the future. When suddenly a message about the official recruitment of the GM Guild appeared. The view opened up to the main gate of the Sand Forge, which was located in the Rumor Desert. Walking through the crowd of users, Jae Young thought that the atmosphere was clearly very different from before, and it seemed that a specific guild guide system had also been created. Pursing his lips, the protagonist realized that, moreover, the time was slowly approaching when it would be time to show the essence. The girl grinned and noted that he was about to leave this place, and then asked if he had already bought a guild ticket. Taking off her hood, the player noted that if the adventurer intended to buy a GM guild ticket, he should hurry, because the sale would end soon. Remembering the interlocutor in the crowd of bandits, the necromancer wondered if she was at the head of the GM guild caravan, and no matter how you look at it, she was clearly the leader. Jae's cloak fluttered in the wind, and he apologized for going to use the services of another guild, which surprised her. Smiling, the stranger stated that the fact that he had been here for almost a month most likely meant that he had a lot of spare money. The captain asked if it was the Pie Guild, which was tiny and weak, whose services he had used before, to which the protagonist smirked and thought that she even knew about it. Remembering the people with headbands who were looking from behind the wall, the adventurer realized that, as he thought, they were members of the GM Guild. The sunlight fell on the face of the bandit, who stated that even after all the difficulties he had gone through, he still had not managed to draw reasonable conclusions. Waving goodbye, the guild leader said that he could do as he pleased, after which she added that she hoped that he would be lucky this time too and that he would safely cross the desert. The big guy clenched his teeth and asked why his boss wanted to convince him, since it was unlike her, and then exclaimed that it only made him happy, to which she replied that there was a reason for it, since she had received very interesting information. The girl's eyes began to glow brightly, and she said that she did not know what kind of trick this guy used, but they said that he came from a forge that users were forbidden to enter. Jae's cloak fluttered in the wind, and the GM guild commander noted that if it turned out that he made a special deal with the dwarves, then their monopoly on this place could sink into oblivion. The subordinates stood next to each other and smiled, while the leader said that since there was no other information, it was just a guess, but it was even better this way. Narrowing her eyes, the lady said that as soon as they hid the guy's belly, they would immediately find out the whole truth. The protagonist stood in the middle of the desert, the corners of his lips turned down. Tan began to smile maliciously and asked whether the master would kill the impudent girl who had become too arrogant, and Ellie noted that if he wished, the Celestials were ready for a righteous judgment, to which he asked to leave them, because if he started a fight first, then on the contrary, they would be grateful to him. The familiars looked down in bewilderment when the adventurer asked if they knew that guild management had recently become a very popular occupation. Squinting, the protagonist said that he also wanted to get one, and then clarified if they wanted to listen to his plan. Deputy Guild Master Pai raised her hand high and exclaimed that they were selling tickets to the guild caravan, and doing it inexpensively, and her boss greeted everyone and said that they would safely deliver them to the neighboring village. Suddenly, the guy dropped his jaw in bewilderment, noticing someone. Jae Young smiled widely and said that they met again, and then asked if tickets were still on sale. Coming closer to the interlocutor, the guild leader exclaimed that they simply had to escort him to the village for free, and the assistant noted that he could cover the distance to the village on his own, so there was no need for him to buy tickets from their guild, to which he clarified whether it was true that it would be boring if he went alone. The girl stood slightly in front of the guy, while the protagonist explained that it was all because he wanted to have someone to talk to. In the darkness of the night, people could be seen moving forward. Glancing towards the adventurer, the guild leader Pai said that the road to the Sand Forge was now called the Golden Path, which meant that Dwarven equipment brought in money, to which he replied that he saw the news about it, which meant that their guild's income should be pretty good. Putting his finger to his mouth, the young man admitted that as a small guild they did not make much money, and then added that this time he would have to be careful with the goods they would bring with them, as he thought they would have to hold on to some of it to have extra capital for an emergency. Touching his chin with his hand, the protagonist thoughtfully said that in order to make a big profit from this kind of trade, it was necessary to have many items that could be transported during the trip there and back, and then added that the more people, the more items could be transported, and a large guild could mobilize a lot of labor. An emblem with the letters GM appeared, and the necromancer noted that it could be something like GM, for example. Guild Master Pai lowered his head and said that it was true, because currently, the trade with the dwarves was completely monopolized by the GM merchants, and now it was difficult to even find the necessary human resources, let alone make a deal. A group of people could be seen through the crossed metal chains, and the guy said that they opened a recruitment company or something to hire high-level researchers and mages who specialized in freezing, and that was probably not enough, so they hired other human resources for an amount that was almost twice the average salary, and it was said that most of them did not actually participate in the trade, but were just waiting. Looking at the ground, the player explained that by monopolizing the labor force, they were trying to eliminate the competing guilds one by one, and then added that even if large corporations wanted to take control into their own hands, how could they resort to such a vile method? Throwing his hands behind his head, Tan remarked that as expected, there was much to learn from human evil, and then shouted that they needed to trample their competitors in a unique way, while Jae Yang thought that now it really was clear why she had such a triumphant look. Suddenly, the heroes turned their heads back when someone loudly called out to the guild master and said that there was trouble. Pointing his hand behind him, the wanderer shouted that someone was rapidly approaching them from behind, to which he was asked if they were monsters. Through the white cloud of dust, the silhouettes of people riding animals were visible, and everyone was surprised. Guildmaster Pai tightly clenched his fist, not understanding what they were planning, and whether they were using earth dragons here, when suddenly the adventurer clarified if there was a problem. A memory of a huge monster attacking the protagonist appeared, and it said that in this area it is absolutely impossible to move at such a high speed, because this action irritates the scorpions. One of the necromancer's eyes was hidden behind his hair. The players looked at the approaching group of people, and the protagonist asked if these guys were heading in their direction. A girl already familiar to the adventurer was riding on the monster. The head of the GM guild grinned evilly and exclaimed that she had found it. The protagonist asked if any bandit groups were operating in this desert, to which guild member Pai clenched his teeth and replied that there had been no such cases before, and if you steal something in a hurry and from the wrong person, you can find an enemy in the form of the GM guild. Lowering his chin, the necromancer asked his interlocutor not to panic and just listen carefully, after which he added that the squad approaching them consisted of members of the GM guild, so he thought that they intended to attack them. Frowning in confusion, the guy was indignant at what his companion had said. A drop of sweat trickled down the commander's cheek, and he wondered why the GM guild would attack them, and then realized that the penalty that could be received for dying in this dangerous zone was much more important now. A bright symbol in the form of a skull appeared, and the young man remembered that the rights to all the items belonging to him would be lost. The bandits stopped near a group of wanderers, and the head of the guild Pai realized that if he did not survive, he would go bankrupt. The captain, spreading his arms wide, shouted that they were damned scum, and that just because they were a large corporation, it didn't mean they could do anything, and then asked if they weren't afraid of the consequences, since they decided to trample the weak like that. The big guy, his pupils bulging in surprise, didn't understand what they were talking about, and then declared that they were the most common bandits. The guy, in a state of rage, opened his mouth wide and told the enemy to stop this nonsense, because they wouldn't buy into their cheap acting, because apart from the GM guild, no organization would risk moving through this desert. Stroking the monster's back, the girl asked if this was too dangerous a statement from the leader of a tiny and weak guild, and how could he raise suspicions about such a large company without any solid evidence, and then asked if it would also complicate his real life if he was sued. The guy clenched his teeth in anger and began to shout loudly. The mage tightly gripped the magic staff and suggested that there were still simpletons among the players who used such a crappy guild, after which he apologized for the expression, but expressed the opinion that he thought it was the same as stepping on dirt. Jae-young lowered his chin and remained silent when the sorcerer asked if he should join a normal, solid guild instead of bickering. The protagonist smirked and asked if he was right in saying that he was currently unable to defeat those bastards, to which he replied that he thought that he could not fight back. Suddenly, the corners of the young man's lips turned down in alarm. The adventurer's eyes lit up brightly, and he asked if he would like to receive an investment in that case. Guildmaster Pai frowned angrily and asked him again. The protagonist's teeth were visible through his sly smile, and he decided to use spiritualism. Suddenly, the magic knight of honor Farhan appeared. At the same moment, a huge burst of magic hit the ground. Swinging his staff behind his back, the sorcerer did not understand what was happening, and whether the bastard was a crusader. Grinning evilly, the girl exclaimed that, as she thought, this guy was dangerous, and then ordered him to show his true face. A moment later, energy bursts appeared in the air. Guild Captain Pai's pupils bulged in confusion when the necromancer asked him if he had said that the GM guild was abusing its power. Putting his fingers to his face, the protagonist asked if he would like to firmly stand on his feet with his investments in that case, and then explained that he meant to become the largest guild in the history of Arcadia, when suddenly the system reported that the hero had removed the mask of a deceiver. The guy's eyes widened in surprise. Guild Captain Pai watched the silhouette of the satellite, which was surrounded by magical flows. The adventurer smiled slightly, and it became clear that this was a popular Arcadia user. The protagonist's weapon was shining brightly. The robber, through the sweat on his face, asked if this was really the guy from the battle on bamboo sticks. Jae-young lowered his eyebrows and said that it was time to teach them a lesson, and called them bastards. One of the hooligans, standing opposite the protagonist, exclaimed that he had clearly checked the character's name, and this was some kind of nonsense, because how did that bastard become Dex? The girl frowned and said that they had touched a very important figure, and her teammate asked what they would do. The leader, holding out his sword, replied that there was only one enemy, and the situation was now completely different from a battle with bamboo sticks, and so they should not give him a single chance, but simply finish him off immediately. Opposite the blade of the blade was an adventurer. Opening his jaw, the commander ordered him to be destroyed. The necromancer's expression was calm. Unusual seals appeared in front of the magicians, and they could be heard activating the weakening. Jae-young bit his lips thoughtfully, and the system reported a decrease in speed, a slowing down of the step and endless panic. A powerful flame appeared, and then the artificial intelligence wrote about enhancements, and the protagonist wondered if these were his enhancement skills. Looking ahead, the girl ordered everyone to attack. A moment later, the hooligans rushed towards the adventurer. Suddenly, a powerful explosion was heard. Smiling, the necromancer said that the rapid change between enhancements and weakenings perfectly adapts to the time of the attack, and then added that the GM workers are on a different level, which was to be expected. Squinting, the guy apologized, explaining that Farhan is a crusader specializing in defense. A yellow aura suddenly swirled around Jaeyoung, and at the same time, the system reported that the sacred shield was switching to defense mode, and the desire not to retreat overcomes countless losses, and faith in justice resists the all-consuming curse. The mage asked if he was saying that he had blocked everything, then said that the debuffs had been applied properly, and his companion, frowning seriously, could not understand what his defense was. Holding a sword in his hand, the protagonist asked that they did not know that the paladin and crusader classes originally specialized in defense, and then noted that if they wanted to kill him in one blow, they should have brought at least 100 people with them. The girl's pupils glowed red. Suddenly, the enemy leader appeared behind the protagonist. The commander swung his blade sharply. Then her knife stuck into the ground. The AI wrote that the user's body was resisting, but he was unable to put up a full resistance, and so he would not be able to move for a while, and then the adventurer turned his gaze to the side and wondered if this was a high-level retention skill, and was also surprised that it could not be blocked by Farhan's passive skill. The captain, lowering her palms, shouted that everyone should not lose heart, because his skills were specialized only in resisting magical attacks, and physical attacks were effective, and so everyone should attack at once. A moment later, the bandits rushed forward. The big guy, frowning menacingly, said that the dishonest player would die. The necromancer grinned and asked if he really thought so. Suddenly, everything turned red. Then a knight in armor appeared, and the system reported that the heart that never stops is activated, and the speed of stamina recovery is greatly increased, and the holy hymn and fast healing are also activated. Grabbing the arrow with his hand, Jaeyoung asked if they were done. Looking ahead, the protagonist explained that if they were going to fight, then let them fight with all their might, and now that they had started, they needed to show a clear difference so that there would be no backlash. The hooligans quickly surrounded him. A knife stuck in the ground was visible. The AI wrote that they had managed to successfully resist, and at the same time, the girl, sitting on one leg, thought what kind of madness this was, and what was the difference in skills that such a situation had arisen. The jock, lowering his eyebrows, said that he thought it would be difficult for them to defeat him, and the guy exclaimed that at least now it was worth retreating. The captain, through sweat on his face, muttered that these idiots had already lost the ability to think rationally, and then wondered how anyone could escape while fighting such a monster. The protagonist parted his lips and said that he thought he had given them enough opportunities to strike. Suddenly, a powerful force swirled around the adventurer, and he asked if it was his turn, and then the system reported that the sacred shield had entered combat mode and the blazing dawn had been activated. Baring his teeth, the necromancer noted that, as expected, killing idiots was the most fun. A moment later, a bright explosion was heard. After a while, the AI wrote that the mysterious group of thieves had been eliminated, and 9,231 integrity points had been spent, and then Jaeyoung asked if so few points had been spent. Ellie, happily closing her eyes, asked how many points he thought she would take for herself in a battle against such worthless people, and at that very moment the protagonist said that in fact the consumption of decency points varies greatly depending on who the enemy is, and in a battle with level 160th scorpions the consumption was in the tens of thousands. Winking, the girl noted that she gave him a small discount, because as an archangel she cannot remain silent in the noble cause of judging the wicked and saving the weak. Suddenly a stranger appeared and addressed the protagonist. The head of the Pie Guild, opening his mouth wide, shouted that he was very grateful to him, because if it were not for him, they would have suffered huge losses, and the vice-head added that he did not even know how to repay him for his kindness. Turning his head, the adventurer realized that they were still here. Raising the corners of his lips, the necromancer was thinking about what to do. Imagining the prohibition sign on the GM emblem, Jaeyoung thought that he didn't really care if other users profited from the deals that resulted from the peace treaty between the dwarves and elves. But the story takes a different turn as the GM monopolized all the profits. Looking ahead, the protagonist decided that he couldn't leave things as they were, and then asked the members of the Pie Guild if they remembered the investment proposal he made, to which he received a positive answer. The protagonist asked if they wanted to discuss the proposal in more detail, to which the guy's eyes widened in surprise. A caravan could be seen crossing the desert. A bright moon appeared, and then the adventurer explained that the leader and vice leader were talking about how they came to run a business, and in short, the two were an office couple who met at work, and right after they got married, their company went bankrupt. The players were sitting around the fire. Jaeyoung raised his eyebrows and asked if it meant that they had been fired from their jobs and had decided to become dark gamers. Clenching her fist, the girl replied that it might seem strange at first, but she and her husband had taken the matter very seriously, and had started their own business, and her husband added that it was true. Sitting on the ground, the protagonist asked if it meant that the guild was both a job and a business for the two of them, and was then informed that it was. The fire was visible. Smiling slightly, the protagonist noted that he would then make an investment in their guild. The guy looked ahead in surprise. Holding his chin, the adventurer heard the question of what exactly he meant by investment. The necromancer explained that he would give them the right to monopolize trade routes with the dwarves and elves, causing sweat to run down the young man's cheek. Jae-young extended his index finger and added that this would also help put an end to the GM Guild's machinations, and that they needed outside help in this regard, so they should send him some gameplay videos later. Guild Master Pai asked what that meant with his jaw dropped, and the protagonist muttered that he was completely unable to grasp the gist of it. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and said that it was as he had said, and that their guild would have exclusive rights to transport and sell the goods that the dwarves and elves exchanged. Lowering his eyebrows, the guy said that the GM Guild would never just sit back and watch this situation, and that even he would have a hard time controlling all of their actions. The adventurer happily closed his eyes and noted that he didn't have to worry about that part, because from now on, the dwarves and elves would not make any deals with anyone who was related to the GM Guild. The young man parted his lips in confusion and asked why. The necromancer opened his mouth wide and asked what exactly. The head of the Pai Guild, holding out his palms, answered honestly that everything he had said did not fit together in his head, because the dwarves and elves would only make deals with small traders like them, and this situation violated the very balance of the game and defied common sense. Grinning, Jae-young asked if he was asking why they would do this. The protagonist closed his eyes contentedly and explained that it was because he said so. After a while, the first base camp at the entrance to the Great Rumor Desert appeared. Inside the tent were the protagonist and members of the Pai Guild. A scroll was visible, and the system reported that a contract had been created and also clarified whether they agreed with the terms. The AI warned that the contract concluded could not be terminated without the consent of both parties, and that he should make his choice with all caution, after which the guy frowned and muttered that 50% of the net profit of the Pai Guild would go to the protagonist. Biting his lips, the young man thought that from the outside the contract might seem unfair, but it was not, because if it were not for him, their business would have failed long ago. The player, looking at his wife, realized that in such a situation, the only thing they should do was to believe in him. Suddenly, the scroll closed, and the system reported that the Pai Guild signed an investment contract, and the investor signed a contract for them. The AI added that it received 50% of the net profit of the Pai Guild, and then the adventurer, looking forward, said that they made the right decision, and would make sure that they never regret their choice. A bag of gold coins appeared, and the necromancer asked the leader to take it. The guy's eyes widened in surprise, and then Jae-young asked if they would need money for various expenses, and added that they should consider it an advance payment. Turning his gaze to the side, the protagonist said that when they went to the dwarf city, they should take his friend with them, because he would introduce them to the user, and he thought it would be faster if they got the information firsthand, and at that moment he said that he was counting on them. The guy, raising his eyebrows, asked if he would go with them, and noted that he had entrusted them with an impressive amount. The protagonist bit his lips sharply. Smiling slightly, the adventurer replied that he would soon have too much to do. The necromancer's pupils quickly turned white, and he said that one bastard had appeared who needed to be properly trampled into the dirt. The boys held hands in fear and promised him that they would never be his enemies. After a while, it seemed like the young man was holding a phone to his ear and telling the CEO that he had checked the video. The man said that they had put all their efforts into it, and was sure that it would blow up the internet, and thanked him for giving them the opportunity to take revenge on GM, to which Jae-young, raising the corners of his lips, clarified what he was talking about, because he simply asked to edit the video, after which he praised the CEO for his excellent work. The TV screen was glowing white, and the protagonist said that he was completely satisfied with the video. Lowering his head, the protagonist asked to upload it in this form. A notification appeared that a new video had been uploaded to the channel Daily Life of a Destroyer. After some time, the head office of GM Group appeared. Sun Yang, frowning angrily, clarified whether they were saying that a decline rather than growth was expected in the third quarter, and whether they were sitting here to report something like that to him. The chairman asked if the sales of the wireless and electronics businesses had dropped by 80% compared to the previous year, and they had been promoted to director positions since they were called his sons. But what were they doing? To which the boy, with his mouth wide open, explained that they were trying hard to increase productivity. The man, with his jaw open furiously, shouted for him to shut up. The gentleman extended his index finger and exclaimed that they were not even close to Jaegu, and in the game that they had ignored and dismissed as child's play, he was aiming to achieve 1 trillion won in sales and 700 billion won in operating profit. The blond man calmly closed his eyes. Frowning menacingly, the gentleman added that given the money they had spent on building factories and developing technology, they had not yet realized how absurd their situation was, and they should also remember that giving the chairman's chair to one of them was difficult, complicated, impossible, and not for those who came here with such news. Leaning his hand on the table, Sun Young said that it was for someone who was trying his best to make GM Group the #1 company in South Korea, and if it didn't work out, then he had to make it work out. The doors of the room were visible, and it was heard that they should follow their younger brother's example. With his hands in his pockets, the boy muttered that they were idiots, and he knew that it would be like that. Smiling, Jagyu added that he had outshone all those who looked at him like an insect, and in the end he had won because he was ahead of his time. Suddenly, the young men approached him. The workers, with their eyebrows lowered angrily, remarked that he should brag about his success in moderation, and did not think that his growth would last forever. With his arms outstretched, the blond boy exclaimed that they had followed him all the way here and were throwing sarcastic comments at him, and then asked if they were ashamed of themselves. Jagyu grinned and explained that if they were going to convince someone, they should use facts to do so, and then asked if they knew the rules of the GM group well. The boy turned his gaze to the side and said that if it didn't work, they should make it work by using evil and force. After a while, the teenager held his stomach and laughed loudly. The head of the great GM trade union closed his eyes and said that he was very pleased, and the top management and the older brothers all looked like they had just eaten cow dung and didn't know what to do next. John showed up and remarked that he was in a good mood, to which he replied that he couldn't be better. The blond man clenched his jaw and thought that if they could make $1 trillion in operating profit by the next quarter, then the chairmanship of GM Group would no longer be a dream and he finally had a chance. The man, sweating on his face, said that he was sorry to have to make such a report at such a joyful hour, but a new video had been uploaded to the Destroyer's Daily Life channel. The boy turned his gaze to the side in confusion. Taking the phone in his hand, the young man shouted that they should not say that this video was somehow related to them and was already asking him to find out the identity of this bastard. And then the branch manager of the main trading store said that he first needed to personally watch the uploaded video. Jagyu's pupils quickly narrowed and he decided to see what this impudent adventurer had done. The phone screen glowed white. A target appeared, aimed at the GM Guild emblem. The play button appeared. The mage smiled slightly and remarked that since they had used the services of such a third-rate guild, they were probably beggars who couldn't even pay 1 gold coin, and his comrade added that they lived such a miserable life even inside the game. The big guy crossed his arms and said that the range of goods their guild sold was similar to theirs, and if they continued like this, they would have huge problems. And at that moment the sorcerer said that they should pass their orders on to them, the GM Guild. Opening his lips, the head of the Pie Guild said that currently, trade with the dwarves was completely monopolized by GM merchants. But even if large corporations wanted to take control, how could they resort to such a vile method? Many bandits were visible, and the guy said that those bastards were people from the GM Guild, and it looked like they were going to attack them. The girl, petting her pet, asked how one could show suspicion towards such a large company as GM, and if he was sued, would it not complicate his real life as well? Suddenly, there was interference on the screen, and it was heard that among the users there were still simple ones who used the services of such a shitty guild, and instead of arguing, it would be better to join a normal, firmly standing guild. Suddenly, the main character appeared. His weapon was shining brightly, and he said that it was time to teach them some sense. Many bad comments about the GM Guild were visible. After some time, a notification about missed calls appeared on the phone screen. Holding his head, Jagyu could not understand what it was and what was going on. Sharply opening his jaw, the blonde asked the manager what was up with that video. John, sweating on his face, replied that they said they couldn't delete the video and if they wanted to sue they could, to which the guy yelled that the scumbags who made their living off of his salary were doing something like this just because they had left the company. Clenching his fist, the young man exclaimed that he would never turn a blind eye to this, whereupon the man pointed out that he first needed to decide what to do with the video. Since the facts were unclear and the evidence was ambiguous, it would be better to take the position that they had nothing to do with the incident. The head of the great GM trade union said that he should blame it on the stupid employees who were talking nonsense, and fire them on the spot, which was why they hired so many people, and then the gentleman showed up and said that it would be done. Jagyu started to take off his tie. The guy lowered his eyebrows and said that the useless bastards had made it so that he would have to personally intervene. The GM branch in the rumor desert was burning brightly. It was heard that a shock wave had been launched and bad companies were to be punished, which made the blond boy's pupils turn white, and he asked what kind of business this was. The assistant, looking at the screen, reported that users who were offended by the GM Guild were attacking everything at once, and 60% of the guild's personnel were incapacitated, and then the young man exclaimed that this was visible to the naked eye. Sweat ran down the cheek of the head of the great trade union from the words that the attacks of users on the trade routes continued, and they were trying to minimize the damage to goods as much as possible, but they were destroyed by desert scorpions, resulting in the loss of 2 million gold coins. Sharply stretching out his palm, the teenager shouted that in this situation, they must capture the dwarves with all their contracts, and the growth of other guilds cannot be allowed, and for this purpose, let them use all the money they have. The guy parted his lips and asked the guild master to listen to him. Suddenly it was heard that the dwarves were refusing the deal, after which the girl, looking down, noted that everything was exactly as it was said, and also added that all the dwarves were refusing deals related to the GM Guild. The lady explained that negotiations did not work at all, and thought that they had offended them greatly, and then Jagyu, with his jaw open in bewilderment, asked what kind of nonsense this was, since those bastards were just NPCs, and why on earth should he care about their mood. The warrior, parting his lips, said that it was an undeniable fact that this was exactly why the problems arose, and thought that she had the same thoughts as him. But the GM had made a mistake, and this was a complete horror. It was clear how brightly everything was burning. The protagonist appeared, and a question was asked about how he played Arcadia. After a while, the TV presenter folded his palms and said that it was now confirmed that GM Group's huge funds had been funneled into the Arcadia virtual reality game, and that these funds had been used to obtain goods in the game. The blonde man sat on the chair, and the girl added that the National Tax Service had concluded that there was a high probability that these goods could be converted into Korean won or dollars and misused for crimes, and therefore an emergency tax investigation had been launched against GM Group. The young man raised the corners of his lips and said, "What kind of madhouse is this?" and realized that he had screwed up. Suddenly, a hay wagon appeared. Jae-young yawned and exclaimed that he was bored. The Demon King, holding his hands behind his head, asked the owner if he was going to make a fuss again. The protagonist looked at him and asked what he was talking about, to which he replied that he himself had said that people who irritated him would not get away with what they did. The horse was seen closing its eyes, and the protagonist asked if he meant the GM Guild, after which Satan said that he was not very good at names, but it seemed to him that the commotion had broken out again because of the master, and the goblins were chatting animatedly. And then the guy asked a question about how he was always next to him, but he knew about what the goblins were chatting about. The young man clarified how the goblins knew about the steps he was taking, and then Tan asked if he hadn't told him. Smiling widely, the familiar said that he used information about the master's actions as training material for his subordinates, and there were many demons who became fans of his master only because they liked his incredibly vicious actions. The Demon King stuck out his tongue and added that they revered the adventurer as much as him, and at the same time asked him how he felt about giving a serious lecture to the inhabitants of the demon world, since that would be great, to which the necromancer replied that he did not want to. Lowering his eyebrows, Jae-young clarified how he continued to personify him with evil, since he lived a very decent life, and what kind of lecture to demons was he talking about, after which Satan noted that of all the people he had ever seen, he really was the spawn of hell. Suddenly yellow stars appeared. Ellie, frowning angrily, asked why he continued to confuse the protagonist. The girl, with her hands on her hips, said that he apparently forgot that she was here as his guardian angel, and her duty was to prevent such damned bats from leading her master down a bad path. The archangel explained that if he ever stooped to any tricks like offering to go with him to the demonic world, he would personally go to the underworld to incinerate his body, to which Tan, clutching his head, exclaimed that she was called an angel, but she acted worse than demons. The familiar clarified what he did wrong, and whether he considered himself wrong, but as soon as he hurt her feelings, the first thing she did was use her fists, and at the same time the protagonist, lying on the hay, muttered about peace and quiet. Suddenly the old man, slightly turning his head, said that they had arrived where he asked him to give him a ride, and could only take him so far. Having thrown him a coin, the protagonist asked for payment. Grandfather, crossing his palms, thanked him and added that he should be careful, and did not know why he was heading to that city, but it was considered the most dangerous and violent place on the continent. From afar, Caribbean, the fifth main region of Arcadia, appeared. Standing on top of a hill, the boy asked if they were coming. Knives were stuck into the board, and the young man muttered that Caribbean was a city of criminals and a sea region teeming with pirates, and unlike other places, it was chosen as one of the 5 main forbidden regions of Arcadia solely because of human malice. Walking along the alley, the adventurer thought that if he was going to achieve his goal, he would definitely have to face this place. The necromancer could be seen moving his feet, after which the system reported that he had entered Caribbean, and this was an area not protected by continental law, and therefore he should beware of the threats that awaited him in the city. There was a pirate flag on the roof of the building, and then the artificial intelligence wrote about the mission. Continuing to walk between the houses, Jae-young said that he could not believe that he was suddenly sent to another continent, and also that not all information about him had been revealed yet, but the system was making such unreasonable demands. Opening his lips, the protagonist told the familiar that he had trusted his information network and had come here, and then asked if he was sure that it was possible to get to another continent by leaving Caribbean, to which he received the answer that he himself did not know, but the demon who shared this information with him said that everything was exactly like this when he was summoned 10 years ago. Sharply turning his head, the protagonist clarified whether there was someone here. Suddenly a stone appeared. A shard fell behind the guy. The boy, looking out from around the corner, exclaimed that it was dangerous to wander around here like this, and that he should quickly go to his shelter. The bandits smiled happily. The young man, standing next to the child, said that there was currently a conflict between factions in the city, and anyone who looked even slightly suspicious would likely be mistaken for a member of the other faction and killed on the spot. The child, lowering his eyebrows, explained that if he were to run into trouble, then perhaps all the inhabitants of this alley would be drawn into the resulting commotion. Hans, with his hands on his hips, asked why he did not know such basic things, adding that he was some kind of outsider, whereupon the adventurer apologized and said that he had just arrived in the city. The Caribbean man, wide-eyed, asked if he really was not from around here. The tall buildings were visible, and at that moment the boy asked if he was saying that he had come here to get to another continent, and then said that this was an impossible undertaking, and even if he managed to avoid meeting the pirates and set sail safely, but no one had ever returned alive from an ocean teeming with deep-sea monsters. Stretching out his palm, the child asked what about giving up on this undertaking, because in Caribbeana there was only one person who had crossed the sea of death and returned alive, to which the necromancer asked in return who it was. Introducing a muscular man, the resident of the city of criminals noted what was the point of asking this if he did not know him anyway, and added that he was talking about the king of the pirates, and he was the founder of the Black Pirates and a legendary figure who completely dominated the waters of Caribbeana. Raising the corners of his lips, Jae-young thought that the title of this man meant that there would be many quests along the way. The protagonist asked where he needed to go to meet the man named Carlos, and Hans then turned his gaze to the side in surprise. Behind the bars sat a legendary figure, and at that moment the boy replied that he was probably already locked up in a dungeon somewhere, and several years ago, representatives of various power groups united to trap Carlos. Raising his fist to his mouth, the child said that even if they somehow managed to get to the prison where he was a man who did not engage in conversation with people who were not on his level, and therefore even if he went to him, it would be of little use, and the protagonist asked what that meant. Looking to the side, the boy listened carefully. No matter how much he looked, it did not seem like he had killed a single person, and therefore he would need to send at least 100 lives to the afterlife to be able to say that he was on the same level as him. Frowning seriously, the boy wondered if this meant that some special qualification was needed to start the quest, and also muttered that in that case, he had one great idea. The Caribbean looked at him, and the system reported that his title was Rookie Killer, after which the adventurer said that he never expected that he would ever have to use this title. Grinning menacingly, the necromancer asked what he would say now, and whether he was worthy of meeting Carlos. Hans' eyes widened in shock and muttered that this was the killing energy of a man who had the blood of countless people on his hands, and he possessed the same energy as the most influential figure in the Caribbean. The fallen pirate King Carlos appeared, and it was said that he was once an absolute ruler who ruled over Caribbeana, and a rare criminal who filled the continent with fear. A view of the ships opened up, and it was added that it seemed that no one could stand before his powerful pirate fleet and overwhelming might. The man grinned slyly. The girl, crossing her arms, said that they would help him become the captain of the Black Pirates, but on the condition that he would give her half of the control over Caribbeana. The robber was sitting at the table, and at that moment the lady asked what the eternal right-hand Carlos would do. The pirate clenched his fist sharply. It was seen how the hooligan attacked the founder of the Black Pirates. Opening his mouth wide, the king exclaimed how he could do such a thing. Introducing a man with a saber in his hand, the boy explained that thus, a new captain led the Black Pirates. A girl with a cannon appeared, and the child added that this was how the era of Captain Sparrow and Captain Redbeard began. Lowering his eyebrows, Hans said that after the uprising, power in Caribbeana was divided into two factions, and the alleys are always filled with blood. The criminal town resident remarked that he really liked the old days and knew that they were all criminals and did bad things to make a living, but they were also loyal and romantic. And the Demon King then asked through sweat on his face that didn't that kid say that he was only 10 years old. Suddenly, Jae-young smiled and asked if he could meet Carlos without any problem now. The boy stuck out his thumbs and said that of course he could because he was on the same level as Mrs. Abel, and even compared to Carlos, he had an equally impressive sense of intimidation, and the protagonist then said that that part was solved, but the other problem was that no one knew where Carlos was locked up. The protagonist looked down, and then the kid said that that was true, and even if he could find that place, it would be almost impossible to access, and the elite of the Black Pirates and the Redbeards were keeping a close eye on that place 24 hours a day. Satan asked what the master was thinking about and added that he should just kill everyone, and Ellie, clenching her fist, said that this city was full of people who deserved condemnation, and they needed to restore strict justice to this land as soon as possible. Looking to the side, the guy clarified whether they were trying to exaggerate to get decency points. After a moment, the familiars looked away. Clutching his chin, the young man muttered that in fact, at such moments, they were literally on the same wavelength. Imagining a large ship, the adventurer thought that his final goal was to cross the ocean, and he would never achieve it alone, and therefore he needed help from outside. Grinning menacingly, the necromancer decided that as soon as he dealt with the top, the rest of the small fish could be twirled as he pleased, after which Hans asked why he was smiling so ominously. A black silhouette appeared, and then the system reported that a demonic presence was dwelling in the player's body, and he could temporarily release the creature's power. Frowning, the teenager said that he had received enough information, and also asked if it was time to speed up now. Hans fell to the ground in fear and asked himself what the hell was this, adding, the atmosphere changed again, as if there was a completely different person in front of him, but this time he seemed to be enveloped in endless energy of darkness. The protagonist looked at the guy and said that as expected, this is an amazing skill, the ability to hide and move in the shadows. Suddenly, Hans got on all fours and screamed loudly, begging for mercy, due to the fact that the player's endless fear of death and madness in the shadows were activated. There was horror and fear in the guy's eyes, while he apologized for not being able to immediately recognize him, and again asked for his life. Without any emotion on his face, Jae-young looked at Hans and wondered if it was because of the passive skills that had activated, adding that he had no intention of scaring him, and then said that he was grateful anyway and would come play with him later if everything went well, but until then he should take care of himself. After these words, the dark energy began to disappear. Hans raised his head in fear. Seeing a golden glow in front of him, he asked if it was a gold coin. A gold coin was spinning in the air. At this time, many system screens appeared in front of Alice. Lowering her head, she said that the fallen pirate king had been discovered, but first, she needed to conduct an analysis of the player decks, and after an in-depth analysis of the connection between the pirate king Carlos's setting and the player, she found related quests. Each new mission was written on a separate system screen, when Alice suddenly deleted them all. Her face was expressionless as she deleted the main scenario and created a new one. At this time, black clouds were floating above the Korean branch of Arcadia. Taehoon looked at the people present in the conference room and apologized for calling the meeting at such a late hour, to which the people who came asked what was wrong, adding that after the incident with the world, they wanted the calm to last a little longer, since they were going to go home early. Then the man frowned tensely and explained that the reason he had gathered them all here was because confidential Level 1 information was disclosed, access to which was prohibited in accordance with the operational policy. As soon as the workers heard this, they turned around abruptly. Taehoon frowned and, presenting a complete map of the world, said that as they all already knew, Arcadia was divided into 8 continents, and the Korean branch was in charge of the second zone, and the zone corresponded to the continent. After introducing the flags of different countries, he added that in other words, the continent means the server in each country, which is why interaction between continents is basically impossible because they are different servers. But now it turns out that this is not the case. Everyone present silently listened to the scenario team leader, who was explaining that in Caribbean, a city of criminals, there is a quest that allows the player to travel to another continent, although it is extremely difficult and special conditions must be met. One of the workers, hearing this, raised one eyebrow and asked if it is really possible to travel to another continent, and Jia next to him raised her hand and asked what measures the Korean branch should take. Then Taehoon drew an image of the pirate king Carlos in his mind and said that the person who gives quests related to moving to another continent is an NPC, and in order to succeed, it is necessary to help Carlos and convince him to travel to another continent. After these words, the girl clenched her fist and said that she heard that Carlos would never talk to an opponent unless the latter had a bad reputation that could shake an entire continent. And even if there was a quest that allowed him to move to another continent, it was almost impossible to fulfill such conditions. Then the director standing behind the manager replied that everything was exactly like that, if, of course, you followed common sense. He frowned furiously, when he suddenly asked if they all didn't know that there was a character on their second server who could deal such a blow to the server. He drew an image of the main character in his head. Mayan was sitting at the very end of the table. She rested her head on her hands and said that Alice had adjusted the script, and soon all servers would be available to any user. At this time, in the dangerous region of Carabena, there was a hideout for black pirates. On a nearby mountain, dark magical energy was accumulating in the air. The main character, who was there, was looking at the black pirates who were talking among themselves about Carlos, when suddenly Satan asked the owner what he would do, to which he asked in response, "I mean how?" Jae-young smiled lightly and replied that he should season him well and, having lured him to his side, swallow him with relish. After these words, he released a stream of dark magical energy from his hand. The dungeon was lit by torches. Carlos was sitting in one of the cells, when suddenly a bowl of food fell to the floor. Looking up with an angry look, the man said that this was an abomination that could not be eaten. In the bowl was a stew that only street rats could eat. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the cell changed. The fallen pirate king pounced on the food, saying to himself that he had to eat this, because he could not meet a miserable death here, and someday he would definitely get out of this place and take revenge, even if he had to sell his soul to the devil. Suddenly, the main character's face appeared from the darkness, and he mockingly asked if he was really not joking when he said such words about the soul. From what he heard, Carlos' eyes were in shock. He immediately jumped back to the wall of the cell, screaming loudly, asking who he was. But suddenly, he frowned and asked what kind of shadow it was. Was he slowly starting to go crazy? While he was saying this, the magical energy began to change its appearance. A few seconds later, the main character appeared before the fallen pirate king. Cold sweat was running down the man's face, and he asked who he was anyway. Smiling, the guy replied that he didn't even know what to answer, but he could definitely say that he was the one who would fulfill his wish, the so-called devil. After saying that, he revealed his insanely powerful energy, causing his bad karma to far exceed the required amount, so Carlos's passive skill absolute greatness was neutralized, his passive skill criminal pride was destroyed, and his passive skill disdain for the weak was disabled. The old man pressed himself against the wall and asked himself what this overwhelming dominance was, adding that his feelings, faced with countless evil intentions, roared in unison because this devil was real. The protagonist loomed over the fallen pirate king, and was informed that he had received Carlos's confession, and had also fulfilled the conditions necessary to create the scenario, and now a new turning point had arrived. The boy looked at the old man with glowing eyes and asked what his wish was, then activated the endless fear of death and madness in the shadows. The pirate's eyes filled with fear, and he replied in confusion that he wanted revenge, bloody revenge on those who betrayed him. Hearing this, the Bard of Anarchy laughed and said that bloody revenge is a rather simple wish, to which he shouted with a shaking voice, asking if he could really grant his wish. And when the boy answered, of course, the old man put his hand to his chest and asked what the price for the fulfillment of his wish was, if it was his soul. After these words, Satan appeared next to the owner and whispered that it was quite good, and asked if he wanted to give his soul to him, to which he ordered him to be silent, after which he told Carlos in a menacing voice that he had read too many fairy tales, and he did not need his soul. Each room and tunnel was well lit with torches. The protagonist suddenly extended his hand to the fallen pirate king and said that he wanted only one thing, after which he asked if he could take him beyond the endless sea. The old man's eyes widened with surprise at what he heard, and he asked in confusion, "The endless sea? Did he really mean that?" But before he finished speaking, he smiled broadly and said to himself, "A new continent." A wild laugh rang out throughout the dungeon, and several pirates turned around sharply, asking each other if Carlos had finally gone crazy. The fallen pirate king put his hands on his feet and said that the guy in front of him was not the devil, to which he replied that he had a very close relationship with the devil. The old man smiled without a drop of fear in his eyes and said that even he, who had just returned from the endless sea, had heard of this story only as a legend, and then asked if he understood correctly that he would devote his entire life to this. The protagonist smiled back, answering that he did not think there would be a better person than him who could challenge the legend, because he was the real pirate king Carlos. These words made the old man's eyes even more confident. Raising his hand to his chin, he said to himself that a new continent was very interesting, because if that was true, then the world was still full of people who could kneel before him and swear allegiance. After some thought, the fallen pirate king raised his head and firmly said that he accepted his offer, after which he called the guy a more devilish nameless human being than the devil himself. He smiled madly, declaring that he would definitely take him to the new continent. Immediately after these words, an insanely powerful explosion was heard. The pirates who escaped from the dungeon, when asked by their comrade what happened, screamed in horror that an emergency had occurred. Carlos had escaped from prison, so they needed to immediately inform their superiors about it. At this time, the pirates gathered under the roof where Carlos was standing and shouted loudly for him to surrender, because there was no place in Caribbean where he could escape. As soon as the old man heard this, a smile appeared on his face, and he replied that he could not afford such a thing. A huge moon was floating in the sky. Suddenly, Carlos, the level 240 pirate king, pointed his sword at the opponents and shouted loudly that even if dozens of them attacked him, they still would not be able to win. A few minutes ago, Carlos, with his head down, turned to the main character and asked how many they could defeat if he joined him against the entire might of Caribbean. Closing his eyes, the boy firmly replied that they could defeat everyone. The old man raised his head in surprise at what he heard. But suddenly Jae-young pointed his finger and said that this was not interesting, so he had a better way, then gave Carlos a weapon and used 85,000 integrity points, which caused the pirate king's favor to increase significantly. And now the old man accepts the player as a close friend. They became close friends, and the player's reputation in Caribbean increased significantly. And a new rumor began to circulate in the pubs of Caribbean. After defeating everyone who attacked him, Carlos spread his arms out to the sides and shouted loudly for everyone to watch his revival. And in his hand was the terror of the Black Sea of legendary quality, a sword made from the vertebrae of an ancient sea king who forever swims in the Black Sea of the magical world. The protagonist looked at the old man from above and said that it suited him, and he was glad that he gave it to him, when suddenly Satan asked the owner why he gave this man a weapon and even used integrity, because he could have fought himself. Then Jae-young looked at the demon king and replied that it was true, that way they could maintain more integrity, but he should take this opportunity to observe and learn. The familiar's eyes showed surprise at these words. The Bard of Anarchy turned his gaze to the battlefield and added that sometimes it was better to use something quietly from behind the scenes than to announce it directly. Just then, a pirate ran onto the battlefield and shouted in anger, asking if Carlos had gone crazy because he wanted to die, and how dare he run away. The old man smiled widely and said that he hadn't seen that face for a long time. Sparrow walked towards him with hatred in his one eye and continued to shout that he couldn't do anything because he had lost all of his subordinates, and then asked if he really thought he could defeat them all, including the red-beard elite troops who were already heading here, and that when Abel's troops arrived, it would be the end for him. Without a trace of fear in his eyes, the pirate king frowned and replied that he had told him this many times. The atmosphere instantly changed beyond recognition, and the old man declared that he would die a horrible death, crawling on the ground. Using the curse of the deep sea, he summoned giant tentacles. One of them hung over Sparrow. Fear appeared in the pirate's eyes, and he screamed in a shaking voice that this could not be. At the same second, an insanely powerful explosion was heard, which was seen by each of the red-bearded pirates. Abel raised her eyebrows in surprise and asked herself if this was Carlos's power, adding that it was ridiculous, because a mere person could never cope with such power. Suddenly, she saw a black silhouette standing on the roof. Looking closely, she saw the main character, who had a crazy smile on his face. From this picture, she opened her mouth in fear. Running into the pirates' territory, the girl saw the flying pirate king and screamed, asking if he had gotten involved with the devil. The old man's eyes lit up and he said that only Abel was left, who was busy draining Caribbean's blood, and asked if she was ready to pay for it with her blood now. At that moment, a huge tentacle wrapped itself around the captain of the Redbeard pirates. Immediately after that, blood and organs flew in all directions, and then a notice appeared, stating that Sparrow, the captain of the Black Pirates, was dead, and Abel, the captain of the Redbeard pirates, was dead, and for executing both leaders of criminal organizations, an amazing achievement was given and the title of the Conqueror of Crime was received. The Pirate King landed on the ground and, laughing, asked the remaining ones who of them would go to hell next. At this time, Ellie flew up to the protagonist and said that although this one-sided massacre was wrong, it would be more accurate to say that this was the trial they deserved, to which her master replied that she should wait, because the most interesting part was just beginning. When suddenly Carlos's eyes lit up, and he angrily asked what they were doing, why no one else was approaching him. The pirates with emotions of horror on their faces backed away and whispered that they were scared, because they did not want to die. The old man, hearing this, knitted his eyebrows and asked what they had just said, when suddenly he screamed in rage that they were all just scum, adding that they did not dare to call themselves members of the Black Pirates, because they could not even attack for fear of death. From this scream, the pirates froze in place. The veins on the Pirate King's face stood out in anger, and he continued to shout, asking what they were doing when that cowardly traitor ambushed him and imprisoned him. Didn't they bow their heads to him, not daring to even protest for fear of death, trembling like now and begging for mercy? Did they really think that this was what black pirates looked like? Did all their pride disappear at the bottom of the sea? With each shout, the old man's eyes burned brighter and brighter, and as soon as he finished, the sabers and daggers began to fall to the ground. The pirates bowed their heads to him and shouted loudly, asking for forgiveness, adding that they were disgracing the black pirates, so they asked to be killed. Ellie, seeing this, raised her eyebrows in surprise. The Pirate King calmed down and, looking at his subordinates, said that he really wanted to kill them all, but he would give them one last chance. The atmosphere immediately changed. With his fist tightly clenched, Carlos shouted again that they would raise the black pirate flag again and spread their will and beliefs throughout the world. With burning eyes, he raised the weapon above his head and added that from now on, Caribbean is united again. Hearing this, the pirates raised their fists in the air. A few minutes later, they raised the black flag again. The pirates looked at their king, who shouted loudly that they must use all possible means to convey this message to the rest of the world and to all those who want to burn this world full of unjustified discrimination and inequality to the ground and create their own new world where all people are equal, to vagabonds, criminals, fugitives, beggars and anyone else who can, let them all come here, to Caribbean, and make their dreams come true. Because here and now they will take the first step towards true freedom. The black pirate flag fluttered in the wind. Hugging the main character with one arm, the old man finished speaking, together with his best friend named Dex. As soon as the boy heard this, his eyes became confused and he said that he felt like something was wrong. The moonlight was shining on Caribbean, and the notifications that came in said that the Pirate King was declaring a great revolution, causing all those who yearned for true freedom to flock to Caribbean, and when the turning point was reached, a new nation would emerge. Satan's eyes lit up and he raised his fists and said that his master was truly magnificent, for this man had regained all his former glory, and then asked if he knew this would happen. So he gave him the sword and some of his power. The Demon King spread his arms wide and added that he was generously investing in the possibility of evil things that showed potential and pushing them to become big enough to turn the world upside down. And if that was the case, it wasn't a profitable business but simply the biggest jackpot of all wins, adding that he knew that the owner's evil thoughts were so deep that even he couldn't understand them. To which the boy said to himself that he didn't really expect much, and then turned to Carlos. The Pirate King immediately turned around and asked what was going on. The main character frowned tensely and said that everything else was fine, but the promise he had given him was the most important thing, to which he smiled broadly and shouted of course, adding that there was no need to worry, because this was the first step to fulfilling the promise. Then he turned to his pirates and shouted loudly for them to raise their heads, because now he would give them their first task. Several dozen pirates looked at the king, who shouted loudly that from now on they would set out to search for a new continent and a route to it. Stretching out his hand, the old man ordered them to go and find all the clues, even the smallest and most useless ones, because he and his friend would be the ones judging this, not them. Jae-young smiled lightly, saying to himself that he really didn't want to make such a fuss, but it's not as bad as it seems, and the notifications in front of him said that all the conditions needed to start the main scenario had been met, and now the second act called New Continent had been launched, and the story of the forgotten legend had resurfaced, so the guy was chosen as the main player in the main scenario. Which is why the course of the main scenario can change depending on the player's actions, which means you need to keep an eye on the progress of the game. At this time, a video of the main character was released on YouTube. The nickname Dex was written above his head. Viewers immediately began to comment when they saw this, asking if this was the real Dex. The bright rays of the sun illuminated the Ipless Entertainment Company. Sook and his friend opened the door and shouted loudly, asking what this was. The former gritted his teeth in anger and asked who the hell could do this. In front of them in the box were underpants and a note, which meant that this gift was from the stalkers of the protagonist. Under the video in which Jae-young appeared, there were 32,681 comments. The commentators were actively discussing the guy and asking if they were able to post the video on this channel only with his permission, or maybe he signed a contract with them. And as soon as the conversation turned to the fact that someone might know the real identity of the player with the nickname Dex, members of the guild What Color Are Dex's Underwear appeared and said that they should show their potential. The protagonist spoke on the phone, asking if that is why they just delete and block comments throughout the day, to which he was answered, asking if he could contact Dex directly, because they do not even have enough people when all the company's employees are working on processing comments on the channel. The guy's eyebrows furrowed in tension after hearing this and said to himself that it had finally happened, and then he asked himself why those stalkers could sense everything, but there was nothing he could do, since the CEO was a trustworthy person. After thinking this, he looked back and firmly said that he was Dex. Sook's eyes widened when he heard this and he asked him in confusion what he had just said. He sat with his head down, asking if this was true, to which Jae-young replied that Joa's chocolate cake was the name of the character that the item was disguising him as, and his real nickname was Dex. He just didn't want to reveal it because he was afraid of situations like this, so now he hoped that only he would know about it, and he could tell the other employees that he had a close relationship with Dex. Cold sweat ran down the man's face, and he replied that he would do so. The guy's face was cold, when suddenly he said that he would shoot and post a video that would resolve this situation. After some time, a notification came in, which said that a new video had been published on the channel Everyday Life of a Destroyer. In this video, there was the main character, who asked everyone for attention and said that this video was created for the guild of his stalkers who visit this channel and make a fuss. The players, seeing their idol, reacted differently, but very emotionally. Jae-young stood in front of the system screen and said that he had a close relationship with the owner of this channel, and they agreed that in the future, his own videos would be posted here from time to time, and no one suspects who he is, so he asks not to do stupid things, for example, not to ask for his personal information anywhere, because he knows that neither persuasion nor intimidation, that stalking is a crime. We'll work on them. All members of the guild What Color Are Dex's Panties watched this video attentively. Suddenly, the atmosphere changed dramatically, and the Bard of Anarchy firmly said that if they did not listen to him this time, he would quit this game forever. The guy said these words without a hint of doubt in his eyes, adding that they should behave better from now on, because if they continued to fool around, they could really get into trouble. The eyes of the leader and his right-hand man grew tense from these words. But unexpectedly for everyone, Jae-young showed the middle finger to the camera and declared that he had black underwear. After these words, the video recording ended. The faces of the guild leaders blushed. Having drawn black underwear in their minds, they loudly shouted that his were black. The sun's rays illuminated the street, and messages were spreading throughout the chat that they finally found out about this, and now, starting today, they will also promote the color black to the masses. Suddenly, the huge knight clenched his fist and shouted in anger that from now on, if they did anything wrong, such as leaving nasty comments on the Destroyer's Daily Life channel, they would be judged indiscriminately, regardless of the reason. The guild members frowned and shouted loudly that they understood everything. The atmosphere in the air completely changed, and the guild leader continued to shout that this was not all. From now on, all malicious comments would be considered hostile actions against their guild, whether it was GM or Nabal, adding that no matter what kind of bastard did this, they would never let it go unpunished, but would judge them severely. The man spread his arms out to the sides, presented a pair of black underwear, and shouted with all his might that it was time to move on for the sake of their black future. Some time later, a delivery arrived at the Ipless Entertainment Company. Sook opened the box and said with a confused expression that this was too embarrassing. Inside was a single pair of black underwear, and the man wondered if he should give this gift from a fan to him. In the free city of Caribbean, a ship was parked at the first pier. The pirates were working tirelessly, shouting to each other that they needed to bring more wood, and after repairing this part, they should immediately move on to processing the next part. Folding his arms over his chest, the pirate king shouted loudly for everyone to continue working, and then asked if they had forgotten that everyone was cooperating without worrying about belonging to any organization, because all this was for the sake of restoring the status of the legendary port city of Caribbean. The protagonist looked at the pirate ship from the side and said to himself that the atmosphere in the city had noticeably changed, adding that when a useful person becomes the leader, the efficiency changes greatly, and the notifications reported that in Caribbean, a city of criminals, restoration work was underway, and 36% of the city's functions were restored. And the war for influence between criminal organizations was over, due to which the stability in the city was increased to 89%. After a few minutes, Carlos looked to the side and asked where his friend had been all this time, since he had sent him a telegram, to which the boy waved his hand and replied that he was very sorry, but he had something personal to look at. The old man held out his hand to a small box and shouted for him to look here, to which he asked in surprise what was in there. Jae-young saw many of the items he had asked to find all over Caribbean, among them an old magic rank compass, a faded magic rank sea chart, a cracked magic rank telescope, and someone's tattered logbook, also of magic rank. Smiling widely, the Pirate King said that at first glance, these were just antiques, but it was obvious that the legendary items had something to do with the Endless Sea, and as the Pirate King, he guaranteed it. But due to the fact that they had been left in harsh conditions for a long time, they could no longer perform their function. Taking the watch in his hands, the boy asked if all this had any value. Taking the old logbook in his hands, the old man answered of course, adding that judging by what was written in the logbook, if it weren't for these two elements, they would never have been able to survive in the Endless Sea, and perhaps, in order to find a new continent, everything needs to be repaired so that it can function normally. Hearing this, the protagonist raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked if there was any way to repair it, to which his interlocutor replied that he had thought about it, because it was a kind of antique, which meant that the only way to repair an item with magical power was to contact the Blue Magic Tower. Having said this, he imagined a tower at the top of which a bright light was burning. Leaving his imagination, Carlos said that he was very sorry, but most of the people in Caribbean were wanted criminals, so only he could visit the Blue Magic Tower, after which the guy received the key clues necessary to implement the scenario, which is why the quest to repair old magical artifacts was created. Alice, without raising her head, said that the estimated time remaining until the start of the scenario was 2 days, after which she calculated which continent was most likely to be reached from the second continent, and the third continent, the country of the game, Japan, and the fourth continent, the country of the game, China, got there. Opposite Alice stood a girl. Jenica furrowed her brows in anger and said that looking at this situation, after all, the problem arose because of the second continent, so it was impossible to delay any longer, which meant that she would have to take action herself. Upon learning that a continental shift scenario had been created, Jenica raised her brows in surprise and said to herself that this scenario had not yet been properly prepared, and no one knew what problems might arise. Imagining the second continent in her mind, which had magical energy, she added that they could not allow a scenario caused by outside interference on the second continent, because then this problem might spread to all continents. After thinking these thoughts, the girl put her hand to her chest and told Alice that she was in command as a first-degree administrator, and then ordered that the frequency of deep-sea monster attacks in the Arcadia Ocean be increased by 100% and their difficulty by 1000% immediately. The AI created a system screen in front of her and checked the first-degree administrator's rights, adjusted the difficulty of the Arcadia Ocean, and then said that it was impossible. Hearing this, Jenica's eyes showed shock and she screamed loudly, asking why, since she was a first-degree administrator, to which Alice replied that this order was an unfair balance adjustment targeting specific users, and the user it was targeting had accepted the settlement agreement regarding the problems caused by the head office and acquired the absolute right of defense. The AI looked at the system screen and, while the girl was screaming, asking what she meant and what this absolute right of defense was that she had never heard of, sent all the data by email. Jenica opened the information she had received and asked in confusion what kind of bamboo stick festival this was. Suddenly, the air shook and she screamed loudly, asking what the hell the Korean branch had done. At this time, Carlos looked at the protagonist and said that he was very sorry, but most of the people in Caribbean were wanted criminals, so only he could visit the Blue Magic Tower, after which the guy received the key clues needed to implement the scenario, which is why the quest to repair old magic artifacts was created. Imagining the Blue Magic Tower at the end of which a bright light was burning, the guy said to himself that this was the only city base of wizards, and he needed to go there, but the distance was too great. Raising his hand to his chin, he added that the Blue Magic Tower was on the completely opposite edge of the continent, and no matter how quickly they moved, 2 or 3 weeks of travel one way would take too much time, which meant they needed to find another way. There was not a drop of fear or sadness in the eyes of the Bard of Anarchy while he said that going to the gnomes was also quite far from here, and not that effective, but there still had to be some way. Suddenly he remembered Satan, who frowned and said that he had the power to break all these laws of the world, artificially distort and reveal them, neglecting cause and effect. Jae-young remembered holding a shard covered in powerful magical energy in his hand. Immediately after that, he remembered Ellie, who, putting her hands to her chest, said that all he needed was just will. After these words, his magical aura became several times stronger. Currently, the lantern quickly filled with warm light. Surprise appeared in the guy's eyes from what he saw. The broken relics of the past began to react to him, covered in magical energy, and the notification that appeared said that he could restore these damaged artifacts using decency, for only 200,000 decency points. Without thinking twice, the protagonist started the restoration process, and an insanely powerful magical aura appeared around him. The Pirate King looked at his friend with surprise in his eyes and wondered if this antique was reacting to him. Less than a minute later the light went out and the Bard of Anarchy smiled and said that it seemed to have worked. In front of him was a brightly burning tattered logbook that responded to decency and willpower. When it was opened, all the entries inside became completely clear, and now one could read that the author of this log had faced the risk of dying in the endless sea countless times, because it was a huge sea in which there was no direction at all, and everywhere there were unknown monsters that could appear at any moment, and there were even storms that suddenly changed in an instant. The telescope and compass glowed brightly, and in the logbook it was written that if it were not for these two mysterious artifacts, the author would not have lived to write this down, so he wanted to thank his ancestors for passing this on to him. All the necessary items were lying on the table, and the protagonist was informed through the system screens that the restoration of the items was successfully completed. He used 200,000 decency and replaced the old broken compass with the Dreamer's Guide, and the cracked spyglass with the Observer's Eye, so the quests repairing old magical artifacts and the Legend of the Forgotten were completed. Which is why the guy received the title of a child growing up too fast. Satan frowned in shock and said that this was crazy, because he spent money on restoring such junk, and Ellie, who was nearby, added that she could not believe that he used time travel to fix everything. Jae-young turned to the familiars and asked what was wrong. Was there really a problem with this? To which the Demon King loudly shouted that he was asking this because he did not know what he just did, adding that time travel is not a power with which you can simply fix everything. The boy casually looked away and asked what kind of time travel was this. Was it something special? Satan then put his hand on his hip and said that it wasn't, but he had been curious about it for a long time, since something had been wrong ever since he had forced his Demon King to make a contract. Ellie furrowed her brows in worry and asked if the master had ever made a contract with any transcendental being other than them, since it was hard to explain it any other way. Hearing this, the boy put his hand to his chin and asked if this wasn't just a feature of his profession or something, to which the familiars shouted loudly, asking if this was really called an excuse. The protagonist imagined a lantern in his hand and said to himself that his profession was called Anarchy Bard, but the more he played, the more it didn't seem like an ordinary profession to him. Putting his hand to his chest, he added that he was simply given it because it was him, and yet, he was not one to not have fun when laying everything out on the board. Smiling widely, Jae-young said to himself to have the familiars just watch carefully, and he would show them the most destruction he could, then turned to the Pirate King, asking if it was true that everything was working fine now. Carlos picked up the telescope and compass and replied that it was, adding that whether it worked or not, it was more like brand new things. The boy looked at the old man and asked if it would be possible to go to the new continent now, to which he replied of course, adding that he did not know that the plan would be changed so much, but everything written in this log was ready, and now only the ship and the crew remained, so by tomorrow he would prepare a battleship for him, and there was no need to worry, because they would choose the guys with the most outstanding skills for this. Hearing this, the Bard of Anarchy smiled sarcastically and asked what he was talking about, since he was of course going to the new continent with him. The pirate captain's brows furrowed tensely at these words. A drop of cold sweat ran down his cheek as he replied that Caribbean was still in an unstable state, and he hoped that the boy understood what he meant. But the protagonist looked at the other man from under his brows and said that he was talking too much, and then asked if he was afraid of the sea. At that moment, the atmosphere changed, and Carlos calmly addressed his friend. Suddenly, he showed his powerful aura and angrily asked if he was trying to provoke him now, and then notifications appeared, informing him that a branching point in the main scenario had been reached, and the direction of the main scenario could change depending on the player's actions, so he needed to be careful during the game. Seeing this reaction, Jae-young smiled slightly and said to himself that a turning point in the scenario had been reached, so he thought he had understood everything correctly, adding that his goal was not just to go to a new continent. Drawing a huge red dragon in his head, he said that his main goal was to hunt the dragon that lived on the new continent, and it was impossible to do it alone, so he needed maximum strength. Having abandoned his ideas, the guy continued to look at the old man, saying that it was dangerous, but full of heartbreaking romance and exciting adventures, as well as the opportunity to enjoy the sea of the new continent. Hearing this, the Pirate King looked down and said in confusion that if the ruler of Caribbean died during the campaign, then everything would roll back, so it was his duty to protect this place. But unexpectedly for him, the main character smiled and said that everything was extremely simple. He should not die, but should conquer the sea in return, and then immortalize his name in history as the discoverer of the new continent. From these words, shock appeared in the eyes of the old man. In the blink of an eye, the player appeared in front of him, activating the negotiation skill on Carlos, allowing him to know exactly what he was thinking, with the added bonus of the subject being skeptical of his own decisions, so skill bonuses would increase the likelihood of the player choosing. After a short pause, the old man frowned and asked what he wanted from him. Hearing this, Jae-young smiled widely and explained that he would be going with him to another continent, and it wasn't just about scouting with one ship. He was talking about gathering the black pirates the pride of Caribbean, and all the ships that could cross the continent, and waving the pirate flag, cross this damned endless sea. Imagining a ship sailing across the sea, he added that they would plant the black pirate flag on a new continent that no man had ever set foot on before. After saying this, he imagined the black pirate flag being planted in the ground. The atmosphere on the ship changed dramatically, and the protagonist suddenly declared that he wanted to share the moment with the Pirate King when criminals and pirates, who were treated like insects and subhumans, would accomplish a feat that no kingdom or empire had ever accomplished. Leaving his performance, he extended his hand to Carlos and asked if he would join him. The old man looked at his friend with his mouth slightly open in surprise. At this time, the Korean branch of Arcadia was illuminated by the rays of the sun. Toon spread his arms in different directions and shouted loudly, asking what the CEO meant by this, whether the continental shift scenario was inevitable, to which the man standing opposite him replied that everything was exactly as he said because he had just received permission from his superior to access the relevant information and confirmed everything. It was said that a user was currently carrying out the preliminary tasks necessary to travel to another continent with the help of Carlos, who had taken control of Caribbean. Hearing this, the scenario team leader furrowed his brows and shouted, asking if he really meant to say that a user was going to move to another continent so quickly. Suddenly, his eyes became terrified upon realizing this, and he asked in a shaking voice who was responsible for this user. Myung-han furrowed his brows in surprise and asked what he meant. Then Toon drew an image of the main character in his mind and asked what if a user who played on the Korean continent moved to another continent, and did all sorts of unpleasant things or weird things. The man smiled in confusion and added that according to the rules, they were not responsible for this on that continent, because the local branch should be responsible for this. As soon as the director heard this, he seemed to be struck by lightning, and he quietly said that he did not know what country it was, but he felt sorry for them. After some time, there were many pirate ships in the bay. On one of them was the Pirate King, who was smiling broadly and shouting loudly, ordering the entire fleet to prepare for departure, because from now on all the forces of Caribbean were heading to a new continent beyond the endless sea. At his command, the black flag was immediately raised. The main character smiled contentedly, and said to himself that it was finally time to raise the sails, adding that the dragon heart was already waiting for him. He stood on the deck of the ship under the rays of the hot sun. The Caribbean fleet set off in search of a new continent. A week had passed since the departure, and they entered the endless sea. Seeing the black water in the distance, the Pirate King smiled and said that it was really scary, adding that he now wondered if the name Endless Sea came from the endless depths or the wide open horizon of the sea, when suddenly a warning appeared, saying that they were in the waters of the endless sea, and if the game character was offline here for more than 3 hours, the character would die and the player would be sent to the nearest uninhabited island, so he needed to watch the game. The protagonist looked into the distance, and said to himself that they were forcing them to stay online when they were sailing on the endless sea, and this was a harsher condition than it seemed, because firstly, it seemed like they were making a detour rather than trying to reach a goal that the system did not want. The atmosphere changed abruptly. Jae-young smiled madly and said that this made his heart pound. On the 10th day after entering the endless sea, due to the excess of mana in the atmosphere, unpredictable weather and ocean currents began to cause constant damage to Carlos's experienced fleet. Powerful waves hit the ships from all sides. The protagonist looked at the water. In such a raging sea it was impossible to hunt any living creature with human strength, and as a result, the stored food was used up faster than expected. The Pirate King looked out of the corner of his eye at his exhausted subordinates. The only support for them were 2 items restored by Dex, a magic compass with a large arrow indicating the direction of movement. The restored telescope was enveloped in powerful magical energy, and with its help it was possible to observe objects located at a distance of 50 kilometers, and you can also hear a voice in the direction that is being observed. All this time, monsters were swimming in the water. Carlos held a telescope in his hand and said that if they didn't have this telescope, they would be in big trouble, adding that they were having a hard time avoiding these deep-sea monsters, and if they had to face them one after another, their fleet would suffer critical damage in this vast sea. The protagonist looked at the pirate and asked what the current situation was, to which he replied that at the moment, the ships that were destroyed due to attacks by sea monsters and damage to navigation included 32 medium attack ships, 15 supply ships and 8 large ships, and the number of casualties and injuries was approximately 1,200 people. Adding that the number of overcrowded ships continued to increase, leading to problems with food supplies and a lack of space. Hearing this, the Pirate King lowered his head and said to himself that then they would only have about a week to continue their voyage, adding that it would be a shame to mobilize all the ships of Caribbeana, set out on an ambiguous voyage, and taste death. He looked at Dex's back and wondered if this guy really knew everything about the future. When suddenly notifications appeared in front of the guy, informing him that Carlos' favor had increased significantly, and he would believe that the sun would rise in the west if he said so. When suddenly, huge glowing eyes appeared under the water. At that very second, the ship shook. The water began to sway violently, causing the ship to rock from side to side, and the pirates shouted, asking what was going on, adding that there was nothing on the horizon, and the wind had not changed much. After a few seconds, the main character's eyes showed surprise at what he saw. He smiled and, saying that they were in big trouble, asked Carlos to look at it. What the Pirate King saw horrified him. There were not one or two giant monsters floating below them, but a huge number. Gritting his teeth, the old man shouted, asking if their fleet was really bothering them, to which the guy firmly replied that it was not that. He looked back and said to himself that all the monsters were moving in one direction. They were not trying to attack them, they were running away to survive. And as soon as he thought about it, the Kraken, the legend of the endless sea, appeared from the water. Seeing the powerful monster, Carlos spread his arms out in fear, and the Bard of Anarchy calmly said that they were all running away from it. Without thinking twice, the Pirate King turned his head and shouted loudly, ordering the entire fleet to retreat, while saying to himself that the monster from the legends really exists, adding that they would never be able to cope with it. But unexpectedly for him, Jae Young stepped forward and said that it was too late to change direction, because if they did so, they would be destroyed, so the entire fleet should continue moving forward. Raising his hand, he said with a smile on his face that he would take on the Kraken. With his eyes wide open, he used spiritualism and called Amelia. The Kraken looked at the fleet of ships with burning eyes. At this time, a crosshair appeared on the guy's eye, because the all-penetrating gaze was activated, which determined the weak points of the enemy and carried out an attack. A few seconds later, 3 hearts of the monster were detected. At that moment, a magnum arrow was fired, ignoring the enemy's defense. The protagonist fired it from the huge bow in his hands. The arrow created a through hole in the monster, and the notification said that one of the Kraken's 3 hearts was destroyed, causing it to be exhausted. And now Phase 1 was over, but the guy had incurred the wrath of the deep sea, so he should be ready for the next battle. The pirates looked at the huge monster in confusion and shouted that it was impossible for a player to cause such damage to the Kraken with one blow, adding that even so, the wind died down due to the magic fog, and the ship could not move at such a speed. Hearing this, the Bard of Anarchy smiled and asked if he understood correctly that all they needed to do was for the wind to blow. Not far above him, he saw a huge magic sphere, after which a penetrating gaze was activated, which counted the flow of mana in the atmosphere. Pulling the bowstring again, the boy exclaimed that he had found the magic eye of the storm. Without a second's hesitation, he used the storm gust. The magic sphere broke into 2 parts. A strong wind arose, and the protagonist, raising his hand, said that it was a good shot. The pirates stood on their feet with difficulty, shouting that with the help of such a wind, the ship was moving at a speed several times higher than usual. The Pirate King waved his hand and shouted loudly that now was the time to move forward, which meant it was time to sail away from here at full speed. The ships were quickly sailing away from the huge Kraken. The pirates pulled the sails and reported that the main equipment was damaged, but they were trying to repair it as much as possible. Hearing this, Carlos gritted his teeth and said to himself that he needed to hold on for a little while longer, because such a chance would never come again, and their goal was already just around the corner. The magic compass showed the direction of movement with a glowing arrow. One of the pirates was looking into the distance through a telescope. Suddenly, shock appeared in his eyes and he asked himself if this was really possible, and then he screamed at the top of his lungs that he could see land. The land was visible in the distance. They were getting closer and closer with each passing minute. The protagonist smiled madly as he read the notifications that said that he was the first player to discover a new continent, and if he reported the relevant facts on this continent, he would receive untold wealth and honor, and he also received the title of Outstanding Navigator, Explorer of the Unknown, and arrived at a continent with a different language zone, and on top of that, the main scenario reached a major turning point. Jae Young arrived in Japan, saying that this was his first trip abroad, so he was looking forward to it. The protagonist drew the land in his head and said to himself that Japan is called a continent, but it means a server that is in each country, which means that Arcadia Online is a huge world consisting of one server that users from all over the world can access at the same time. The Pirate King looked at his friend from behind, who said that he was curious about how people would react when he posted the video, and then asked the old man if it was true that he was on guard. Carlos folded his arms and replied, of course, adding that he had prepared everything as he said, and their pirate flag was very noticeable. The black pirate flag fluttered in the wind. Hearing this, Jae Young smiled contentedly and said that now all they had to do was wait for it to be taken. Kale, a port city near the Azumi Sea, was located right on the water. A fleet of pirate ships was observed through a spyglass. Looking closely, the boy saw a pirate flag. After folding the spyglass, Minato, the commander of the Coast Guard at the port of Kale, level 85, smiled contentedly and said that an event that could be used had finally appeared. A few minutes later, he ordered the second fleet to prepare to leave, because there must be pirates invading the waters of Azumi, so they must prepare for battle. The man frowned in fear and said that it would be better to inform the Lord first, but Minato grabbed his sword and ordered him to be silent, and then asked if he was really going to bother the Lord just to deal with pirates. With a smile on his face, he whistled and said to himself that this was the first event since he started working here, so he couldn't lose the benefit because of stupid NPCs, so he would take care of it himself. The second fleet headed towards the pirate ships. Minato was standing on one of the Japanese ships. The protagonist saw him through the telescope and wondered if it was not NPCs that were sailing towards them, but a user, adding that it was an interesting variable. The pirate king suddenly approached him and shouted that the enemy fleet was already on the horizon, adding that they would be attacked first if they continued in the same spirit, so they needed to prepare for battle. But the boy calmly replied that they needed to wait a little, because in this case there were important procedures. First they should try to talk. From what he heard, surprise appeared in the old man's eyes, after which he loudly shouted that this was Dex's decision, so the rest of the ships, except for the Black Lion, should be on standby. All the ships, except for the one with the Bard of Anarchy, stopped. A drop of cold sweat ran down Carlos's face, and he said to himself that this was reckless, but true, because they crossed the sea not only for piracy, but did it for great achievements. Their ship was sailing towards the Japanese flotilla. Looking at Jiang's back, the pirate king added that trying to fight without even talking to the people on the new continent he had miraculously reached was not the best decision, and if it weren't for Dex, he would have gone down the wrong path again. Immediately after these thoughts, shock appeared in his eyes, because the boy said that he would tell him one interesting fact. The protagonist looked at the old man out of the corner of his eye and said that no matter what happened, the reason was important, especially when he was trying to achieve such a great success, to be sure to finish what he started. The pirate king frowned in confusion and asked what it was. And then the guy smiled and ordered to attack. At the same time, Minato extended his hand and ordered to open fire. At the same second, the cannonball flew out of the cannon. A powerful explosion from the collision was heard. Particles of magical energy were visible through the rising smoke. The protagonist's ship was protected by huge tentacles. The pirate king held a sword in his hand and shouted loudly that these damn bastards dared to attack them, and the guy standing next to him added that as expected, it seemed like they were not going to talk. Looking at the opponents, he turned to Carlos and said that they were the victims who were attacked first, and that the other side became the aggressor. The Japanese ships lined up in a small wall. Minato, seeing the magic of the opponents, screamed in horror, asking what it was it really an octopus, adding that he had never seen anything like it. At this time, a crazy smile spread across the protagonist's face, and he asked the old man if it was true that he now knew what to do. Hearing this, the pirate king smiled widely. Clenching his fist tightly, he exclaimed that as expected, Dex was the most demonic person in the world. Turning to his ships, he shouted loudly that it seemed like the enemy's conversation was a cannon, which meant they should respond to it. The pirates took out their sabers and shouted loudly that he should just give them the order. A few seconds later, as ordered, the ships opened fire with cannons. The Japanese ships were destroyed in a few minutes. One of the pirates approached the protagonist, and said that as he ordered, they released one ship, and judging by the direction, it would safely reach land. Hearing this, Jae-young smiled contentedly and said to himself that they had achieved a stunning victory of this magnitude, adding that there was no need to even use the river spirit, and then wondered if these 5 major taboos were the power of Caribbean. He looked at the huge flames, saying that now was the time for the conversation he had been waiting for. Minato was tied to the mast of the ship. The Bard of Anarchy approached him and said that it was nice to meet him, to which he screamed in horror that the death penalty was provided for death at sea. The blindfold was removed. The protagonist smiled widely and asked if he understood his words, to which he asked in surprise if he was a user, after which he began to scream furiously, asking if he really knew who he was and was doing this anyway, adding that the ruler of Izumi was behind him, and if he did not resolve the situation right now, he would be declared wanted. Listening to this, Jae-young put his hand to his chin and said to himself that the Japanese server was decorated in an Asian style, and the translation system was simply magnificent. Suddenly, a pirate approached him and asked him in displeasure what to do with this loud-mouthed guy, to which he praised them for catching him, and then ordered them to kill him. The pirates were hovering over Minato with crazy smiles on their faces. Satan was looking at this with a huge smile on his face and was saying to himself that his master was a real devil. At this time, the pirate king approached his friend and said that they had destroyed several of their ships as he had ordered, and now they were at such a level that they could barely sail, to which he replied with satisfaction that they were ready. He turned his gaze and added with an evil smile on his face that now was the time to plant the flag on the new continent. The pirate ships were heading to the port city of Kale near the Izumi Sea. Several black silhouettes noticed them and shouted loudly, asking where the hell these guys came from, to which he was told that according to the survivors, Minato himself had declared war. Hearing this, the Lord of Kale Ricado furrowed his brows in anger and shouted loudly, asking if it was without his permission, adding that he could not believe it, but there was nothing to be done, so the first fleet should prepare to sail and prepare for battle. A few minutes later, the ships began to move. At the same time, the protagonist looked at Carlos, who told him to pay attention. With his arms folded across his chest, the pirate king smiled widely and added that he would show him how the pirates of Caribbean, a city of criminals, managed to survive by demonstrating their resilience until now, adding that he would show this potential, after which he shouted loudly, ordering all the pirates to prepare for battle, because they would take over the coast in one fell swoop. The pirates, hearing this, raised their sabers above their heads. After some time, 5 ships of the first fleet of the Shon Empire Navy were sunk. Carlos waved his hand and laughed loudly and ordered to shoot everyone and leave no one. Satan wrote everything in a huge book and said that it was necessary to remember that destruction, confusion and victory were what he raised this guy for, adding that when raising a bad person, one should not think that decency is a waste of time, because the initial investment is worthless, and if he will be near him and will faithfully take care of them until their depravity blossoms, one day there will be light, or to be more precise, darkness. Ellie, seeing this, sighed heavily and said that he was a pathetic winged one anyway. After some time, the enemy's ships were engulfed in flames, and the notifications reported that the port city of Kale had been completely destroyed and the waters of Izumi had been taken over by the Black Pirates, causing the territory of the Shon Empire to shrink by 1.9%, and because of this, the risk of the Empire sending out inspectors and punitive troops increased significantly. But in parallel, the related quests were completed, and rumors of the Black Pirates began to spread throughout the continent. The protagonist firmly set foot on Port Kale. The Pirate King and his subordinates followed him, and it was on that day that the Caribbean troops successfully entered Port Kale, the first gate to the new continent. With a wide smile, Jae Young said that the air here was pleasant, although it smelled a little burnt. His terrifying magical energy reached the man in the open field. The girl turned around abruptly and angrily asked what kind of strange magical energy it was. The Japanese branch of Arcadia was illuminated by the rays of the sun. The workers had gathered in the strategic conference room. Shoto, the one in charge of the scenarios, looked at the people present and said that it was now time to begin the briefing on the Shon Empire's security plan. She introduced a city built on water and added that due to the nature of the empire, which was focused on the navy, the plan was being implemented around controlling the major coastal city of Pozai. Drawing a graph in her head, she said that as a result, the luring of the major NPCs concentrated in the waters of Izumi to their side was now 90% complete. Shoto raised her eyebrows as she listened to the worker who was saying that during the pilot, the settings for some troops would change so that they could be commanded by users who had been given positions, and although the result of this had not yet been calculated, he thought that they would see positive results since the situation was developing as planned by their unit, and that was the end of the report. The bright light of the sun illuminated everything inside. Kazuki, the director of Arcadia's Japanese branch, folded his arms and said that everyone had worked hard, and that it was good. He smiled and said to himself that Arcadia was a game that had attracted the attention of the entire world, and he thought that he was lucky that he accidentally ended up being responsible for the launch of the Japanese server, but in reality, it was extremely difficult because the unprecedented influx of users caused many problems, including managing so many concurrent users, game balance, organizing events, and the speed of consuming content. After thinking about this, he imagined a large number of game capsules and added that the most difficult thing was that since this game was controlled by artificial intelligence, and not by humans, there was no way to dominate the overall flow of the game. With this in mind, he imagined Alice. The man then imagined people rallying under the Japanese flag and said to himself that due to this, their Japanese branch had been conducting the project in complete secrecy. Drawing a folder with the word classified in his head, Kazuki said to himself that this project was called the Shon Empire Support Plan. Imagining himself shaking hands with an NPC, he explained that the main goal of this plan was to turn a large portion of the amount that the Japanese branch received into game money and by key NPCs in the game, and fortunately, this strategy actually worked, and about 30% of the Shon Empire could be controlled as planned by them, and because of this, a huge amount of money was spent. But if they could control the flow of the game, they would soon start making a profit. After leaving his imagination, the man did not stop smiling, finishing his thoughts by saying that in just a little while, all they needed was a little time, and the Shon Empire would be completely controlled by their Japanese branch. At this time, it was night in the port city of Kale. The pirates stole everything they could, and their king said that they should first take care of food and water, and if possible, not touch the things of ordinary citizens, because their target was the items belonging to nobles and travelers. A few minutes later, the stick broke through the floor. Carlos planted a pirate flag on the roof of the tallest building and shouted loudly to all the inhabitants of the new continent. Folding his arms over his chest, he declared that they were the great pirates of Caribbeana who had crossed the endless sea, and now they would bury all the damn pig-like lords and royal minions in the sea on this continent, because status, origin, or any dirty past did not matter. The people looked at the pirate with horror in their eyes. Angrily knitting his eyebrows, the old man shouted with all his might that those who wanted to free themselves from the chains of those in power and live a free life should take up the sword. The people, hearing this, raised their hands and shouted loudly, "Hooray!" The pirate flag fluttered in the wind, and the pirate king shouted that no one would discriminate against them, despise them, or criticize them, because under the black flag they were brothers and sisters, like-minded people by blood, and it was after these words that a notification appeared, informing that the main scenario had been created, after which a quest appeared, informing that they needed to protect the Empire's territory from attacks and preserve the glory of the proud Shon Empire. The sun's rays reflected off the windows of Arcadia's Japanese branch. Kazuki frowned in displeasure and asked if the main scenario had really started, adding that there was something wrong, because the first scenario was the mystery of the ancient ruins, and he had already been informed that the main quest was in progress. Shoto stood at the other end of the table and replied that it was true, but apparently there had been no notification from headquarters 2 days ago either, after which the director asked why they had suddenly chosen this impossible scenario as the main one, and whether any information about the accompanying continent had been provided. The girl frowned tensely and replied that she had sent a request, but headquarters had replied that they could not provide detailed information about the quest. Hearing this, the man stood up in surprise and asked what this meant, to which Shoto replied that she was also surprised because this was a situation she had never encountered before, and until now she had calmly inquired at headquarters, but now they said that access to information was restricted. After hearing these words, Kazuki frowned in displeasure and wondered if there were restrictions on viewing information, adding that this was the first time something like this had happened. Suddenly, Yojiku, the head of the marketing team, walked into the office and said that he thought he had figured out why the main scenario had started. A few minutes later, the air in the office shook and the director shouted at the top of his lungs, asking what he was talking about, to which the guy replied that the video had recently been released on Arcadia. On YouTube, Yojiku opened a video on the everyday life of a destroyer channel. In the video, Carlos appeared, laughing madly, and upon seeing him, the director shouted loudly, asking if this was the real Carlos, their character, the goal of the main scenario quest that had been launched from their side. He turned sharply to the head of the marketing team and asked where the video had come from, to which the head of the marketing team immediately replied that it was the channel of a person he had been following for a long time because he was unusual. The atmosphere immediately changed, because Kazuki shouted in rage, asking if this was a user from the Korean continent. He raised his hand to his face and asked in confusion if the user playing on the Korean continent had moved to the Japanese continent, and now they had planted their flag there, and were controlling the territory. Yojiku frowned tensely and asked if it was even possible for users to exist who were from another continent, and Shoto next to him raised her hand and asked if it was even possible for a user to influence the main scenario. It was probably just a mistake, adding that their plan was just around the corner, but it was unclear why he would come to their continent. Cold sweat ran down the president's face as he wondered if the Korean branch had noticed their plan. He looked at his phone on the table and added that if so, then. At this time, clouds were floating in the blue sky above the Korean branch of Arcadia. The phone on the table suddenly vibrated with a call from Kazuki, the director of the Japanese branch of Arcadia. Taking the phone, Menhan smiled in confusion and said, "Here it is." The door leading to the stairs was open, and Kazuki was saying that the gift sent from Korea was very well received, adding that without their knowledge, something interesting was happening in their area. Menhan frowned in displeasure and told him to call him by his rank, since he was the CEO here, and he must have forgotten that even though he was the CEO, he actually had the same authority and position as him. Hearing this, the Japanese branch manager looked at the phone and asked if he had called to make fun of them, and now he was wondering what the Korean branch was doing that had gotten to this point, adding that he thought there was a standard procedure that would have taken appropriate action before a problem arose because of one user. The Korean branch general manager chuckled and replied that he didn't understand what the hell they were talking about. Kazuki's face became vain at these words and he shouted in anger that now that each server had not stabilized, the Continental Shift quest should be prevented from happening, and then asked if it wouldn't be better for the operator to step in to partially adjust the balance, or if something wasn't working, because what would happen if they just let the users do whatever they wanted. His eyes quickly filled with anger, and he continued shouting, asking if he could imagine how much damage this would cause to the Japanese server, all because of one user. Menhan leaned his back against the wall, listening to his interlocutor. Suddenly, a sinister smile appeared on his face. At the same moment, he laughed, causing the Japanese branch manager to take his phone away from his ear and ask what he was doing now. Suddenly, surprise appeared in his eyes when the director of the Korean branch said that unlimited freedom and unlimited possibilities were a matter that their boss always paid special attention to, so it was something to keep in mind. After all, it was nothing special. Menhan's eyes were full of madness, with which he suddenly asked what it meant. From now on, it was just a story that he would soon find out. After some time, the port cities of Licentia, Nida, Hayes, and Gayan were destroyed, and the pirate ships were sailing to their next target. After a while, they reached Posi, the largest naval base in the Shon Empire. Smiling widely, the protagonist said that it would be very easy if they dealt with this base right now. After all, that was what the mission required of them. The system screen appeared in front of the players, which informed about the invasion of the continent, and now they had to protect the territory of the Empire from the attack of pirates and preserve the glory of the city of the Empire. After which they began to talk about the fact that the first main scenario of Arcadia had finally started on their server, and this is surprising, because unlike others, their server is practicing production and crafting skills, so they thought that the main scenario would start a little later. But now the question arises, what reward will they get if they clear this quest? As a friend, a guy with the nickname Poister, level 75, put his hands on his hips and shouted that everyone needs to try hard. Raising a fist above his head, he added, until they overthrow the Pirate King Carlos. After some time, the Pirate King, level 240, picked his nose. He defeated a huge crowd of players and said that they were just normal underlings. And the guys asked each other if his level was really that high, if it was a mistake since a boss with that level was absolutely impossible to defeat now that they had no one who had reached level 200. And what kind of main scenario was this? The protagonist looked at the system screen and said to himself that there was nothing wrong with Carlos being high level and impossible to defeat, but he still had a feeling that they had done something vile. After introducing the Great Rumor Desert, he added that all 5 major territories he had seen were different in their defenses and were designed in a way that normal users could not access them. After thinking about this, Jae-young introduced the Great Emil Forest. He then introduced the pirates, and said to himself that these unusually high-level black pirates were a means of Caribbean, and it was needless to say the feeling of despair they felt when they encountered their leader. As soon as he thought about it, the Pirate King folded his arms and said that those who call themselves adventurers are actually weaklings. Even the vagabonds in the Caribbean would be stronger, then asked his friend if he thought that was the case, to which he asked in return, did he by any chance ever think that they were too strong compared to other adventurers? Hearing this, Carlos slightly raised his eyebrows and asked if he was not good enough to handle him. He saw the insanely powerful aura around the guy and said that he did not know if he was using force, but honestly, he could smell a strong smell of blood and oppression coming from him. He was so huge that even he had a hard time handling him. Hearing this, Satan smiled happily and shouted that the bad guy recognized the bad guy from afar, adding that there are people who recognize the evil and depravity of the owner. He was immediately hit by Ellie and shouted that their master was the best among humans, while the protagonist asked the interlocutor if what he had said about his strategy earlier was enough to put an end to this order, to which he firmly replied, of course. Until now they had stuck to the most ordinary hit-and-run strategy. After saying this, he imagined how they destroyed the object on the ship and then sailed away, after which he added that the Shon Empire also paid attention to this tactic and knocked out all the artillery that could be used as a weapon, so it was gradually used up, which was starting to irritate. Leaving his imagination, the old man smiled widely and said that now the strategy he had come up with was as follows. After listening to the Pirate King's plan, the Bard of Anarchy looked at the city under the protective dome, and said that it was time to go to the main camp. With his arms folded, Carlos said that Pozia was the Shon Empire's largest naval base, adding that he had heard that it was a natural fortress with a large amount of military supplies stored there, so if they took control of the place, even the Shon Empire's ground forces would not dare to approach them. However, there was one problem. Hearing this, the boy glanced at his companion out of the corner of his eye and asked what the problem was, to which the other boy replied that they had to attack the defensive magic circle called the Eternal Defense that surrounded all of Pozia. He looked at the huge barrier and added that it was said that this magic circle was created by a great archmage of the past, and it could easily block attacks from normal ship weapons. Hearing this, the boy looked into the distance and thoughtfully said that it was true, adding that it seemed that normal attacks would not work, then asked if he could neutralize this protective magic circle. Would there be any problems with capturing Pozia? To which the old man replied that if there was no protective magic circle, then everything would be simple. Without turning around, Jae-young firmly said without worry in his voice that in that case there was nothing to worry about, since they pirates had worked hard until now, so he would take responsibility and destroy the barrier. The Pirate King opened his mouth in surprise at what he heard. The protagonist smiled widely and finished, "This is a sure way to deal with those who are organizing a sit-and strike, believing in the shield." At this time, the residents of Pozia noticed enemy ships from inside. Admiral Caravel, the chief staff officer of the Pozia naval base, gritted his teeth in anger and asked himself where the hell these pirates came from. They couldn't really have crossed the endless sea like the rumors said. After thinking this, he glanced at his subordinate out of the corner of his eye and asked if the defensive magic circle was okay, to which the subordinate immediately replied that it was fine, adding that the defensive magic was currently activated throughout Pozia, and enough mana stones and defense school mages were also on standby to maintain it. Hearing this, Caravel looked at the defensive barrier and said that this was great. In this situation, as long as they didn't have a high-ranking mage, there was no problem. It was the Eternal Defense, which was a 7-circle magic shield created by a great wizard a long time ago under a contract with a dragon. The pirate ships were quickly approaching the well-defended Pozia. The admiral smiled broadly and asked how the pirates dared to attack the Empire's key strategic point head-on, adding that he would make them pay for their arrogance, and then ordered everyone to prepare for an attack, and as soon as their advance ceased, they should immediately launch a counterattack. At this time, the protagonist looked at Ellie and asked her to be ready, adding that the strength of the attack was not important to him, because the main thing now was to dispel the magic, and then asked if something was wrong. The Archangel looked down and quickly replied that everything was fine, and then the guy asked if it was because she didn't like what he was doing now, to which she replied that it was true, she didn't like what was happening, but that wasn't what was bothering her. Satan looked down on them from above while the master asked if it was because he had done too many bad things since he came to this continent, adding that as expected, even if it was a little inconvenient this time, he should try to minimize the damage as much as possible. Without taking his eyes off Ellie, Jae-young asked if it was true that she wanted that. At least he wanted to hear something from her. If he could help in any way, he would. Hearing this, the Archangel furrowed her brows in excitement and said that now, when he was going to attack this fortress, she would like to. Suddenly, after folding her hands, her aura changed dramatically, and in a voice that was not her own, she asked him to do everything thoroughly so that this would never happen again, and then asked if he could destroy everything so that it could not be restored. The Demon King stepped back in shock and said that this was crazy, because this was the first time in his life that he had no comment on a chicken wing, and his master knitted his brows in tension and asked if she was asking him not to do it in moderation, but to destroy everything. Closing her eyes, she firmly answered yes, after which the boy asked why. Opening her eyes, the Archangel answered because it was true, adding that she could not tell him for sure, but he would see everything, and in order to prevent further chaos and casualties, that fortress and everything in it must be burned to the ground. Browsing in shock, Satan said that even a chicken wing can be evil sometimes. As expected, the master is a wonderful being, even angelic wickedness appears in him. The Bard of Anarchy turned his body towards the familiar and asked if her request was correct, to which she replied that as long as they resisted them, war was inevitable, and the master could not stop the grand narrative that was already unfolding, but in this grand narrative, they simply chose the best they could in each specific situation. After listening to Ellie, the protagonist raised his hand to his chin and said that he understood, and since she asked so, he would do just that, after which the Archangel asked him to try to do everything as thoroughly as possible and completely destroy this city. And while they were talking among themselves, the pirate ship sailed up to the barrier. Grabbing his hat, the Pirate King shouted loudly to his friend that they were approaching the goal, after which he asked what he was going to do with this magic circle. Then the guy smiled and used the summoning. At that very second, Merlin, the great mage of truth, appeared. The water began to gather in a swirl. The protagonist flew into the air. Carlos looked at his friend and shouted loudly that no matter what, he was a man who knew no limits. The boy's eyes lit up as he used Tidal Wave. Powerful magical energy emanated from his staff. The Tidal Wave spell consisting of 8 circles was used, so a minigame for casting the spell began, and if he failed the minigame, his spell could be cancelled. In a matter of seconds, Jae-young perfectly cleared the minigame, after which the effectiveness of the magic increased due to the flawless use of magic power, and it became possible to create a magic circle without any unnecessary elements, and the casting time of the spell was shortened, and the power of the perfect combination magic increased slightly. A huge wave rushed towards the barrier. Fear appeared in Caravel's eyes, and he said to himself that this could not be, and then wondered if this was magic created by a person. He suddenly remembered the piece of old paper and said to himself that there was another world beyond the endless sea, and one day a great disaster would come from beyond the continent, and then he wondered if that legend was really true. At that moment, the protagonist extended his hand. Smiling, he said that he was a little worried because he didn't know if Ellie would like it. A huge tornado destroyed the Empire's second fleet in a matter of seconds, and then the third, and the fourth, and the fifth, and in the end, all of the Shone Empire's naval forces were destroyed, and the sea fortress of Posey was completely destroyed. Less than a minute later, the Empire sank into the sea, and then notifications appeared, stating that he had received the titles of Apocalypse Bringer, Magic Master, and had also received 370,000 integrity points. The guy's face showed no emotion. He suddenly raised his eyebrows in surprise when asked who he really was. Satan folded his arms and said that he was not even a wizard, but he could do such great magic like this and at such a perfect level, and Ellie put her hand to her mouth and added that she had felt it before, and as she thought, he was an unusual person, to which he replied that it was certainly very difficult, because the conditions for a successful spell were to win the minigame, so if he had made even one step wrong, nothing would have worked. Having said this, the protagonist remembered how he had stepped at high speed in the direction he needed. After a short pause, the Demon King put his hands on his hips and asked if he really didn't know what the 8th circle was, because he hadn't finished the story by saying that a successful spell was difficult, and the Archangel added that if this magic was so easy to use, then the magic of the 9th circle would have been widespread among people a long time ago. After the conversation, Jae-young, having released the spirit, returned to the ship and asked himself what kind of guy he was that had so many decency points, and the notifications that appeared said that the use of the spirit had stopped and the calculation of the duration and actions of the player began, after which it was reported that 689,751 decency points had been spent. Then Ellie closed her eyes and said that she was warning him in advance just in case she had reduced the use of decency to a minimum, but this was the magic of the 8th circle, and Satan turned to the owner and said that she was right. Working with this spirit, he distorted the cause and effect relationships well. After listening to the familiars, the guy put his hand to his chin and said to himself to be prepared, but it still cost him much more than he expected, because he spent more than he earned, But in any case, the number of views of the video is guaranteed, so he must think positively. After these thoughts, he looked at the empire he destroyed. After some time, a notification came in, which said that a new video had been uploaded to the channel Everyday Life of a Destroyer. It immediately gathered a huge number of views and comments. In the video, Jae-young used the power of the mighty Merlin, and in the comments, fans wrote that it was amazing, because they did not even know that the magic of the 8th circle existed. These comments spread throughout the system, which exposed the main character. Thanks to this, even the director of the Japanese branch of Arcadia watched this video and screamed in rage, asking what the hell happened, did a giant monster invade them? Next to him was Yojiku, who was shouting loudly, reporting that the Shon Empire's fleet had been destroyed and Pozai was completely destroyed, and part of the Empire's territory had been captured by the Black Pirates, to which Kazuki suddenly turned around and shouted, asking what that meant, adding that Pozai should have a 7th circle defensive barrier. To which the boy replied that he checked the battle data and it said that it was disabled by 8th circle magic, to which the director then shouted in anger, asking if he really thought that was possible. Wasn't that the magic that only dragon-level beings could use according to their settings? Hearing this, Yojiku leaned over to the computer and said that he would check it again. Kazuki raised his hand to his head in shock and asked himself what the hell was going on. Did the situation really get complicated because of just one user? But that was ridiculous. As he suddenly remembered the director of the Korean branch of Arcadia, who was smiling madly and asking what it meant, from now on, because it was just a story that they would soon find out. Leaving his memories, the director of the Japanese branch clenched his teeth and said to himself, endless possibilities, endless freedom, that's what it meant. On the forums under the Japanese flag, players wrote that the difficulty level was meaningless, because they had already tried this. The average level of enemy NPCs was 180th, and the average level of hunters on their server did not even reach 70. But everyone said that it was a pirate group or something like that came from the Korean server and then just burned the city to the ground. And everyone wanted it to be on normal difficulty so they could fight back, but everything was completely wrong. At the same time, on the forums under the Korean flag, players wrote that they heard news about the Japanese server. They appeared on the Destroyer's daily life channel. The community's reaction was negative, because the users of the Korean server caused a lot of trouble. But it's strange that they blamed them, because they also had problems all the time while they were playing. In every phone and computer, messages or at least something appeared that was related to the story of the incident in Arcadia, which shook the internet. A user instantly destroyed a city of the Japanese server, and this user was from another continent, that is, the Korean server, and naturally conflicts began between users on different servers, and Alice could not miss this trend. She levitated in the air, saying that an abnormal reaction of users on the servers of the 2nd and 3rd continents was confirmed, so she found the best scenario under number 18,232. With a wave of her hand, the artificial intelligence created a magic sphere, using the code 002, launching an emergency update. Using code 283, apply changes, she broke the sphere that contained the key. Immediately after that, red system notifications appeared, stating that the action of Act 1, the invasion of the continent, had ended, and the quest had failed. The ruler of the Shon Empire shook hands with the Pirate King, because the northern coastal zone of the Shon Empire came under the control of the Black Pirates, and a peace agreement was signed between the Shon Empire and the Black Pirates for 5 years, due to which the territory of Caribbean began to expand. The black flag of the pirates fluttered in the wind. Sea routes necessary for intercontinental travel were laid out, passing by the Kraken, and now ships sailing between the continents began regular voyages. The pirate ships sailed into the bay. The Pirate King folded his arms and said that they had agreed with the Shon Empire not to engage in armed conflict with each other for the next 5 years, provided that they acknowledged the territories they controlled and the water surrounding them, and that they would also accept into their ranks anyone who was dissatisfied with the Shon Empire or anyone who had adopted their ideology, and that the cooperation was going well. The protagonist stood opposite the old man, smiling as he replied that it was great and that he congratulated him, as it seemed he was finally getting closer to his dream. When suddenly Carlos's expression changed and he turned to his friend. The boy raised his eyebrows in surprise. To his surprise, the old man placed his hand on his hat and said that from the moment he first met him, he thought he knew who he was, but that was still not the case. But thanks to him, he had gained his freedom and became the ruler of Caribbean again, and now he thought it had helped him understand how he should live in the future. Taking off his hat, he firmly said that he swears on his name that he will follow him forever. These words brought surprise to the eyes of the protagonist. Suddenly, he smiled. Coming closer to his interlocutor, the Bard of Anarchy jokingly asked if it was really without a reward, to which he laughed loudly and said that, as expected, he remains the same until the very end. Smiling broadly, the Pirate King answered yes, because he cannot remain indifferent after that wonderful deed, and if he wants anything, even if it is his soul, he will gladly give it to him. Satan, hearing this, joyfully raised his fist and shouted loudly that it was very easy, adding that the master must definitely secure this deal. Ellie immediately attacked the Demon King, and their master closed his eyes and said that he already said that he did not need his soul when they first met, and if he ever needed help in the future, he would ask him to lend a hand, and it was not right to say such things, especially in front of him. Hearing this, Carlos put on his hat and said that in the end, he was not a devil, rather, he felt like he was an angel to him. After saying this, the guy smiled and said that he received all the compensation he deserved, after which notifications appeared in front of him, stating that the pirate king Carlos swore eternal loyalty, and for this, he received 953,212 points of integrity. Holding the received power in his hand, the protagonist thanked Carlos, adding that he would use this integrity carefully. At this time, the boy turned to the girl and asked if the information was true, to which she, without raising her head, replied that she should take his word for it, because by analyzing the Dex video, it was clear that this was the place, and the gateway to this continent was a city of criminals, and it was called Caribbean. The players were in a forbidden district of Arcadia called Caribbean. Sal San looked at the children having fun and surprise and said that it was strange, because the reason why it was declared one of the 5 forbidden districts was probably due to the vagrants. But public safety had improved significantly. In any case, they needed to figure out how to cross the continent. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Hans appeared, smiling widely and asking if this was their first time here. The girl leaned over to the boy and said that it was so, then asked why he asked about it, to which he pointed his index finger and replied that they were looking around with their empty eyes, so he immediately understood everything, adding that Caribbean was not what it used to be. Everyone was guaranteed freedom and safety under the protection of the Black Pirates and the Pirate King Carlos, as well as the great man who helped them. The player, hearing this, tensely drew his eyebrows together and said that they already understood, that he knew very well that Caribbean had changed, but they were a little busy. After these words, they left, and Hans, looking after them, said that he could tell a lot more. Suddenly, a huge man came up to him and asked if he was really acting like a naughty boy again, to which he replied that he had been selling tickets for some time, and when asked how many he had sold, he answered none. There were many pirate ships in the bay. The boy suddenly frowned and shouted loudly, asking how it was possible to sell tickets to just anyone, adding that these tickets would only be sold by adventurers who understood the miracle performed by Carlos and Dex and their great significance, to which the man replied that there was nothing wrong with that, but it would take a few days to listen to all his explanations. He exhaled heavily and said to himself that he was not going to complain because this task was entrusted to him by the main character himself, but he wondered what he was thinking about, because a guy like him was the only one who could buy a ticket to the new continent. And while he was thinking about this, Hans met more adventurers. After some time, one of the ships set off for the new continent, and at that moment, everyone became curious about the existence of Dex, who touched the hearts of countless people and changed the world, and everyone was interested in the question of whether he was a manifestation of good and evil. The main character's magic lamp quickly filled with light. Jae Young smiled contentedly, and wondered if maybe he should start hunting dragons now. After a while, clouds were floating in the blue sky. The Pirate King pointed to the books and treasures and shouted that these were the items containing the information about the dragon that the protagonist had requested. He folded his arms and added that their comrades from the Shone Empire had collected everything and brought it here, so there was probably a lot of information to be found here, to which the boy, having looked at everything, thanked Carlos, because thanks to him, his hard work had been shortened. He glanced at the old man out of the corner of his eye and added that from now on, he must make sure that no one could get here. The Pirate King's eyes showed surprise at this, and he replied that he would do everything as he asked, while saying to himself that this boy had immediately set to work after he had devastated the new continent. Bright rays of the sun fell on the roof of the building in which the Bard of Anarchy sat. The dim light illuminated the pages of the book. On the floor stood a dragon statue, and gold coins lay nearby. The protagonist read every word with a crazy smile on his face. The popular belief that dragons are greedy and store all kinds of treasures in their treasuries is true, and from a historical perspective, it is not surprising that they own 80% of all the gold ever mined in Arcadia. Their curiosity and desire to possess rare items that they did not have was so strong that they even stole treasures from other races, including humans. In the past, too many empires and kingdoms resisted their desires, so if the reader accidentally has a treasure they want, it is better to just give it up. There was a look of surprise in Jang's eyes, asking himself if this is not funny, while saying to himself that most of these books contain content that praises or threatens the dragon. Satan was lying in the air with his eyes closed and saying that the owner had somehow managed to read so many books, and Ellie smiled and asked why he didn't just ask them, since he could get better information from the Heavenly Library, to which the guy replied that it was certainly good, but did they know how much decency he would have to spend? Then the Demon King opened one eye and asked, so what if he found out now? The Bard of Anarchy flipped through the pages of the book, and said to himself that there were 2 things that he needed to know. Drawing an image of a huge red dragon in his head, he added that the dragons of the 3rd continent are red dragons, and unlike the usual one, they are closer to Western dragons than Eastern ones. There was calm and peace in his eyes, when suddenly he said that dragons are active in human society. Immediately after these words, Satan suddenly jumped up and screamed loudly, asking what this means. How does he know? Then the protagonist looked at all the collected materials on dragons and replied that all of them, oddly enough, contained a story about a dragon, which was written very well, as if someone was intentionally warning people about the danger of dragons. Smiling widely, he put his hand to his chin and said that he liked it, because this way they would not attract annoying flies. At night, the sakura leaves began to glow. Satan, folding his arms on his chest, said that he was interested if he did not sleep for a couple of nights. But before he could finish speaking, at that very second Ellie interrupted him, saying that even she, who loved peace, was getting a little bored. Hearing this, the Demon King clenched his hand into a fist and said that this was still a significant job, because the master was doing it. Even now he definitely felt that it was growing, to which the Archangel suddenly asked what was growing. A purple fire appeared on the tip of Satan's finger, and he answered, of course, decency. Hearing this, the girl turned away and said that she knew, because the world had changed to such an extent that of course decency had increased. It would be strange if it had not increased, to which the Demon King loudly shouted that she finally admitted it, and he told her, their master is truly evil, adding that as the master continues such actions, their demonic decency becomes more and more. When suddenly Ellie, turning to him, smirked and asked if he really did not know anything. Did he really think that he was the only one who increased decency? From these words, Satan's eyes appeared shocked, and he asked if it was really her. Before he could finish speaking, the Archangel remembered the destructive power of the Master and told that because of this invasion of the continent, the Shon Empire suffered irreparable damage, and civilians lost their homes. In addition, countless people shed blood from destructive magic, and this is an obvious fact. But she suddenly smiled and asked if their master's actions were really pure evil, because criminals, slaves, vagabonds, beggars and revolutionaries, people who were persecuted for various reasons, found another continent that no one could find on their own. Introducing the pirates, led by Carlos, she added that they occupied the territory of a powerful empire to found their own country, after which she asked if the creation of a state was really evil. Leaving her memories, the Archangel created a small ball of light in her hands and said, maybe not as much as theirs, but their heavenly world is also endowed with enormous possibilities, and looking at this situation, one can say that Dex is neither good nor evil, maybe he just likes to sow chaos. Satan looked at his interlocutor with eyes full of surprise. Ellie drew an image of the master in her head and finished that if it came to that, can he be called a neutral person of chaos? After some time, morning came. The protagonist smiled and asked the Demon King if he could lend him something. With his arms folded, Satan asked what it was, to which he replied that he needed the fragments of the broken Deathbringer. Seeing the full bag, he asked to lend them to him. The Demon King clutched the bag to himself and said in confusion that he was asking just in case he was trying to use them, or not. Before he could finish speaking, Jae-young closed his eyes and replied that he was going to sell them. Immediately after these words, horror appeared in the familiar's eyes. At the same second, the air trembled with a heartbreaking scream that he was a real villain. Dark magical energy emanated from the fragments in the bag, and the system screen reported that they were of mythical quality and unknown characteristics. The guy held the bag in his hand and happily said that this was a really expensive thing, and it would be great to use it. He brought one of the fragments to his eye and asked if it was true that this material looked a little unusual, after which he asked what metal they were made of. Satan flew above the owner and shouted furiously, asking in response why he needed this, who he was trying to tease, to which he raised his head and replied that he needed to know the details in order to sell the goods, because it was unpleasant when customers asked about different things, and the seller knew little about it. Exhaling heavily, the Demon King folded his arms across his chest and said that he would ask again just in case, though he was not seriously thinking of selling it. The boy, having received such a question, thoughtfully looked at the fragment in his hand. After a short pause, he threw it into the bag and answered, "Of course not," adding that the familiar should not worry, to which he suspiciously said to himself that he was somehow fickle. After a short pause, Jae-young, throwing the fragment in his hand, said that he wanted to explain his plan. He was looking for the red dragon, but it was impossible to search the entire continent, so the best way would be to make it come to him himself, and wail on, a city of free trade, where one can freely satisfy one's needs without being bound by any prohibitions. Having said this, he drew a circle within a circle with the fragment and added that he was going to make it come here. After all, this is an armed neutral zone located in the center of the continent, where other forces cannot easily reach, and above all, the most attractive thing about it is that it is a place where dragons who love treasures look. Satan, raising his hand to his chin, listened attentively to his master. The protagonist smiled wickedly and finished saying that the stage had been set, so all that was left was the decisive bait, an incredible item that a dragon would covet. Powerful dark magical energy emanated from the fragments in the bag. After listening to the master's plan, the Demon King closed his eyes and said that of course the Deathbringer would be ideal, because it was a miracle that retained its influence at a high level even after being divided into fragments. Hearing such a reaction, the Bard of Anarchy smiled widely and said that he was asking for help. If all went well, he would also help repair the Deathbringer, to which Satan spread his arms out to the sides and screamed in surprise, asking if there really was any way. He listened with his mouth open in surprise to the master, who said that last time he restored the damaged ancient artifacts using time regression. Hearing this, the Demon King presented the restored compass and spyglass. And while he was thinking about this, Jae-young extended his hand towards the broken Deathbringer. At the same moment, a bright light appeared and a notification appeared, saying that the broken Deathbringers were responding to decency, after which a red system screen suddenly appeared, saying that there was not enough decency to restore. It also said that the required decency was 20 million. Satan, seeing this, rushed to hug his master, shouting that he was actually a cool guy, to which he replied that it might be difficult now, but everything is ahead, after which he asked what this Deathbringer was made of, to which the Demon King replied that this sword was made of a metal called Abyss Metal. It was rare even in the demon world after being stored in the deepest abyss for 4,000 years. And while they were talking, Ellie lowered her head and said that she had a question, because she had been listening to this plan for a while, but she felt like they were missing something. The protagonist looked at the Archangel in surprise. The girl raised her glowing eyes and said that let's say they used the broken bat miracle as bait to attract the dragon, then asked how he planned to kill that dragon, because as said before, it was impossible to deal with the elder-class dragons with almost infinite mana alone, and in fact, even if all the inhabitants of this continent joined forces, they would become easy prey. As she said this, she imagined her master meeting the most powerful creature of all time. After listening to Ellie, Satan frowned and said that in fact, the real problem was that the master was a threat to the dragon, because if the lizard went crazy and used ninth circle magic. Before he could finish speaking, the Archangel put her hand to her face and said that this was definitely the most important problem. Hearing this, the Bard of Anarchy raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked why, what would happen. The Demon King put his hands behind his head and asked in response what it meant what would happen. Then Ellie imagined a black spot on the map instead of the continent, and answered that most likely the entire continent would be completely erased from the map. Hearing this, the guy put his finger up and said that this was actually not bad, because if something like this happened, he would be able to get an incredible amount of decency. Shock appeared in the eyes of the familiars from what he heard, and while the main character was happy, Ellie clenched her hand into a fist and cried out in displeasure that now was not the time for jokes, because he needed to think more carefully about what to do. Then the guy stroked the Archangel on the head and said that he was just joking, because he had already figured out how to do it, and was absolutely sure of his plan. Having said this, he opened the system screen in front of him. What Ellie saw a few seconds later made her raise her eyebrows in surprise and ask if this was really it. An insanely powerful magical energy emanated from the bamboo stick. With a wide smile, Jae-young said that she gets one, he gets one, and the dragon gets one too. The events take us to the great forest of Emil, the home of the elves, where the world tree sleeps. Melissa smiled and told the world tree that the humans had already found a new continent, causing the number of people visiting their village to decrease somewhat, but she thought that they sometimes missed that freedom. Reaching out a finger to the wind spirit, she said that it was all thanks to Dex. Putting her hand to her chest, Melissa said that she couldn't help but admire his feats. It was unclear what he was thinking or how far he intended to go. Bowing her head, the queen said that she looked forward to the day she would meet him again, then asked her mother if she would forgive her for feeling this way. The world tree, projecting itself, responded by saying that she would forgive her, since she felt the same way. Closing her eyes, she said that there was nothing wrong with having special feelings for great people. She couldn't help but imagine the protagonist. Opening her eyes, the tree said that she had asked him for this favor. She even thought that he had forgotten, but he really intended to find the dragon's heart. Vines sprouted in the air when she said that the day she had dreamed of for so long would soon come. A bamboo stick appeared in the air. Satan, stroking his chin, said that he could not believe that with this he could kill an ancient dragon with one blow. Ellie agreed, saying that it was nice to see an incredible object again. The young man, taking the bamboo in his hand, said that this was his plan, possible to implement. The angel's eye suddenly lit up, the angel's power and the vision of cause and effect were activated. The girl flew to the young man when he, having received a notification that it was impossible to view the future due to its chaos, said that this thing was enough, now they could plan a scenario. The young man smiled, saying that the scenario that would make the old lizard rise to his feet. At this time, Alice was constantly receiving emergency notifications, so she launched an in-depth analysis of the subject's behavior patterns. The girl's eyes lit up when emergency situations number 000, 003, 008, and 940 were triggered. A huge emergency icon appeared on the screen in front of Manhwa. The employees jumped up, alarmed they could not access the internal network. The permission was suspended. The man, approaching the director, said that at present, access to all the means necessary for the operation of Arcadia was suspended. After checking, it turned out that all other branches were in the same situation. Mean, parting her lips, said that it had happened after all. Jack, poking at the screen, ordered to switch to emergency mode, collapse Arcadia's real-time video surveillance system, completely disable business systems, intensive analysis of possible scenarios. The boy rubbed his chin and thought, asking Alice if they should increase the computing server. Receiving the answer, He said that he never thought that one user would distort everything so much. From now on, the scenarios would need to be adjusted on a global basis, not on a continental basis. The young man smiled, mentally saying that he had been waiting since the Bard of Anarchy came into contact with the World Tree, but he thought that it would take at least a year for the corresponding scenario to develop. After thinking, he said that if the user obtained the dragon's heart in this way, there was a very high probability that he would come to the World Tree and the World Tree's wish to unite all the continents would come true. If that happened, endless chaos would reign in Arcadia, accompanied by huge changes. The boy chuckled, saying that this was definitely fun. Imagining the Lantern of Chaos, he wondered what would happen next. A projection of Mean appeared in the middle of the room, thanking all the branch directors who run Arcadia for taking the time to come. The girl looked at the number 2 sign. Mean smiled and said that she thought everyone understood. The man behind the number 3 sign said that the pretense was over. Their third branch was currently experiencing major disruptions due to the main scenario being implemented. So what was going on at the moment? Kazuki frowned and asked what HQ was thinking, taking away all authority over operations. Number 5 agreed, saying that according to the response from HQ, the current situation was being decided by the AI system. Number 7 was indignant, saying that the damn AI system thought that the problem was about to get worse. Number 4 lit up, asking if Alice was overloaded. Number 1 remained silent, listening to everyone. The voices of the directors kept echoing throughout the room, people trying to figure out what was going on in this game. The girl smiled and said that they were mistaken. Looking at the cards in front of her, Mean said that the purpose of calling this meeting was not to discuss Alice's congestion or their feelings, or to inform them in advance of what would happen to the entire Arcadia that they served in the future. Summoning a map of the continents, she said that this world map was a map of the 8 continents of Arcadia, and in the future, the world map of Arcadia would change in a similar way. The girl carefully examined the map of the continent. When the directors rebelled, asking how all the continents merged into one, Mean, standing still, said that she understood their confusion. She glanced at number 2 when he said that he did not know what would happen after some time, but for now he thought that this was a premature and crazy move that would cause more harm than good, but it was not their choice. She chuckled and said that they were given limitless freedom and endless possibilities since it was the users who determined the outcome. The best they could do was accept the situation and prepare for it. Kazuki gritted his teeth, realizing that the users were in charge. He imagined Jae-young, realizing that the guy was now all-powerful. The events took us to the demon world, the castle of the demon lord. Asmodeus frowned and said that he came at the Lord's call. Satan frowned and asked if he had the Deathbringer, then he said that it told him to collect the fragments back then. Now he should watch them well and bring them here tomorrow. She was going to use it in the human world. Asmodeus' eyes sparkled when he said that he himself ordered them to be hidden in the deepest darkness for 1,000 years to restore the magic power, and they already have some of them. Isn't that enough? The demon lord closed his eyes and said that he didn't know anything, he needed him to bring it. The demon narrowed his eyes, mentally saying that even if he resisted, things were really bad. What was his master even thinking? It was impossible to believe that he, a demon lord, was just following the orders of a human. Asmodeus bowed his head and told the lord that they looked very tired these days and were absent more often. He heard rumors that he signed a contract with a human to become a familiar. Satan rubbed his chin. Asmodeus grinned, saying that couldn't be true. In a contract between a human and a devil, the devil was always the one in charge, and the rumor that the demon lord of the entire world had signed a familiar contract was no different from a henchman contract. Satan's eye lit up as he told the demon that his tongue was too long. His pupil contracted as he asked Asmodeus if he wanted to confirm again who was in first place. The pressure fell on Asmodeus, causing him to hunch over. He suddenly disappeared, saying that he would return the fragments of the Deathbringer. An explosion of dust occurred in the air. Satan, in a miniature form, said that this guy was only good at talking. He narrowed his eyes, saying that if he thought about it, Asmodeus was right. It felt like he was still obeying his master without even realizing it, even more than he thought. Initially, he did not intend to help him so much with his power, but after Ellie appeared, everything changed. Clenching his fist until it trembled, he said that if it were not for those chicken wings, the amount of decency that would have been taken from the master would have been different. The youth smiled, saying that if he did not do as he said, he would not know for sure. Perhaps he could return the Deathbringer to its original state. Satan rubbed his chin and thought. He waved his hand sharply, saying that he had no choice but to do as his master told him. The events take us to the free trade city of Whalon. The old man's mouth was open in shock. Looking at the items on the table, he asked what kind of item it was. People in the square were shouting, merchants were yelling, attracting customers. The protagonist was walking through the market. He smiled, mentally saying that it was nice to come to a crowded place for the first time in a long time. He liked that the atmosphere here was different from the kingdom of Marin, but it was all a little disappointing. The girl, shaking her head, said that she could not find a partner. A man approached and asked if she was looking for someone. She answered by saying that she was supposed to make a deal with the Midas Trading Guild, but she did not see them at all. There were always people nearby who were waiting for her. The man, crossing his arms over his chest, said that these guys are not around now. It seems they found something amazing. The events take us to the Midas Trading Guild. The old man's mouth was open. Looking at the artifacts on the table, he asked what they were. A piece of crystal was placed on a piece of paper. Goldberg, taking the crystal in his hand, said that fragments with such energy, and in such huge quantities, fall into the hands of their guild. Looking at the merchant, he asked where he got it from. The merchant answered, saying that he was just lucky. Then he told about how an old woman suddenly approached him and showed him this item. Smiling, he said that it seemed to him that she did not know anything about the world, so when she asked him to at least name a suitable price for scrap metal, he, closing his eyes, said 5 gold, and she happily accepted it. The man chuckled, saying that in Wayland, the greatest crime is ignorance. He frowned, mentally saying that if he was right, this product is worth shaking up the markets of the city, or even the entire continent. Dark mana enveloped the crystal. The geisha greeted the guests in the best hotel in Wayland with a smile. She couldn't help but narrow her eyes. Looking at the boy in front of her, she tried to figure out who this sloppy adventurer was. Opening her lips, she said that this place was quite expensive. The protagonist immediately put the bag on the table. The bright light of the gold shocked the girl. The youth, smiling widely, demanded the best room. The bright moon illuminated the mansion. Jae-young, sitting in a hot spring, said that the level of the masters of this continent was much lower than he thought. He heard that learning everyday skills was popular, but the difference was quite large. Ellie, sitting next to him, said that in fact, the continent he came from was unusually high in development, and his influence could have played an important role in this. The protagonist raised an eyebrow and looked puzzled. The angel stood up slightly, asking if he really didn't know why there was such a difference between the original continent and this place. Afterwards, she said that he had first provoked the Holy Empire by calling a lich to destroy one of the ducal domains. Extending her finger, she said that this had imprinted on all the people who chose between good and evil, including adventurers who, having no strength, could not resist and could be brutally beaten. Moreover, in the midst of everything that was happening between the elves and the dwarves, a peace treaty was made, opening the closed doors of the two races to humans. The boy thought about it when Ellie said that he needed power for his own benefit now, and there was a good reason why the number of adventurers on the continent had increased. Rubbing his chin, he said that he had indeed done such things. Sighing, the angel said that right now they could see the opportunities that he could create. The boy couldn't help but imagine the threads of fate. Shifting his gaze, he said that he was asking about it now because when Satan said that she could fix his sword that she broke, she didn't even stop him. Closing her eyes, Ellie said that she had previously known that he was just saying that, since he said that it would cost at least 20 million integrity points. The boy chuckled, saying that it was difficult to collect that amount. Descending into the water, the girl said that she couldn't help but understand, that's why she liked him. The boy turned his head to her and asked what she was talking about. The angel smiled and said that in all her years of existence, she had never seen anyone treat that damned bat so mercilessly, and seeing him use it for his own benefit, she felt relieved. The boy shuddered all over. The girl frightened him. Satan, suddenly appearing, announced his arrival. The protagonist stood up abruptly when the demon said that he entrusted everything to a trusted friend. Smiling widely, he said that Asmodeus should have delivered everything to the pathetic humans by now. The appraiser crouched in front of the artifact. The man, grinning, told the guild leader that he was the best relic appraiser in Wayland, and no one but him could discern the value of objects like that. Goldberg, looking at the appraiser in front, asked him if he had found out anything. The appraiser, sweating profusely, said that he had not received any information except that the artifact was a mythical item. The old man's eyes widened. He raised his hand, asking if there was anything that could give them a guess as to the origin of this relic. The appraiser responded by saying that even with the knowledge he could not figure out where this artifact came from. Probably neither he nor any other appraiser on the continent would be able to handle it. Looking at the runes, he said that he did not know the meaning, but he had seen similar letters in the past. Squeezing his eyes shut, the man said that in the ancient ruins that he personally investigated in the past, those ruins were actually a palace where high-ranking demons who were trying to incarnate the continent stayed. He then arrived at a huge palace. When the appraiser turned to the man, he asked him if he wanted to say that there was a high probability that this artifact was related to the demons he was referring to. The man responded by saying that he could guess that it was. It was probably a relic from the era of the Great War between demons and angels. Dark mana was released from the artifacts. Goldberg gritted his teeth, saying that was enough. He clenched his fist, telling the assistant that he had probably heard of this story. The man narrowed his eyes and raised his eyebrows when the leader said that they were merchants who sold goods based on their value, and it did not matter whether the item belonged to a devil or an angel. The guild leader smirked and said that this item could not be sold in a normal way. He bared his teeth sharply, ordering that the item be placed in the center of the market and that as many people as possible be told about it. An unidentified ancient relic was soon displayed in the square. The Deathbringer was proudly displayed in the center of the market. Those who heard the rumors tried to verify the information about the item, so many reached out to the item. Unlike Jae-young, other users could only check the description box filled with question marks. The only thing that could be confirmed in the description box was the class of the item. The status window showed that the item class was mythical, but this information alone was enough to arouse the curiosity of users. People in restaurants were discussing the Midas Guild item. People in the chat were happy, saying that their server finally had news. Some were wondering, asking how much to bid to avoid going into the negative. This was enough for the simulation for humans, demons and angels. They were shocked. Even the dragon, who had wrapped himself in a cloak, was surprised. Looking at the papers on the wall, he said that he thought they had found every single one, but there were still some left. Gritting his teeth until he gnashed his teeth, he said that the remnants of the cursed heaven and the demon world had appeared. Tearing his cloak apart, he said that he had to check if the rumors were true as the guardian of this great land. Frowning deeply, he used teleportation. Satan, looking at the artifact, said that this was not a market attraction for them. Clenching his jaw, he said he couldn't believe he had to watch lowly humans treat a demon world artifact like that. Looking at the shards, he tried to figure out how those fat-ass dragons could be captured like that. The next day, a huge crowd had gathered in the square. The demon, flying above the crowd, asked how they dared to stare at his things without even understanding them. Clenching his fist, he said they should just wait and see. He would remember all those who came here and drooled, and when the gates opened and they could come here, he would destroy them all. Golden mana flared up behind the crowd. Satan frowned and looked puzzled. The dragon, grinning, said he couldn't believe it. Parting his lips, he said he never thought he would be so lucky to run into them like this. Satan smirked when he saw him. Standing in front of the artifact, Carbinian said that although these were only fragments, this was a true bringer of death, and it couldn't be better. Reaching out his hand, he tried to understand why the divine sword of the demon world was displayed in such a wretched place, and it was torn into pieces. Touching the barrier, the dragon said that its remaining power was too weak. Looking closely at the artifacts, Carbinian said that it had completely disappeared. Only a trace remained. Pulling his hand back, he said that unless war broke out again, it was practically impossible to destroy the divine energy in the world. Originally, if it was a secret of this level, it was the duty of the dragons to report it to the Dragon Lord as soon as they discovered it. Now, looking at the core of the sword, the dragon said that this item had lost most of its power anyway, and those damn demons did not show any special activity. Carbinian licked his lips, saying that it would be nice to add it to his demonic collection. They said the auction will be held in 3 weeks. When it came to money, the dragon could have coins fall from the sky like rain. Satan's cry was heard from the inn, saying that his method really worked. A bright blue dragon that might be an ancient lizard had just appeared. Jae-young, sitting on the floor, said that it had appeared faster than expected. This guy seemed to be quite knowledgeable. The demon frowned and said that if he was at the level of an ancient lizard, then he was relatively young and still very curious about the world around him. Ellie, closing her eyes, said that they had a problem. Satan, after thinking about it, asked what the problem was. The angel, raising her eyelids, said that she would try to explain it to him so that even an idiot like him could understand. She then explained, telling him that the bamboo stick was the only thing that would allow him to kill the dragon. Sitting in front of the protagonist, Ellie said that they only had one chance to use it to kill any dragon with one blow, because the item had immense power. Extending a finger, the girl said that the problem was how to make that one blow successful and how to hold out until then. The boy, leaning on his arm, asked if it wouldn't be better to just hit him from behind when he was off guard. Couldn't he use a summon? Ellie, narrowing her eyes, said that the purpose of killing dragons was to obtain a dragon's heart. The boy, parting his lips, said that it was. Angel, thinking about it, asked if he thought a human's heart and a dragon's heart were the same size. The boy shuddered with his whole body, asking if the size had anything to do with it. The girl, sighing, said that considering they had comparable power, it was obvious that the one with more mass could handle more power. After thinking, she said that if a dragon died while in human form, the powerful magic and life force accumulated in its heart would be released from control and instantly dissipate. After thinking, she said that in this case, he would only get a human heart with a small amount of mana from the corpse. Extending her finger, she said that in order to get a complete dragon heart, they would have to corner it, force it to return to its original form, and then kill it with a bamboo stick. The youth rubbed his chin and said that it was possible to corner a dragon without a bamboo stick, but it was difficult. Satan crossed his arms and asked what they were talking about. Looking to the side, he said that if the master did not want to use decency, then he had no chance of defeating the dragon. If the main body had to be killed, then there was a small problem. The youth, staring at Satan in front of him, asked what was wrong. Rubbing his chin, the demon said that the first problem would be the same ninth circle magic. The youth's eyes widened in shock. The demon, after thinking, said that the reason why the lizards give up playing with dolls, which they used to do in the real world in the form of humans, and return to their original form, is because they are truly angry to the point that they do not know what to do. A dragon that has returned to its original form will definitely cast a ninth circle spell. Satan narrowed his eyes and asked if he remembered the eighth circle magic. Without waiting for an answer, Satan said that the ninth circle is a higher level magic. If the dragon cast it, it can divide the map of the continent. Jae-young frowned, mentally saying that if this happens, it will be a good angle for a video. Ellie, who was sitting next to the demon, said that she had a slightly different thought, namely, if he cast a ninth circle spell, he will probably use magic aimed at him. An example was transcendental magic that can kill creatures below him. Ogomer, by extending his hand, could turn someone else's life into a sphere. A scythe was placed against the youth's neck. Everyone knew that he would not be able to defend himself from such magic. Satan frowned and said that he was a bit over the top, but it was still a big problem. If that lizard stole his sword, he might never be able to find it. Maybe they should forget about the dragon's heart. The youth rubbed his chin in thought, saying that he was too confident because of the bamboo stick. The two familiars' eyes widened in shock. Jae-young chuckled, saying that for some reason he said that it was too easy. His eyes lit up when he said that it reminded him of hunting. The demon smiled nervously, saying that everything was lost. Ellie looked away, saying that they couldn't stop him no matter what. Meanwhile, photos of the mythical sword spread on the internet. People couldn't stop discussing it. In the chat, some were wondering how such a sword could be broken, why it was put up for sale. Some were suggesting that this was how the main scenario began. Cassius frowned, looking at her phone. The events take us to the desert, where a young man sat in front of a couple. Apple, who was sitting across from the boy, said that when they first met, he called himself Resdio, since he hid his real name. Lemon, after thinking about it, asked if everything that was happening on the server was related to Dex. The brown-haired man smiled, saying that Dex probably wanted to return with the dragon's heart. Raising his hand, he said that the reason he suddenly brought up this story was because they were asked to do something. Turning serious and looking intently at the couple, he said, "Use all the information networks of the guild to find out information about the people who decided to participate in the Midas auction." The couple smiled widely, saying that they could find any information in Arcadia. Suddenly, a buzz spread throughout the field of tents. The events moved to the square, where a crowd has gathered. Godberg smiled, congratulating everyone who arrived on the chance to get a myth-class item. Pointing at the chest, he said that it could be added to their collection. The dragon licked its lips. Jae-young chuckled as he found the dragon. People gathered in front of the house. Goldberg announced that the auction held by the Midas Merchant Guild was about to begin. The users smiled. Among them were many NPCs who were eligible for mythical class items. They were high-ranking nobles from various kingdoms and empires. Marquis Mayo crossed his arms and was surprised that even the Pharaoh's empire was participating in this auction, and asked if it wasn't a waste of time since they were short of strength due to the recent drought. Count Keese chuckled and explained that the problem was that Shone refused to sell them food, and stated that they had to risk their lives to ensure their survival. The man approached the competitor and said that he did not think that they would waste their time on such an auction when their internal affairs were at stake. The boy was indignant at his words. The nobleman frowned menacingly, and assumed that the scoundrel did not know that his insult was a direct insult to the Shone Empire. The nobleman raised an eyebrow and compared him to a small child who was capricious because of the greatness of his country. The stranger stepped forward and asked them to calm down because the auction would begin soon. Baron Carben frowned angrily and suggested that the others refrain from actions that would further tarnish the honor of each of the empires. Count Case widened his eyes and wondered who this man was. The boy pointed at him and asked him out loud. The man introduced himself and asked if there was any problem with that. Marquis Mayo opened his mouth wide and was angry that a representative of such a weak kingdom was giving orders so rudely. The nobleman gave him a disdainful look and asked him to shut up. The boy's face immediately became covered in sweat. The nobleman frowned tensely and apologized. Satan crossed his arms and said that it was that little lizard. Ellie guessed that the dragon was quite impatient to use the dragon language for such trivial things. The people surrounded Baron Carbon. The familiars continued to argue about what can and cannot be done in this world. The protagonist smirked and wondered at what point he should trick the scoundrel to make him the most upset. There was a star in the box. The host proposed to start an auction of ancient artifacts. People began to raise their hands and offer their bids. The audience was surprised at how quickly the price reached the amounts that ordinary users could not offer. Jae-young looked away. The bid continued to rise. Marquis Mayo raised his hand and offered 10,000 gold. The commentators realized that this exceeded 100 million won. The man crossed his arms and said he would pay 15,000 gold. The boy gritted his teeth and raised his bid to 20,000. Count Case raised his hand and offered 40,000. The nobleman turned down the corners of his lips and decided to pay 10 million. Frowning in displeasure, the nobleman said he did not want the auction to drag on and assumed no one would object. The boy stepped forward and outbid him. Standing behind the crowd, the dragon doubted that a mere adventurer actually had 20 million gold. The boy removed his hood and asked if he really thought so. The player smiled and explained that the bidding had taken place, which meant he had 20 million gold. The scoundrel frowned menacingly and promised to pay 300 billion. Goldberg smiled broadly and said that if there were no objections, they would end the auction, the system transferring ownership of the mythical item. Baron Carben stepped into the center of the square and asked the ranker who he was. The troll raised his eyebrows and asked what his rival was going to do with this knowledge. The protagonist opened a window with information about decency points and asked if it was really possible. Satan asked him to wait another 30 minutes. The demon put his hand to his chest and asked if the owner could return the bringer of death to him if he ripped open the enemy's stomach. Jae-young opened his eyes wide and summoned the spirit. Kane swung a huge sword. A red eye was depicted on its blade. The system reported that the user can temporarily release the power of the creature. The guy dealt a powerful blow, but the man was able to block it. The aristocrat gritted his teeth and asked if the competitor understood the consequences of his actions. The young man smiled widely and said that he was simply hunting a lizard. People ran in different directions when an explosion was heard. The player made a dash towards the enemy. The dragon raised his hand. The ranker assumed that he was using fifth circle magic to hide his identity. The troll clenched his fist and doubted that he could deceive anyone. The powerful blow threw the villain back and raised dust into the air. Frowning sternly, the protagonist decided that it would be enough to cause at least some damage and called her race a real cheat. Baron Carbon rose to his feet and asked how a worthless human dared to do something like that. His eyes lit up. The system activated the unbending fighting spirit. Jae-young lowered his weapon and explained that his competitor had fallen into a trap in which he was overtaken by the fist of an ordinary man. The man frowned angrily and promised to silence him forever. The nobleman rose from the ground, and a giant fireball appeared above his head. Count Case opened his mouth in amazement, and realized that this was a seventh circle spell that was inaccessible to humans. Marquis Mayo compared it to the wrath of the sun itself. The bitter froze in front of the flaming sphere. The nobleman abruptly lowered his hand and wished his opponent away. A cloud of powerful energy approached the boy. The young man immediately jumped up from his seat. The player swung his sword. With one blow, he managed to cut through the fireball and the dragon's body. The villain gritted his teeth and wondered how this was even possible. The ranker landed on his feet and declared that there would be no point in a dragon slayer's sword if it could not cut through magic. The troll looked back and said that the insignificant man had won. Baron Carbon was engulfed in flames. The man frowned furiously and asked how his enemy dared to interfere with him. The nobleman spread his wings. The protagonist grinned, realizing that the second stage awaited him, and declared that it was a pleasure to meet him. The nobleman flew into the air in front of him. While eating popcorn, Satan explained that keeping one's temper under control was an art form. Ellie shouted that at this rate they would be able to return the dragon to his true form. The villain narrowed his eyes in disdain and asked how a human could understand his true nature. Jae-young raised his eyebrows and suggested that he find out for himself. Multicolored sparks appeared in the air. Baron Carbon looked down tensely. The familiars flew up to their master and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The man spread his arms and asked how they could be on this continent. The devil replied that they had a contract with this adventurer. The aristocrat frowned menacingly and asked what that meant. The moon hid behind the clouds. The nobleman wondered how high-ranking beings could make a contract with a commoner. The young man closed his eyes and replied that it was so. The dragon pointed at him and asked if he really thought the Lord would just sit back and watch his interference. The tapestry depicted a demon and an angel. The villain was outraged that his rival was going to start a war between them again. The familiar asked what kind of persecution mania this was. The girl put her hand to her chest and decided that there was some misunderstanding. The world tree lit up. The woman explained that they did not want to provoke another war, but to try to repair the damage already done. The archangel folded her palms together and added that for this they would need the heart of a dragon. Baron Carbon's eyes turned white with horror. Satan crossed his arms over his chest and asked why his friend said this so bluntly. Ellie asked what she had to say if they wanted his heart. The man frowned in displeasure. Standing in the center of the square, the player announced that if he won, his opponent would receive fragments of the bringer of death, but if he lost, they would take his heart. The ranker raised his weapon in front of him and offered to begin the fight. The system activated the time of the decisive battle. The nobleman, protected by the barrier, asked if he was really a representative of a lower race. The eye on the sword sparkled, and the troll suggested that the enemy check it out for himself. With one blow, the protagonist destroyed the protective field. The nobleman swung his hand. Many magic circles appeared around him. A wave of fiery energy fell on Jae-young. Having cut it in half, the guy thought about his competitor using all the properties at once to create the magic of the fifth circle, and wondered how large his mana reserve was. Looking at the enemy hovering in the air, the young man realized that he would not be able to get closer to him if this continued, and concluded that it would be difficult to win. The player raised his fist to his chin and explained that he threw loud words in order to provoke him, but there was no reaction. The devil opened his mouth wide and warned that there were only 17 minutes left. The ranker asked if he didn't have any extra time and stated that he had spent almost 2 million decency, so they should provide it. A timer appeared on the system window. The troll realized that he had to make one successful hit in the allotted time. Suddenly, the protagonist looked up at the sky. Jae-young grabbed his head and asked why he did this. The demon wondered if his master had finally gone crazy. The boy smirked and wondered if it was a mistake to even start this conversation, since his interlocutor was not a human. A cloud of dust appeared in the air. The young man's eyes flashed crazy and concluded that it would be easier to think of this as a raid rather than PvP. The dragon looked at him puzzled and realized that the situation had changed again. A multitude of beams fell on the ground. The villain thought that the difference between races could never be overcome, and wondered why his rival did not even feel intimidated. Baron Carbon smiled, realizing that this was the adventurer in front of him, and was surprised that such a strong person existed among them. Scarlet energy swirled above his head. The man offered to see how long the opponent could withstand his magic. Satan pointed his finger at him and warned the master that the enemy was going to use a seventh circle spell. The player jumped up and cut the air with his sword. The devil opened his mouth wide and asked if he really wanted to die. A purple haze appeared in the darkness. The ranker swung his blade and shouted that in order to use strong magic, the competitor would need much more time to create it. The nobleman gritted his teeth and declared that it was too late. Bright beams fell down. The troll cut off the enemy's wings and appeared behind him. The burning thirst for revenge was activated. Grinning, the protagonist said that he calculated the time and asked if half a second would be enough. The nobleman frowned angrily. The heroes found themselves on the ground. The dragon asked if the enemy attacked him, thinking that he could avoid the attack. Jae-young confirmed this and explained that it was impossible to do something in which there is no certainty, since this is a game. The scoundrel opened his eyes wide, the guy, that this is ordinary entertainment, and not a mortal fight. Baron Carben smiled and said that it was quite interesting. The youth put his sword on his shoulder. The man acknowledged its strength. The nobleman put his hand to his chest and promised to also put all his efforts into this entertainment. Flames fell on the city. The adventurers realized that they needed to leave as soon as possible. People started running. The system informed that users should leave the Whalon district, so as not to find out why they should fear the supreme being. The dragon with glowing eyes declared that their actions were pointless. The monster summoned a fireball in its mouth and promised to do everything in its power to burn this city to the ground. Ellie hid behind the shoulder of the owner. Satan explained that this was a spell of the eighth circle. The player smiled widely and wished to quickly get his heart. A broadcast icon appeared in the darkness. A huge fire began in the city. The viewers did not understand what was happening. The ranker stood in front of the villain. A bright cloud of fire ignited. It immediately turned purple. The girl's eyes widened in surprise. The demon said that this was hellfire. Baron Carben narrowed his eyes and declared that his enemy no longer had any sense in turning away from his sin, because they had gone too far. A giant fireball fell on the troll. An explosion was heard and a huge cloud of dust rose above the battlefield. Ash flew up behind it. The eye glowed. The protagonist used transformation and turned his sword into a shield. The ground around him caught fire. Jae-young assumed that it was because it was hellfire. The devil confirmed it. The monster bowed its head and asked if the enemy really thought he could relax in such a situation. The guy smirked. The monster said that revenge for this incident would not end with killing him. The dragon narrowed its eyes and promised to teach a lesson that all the peoples on this continent would never forget. Lowering its head, the young man called it arrogant and asked if there was anything he still didn't understand. The player put the blade on his shoulder and asked why some lizards thought they would always defeat humans, the rulers of all things. The villain smiled and asked what the hell they were talking about. The familiar clenched his fist and concluded that his master knew very well what words upset his interlocutor the most. The ranker looked up and thought that he had used a lot of decency to change the sword's shape, and that it was time to use something else. The spirit grinned slyly. The troll raised a bamboo stick in front of him. The branch glowed, and the audience was shocked. Baron Carben spread his wings and asked what kind of weapon it was. The protagonist frowned and realized that an even greater magic was coming. The monster brought down a powerful wave of fire on the ground. Jae-young flew high into the sky with the demonic sword. Looking down, the boy decided that this was a big cheat, and explained that not even ashes would have remained of him if he had not used shape-shifting. Satan crossed his arms over his chest and decided that this was a combination that combined the magic of the 7th and 8th circles. Ellie realized that this meant that the enemy had nothing else. The devil scratched his chin and remembered that he only killed those who did not obey him, and scared them with the required amount of damage. The girl asked him to close this topic. Frowning menacingly, the young man asked them to be silent and asked how much time he had left. The demon answered that there were 5 minutes left. The player landed on the roof and concluded that they should wait until the enemy came to his senses. The familiar opened his eyes wide. The ranker explained that he tried all possible provocations and wondered how to find an approach to this beast. Satan smiled widely. The troll looked at him in surprise. The devil said that he had one idea. The woman closed her eyes and decided that her comrade was finally using this method. The protagonist opened his mouth in shock. The demon asked the master to trust him and said that it was actually effective. Jae-young squeezed his eyes tightly shut. The boy thrust his sword into the ground and realized that he had no other choice. The monster flew up to the building he was standing on. The boy raised his hand and asked if his father was the king of the lizards. The dragon gave him a puzzled look. The boy raised his hand to his mouth and shouted that his mother was a lizard wearing a crown. The villain opened his mouth in amazement. The audience began to laugh. Baron Carben, his eyes flashing, said that he could not leave this so easily, and promised to call his clan and inform all the other clans that a human had conspired with the demonic and heavenly worlds to kill him. A magic circle appeared in the darkness. The monster added that they would express their anger over this situation and hold people accountable for the evil they had committed on all continents. The monster rose high into the air and spread its wings. The archangel opened her mouth wide and shouted that this was the perfect chance. The player's eyes widened with fire. A fireball began to form in front of the dragon. The villain bared his fangs and asked if the enemy really thought that the desperate measures he had taken so far would work again. Death itself swung its scythe and a flash appeared in the sky. The ranker looked down tensely. The blade of the sword flashed. Baron Carbon's pupils narrowed in horror. The monster asked why he hadn't died. The troll smiled and replied that the magic of the ninth circle, the death command, leads to the absolute death of all living beings. A giant golem appeared on the battlefield. The protagonist concluded that nothing would happen if the spell was aimed at an undead creature. Satan opened his mouth in shock and asked why a tin doll was even included in the list of gods. Ellie replied that it was a sincere request from the man who created it. The master sat in front of the robot. The girl told him that it was not so important for his soul to go to heaven, so he hoped that he could send his creation there. The woman put her hand to her cheek and said that people are actually beautiful and noble creatures who put their souls into creating works of art. Jae-young pierced the monster's body with a bamboo stick. The archangel realized that the moment had come for the golem to shine. The dragon opened his eyes wide and asked what just happened. The branch sparkled. The boy said that he was already tired of explaining it. The young man looked back and said that in front of the bamboo stick, everyone is in the same conditions. The villain bared his fangs and asked how a mortal dared to do this. Baron Carbon collapsed to the ground. The World Tree locked his hands. The system generously rewarded the player for his bravery. The Ranker approached the dead monster. The troll clenched his fist and asked if they should put on a show of cutting up a dragon. The corpse of the monster lay in front of him. Immediately after, a system window appeared, which said that 47 minutes had passed since the incident with the solo raid on the Red Dragon. The director, standing in the middle of the office, said that the player was to blame for all of this. The man, closing his eyes, explained that he did not know why this user did exactly that, but in the future, competition and confrontation between users would become even more brutal than before. The girl, raising her hand to her face, asked if it would be more correct to call this an event, not an incident. The worker, frowning, shouted that she really did not know how serious the changes in Arcadia would be in the future. A split appeared near the tree when the man spoke about a large-scale update to unite the continents and force the introduction of Pangea, and also asked about what would happen if it happened when less than 20% of the map was revealed and a quest on each continent, and added that he was sure that the life cycle of the game would be reduced by at least 10 years. The girl, still on the chair, noted that it had already happened and they simply had nothing to discuss, while the subordinate tried to object. The director, slightly bowing her head, explained that this was her position and that the major shareholders thought exactly that way. A drop of sweat appeared on the man's face. The head, looking down, said that no matter what position she had to occupy, she had no opportunity to ignore the opinion of the major shareholders with voting rights, because it was all in order to earn money. 3 different company emblems appeared and the man remembered their names. A diagram with 99% also appeared and the employee realized that these 3 companies own 99% of Arcadia shares. The employee, looking askance, assumed that they had hoped for such a situation and immediately remembered that the girl owned 1% of all shares and that she said so. The head, closing her eyes, asked if they had any more reports. The man's eyes turned white and he answered negatively, realizing that he felt sorry for the directors of other branches who were upset at the previous meeting. The hero stood in front of the dragon bones and received many system messages that he had received about 3,000 units of red dragon scales, 152 dragon tooth fragments, 935 bones and a heart. This heart appeared near his hand. The guy, grinning, said that he had finally received the dragon's heart. The demon, raising his hand to his chin, noted that he believed in the owner, and the angel added that she never thought that this would work and that he always surprised her. The protagonist looked at the system window and asked if there were any more notifications. A certain key appeared in his hand and system messages that the Red Dragon Carbinian was losing the right to own the lair, and the player had received the right to own the place. A certain red seal appeared when the guy said that they should go and see. The young man brought the key to this seal and immediately messages appeared that the entrance to the dragon's lair was taking place. Looking at the riches, the player asked if it all belonged to him now. Smiling, the protagonist noted that he thought this game was too bad. The demon, lying on gold coins, noted that the lizard was apparently too greedy, because he managed to collect a lot of things, although he would definitely not have been able to use all of this on the way to a new life. The angel agreed with him and added that even considering that this is a very ancient dragon, it is almost impossible to collect so much, and he definitely deserved to die, and immediately a system window appeared, which said that the player's account currently has more than 1 billion gold coins. The hero, looking at this message, noted that the gold that now belonged to him would be extremely difficult to exchange and noticed that he still had some quests left. His gaze was directed to the side when the demon said that there were also many rare things here and apparently the lizard had an eye for the right things. Ellie said that there was a magic book here, as well as a 9th circle spell. 4 different books appeared, the first of which was a secret book about increasing the effectiveness of magical power, the second about humanoid transformation of idiom magic and saying magic, the third about quadruple use of spells, and the fourth about fire rain, 6th circle magic. 2 more books appeared, one of which was about meteor swarm, a 9th level spell, and the second about the death command, the same level. The protagonist, holding 2 books in his hands, could not believe that all these books on magic belonged to the 8th and 9th circles. Looking at the gold, the hero understood that even if he forgot about them, his situation was still no better. The demon, holding the crown above himself, asked if something was bothering the owner. The latter answered that there were many more things here than expected, and it would be quite a hassle to sort everything out, because he only had a few months left. Satan, smiling broadly, shouted a question about whether the user wanted to meet one good creature. The latter asked again. Mountains of gold appeared, and the hero's question was heard about whether the essence was that in exchange for decency a demon manager would be summoned. The demon, flying in front of him, answered affirmatively. The guy, raising his hand to his face, noted that this was indeed a good offer, and also received system notifications that there was no manager in the shelter, and he needed to hire a worker who would guard this place during his adventures. The demon shouted that he should just say this, because talented specialists would appear here in a moment. The assistant, covering his mouth with his hand, also added that in fact it was not that important, because decency would still be charged as a monthly service and this was only part of the contract. The young man accepted his offer and added that he had borrowed the bringer of death and perhaps this was retribution for him. The girl's eyes opened wider when Satan loudly shouted that everything was as expected of him. The hero turned to her when she asked about her. Ellie, looking up, said that this damn bat did nothing but lend him a blade, although she had worked out a strategy with him, given him advice on what to do, and even lent him strength. The demon, crossing his arms over his chest, said that she had no idea at all, because whining really gives her more decency and therefore she should just forget and take it easy, and the assistant screamed that they would see about it. The guy bowed his head, listening to their screams. The building of the Korean branch of Arcadia appeared. The girl, closing her eyes, said that apparently the consequences were more serious than expected and also asked what she should do now, because she was very sorry for the CEO and the rest of the subordinates, and added that that bamboo stick was supposed to fire one day. Opening her eyes, she realized that the flow itself could be as that person had intended. An image of the protagonist appeared in her head. Looking down, the leader called his game name. His file was on the table, and she said that they should probably meet him soon. The sign for the Synchronization Development Department appeared and someone's words were sent that today's information on synchronization would be enough. The doctor, holding a folder in her hands, explained that he could rest a little, and the young man thanked her for her hard work. The hero, stretching his arms, realized that he had finally gotten around to it, and everything was going better than expected. Looking to the side, the protagonist remembered that he still needed to sort out the Red Dragon's items, when suddenly someone called out to him. The person standing behind him asked if he had a minute. The protagonist, looking in the direction of the unknown person, tried to figure out who it was. The girl, closing her eyes, introduced herself as the executive director of the Korean branch of Arcadia. A coffee machine appeared and a question was heard about whether mixed coffee would suit him. The young man, sitting on the couch, asked if she had a secretary, that she made the drinks herself, and the leader explained that a person like that should not be a barista and that she herself also has hands and therefore she does it herself. The girl, lowering her head, added that the main reason is that at the moment this floor is closed to everyone. An empty floor appeared. Looking to the side, the leader said that she wanted to meet him and called his game name. The protagonist looked at her, bowing his head. The hero, closing his eyes, asked if she really knew about his identity in the game, and the leader asked him not to worry about it, because no one except her knows about it. The guy, opening his eyes, noted that he had been causing them a lot of trouble lately. The girl, holding a glass in her hand, said that it was better than the previous incident with the bamboo stick compensation and also asked about how it felt to become the most famous person in the game. The same one replied that it was more like a burden. Holding the glass with both hands, she also added that with the hidden class of Anarchy Bard, not only does he not have the ability to level up, but he also needs to be close to everyone he knows and have a certain level of integrity. The headmistress, looking down, remarked that it was also really surprising that he was able to reach such heights with a class that has many restrictions, and said that the introduction was somehow delayed. The director, turning her head, explained that she came here to propose a deal to the most influential person in Arcadia. The young man, frowning, asked what she wanted from him and realized that he hated annoying requests and did not want anyone to interfere with the gameplay. The girl, smiling slightly, replied that this was just nonsense. Mean raised her finger and asked him to deliver the dragon's heart to the world tree as quickly as possible so that the continents could unite faster, and noted that it was not such a big request, since he was planning to do it anyway. The hero, opening his eyes wider, thought that the interlocutor had gone crazy. She, closing her eyes, said something about constant contact, and the protagonist shouted that he would do it anyway. The girl, looking away, explained that if he accepted this offer, she would resolutely support him in reality. The guy's gaze dropped down. The girl, raising her hand, shouted a question about what the leader was doing, since he was trying too hard, and asked him to contact her if he had any difficulties. Cassius, crossing her arms over her chest, noted that the hero was the one who made people go crazy anyway, and it seemed to her that she finally had a chance to win, but apparently she still did not have enough strength. The guy raised his fist and said that he was watching his live broadcast in real time, and what was happening there was really cool. The guild leader, his eyes wide open, shouted a question about whether it was the protagonist, because he was the one who wanted to kill the dragon with the stick, and the girl added that if he was going to sell any items related to dragons, he should leave it to them, because they would do everything in their power. The player, looking at the system window, thought that all his assistants were extremely noisy guys and he would most likely have to meet them soon. The demon, flying nearby, asked why he was leaving them, because something good was really happening to him. The user replied that anything can happen, but everything is still good with them, because everything is going as it should. A video of a dragon hunt appeared, the views on which had almost reached the mark of 1.5 billion. Satan threw his hands behind his head. The guy, holding the artifact from the boss in his hands, asked if this was the same damned dragon heart. This heart appeared and immediately a system window with characteristics appeared, which said that with constant use, it increases magical power by 100,000 units and also acquires the body of a heavenly dragon, magical mastery and high intelligence, and also said that it can be used as a material for creation. The protagonist, licking his lips, thought that it really can be absorbed, but assumed that it would have a disgusting taste. The demon, flying up to him, shouted a question about whether the owner is really going to eat this delicacy. The girl said that she would stop him in any case. The young man asked why they reacted to it like that. Satan, presenting a weapon, said that this item definitely needs to be turned into a weapon, because does he really not know how much the recoil will increase if you use the dragon heart? The girl, putting her hand on her chest, agreed with him, because a person is given only a moment, less than 100 years, to be strong by eating this item, and a well-made weapon has eternal power and can withstand the divine powers that they have in heaven. Satan, raising his fists, said that in this case they do not interfere because of the promise given to the world tree, otherwise they would have immediately started negotiations. The young man replied that he just said that he would eat it, and also inquired about what happened to the contract with the demon that they talked about last time. The assistant, smirking, asked if he meant the manager of the storage, and immediately added that he was already working. Some purple glow appeared. The monster, appearing in front of them, said that he was just checking the treasures that were here and apologized for answering his call so late. The assistant, putting his hands in his pockets, forgave him and asked him to greet the real master, because he would now serve him. The worker said that the player is actually an evil man who teaches all the demons of their world a lesson that will become their blood and flesh, and he is always amazed at what true evil is contained in the stories that their king tells and began to call his name. The hero, pointing his finger, asked why the creature had such a long name. The assistant answered that he did not know, but perhaps it was to his taste, and added that he could not remember it either. The guy, crossing his arms on his chest, asked if he obeyed his orders. The monster answered affirmatively. Smiling, the young man said that he would now be called the Golden Goblin. The creature, raising its head, asked again. The hero, closing his eyes, asked if he really did not remember that he had to carry out his every order, and repeated his new name. The worker, opening his eyes wider, said that goblins were creatures of a lower rank than his noble Glatoni clan. The protagonist, opening his eyes, asked if he had any complaints. The monster bowed its head and said no, and said that he could call it whatever he wanted, and immediately there were messages that the shelter had a new manager, who was a high-ranking demon. The guy, looking at the angel, asked if she had brought anyone with her, and she answered affirmatively and asked him to wait a little. A bright golden seal immediately appeared. The worker raised his hands and shouted that this was the divine power of the archangel, and Satan shouted that she had found out the location and released this disgusting aura. Karel, a high-level warrior, who became the guardian of the shelter, immediately appeared in front of him. Kneeling down, the warrior asked if this was the place she needed to guard, and Ellie asked her to take good care of it. Getting up, the girl noted that they should first clean up a little here. She immediately disappeared, asking them to wait a little. She loomed over many monsters. The angel, taking up her weapon, said that she would do a big cleaning. Suddenly, the mountains of gold began to shake. The hero, opening his mouth in surprise, asked what she had started doing, and the assistant replied that there was a lair of fire giants nearby, so perhaps her subordinate was cleaning because she was irritated by the creatures hanging around nearby. The guy, closing his eyes, noted that as soon as she arrived, the massacre began. Many corpses of monsters appeared and notifications appeared that the remaining population was 0, and because of this, the minimum conditions for maintaining the habitat were not met, thereby their shelter was completely destroyed. The hero, looking ahead, noted that it would be nice to leave the giants alone and asked why she did this to them, because they could simply take care of those who approached the lair. The girl, folding her hands in front of her, replied that she decided that she could not ignore this variable, because the best defense is an attack and it would be more profitable to attack first than to defend this place from uninvited guests. Ellie, flying closer, noted that she was truly sincere as always, and her ward thanked her for this praise. The hero, crossing his arms over his chest, asked them to take good care of this place in the future and added that the two of them should not quarrel over their differences and make a mess. The angel, looking down, replied that she understood, and the demon said that he would try to do so. A red seal appeared and immediately notifications appeared that a combined contract had been concluded with the heavenly world and the demon world, and 2 million units of decency had been used for an annual contract. The hero, bowing his head, noted that they then needed to go to the world tree. They began to appear near other players and notifications appeared that the user had been returned to the entry point. The opponents, holding weapons in their hands, shouted that this was the player who started everything and they needed to kill him. The protagonist, grinning, asked who these people were. The coats of arms of two countries appeared, and it was said that initially the third continent was the site of a fierce war between the kingdoms of Carbon and Ivan. A dragon also appeared, and it was explained that the creature that held back this unstable atmosphere was this monster. The dragon, opening its mouth, began to say something. A bright flame appeared when the monster said that people needed to remember one thing, namely, that the one who upset the current balance first would be completely destroyed by its hands. The remains of this creature were visible, and someone said that this monster had disappeared and now the third continent had turned into a time bomb that could explode at any moment. These people looked at the hero. The young man, looking at them, assumed that it was reckless, because perhaps he should go to the dragon's lair after the location was changed. The users, standing not far from the guy, tried to understand if this was the person who killed the dragon, despite the fact that his level was low, and all his equipment was for beginners, and someone suggested that the rumors were a meadow. The guy, looking at them, understood that the ratio was 6 adventurers to 4 NPCs, but did not know what to do, because fighting them was just a waste of decency. Some chains appeared. They immediately fettered the hero. The warrior, raising his hand, ordered him to follow him, because the count wanted to meet him in person. The man, frowning, shouted that they came first and asked that they really do not know about common sense. Some blue threads appeared near the fighter's hand when he was talking about how they were ensuring his safety, and whether the interlocutor really wanted to rudely declare his rights to a person. The knight, gritting his teeth, asked how he dared to joke like that. The guy, raising his finger, shouted that this man had destroyed all of their guild's bases and that's why they themselves needed to get out of here, and the girl agreed with him and asked whether they were really ignoring them because they were just adventurers. The warrior, opening his mouth in rage, shouted that the dragon slayer's safety depended on them. The interlocutor, raising his fist, shouted the same thing. The player, frowning, ordered them to get out of here. The chains were still entangling the hero's body when he was talking about how he was still able to kill that dragon and asked whether they really shouldn't be a little afraid of him, or something like that. The angel, closing her eyes, said that it was not necessary, because the owner looked like a weak person when he was not in a spiritual state. The demon agreed with her. Then the young man asked if they ignored him because his basic abilities were below average. The demon, looking forward, noted that this was all because the owner was too stupid. The protagonist, looking at him, asked again. Then Satan asked him if he knew why demons were so feared in this world. The hero, opening his eyes wider, asked if it was related to the fact that they killed people. The demon, raising his finger, answered negatively. The guy, frowning, asked if it was related to the fact that they stole people's souls. The assistant, squeezing his eyes tightly shut, again answered negatively. Then the owner asked if it was related to the fact that all people were ugly. Blue particles flew past the protagonist's face as Satan said that it was because they always left 1 or 2 witnesses alive. The demon raised his fist and explained that they left them so that they could go around telling people about their misdeeds. The guy smirked and thanked him for the advice, as now he understood what could be done. An image with a black screen appeared. The image of the streamer began to appear as he greeted the viewers and asked them if they liked the dragon hunt. His eyes lit up red as he said that today, for the first time in a long time, he wanted to share basic content with them and the subscribers just had to wait. One of the warriors' mouths dropped open in surprise. Broken chains appeared. The image of an immortal berserker warrior immediately appeared. A giant blade appeared in the hands of the young man. Letting go of his opponent's head, the boy said that he hadn't done this for a long time and added that he had killed many with a rusty iron sword, and a notification appeared that he had killed a high-ranking official of the Kingdom of Carbon, which caused his fame to increase by 300 points. The other 2 warriors, holding their weapons, could not understand how this could happen, because the spirit of this man had changed in literally an instant. A skull appeared behind him when someone called him a bloody demon from Legends. The young man, grinning, said that he would grant life to only 10. His eyes began to glow even brighter after the words that they should attack, and system messages appeared about the activation of blood madness, due to which the attack power is inversely proportional to the remaining health, which was reduced by 99%, as well as the amount of mana. Immediately after, the hero attacked several of his enemies with lightning speed. There were many corpses on the ground and many notifications that he had killed many players and NPCs, which increased his reputation and notoriety. The young man, breathing heavily, said that the cleaning was finally finished, and in the chat, viewers began to write that this was just madness. The Caribbean naval base appeared. The pirate, crossing his arms over his chest, noted that he had heard rumors about his comrade hunting dragons and added that he now considered him an unusual person. The guy, closing his eyes, explained that thanks to the man, he managed to complete the quest on the new continent, and immediately thanked him. The same one laughed loudly and asked to give him the opportunity to organize a trip to the main continent, because then the interlocutor would be delivered there as quickly as possible. The sailor, looking down, said that if he suddenly needed his help, he could just contact him at any time. The ship sailed along the endless ocean. The hero, crossing his arms over his chest, explained that they now needed to merge the servers. An elven village appeared. One of the houses was visible, and immediately someone's scream was heard asking what the elves didn't like about his appearance. The ranger, pressing the player to the ground, told him to shut up and added that ugly people couldn't even set foot in the city. Someone's legs appeared and words were heard that everything was the same here. Smiling, the guy asked how they were all doing here. The girl, raising her head, was surprised by his arrival, and the man asked if this was the famous player. The Spirit of Water was pouring tea when notifications appeared that the title of the savior of the elves had been confirmed and the conditions for participation had also been met. The guy raised the mug to his mouth. Looking at his hand, the young man noted that it was surprising that just by drinking it, one could get such a boost of energy, because this was simply incomparable to any power of the spirits that the queen controlled, since he received messages that the effect of the cleansing wave would last for 10 days, during which the speed of health recovery was increased by 3,000%, as well as the speed of mana recovery. Melissa explained that thanks to it, the world tree had completely awakened and the connection with the spirits had been restored, and this was incomparable to what it was before. Looking ahead, she asked if the reason for his coming was related to the request that the world tree had made to him earlier, and immediately began to talk about giving him a map of the Dragon Lord's lair. The young man, raising his eyebrows, said that he already had it. The dragon's heart appeared. The girl's eyes immediately turned white with surprise. She put her hands on the table. Approaching the guest, the queen shouted a question about how he managed to get this thing. The protagonist answered that he simply went to hunt the dragon himself. The elf, looking at the heart, said that it was simply impossible. The player said that one blow with a bamboo stick was enough for him. Closing her eyes, she noted that she had lived a long life and was proud of the fact that she knew a lot about people, but her guest was extremely strange in appearance, which completely contradicted common sense. The guy said that he often heard such things. Opening her eyes, the girl asked him to follow her, since they were now going to their mother. The tree of life appeared. The girl, smiling, was glad that they really brought her the dragon's heart. The guy, standing in front of her, noted that they had not seen each other for a long time and added that she no longer appeared in his dreams. She replied that she had regained enough strength to embody her image in reality. The tree spirit licked her lips and said that the dragon heart really was the best means for recovery, as it had enormous vitality, and immediately system notifications appeared stating that the influence of the world tree on the continent of Arcadia had increased by 39%, and thanks to this, the connection with the spirit world had greatly increased, and they would now appear all over the continent. And forests and nature would begin to recover faster. The young man's mouth dropped open in surprise, as multiple notifications appeared stating that an error had occurred in calculating the reward associated with completing the quest. The girl, raising her hand, noted that this could be a bit ambiguous, and said that she had actually planned to appoint the one who would bring her the dragon heart as her representative, but she had some problem. Opening her eyes, she explained that her savior was higher in level than her intervention, and apparently this had become impossible. The protagonist silently looked in her direction. The young man grinned and asked if she would still need such a representative, as he had received a notification that he had no way to obtain a hidden class of nature's will and realized that it would be a pity to lose him. The spirit, closing her eyes, replied that it was so. The hero, approaching, asked him to allow him to point out the owner of this hidden class, and the interlocutor cried out in surprise. Looking forward, the guy explained that she could make the final decision herself, as she would be able to think about the person who would be brought to her. The girl's eyes widened. Putting out her hands, she screamed that she would do so and asked him to step aside. A stick appeared in the young man's hand after she said that he should send her a person who would be recommended, using this branch, and then she would read his spirit and determine whether this person was suitable, or she needed another. Looking at this thing, the player asked how he would be able to send her the person he wanted to recommend using this thing. The girl, slightly closing her eyes, explained that you need to hit this person very hard, but so that he does not die, and added that she just needs to hit him on the head with this stick and knock the spirit out of him. The hero's eyes turned white after her words that after this user will get into an imaginary world where they have already met. Looking down, the protagonist understood that since this is the only class that provides a great tree, this must be some kind of need in which balance is not very important, and also a system window with the characteristics of this thing appeared. The guy, raising his hand to his face, noted that he was ashamed to give this class to someone else. The interlocutor replied that she could not do anything, because the power that the guest possesses exceeds even hers. The protagonist, looking to the side, asked again about this power. Her eyes suddenly turned white, and she said that this was not the information that people knew. Her face turned red. Putting her hand on her chest, the spirit explained that since he had brought it up, she could do nothing but tell him, and added that in fact, in this world, there was not only one absolute god that people worshipped, because there was also a volcano that symbolized fire. The guy standing in front of her asked if she meant that lost age of mythology, and she screamed a question about how he knew this, because this history had probably been erased from Arcadia. Looking away, the young man explained that they both said exactly that, namely, that it did not matter in front of the world tree. Two lights appeared. The girl's eyes immediately opened wider. An angel and a demon appeared near him. The spirit, pointing her finger at them, shouted a question about why they ended up with this player and left their domain. the demon realm and heaven, and shamelessly caused trouble in her territory during the Holy War and now decided to interfere in other people's affairs again. Satan, crossing his arms over his chest, asked how long she was going to continue to raise old problems. Ellie, putting her hands on her chest, explained that it was an inevitable choice to stop the spread of the influence of these damn bats throughout Arcadia, and their mission was to protect people. The spirit, approaching them, shouted that she really cared so much about protecting this place, because who would have thought that she was just a madwoman obsessed with the desire to kill these bats. The angel turned away, listening to the girl's question about why she and Muspelheim turned the entire continent into a sea of fire without thinking about the consequences. Because didn't they already know that the number of living beings who died because of them was several times greater than the demons? The guy's eyes turned white after the words that the angel could not say a word in response. Satan said that he really liked watching this. The spirit grabbed him, asking why he suddenly started laughing. His eyes turned white after her scream that if he had not risen to the continent first, the angel would not have done this. Sweat ran down his face when she screamed that he just needed to die already. Because didn't he understand how she had to suffer because of the sword that was pierced into her? The demon fell to the ground and they both admitted that they were wrong. The girl put her hands on her hips and said that this is what they deserved. The protagonist sat down next to them, listening to her question about whether he was forced to make a contract with them because he had once accidentally gained the ability to freely manipulate integrity. The spirit, closing her eyes, noted that such a situation would normally be impossible and asked if it was her father's will. The young man, looking askance, assumed that she was talking about the head developer or someone like that. Suddenly, the image of the hero appeared. The girl, lowering her hands, asked if he used the power of the heavens and the demonic world impartially, and he answered that he probably did, since he only had to use them when it was truly useful. The player raised his head, listening to her words about how in that case, it really didn't matter who gave him such power. A smile appeared on her face. Raising a finger, she said that in that case, she would help him find a more useful use for that integrity. A green vine appeared. The demon's mouth opened in surprise. The girl's eyes also widened. The spirit, rising into the air, asked to include her in the familiar's contract. Many system messages began to appear in front of the protagonist's face, which said that a contract had been concluded with the mother of all things, the world tree, and he now had the opportunity to use decency to borrow the power of the spirit world, and also a notification about the creation of the spirit summoning skill. Then the guy noted that such a privilege, in the form of the ability to summon spirits, was extremely good. The girl reminded that she had already said that it would allow him to use decency points more valuable. Putting her hand on her chest, the assistant explained that no matter what class of spirits he summoned or how many spirits with what attribute, she would take care of everything. His gaze was directed to the side when the familiar said that in return he would pay with decency. The demon raised his hand and shouted a question about whether she didn't know what copyright was, since her proposal was a direct copy of the structure of their contract, and the angel asked if she knew how much they had to suffer with their contracts. The girl showed them the middle finger and asked if they looked like friends, since they had fought in a holy war on her territory. Band-aids immediately appeared on their mouths. The hero, holding out his hand, noted that they had apparently managed to figure everything out and added that he hoped that they would be able to work together. The spirit, closing her eyes, replied that she would serve him with reasonable decency and asked him to use her spirits more often. After the words about summoning spirits, a lower-level water spirit, the mourner, appeared. Then a lower-level fire spirit, the salamander, appeared. Then a lower-level air spirit, the sylph, appeared. And finally a lower-level earth spirit, the gnome, appeared. The boy, looking at them, noted that he was a little disappointed that they were all of a low level. The girl, raising her hand, explained that if he was going to summon the king of spirits and make a fuss, then he should forget about it, because it is not so easy to summon and influence any of the spirits, with any amount of decency. The boy's eyes turned white after these words and he asked who said this. The assistant replied that she herself said it just in case. The hero, glancing again at the spirits, noted that this is not so bad, because it will not arouse suspicion, since other users can also use them. The world tree appeared. The child, raising his hand, greeted the man. She, standing in front of the protagonist, noted that he had changed a lot, but the player did not understand what she was talking about. The girl said that his smell had become much better. The guy, opening his eyes wider, suggested that this could somehow be related to the contract with the spirits. The girl, smiling broadly, said that she no longer needed to hold her breath, because in the past, human blood was so strong that it was difficult for her to breathe. The young man, squinting, realized that the smell was also part of the human's appearance, and now he had a feeling that they really returned to the elf village. The queen, closing her mouth, apologized for her words. The territory of this city appeared. Melissa, sitting on a bench nearby, asked what he was talking about with the world tree. The guy, looking at the spirit, understood that even if he told her what exactly happened, it would be too hard to believe and said that she asked him to become a confidant. The girl, putting her hand on her chest, screamed a question about whether he was really talking about the successor of the world tree, which was mentioned in the legend. The branch of the test appeared when the player explained that the World Tree told him that they needed to find a suitable person who could fulfill the will of nature, and such an object was proof of that. The Queen, covering her mouth with her hands, could not believe what she saw and asked what the World Tree was thinking when it gave this role to people. The protagonist, holding it in his hand, said that it was so in any case and now he needed to search the continent, since he had nothing special to do. The girl, coming closer, shouted a question about whether it would be easier for him to find a suitable representative among the forest clan, because she did not think that he should overcome such difficulties and travel across the continent. The guy, pointing his finger, asked if she considered him crazy to choose a successor among the elves, because what would happen if she had more power? Her eyes turned white after his words about not even dreaming about it until she improved at least externally, and immediately notifications appeared that she was disappointed with the player's opinion and her interest level was falling. The Queen, looking down, said that it would be right if they, the forest clan, became representatives of the World Tree. The spirit, raising her hand to her face, laughed, because she understood that the children of the forest needed someone like him from the very beginning, while the owner said that Melissa should behave decently, because she should behave decently until some incredibly ugly person was sent here, who would be made a representative of the World Tree. The hero, smiling, noted that it was more interesting than it seemed, because with the help of this stick he had the ability to send some goblin, and she screamed that she would do whatever he asked. The Queen folded her hands in front of her, and asked him not to specifically choose an ugly one, no matter who it was, even if it was a human race. The young man looked at her, and said that they would see how it would go later, and the other woman thanked him and added that she would make sure to thoroughly train the clan, even if it meant using the Queen's power, and a message appeared that she was deeply touched by his decision and her interest level had increased significantly. Her eyes widened after he told her that another message had come from the World Tree. She listened with her mouth slightly open as the guest said that on the day the next full moon rose, the moment that had been promised would come. Smiling, the young man explained that they would unite the disparate continents, and a message immediately appeared that there were 27 days and 17 hours left until the full moon. A boat appeared near the elven city. The guild leader, smiling, said that they came at the leader's call, and the girl asked how he was doing. The hero, standing in front of them, explained that he only asked them to come if they had business in this place, but did not expect them to come so quickly and noted that he heard that they had a lot of business, and they replied that since he called, they were obliged to come. One of them also said something about the guild leader. The protagonist, smiling, said that he had heard rumors that the growth rate had exceeded all expectations. Imagining someone shaking hands, the guy noted that judging by the trade with the gnomes, the profit from trading with non-player characters is the highest. Mountains of gold also appeared when the young man added that, in addition, it is reported that with the support of users, the GM guild can no longer compete with them. The girl, closing her eyes, said that it was all thanks to his plan and trust in them, while his comrade said that absolute trust rewards absolute results, and that was their team's motto. Turning around, the hero explained that he had actually contacted them to provide them with what they asked for, and one of them asked what they asked him for. A key appeared in the guy's hand. Immediately after, a red seal appeared and a notification that the entrance to the Red Dragon's lair was taking place. Looking back, the guy asked them to enter and added that all this would be chaotic for them, but they should be patient. Their eyes immediately widened. The guard, holding her hands in front of her, said that they were waiting for his return to the lair, while the goblin explained that they had prepared everything he had mentioned. In front of them were the dragon bones, and then one of the guild members shouted a question about whether these were the bones and head of that dragon lord. The young man said that last time they sent him a note with a question related to the dragon bones for sale and explained that they could sell it through their guild. The girl, raising her hand to her face, replied that she remembered this letter. The guy, putting his hand on the bones, asked them to spare him this trouble and just set a good price for them. People were tying something to the cart and shouting that everyone should concentrate their magic and collect as much spell as possible before transporting. Someone else asked to make sure that the blanket was securely fastened and did not fall off, because did they not know what would happen if some strange rumors were to start about the item they were transporting? The leader, smiling broadly, said that even if they collected all the remaining dragon bones in Arcadia, they would not even come close to the 2.5-ton mark, and the girl noted that it was their leader who became the first user who managed to defeat the Elder Dragon. She, raising her hand to her face, asked where her comrade was going to transfer this item, because the sand forge was on the other side of the continent, and they had no way to take the bones there, and if we consider what was nearby, then it seemed to her that the Magic Tower or the Harmal Empire would do. The comrade, smiling, said that the destination had already been decided. An image of a hero appeared in his head, who said that they should spare him from this and just set a reasonable price. The young man, putting his hand on his chest, explained that the leader trusted them and entrusted them with this task, and therefore they should repay him with better results. Raising his hand, the boy said that they were now heading to the sand forge, as there they would process the dragon bone and get rid of the items at the highest price. The rumored desert was visible. 2 representatives of the Pie Trading Guild appeared. The protagonist also appeared with a pie in his hand, and it was said that under his leadership, continuing to trade between different races, They were able to make a huge profit and as a result became the highest-ranking trading company. A sign appeared against the background of a star. A pie also appeared above the map of the territories of Arcadia. It was said that if they managed to make a deal with the Dragon Bone, then the trading guild would certainly gain power that could shake the economy of the entire Arcadia. Scales appeared and words about the fact that, as everyone knows, resources in the economy are limited. A large number of coins appeared and it was said that on one of the sides, gold could flow like a river. A small number of coins also appeared after the words that on the other side, there could be a drought. The GM guild leader looked at the system window, and it was explained that one of them was this trading guild, which previously held the leading position. The man looked at the notification, which stated that the total value of the trading guild's assets was slightly more than 4 million gold, and then realized that when this value was approaching 8 million, it had now been halved. Jagu, putting one hand on his head, ordered someone to explain the reason for this. The assistant replied that the failed attempt to trade with the dwarves only exacerbated the losses, especially after the incident with the pie trading guild. The leader, slamming his fist on the table, shouted a question about how long they were going to make excuses, since all this was happening because they were not doing their job properly, although they continued to receive a full salary. Although all they did was play games, and also shouted a question about where this damn guild was now. The assistant, bowing his head, replied that they were currently moving towards the Dwarven territory. The man, gritting his teeth, said that these creatures devoured all the profits that they needed to monopolize. The old man said that the greatest profit came from trade between the elves and the dwarves, and added that something seemed strange to him. The boy, looking up, asked what was strange about this. Introducing their convoy, the subordinate replied that although they had started their journey from the Great Forest of Miles, which was on the opposite side from the Forge of Sands, they avoided all the villages on the way and moved only along those roads where there were the fewest people. The leader, opening his eyes wider, said that they were most likely transporting something very important there. The old man, hiding his eye under a blindfold, asked what the master thought about simply observing, because at the moment the public opinion of GM Group was not the best and a hasty decision could have a bad effect on their reputation. But the leader said that right now they needed to act aggressively. Jagu stood up from his chair and explained that if they were moving secretly, their numbers would be smaller than usual, and since they hadn't passed through any villages, their stamina would be running low, and the goods would probably be more valuable than usual. So if they succeeded, the profit would be maximum. One of the men stood by the door as the old man spoke about how this could be a dangerous decision if they weren't careful, and the leader shouted that he knew it was risky. The young man pointed at himself and shouted a question about whether he didn't understand yet that this was a war, and their last chance to turn the tide of the game. The assistant bowed his head and listened to the leader shout that if they didn't change the situation now, the GM would spend his life in humiliation, picking up the crumbs from the Pie Merchant Guild's table. 3 burning candles appeared. The leader, grinning, said that if they wanted a war, then let it be a war, and also ordered to gather as many people as possible, as from now on there would be a full-fledged slaughter. A temporary camp of the trading guild appeared. A fire was lit in the middle of the camp. The leader, holding a branch in his hands, understood that this was already the 4th night in a row when they continued their journey without stopping, but they managed to cover more than half the distance, and at this rate they would be able to safely reach the Forge of Sands. Looking at the girl, the leader knew that the goal was already close and they had very little left. His eyes opened wider after activating the ability of heightened senses. Some warriors appeared and a notification appeared that enemies targeting the trading guild were trying to ambush them. The bandage began to glow after activating the effect of the cautious merchant set. A bright beam hit the camp as the leader shouted that they were under attack and everyone needed to prepare for an attack, and there were also reports that his overall defense stats had increased by 30% and his movement speed by 25%, while the enemy's overall stats had been reduced by 10%. The young man looked up, saying that these weren't just any random group of bandits or robbers, but real raiders. These warriors showed up as the leader was saying that they were the GM's trading guild. The boy raised his hand and shouted a question about what they really thought. Their group was so stupid that they would fall for the same trick again, and the girl ordered them to prepare a stream. The old man looked down, saying that he remembered how they once encountered difficulties because of this method. The leader, with his mouth wide open, shouted that if they didn't want to end up on the evening news again as the worst company, they needed to get out and mentally asked them to leave them alone this time. The man, smiling, asked if this was a joke. Jagu, taking off his hood, asked what they did wrong. The players, with their mouths wide open, couldn't believe that the GM guild leader was here. The girl, with her eyes wide open, realized that he had revealed his game name, and this was the first time this had happened. The leader, looking ahead, tried to figure out what they were planning. The opponent, smirking, said that it was simple, because in this game, raids and ambushes were just another type of content. There was a message about a raid between them, when the leader said that there were players who actually attacked trading guilds for profit, and some used raids as a means to interfere with the transportation of other guilds. The young man raised his hand and explained that the GM guild was simply playing a game, and that they had no need to hide their game names. The enemy standing in front of him shouted at him not to talk nonsense, because how could a large corporation oppress weaklings like them, and call it a game? Jaegu smiled and asked if they really considered themselves weaklings and reminded them of the super arms of this trading guild. The young man's eyes immediately widened. A web appeared and he realized that they were trapped and there was no way to avoid the battle. Imagining the spider, the young man knew that given their fatigue, they would definitely lose. Gritting his teeth, the leader understood that this was happening exactly when they were fulfilling an important request from the protagonist. Turning around, the players shouted for them all to prepare for battle, as they needed to protect the cargo at any cost, while the girls shouted for the escape squad to start preparing teleportation magic while the others would buy time. 3 warriors stood up to protect the cargo. A blade appeared and a notification appeared that a rare item, a scorpion dagger, had been activated. Raising the weapon, the leader understood that their goal was to protect the dragon bone and they did not care about being defeated. A system message also appeared that the item's passive skill had been activated, thanks to which the enemy touched by the blade would be paralyzed for 5 minutes. Introducing the teleportation scroll, the guy remembered that the time needed to activate it was about 5 minutes, and they needed to hold out for at least these 5 minutes. The cargo was immediately engulfed in a bright blue glow. The enemy, grinning, said that bluffing would not help them, since they already knew everything, and added that the hero was not with them at the moment. The leader, raising his other hand, understood that they were coming and everyone needed to focus and avoid only critical hits. Someone's face appeared. A red cut appeared on the leader's body when someone was talking about teaching them a valuable lesson about how knowing your place is an extremely important factor. The guy turned around and assumed that it was a non-player character. It was Count Fabian. Looking at the rest of the opponent's army, the young man realized that they had attracted the Harmal Empire. Grinning, the leader ordered to sweep everyone away. Many messages began to appear in front of the protagonist that the Pi Trading Guild had been attacked and the goods they were transporting had been stolen, thereby lowering their reputation. The demon, sitting in the collar, asked what had happened, and the hero replied that apparently someone had stolen his goods. Grinning, the guy noted that this was getting more and more interesting. The guild leader, also smiling, understood that such fierce resistance from their enemies was not surprising. Standing in front of the guests, Jaegu knew that no one could have imagined that the cargo they were transporting would be such an important item. Introducing the protagonist, the leader realized that the man was involved in this again, and knowing his character, he would definitely show up to take revenge for this raid. Raising his hand, the young man shouted that this is what he wanted and now they were in for the last fight. The player, standing in front of the assistants, noted that he felt guilty and therefore tried to avoid direct attacks from the players, but that young gentleman began to cause trouble again. Looking back, the young man wondered if the time had come to destroy them once and for all. The guys stood in front of the dragon's skull. Looking up, Deern asked what the guest wanted in exchange for handing over the dragon bone. Smiling, the boy said that he only had one wish. Jaegu furrowed his brows and asked to protect his merchant guild from the real owner of the bone. Looking away, the Duke assumed that this was a desperate fight for survival. System screens appeared around the girl, indicating that an anomaly had been detected in the Harmal Empire. Opening her mouth, the lady noticed that the 4th act, called the Continental War, was starting to generate. Placing his hand on his hip, Jae-young pondered over why he entrusted the dragon's skull to the Pi Merchant Guild. Placing his hand on his chin, the protagonist understood how the events were unfolding. Standing in front of the skull, the protagonist was dissatisfied that he had settled everything except for this large and annoying thing. Raising his head, the boy considered leaving the remains here for someone else to deal with. In the inventory slot, there was a piece of dragon bone. Closing his eyes, the young man was not pleased with the fact that this colossus stood out so much in his lair. The skull that was in the system window had traveled from the trade guild to the GM organization, and then ended up in the Harmal Empire. The remains lay in front of the Empire's coat of arms. The aristocrats were amazed with their mouths open that the skull of Carbinian, which weighed 2.5 tons, was here. Looking closely, the men said that even the 5 magic towers had declared that they would support Prince Dimitri in exchange for dragon bones, because such a large number of materials could be used to make a huge number of legendary swords. Dimitri folded his arms over his chest and decided that the long battle for the Hawk Throne was finally over. The second prince of the Empire realized that with this dragon bone, his moderate faction had finally lost. Looking down, Vines was disappointed that the continent would once again be painted crimson because of a stupid war. The royal looked ahead. The emperor held his head up and said that they had been humiliated by the greedy king of the Varmal Empire for many years. Clenching his fist, Miris said that everything would change now. Raising his hands, the subjects listened to the words that it was time to show the might of their empire. Opening his mouth, the old man said that from now on, their country would declare a state of emergency, so all military powers would be temporarily transferred to the first prince. Dimitri looked forward. Looking at the sword, the emperor ordered the blades to be raised. Frowning, the commander-in-chief said that they would conquer the continent using equipment made from dragon bone. Looking up, Jae-young noticed that a new act called the Continental War had begun. Lowering his head, the guild leader said that he was very sorry that this had happened. Looking down, the boy explained that according to the rules of the game, raids were not considered a serious problem. Remembering Zeju's face, the young man finished his speech by saying that their guild was just playing a game. Smiling, the protagonist understood that this young master had played his cards very well. Bowing, the couple shouted that they would take responsibility and somehow fix the situation. Looking down, the protagonist thought about what he should do now. Introducing various artifacts, the guy knew that the items he received after defeating Carbinian filled his entire lair. Lowering his head, the young man was angry that this thing ended up in the hands of disgusting people. With his mouth open, the assistant listened to the words that the problem occurred because the ASM player handed over the bone due to his laziness. Exhaling air from his lungs, the user added that if his comrades continued to apologize, everyone would be embarrassed. The guild leader began to sweat. Flying nearby, the familiars heard their master suggest that they focus on getting back what was lost. Looking back, Jae-young said that everything that happens in the game should be resolved in the game. Putting his hands on his hips, Tank shared the information that he had a couple of guys who were suitable for a large-scale battle, to which the protagonist replied that he would not use spirits this time. Raising his eyebrows, Satan asked what his master meant. Smiling, the protagonist explained that he was going to resolve the matter without fighting this time. Opening his mouth, the archangel noticed that this was not in the spirit of her master. Lowering his head, the guy repeated the words that he would resolve everything peacefully. Looking from under his brows, the young man clarified that he said that he would not fight directly. Beaming with happiness, Ellie was pleased with such a mood of the player. The guys were sitting on the couch. Raising his head, the young man thought of something. The user sweated as he thought about what Seo-min had said about keeping in touch. A call came in on his phone. Holding the phone in her hands, the girl was glad that her friend had actually called her. Putting the device to his ear, Jae-young didn't understand why his interlocutor was so excited, and then said that he was calling to keep a promise. Looking away, the lady listened to the words about him leaving the dragon's skull for safekeeping, and it was stolen. With her mouth open, the lady screamed that this item must be incredibly valuable. Smiling, the protagonist explained that the GM guild had dragged the Harmal Empire into theft. Sweating, Min thought about the promise, theft, and guilds. Looking up, the protagonist explained that he was calling because the GM guild had crossed the line. Frowning, the leader thought about how the empire would soon be wiped off the face of the earth. Leaning on the table, the girl heard her interlocutor say that for her sake he would try to act carefully. The lady lowered her head. The lady's eyes widened as she thought that this time the organization had crossed the line, so they were all finished, and then the system showed a timer that showed the remaining time to choose a faction before the fourth act. A notification began to appear in front of the players informing them that a Continental War was starting and they could choose to fight for the Varmal Empire or the Harmal Empire, and if the chosen faction won, they would be given a reward depending on their contribution. But if the faction lost, they would receive penalties. And then someone asked if they were talking about those two major powers on this server. Some blue lights appeared and many messages from viewers appeared saying that this was a grand event that was hard to believe. The young man, looking at the notification, realized that it was finally getting interesting and it would soon be noisy again. The demon, putting his hand on his side, asked if the owner was going to participate in the chaos in the north, because if they interfered, it would confuse everything, and the hero asked why he needed to go there, because he was told that he had no desire to fight this time. Satan, with white eyes, asked if they really came here to meet them. The guy, closing his eyes, asked him not to ask questions to which he knew the answer, because it was too annoying. His eyes opened. Entering the guild territory, the protagonist said that even trash can be useful. Some underpants appeared and someone said the abbreviated name of the guild, which was deciphered as a question about what color the protagonist's underpants were. A young man appeared and it was said that this was a strange guild, whose name could end up in the center of a lawsuit, because the very fact of the existence of such a strange guild name was absurd. Their castle also appeared and the news that they had reached the first place in the ranking, as the number of guild members exceeded 1 million in 3 months, and it was also said that it was even more absurd that this group of perverts had bypassed all the famous guilds and reached the leading positions. The hero, pulling the hood over his head, understood that he never wanted to have anything to do with these guys, because it disgusted him on a physical level. News headlines related to this guild also appeared and the young man realized that he could not deny their influence, as this was the strongest guild on the server, and even when he had to answer their question about panties as a joke, it immediately caused a resonance. The guy, taking a step, decided to see who was the boss in this guild. There were many people inside and messages appeared that he was temporarily disarmed, and the entry notification was sent to the guild administrator, and the players were looking for comrades in groups and selling various things. The demon, putting his hands in his pockets, noted that everything here looks quite ordinary, and the owner asked if he was serious about this, because why are they all in this strange guild? The girl, coming out to him, asked if he wanted to join their guild. The guy, standing in front of her, answered that he did not come to join, because he just needed to talk to the guild master, and the administrator explained that this person is very busy and you can't just come and ask for a meeting. Suddenly, her attention was drawn to the guest's game name. Looking at the man, she said that she simply cannot believe it. The office of the head of this guild appeared. The man, holding out the paper, shouted that he was very pleased to meet him and added that he was a fan and also asked him to leave an autograph. The guy, covering himself with his hand, listened to the leader shout that this was his first time meeting someone who was related to that player, which made him nervous, and also that her videos were amazing and he really enjoyed watching them, and also the words that he hoped to meet her someday and maybe asked if she could pass on a fan letter to the player. The demon, raising his hand to his face, said that this man was completely crazy. The angel said that this was a typical leader of a strange cult, while the young man said that for a second he hoped that this man might be normal. The girl, jumping on the man's shoulder, apologized for the fact that their guild master lost his mind because of such nerves. She, looking down, asked why the popular player's friend had come to them, since it seemed to her that he had always avoided them. The guy, looking forward, thought that this person was much more competent than expected and said that he had come to this place with a request and also asked if they knew the reason for the main scenario. The deputy, smiling, answered in the affirmative. Introducing the dragon's head, she said that the skull of Carbinian, obtained by the GM Trading Guild, had fallen into the hands of the Harmal Empire. She also introduced the two princes and explained that as a result, the fragile balance in the struggle for the throne between them had collapsed, and now a crazy idea to conquer the continent was being realized. Jumping to the ground, the mage also noted that the situation was clearly in favor of the Harmal Empire, since the magic tower, which had gone crazy because of the dragon bones, as well as the main mercenary and large guilds, supported this faction, which said a lot. The hero, looking at her from under his brows, asked about whose side this guild was going to take, and also thought that they were too well informed. The girl hid her eyes under her hat. The man, crossing his arms over his chest, replied that they did not like any of the options, and the deputy tried to object. The leader, looking down, asked her to be silent, because since this man was familiar with that player, he wanted to be honest. The girl, looking away, apologized and said that he was right. A skull appeared when the leader said that it would be blasphemy for them to side with the Harmal Empire. Frowning, Ater added that they were trying to steal the player's items and also explained that it would also be difficult to confront them directly. Some warriors appeared when the man said that the Varmal Empire had no chance of winning, because they suffered huge losses from the surprise attack of the Harmal Empire and most of the users had already turned away from them. The boy looked up and asked if that meant that this faction would have no chance even if they were supported by the number 1 guild with over 1 million members. The man nodded his head and answered affirmatively and explained that even with a guild alliance or NPCs of the count's level, in front of nations like them, there would be nothing more than difficult to control animals. The young man in front of him asked if they really didn't want to take revenge for the stolen items. The leader gritted his teeth and shouted that their guest had hit the nail on the head, because engaging in a battle in which they had no chance would only cast a shadow on that player's name, and that was annoying, and added that they planned to skip this scenario and not take any action. The hero looked forward and noted that this was an impressive decision for a master of a large guild, and then asked what would happen if the guest asked them for a favor. Their gazes were directed straight at Neo. Their eyes suddenly widened and one of them shouted that it was simply impossible. A young man in his usual appearance appeared in front of them. Smiling, the guy asked what exactly they thought was impossible. The protagonist, still standing in front of them, noted that he was impressed, because he knew that this guild was huge, but it seemed to him that it was run by less serious people. The man's eyes turned white when he asked if it was really the same player, and the assistant said that she couldn't believe it, because it only meant that all those videos were made by him. The man, gritting his teeth, remembered that he had made a big scene in the comments on the channel, in which it was written that he wanted to see only the hero himself. Blood spurted from the deputy's mouth. The guy's eyes suddenly widened. They rushed to hug him, shouting that this was really the same person, because they found it hard to believe that they had managed to meet him in person. The demon, throwing his hands behind his head, noted that he had lived to see the moment when people could make the master feel so insignificant, while the angel said that this was already going beyond sympathy and looked like an obsession bordering on madness, and asked if she should save him, but Satan asked her to leave it as is. The young man turned completely white, because he thought about what he had said too much. The flag fluttered in the wind, and someone shouted that she was a fan of Dex. With their hands outstretched, the players shouted that they wanted to hug their idol at least once. Smiling, Jae-young was convinced that these people had already gone too far. A moment later, the protagonist took the form of Kang Shin, the headbreaker. 2 blows rang out. The protagonist threw the hammer over his shoulder, hoping that his friends would calm down after that. Frowning, the protagonist promised that if this happened again, he would personally disband the guild and leave the game, to which the guys replied that it would not happen again and apologized. Propping his head on his hand, the guy asked if they had a chance against Harmal if they joined the Varmal Empire. With his mouth wide open, the warrior shouted that they would be able to slightly change the balance of power, because given the recruitment standards of their guild, about 80% of their members would be able to stand up for themselves in battle. Sweating, the young man clarified the information that they potentially had 800,000 people, to which the sorceress replied that this would be the case if everyone participated. Looking ahead, the player remembered that the South Korean army had an army of about 500,000 people. Smiling, the witch said that she was going to outline the information she had gathered. Introducing the path of the dragon skull, the lady said that first of all, the GM faction knew that the remains belonged to their leader, which is why they swore allegiance to the Harmal Empire. Extending his hand, Jae-young asked Agnes how she knew this information. Smiling, the mage was surprised that her boss did not know about it. Looking from under her brows, the sorceress said that in every corner of Arcadia, they knew about the protagonist's panties. Opening his mouth, the protagonist could not believe that his enemies were interested in the color of his underwear. Imagining some kind of key, the girl explained that the key to winning this war is public opinion. Taking the figure of a knight, the god was confident that they would be able to lure away players who are connected to the enemy empire, thereby weakening them. Looking down, the young man realized that he needed to heat up the situation. The young man closed his eyes and said that he would try to come up with something like that. Putting his hand to his chest, the lady calmed her comrade down by saying that they could handle such a task themselves. Lowering his head, the young man agreed to give her free rein. Looking ahead, Jae-young understood that they still had one problem, because the cowards of Dex had decided not to participate in the war. The fighters stood in front of the castle towers, and the protagonist understood that the magic tower and the 5 great mercenaries needed to be neutralized. Frowning, Ater offered to promise rewards comparable to the enormous wealth of the empire. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist convinced the guys that rewards were not a problem for their guild. With wide eyes, the subordinates did not understand what their leader was talking about. Smiling, the guy asked about whose pocket the skull fell out of. Looking ahead, the young man called the Golden Goblin. A pentagram appeared on the floor, from which someone said that he was being called. Looking back, the young man suggested checking whose reward would be more attractive. Putting her hands to her face, the sorceress thought that this was very calming. Glowing with happiness, the knight was sure that he would always follow his master. The screen was on in the darkness. There was some kind of interference on the monitor. Folding their arms across their chests, the aristocrats talked about how the guys from the GM guild managed to get the dragon bone. Showing the card, the guy said that he was an agent of the Dex Panties faction, who had infiltrated the enemy ranks. Putting the mask on the table, the young man said that this guild deliberately attacked the Pie Guild in order to steal the dragon's head. The swordsman held his weapon in his hands. The guys stood in front of the dragon remains. The aristocrat spread his arms. Seju opened his mouth wide. Looking from under her brows, the girl decided to share what they managed to find out about the beginning of the main scenario. Looking at the camera, the lady said that they were everywhere and nowhere at the same time, to which the commentators expressed their opinion that it smelled like propaganda. Looking at the monitor, Jae-young understood that public opinion was starting to change for the worse, after which viewers wrote that there were too many incidents in this game, so everyone only needed peace. Sitting on the chair, the girl understood that propaganda should be answered with propaganda. Putting her finger to the key, the lady was sure that with the help of this video they would completely seize control of GM. Words were heard from the screen that someone brought good news. Looking from under his brows, the protagonist said that he personally reunited with the fan guild for the sake of those suffering from the bloody main scenario. Looking forward, the protagonist asked for help from the viewers. Opening his mouth, the young man said that it was necessary to punish the trade, the guild and the Empire of Harmel, and the commentators at the time were shocked that Dex himself was asking for their help. Standing in front of the blue light, the young man realized that he had been fighting alone for more than 10 years in different games. Looking back, the player was now asking for help from his comrades, in response to which the spectators called on each other to help their idol. The boy blew the horn. Smiling, Ater was glad that their guild would now be able to share the fate of the Barmal Empire. A large army of fans stood in place to fulfill the will of their leader. Jae-young, sitting in the middle of the treasures from the dragon's lair, did not understand what he was holding in his hands. Looking down, Eddie asked what her master was doing, to which he replied that he was checking for useful items that could be lying around idle. Raising his hands, the goblin listened to the words that it was somewhere here. Looking at the 2 books, the protagonist was glad to have found them. Smiling, Tanchik asked what his master was going to do with the 8 circle spell tomes, to which he replied that the books looked impressive. Closing her eyes, the archangel suggested that their master could use some historical background. Sweating, the lady explained that magic originally belonged only to dragons. In the center of the pentagram stood a huge lizard. The man standing in the center of the fire circle realized that some parts of magic were passed on to people through the teachings of dragons. The old man extended his hand, and the familiar said that a person who devoted his entire life to magic could use 4th circle spells. The guy used a fire spell, and at that time the assistant explained that once every few centuries a person is born who masters the magic of the 5th circle. Raising a finger, the lady stated that Merlin could use 8 circles of magic, but he was an exception because he was taught by the Dragon Lord. Smiling, Jae-young listened to the story about how the books they had just found contained spells from the realm of the gods that humans could never enter, and the protagonist guessed that these tomes would be great bait. Raising their eyebrows, the familiars could not believe that such rare items would be used as bait. Lowering his head, the protagonist heard a question about what he was planning this time. Seju grabbed his head. Baring his teeth, the man cursed his sworn enemy. Lowering his head, the servant listened to the cries that the protagonist had always said that he would not cooperate with these guys, and then added that it was the truth. Pointing his finger, the leader of the merchant guild was furious that the Dex Panties knew all their internal data. A moment later, the monitor fell to the floor. The young man spread his arms. A call came from the chairman. Looking down, the scoundrel admitted that he was ready to accept public criticism, but victory in this war would still be on the side of the Harmal Empire. Opposite the Fern Fort, a stranger stood. With his mouth wide open, Laius convinced the warriors of the Varmal Empire that there was no point in holding the defense. Looking at the walls of the fortress, the general shouted that the fall of their empire was a matter of time, so they should think carefully. Looking at his general, the subordinate asked for an order. Baring his teeth, the warrior understood that if this fort fell, it would be obvious that the elite knights were defeated. The fighter looked at the wall. The boy blew a horn. A huge army stood in the field. Covered in sweat, the commander realized that this was a trap. The knights, leaning out from behind their shelters, could not believe that reinforcements had come to them. The warrior, with his eyes wide open, could not understand what kind of flag it was. Looking at the banner, the man assumed that they were cowards. Frowning, Ater asked his comrades if they were ready to fight. Opening their mouths, the fighters promised to show the enemy what horror was. Drawing his sword, the leader ordered the boys to attack. Looking ahead, the knights could not understand who these black cloaks belonged to. Frowning, the adventurers realized that the guild of fans of the protagonist had joined the Varmal Empire. Far in the mountains, words were heard that the soldiers should not allow themselves to be confused. Baring his teeth, Grolan expressed a desire to personally stop their attack. Looking from under his brows, the brute thought about something. After throwing the enemies back with a shockwave, the man used a skill called Iron Fortress Blessing. Ater's mouth dropped open and he was amazed by the guy's strength. Smiling, Agnes realized that it was time to demonstrate the dignity of the guild leadership. The giant stood still. A fire rune appeared in the air, weakening the enemy by making him blind after a few seconds of contemplating the witch's light. The opponents crossed their shield and sword. The barrier began to crack. Opening his mouth, the fighter could not believe that his defense was broken through by a normal attack. Baring his teeth, the berserker declared that such efforts would not be able to stop the will of their master. Standing behind his opponent, the swordsman used a skill called the Dance of Death. Looking back, the brute said that only cowards use such tricks. The warrior looked at his blade. Smiling, Jae-young said that he could not let them go empty-handed, so he prepared a special item that had been gathering dust in his warehouse. Looking from under his brows, the protagonist asked his assistant to make sure that everything would be done correctly. Turning his head, Ater shouted that this was not all. The witch created a circle of fire above her head. With her eyes wide open, Agnes was ready to show off the greatness of their master. With a powerful explosion, the sorceress used an ability called Flame Destroyer. Sitting on the ground, the general could not understand how to defeat such a thing. Looking at the pillars of flame, the commander understood that this was just a disaster. The fatal sword was visible, which had the status of a legendary weapon. The staff of flaming ash was floating in the air. Frowning, the knight understood why everyone was talking about the power of items. Looking at her staff, Agnes was surprised that she used such a powerful spell, and her mana did not even decrease, and the commentators were sure that the Harmal Empire would be wiped off the face of the earth. The travelers looked at the corpses of their rivals, after which the system showed information that the gap between the two empires had reached a critical threshold. Raising his fist, Ater shouted for his subordinates to rip their underwear and tell what color they were. The flag fluttered in the wind. The sprout took root. Arcadia's worldview was based on mana. The warrior swung his sword. Mana was used to form the aura of the sword. The sorcerer summoned a cloud of energy. Creatures that drew on the power of transcendence also used it. The priestess clasped her palms together. Mana was the basis for magic that violated the laws of nature. The girl floated among the green particles. Even the source of the spellcaster's powers who summoned spirits and mythical creatures was the same as others. The energy concentrated at the peak of the tower, which was the pinnacle of mana mastery. People stood at the corners of the star. 5 magic towers scattered across the continent and possessing absolute power, lived in seclusion for a long time, with little contact with the outside world. The Lich summoned a bright sphere. The towers once again joined forces to resist him. The stranger bowed her head. Behind the appearance of the dragon bone and the unprecedented gathering of adventurers was a force comparable in size to the magic towers. The woman smiled and concluded that the time had come when they would once again come out into the light. The man stood in front of a giant eye. The magic towers began to watch the protagonist. Ater raised his fist and shouted joyfully. The flag with the image of black panties fluttered in the wind. Clouds floated above the capital of the empire, Hamillion. Dimitri angrily gritted his teeth when he was informed that the occupation of Fern Fortress had failed, and asked if the Varmal Empire still had strength left. The subordinate knelt before him and explained that according to their data, hundreds of thousands of adventurers had appeared to support the enemy. The prince's mouth dropped open in amazement when he learned that their flag had black underpants. The servant put his hand to his chest and declared that they were now marching on the capital of the empire. The giant army was advancing. Ater smiled broadly and ordered them to move towards Hamillion. Raising his hand, the man demanded to call the head of the GM guild and assumed that they knew about such a huge force, which numbered in the hundreds of thousands. Deern leaned on his cane and asked what they should do with Fern Fortress, since the gathering of so many adventurers made it impossible to easily capture. The nobleman frowned menacingly and declared that they could not afford to be stuck here, because the defeat of the Varmal Empire was not the end of the war, but only its beginning. The nobleman opened his mouth furiously and ordered to summon the elite troops, prepare an ambassador, and request the dispatch of top-level mages from the magic tower to break through and continue the offensive, even if they had to erase Fern Fortress from the world map. The army's march was broadcast live. Standing in front of the system window, the protagonists realized that they were working as expected, and concluded that if this continued, they could leave the battlefield to them. Lemonchik smiled and reported that they had completed the preparations they had talked about earlier, and Jae-young thanked her. The guy put on his hood. He grinned and said that he also needed to live up to the trust placed in him. The heroes stopped in front of the elders of the 5 magic towers. Smiling, the woman decided that the Pi Guild was up to something interesting, and asked how they dared to summon and gather them in one place. The man frowned sternly and asked if the adventurers realized how brazen it was and hoped that the matter was important enough to justify their gathering. The girl looked down tensely and the wizard said that if they did not, the Pi Guild would be their enemy. The boy grinned slyly and said that they had simply sent out messages at his request. The player looked forward and identified himself as the one who had summoned them. The old woman raised an eyebrow and asked who he was. The wizard looked away and wondered if a mere adventurer had summoned them. The ranker's eyes flashed, and he said that he had not forced them to come here and reminded them that they had gone mad after receiving the fragment of dragon bone he had sent. A sharp fawn lay on the pillow and the troll asked if the heroes had not come here of their own free will. The sorcerer's mouth dropped open in amazement, and realized that the real owner of the dragon bone was standing before them. The woman smiled contentedly. Crossing his arms over his chest, the protagonist decided to speak frankly and explained that he needed help in finding his property. The sorcerer pointed at him and asked if they would have to start a war against the Harmel Empire. Jae-young took out the books and promised to provide a worthy reward to the magic tower that would bring him the dragon bone. In one hand, he held the book of the 8th circle, Ice Storm. In the other hand, he held the manual, Volcanic Eruption. The old woman confidently knitted her brows. The sorceress's eyes widened and she was surprised that an artifact from the world of the gods actually existed. The guy smiled broadly and declared that they knew what to do to get them. A bright moon shone over the battlefield. On one side stood people in armor from the elite army of the Harmel Empire. Opposite stood members of the guild, Panty's Dex, in black robes. With his arms crossed, Adher asked if these were the elite forces of the Harmel Empire, calling them quite tough looking. The Panty symbol glowed, realizing that their army outnumbered the enemy by about 100,000. The emblem depicted a sword. The commander thought that the enemy would show a level of cohesion that would be drastically different from their own. The captain smiled widely and asked his friend to help him with the enhancement magic. Agnes raised the burning staff and temporarily increased her comrade's charisma. The warrior called out a loudspeaker and ordered his subordinates to take their positions. The soldiers raised their clenched fists and shouted that their target was the Dex underwear brand. The flag fluttered in the wind. The knight declared that they needed to destroy the Harmel Empire first. Adher frowned furiously and added that Dex himself asked them to destroy the enemy and the GM Guild in order to return the dragon bone they stole and end this terrible scenario. The moonlight illuminated the banner, and the fighters' cheers could be heard. Clouds floated above the tall building. Menhan entered the office and reported that all matters had been settled. Looking down, Mayan decided that her colleague must have been enjoying this game as if it were a toy, and asked why he had crossed the line. Jaegu sat on the floor in front of his father. Sunyan gritted his teeth and was outraged by what his son had done. The boy smiled nervously, and asked what was wrong. The folders fell on the table, and the man asked what could have happened for the situation to reach such a crazy point. The envelopes contained documents. The masters gathered in front of a giant glowing crystal. None of them could remember the last time something like this had happened. Lowering her head, the woman asked what the evaluation results were, and decided that it would be absurd if the object were a fake. The head of the Red Tower raised her hand and announced that both 8th circle spells were genuine. The elder clenched his fist and said that this couldn't be. The bone dragon was guarding the books. There was no need to explain which item was more valuable to the magic tower, the bone or the book. A blue eye lit up in the darkness. The sorceress said that she had nothing more to say. Standing in a cloud of smoke, Ater shouted that their guild had won, and asked his subordinates to take a short break and head towards the capital right after him. The dark sky hung over the castle. Someone asked what kind of nonsense this was. Clenching his fist, Dmitri wondered how they could lose 30% of the elite forces, and was outraged that some adventurers were stronger than the elite soldiers of the Harmel Empire. Descartes lowered his head and replied that their army was superior to the enemy, but they were literally a group of fanatics. The eyes of the guild members lit up. They rushed into battle without fear of death or defeat, so that even the elite army could not withstand such an onslaught. The commander frowned sternly and reported that the enemies would soon reach the capital. The masked man almost grabbed the shocked prince. Dern looked up and reported that he had sent soldiers to find the head of the GM Guild, but he had disappeared like a ghost. The office was destroyed. The guild members literally disappeared into thin air. Jaegu sat by the virtual reality capsule. A mad smile appeared on his face. The boy realized that it was all over. Sunhang stood in front of the microphone. Someone asked if he knew about the atrocities committed by the GM Trading Guild. The man confirmed this and added that he had received a report that no violations of the rules were found. Raising his index finger, The interviewer asked how people could be oppressed even in a game, and explained that the guild members did not hesitate to carry out terrorist attacks against other companies, even though competition was part of the content. The chairman frowned menacingly and promised to create a special team within the company to resolve this issue. An apology message appeared on the website. GM Group wrote that actions that cause disagreements and lead to war in the game are contrary to the direction in which the corporation is moving. Putting his hand to his head, Dmitri was outraged that the adventurer had fled, and said that he knew that he should not have entered into an alliance with them. A subordinate entered the hall and reported that a messenger from the magic tower had arrived. The prince ordered that he be brought immediately. People in black robes entered the castle. The man spread his arms and shouted that with such powerful support, even tens of thousands of opponents are nothing. Squinting, the girl said that they were breaking the cooperation agreement, and apologized for this. The aristocrat opened his mouth in shock and asked what this meant. Clenching his fist, the nobleman was indignant that they wanted to break the bonds of the contract created by the spell of the Sixth Circle, and said that even the magic tower would not get away with it. The woman decided that they would not be able to agree normally. The guy blocked her path and reminded her that they had not yet completed the task that their elders had given them. The sorceress said that she wanted to go back to quickly decipher that book of spells. The young man, smiling, asked her to calm down and explained that they needed to fulfill their promise. The magician confidently knitted his eyebrows and said that the 5 magic towers wanted the dragon bone to return to its true owner. Dmitri looked at him angrily. The sorcerer added that they were giving him 5 days. The sorcerer grinned and explained that otherwise the 5 magic towers would actively intervene in the war to confiscate the bone from those who were not worthy of it. The prince gritted his teeth and asked if they were willing to take responsibility for breaking the treaty. The boy frowned and said that he had to hand over the dragon bone to the magic tower because it had never belonged to him, which meant that the treaty was invalid here. The girl looked back and asked the tyrant not to be impudent. The man was left alone in the hall, and the woman wished him luck in dealing with the consequences of his decision alone. Deern approached him, and the nobleman asked if he knew what to do. The nobleman grinned maliciously and ordered him to release the wolf and destroy all those who had betrayed the empire. The old man looked up and promised to make the magic tower understand that they had chosen the wrong ally. Clouds floated above the forest, and someone asked if it was too much of a loss to give up 2 books of 8th circle magic even in exchange for the dragon bone. Standing behind the protagonist, Apple said that it was indeed a great thing, but compared to the spell, it seemed rather insignificant. Jae-young put his hand to his chin and decided that he needed to think about it. Looking back, the boy said that thanks to this, the situation had become much more interesting, and explained that for him, the main thing was to enjoy the game, and everything else did not matter. The boy smiled enthusiastically and agreed with him. The guild leader raised his index finger and asked if there was anything better than a dragon bone or books with 8th circle magic. Closing his eyes, the young man said that he did not know, and asked his opinion on the matter. A huge hole gaped in the wizard's chest. Fabian stood in front of the defeated enemy. The man lowered his weapon, shrouded in dark energy. The magician gritted his teeth and called him a coward. The tip of the sword pierced his body. Stepping on him, Rikora stated that the enemy should have known who he was dealing with when he broke the treaty with the Empire, and called it the reason why he hated the magic tower so much. The squad leader licked his lips and asked where the last squirrel hid. The girl was sitting behind a tree and breathing heavily. Frowning menacingly, the woman wondered how the villains from the Harmal Empire dared to attack the messenger of the magic tower, and promised to do everything to make them pay for it. In front of Alice, system notifications appeared about the detection of an anomaly and a major variable in the main storyline. The artificial intelligence opened its mouth in surprise. The losses of the magic battalion were 84%. Changes to the main storyline were limited to users. Angelica looked at the system window and asked what kind of notification this was. A new quest appeared demanding to punish the Empire for its unforgivable crimes. The girl smiled nervously and asked what Dex was doing anyway. A blue eye appeared. The Magister suggested honoring the memory of the brothers who died during the recent attack of the Harmal Empire. The head of the Blue Magic Tower frowned and declared that from this moment on, the Council of Elders declares the Empire an object of trial and begins a full-scale retaliatory measures. The portal was chained. The leader of the assembly ordered the closure of all magical branches in the Empire, and the shutdown of all protective barriers, including active gates. Potions were covered with tape. The sage proposed a complete ban on the export of all magical tools, including scrolls, stones and materials, not only to Harmal, but also to any countries and organizations that cooperate with them. Dmitri appeared in the crystal ball. The sorceress said that the Supreme Council holds the prince responsible for inciting this tragic war. The mage opened her eyes wide and declared a blood feud against the Empire and its ruling family. Angelica raised her index finger and promised to do everything possible to weaken the forces of Harmal and help her friend. Sitting on the pier, the protagonist thanked his ally and asked her not to overdo it so as not to get hurt. The girl said that thanks to him, she was now called the Archmage of the First Circle. Jae-young smiled awkwardly and said that now he even felt sorry for those she was going to beat up. Sparrows were sitting on a branch. Holding a fishing rod in his hands, the guy was glad that it was so calm in the Marin Kingdom. The young man looked ahead. The player imagined a tear from the guild and the head of the blue magic tower in front of him. Now all the pieces of the puzzle fit together into a single picture. The ranker smiled confidently and asked how the Empire was going to fight this. The Magister bowed her head and ordered everyone to move forward. Magic circles appeared around the people. The woman raised her staff in front of her. The sorceress squinted her eyes contemptuously and ordered the enemies to disappear. Many destructive rays fell on the ground. Dozens of craters appeared on the battlefield, and the viewers of the stream wondered why the masters of the magic towers were so strong. The guild members rushed to attack. Ater shouted that they could not lag behind the mages because the prestige of Dex was at stake. The soldiers raised their swords. The commander ordered them to sacrifice their lives for the glory of the Empire. Alice hovered in the air above the digital field. The AI's eyes widened in surprise when the system reported that the expected time until reaching the capital Harmel was 7 hours. Jack scratched his chin and called the situation complicated, concluding that the main storyline on the Korean server would end with the victory of the Varmal Empire. The boy narrowed his eyes and explained that if that happened, the balance would be disrupted and the situation would get out of control due to the fall of Harmel. Mayan closed her eyes and agreed with him. The girl raised her eyebrows and said that the overall strength of the Korean continent would decrease, but the Pangea update would be released soon. The central characters of the story smiled. The boy said that they could not do anything because this storyline was not set by the game company, but was caused by the users themselves. The woman put her hands on her waist and was indignant that the GM guild had stirred up a hornet's nest. The creator of the game was glad that the most problematic large organization had disappeared and wondered what had gotten into them. The director raised her index finger and replied that she had taken care of it in reality because the scoundrels had crossed the line. The Arcadia chief looked at the system windows as the administrator sent her a summary of the storyline. Meen's eyes widened and asked what the document was. A description of the quest to retrieve the stolen dragon bone opened in front of her. At the bottom, in red letters, it said that the user could not engage in direct combat while on the mission. The girl smirked and explained that she would have retrieved the bone using a summon, but she wondered why Dex had involved the magic towers and the guild. Jack's sweat dropped when the woman wanted to ask him one question. The director's eyes sparkled and asked if he had restricted direct combat because he thought it would be fun. The guy scratched the back of his head and replied that he wanted to keep the peace because an update was coming soon, and they needed to resolve this incident peacefully. Frowning, the Arcadia chief asked her colleague not to interfere with this user's affairs and called him unpredictable. The fish was hooked. After pulling it out, the protagonist said that fishing was actually a skill with terrible efficiency, and thought that the rate of rank increase compared to the time spent was too low. Satan opened his mouth furiously and asked how long the master would do this. Pointing his finger at him, the demon said that the entire eastern continent was in chaos, and was indignant that his comrade was not doing anything. Jae-young reminded that they needed to resolve this peacefully. Raising his hand, the devil said that his master should crush the heads of the soldiers of the Empire and the GM Guild, and asked if Ellie had bribed him. The guy waved it off and asked him to calm down, because they were all stuck here together because of a mission. The girl pushed her comrade away and asked what they were talking about. The familiar got angry because the master was constantly talking about some missions. The youth clenched his fist and explained that it was like a destiny or something. Satan scowled angrily and asked if it was normal for a normal person to have a purpose. The woman brought her hand to her chest and explained that only beings with power and divinity could have a purpose. The player pointed at himself when the archangel asked what that purpose was. The ranker thought back to standing in the darkness and realized that he needed to wreak as much chaos as possible. The troll rolled his eyes and said so out loud. The demon gritted his teeth in displeasure and asked what that meant. Ellie frowned in disappointment and said that it wasn't a true purpose. The protagonist smiled when the devil decided that it was okay as long as they were having fun. Jae-young looked ahead confidently and suggested that they watch the results of this chaos and what would happen next. Bright stars shone above the castle. The doors of the throne room swung open before the heroes. Galia hid her face under a hood. Ater smiled widely. Duke Gilders frowned sternly. The emperor looked down and concluded that they had managed to get here after all. The man took off his crown and announced that the Harmel Empire had been defeated by the Varmal Empire, the 5 great magic towers, and the Dex Underpants Guild. The moonlight illuminated the hall where the leaders of the warring states had gathered. The old man bowed his head and asked the enemies to come closer, wanting to talk to them. The head of the magic tower smiled. The monarch felt that the mana in his body was almost exhausted, which meant that everything was much worse than he thought. The warrior frowned menacingly. The ruler wanted to end everything right now, but perhaps this was not entirely right. The commander narrowed his eyes in disdain and thought that his days were numbered. The luxurious palace was completely empty. Holding the crown in his hands, the emperor declared that there was no one left who could fight for his state. The man looked forward and said that it was his mistake and that this dying body had made a wrong decision. The light of the lanterns illuminated the statues with swords. The heroes stood one behind the other. The old man admitted defeat. The monarch bowed and declared that the enemy had won. The knight crossed his arms and decided that nothing else could be expected. The captain smiled and concluded that the Varmal Empire had done what it wanted. The magister stepped forward and explained that it was time to negotiate because Harmel had a high price to pay, the ruler promised to take responsibility even if it cost him his life. The sage looked forward confidently, and said that they needed the dragon bone because it had to be returned to its rightful owner. Closing his eyes, the emperor decided that they could take it, and said that the bone was kept in the state treasury. The woman raised 2 fingers and stated that they would need the heads of Dmitri and the nobles who supported him to honor the young lives that fought for the magic towers. The man's hand trembled. He said that the Harmel Empire would fully cooperate in handing over their bodies. Raising his hand, Duke Gilders asked him to submit a formal surrender to the Varmal Empire and promised to discuss all the conditions after the formal review. The old man lowered his head and asked what the adventurer representative and his guild wanted. Ater frowned sternly and replied that they needed the Dex brand of underwear. The monarch's eyes widened in surprise and asked what that meant. The warrior smiled widely and stated that they needed a brand of underwear and nothing more. The coat of arms was ablaze, and many changes followed the unconditional surrender of the Harmel Empire. The flag with the image of sabers fluttered in the wind. The soldier held it in his hands. The empire paid huge war reparations to Varmal and returned the captured lands, losing control over most of the remaining territories. Dmitri crossed his arms over his chest. The radicals who led the war with him faced complete annihilation at the hands of the magic towers. The girl rose high into the air and summoned magic circles. Fabian swung his sword. The woman looked down and was surprised that he managed to withstand the spell of the 5th circle. Several more circles appeared around her. The man frowned and asked what kind of spell it was. Rikora smirked and asked if it really belonged to the 8th circle. Waves of blue energy enveloped the sorceress. The villain realized that she had managed to reach the divine realm. The knight clutched the fiery sword in his hands and was outraged that the enemy created a catastrophe just for personal revenge. The count's eyes sparkled. The master dashed forward and realized that the only way to survive was to strike before the spell ended. The assassin approached the enemy and swung his blade. The mage's eyes widened in fear. Angelica lowered her head and used a magic arrow. Numerous flashes shone in the air in front of the villain. The warrior frowned tensely. Hundreds of bright rays fell to the ground. Fabian fell to one knee and thought about how he couldn't block all the attacks. Smiling, the mage asked if her opponent could just give up and said that this was an important part of her task. The man approached his comrade and asked if this was really an archmage of the 1st circle. The villain's eyes flashed red and declared that this was the end. A giant fireball appeared in the sky above the battlefield. The girl pointed her finger at the enemy and used a volcanic eruption. A huge sphere of energy fell to the ground. The woman grabbed her friend by the arm and said that it was incredible. The sorceress closed her eyes. Thus the Empire of Harmel, which had ruled the east of the continent for centuries, tragically disappeared from the pages of history. The audience was in complete shock. The coat of arms depicted sabers. Death can be meaningless only for those who have the power of immortality. But it is for this reason that Varmal will forever hate the insidious adventurers, allies of Harmel. Furniture was scattered around the room. The inhabitants of the empire will rejoice in the misfortunes of their enemies, and no one will seek their help or accept it. The travelers gathered at the flag. Under the sky of the great empire of Varmal they will never be welcome. Sitting on the throne, the girl was glad that she did not participate in the war, because it could have ended in disaster. The people looked at the system windows in horror as they were called traitors to the continent. The system punished them for a whole year and forbade them from even entering the eastern lands. Clouds floated above the castle. The commentators discussed how they could now exchange war contribution points for unique items. The flag of the Dex Underpants Guild fluttered in the wind. Ater smiled widely and called this place his base. The soldiers raised their fists. The man declared that from now on they would fight on behalf of the Varmal Empire. The moon hid behind the clouds. Enthusiastic exclamations were heard. Angelica hugged herself and asked how her comrade was doing. The protagonist raised his eyebrows in surprise. The heads of the Pie Guild stood next to the dragon's skull they received from the magic tower. Jae Young approached them and thanked them for their excellent work. Apple said that he was just following orders, so there was no need to thank him. The boy looked back when he heard a familiar voice. The girl looked away and decided that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The young man crossed his arms over his chest and asked if his friend was that scary messenger from the magic tower. The woman covered her face with her hands and asked if she was really called that. The player replied that it was just a joke. Lemonchick raised her hand and asked if this was the same archmage of the 1st circle. The boy confirmed it. The sorceress was enveloped in powerful energy. The adventurer told her that she had distinguished herself on the battlefield again, defeating the NPC of the Harmel Empire with the help of magic shells. The mage put her hand to her chest. A new title appeared above her head, Defeated Swordsman. The guys awkwardly looked at their ally and said that they had to go. The ranker reminded him that he had not had time to thank them properly. His eyes turned white. The troll wondered what had happened to them. The golden goblin appeared in front of the magic circle and asked what the owner wanted. The protagonist approached him and asked to put the bone back in the storage. The monster decided that he would have to make room for this unnecessary item again. Angelica put her hand on her friend's shoulder and asked who he was. Jae-young replied that he was an assistant. The girl smiled awkwardly and asked if her friend really used him for cleaning. The demonic energy around the monster grinned. The dragon's skull was enveloped in waves of aura. The mission was completed. The system awarded the user with an achievement for destroying the Empire. The lantern lit up. A notification suggested that the player can exchange rewards related to his contribution to the victory. The guy was standing in front of many system windows. The woman's eyes widened in amazement and asked how this was possible. The young man's eyes lit up. His aura became even stronger. Ellie covered her mouth with her hand and was surprised that her master had reached such a level without using spiritual power and decency. Satan winked and called him very cool. Suddenly, the demon raised one eyebrow and asked why he had such a strange face. The player bowed his head in disappointment. The ranker narrowed his eyes and said that it was time to pay the price for their contract. Ater confidently crossed his arms over his chest. The interviewer handed him the microphone and asked why the Dex Underwear Guild, which had been neutral, suddenly switched sides to the Varmal Empire. The man smiled widely and replied that their goal was to create a Dex Underwear brand. The streamer opened her mouth in surprise and asked what that meant. The guild leader's eyes sparkled and said that he would always wait for his idol. The moonlight illuminated the flag. The heroes met in the throne room. The troll frowned tensely and asked his comrade to listen to him carefully. Clouds floated above the building of the Korean branch of Arcadia. Standing at the podium, Toon reported that after the fourth main scenario, Continental War, the dissatisfaction of users increased, and added that they confirmed the fact that wars in the game cause conflicts. Menhan crossed his arms and thought about how many players were burdened with fines due to Harmel's defeat. The scenario writer suggested mitigating the fines and paying compensation. Mayan held the documents in her hands. The girl tore the papers into shreds and abandoned the idea. The staff looked at her in shock. The woman frowned and explained that their job was not to please the feelings of users, but to maintain the life of Arcadia, so they should focus on minimizing the influence of reality on the game. The symbol of the GM Trading Guild appeared. The director did not want to repeat their unfortunate experience. The director looked up when someone agreed with her. The man looked away and said that the activity and influx of new players had increased by 15% since the Continental War, and decided that there was no need for compensation that was against their rules. Min closed her eyes and asked if her colleague had finally agreed with her, and the CEO said that he was simply acting in the interests of the company. The manager frowned menacingly and thought that now was not the time to think about the opinions of users, because soon all this would turn into something insignificant. The girl raised her index finger and decided that they should not worry about it, because the upcoming large-scale update would settle all conflicts. Menhan opened his mouth wide and asked if this was a top-secret matter. The woman smiled and told her that with the upcoming Pangea update, all of Arcadia's servers would be merged into one. The company employees looked at her in shock. The director crossed her arms and said that the real problem would come after that, as their server would be the first to host the event, and asked her subordinates to be careful because it was confidential information. A notification about a World Martial Arts tournament appeared on the blue blocks. The sun was shining above the Silikov headquarters. The user was lying in a virtual reality capsule. Jenica closed her eyes and complained that she had no strength left. Sitting on a hill, the girl was outraged by the huge number of variables and was angry that the scenario had moved forward 3 years due to the Anarchy Bard class. Gritting her teeth, the girl asked why it was necessary to add it at all, and stated that she could not sleep properly because she had to develop a real-time translation service for the update. Jack looked down and asked her to think of something positive. The sun's rays illuminated the forest. The boy explained that the fairy tales they were told before going to bed were now coming to life thanks to people all over the world. The boy looked at his hand and said that he could not imagine such a future. In the past, the creator of the game lay in a hospital bed. The president of Silikov looked at him with a smile. Jenica snuggled up to her friend and thanked him for creating such a world. The administrator shuddered when the girl reminded him that their history back then only reached the revival of the world tree. Squinting, the girl said that now they would be able to see for themselves what would happen next, and admitted that she was very happy about it. The tree emitted a bright light from the energy that overflowed it. Clasping her hands, the deity hoped that Dex sensed the day of revival approaching, and declared that they would soon unite the disparate continents into one. The branches sparkled. The system reported that there were 10 minutes left until the game update. Golden vines enveloped the space around. Users were presented with messages about a new update, and they were surprised because it had not been that long since the end of the Continental War. Bright particles began to shine in the air. Satan grinned and said that he never thought he would live to see the day when the little sprout would be reborn, and decided that there were some advantages to living a long life. Ellie looked at her hands and realized that this was bound to happen sooner or later, and hoped that the young lambs would not get lost in this chaos. A cluster of powerful energy appeared in front of the protagonist. Jae-young smiled widely and said that it even took his breath away. A flash of light flashed in the darkness. A beam of light fell on the world tree. The system reported that all the continents were now united, and that real-time translation was fully functional. Sparks appeared, and a notification wished users a pleasant game. The heroes standing on the hill saw golden lightning in the sky. Jenica smiled and concluded that the update had begun. Giant roots burst out from under the water. Holding onto his hat, Carlos realized what new world they were talking about. Lightning flashed. The Pirate King was eagerly awaiting this moment. The Slime Queen watched the flashes in the sky. The dwarves spread their arms in fear when they saw the golden vines. Melissa held a flame in her hands. A bright light illuminated the darkness. Alice stretched her hands forward. The system welcomed users to the new large-scale update Pangea. All the continents on the map merged into one. The protagonist's eyes widened. Time in Arcadia was frozen for easy viewing of the video related to the event. The world tree spread its arms. At first there was only emptiness in this world, until one day a bud appeared in it. A sprout appeared in the darkness, its roots intertwined with the dust flying in the void and formed the earth. A beautiful flower blossomed and gave life to everything else. Clouds floated above the flower field. The appearance of the bud filled the earth with energy, enough to attract creatures from other dimensions. Ellie stood behind Satan, and thus began the battle between heaven and hell, as a result of which the great tree fell into eternal sleep. The familiars drew their weapons. The tree's roots could no longer support the earth. A bright beam pierced its crown. A new plot opened up for users. The protagonist grinned and wondered if it really planned to connect his friends with the further story. The girl was enveloped in glowing vines. Since the era of peace was ending, then the era of chaos should also come to an end. A lantern lit up in the darkness. The deity decided to restore this world, because the light of the wanderer returned her strength. A new user appeared in front of the heroes. The world tree asked its children to remember that this was a manifestation of her love, and to beware of chaos. The demon spread his wings. The woman warned people about the danger that comes from vile creatures who are eager to take over this world. The angel's wings were enveloped in flames. The girl narrowed her eyes and called on the inhabitants of these lands to feel her wrath and destroy all traces of the pathetic invaders. Traces of blood appeared. The system reported that the update was complete. Jae-young opened his mouth in surprise. The guy widened his eyes and realized that the world tree wanted to deal with Satan and Ellie. The devil waved his hand and asked if everything was okay. The archangel wondered if it was connected with the unification of the continents. The familiars flew around their master, trying to shout at him. The young man grinned and concluded that the deity was not joking and wondered if it really wanted to set them up that badly. The player hugged his comrades and suggested that they work together. The demon suggested that his master ate something bad. The saint said that she would not reduce the payment anyway. With her hands folded in front of her, Mean greeted the users of Arcadia and announced that from that moment on the world became one. Birds flew around her. The director explained that they could now explore the United Continent, opening new quests, and enjoy their adventure. The girl smiled and warned that dangers would await them everywhere. The woman closed her eyes and asked the players not to worry and said that the Korean branch had prepared a gift for them. A description of the World Martial Arts Tournament appeared above the gladiator arena. The system told about the rewards for winning. The viewers realized that they would be able to get a huge advantage in growth thanks to the new ranks. The ranker raised his hand to his chin and called this idea interesting. An image of two masks appeared. The troll suggested that the developers added bonuses to growth because of the recent war, because the damage was significant. The protagonist closed his eyes and wondered what would happen if a user from another server won. Satan raised his index finger and invited him to participate in the tournament. Ellie said that it would be a shame if this did not happen. Standing in the middle of the field, Jae-young refused this idea. The devil asked why. The guy squinted and thought that this event did not concern him, because he did not need rewards for level and skill. Standing in the darkness, the young man concluded that this tournament was completely useless for him. The player smiled, thinking that Mean was behind this, and realized that it was predictable. Looking away, the director apologized and urged the user to be calm this time. The ranker stood in front of the system window. The girl stated that he had had enough fun. A malicious grin appeared on his face. The troll closed his eyes and said that he would have to miss this event. A message appeared on the forum from Joa, who tried to assure everyone that someone was committing crimes in his name. The protagonist crossed his arms and realized that he would have to intervene. Ellie and Satan smiled widely. Jae-young took back his words and declared that he would participate in the tournament. Familiars flew to him and explained that now he would definitely need the power of summoning. The demon frowned furiously and shouted that it was his turn. The girl asked if he had a conscience and asked him to stop being so greedy. The boy crossed his arms over his chest and urged them to stop fighting and apologized for not needing their power. The woman widened her eyes in surprise and asked what it meant. The devil narrowed his eyes in displeasure. Green vines appeared. The world tree showed a peace sign and said that she had been waiting for a long time to be summoned. The boy approached her and said that he would be playing as a summoner in the tournament, so he would need her help. The girl thanked him. Angelica frowned sternly. Cassius took out her scabbard and looked around. The warrior frowned menacingly. The blacksmith stood at the anvil. The player raised his hands and looked away confidently. Raising the microphone to her mouth, the host greeted adventurers from all over the world and said that she was very happy to see them on Fantasy Island. The ranker entered the amusement park and concluded that this map was still as chaotic as before. Someone approached him and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The protagonist smiled in surprise and decided that it couldn't be. The matured assistant scratched the back of his head. Jae-young asked if the kid had really grown that much. The guy extended his hand and noticed how his friend had changed. The fire seeker explained that he was just trying to live up to his status. The beta tester raised his eyebrows and said that he hadn't decided yet whether to participate in the tournament. The young man remembered that artisans also have their own competitions. The boy put his hand on the hammer and explained that the participants used the same materials and items, so there was no point in him going to the tournament without Vulcanus. The player hugged him and asked him not to lose heart. The ranker slyly frowned and said that his talent was not in the hammer at all. The child smiled sheepishly. Turning away, the troll asked his comrade to think about it and said that he was also going to participate in the tournament. The blacksmith spread his arms and asked what category he was going to participate in, and remembered that his friend was a magic user but also an excellent swordsman. The assistant frowned in worry, saying that his name on the tournament table would attract too much attention, and asked if he should take such a risk. The troll widened his eyes in surprise and explained that he was not going to show his face and would participate in the competition under the name Joa. The fire seeker asked who he was, and the protagonist replied that he was the one who was suffering because of him. Jae-young put on his mask and thought about having to stop being Dex for a while. The guy waved his hand, his hair grew long. His name appeared on the phone screen. Mayan narrowed her eyes and sighed in displeasure. Putting the phone to her ear, the girl said that she thought Dex would understand her intentions regarding the event rewards, and asked what he wanted this time. The young man smiled widely and explained that he was planning to enter the tournament under a fake name, so he was curious about who would get the prizes if he won. The woman rolled her eyes and said that he would get the prize because the deceiver mask could only change the system text. The player asked if it was possible to transfer the prize to the true owner of this nickname. The director looked at the screen and asked if the user was really going to refuse the prize. The ranker closed his eyes and confirmed this. The director frowned and asked him to wait a bit. A hologram appeared next to her. Min asked if it was possible to fulfill this request. Alice summoned the mask in her hand and said that its functionality was limited by the information security system, but it was possible to partially remove these restrictions, and then everything would work out. Leaning back in her chair, the girl realized that this was possible and wondered what the troll had planned this time. Looking at the ceiling, the woman decided that it was unlikely that anything would go wrong and gave her approval. The sun was shining over the arena. From now on, the rewards received by Dex would be given to the player under whose nickname he was hiding. The main character stood in front of the gate. Smiling confidently, Jae-young asked Joa to wait a little longer and promised to repay him for all the suffering. Bright lightning sparkled. The system announced that the opponent had been found. Spreading her arms, the host said that the rules of the qualifying round were very simple, and explained that in order to get to the main round, you need to win 100 fights. The girl brought her hands to her cheeks and said that she would tell you the rest later. The opponents entered the arena. The woman announced the beginning of the World Martial Arts Tournament. The boy's brows furrowed in determination. Druid frowned menacingly. The young man grinned when he learned that his enemy had won 97 fights in a row. The man, enveloped in powerful energy, said that his 98th victim stood before him and promised to finish everything quickly. People were drinking in the tavern, watching the tournament on the broadcast. Holding a chicken leg in her hands, the girl concluded that the translation system worked well. Her friend asked if Joa was not a character from the Destroyer's daily life. The screen showed what was happening in the arena. The host said that they could begin. The opponents grinned confidently. The druid jumped up from his seat. The summoner swung his hand and used the tiger claw. Waves of fire appeared in front of the player. The ranker frowned sternly. A powerful explosion was heard on the battlefield. The troll stood in a cloud of smoke. A fairy was hovering next to him. The protagonist thanked her for the perfect defense. Standing in the distance, the warrior asked what kind of skill it was that blocked his attack. Jae-young replied that it was the ability of his spirit, and said that on their server it was also a rare class. The guy raised his index finger and said that the power of animals was useless against him, because he drew energy from nature itself. Droidud looked at him in confusion. The man's eyes widened. Many lights flickered around him. Surrounded by bright waves of energy, the young man apologized to the enemy and said that he took pity on him, allowing him to strike first. The druid opened his mouth wide and asked what kind of incredible power it was. The player smiled slyly and asked the spirits to be gentle with him. A huge amount of energy appeared above the arena. The summoner fell to the ground. The system declared the ranker's victory. A crown appeared above his head, and the troll concluded that he only had 99 more victories left. The presenter's eyes widened in shock at what she saw and screamed in her head, asking if Druidud had really lost that quickly, adding that he was the most promising player on the North American server. Gritting her teeth, she said to herself that she would consider this duel to be for fun. In any case, the next player in this group would be a world-ranked player in the top 100, the Golem Master Louise. Having said this, the presenter drew an image of a girl in her head. The atmosphere changed, and she finished saying that everything was going according to plan. At this time, a system screen appeared in front of the main character, and he was informed that the summoning of spirits was completed, and after carrying out his actions, 7,800 units of decency were written off. The guy, seeing such a number, frowned with displeasure and said that he had deliberately gone all in the first round, but they still took so little from him, after which he introduced his familiars and asked himself how much these thieves had pulled out of him. Then the World Tree put her hand to her chest and, laughing, explained that her power was not like that of chicken wings or bats. She drew it from the earth, and not from the sky or the underworld, To which Jae-young replied that it was not for nothing that they say that native is always better. After these words, he smiled contentedly and added that with such efficiency you can fight as much as you like. He destroyed his next opponent with wind magic. In the next battle, the guy attacked with the energy of light. After that, he defeated his opponent with fire. In the next battle, he used the powerful energy of the earth. And in one of the last battles, the main character won using water magic. Having won 46 victories in a row, he yawned because it was too boring. The viewers who watched the broadcast wrote in the chat, asking why he was so strong, because he did not leave even others a chance to win. It was as if he had a different class, different from the spirit caster, or he was on a completely different level. Mayan suddenly raised her eyebrows in surprise and asked if there really was a user who could summon hundreds of low-level spirits. Was it even possible for an ordinary spellcaster? Toon raised his hand and answered in confusion, of course not, because the number of attributes he controlled was already beyond the permissible range. Hearing this, the girl lowered her head and said that there really was a problem with the balance, and then asked what the name of this user was. The head of the scenario team looked at the head with excitement, and answered that his nickname was Chocolate Cake Joa. After hearing this, surprise appeared in Mayan's eyes. She drew images of the main character in her head under the name Dex, and then the same one, but with the nickname Chocolate Cake Joa, while her subordinate said that the mysterious player associated with the Dragon Slayer Dex has more than just the summoning of spirits, because when he checked his actions on the channel Daily Life of the Destroyer, even he, the developer, had a hard time explaining what was happening. Suddenly, he clenched his fist and shouted loudly that he wanted to know at least his class, so he asked to give him access to this user's data. But unexpectedly for him, Min lowered her head and replied that she understood that his actions affected the balance of the game, but she thought that his class was fine. The system screen was open in front of her, and she continued to say that this was all she knew, after which she apologized. The man sadly lowered his head and quietly replied that everything was fine, because he did not expect more. After these words, he turned around and said to himself that he promised to do everything in his power. A drop of cold sweat ran down the head's cheek while she said to herself that she was sure that Dex was hiding behind Joa's chocolate cake. Having drawn an image of the main character in her head, she added that they, the administration, should not impose restrictions on him, because objectively speaking, either his class nor his actions give them the right to interfere. The guy's face did not express any emotions. Mayan suddenly imagined a statue with a bright lantern and said to herself that it was because his class was the Bard of Anarchy, a class that had the ability to use decency to break the laws of Arcadia. Imagining an insanely powerful magical energy, she added that what Jae-young had achieved with his actions was incomprehensible to others, adding that even the beings of the Great Demon Angel War were troublesome. The leader smiled lightly and said to herself that no one else could have achieved such a level of decency. In other words, Dex would have had a huge impact on Arcadia regardless of his class. She imagined a man in a cloak with the nickname Dex. She imagined him smiling maliciously, and thought that the problem was that he didn't need money or fame because he wanted entertainment, and all because he simply played this game more sincerely than anyone else. At this time, Jae-young dealt a lot of damage to Louise. He suddenly created a bundle of water and light spirits in his hand and said that it was pretty good, because thanks to his rival, he was able to experiment. Tears appeared in the girl's eyes, and she screamed in rage that she could not drop out of the qualifying battles, after which she asked who he was at all, because she had never seen him in the top of the spellcasters. Having received such a question, the guy smiled sarcastically and asked in response, did not she herself see who he was? Having asked this, he pointed his finger at the nickname above his head and answered that he was a chocolate cake Joa. Hearing this, the golem master clenched her teeth. At the same second, an insanely powerful magical energy appeared in the air. Immediately after that, an explosion was heard. With this action, the main character earned victory, and an inscription appeared above his head that he had 100 victories, and then a notification appeared stating that the chocolate cake Joa received a ticket to the finals. The audience watching this fight became furious, and started shouting loudly that they didn't even know who he was and that it was just a nightmare because there was no balance in this test. Cold sweat appeared on the face of the festival host, and she said to herself that this was a failure because even she could see that the balance was broken and that something had to be done about it urgently. After these thoughts, she rushed to the main character and said that she needed to find out the secret of his strength. Jae-young raised his eyebrows in surprise when he saw the microphone and received a request to tell about his strength. Suddenly, he smiled maliciously and asked himself if it was time to throw the bait. Without moving from his place, he looked at the host and replied that he was sure that many people didn't like his fighting style, but these people didn't understand the essence of the game. Raising his hand to his face, he added that the answer was simple. If they didn't like something, then let them become spirit casters, after which he mockingly asked if the elves didn't like their face. These words brought shock and horror to the eyes of the festival host. The main character smiled widely and, showing 2 fingers, wished everyone a fun game, adding that if they didn't like him so much, they could find him and they would fight. The players watching the broadcast were expressionless after these words. At this time, Satan flew up to the host and screamed loudly, asking if he had really gone crazy, because now people would do anything to kill him, to which he answered without a drop of doubt in his voice that he should just watch, because he had his own reasons for that. Suddenly, the guy hit the table with all his might with his fist and screamed loudly that he was a bastard. He suddenly grabbed the monitor, continuing to scream, asking if this bastard was really pretending to be him again. Veins appeared on his face from anger, and he firmly said that he could not stand it anymore, adding that it was time to teach him a lesson. At this time, the main character was sitting on the ground. In his hand, particles of magical energy were glowing. While he was saying that the bait was thrown, all that was left was to wait. Raising his hand to his chin, the guy wondered when they would come. There were a lot of players on the fantasy island. They were buying balloons and having fun. One of them walked forward with firm steps and quietly said that he would not forgive him. The players looked after him in surprise. The slime-shaped balloon flew into the sky, and its owner said that the person who had just passed them seemed very familiar to him. The real chocolate cake Joe gritted his teeth in rage. His eyes were full of hatred and anger, with which he said that this vile impostor should wait a little, because this time he would catch him and prove his innocence. Everything on the fantasy island was glowing and sparkling, but suddenly there were shouts that they needed to catch him, because he ran behind the carousel. The real chocolate cake Joa hid behind a tent when players with weapons ran past him. Frowning, the guy said that even on the event map he was forced to run away, although he did nothing wrong, and it was all because of this damn imposter. And while he was talking about this, the protagonist came out to him and firmly said that it was true, adding that he would also feel offended in his place. Hearing this, the real chocolate cake Joa shifted his gaze. Suddenly, shock from what he saw appeared in his eyes. In front of him, he saw Jae-young. The protagonist smiled and asked if it was true that they were meeting face to face for the first time, adding that in that case, he was pleased to meet him, and he was the imposter he was looking for. The guy's eyes immediately filled with rage. In that same second, he rushed to attack with a loud cry. Seeing this, the Bard of Anarchy summoned Sylph. Magic energy immediately appeared in front of him, protecting him. Cold sweat appeared on the face of the real chocolate cake Joa from seeing it, and he asked in confusion what kind of skill this was. The protagonist slightly raised his eyebrows and said that he understood his indignation, but he should not waste too much energy in vain, because his weak attacks did not work on him at all. Hearing this, the guy gritted his teeth in anger, when suddenly he began to attack again, shouting loudly that he simply had to die. His eyes were burning, and his shout became louder each time. Jae-young blocked every attack and said to himself that he was level 80, and he was probably often pestered by other players, but he tried hard, but he was lagging behind in development. After thinking these thoughts, a smile appeared on his face and he asked himself what now. At this time, the bright rays of the sun illuminated the arena of the tournament. The host of the festival pointed her index finger and shouted loudly that the long-awaited important battle was about to begin, and the current class was a mage, and they were all looking forward to the exciting battles of the masters, known as the Flowers of War. A huge crowd of players gathered to watch the broadcast. One of them put his hand to his chin and said that Lucia was participating in this match, and then his comrade turned to him and asked if he knew her. Lucia, an ice witch who is very famous among European players for her beauty, elegance, and unique items, and she is probably one of the top mages, entered the arena. The players ate chips and said that it would not be difficult for her to get to the finals, and her opponent was unlucky. But suddenly, shock appeared in the eyes of one of them. Cold sweat appeared on his face, and his comrade, seeing such a reaction, asked if he knew her, adding that she looked a little shabby, to which he replied that she was the one who defeated the sword master. Angelica entered the arena. Cassius was watching her, and said to herself that it was time to show the results of her training and let everyone know what it means to be a PvP player. Angelica showed her aura with a smile on her face. Lucia, who was standing in front of her, did the same. When suddenly the second one put her hand on her hip and mockingly asked that she must be very lucky, because her equipment was barely level 40, and how did she even get here? While she was saying this, there was not a drop of respect for her opponent in her eyes. After these words, the smile disappeared from Angelica's face. A second later, she created magical energy in her hand and asked if she would take back her words if she won, adding that this equipment was a gift from a very dear person to her. Lucia created several magical seals and answered that they had agreed, but she would not drag it out and would finish her off in one blow. Cassius, seeing this, put her hand to her chin and said to herself that this was unexpected, because this was a skill for activating pre-prepared spells called memorization. She looked at the two large magical seals and added that it seemed like 2 spells were stored there. And while she was thinking about it, magic projectiles shot out towards Angelica. The girl stood there without any emotion on her face. Then suddenly, she used a jump and appeared in front of her opponent. Lucia's eyes were shocked by what she saw, and she wondered if this was a short-range movement skill in a mage duel. At the very last moment, she created an ice barrier around herself. A huge ice wall appeared in front of Angelica, and the festival host shouted that this was an ice barrier, a third circle ice spell, and it would take time to break through it with a first-tier spell. Lucia gritted her teeth in tension and wondered what kind of reckless move this was, adding that because of it, she used up her spell from memorization in a panic, and judging by the effects of the ice zone, her magic resistance was low. She saw her opponent through a small crack in the ice and added that she should first buy time with the barrier and then activate the buffs. But a smile appeared on Cassius's face at that moment, and she said that this was too self-confident. Immediately after these words, the ice wall trembled. Seeing this, Lucia tensely drew her eyebrows together. Her ice wall was being destroyed by a mace. Angelica furiously attacked the ice wall, and the festival host shouted, asking if this was really a mace, and if she was even a mage. There was not a drop of fear or doubt in Cassius's eyes about the girl's actions. She imagined two powerful mages and said to herself that mage battles are different from ordinary battles. The key role is played by their level of magical knowledge, and as a rule, the one who uses the magic of the highest circles wins. Imagining a huge magical seal, she added that this martial arts tournament is different, because here it does not matter who is better, it matters who is stronger. After each strike of the mace, ice particles flew in different directions. Lucia looked away in fear. Angelica swung her hand and created fire in her hand, and her teacher continued to say that this was the only thing that mattered in this battle, adding that there were few mages in this world who could defeat Angelica one-on-one. The girl used a third circle fire arrow, and clots of fire appeared in the air. They attacked Lucia's ice barrier at high speed. In order to avoid defeat, the ice mage flew up, and Angelica, seeing this, asked if the last spell was really from the fourth circle called flight. She was breathing heavily, adding that this was a rather rare skill for a player. Lucia gritted her teeth in anger, asking herself who she even was, whether she had gone crazy. As soon as she asked herself this, Angelica showed her insanely powerful magical energy and, laughing, said that it was getting more and more interesting. At this time, fireworks were constantly exploding on the fantasy island. The protagonist was holding a disguised mask in his hand. Seeing Jang's real face, Joa's chocolate cake fell to the ground, speechless. Seeing such a reaction, the protagonist smiled and said that he was giving him a choice, and it was up to him to decide what to do. Some time ago, there were a lot of fun players on the fantasy island. The protagonist continued to block the attacks of the real Joa's chocolate cake, asking him how long he was going to stay angry. Slightly raising his eyebrows, he added that the guy already knew that if a PK occurred in the event zone, a goblin judge would appear and cut him in half. Lowering his head, Joa's chocolate cake screamed in rage, asking if he really thought he would be scared of this. Raising his crazy eyes to his interlocutor, he added that he himself participated in the tournament under his nickname, and if others found out about it, he would not get away with it. Jae-young looked down at the guy, answering that he even felt a little offended, because he did it to help him. The player's eyes widened in surprise at what he heard, and he asked if he was serious now. Suddenly, he spread his arms out in different directions and screamed in rage, asking who committed all these crimes under his nickname, adding that he just wanted to play in peace, and now he was using it to participate in a tournament. Tears welled up in his eyes, and he loudly asked why all this, what he did to him. The protagonist's face showed no emotion. A few seconds later, seeing Joa's chocolate cake made him lower his hands and ask if all this was really a mask. Jae-young was holding a mask in his hand. He looked at it, explaining that it was a deceiver's mask, and he got it honestly. The player fell to his knees, and the Bard of Anarchy continued to say that while he enjoyed the game and followed the rules, he did not really think about the harm his actions could cause him, and frankly, if it were not for his posts, he would never have known about it. Suddenly, a smile appeared on his face, and he added that now he was ready to take responsibility, so he wanted to give him a choice. Chocolate Cake Joa looked blankly at the one who used his name. The protagonist smiled even wider and asked if he would listen to him. At this time, the players carefully watched the battle of the mages and said that Angelica drove Lucia into a corner, and this was quite unexpected, and someone from the crowd even liked her fighting style. The blue-haired man raised his hand to his chin and said that he was very interested in how this fight would end, and his comrade looked at him and said that based on the way things were going, Angelica should win. After listening to his comrade's point of view, the player frowned and said that Angelica's PvP fights were always fast. Yes, she was strong, but for some reason she didn't want to drag out the fight. After all, Angelica could only use first circle magic, and both players showed excellent combat skills, so now it was interesting to see who would win. As he said this, he imagined a huge magic seal in front of Angelica. Currently, Lucia, spreading her arms to the sides, looked at her opponent. Angelica looked back at her, breathing heavily, but suddenly the system screens appeared, reporting that the freezing cold had begun to penetrate the frozen ground, causing the abnormal status of freezing, and because of this, her movement speed was reduced by 60%, and her magic resistance was insufficient, causing the abnormal status of slowing down. Seeing this, Angelica lowered her head and said to herself that the fight had dragged on, and that was bad, so she would have to take a risk to finish it. Suddenly, Lucia clenched her hand into a fist and screamed in rage, asking how a mace could be used in a mage competition, adding that she had resorted to such dirty tricks. Then the girl, raising her head, smiled widely and replied that her teacher said that the most important thing was winning, after which she asked why she should care about nobility. Lucia froze in surprise at these words. After a short pause, she opened her mouth, using an ice spear. At the same moment, a magical attack hit the ground right in front of Angelica. The ice mage extended her hand and asked to let her teach her one thing. Using the fifth circle magic of flight, the girl began to fly at great speed and attack her opponent, saying that this spell was her trump card, although it was not for attack. Surprise appeared in Angelica's eyes. Suddenly, a powerful magical explosion was heard. Spreading her arms to the sides, Lucia said that her flight already explained everything, so there was no point in continuing the conversation. Angelica sat on the ice and said to herself that the fight was not over yet, because she could still use powerful spells. And while she was thinking about this, her opponent created a huge block of ice. She smiled widely and shouted that she would show her a real fight, but she could continue to crawl on the ground. And while she was preparing to attack, Angelica stood up. She took a deep breath. Then the girl lowered her head. Cassius looked at her and said that she should continue to fight until the end. And as soon as she said this, Angelica created 100 fire arrows around herself. Immediately after that, an insanely powerful explosion was heard. The players who were watching the battle began to wave their hands, rejoice and shout that this is an insanely huge number of fire arrows, but she still hasn't hit even once, because it's probably difficult to hit an opponent with first circle magic when he's in the air. Angelica attacked continuously. Lucia, gritting her teeth, raised her hand and said to herself that she needs to stay calm, because it's just a little bit more, adding that she can withstand several hits. The huge ice block continued to form, and the girl said to herself that just a little bit more and the fifth circle spell will be ready. Suddenly, the eyes of the player watching the broadcast showed surprise and he asked what was going on. Was the sky in the arena always this dark? Huge thunderclouds swallowed up the blue sky. Lucia looked up in shock and asked what was going on. Why had the weather changed? Suddenly, shock appeared in her eyes and she said to herself that this couldn't be happening. The ice mage looked at the thunderclouds and wondered if the heat from the fire arrows had created this. And while she was thinking about it, Angelica swung her staff. Lucia looked at her opponent and screamed loudly for her to stop. Lightning was pouring out of Angelica's eyes. At the same moment, she threw something at her opponent, using a discharge. The mace flew forward at great speed. Horror appeared in Lucia's eyes from what she saw. The mace, with lightning crawling on it, was right above her head. At the same second, a huge lightning bolt struck from the sky. It struck the very center of the arena. A few minutes later, Lucia lay defeated on the ground. Angelica was credited with her 21st victory, and she exhaled heavily and said that it was hard. At this time, fireworks exploded on the fantasy island. The protagonist pointed his finger and said, either he compensates him for all the damage with money and promises not to do it again. Chocolate Cake Joe tensely knitted his eyebrows and asked what the second option was. Having received such a question, Jae-young smiled maliciously and answered, either he gives up this pathetic shameful character of the 82nd warrior and plays for Chocolate Cake Joe. Shock appeared in the player's eyes from what he heard. He imagined the terrifying energy of his character, while the Bard of Anarchy said that he would become one in this world, and no one would compare with him in strength, greatness, and arrogance. When Chocolate Cake Joe left his performance, beads of cold sweat appeared on his face, and he asked in confusion what kind of nonsense he was talking about. How could he become him? Then the protagonist smiled widely and answered that he could, and he would help him with this. And now he must choose to become insanely rich and leave Arcadia forever, or become the main character of this bright story. The player looked at the interlocutor with eyes widened in shock. Jae-young extended his hand to the guy and finished that the choice was his. Chocolate Cake Joe sat down on the ground and confusedly asked if he could ask him a couple of questions, to which he firmly answered, of course, but it would be desirable to do it quickly. Looking away, the player asked that if he asked him for money, how much he was willing to give him. The protagonist raised his hand to his chin and thoughtfully said that considering the gold that could be immediately exchanged for cash, in truth, about 3 billion. Hearing such a number, the guy involuntarily opened his mouth. After a short pause, he put his hand to his head and said that it was quite doable for him. But now it was time for the most important question. Frowning with displeasure, Chocolate Cake Joe asked if it was true that he could become as cool a player as he was. Jae-young, having received such a question, smiled sarcastically and answered, of course. Again raising his hand to his chin, he added that to be honest, he does not know how to control spirits, and they somehow go back and forth on their own. Remembering how he won one of the battles, the Bard of Anarchy added that, after all, at the level he showed in this tournament, he can handle it, because he participated in order to demonstrate it to him. Hearing this, the player brought his eyebrows together and asked in confusion if he really wanted to say that he could master this powerful spirit magic even as a warrior. Looking at his hand, he said to himself that if it was possible, then he too could become like him. Suddenly, the protagonist, closing his eyes, replied that ultimately everything would depend on him. But the smile immediately disappeared from his face when his interlocutor firmly replied that he would do it. The player put his hand to his chest and declared that he would become Joa's chocolate cake and be better than him. After a short pause, he, looking at the protagonist, said that he absolutely did not understand why he Dex was pretending to be him, and what his goal was, and it was unlikely that he would understand it anytime soon. Slightly lowering his head, Joa's chocolate cake added that there was one thing he was sure of: he was the most special in Arcadia. Hearing this, Jae-young raised his eyebrows in surprise. His interlocutor slowly rose from the ground, continuing to say that he did not know whether this was a hidden class or something else. But he had clearly found some kind of loophole in the game and was preparing something incredible, and he was just an extra in his plan. But even so, poking his finger into his chest, he finished saying that he wanted to become the main character who moved this game forward. After these words, Satan appeared on the owner's shoulder and, laughing, said that this guy was more interesting than they thought, to which he replied that he did not like idiots either. A few seconds later, he opened the system screen in front of him and said that it was time to get down to business, because from now on he would make a real chocolate cake out of him, Joa. But he was a warrior, which meant his basic endurance and defense parameters should be up to par. Hearing this, the player frowned tensely and replied that they were better than those of other classes, after which he asked what he had in mind. The protagonist's face broke into a wide smile, and he replied that it was better to see once than hear 100 times. He picked up a stick in order to try to withstand the blow first, after which a system screen appeared, which reported that this was a legendary quality test branch. Seeing this, the chocolate cake Joa raised his hand and screamed loudly, begging for it to stop. Immediately after that, blood spurted out. The protagonist looked at the stunned boy, wishing him luck. After these words, everything around him began to change rapidly, and the notifications reported that the player was hit by the trial stick, which caused the abnormal stun status to be applied to him, and the special effect of the item was activated, so now he is entering the trial of the world tree. Sharply grabbing his head, the chocolate cake Joa screamed in rage, asking why he suddenly hit him on the head. When suddenly he got to his feet, and confusedly asked himself where he was. Shock appeared in his eyes when he heard a voice asking who he was. The world tree was looking at him, and said that she did not remember inviting such a stupid person into her consciousness. She suddenly raised an eyebrow in surprise and wondered if Lord Dex had sent this person as a candidate to be her representative. After these thoughts, the girl walked up to the boy, who asked himself who this child was. The eyes of the world tree were shining brightly, and she saw all the pathetic titles of the player. A bright blush suddenly appeared on the guy's face, and he embarrassedly screamed for her to stop just looking at him and say something if she had something to say. Hearing this, the world tree turned away from him, saying that he was pathetic. With disdain in her eyes, she looked at the player and ordered him to go away, after which notifications appeared in front of the guy, informing him that he had failed the test of the world tree, so he was returning to the specified location, and the stun was removed. Chocolate Cake Joe woke up with a loud scream. He immediately turned to the protagonist and screamed, asking what was just happening. Did he really come back? But what is this? To which he replied in surprise that he did not change his class, and that was strange. After a short pause, he raised his eyebrows and suggested that it seemed that he was rejected at the very start. Shifting his gaze, Jae-young added that, to be honest, he would also refuse if he was asked to appoint someone like him as his representative, to which the latter raised his fist and shouted, asking if these were words that should be said to his face. Suddenly, he began to back away when he heard the protagonist say that he did not expect him to succeed the first time, after which he began to shout for him to stop and not come near him, because this branch really hurts. A mad smile appeared on the Bard of Anarchy's face, and he said that there was no tree that would not fall after 10 hits, so he wanted to see how many times she could reject him. After these words, blood spurted in all directions again. The player appeared in front of the world tree. Upon seeing him, the girl asked through her anger if this was really what Lord Dex was counting on, after which a system screen appeared, stating that the guy had failed the tests of the world tree, so he was returning to the designated place. At that very moment, the protagonist hit the guy again, saying that it seemed like the stun hadn't worked, and then did it a few dozen more times. In the end, Joa's chocolate cake was lying in a pool of its own blood. Jae-young was warming up before another hit, saying that it seemed like there were only about 400 attempts left. The guy bowed his head and asked him to stop in a shaking voice, because he admitted that he was wrong. Seeing him again, the world tree folded her arms across her chest and said that even if he refused, he would still be sent here. After these words, a painful smile appeared on the player's face, and he said to himself that he couldn't understand this. The girl exhaled heavily and wondered what she should do, while saying to herself that his strong resistance should have already become obvious, and even if he spoke to Dex directly, the result would not change. She drew an image of the protagonist in her head and thought that he would never give up, and in this situation, the trial stick would lose its strength and power. The world tree added with a tense brow that this was not what she had created the test for, so she would at least listen to the one he had sent her. After thinking this, she called the player, who suddenly raised his head and asked with a shaky voice what was wrong. The girl looked down at him, asking if he would really be able to do well if he became her representative. Chocolate Cake Joe's eyes were filled with fear, which he responded with, of course, adding that he would try his best. With his hands on his hips, the world tree said that she did not need those who tried, she needed those who were capable, to which he spread his arms out to the sides and shouted loudly that he might look like that, but he did well in his assignments without any complaints. But suddenly he raised a surprised face at the girl, who asked him if that was really true, with a body like that. After saying this, the player lowered his head and quietly replied that he knew how pathetic and insignificant he was. The World Tree looked at the boy without any emotion on her face. Without raising her head, Chocolate Cake Joa continued to say that this was why he had suffered so much. He had been falsely accused and beaten to death countless times and ridiculed for being weaker than rumors said. He clenched his fist tightly, adding that no one had ever listened to him, either in this world nor in the next, but now he wanted to change. Holding his head high, the boy shouted loudly that he wanted to rise from the ashes so that no one on this continent would dare to look down on him. The World Tree's face showed no emotion, when suddenly she asked, "No one on this continent means?" A second later, the girl smiled and said that in that case, he had come to the right place, so she would give him a chance, and from now on, he would be called her representative who would carry out her will. After these words, a bright light appeared around them. The guy's face blushed from these words, and tears came to his eyes, after which he was informed that he had passed the test of the World Tree. Glowing particles of magical energy began to appear in the air. The World Tree folded her hands and said that he must expel those who do not belong to these lands and prepare for the impending threat, because his sacred duty is to protect this continent, and the Green Leaf clan will help him along the way, after which she wished him good luck. A wreath appeared on the guy's head, and powerful magical energy appeared in his hands, after which notifications appeared stating that he had discovered a hidden class and was promoted to the will of nature, and also received a mythical achievement, because he became the first person to receive the title of Apostle of the World Tree, which is why he now has the power and divinity of the World Tree. Chocolate Cake Joa looked at the endless notifications that informed him that he had received many new skills, the affinity with spirits, resonance, charisma, and all his stats had been adjusted, and he had also received many different titles. The protagonist threw the stick over his shoulder and said to himself that everything seemed to have gone according to plan. He extended his hand to the player and said that he congratulated him, because from now on he was a real Chocolate Cake Joa. Suddenly, a blush appeared on the guy's face. Jiang's lamp quickly filled with warm light, after which notifications appeared stating that he had earned the target's trust, and now the player Chocolate Cake Joa was registered as his assistant, which means that depending on his assistant's game experience, he can receive decency as a reward, after which the Bard of Anarchy said that he will try to portray the best villain. The player shook the protagonist's hand and said that he can't wait to see it. Hearing this answer, Jiang chuckled and asked if it didn't matter to him anymore what he would do in his form, to which he raised his fist and shouted in shock that he thought he would stop pretending to be him, to which he replied that since they were now in cahoots, he believed that he wouldn't mind it. The player lowered his head and replied with a smile to do as he knew, since he was prepared for it anyway. The protagonist looked at his interlocutor, saying that no matter what, he had received an extremely rare profession, so he should try to develop it properly, since the World Tree was one of the strongest deities in this world, to which he smiled widely and shouted that it was true, and to be honest, he had also received a quest, and it seemed to be somehow related to the main scenario, since it concerned the past of the Sacred One. As soon as he said this, Jiang's familiars suddenly turned to look at him. The protagonist managed to shut the guy up at the very last moment, saying that he was glad that he trusted him so much, but he shouldn't reveal the details of his profession's quest to anyone, especially if it was related to the main scenario. Satan folded his arms and asked the owner what he had just said, and Ellie added that she felt some kind of déjà vu, because there was something like sacred, but what next? The Bard of Anarchy glanced at his familiars out of the corner of his eye, saying to himself that it was a good thing they didn't really hear anything, adding that they needed to change the topic of conversation as quickly as possible, then said that since he had gotten a new job, it was time to work on his equipment. Hearing this, the player pointed at himself and asked in surprise if that was all. Jae Young picked up Joa's chocolate cake robe and asked if it was true that he had been using it the longest, to which he replied that it was true, but it was a very ordinary robe. Why was he asking him about it? At that moment, the protagonist's eyes lit up, and he replied that each of the supreme beings of Arcadia had a special item that represented their divinity. A powerful magical energy enveloped the robe, and then the system screens appeared, stating that this item had a colossal karma potential, so it could be given decency, and the required amount was 6 million. Smiling madly, Jae Young ordered the decency points to be transferred. He extended his hand towards the robe and used his power. But unexpectedly for everyone, the World Tree appeared, shouting loudly that this was too much even for him. Chocolate Cake Joa recoiled back and shouted in shock, asking if this was really the World Tree. Seeing her, the Bard of Anarchy asked why he was so angry. After all, he was doing everything he could to help her, to which she began to wave her fists and shout, asking what it meant to help. After all, he was simply forcing his choice on her, after which she asked if he really wanted to give her divinity to this rag. She looked at the robe, which was covered in powerful magical energy, and continued to shout, asking how he managed to do this. Pointing her finger at the main character, she asked who he was, because it was simply impossible without his father's permission. Receiving such a question, Jae Young smiled maliciously and asked in response, Was she really asking how this was possible? His eyes were full of confidence, with which he answered that everything was obvious, he just wanted it, and that's it. Hearing this, the World Tree put her hand to her chest in surprise, and the guy continued to tell her not to worry, because very soon she would thank him for this choice. Immediately after these words, a bright flash of magical energy appeared, after which system screens appeared, which reported that the karma and aspiration accumulated in the item reacted to decency, due to which Gaia received the minimum amount of decency required to use its power, so Gaia's divinity was imposed on this item in full, and thanks to this, the robe's abilities were completely changed. A few minutes later, the glow died down, and a completely new robe of life of mythical quality appeared, which was suitable only for those who were elevated to the will of nature, and also gave incredible characteristics. The protagonist put his hand on his hip and asked the player if he could become the chocolate cake Joa from that very video with this. The guy put on the new robe and exclaimed happily, clearly adding that he now felt absolutely omnipotent. Clenching his fist tightly, he added that now it was time to test the capabilities of this robe at the martial arts tournament, to which Jae-young objected, because he would be participating in the tournament. Frowning in displeasure, Chocolate Cake Joa screamed, asking why. After all, he himself said that he would need to replace him, to which the Bard of Anarchy opened the system screen in front of him and replied that it seemed to him, or he was underestimating this tournament, adding that the fact that he received improved equipment and a profession did not mean that he was ready for such a level. Hearing this, the player gritted his teeth and said that he was certainly right, but, before he could finish speaking, the protagonist brought a mask to his face and, interrupting, said that he should not be upset, but should just watch. Applying the disguise to himself, he added that he needed to meet a person he had not seen for a long time. Thus, the tournament of the strongest martial artists continued, and Dex's assistants once again achieved remarkable results. Angelica, who took second place in the magic class, was sitting on the ground. Adu, who took second place in the tanker class, was smiling widely. Cassius, who took first place in the fighter class, was looking away attentively. The player with the nickname I Have Shitty Hands, who took third place in the blacksmith class, wiped the sweat from his face with a smile. Many players were watching the broadcast, and the host of the festival said that soon the friendly duel would end. It was a pity, of course, but nothing could be done, only the summoner class remained, and judging by what she heard, the most fearless guys were summoned here. In the tournament of the strongest martial artists of the summoner class, the finals were to meet the Chocolate Cake Joa, standing at the closed entrance to the arena. His opponent was to be the Black Dragon of Darkness, who was standing at another closed entrance to the arena. With his arms folded, Satan asked if this was the girl his master wanted to meet, to which he replied that it was true, he wanted to see how much she had grown during this time. Hearing this, the Demon King opened his eyes wide and said that he needed to take a look at this. He saw a large purple flame and told his master that the Black Dragon was starting to look like a real dark mage, but of course, she was still far from Argamer. And as soon as he said this, the host of this tournament clenched her hand into a fist and screamed with all her might that now was the time for the long-awaited culmination of the tournament of the strongest martial artists. Because the final match was beginning, in which the winner of the summoner class would be determined. Against the background of red lightning, the inscription Player A appeared, after which the host loudly shouted that the rising star, the man who surprised everyone with the number of spirits summoned, and part-time that goat, the greatest villain of their tournament, the demon of spirits, Chocolate Cake Joa. After these words, the main character appeared on the screen, to whom the viewers reacted with strong indignation. A few seconds later, against the background of blue lightning, the inscription Player B appeared, and the host loudly shouted that against him is a terrifying lich, the Lord of the Dead and the Kingdom of Maroon, adding that someone says that the secret of her success lies in her stunning appearance, the brightest Lord of Darkness, Black Dragon of Darkness. After these words, the strongest dark magician Arcadia appeared on the screen, to whom the viewers reacted with admiration. But when she entered the arena, her expression changed drastically and she asked herself in confusion why there were so many people there, adding that she was starting to get nervous, while the festival host continued to shout, asking if the greatest villain of their tournament would survive until the end, adding that his fate would be decided in front of 400,000 spectators. The protagonist, entering the arena, asked if he had finally become a villain, and Satan next to him asked in response if he was so surprised by this fact. After all, he had always acted like a complete asshole, to which Ellie added that the Demon King was right, because if she didn't know that he was just pretending, she would have been very disappointed in him. The guy's face was emotionless as he asked what difference it all made. After all, these people weren't cursing him, to which the Archangel happily replied that it was true. Suddenly, the Black Dragon of Darkness put her hand on her hip and asked what he was muttering, adding that she wanted to end this fight quickly, to which Jae-young asked if she really wanted to give him time, adding that she could have started the fight herself. Closing her eyes, the girl replied that no matter what, she was still the queen of the country, so it was not appropriate for her to act surreptitiously. Spreading her arms out to the sides, the protagonist laughed and asked if she really still retained this strange trait of hers, to which she, hearing this, asked in confusion if they had already met. Then the Bard of Anarchy smiled maliciously and asked in response if she liked being a queen, or if she should be addressed as Mistress of Darkness. A blush immediately appeared on the Black Dragon of Darkness' face, and she loudly cried out that she knew it. She remembered how she sat on the throne. She also remembered how the protagonist attacked her, and realized that it was Dex after all. Leaving her memories, the girl showed her terrifying aura and ordered him to answer directly how much he told him about her dark past. Without a drop of fear on his face, the guy stuck out his finger and answered that if she was interested, she should try to defeat him, and if she succeeded, he would tell her everything. Hearing this, the Black Dragon of Darkness smiled madly and, preparing for an attack, said that he should be ready to take responsibility for these words. The protagonist created magical elements of different elements in his hand and said to himself that this was wonderful, so he should start with a short test of his abilities. With a wave of his hand, he released the spirits of all the elements. The viewers watched the broadcast attentively and shouted in shock, asking if he could be defeated at all. He had summoned a huge number of spirit incarnations, but in any case, the Black Dragon should be careful. Suddenly, the girl smiled and asked, they were just low-level spirits, weren't they? Was he sure he could defeat her with such a trifle? Hearing this, Jiang's eyebrows were drawn together tensely. At the same moment, dark magical energy appeared in the air. Skeletons began to appear from the ground, and the Black Dragon of Darkness ordered her warriors to rush into battle. Seeing this, the Bard of Anarchy smiled widely and said that there were many more of them than he expected, and that skeleton looked much more powerful than the Death Knight he had summoned. The skeleton in massive armor slowly walked towards him. The guy suddenly turned his satisfied gaze to the Mistress of Darkness and asked if it was really her. But before he could finish speaking, the Black Dragon of Darkness smiled widely and replied that it was true, she had reached level 200. After saying this, a huge skull appeared above her head, and she added that he should not turn his nose up in the air, because when a dark mage reaches level 200, he becomes much stronger than before. While she was saying this, her skeletons were fighting the spirits of the protagonist. There was a slight smile on the guy's face as he listened to the audience shout in shock that the entities of the spirit mage were easily destroyed, after which they added that they wanted the dark dragon to destroy this unbearable bastard. But when the girl saw the smile on her opponent's face, tension appeared in her eyes, and she asked herself why he was so relaxed. Raising her hand, she added that she cannot get distracted, because she had a very bad feeling about this, which means she needs to be on guard, because he is an ally of Dex himself, and who knows what he can do. At this time, a huge skeleton loomed over Jeong. The protagonist smiled carefully and said that she had summoned a good army, which included skeleton warriors, archers, and magicians, although the archers and magicians had low skills. He looked at the bones and skulls, adding that mutants could also be turned into zombies, so she should pay attention to this, and she should also pump up curse magic and magic attacks evenly, otherwise she wouldn't get far with just summoning spirits. Hearing this, the Black Dragon of Darkness frowned with displeasure and asked how he knew all this. Because spiritual magicians didn't have such knowledge, no player besides her had it. Then a sly smile appeared on the guy's face, and he asked in response how he knew he himself had been through this. As soon as the girl heard this, shock appeared in her eyes. The atmosphere in the arena immediately changed, and she said to herself that he could of course lead her by the nose, but could it be that? Before she could finish speaking, her huge skeleton was attacked by the Bard of Anarchy, who said that her hidden class was now the Maestro of Death, so she should understand for herself. No matter how rude she was to others, there was a great way to make people respect her. A powerful magical energy suddenly appeared in the air, and the guy continued to say that for this, you just need such an overwhelming power that no one could resist it. At the same second, a powerful magical explosion was heard. The skeleton was erased from the arena in an instant. Horror appeared in the eyes of the Dragon of Darkness, and she wondered if he really swept away the Knight of Death with one blow, but she only knew one person who could do such a thing, and it was definitely him. At this time, Satan, raising his hands, resisted the enormous power and shouted at the master, asking him if he was crazy. What was he doing? There was no need to go that far. Ellie closed her eyes and added that he would simply reveal himself now, and if that happened, there would be no point in participating in the tournament as a spiritual mage. But unexpectedly for them, madness appeared in the eyes of the protagonist, and he replied that nothing could be done, because it was more fun than whining. Folding his arms across his chest, he called out to the Lord of Fire and Wild Flame, after which he ordered the King of the Fiery Spirits Ifrit to submit to his will and destroy the earth and heaven. When the spectators saw this, their eyes widened and they asked in shock what the hell was this and whether they were even playing the same game. At this time, the guy extended his hand and said that he was grateful to his opponent for entertaining him, and let her come back when she learned something else. The Black Dragon of Darkness, cold sweat pouring down her face, could not move. The eyes of the King of the Fiery Spirits burned brightly, and when the guy finished speaking, he made several quick attacks. The girl closed her eyes and screamed in rage that Dex was a bastard. After these words, only the main character remained in the arena. A system screen appeared in front of him, informing him that he was the winner of the tournament for the title of the greatest summoner mage. The guy held his hands on his chest and smiled contentedly. At this time, the sand forge and the Hellion forge were unbearably hot. The dwarf peered out from around the corner and said that he was tireless, after which he asked himself how many days he had already spent like this. The guy with the nickname "My Hands Are Shitty" was hitting the anvil with a hammer. He clenched his teeth from the tension, saying to himself that this was still not enough. He remembered the World Martial Arts Tournament, which he went to with a light heart. There he took third place, exceeding even his own expectations. But that day he saw them, which caused surprise to appear in his eyes. He saw those who were at such a high level that it seemed incomprehensible. At this moment, the guy was grinding his teeth in anger, saying to himself that he was just a pathetic weakling, and his own weakness was very annoying to him, because even with the help of Mr. Dex he remained so pathetic. Flames were released from under his hammer with each blow. The fire swirled in the air, and the blacksmith said to himself that this should not be so, because since he lacked skills, he would put all his strength into practice and raise the hammer again and again so that his products would become better, weapons sharper, and items of high class. The fire became larger and hotter with each passing second. Fire appeared in the guy's eyes, and he screamed in his head that he would create his own style that no one could imitate. After the scream, he made such a blow that flames rushed in all directions. The dwarves, seeing this, were shocked, so they immediately said that Byron should be called here. The summoned flame took shape, and then the system notifications appeared, informing him that his soul, filled with determination, was burning with divine light, so the quality of his products exceeded the limit of the materials used, because of which the item class would be changed. He created a legendary class item, and now the weapon forging skill has increased significantly, and the title effect was activated, because of which the mastery skill doubled, and the weapon forging class was increased by 1, and now the most ancient flame has chosen him as its first hammer. A silhouette of a huge man appeared in the fire, and then the notifications appeared again, informing him that the related quest had been changed, and he also received several titles, such as a man summoned by the dwarves and a wanderer wandering in search of a myth. With surprise in his eyes, the guy looked at the man in front of him, asking him if he was Vulcanus. When suddenly, he turned around abruptly, hearing a familiar voice. Byron fell to his knees and cried out that he could not believe his eyes, for long ago he had created countless divine weapons, and with the sacred hammer he had created the class of dwarves in Arcadia, passing on to them the knowledge of everything that could be created, their teacher and father, Lord Vulcanus. Tears poured from the old man's eyes, and he continued to shout that he had been reborn in the hammer of the most capable of their blacksmiths. At the same moment, he turned to the dwarves and shouted with all his might for them to raise their hammers, for their god had blessed them with the hands of one who was more beautiful and talented than all those gathered here. So now they would praise the incarnation of their god, praise the first hammer chosen by Vulcanus. The dwarves immediately raised their hammers above their heads and shouted loudly, "Hooray!" The player, seeing this, drew his eyebrows together. Without thinking twice, he raised his hammer to the ceiling, after which he was informed that the Continental Integration Scenario, Act 1, Anarchy Era, had been created. At this time, a crown appeared above the protagonist's head, and the system screens reported that he was the winner of the tournament for the title of the greatest summoner mage. The huge Colosseum was illuminated by the rays of the sun, and the World Martial Arts Tournament, which was held in honor of the celebration of the unification of the servers, came to an end, and most of the winners had Korean nicknames, which could not but lead to disputes regarding the fairness of the evaluation, but most players regarded it as inevitable. The screen showed the nicknames of those who became the strongest. Above these players was a large number 2. And if you take into account not the country of origin, but the region, it becomes quite obvious how strong the players from the top are. The protagonist recalled the Great Slime Invasion. Then he recalled the revival of Argammer. He also recalled the Witch Hunt. His last memory was the Continental Wars, after which he said that the character development on the second continent was, to put it mildly, extreme. After saying this, Jae-young imagined a naked newbie running towards a huge boss and thought that it was similar to the hardcore mode, adding that this is why it is not special that those who played in hardcore mode have a huge advantage, so the results of the tournament cannot be called surprising. The guy continued to stand with his arms folded on his chest. The interest of the users also focused on the abilities, especially the summoner class. Players who watched the broadcast and saw the insane power of the Black Dragon of Darkness began to write in the chat, asking how to change the class and whether spiritual magic was always so strong. Statistically, 60% of Arcadia players choose the good faction, that is, those who use holy power, and the reason for this is an intuitive set of skills that differs from other factions, as well as a huge amount of information about the characters provided by other players. However, as a result of the past tournament, especially after the final battle, players began to show significant interest in dark and spiritual mages. The Black Dragon of Darkness was shrouded in dark magical energy, because it belonged to the world of the dead. At the same time, the protagonist was shrouded in an aura of nature, because he belonged to the world of spirits. The scales, which had remained unchanged for a long time, began to move. Simply put, the formation of a new united continent began, over which the sun shone brightly. At this time, in the Forge of the Sands, all the dwarves gathered to see off the child of people, because it was time for him to leave their dungeons. Altair stepped forward and said that they had nothing more to teach him, to which he asked in confusion how so. Then the dwarf frowned and replied that this was their decision, and as the first hammer of God, it was time for him to go out into the outside world and glorify the name of Lord Vulcanus. The player with the nickname I Have Shitty Hands silently lowered the corners of his lips. Suddenly, he slapped himself hard in the face. A few seconds later, he removed his hand and firmly said that he would give it his all. The forge was unbearably hot, and a system screen appeared in front of the guy, informing him that he had a quest to return the forgotten god, and now he needed to find the ruins that Vulcanus had visited. At this time, in the depths of the demon dimension, a demon stood on the ground and said that the wall between them and the middle dimension had thinned, and this was the first time this had happened since the Holy War. He smiled, adding that the world tree was awakening again, and the middle dimension had united, which meant the time had come. Nargle, the Lord of Murder, the commander of the second demon army, looked up and said that they would once again open the hellish gates that led to the middle world, and the moment the gates that connected the demon realms and the middle world opened, all of Arcadia would once again bow their heads before the Lord of Darkness and kneel before the might of the army of Hell. As he spoke, the enormous portal was oozing with maddening dark magical energy. At this time, in the divine realm, in the eternal sanctuary, stood the angels. Ellie looked at them and said that there was no need to be afraid, for they would be victorious, as they had always been. At the same time, on the former third continent, the Shoyan Empire held a meeting. The man smiled wickedly in order to start preparations, because it was time to show the entire continent how big the Shoyan Empire was, after which notifications appeared, stating that the Continental Integration Scenario, Act 1, Anarchy Era, had been created. In the real world, clouds were floating across the blue sky. The protagonist, going outside, stretched. Looking at the sky, he said contentedly that it was calm here. After some time, he came to the bank, which was falling on the rays of the sun, and said that he would like to open a credit card. The woman sitting opposite said that, judging by his appearance, he was a student and most likely working part-time, to which he replied that it was something like that. Then the woman smiled and told him to wait 1 minute, and she would do everything, and in the meantime, he should write down his bank account number. But when she saw how much money was in the guy's account, shock appeared in her eyes. After some time, Jae-young had a credit card in his hands. Sitting opposite him was Min, who with a warm smile on her face said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time and, apparently, something interesting had happened to him. Then the guy lowered his head and replied that it was true. He went to the bank, and they pestered him so much with all these deposits and the like that he barely got rid of them. Hearing this, the girl stuck out her finger and said that the ability to sell is an important skill, so he got to know him better, after which she asked how much he managed to save up, to which he asked in response, "Why should I know this?" A blush appeared on the face of the head of Arcadia, and she replied that there was no need, but if he answered, she would tell him too. Then the main character raised his hand to his chin and replied that he had enough money to ensure himself a stay on a ventilator in a private clinic for the rest of his life if he got seriously injured. Hearing this, Min grinned and said that only one thing was clear: he had saved up a very decent amount. Jae-young drank his cocktail in silence. After a short pause, he, without taking his eyes off his interlocutor, asked why she insisted on a personal meeting. She was an important bird after all. After this question, the smile disappeared from the girl's face, and she asked to stop the development of the main plot. Browsing, she finished Eras of Anarchy. Hearing this, the protagonist put the glass on the table and asked why he would do this, to which the girl asked in response if he was really asking this seriously. After all, she did him a favor at the martial arts tournament, and now it was his turn. Raising her hand to her face, she said that they needed to calculate how much the deceiver's mask affected the outcome, to which the guy closed his eyes and said okay. A few seconds later, he looked up at his interlocutor and said that she was asking him not to exit the plot himself, but to stop its development altogether, after which he asked what she was planning. Closing her eyes, Mayan asked in response if it was really that difficult for him. After such a question, seriousness immediately appeared in Jae-young's eyes, and he asked to tell everything in more detail. There was a cup of coffee and a glass of cocktail on the table. There was no one in the kitchen. The protagonist looked at the tablet and said to himself, "So that's how it is." He read the information from the screen and said to himself that he seemed to understand now why the CEO asked him for this. Because if the information is true, then the time allotted to the world of Arcadia will be cut in half. He imagined the powerful demon Nargle, the archangel Eli, and also the ruler of Shon, saying to himself that there will be no fun, no adventure, and greed is to blame for everything. Leaving his imagination, Jae-young, without looking up, said that the most likely trigger for the beginning of the era of anarchy is. Before he could finish speaking, Min, who did not take her eyes off him, said, "The Shon Empire." Her eyes were full of seriousness as she asked him to protect the Gale Federation that bordered them, but if war was inevitable, she wanted him to end it quickly and quietly. The protagonist, hearing this, continued to look at the tablet. After a short pause, he placed the device on the table and replied that he would do his best. Immediately after these words, the girl took his hand. With a blush on her cheeks, she smiled and thanked him, adding that she was very happy with their cooperation. When suddenly, the head of Arcadia looked at the guy with surprise in her eyes, who asked if it was possible to completely wipe out the Shone Empire if necessary. He did not take his eyes off his interlocutor, asking if it was true that this was not too much, it was just a necessity. Mean smiled confusedly and asked if he really thought so. Sakiel, the senior angel in the Celestial Empire, bowed his head to Ms. Michael and said that the intentions of those parasites who had snuck into them were not that serious. Ellie looked at the angel and asked what that meant, to which he replied that the Black Mage's rat subordinates were stealing the souls of innocent people, and they were still observing the plans of the suspicious mage army. Without raising his head, Sakiel continued to say that in fact, there was something more dangerous now. The level barrier that protected the middle world had suddenly become much thinner than before, so he was asking for permission to attack. The situation with the level barrier was related to the portal that had been opened in the demon world after a long time. Ellie looked at her subordinate with a calm expression, who continued to say that if she gave the order, he would burn to ashes all those rats who dared to break into their world and cause bloody and merciless chaos here. After a short pause, the Archangel lowered her gaze and said that she understood his noble intentions well, but for now they needed to avoid direct clashes with the magical world. Hearing this, Sakiel raised his head in surprise and asked why. Then Ellie presented the Tree of Life and explained that while it was inactive, they needed to avoid hostility with others, because now it was necessary to observe the balance in order to preserve it for the sake of the young ladies they were supposed to protect. Michael said this while walking away. She suddenly frowned, wondering if Satan was monitoring the affairs down there, adding that she would immediately go down and have a talk with him. At this time, Satan was sleeping on the grass among the slimes. Suddenly, Ellie appeared above him, displeased. The air suddenly shook when she screamed in rage, asking if he was sleeping well. The Demon King began to crawl back in fear, screaming that he had just fallen asleep somehow, after which he asked why she had woken him up, to which she shouted back with a raised fist for him to shut up, because this was all because of him. When Satan asked her to tell him what had happened, she gritted her teeth and asked if he was making any strange plans behind their backs, something like a war. As soon as the Demon King heard this, he frowned in surprise and asked what kind of nonsense this was. What kind of war? What had happened up there in heaven? Ellie, folding her arms across her chest, turned away and replied that she had heard a very strange rumor, to which he rose to his feet and asked her not to make up unnecessary things, but to tell him instead. The girl thoughtfully closed her eyes. The Demon King looked at the Archangel with surprise in his eyes. Suddenly the air shook again from Ellie's furious scream, asking if she had really gone crazy. Would she consult a demon about her problems? She suddenly pointed her finger at Satan and added that if he pulled some strange machinations in Arcadia, she would gather all the warriors in the Celestial Empire to stop him, and from that moment on her revenge would be terrible. She would take everything from him, even his small pathetic sword. Hearing this, Satan spread his arms out to the sides and shouted loudly, asking why press on a sore spot, adding that she came out of nowhere and began to slander an innocent demon, and he did not even understand why, to which Ellie responded, asking if maybe he should start managing his subordinates to find out the reason. And while they were arguing, the girl with long green hair sat to the side, petting slugs. Suddenly the main character appeared and asked if they had managed to quarrel while he was gone. Hadn't they long ago started living together in peace? The familiars turned sharply to their master and simultaneously shouted that such a thing would never happen in their lives, after which Satan asked where he had been all this time, because he had returned much later than usual, and he had been waiting for him for a long time. Jaeyoung looked at the familiars, answering that some urgent matters had arisen, so he had to leave, to which Ellie said that, as always, their master was trying to achieve a lot in other worlds. After these words, the guy smiled and replied that it could be said that it was all thanks to them, because they had their next goal. Hearing this, the Demon King waved his hand and shouted joyfully, asking if they were finally going to fix his sword, to which the Archangel turned away and said displeasedly that this little rat was thinking only about himself again. But unexpectedly for them, the Bard of Anarchy knitted his brows and, presenting the emblem of the Gale Federation, said that they were heading there. Hearing this, Satan stuck his finger in his nose and asked if this was another village. Suddenly, shock appeared in Ellie's eyes and she asked if this was the place where the mana crystals were. Then Jaeyoung drew a map in his head on which Gale and Shone were located, and asked the familiars if they remembered the Shone Empire, where they went to catch the dragon, adding that after the continents united, the Gale Federation began to border that very empire. Leaving his imagination, he smiled widely and said that a war would soon break out in this place. Hearing this, the Archangel raised her eyebrows in surprise. Satan flew up to his master and joyfully shouted that war was glorious, after which he asked what they were going to do there. Would they really set up this federation or destroy everything there? To which the Bard of Anarchy replied that they would stop them, but if the Shoyan Empire got in the way, then they might have to destroy them. The atmosphere in the air immediately changed, and Ellie said to herself that this couldn't be happening. Would war really break out? There was excitement in her eyes, with which she added that if such a big event were to happen, then her vision of cause and effect would reflect this future, but she didn't see anything. She looked at her master, asking herself if maybe he had predicted the future incorrectly. But that couldn't be, his words always came true in reality. In that case, perhaps he could foresee the future, which was much further than the abilities of the Celestial Empire. After these thoughts, Ellie smiled confusedly and said that her eyes hadn't let her down then. There was a powerful magical energy concentrated in the air, and the Archangel said to herself, "The war with the underworld, the world trees slumber, chaos in the heavenly world. In this case, everything is going well, so she must do everything to help her master lead their world in the right direction." She looked at his back, adding that this was the most accurate method to stop all the wars in their world. In the Arcadia world system, there is a mineral, a mana crystal. Magic symbols were written along its edges, but it has a low power limit, so it can conduct magical power without loss, and if you add a specially invented pattern to it, this crystal can also accumulate mana in itself. Currently, it is used in many equipments that endow magical tools with incredible energy, and depending on the processing of the crystal, its mana properties change, and the more you study it, the more opportunities open up to you. In general, this is not a material, but a real miracle, and the state that produces 80% of this material on the entire continent is the very goal of the main character, the Gale Federation. After some time, Jaeyoung was in the capital of the Gale Federation called Mechanium in front of a huge statue. Smiling contentedly, he said that in the very center of the capital is a statue of the founder of the Federation, Zirin, adding that the residents have gone to such lengths to brag about their creator. The statue depicted a guy who held his arms folded across his chest, when suddenly the Bard of Anarchy said that you can wait here. Hearing this, Satan turned to the owner and asked what to wait for, and Ellie raised her eyebrows in surprise and said that usually their master does not like to go to crowded places. The warm rays of the sun fell on the guy's head, and he answered that it was just intuition, but judging by the situation, the Gale Federation would be better off not running there on foot now, because it would be faster to find the starting point of all the incidents, from which it would be possible to attack this city. At this time, a beautiful magic seal appeared in front of the worker. Marcus, an advanced inventor from the Steel Soul Mechanium group of scientists, smiled contentedly and said that he had finally found the legendary mana pattern that Zirin had written. Suddenly, someone knocked furiously on his door, after which a scream was heard asking if he could open the door right now. Law enforcement officers stood at the entrance, and one of them continued to shout that they thought he was a master genius, but he had once again caused some kind of disaster, but this time he was definitely finished, after which he ordered them to enter and arrest the criminal who had violated the law of the Federation. Law enforcement officers began to break down the doors with crowbars. Marcus looked at the Zirin pattern and said to himself that there were 15 seconds left before he would be arrested, so he had to memorize this entire code in his head, because if he remembered even a little of it, he would be able to create a great weapon, and he couldn't give up in order to protect the Gale Federation. As soon as he finished speaking, the law enforcement officers grabbed him. Suddenly, a bright light appeared in Marcus's eyes. Clouds floated across the blue sky. Marcus was tied up and forced to kneel down and ordered to bow his head before the respected citizens, and from that moment on, they began a public trial. Many people gathered in the square. The protagonist was among them. He smiled maliciously, saying that the starting point had been found. Marcus angrily gritted his teeth. Ellie suddenly crawled out from under her cloak and asked the owner if he thought that the child needed to be saved urgently, to which he asked in response what she was talking about. Then the Archangel smiled and said that she couldn't tell everything in detail, but she saw the reflection of this child in her eyes. After these words, a smile appeared on the guy's face too, and he said that it was an interesting target, but there was no need to worry, because he saw it too, and it seemed that they really had found a great starting point. Marcus' eyes were full of anger and hatred. The lawman kept his hands behind his back and said that the criminal Marcus had illegally used the scroll written by their great father, their Lord Zirin, and then asked what he wanted to achieve by doing so. The advanced inventor chuckled and said that he was asking two obvious things. He suddenly looked sharply at the man and replied that in order to use the scroll according to Marcus's theory, because he was going to rewrite it. Hearing this, the man frowned in shock. Suddenly his expression changed and he said that the guy was just a fool, and then asked why he decided to commit such a crime. Then Marcus turned to the crowd and replied that they would become stronger in the future, because after the continents united, the Gale Federation began to border with another empire, and these bastards own a huge territory and the strongest army. He imagined the border between the Gale Federation and the Shone Empire, adding that they could easily crush them, and that they couldn't save themselves with meager mana crystals, and that they all knew that danger was already approaching, and then asked what else they could do. The citizens looked at the criminal with surprise in their eyes. A mad smile appeared on Marcus's face, and he answered his own question that they needed to make a new revolution and evolve to protect themselves. But after these words, the atmosphere changed dramatically. The man did not take his angry gaze off the boy, answering that the only thing that was dangerous here was him, and although moving forward was important, if they forgot about respecting the past, then only darkness would await them in the future. Then Marcus looked askance at the head scientist Heiko and said that he only knew how to talk, because he was simply afraid that he would steal his bread by inventing a multi-pattern for mana crystals, after which he asked if he really thought that he didn't know that the old people didn't like it when power was taken away. After these words, shock appeared in Heiko's eyes. At the same second, he waved his hand and furiously shouted that the trial was over and he had nothing more to ask him, after which he ordered the scoundrel's mouth to be closed, adding that anyone who dared to touch the sacred pattern of the Lord would be sentenced to 30 blows of the third, and in addition, they would expel Marcus from the Scientific Society of the Steel Soul for committing a crime. The fat man in the mask pulled a whip in his hands. At this time, the guy's mouth was tied with a rag. A few seconds later, Heiko waved his hand and shouted in rage that now he would see if he would also speak cheerfully with his filthy mouth, having received a whip. The executioner swung with a mad smile on his face. Marcus looked at him with burning eyes, telling himself to come closer, because for the sake of great changes he was ready to suffer such pain. Immediately after these thoughts, a whip hit him on the back. The guy fell to the floor with a loud scream. Heiko looked at this with a wide smile on his face, and laughing told him to get what he deserved. There was horror in Marcus's eyes, while he asked himself what it was, why it hurt so much, because it was a primitive tool, but why did it cause such pain? The executioner swung the whip on the floor. Marcus looked behind him out of the corner of his eye and asked himself if this was really going to happen 29 more times. The atmosphere changed beyond recognition, and the guy began to beg for salvation. With burning eyes, the executioner swung. Suddenly the air was filled with magical energy. The protagonist used the heavenly ode to protect the advanced inventor. He smiled maliciously and said that they had heard that this was a high-tech city. Standing behind Marcus, Jae-young asked what kind of inhuman punishment this was, adding that even Karo-ben had not had such a thing for a long time. After saying this, he extended his hand and used the helping hand. The wound on the boy's back began to heal. A few seconds later, the wound was completely healed. Heiko looked at the bright light and wondered if this was divine energy. With eyes full of shock, he suddenly shouted that if he, a young man who had sneaked into the Gale Federation here with noble goals, then let him reveal his identity to them. Then the Apostle of Salvation Aurora appeared behind the protagonist, and he asked if they really didn't know who he was. The citizens' eyes showed shock and horror, and they screamed, asking if he was a wizard, how he could summon an apostle to this world, adding that he had extraordinary divine power. Heiko suddenly bowed his head and introduced himself, saying that they were very happy about the arrival of the great senior apostle of the Shient Empire. Hearing this, Jae-young raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked himself, what kind of Shient Empire is this? Suddenly, he smiled slyly and said to himself, so that's how it is, but then we can play along with them. The old man looked at the guy, saying to himself that the little brat Marcus was lucky, because the dog of the Shient Empire came running here right now, and then asked him for what special reason he visited their city. The protagonist turned to Heiko and replied that there was no special reason, although he pointed his finger at Marcus and added that their god ordered to save that young boy. Hearing this, the scientist gritted his teeth in shock. Marcus himself raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked himself, God himself, him, what kind of nonsense was this idiot apostle talking about? The Bard of Anarchy continued to smile, saying that it seemed that now he had nothing to do with the Steel Soul Scientific Society, which meant that he could take him for himself, to which the old man asked in surprise, really take Marcus? With some sadness in his eyes, he silently looked at the protagonist. After a short pause, Heiko lowered his head and said that their federation did not want to argue with the will of God, so he could do as he was told, but in exchange they would forever banish Marcus from their scientific society. Suddenly, the advanced scientist freed himself from the bandage on his mouth and shouted loudly, ordering everyone to stop, after which he asked why they were deciding for him. Jae-young immediately turned to him. He looked at the guy out of the corner of his eye, asking if he really wanted to continue to get whipped, adding that if one blow caused him so much pain, then what would happen to him after 30 blows, after which he ordered him to shut up and follow him if he was really an adequate person. Hearing this, Marcus immediately closed his mouth. When his savior finished speaking, he loudly shouted without a drop of doubt in his voice that he would follow him, simultaneously saying to himself that he was ready for anything, just not to be whipped. Einen was written on a huge beer keg. Marcus was inside, who folded his arms across his chest and asked who he even was. The protagonist was actively eating and asking if he hadn't heard that he was an apostle of the Shient Empire. The scientist did not take his eyes off his savior, answering that he had not heard this from him personally, to which the latter replied that their food was very good, after which he asked if he himself would like to eat. When the boy replied that he couldn't swallow the food, Jae-young licked his lips and said to himself that he was quite a reasonable guy, and it seemed that he would be even more useful than he expected, after which he said that everything was so, he was not an apostle, but just a traveler who had a little divine power. From what he heard, surprise appeared in Marcus's eyes, and he asked himself if this could really be called a little. The protagonist wiped his mouth with his hand and added that he was certainly a savior who would get him out of here, after which he asked if he had any more questions. Then the scientist smiled lightly and answered no, because this was enough, because he already knew how interesting a person he was. After some time, there were empty dishes on the table, and the Bard of Anarchy asked why that stubborn old man was so angry and wanted to catch him, to which Marcus answered, asking if it was not a common occurrence when a villain envies a genius. Looking away, he added that since he was asking, he would tell, because the whole point was that he touched the ban. Hearing this, the protagonist frowned and asked himself what kind of ban. Suddenly, the scientist put several objects on the table and asked if he had ever heard of them, to which Jae-young replied that they were artifacts, which were quite rare things. Then the guy showed the principles of their operation on beer and said that everything was correct. It was a magical tool that allows you to acquire new abilities if you draw a certain pattern on a magic crystal, and the technology that makes this possible is called mana technology. Having said this, he presented the inscriptions on the edges of mana crystals. Looking at the artifact in his hand, Marcus added that unlike the travelers who received the blessing from the god, they are ordinary people and cannot feel mana and detect it in their body, so only such artifacts give them the ability to use magic for their purposes, from simple everyday tasks to saving people. With artifacts they can improve the quality of their lives many times over. When suddenly he drew a big red cross in his head and said that there is a strict ban on the study of these artifacts, which states that it is forbidden to develop methods that can harm humanity. Hearing this, the protagonist opened his mouth in surprise. When suddenly Marcus put a book on the table and said that this is his theory, which violates the ban, and the system screen reported that this book is a theory about condensing energy with mana and using it for bombardment, but the protagonist does not have enough intelligence to understand the contents of the book, and there was an error in deciphering the magic literature. Jae-young, with eyes full of shock, looked at this diary and asked himself if it was really written here about condensing energy and bombardment, and in Arcadia everyone still uses bows and arrows, after which he realized that the guy was planning to start a revolution in weapons. From the realization of this, a crazy smile appeared on the face of the protagonist, and he said that you can go crazy from this, he is a complete psycho. The player wrapped his fingers around the magic stone and explained that unlike travelers who had received a blessing from God, ordinary people could not sense mana and detect it in their bodies, so only such artifacts could use magic for their own purposes, from simple everyday tasks to saving people, and with such artifacts, they could improve their quality of life. A red cross appeared and the user noted that there was a strict ban on studying these artifacts. Jae-young's eyes widened in confusion when he heard that the ban stated that they could not develop methods that could harm humanity. The other person pushed the book forward on the table and said that this was his theory that violated the ban, when suddenly the system reported that this was a theory about condensing energy using mana and using it for bombardment. Grabbing the teaching in his hand, the protagonist thought about energy condensation and bombardment, and whether everyone in Arcadia still uses a bow and arrow, after which a notification appeared that he did not have enough intelligence to understand the contents of the book, and there was an error in deciphering the magical literature. Through the grin, the adventurer's teeth were visible, and he realized that his interlocutor was planning to organize a revolution in weapons, and then exclaimed that you can go crazy, because he is a complete psycho. It was visible how the lights were on in the windows of a high building. Looking to the side, the protagonist asked if Ellie and Tan understood anything, to which they replied that they understood almost nothing, because they were not particularly interested in human magic. Raising her finger up, the archangel suggested trying to ask other people, to which her master clarified who exactly. The Iron Man appeared in front of the master, and the familiar noted that he could ask the inventor of that tin battle doll that could withstand the red dragon with the magic of the ninth circle. The old man tilted his head down, and it turned out that he was the father of metal and steel. Suddenly, Geppetto appeared in the beams of teleportation in front of the necromancer. Smiling widely, the guy thought that he could go crazy, because he was not an angel, but he could summon spirits like this, so he was just something. The master inquired about what the young soul wanted from the old spirit, because he did not have any abilities, and could not even withstand one goblin, to which Jae-young, holding the book in his hand, asked him not to worry, because he just wanted to ask for a few tips. A monocle was visible on the old man's eye, and he asked whether this thing was an invention of scientists of the current generation. On the cover of the textbook was engraved the sign of infinity. At the same moment, a bright eye of authority appeared, and the system reported that the passive skill was activated, which caused the intelligence to increase to 500 for 2 minutes, and also received a keen observation, so that now it is possible to notice details that could not be noticed at normal times. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist thought that this is great, and with this they will be able to quickly capture the Shoyan Empire, and the artificial intelligence notified that this magic book is in an unfinished state. Suddenly, the pupils of the adventurer noticeably decreased in size. An unusual object appeared in the rays of purple magic, and it turned out that the player received the right to activate the lantern of the Wanderer in the darkness. The player put his fingers to his forehead when he realized that the most ancient darkness was staring at him, which caused him to go crazy. The necromancer's cloak flew up, and he screamed loudly, to which his comrade clarified whether everything was okay with him. Sweat was running down the boy's cheek, and he thought that this had never happened, no matter how many times he used the summoning. The screen displayed danger messages, and the user realized that the system definitely wanted to send him a warning. Grinning, Jae-young suggested that it was because Marcus's theory was so powerful and dangerous for this world, and then suggested that they try again in that case. The protagonist's pupils noticeably shrank, and he exclaimed that they were greatly underestimating him. And did they really think that this would be enough to stop him? Geppetto, grasping the monocle with his fingers, said that he did not know how much the inventors had changed since then, but they had become somewhat reckless, because only young scientists could have come up with such a unique invention, and then added that they did not convert the mana stored in the crystal into another energy, but simply condensed and projected it. Marcus' eyes widened in bewilderment when the old man said that the depth was not yet what it should be, and the structure of the pattern was ineffective, and several critical errors were noticeable, after which he added that if experiments were carried out according to this theory, then not only the laboratory, but also the entire continent would be left alive. Recreating the shining patterns behind his back with his finger, the father of metal suggested trying to trim the pattern a little first, and then added that he was seeing such an invention for the first time, so he could only correct the theory and give a few pieces of advice. Looking to the side, the protagonist asked his comrade's opinion on this matter, to which he shouted that it was incredible, safe and effective, because now there was nothing superfluous, but he did not understand why he himself had not thought of this before. The necromancer looked forward and thought about how the old man immediately understood the theory even though he had just seen it, and then realized that Geppetto was pretending to be humble, although he was still a great master, having invented a doll that had withstood a dragon's attack. Jae-young asked if the advanced inventor could complete this theory with the old man's help, to which the old man spread his arms wide and cried out that with this man, 6,000% were definitely perfect. Smiling, the protagonist said that in that case, he would hope for them, and then added that with this theory, he would be able to save the Gale Federation from war. Suddenly, the member of the scientific group frowned in alarm. Lowering his chin, Marcus thought that he had finally met a person who believed in him. The boy smiled broadly and decided to put his life on the line to justify his trust, then exclaimed that he could rely on him to bring the theory to perfection. The adventurer's teeth were visible through his slightly open mouth, and he asked if it was true that he would need a laboratory that would match the level of the theory. A bright red seal appeared, and the system reported that this was the entrance to the lair of the red dragon Carbinian, and that the player could only enter the lair once a day. Sunlight was shining through a small crack between the doors. Marcus, his pupils widening in confusion, asked if the gentleman was a dragon by any chance. The advanced inventor was faced with a room strewn with gold. Standing in front of his interlocutor, Jae-young asked what kind of dragon it was and since when did it start to look like those nasty lizards, to which he shouted that if it wasn't so, then how could he come to the dragon's lair? Grinning, the protagonist explained that he had already said that he was an ordinary adventurer. A view of the mountains behind the buildings in the capital of the Shoyan Empire opened up. Sitting on the floor, the subordinate shouted that he was reporting to the general. The man frowned angrily and said that based on what the investigation squad had conveyed, compared to the benefit they could get from the kingdom of Karben, the risk of danger was much higher, after which he added that the best place to attack would be the Gale Federation, which produced such a precious resource as mana crystals. Narrowing his eyes, the general declared that in that case, the answer had been found. Holding the object out in front of him, the commander exclaimed that the brave warriors of the Shoyan Empire were advancing and heading for the Gale Federation. The spearmen stood in a row, and the emperor shouted that she would be their first step to seize the lands of the entire continent. 2 weeks into the journey of the Shoyan Imperial Army, someone was sitting near the table inside the Red Dragon's lair. The golden goblin held tea leaves between his fingers and was surprised by the chicken wings, and then asked if she had nothing better to do and had already destroyed all the monsters around. Corel closed her eyes and said that she had destroyed them all a long time ago, after which she added that rather her interlocutor looked the most useless, and clarified whether he had already finished sorting the accumulated treasures, to which he replied that he had finished with this even earlier than she had with the monsters. Magic butterflies were flying inside the lair, leaving bright traces behind them, and an orc could be heard saying that the milk tea of the heavenly world was quite good, although the green tea in the underworld was also good. The silhouettes of the heroes were visible in the shadows, and they were silent, when suddenly one of them remarked that it was somehow boring. Suddenly, stone fragments flew at them from the side. At the same second, a magic bomb fell to the ground. A split appeared in the middle of the projectile, and it turned out to be an unnamed prototype number 43. Raising his hand, Jae-young explained that if using the most powerful mana crystal leads to the destructive power of first-level magic, then they will need a lot of time to perfect the technology. When suddenly Geppetto apologized for praising himself so much, and in the end he simply ruined the crystals of the highest power, to which he was told not to be upset, because to achieve even such a result, it would take the others at least 20 years. The old man put his fingers to his beard and suggested trying to add spells from other magic books, because he thought that there might be formulas there that had similar structures to mana crystals, to which Marcus shouted that there were a couple of magic books in the Gale Federation library. Dropping his jaw, the protagonist asked if the advanced inventor needed magic books. The guy's pupils bulged in bewilderment when the adventurer asked the golden goblin where he had put the magic books, and he loudly asked the owner to wait a second. A textbook about the differences between spirit and dragon magic appeared, with fangs on the cover. The unusual symbols on the creation about the basic method of detecting mana glowed brightly. A paper scroll was visible, which indicated the formula for constructing a magic circle. A white pentagram was drawn on the book about higher magic. Bowing his head over the pile of teachings, the Golden Goblin announced that he had brought all the books they might need from the next room, when suddenly a member of the group of scientists shouted in surprise that the cost of such a book could buy an entire island. Waving goodbye, the protagonist wished Marcus good luck, and then added that he could speak if there was anything else needed. Smiling widely, the advanced inventor thanked the master. Hovering in the air, Tan asked why the master was so kind to him, and whether it would be easier to go there themselves and simply destroy everyone if he did not like the bastards from Shoyan so much, to which the latter said that in that case they would miss a precious opportunity. Suddenly, the Demon King looked down in confusion. Grinning, the necromancer said that he wanted to expand the team and recruit more people to prevent the events that would happen in the future. There were bright eyes in the darkness, and the system reported that the players were being watched by the most ancient darkness, when suddenly Jae Young thought about the warning he received a day ago, and then remembered something. Between the demonic entity's hands, a magic pendant was visible, and the protagonist mentally said that it was very similar to the one that appeared when he received the hidden class of the Bard of Anarchy. Through the adventurer's grin, teeth were visible, and he thought that this was why he found it strange, because when the great unification of the continents happened, there were no consequences, which means that something on a completely different level will definitely happen soon. Alice seemed to be hovering in space above the holograms. Looking down, the artificial intelligence notified that strange things were detected in the lair of the Red Dragon Carbinian, where the NPC Marcus was located. The guy was creating magic items with protective glasses on his eyes, and it turned out that the target he was observing was level 1, and the protagonist would meet this NPC. With a wide smile, the advanced inventor exclaimed that everything was ready, and now there was only one thing left. Jae Young frowned angrily and asked if they really were going to kill him. Corel closed her eyes and replied that the customer suggested it first, and then added that they only did everything to fulfill his order. The Golden Goblin's eye lit up brightly, and he noted that everything was heading towards this moment, but it was time to put an end to it. The protagonist held a small wooden sword in his hand, and the interlocutor exclaimed that he needed to make a move faster. Looking down, the adventurer thought about how these bastards only did what they did: eat and play games. Looking at the hole in the wood, the player realized that there was only one unused hole left. At that moment, the protagonist brought the small weapon to the base. Suddenly, the small tree began to fall down. The necromancer's pupils bulged in confusion. A moment later, a powerful energy explosion occurred. A surge of magic rose high to the ceiling. Marcus' teeth were visible through his smile, and he exclaimed that this was magic. Suddenly, the guy fell to the ground and did not understand what happened. Geppetto congratulated him, putting his palm to the head of the advanced inventor. A bright light was shining through a large hole at the top of the cave, and the old man noticed that the pattern he had finally invented was completely perfected. The silhouette of the Father of Metal was surrounded by a magical glow, and he thanked the user for calling him, after which he added that thanks to this, he was able to witness such a historical event as the opening of a new stage in the development of magical technology. Jae Young asked if it was such a great thing, to which Geppetto raised his finger and replied that it was undeniable, because if it weren't for all the goods and personal experience the dragon had acquired, and if it weren't for Marcus's genius, then even centuries later it's unlikely that anyone would have made such progress in science. Raising his fist to his mouth, the advanced inventor cried out that in that case he would now briefly explain the basics of the theory he had completed. Grasping the book with his fingers, the young man explained that it was the basis of all this, after which he added that it was Carbinian's magic book, in which he described several ways to prevent mana explosions, and it turns out that he and Geppetto did the exact opposite of everything written here. The magic crystal glowed brightly, and the member of the scientific team explained that they had activated the mana explosion that all wizards and mages feared in order to increase the explosive power of the mana crystals, and then added that according to this theory, they expected that they could improve the functionality of the crystals by hundreds of times compared to the original energy. The adventurer smirked, thinking that the risk of failure was much higher than success, and if not for Marcus' spirit and courage, this experiment would definitely not have been possible. Energy flows emanated from the skull, and the advanced inventor could be heard saying that after several trials and errors, they found a solution in the magic of the third circle called sacrifice. Sitting on the shoulder of the owner, Tan was surprised that they found a solution in such a bloodthirsty magic, to which he inquired about what kind of magic it was. It seemed like a demonic entity was flying up to the magic sphere, and the familiar explained that it exploded all of the caster's mana and turned it into one solid lump of energy, so it was called self-detonation magic, and then added that he knew it well, since it had caused a hard time for wizards during the Great War between angels and demons. Standing in front of Marcus, Jae Young asked about the level of the mana crystals that were currently being used in the experiments, to which Marcus exclaimed that it was a mid-level crystal, and although the dragon had a whole mountain of high-level crystals, it was still a pity to waste them. Grinning, the protagonist wondered if such a destructive power was achieved at some mid-level, and what would happen if the highest-level crystals were used. A view of the great and the spacious room opened up, and the system reported that the user had a new mission, the essence of which was to defend the defense of the Gale Federation and stop the penetration of 10 opponents without the help of others. Looking at the hologram, the adventurer noticed that they were already quite close to the borders of the Gale Federation, which surprised the member of the scientific group. The protagonist asked how much time he still needed, to which he put his fingers to his forehead and replied that although the pattern of mana crystals was completed, the weapon that would shoot these crystals was not yet made, and even if they did not sleep, at least 2 days were needed to implement all this. Turning his back on the young man, the necromancer asked whether they could handle it in 2 days, to which Marcus cried out that they could. Grinning, Jae-young asked the guy not to worry and wait a little, after which he added that he would knock out time for them by any means. The advanced inventor worriedly bulged his pupils and called out to the gentleman. A bright magic seal appeared, and the system reported that there was an exit from the lair of the Red Dragon Carbinian. The protagonist found himself in the middle of a huge field. The adventurer pursed his lips and thought that if this continued, the Shoan Empire would reach the Gale Federation before Marcus could complete his exploration. The cliffs in the distance of the plain opened up, and the protagonist realized that if they were to set up defenses, it would be right before the Gale border, so the Cane Plain would be their last chance. But he didn't know how to do that. The users were standing in a row one after another, and the necromancer remembered in his mind that the mission conditions stated that he was not allowed to use anyone's help, so he couldn't ask for help from his assistants, or the Cat's Vitridex Guild. Putting his fingers to his chin, the necromancer wondered how much decency would be wasted in this case, if nothing much could be done, but a spirit could be summoned. Suddenly, his pupils noticeably decreased in size, and the protagonist began to think about outsiders. The sunlight fell on the evil grin of the adventurer, and he exclaimed that there was another way out. 36 hours later, the moon shone brightly in the night sky above the Cane Plain. The emperor rode on a horse and cried out that this was the entrance to the territory of the Gale Federation, and that he really liked this vastness of the Cane Plain, which seemed to welcome them. Magic flows hovered in the space, and the leader ordered everyone to move forward. The leader of the Shoyan Empire saw a dark entity in front of him and was very surprised. The warriors held the reins of their horses with their hands and shouted that they needed to protect the general from the stranger. The man looked down and asked if this was an adventurer. Jae-young rose from the ground and said that he had come to give him advice. The protagonist's eyes glowed brightly, and he said that beyond this plain was the land of the Gale Federation, after which he added that if they did not stop advancing, they would greatly regret it. Clenching his jaw in fear, the warrior thought that he felt incredible energy, and that this guy was very strong. Standing in front of the necromancer on horseback, the emperor said that they refused. Grinning, the commander did not understand whether he suddenly appeared out of nowhere and made pathetic threats, and then suggested that the Gale Federation was really doing very poorly in defense. At the same moment, the protagonist closed his lips. With their mouths wide open, the members of the Imperial Army joyfully rejoiced, and their leader said that they would not stop the offensive, and if this did not suit, then they could try to stop them, when he suddenly asked if this was possible at all. Through the smile, the protagonist's teeth were visible, and he muttered that the negotiations had failed. Suddenly, the adventurer disappeared, leaving traces of dark magic in the air, but not before noting that he warned them, but in this case, he wishes them luck. Holding a sharp sword in his hand, the warrior shouted that it was a cowardly bastard and did not understand whether he had escaped, to which the commander replied that it did not matter and that they could forget about him. The leader of the Shoyan Empire walked ahead of everyone and said that adventurers themselves were very strange, so it was better not to be distracted by trifles when they had more important events ahead, when suddenly the subordinates cried out that this was impeccable farsightedness, although this was to be expected from a general. A moment later, it seemed like small stones were falling to the ground. At the same second, the man turned his head back. The night sky appeared, and loud screams of people who did not understand what had happened were heard. The emperor's pupils instantly narrowed in bewilderment. The warriors from his army began to scatter in all directions when they saw the unusual monsters in front of them. The soldiers fought off the jumping creatures with their swords, and their leader thought that this couldn't be happening, that their attacks weren't working at all, and that these devils were almost all at the boss level. The man clenched his teeth in alarm, not understanding where they came from. The silhouette of Jae-young appeared in the streams of magic, and everyone was surprised that it was the traveler. Putting his palm to his forehead, the protagonist exclaimed that this was great, because he thought that uncontrollable monsters did not count as help from outsiders. Standing on top of the mountain, the adventurer noted that it was only necessary to scare them, because if too many died, their country could fall apart. Someone was heard shouting that they needed to retreat quickly, while the leader of the empire clenched his teeth and thought about whether this was really the end. The paper scroll unrolled, and the word teleportation was written on it. Suddenly, a powerful energy sphere with a teleporter appeared. The protagonist, with his jaw dropped, wondered why they didn't use this magic from the beginning and why they had to travel on foot, to which Tan replied that it was impossible, because they could probably only use teleportation when escaping, and from what he understood, it was a third-rate spell that could only move to a predesignated point, and besides, the speed was very slow. The empty land was visible through the beams of magic, and the necromancer noted that even so, they managed to escape. Throwing his hands behind his head, the Demon King asked what they would do now, after which he added that they had escaped now, but they could return, to which his master stated that this would not happen. Grinning, Jae-young said that in 2 days, they would already be shaking with fear. The protagonist patted the assistant on the head, who was making loud noises, and then exclaimed that she was smart. The familiar closed her eyes and screamed loudly when the adventurer asked if she understood that no one should cross this plane for 2 days until the weapon for the magic crystals was ready. The player's cloak fluttered in the wind, and he told the Shoyan Empire that they could come here as often as they wanted. Round creatures jumped on the ground, and the protagonist noted that this was now the territory of the slimes that had terrified 2 continents. 42 hours after the retreat, a view of the mountains behind the houses in the capital of the Shoyan Empire opened up. The general clenched his hands tightly into fists and inquired about how the attack on the Gale Federation was going. The subordinate looked down at the floor and said that the road leading to the Gale Federation had been completely taken over by those monsters, making it very dangerous to launch an attack, adding that the Cane Plain was surrounded by mountain ranges on all sides, so there was simply no other point of attack. The warrior chieftain narrowed his eyes and asked if he meant to say that capturing the Gale Federation was impossible. The soldier opened his mouth in rage and shouted that this was not what his interlocutor thought, when suddenly the other man interrupted him and said that he was giving them 3 days. Clenching his jaw menacingly, the emperor ordered the army to capture the Gale Federation. The man's back appeared and he exclaimed that the order would be carried out, while the general thought that this was definitely some kind of trick by this little adventurer, and that he would definitely pay for it. Suddenly, a bright star appeared. Ellie put her hands to her mouth and shouted that everything was ready and that she could now use it as she pleased. Jae-young's eyes began to glow brightly at the sight of the magic item, and he declared that it was finally time for diplomacy, and then decided to send the coordinates. Marcus released a powerful burst of energy from the legendary Mythoil magic tower, and then the system reported its characteristics. The protagonist's sharp teeth were visible through his evil smile, and he noted that the start time of the advanced inventor had come. The guy in the goggles bowed his head closer to the table, and the adventurer asked him not to be afraid and to show the whole world his strong will and genius. The pupils of the scientist group member noticeably narrowed, and he cried out that it was fire. The magic sphere rose high into the sky. A powerful energy beam rushed in front of the necromancer's face. The magic projectile rushed far ahead. Suddenly, the members of the Shoyan Empire spread their arms out to the sides in alarm. The general looked up, but he didn't understand what it was. Looking at the hole in the high mountain, the warrior leader wondered if their Shoyan Empire had been overtaken by the wrath of some dragon. A book with basic theoretical information on the installation of towers, which the user received for many achievements in the field of magical engineering, was displayed, after which the system reported its characteristics. Taking the textbook in his hand, Jae-young thought that this was great, and that they had apparently already received his message, so now all that was left was to wait for the enemy's reaction. The familiar noticed the advancing enemies, and it was said that a week after the first shot from the magic cannon, a human army appeared on the Cane Plain, which was filled with slimes. The warrior held a tray with a paper scroll in his hands, and it turned out that, unlike the original purpose of the visit, they now made an offer of an alliance. The document opened, and it was written that after one attack, the Shoyan Empire felt a great threat of crisis, and that it would be very beneficial for the Gale Federation to form an alliance with them. The rulers shook hands, and it was said that Jae-young had decided not to interfere in their negotiations as a sign of respect for their last remaining piece of pride. Streamers flew over the rooftops of the buildings, and it turned out that this is how peace came to the Gale Federation again, and the world saw a new hero. Marcus happily raised his hand in front of the audience. The protagonist approached the mithril magic cannon, when suddenly the system reported its characteristics, and warned that the item exceeded the inventory space limit. Putting his fingers to his chin, the adventurer thought about the fact that if it did not fit in the inventory, then it could be used during hunting, after which he decided that it could be sold as a siege weapon. Ten flew near the owner's shoulder and was indignant that he was really going to sell the cannon to these nasty people, to which the owner clarified whether he should leave a valuable item here to rot, on which he could make good money, and all the continents would line up if he put it up for sale. The Demon King opened his mouth in alarm and asked if the other man thought it was too early for humans to get their hands on such a powerful weapon, as it would be like giving a knife to a baby. The familiar's pupils narrowed in fear when the protagonist stated that they knew. The necromancer closed his eyes and exclaimed that in his experience, an advanced fire weapon actually helps to contain the outbreak of war. Running up from behind, Marcus shouted that the hand cannon he requested was ready and noted that there was still a lot to be improved, so mass production was still difficult, to which the other man was surprised that the advanced inventor had managed to do it so quickly. Thane stuck out his finger and asked if his master was ordering anything extra from the guy and what he was going to do with it, to which the other man replied that it was just a thing that would help one of his hobbies. Jae-young's eyes widened wildly and he cried out that this was exactly what he needed, and he already wanted to try it and summon the spirit. Touching Ellie's head with his finger, the protagonist told her to wake up, to which she asked if something had happened, and the Demon King was outraged that the owner wanted to do all this for the sake of a hobby, although he was sure that he probably had something in mind again. Calypso appeared with a sword in his hand, and the system reported that the divine being had entered the player's body, so that he could now temporarily use the creature's power, and it also turned out that the weapon surpassed the player's skills, and the hand cannon item was used. Putting his finger on the trigger of the gun, the adventurer said that this could probably make a lot of noise, when suddenly a notification with the weapon's characteristics appeared. A new published video appeared on the screen, which gained almost 2.5 million views in 3 hours. With his hands folded, Jae-young thought that his blog was doing very well, and this video would definitely have a big impact on Arcadia. Looking ahead, the protagonist wanted someone to take the bait and react. Bright eyes were visible in the darkness, and the adventurer realized that this was the most ancient darkness. Outside the panoramic window of the room, a city glowing with bright lights was visible. A grin appeared on the stranger's face, and he thought of a chaotic wanderer. An image of a gun appeared. The guy in the hood, holding a phone in his hand, asked that after the magic tower, there was also a hand cannon, and then noted that these were ordinary rail guns and a revolver, and modern weapons in fantasy are cheating. The screen glowed white, and the young man said that he was very jealous, and whoever it was, he was really enjoying it. The teenager lifted the corners of his lips and said that he was the creator of the hidden class, the Bard of Anarchy. Lying on the bed, the mysterious player said that thanks to this, the plot moved forward a lot, and he was glad that he liked it, but he couldn't take all the fun for himself. The guy stood up abruptly and exclaimed that he needed to meet in person. Smiling, the young man asked Mayan how she was doing, and then said that he would be returning to Korea very soon. Suddenly, many eyes appeared. After some time, a tent in the middle of the forest opened up. The guy was sitting by the fire, and the system wrote that he entered the iceberg, a deadly land where endless frost storms rage, and this is an unexplored territory without strongholds, and therefore it is necessary to beware of sudden natural phenomena and monster attacks, and the blessing of fire is activated, and the hot flame protects the player. The artificial intelligence reported about the quest's return of the forgotten god, and then the miner, looking ahead, noted that who would have thought that the ruins of Vulcanus would be in such snow. Gecko, frowning seriously, listened that if it were not for him, they would still be wandering around the volcanic terrain. Through the sweat on his face, the secret tracker said that there was no need to thank him so much, because he just wanted to complete the quest of his profession. A tent was visible from afar, and at that moment the man added that it was too early to celebrate, and although this skill of creating a support point saved them from the bitter cold, it had a drawback, namely the need for a constant connection, and therefore it was already the 4th day online, and his strength was running out. The master, sitting opposite the slave, said that if the reinforcements he was talking about did not arrive right now, he thought that their expedition was over. The young man clenched his fist and exclaimed that he didn't have to worry about that because the elder had already sent reinforcements. The player clenched his jaw and wondered if he didn't understand, because even if reinforcements arrived, they would hardly be able to defeat the monsters blocking the way, and in any case, they would only die in vain, and in the danger zone, the penalty for death was tripled, and therefore it was necessary to prepare better before entering. The worker smiled contentedly, after which the secret ranger could not understand why he was so calm, and whether he was so excited about receiving a legendary quest that he could not assess the situation sensibly. Lowering his eyebrows, the man wondered if it would be better to refuse. Suddenly, a powerful explosion was heard. Peeking out of the tent, the gentleman asked if it was a monster, and then said that this should be a safe zone. The player opened his jaw and muttered that it was bad because the monsters in this area were at least level 200, and even one normal hit would guarantee him a death penalty, and then shouted that they had better retreat. The guy opened his mouth with satisfaction and said that the strongest reinforcements had arrived. Many monsters were lying unconscious on the ground. The guys, walking along the path, greeted the slave. Cassius, smiling slightly, said that they had come to help at the request of the protagonist. A bright flame appeared, and it was audible that he understood the situation. The successor of the master of all weapons, sitting on the floor, said that if his words were to be believed, then this legendary quest was the resurrection of a god. The Dragon Lord's apprentice added that after completing this quest, in Arcadia, where the Celestials are worshipped as a single god, great chaos will begin, and at the same time, the miner, through the sweat on his face, noted that he was thinking only about the resurrection of the Dwarven god, and could not even imagine. Lowering his gaze, the young man understood why his request was so strange. It was visible how the protagonist raised his palm. Placing his hand on his chest, Gecko asked not to worry, and explained that his hidden class is a secret tracker, and with them, the winners of the World Martial Arts Tournament, even the legendary quest is not scary. Suddenly, Cassius, opening her lips, said that the quest was suspended until further notice, and such was the order of the protagonist. Suddenly purple slimes appeared, and the system wrote that the 7th mission was completed, and his achievements shocked the entire continent, and everyone was watching the player's actions, and a new era of magical science was opened, and he saved the world through favoritism. The AI said that several new titles and 82 million integrity points had been obtained, after which Jae-young, poking at the screen, muttered that there were a lot of integrity points compared to the scale of the events that had happened, meaning that the impact on the world of Arcadia was more important than the scale. The protagonist, looking ahead, added that using Marcus for a magical revolution was a good idea, and now the right to lead the game's plot had passed to him. The guy could be seen walking along a magical beam, and he thought that if these incompetents continued to complete Vulcanus' mythical quest, the story would advance to the next stage. Holding a lantern in his hand, the young man decided that it was worthwhile to advance the plot further for fun, but every story had its own ending. Standing at the edge, the adventurer added that the finale of this story would be the most ancient darkness. Holding his head, the necromancer said that he now understands the essence of the Bard of Anarchy, and therefore, it depends only on him to save this world or destroy it. Suddenly, Jae-young sighed heavily and received a new message, and then said that she was like a ghost. A notification from Helenia appeared, in which she thanked the protagonist for preventing a war between the Gazel Federation and the Shoyan Empire, and she also needed to talk to him, and therefore let him answer her. After some time, a view of the Korean branch of Arcadia opened up. Mayan, crossing her palms, asked the protagonist to stop the implementation of the mythical quest of his ward. The protagonist, keeping his hands in his pockets, replied that he did not want to. The girl widened her eyes in bewilderment. Abruptly standing up, the head of the game asked that he should not at least find out the reason, and then the guy said that he had also thought about it, but then decided to just forget about everything. The lady opened her mouth wide and clarified that he might be upset that they relied too much on his help in managing the game scenario, and at the same time exclaimed that they would try to minimize interference in the future. Raising his eyebrows, the young man explained that there was no need to worry so much, because he was not doing this out of dissatisfaction. Extending his index finger, the adventurer noted that player management was the administration's business. Smiling, the necromancer said that then his task as a player was not in useless thoughts, but in enjoying himself to the end. Min's gaze was surprised. Introducing his comrades, Jae-young said that he did not want to limit the gaming opportunities of Arcadia for those who trusted him, because that would be too mean. Looking forward, the protagonist said that this time he could not fulfill her request. The head of the game sharply bit her lips. The protagonist, standing in front of the girl, apologized to her. Suddenly, a guy in a hood appeared. The young man grinned slyly. Presenting the golden artifact, the teenager noted that it seemed that the hidden class of the Bard of Anarchy had found its master. Raising her palms, the lady began to say that if the story continued like this, and at the same moment the adventurer continued that something close to a catastrophe would happen. Through the sweat on her face, Min asked how he knew. The necromancer, scratching the back of his head, replied that he simply believed in the endless freedom and possibilities of Arcadia. The look of the head of the game was surprised. Closing her eyes, the girl said that then she would not argue anymore. Opening her lips, the lady said that if he chose the path of faith, then he would need to accumulate a lot of strength. Many eyes appeared, after which Min added that it was he who would have to confront the coming disasters. Leaving, Jae-young said that he would do everything possible. It was possible to see how the head of Arcadia was standing near the table. The protagonist muttered as he shuffled his feet that he would need to contact Cassius when he got home, and the boys were probably waiting for his decision. Smiling slightly, the protagonist wondered when was the last time he had been so impatient. Clenching his jaw, the adventurer thought that he couldn't wait to enter the game. There was a mysterious guy standing next to the necromancer. The young man narrowed his eyes sharply. Suddenly, a view of a tall building opened up. Min closed her eyes. Suddenly, an eye appeared, and it was heard that she seemed to have a lot of worries. The guy, entering the room, clarified whether managing Arcadia was more difficult than expected. Squinting, the head of the game replied that she had to cope. The girl noted that he himself asked her about this, to which Minsu, holding his hands in his pockets, exclaimed that, as expected of her, she was very reliable. Looking ahead, the young man wondered if it was true that the person who had just left was the Bard of Anarchy. Sweat suddenly ran down the lady's cheek. Sitting on the chair, Mayan explained that she could not reveal the personal information of users, and even if he was the largest shareholder of Agen Electronics, there were no exceptions. The teenager grinned contentedly. Opening his mouth wide, Minsu said that he actually knew everything, and that he had come to Korea precisely because of the protagonist. The head of Arcadia clenched his jaw angrily. Raising her eyebrows, the girl said that nothing could be done. Rays of light illuminated the room, and at that moment, the lady asked when he had started eavesdropping, to which she replied that he had witnessed his sister being rejected, and she objected that they had a business relationship. Mayan crossed his arms and asked where Yujin was and whether he had come to Korea alone, after which the guy said that he had to try to get rid of her, because when he went out to have fun, there was no need for unnecessary lectures. The head of the game asked how she would deal with the consequences, and then the young man, raising the corners of his lips, asked where his dreamer was. The girl, widening her eyes, asked if she was really going to play Arcadia and noted that this world was not yet ready for his character. Smiling slightly, the teenager said that he thought there were no problems. Introducing the protagonist, the shareholder asked if it was thanks to him that Arcadia's development was going by leaps and bounds. Sweat was running down the lady's cheek. Lowering her head, the lady said that she would make a request to the secretariat, and then added that she had tried to delay this moment, but it had finally come. Minsu extended his palm and said that it was impossible to stop the gears that had already started turning. Baring his teeth, the guy exclaimed that all that was left was to enjoy themselves before he took everything. After a while, Jae-young, holding the phone to his ear, turned to Cassius and explained that it was him, and also apologized for making her wait. The successor of the Master of All Weapons appeared, and at that moment the protagonist clarified whether they had reached the iceberg. Squinting, the Dragon Lord's apprentice noted that it seemed that he had finally made up his mind, after which she asked what they needed to do. Grinning menacingly, the protagonist replied that they needed to resurrect Vulcanus, and suggested changing the fate of this world. Suddenly, a view of a tall building opened up, and it was heard that they had not seen the adventurer for a long time. The necromancer said that he wanted to use the additional account he had asked for, and then asked if he could broadcast from it, to which the director, holding the phone in his hand, answered positively and specified which continent he was planning on this time. With his jaw hanging open, Jae-young said that it was not he who would be broadcasting, but his acquaintances, and they were reliable guys, and therefore there was nothing to worry about. Suk, turning his gaze to the side, was perplexed. The live broadcast icon appeared, and someone could be heard checking the microphone. Angelica, raising her palm, asked if she could hear well, and Cassius said that she had never done this before. The guys were sitting by the fire, and in the chat they were happy to see the girls, and also wondered about the guys. Grabbing the monitor, the man muttered that he had been wondering what kind of acquaintances the main character had, but here there were only top players. A tall structure was visible, and it was heard that everyone needed to be extremely attentive and delete all spam and negativity. The live broadcast icon appeared again. Gecko, smiling, exclaimed that he was glad to meet you, then gave his name and added that he specializes in finding hidden content and runs a personal channel, and the viewers laughed at him. The secret tracker through tears said that this is why he does not do live broadcasts, and the miner noted that streams are a scary thing. The successor of the Master of All Weapons, closing her eyes, said that she should not be so upset, because he is the only one among them who can chat, and she counts only on Gecko for conducting the broadcast. The man raised his eyebrows contentedly. The players shouted that he should not worry, because he will somehow cope with the broadcast, and then the pupils of the Dragon Lord's apprentice turned white, and she realized that he is easy to manipulate. The secret tracker, jaw dropped, exclaimed that since it happened that way, he asks to love and favor him, and at the same moment one of the commentators wrote that if he gets bored, he will immediately organize an attack on the channel. The forests were visible, and then Gecko said that now they are in the iceberg location, and this place is notorious for extreme weather weakening, making the game almost impossible. The guys walked along the path, after which the man added that they came here on the orders of the main character to look for clues to the mythical quest. A magical image of a compass appeared. A magical aura swirled above the gentleman's palm. A green arrow flew towards the cave, and the system reported that the secret compass was tracking hidden tracks in the vicinity, and it was temporarily shown the way to the discovered clue. Standing opposite the entrance to the dungeon, the secret pathfinder noted that it looked suspicious, but it was worth trying to enter, although there was a very strong cold blowing from there, and he was not sure that it would work. And then the observers wrote that even a paladin with full health would not last 5 minutes. Clenching his jaw, the man said that they were barely holding on with the current weakening of the cold, and therefore it was unrealistic to enter there. Cassius, turning her gaze to the side, asked if he had come without protection from the cold, and at the same moment explained what she had to say. Suddenly, the successor to the Master of All Weapons threw down her jacket. The artificial intelligence reported that the effect of Helios's leather robe had been activated, and that resistance to ice had been significantly increased, and the negative effect had been removed, after which the master asked the girl how she was, to which she replied that she was fine, because she had second-rank ice resistance. Gecko opened his mouth wide in surprise. The secret tracker exclaimed that it was incredibly difficult without using ice magic, and asked how she had managed it, and then the Dragon Lord's apprentice, keeping her hands on her hips, asked to let her think. Raising her fingers to her chin, Cassius said that it had somehow come about naturally during training with the teacher, and then the man clarified who exactly the teacher was. The boy raised his eyebrows and said he was curious about who it was, and Angelica asked if he knew. The girl blushed sharply. Closing her eyes, the successor to the Master of All Weapons said that she was too lazy to explain, and then used the title display. Above her head was written that she was the best student of the Dragon Lord. Gecko opened his jaw in shock, and the audience wrote, "This is what it takes to win the greatest martial arts tournament." Inside the elegant room, a throne was visible, and at that moment, the secret tracker thought that this was an NPC that was impossible to meet just like that, and also wondered how this happened. Turning her gaze to the side, Cassius noticed that Angelica and the miner were also resistant to the cold. The girl, smiling broadly, replied that she was a little chilly, and when she reached the 3rd rank of elemental mastery, she gained resistance to cold, and in lava zones there were no problems either. The young man raised his eyebrows and said that he was also fine thanks to the skill of Blessing of Fire, and it was as if an eternal flame was engulfing his entire body. The successor of the Master of All Weapons said that it meant that only Gecko had such a weak body, which made his pupils turn white, and he muttered that they were just some kind of monsters, after which he asked how such important people could be commanded, and what the protagonist had come up with. Suddenly, the Dragon Lord appeared, and he noted that apparently quite a lot of time had passed since the successor of the Master of all Weapons himself, who had created him, had come to him. Lowering his head, Goldrian asked if her gaze trembled even in front of the Dragon Lord, and also added that he liked her. Cassius' face was serious, and at the same time, the monster clarified for what purpose a fragile human child wanted to become strong. The girl narrowed her eyes and replied that she wanted to match the strength of one person. The lady introduced the main character. The monster's pupils narrowed sharply. The successor to the Master of all Weapons held her hand out in front of her, and loud laughter was heard. The dragon, having taken human form, exclaimed that she made him laugh, because she was putting out so much suffering for such a pathetic dream, after which he explained that, as a rule, it does not really matter whether the goal is big or small. Standing in front of Cassius, the gentleman said that he would pass on all his knowledge to her. The girl looked down. Silhouettes of the guys appeared from afar. The guy, raising his eyebrows, asked if this meant that Mrs. Cassius became the Dragon Lord's apprentice, and then she must have personally met dragons. Angelica, smiling slightly, said that Cassius met with the Dragon Lord because she needed to complete a quest in her profession. Introducing the powerful creature, the Moonlight Sorceress said that the girl's profession was a hidden class called the Master of all Weapons, and the person who invented it was some kind of follower of the Dragon Lord. Looking at his palm, the miner said that it was incredible, and as if from real magic, and also added that he would also like such an adventure, to which the lady asked that if the others looked at them now from the outside, they would think the same. Raising the corners of her lips, the lady said that maybe when they become even stronger, the day will come and they will cross paths with the dragon, because many people who have achieved heights in Arcadia had a connection with them. The silhouette of the monster appeared. Clenching his fist, the slave exclaimed that he hoped that day would come as soon as possible. The depths of the cave were visible. Suddenly, a sword statue appeared, and it was heard that they were there, and she had never seen such relics before, but they came to the right place. A moment later, a green aura swirled, and Gecko used the eco skill of forgotten memories, and then the audience asked if this was his secret skill. Angelica, crossing her palms, said that it was very beautiful, and Cassius noted that this was a completely different professional skill from ordinary users. A crystal with a flame inside appeared, and then the system reported that the skill level had increased significantly, and he acquired a relic from a lost mythical era, and also discovered the hidden secret of the iceberg covered in ice. The boy opened his mouth wide and shouted that he could feel the energy of Mr. Vulcanus in him, and the secret tracker then said that it looked like the owner of the temple they found was indeed Vulcanus, and that they would be able to find quests even easier than they thought. Suddenly, a view of snow-capped mountains opened up. The man, clenching his jaw, explained that they couldn't let their guard down. Tall monsters could be seen, and it was audible that this was a waste of time. The ice ogres turned their heads sharply. Suddenly, an elder banshee appeared, and the commentators wrote that it seemed as if this ice giant alone could tear the sword master in half. Scratching the back of his head, Gecko thanked the viewers for watching the broadcast, and then said that he thought they would have to give up on the quest, to which the observers responded that this was a great idea, because it was definitely impossible to complete. Cassius looked at the secret ranger and asked if he was going to give up because of those monsters ahead, and then he said that with such a number of people, they would never catch those level 300 monsters. Walking forward, the Dragon Lord's apprentice asked them to stay here, and added that they would kill them themselves, and the man exclaimed that even they could not cope with those monsters. The backs of the ogres were visible. The girl parted her lips and turned to Angelica. The monsters' faces were angry, and at that moment, the successor of the Master of all Weapons said that they were starting. The Moonlight Sorceress pulled out her staff and said that they were having another difficult battle. Fire particles appeared, and the lady used the fire bolt skill. Bright projectiles hit the heads of the opponents. Opening his mouth wide, the sorcerer shouted that he had taken on the ogres. Holding the sword in her hand, Cassius used a spell to change weapons. Suddenly, the warrior cut the monster's leg, and the spectators were very surprised by the damage. The Dragon Lord's apprentice continued to swing her weapon. Then the ogres began to fall off their feet. A paw of evil spirits appeared above the successor of the Master of all Weapons. A second later, the girl disappeared. Suddenly, Cassius dealt a powerful blow to the enemy. Gecko, through the sweat on his face, muttered that it was incredible, because she killed such a monster with one attack, but it would be difficult to dodge their next attack while jumping. The Dragon Lord's apprentice hung in the air. Stretching out his palm, the warrior used the invisible skill Infinity Weapon. The girl released many projectiles. Bright flashes were visible. A huge number of swords flew down. The leg of the successor of the Master of all Weapons appeared, and she thought that it was somehow strange. Having fallen to the ground, the lady explained that no matter what the difficulty level was, there were too many of them, and no matter how many she caught, she could not feel them with her hands. Sighing heavily, Cassius wondered if they had been summoned. Behind the ogres, a banshee was visible. The skeleton's eyes glowed red. The warrior realized it was him, lifting the corners of his lips. A moment later, the Dragon Lord's apprentice began jumping along the walls. A magical light appeared behind her. A dark aura surrounded the monster. An unusual power appeared. The successor of the Master of All Weapons used the spell Fire Bolt and Lightning 150 blows, after which a powerful explosion was heard. The Banshee was in a light haze. Angelica, holding a staff in her hand, said that she had earned 5 seconds, and therefore she needed to hurry and finish before this bastard's vision was restored. It was visible how the girl hung in the air. Baring her teeth, Cassius used the extreme level of weapon change. Suddenly, a huge sword flew down, and then the system wrote that she dealt with all the guards who guarded the entrance, and also discovered the entrance to the Forgotten Temple, and it seems that a special key is needed to remove the seal. The sorceress of the moonlight sat on the floor, and at that moment the artificial intelligence added that she found a trace of a Duz, whose name is impossible to know, and if she reports this fact to the Explorers Guild, the entire continent will be amazed by her discovery, and the spectators were shocked by the lady's fight. Looking at her palm, the successor of the Master of All Weapons muttered that it was not enough, because the movements were clumsy, and the protagonist would have done much better. Then the disciple of the Dragon Lord introduced the protagonist. Looking ahead, the girl thought that in any case, they had arrived. A huge gate appeared, namely the last entrance to the Volcanus Temple, after which the warrior wondered if they would change the world with this place. Gecko, lowering his eyebrows, said that this was witchcraft, and did not expect this. The secret tracker, standing in front of the tall door, asked how they could get through. Cassius clarified if something was wrong, to which the man, opening his jaw, replied that a key was needed to open such a giant door. Frowning seriously, the gentleman added that in addition to the trace of the unquenchable flame that they had acquired before, it seemed that 2 more artifacts were needed. A diagram with closed objects appeared. With a heavy sigh, the successor of the Master of All Weapons noted that the operation must take longer than they expected, after which Gecko said that this was not the problem at all, and asked if she had forgotten. Raising his palm to the screen, the secret tracker said that, at the initiative of the protagonist, they were now broadcasting live. A huge room was visible, and the man explained that this meant that if they did not get into the temple as quickly as possible, then the viewers who were currently watching the broadcast could come here to take the treasure before them, and at that moment, one of the viewers wrote down how much he could earn if he got there first with level 200. Clenching his jaw, the gentleman said that this was his mistake, because as an expedition specialist, he should have resisted more when he suggested starting the stream. Suddenly, the miner, through sweat on his face, turned to him. The girl's hair appeared, and then the guy asked if they just needed to get into the temple before the others. Placing her palm on the door, Angelica said that it was indeed quite large. The gate opened up, after which the moonlight sorceress clarified whether it was wooden. The player, looking forward, said that it looked like it. Suddenly, the girl raised her staff and used the fire bolt skill several times. Cassius suddenly rushed forward, using the flame shield ability. Suddenly, a powerful explosion was heard. The successor of the Master of All Weapons, frowning seriously, exclaimed that she almost incinerated them, without covering herself from both sides. Turning around, the lady asked if she would still nag at her. Smiling widely, Angelica noted that now all hope was on Gecko, to which he replied that he understood her. Raising the corners of his lips, the secret tracker muttered that now he finally felt that they were hunting for treasure, and he hadn't felt that for a long time, and all because after enrolling in the company, he had been hanging around in Arcadia all the time. Clenching his jaw, the man decided that he would definitely complete this mission. The gentleman stood near a wide corridor. A powerful flame was visible on the screen, and the system reported that he had reached the last entrance to the Volcanus Temple, and this place had not yet been explored, and therefore he should continue the expedition to get more detailed information. The guy, holding his chin, could not understand whether they had just incinerated the temple door with a fire bolt, and whether it was really possible. Opening his lips, the young man asked Alice if he could find out why they had succeeded in doing this. Because that door was built in such a way that it could withstand the magic of the fifth circle. The AI raised an eyebrow and explained that there was no problem with the last entrance to the Volcanus Temple, and that it was impossible for normal players to destroy the gate. Jack, with his hands in his pockets, noted that they had simply knocked it down, and then asked if that meant that the players had used some method that violated the rules, to which he received the answer that this player had combined several conditions, which had created a special situation, and this could not be considered an error. The clothes and staff of a magician appeared, and then the system added that this entrance to the temple was designed to withstand a powerful attack, but lower-level attacks counted as a hit, and this player had used 10,000 multiple hits of the first circle of magic, which allowed him to destroy the entrance to the temple. The game creator smiled and said that they were definitely players with a smart strategy who knew the game system very well, since they used the poverty set effect along with the flow of multiple magic, and also the coverage of all living things, and their team also included the Dragon Lord's apprentice. Having imagined the scheme with closed artifacts, the guy thought that according to the scenario, they planned content for a year, while they would collect all the necessary information to enter the temple, and at this speed, they would easily get to the next scene of the huge update. Looking ahead, the young man muttered that they were going through the game too quickly, and also wondered if the Bard of Anarchy was helping the players somehow. Then Jack introduced the main character. Jennica's hair was visible, and the game creator said that it looks like she is an owl who will cause them trouble. Inside the last entrance to the Volcanus temple, the guys were walking near the cliff. Suddenly, green symbols appeared, and the system reported that it was not possible to decipher the text. An ancient writing was discovered, which had never been recorded before. The AI wrote that if he reported this material to the Expedition Guild, he could get a reward, and this writing was also registered in the expedition notes, after which Gago, standing at the gate, was surprised by the error in deciphering, and muttered that it was impossible. Sharply clenching his jaw, the secret tracker wondered if even his hidden class skill could decipher this. The miner noted that it seemed to him that everything was not going according to plan, and then Angelica, smiling, asked if she should give him some time, since the master was smarter than he thought. Suddenly, the boy noticed a bright light. Flames swirled around the boys, and one of them clarified whether it was the spirit of Volcanus showing them the way. Particles of fire flew into the depths of the corridor. The players walked through the illuminated room, and it was heard that it was somehow too quiet here, and usually in such temples there are a lot of puzzles and traps, and therefore it is very suspicious that it is so quiet. Lowering his eyebrows, the man thought that he was worried about something, because in such cases, usually at the very end there is an incredibly difficult trap. An anvil was visible in front of the users, and one of them said that they finally reached the end of the temple. Moving his feet, Gecko muttered that apparently there were no hiding monsters here, and this room looked like some kind of foundation. A statue of a man opened up, and then the secret tracker asked what they were supposed to do here. The slave, surprised, opened his jaw, exclaimed that it was really amazing, because this cannot even be compared to the dwarf workshop, and it was incredible that such a place existed. Through sweat on his face, the master asked the boy if he knew anything about this place. The young man raised the corners of his lips and replied that a blacksmith could not help but recognize this place, because everyone had dreamed about it at least once. A bright ball appeared, and it was heard that they had now entered a huge furnace, which is considered the heart of a blacksmith. The walls of the room were visible, and at that moment the system reported that this furnace symbolized the unquenchable divinity of Volcanus, the god of fire and steel. A huge hammer appeared, after which the artificial intelligence wrote that a place containing traces of Volcanus had been discovered, and the quest to return the forgotten god had been completed, and then added that the deity Volcanus was awakening from a long sleep. A bright flame surrounded the miner, and then God said that this was his first student, and he had finally reached this place. Lowering his eyebrows, the father of all blacksmiths added that he recognized him as soon as he saw him, because he had unyielding persistence and an unbending will, as well as an ardent love and passion for steel and fire. The gentleman noted that he was the only being that could awaken his deity from these lands, and at the same time the guy smiled happily. Ahead of the young man, a hammer was visible, after which Volcanus said that he should return outside and create a powerful weapon, and let him unite the dwarf clan and lead them to the continent of Arcadia, and then the moment will come when his hammer will become famous throughout the continent, and he will restore all its power, resurrecting again as the former creature on these lands. Suddenly, a small star appeared on the palm of the slave, and the system reported that he became the first in history to be granted the powers of God, and was promoted to the hand of the master, and received several titles. A moment later, a statue of a man appeared, and then the artificial intelligence wrote that a mission system had been added, and as he completed the next missions, his divine power would become stronger, and then Volcanus received a mission of complete resurrection, and a question was heard whether they needed to rekindle the fire in this old huge furnace. The miner, clenching his fist, replied that it looked like it and thought that he simply could not help but participate in this mission, while Cassius noted that this was why they had gotten here so quickly. Gecko, scratching his head, asked what they should do, adding that only if a huge red dragon did not fly here and breathe on this giant furnace, but it would be difficult to light a flame in it. The girl, moving her legs, asked if they needed to place a huge fire magic in that furnace. Blushing sharply, Angelica clarified whether they would light a flame with a few blows. The successor of the master of all weapons, stretching out her palm, exclaimed that she should just not say that she was going to do something reckless again, to which the magician asked why it was reckless. After all, they had only recently opened one entrance, and maybe this was a reasonable decision. The Dragon Lord's apprentice frowned seriously and pointed out that it was not her place to say this, but even players had some rules, and then asked what if they destroyed this furnace. The Moonlight Sorceress widened her eyes and explained that they had to try anyway, and then asked if this mythical furnace would really break from some first circle magic strike. Cassius touched her forehead and thought that they were finished. The young man, with his jaw wide open, asked if Angelica was going to do this. Suddenly, a powerful flame appeared above the lady, and she used the fire bolt skills several times. A second later, there was a powerful explosion, and the mage used the ability to its maximum. Through the sweat on her face, the lady said what other prohibitions there were in the game, and she called this the main character's school. The entire area suddenly caught fire, and then the system reported that the speech of eternal life had been launched again, and this news had spread throughout Arcadia, and the heavenly and underground worlds felt the awakening of Volcanus, and all the required conditions for a new big update had been achieved, and the awakening of the deity had been applied. The girl, covering her face with her hand, said that it was inevitable, as a notification appeared that the 100th late-stage crisis scenario was already in progress. Standing in front of the administrator, she asked her to share the current situation with her within the limits of privacy, and the observer replied that the head had currently received and installed the designated dreamer, and it was reported that within 13 hours it would connect to Arcadia. The interlocutor, lowering her head, began to say something about their meeting with the protagonist. Having introduced him, she understood that if this happened, then with his current development, it would be absolutely impossible to defeat the character Minsu. Imagining how this player was cut, the girl knew that in the worst case, all it took was one collision and the character would die. Min widened her eyes and asked her assistant to predict a long-term scenario without taking the hero into account. The administrator, looking at the system window, confirmed the commands and said that she would make a scenario forecast with the specified condition and immediately continued, saying that they would face a night of death, a bloody festival, a real hell, the destruction of the forbidden seal, human pride and the wrath of the dragon. Looking down, she also added that without the specified variable, Arcadia would be destroyed in at least 2 months, maximum 5 years, with a 100% probability. Exhaling, Min asked if this was true and also asked who had thought of inserting these crisis scenarios at a late stage, because without them, they definitely would not have had to worry so much. The interlocutor, looking forward, said that she would extract data from the saved database to answer. The image of the game creator appeared as she said that this was done so that the game would not become boring and therefore there must be a huge risk at a later stage, since the fear of the ending makes the gameplay more exciting for users. Min, crossing her arms over her chest, noted that playing the role of the final boss was too much even for him. Opening her eyes, she asked if this person would not care even if Arcadia went down the path of destruction. The administrator, looking at the system window, said that she would begin an analysis of the character of the leader and immediately answered that he would rather choose to close the server for his own pleasure than decide to leave it for the sake of users. The interlocutor closed her eyes again. Having imagined the hero, she understood that she just needed to believe in the endless freedom and possibilities of Arcadia. A barely noticeable smile appeared on her face. Raising her hand, the girl offered to make a bet. The observer, looking somewhere down, listened to her proposal that they could bet on who would determine the future of Arcadia. And immediately 2 images appeared, the creator of the game and the young man. Smiling, Min noted that it seemed to her that the hero was a more outstanding gamer. The territory of the dwarves appeared and a message appeared that a major update had been carried out in the form of the awakening of a deity. Some doors were visible. Some mountains also appeared and a message that the game would be paused all the time to watch the video. The hero suddenly raised his head. Smiling, the guy said that he had managed after all. Interference appeared. A man was standing on the ground and it was said that at the very beginning in this world there was only absolute emptiness. This man consisted of some substance. When the man told about how the father, who was alone in such a meaningless and empty space, grew a tree of life in this emptiness. A stem began to appear under his hand when someone said that this creature then continued to create many children. Some bright lights appeared. Immediately after, the current world of the game appeared and it was explained that this is how Arcadia was born and in those times, when the power of the father filled everything, the world was happy, serene and beautiful as never before. Suddenly, broken glass appeared and it was said that such a calm period did not last long. A certain silhouette appeared and the host said that one day, the Master of Darkness suddenly appeared, who was one of the most ancient dark creatures. His hand was reaching out somewhere, when it was explained that he was on par with his father, and maybe even superior to him and was an enemy for the narrator and his brothers and sisters, because as soon as his hand touched them, all existence began to disappear one by one. The darkness from his hand swallowed the mountains, when it was explained that their excessive prosperity became the only sin. Darkness covered the planet when the narrator said that they had interfered too deeply with the laws of this world, and were the ones who had destroyed the balance of the universe, and had finally broken the boundaries of the most ancient darkness. The creature covered its face with its hands when it was said that the father was saddened by their disappearance, but could do nothing about it. Tears flowed down its cheeks, and it was explained that he could only pray to them. A crying archangel appeared and prayers were heard that they needed to destroy the traces of those who had forgotten their name, because all this was a consequence of his own thirst, and he wanted to do this for the sake of satisfying the Master of Darkness, and they needed to accept sins for him. The girl, opening her eyes wider, said that if this was the desire of the Father, then in the brightest time the most ancient darkness would show itself again. A weapon appeared in her hand after saying that she would fulfill his will, and it was said that this marked the beginning of the great war of angels and demons. A darkness appeared as the narrator explained that those who remembered and followed those who became gods fell, bleeding, as their traces were cruelly erased. Suddenly there was a bright flash, and then it was said that they were those who remembered the warmth of the light, and they did not give up even in the deepest darkness. The spirit raised its hands and cried out that it was the great blacksmith, the Lord of Steel and Fire, the god of all blacksmiths and the Dwarven people. Bright flames swirled around this being as it commanded all to bow down and praise it, to restore the sacredness and revive the lost powers. The fire suddenly disappeared after its words that they must search for traces of those who are not yet found among the brothers and sisters, for thus they will rise under great power. This dark entity appeared, and the deity said that they need to develop the power to resist the darkness, because in the brightest time, the most ancient darkness will show itself. Frowning, Vulcanus told them to prepare and protect Arcadia. Many eyes appeared when the god said that they will need to resist the most ancient darkness, Azura. Many blue windows appeared with information that the update was completed and the second act of awakening the deity began, and the players will have to become the secret apostles of the ancient deity and resurrect him, because the ancient script was deciphered, and in the chat, people admired this video. The live broadcast icon appeared. The hero, hiding his eyes under his hair, asked everyone to listen to him carefully, and in the chat, people were happy about his appearance. Smiling, the young man said that the most ancient darkness, Azura, will be the next raid boss they will need to defeat. The hero widened his eyes and asked if they were excited about the idea, as it would be a raid involving players from all over Arcadia. There were many chat messages in the background, as the protagonist asked if they could help him meet this monster as soon as possible. The player extended his hand and ordered them to search for and resurrect ancient deities. The night city appeared. The creator, sitting on the capsule, laughed loudly and said that this player was a real psycho. The man grinned and noted that this was starting to make him worried, as how could he play the role of a villain for this person? The administrator, looking forward, greeted the person when a notification appeared that a player named Azura had been confirmed to be connected. The image of an observer appeared, and it was said that 2 years had passed since the official launch of the game, and Arcadia had taken a strong place in the daily lives of people around the world. A poster was seen on the street when it was said that the number of players had exceeded 2 billion, and this figure was still growing. The arrow was moving upward, which meant unprecedented success. A capsule for the game was shown when the narrator noted that experts believe that the secret was that the game compensates for the lack of values in the real world and fully fulfills the role of another reality. Many players were walking towards the light when it was said that to this day, players enter Arcadia and it gives them value. The image of the protagonist was shown when the narrator said that it brought entertainment to someone. Members of the Pi Guild were also shown when the narrator mentioned those to whom this game gives wealth and glory. 2 girls also appeared when the conversation turned to romance. The capsule was standing in some room. It began to open. The man, sitting in it, realized that he was already hungry, since a lot of time had passed and no matter how hard he tried, he could not last longer than 2 days without food. The man, putting his hand on his stomach, said that he needed to eat quickly and return to the game again. Having risen, the player realized that the food had already run out. His gaze was directed to the side. The door was slightly open. His gaze was riveted to it. Lowering his head, he decided to order food. There were 2 slices of pizza left in the box. Taking his hand, the man realized that he had lost a lot of weight, and assumed that this was due to the fact that he wanted to sit in this capsule all day long. Squinting his eyes, the player thought that there was nothing terrible about it, because weight is one of the few adjustable parameters in Arcadia. The capsule closed after the decision was made that he needed to return. The guy, adjusting his glove, assumed that he could hold out for 2 more days. A barely visible smile appeared on his face. The village of Traji was visible ahead. The man holding a pitchfork said that he was glad to see the traveler again, and the girl wished him a good morning. The child also raised his hands and greeted him, and the grandmother noted that they were always grateful to him, and asked if he wanted to take some bread. All the villagers looked at him and greeted him. The player sat by a tree and was told that Traji was a small village on the western edge of the second continent, and there were no worthwhile quests or ways to earn money, since this place was made just for show. The user, remembering how he killed the boss, realized that he had once accidentally killed a 2-headed ogre of level 78, which had long terrorized this land. Eating bread, the player knew that the creature did not fit into the local level balance at all, but judging by Arcadia as a whole, it was not that strong, but the NPCs did not know about it. Remembering his title next to his name, Morse remembered that he had become a real hero for the inhabitants. A certain flame appeared. The player, looking at the system window, remembered that the resurrection of the deity, which began with Vulcanus, had already happened and the main plot of Arcadia was moving forward, and that was why everyone else was so excited. Remembering the video of the protagonist, the man also realized that this person was in the center of all these events, and it was thanks to him that the noise was constantly being made, since he was able to twist Arcadia as if this game was his property. His gaze was directed somewhere down. Closing his eyes, the young man realized that he did not care about this. The crowns of trees appeared when the man remembered that he had long ago abandoned attempts to live in this game. The game splash screen appeared and the player thought that the advertisement about this being another world with endless possibilities and limitless freedom sounded too rotten. Remembering how he stood in front of the capsule, the user knew that he had once been hooked by these words and had to spend all his money to buy this device. His eyes were wide open, and then the man remembered that he had thought that perhaps he would be able to become different in the game, and that was his hope. His current character appeared and Morse remembered that he had entered the top 200 players of the first continent, and had even managed to open a hidden class. Some players were visible when the player thought that this whole fantasy world monsters and secret professions did not matter at all, because here, as in reality, there were people. His character appeared again when the user realized that he had not been able to get close to them even here. The old man, appearing in front of him, greeted him. The man, still sitting by the tree, wished him good morning. The elder explained that he had searched for him because he wanted to consult about something. The young man asked again. Looking at the interlocutor, the guy understood that such NPCs are really good, because they are not real people. Remembering his title, the player realized that one trivial title is enough to change their attitude, so he does not have to think about what they might think of him, and if he suddenly becomes interested, he can just look at the level of sympathy. The old man, smiling slightly, explained that rumors were received that an ominous aura began to be felt in the depths of the mountain range, and since he was an adventurer, he would like to hear his opinion. His gaze was directed forward when the user realized that the conversation was also extremely simple, because he only needed to answer within the framework of their written lines and they would immediately leave. The crowns of the trees appeared and the words of the elder were heard about how he had to think about something since their first meeting. The guy leaned forward a little, hearing his question about whether something was bothering him. The player, with his mouth open in surprise, asked what he meant. The interlocutor suddenly raised his hands, starting to say something. The elder, bowing his head, apologized for this. Lucas, standing above him, said that in fact, from the very beginning it seemed strange to him that he was staying in this village. Houses appeared and the old man's words were heard that he should not say this as the head of the village, but this was not a place where adventurers would stay for a long time, and especially such strong ones. Opening his mouth, the elder also added that he even tried to think about what it was connected with. The guy looked up, listening to the words of the interlocutor about how after such thoughts the thought came to him that he perhaps just wanted to rest a little in this place. Smiling, the old man noted that he did not know whether adventurers had such thoughts and added that perhaps he had simply received a strong injury from someone. The young man, still sitting by the tree, tried to say something. The old man explained that there was nothing terrible about it, and he did not have to answer. The boy looked up as the elder said that he had assumed that their guest preferred solitude, and so he did not want to interfere unnecessarily, but apparently that was a mistake. The old man, placing his hand on his chest, said that he was sincerely grateful to him. The rest of the villagers appeared as the elder explained that everyone else felt the same way. Standing before him, Lucas noted that he hoped that he understood that these were truly sincere words. The village chief, looking away, added that if he left, the village would still be fine and he could leave whenever he wanted, and if he ever wanted to come back, the doors would always be open for him, since everyone would be waiting. Turning away, Lucas explained that he would resolve the issue himself, and immediately said goodbye. The young man rose to one knee, holding out his hand. The man climbed out of the capsule. His eyes were hidden under his hair. His mouth opened slightly. Looking at his hand, the player wondered if he had even managed to grow a beard. This village appeared when the user said that it was time for him to shave. In the distance, a dimly lit cave was visible. A red glow began to pour out of it. Suddenly, a huge eye appeared. Immediately after, the entire screen was covered with warnings and a message that the first late-stage crisis scenario had been activated, as well as a notification about the activation of a certain trigger. The administrator, looking at the red windows of the system, said that the study of the holy place associated with the most ancient darkness was completed and the presence of the holy place of death was confirmed, and now the search for users most closely associated with this place will be conducted. One of the windows was reflected in the girl's eyes when a notification appeared that the player had been found, since this character was marked as an object of the first level of observation. A huge eye was watching him. The sunlight illuminated the room. The man was still lying inside the capsule. A system window with a task appeared in front of his face, in which he needed to help with the preparations for the holiday and make 3 bottles of pale ale and 10 freshly baked breads, and then the player decided to try to do this, because he just had some free time. A large fire was burning in the middle of the village. The elder, sitting next to him, thanked the adventurer for helping with the preparations for the village holiday. His gaze turned to the side when the young man replied that it was just a trifle, because they all help each other. Hugging him, the old man shouted that he had changed beyond recognition and added that the villagers were also happy, because they said that the guest had become much happier. A barely visible smile appeared on the guy's face. The user, hiding his eyes under his hair, said that he would leave the village tomorrow. The traveler, taking his hand, explained that he wanted to start everything from the very beginning. The elder turned his head when the interlocutor said that he would still drop in here sometimes and also asked him to take care of himself. Lucas, smiling widely, exclaimed that this was simply an excellent decision, because his interlocutor was still an adventurer and he should go to other lands. Someone, raising a mug, shouted that they all needed to raise their glasses for the new journey of their savior. Everyone smiled. The player's mouth also opened in a wide smile. His capsule opened. The man looked down and silently thanked the man who had created this game, and for giving him a place to return to. A palace in the Holy Empire appeared. The man knelt down and said that he had come here to report on the state of affairs between the continents. The fighter looked forward and explained that as stated, before the unification of the continent, they had discovered the existence of other holy kingdoms in the territories that had previously belonged to other continents. The man looked at his subordinate, and said that this was what the Holy Maiden had predicted and that it was natural, since it was the same with the revival of the World Tree and the unification of the continent. The subordinate, holding out a scroll, explained that it contained messages sent to their brothers from the Holy Kingdoms, since upon discovering the existence of the Holy Maiden, they were overjoyed and swore allegiance to their holy empire, Shiant. The Holy Father, frowning, noted that even after so many years, they managed to maintain their faith and remain devoted to it, and for them, this was extremely joyful news. The man, looking down, inquired about what was heard about the heretics. The henchman, also frowning, replied that everything was just as the saint had predicted. Imagining some icy wastelands, the warrior said that the seal of the ice of eternity, which was in the iceberg, was broken, and with the awakening of the patron saint of steel and fire, they began to notice strange movements among the dwarves. Having introduced them, the ward also added that according to the information received, they were leaving their shelters and preparing to gather in one place. The priest, still sitting on the chair, noted that this was done not only by representatives of this race, but also by other creatures, and asked whether such activity had even begun to be observed among the goblins, and the fighter shouted that they must bring down holy punishment on them before these wicked heretics plunged the world into chaos again, and asked him to give such an order. Haman covered his mouth with his hand. The leader, raising his head, answered negatively and explained that they could not rush with such a thing and therefore should leave everything as it was. The knight, opening his eyes wider, asked again. This church appeared, and the leader's words were heard that they were thirsty for lasting peace, and not the violent imposition of faith, because if the holy empire of Shin raises a sword in the name of the destruction of heretics, then the blood of countless people will flow. The warrior, looking up, listened to the leader's question about whether it would not be the most senseless act if faith destroyed the world. The man, raising his hand, explained that the Lady Saint had not received any revelation either, and that was why it would be enough to just watch their actions for now. The ward, bowing his head, said that his words were true. The coat of arms of this church appeared, and the words of the warrior were heard that in such a case, an order would be given to the Holy Order of Knights scattered throughout the world to continue to monitor their movements. One of the large windows of this cathedral appeared. The saint, walking behind, realized that he had long wondered whether they could call the lost and faithless absolute evil, because although they followed the precepts of the Father and acted according to his will, they may have misinterpreted his plan. Looking down, the man realized that perhaps they now had a chance to correct this mistake. Suddenly, his pupils narrowed when a loud scream was heard. They ran into one of the rooms, trying to find out what had happened. The assistant was shouting something to the girl. She was holding her head with her hands. The man's mouth immediately opened in surprise. Looking at the glowing eyes of the lady, it became clear to him that a heavenly revelation had descended upon her. Looking at how she was bowed, the saint could not understand why she was shouting, because this had never happened before. The girl, raising her hand, said that where a fire is lit in chaos, the ancient flame will awaken, painting the world in crimson tones. The lady, opening her eyes wide, continued to talk about how mortals captivated by the whisper of the lamp will tear apart the lands of the world, and their pride will bear a heavy burden, and therefore mortals should be afraid. The mouths of the two comrades opened in surprise when she said that everyone who walks on this earth must kneel. Haman's eyes widened as she spoke of how they should praise the coming of the ancient darkness that had eclipsed Arcadia. The girl, with her eyes wide open, asked what they should do as this world would soon be painted in darkness. The fighter stood behind him as the man began to speak. Turning around, the priest ordered all the believers scattered across the continent to find traces of the ancient sacred heritage faster than the adventurers, and erase them from Arcadia forever. The cathedral appeared as the man realized that he had made a mistake in his decision, as he had lived a peaceful life for too long, and his subordinates needed to go as soon as possible, as they needed to destroy the seeds of evil. The village of Tragi appeared, and a notification appeared about a new epic quest in which players needed to find an ancient sacred place and report to the church. People were standing in front of a cave, and someone said that a powerful death energy was coming from there, and this system alarm clearly indicated a connection with the dark forces, since there were reports that such energy was blocking the entrance. The knight, putting his hand on his side, noted that this was a real jackpot from the very beginning. The ward, throwing his blade over his shoulder, asked what they needed to do here, since their sacred professions probably would not allow them to enter. The same one answered that he also did not know this, and added that it was said that they would pay for being at least near this place. The person standing behind the tree did not understand who these people were, and what they were doing in such a mountainous area. A branch broke under her foot. The fighter immediately turned around. The girl's eyes immediately opened wider. A huge glowing hand appeared in front of her after the warrior's words that this was the power of faith that overtakes the holy punishment. The girl looked forward at this hand. The player grabbed her, and asked her what she was doing there. The unknown woman, gritting her teeth, asked the adventurers to save her, because she was simply unlucky enough to be here. The user's gaze was riveted to her status. The guy, looking ahead, realized that this was an ordinary non-player character. Immediately next to him, system windows appeared with information that the church's research request had been updated and they needed to get acquainted with the details. Smiling, the young man said that old man was doing something again. Looking at her, the fighter asked if there was a village nearby and asked her to take them there. The character asked why they needed their village. Approaching, the guy explained that he just needed to check something in the name of God's will. The man stood in front of a burning village, and a notification appeared about a new quest in which it was necessary to destroy this place. The player, wide-eyed, could not understand what was happening here. A huge eye was looking at him. The user immediately rushed forward. Standing in the middle of the burning village, the young man shouted a question about whether there was anyone here. Looking around, the fighter asked for at least someone to answer, when suddenly someone called out to him. An old man was sitting by a pile of bags. The warrior, running up to him, shouted a question about what happened here and immediately asked him to wait a little longer, because now a healer would come here, and the elder asked him to run away. The elder, holding out his hand, said that adventurers from the Holy Cross Guild killed all the villagers. Remembering how they chopped them down, the headman asked him to run away quickly. The guy, wide-eyed, asked why this guild attacked this village. The man, bowing his head, apologized for this and added that he wanted to tell him a lot more. The young man, sitting in front of him, received notifications that Lucas was dead and further interaction was impossible. Tears began to appear in his eyes. The warrior, looking at the silhouettes ahead, tried to understand why they did this. There were wide smiles on their faces. The boy, crying, said that he would kill them all. Raising his hands, the fighter said that he would find each of them. Covering his face, the player looked at the system message that the primordial death was watching him. Crying, the user read another system notification that he would be helped with this revenge. In front of him appeared that cave. After the message appeared that he managed to find the ruins where the power of the primordial death slumbered. His gaze was directed forward and it was said that he did not have a shadow of a doubt. Stretching out his hand, the boy understood that he needed power only for the sake of revenge, and if only he was given it, then everything would change. Walking inside, the young man knew that he would not care who or what it was. Someone, standing in the depths of the cave, inquired about whether this person really came here on his own, and immediately notifications appeared that the entrance to the death shelter was unlocked. The apostle, putting his hand on his chest, greeted the guest and introduced himself. Her eyes were wide open. The guy, hiding his eyes, began to ask a question. Des. Looking forward, asked again. The player, bowing his head, inquired about why he was chosen for this role. Opening his eyes wider, the user said that although he did not have time for chatter, but if the apostle did not get down to business, the guest would leave. Des's eyes opened wider. Smiling, the apostle laughed and noted that if he saw his face now, he would not have said such words. Raising a finger, the creature explained that death is fair to everyone and the person was chosen completely at random. Then she raised a second finger and said that it looked like someone who would fulfill her request without hesitation. The guy, frowning, asked again about the request. The girl, standing in front of him, answered affirmatively and explained that she would give him the strength for revenge. Smiling, she also added that in return he would have to bring death to the world of Arcadia in the name of the most ancient darkness, the ruler of Azura. The young man's eyes immediately widened. As he left the cave, the player realized that the destiny system was a mandatory quest to obtain the power of an apostle, and there were also notifications that the primordial death had appointed him as its apostle and his class had been changed to the executor of fate. A system window appeared in front of him, listing the names of the players who needed to be granted death. Imagining the massacre in the village, the player realized that they were the ones who had attacked those villagers. Smiling, the user noted that he was becoming interested and suggested that he would first need to deal with the most important thing. Raising his blade, the young man called out to the primordial death and said that he would repay this favor with faithful devotion. His blade appeared and a notification appeared that divine power had begun to saturate his equipment. A fire appeared, located on the outskirts of the Ernie Mountains, and a system window with a task that had already been completed immediately appeared. The leader, smiling, thanked everyone for their good work and noted that it was thanks to them that they were able to flawlessly complete even a special quest. The ward, looking away, said that it was as easy as pie. The girl, looking at another fighter, noticed that he also tried hard to find the last character. The guy explained that those people did not even attack and therefore everything was fine, but added that it was difficult to find them because they were constantly running away. The leader, raising his hand, said that they only had to report to the central office of the Empire, and then their task would be completed, and explained that as soon as the sun rose, they should quickly go through the portal, since all expenses would be covered by him, and the comrade exclaimed that he was truly generous. A fire appeared and his words were heard that this was not all, because they would have to gather on the weekend, since they had not had a rest for a long time, and the rest exclaimed joyfully. Smiling, the leader realized that he was actually grateful to himself, because he had received so much benefit for such a trifle. Having imagined the church coat of arms, the fighter knew that this faction had an ominous contribution system. Having imagined 2 players, the warrior understood that it did not depend on the level and was used to increase the class of a profession, but the difficulty of obtaining it was extremely high, and therefore many players gave up trying to use this system. A system window with information about this task appeared and the knight suggested that in this case he could get a contribution by completing an epic quest. Still smiling, The leader tried to understand what would happen if he became the first to complete the quest and realized that he did not even think that he would be able to get a contribution this way, and if he also managed to become a high priest thanks to this, then he would be able to get tens of times more than now, and the money would become his new throne. The player approached them and noted that they were apparently too happy. The fighter, sitting on the ground, asked what the man was doing there, while his ward assumed that the unknown person was from the evil faction. The man, getting to his feet, told him to just look at himself, because people like them are only busy with obscurantism and all sorts of dark work. The fighter, putting his hand on his shoulder, noted that it was safe to say that he knew who he was in real life. The player, hiding his eyes under his hair, named all their game names and added that he was glad that they were all here. The leader slightly bowed his head, listening to his question about whether they were the ones who committed the crime in the village of Traji. The man, raising his hands, shouted a question about whether he was really carrying out an important task in that place, and immediately laughed loudly, saying that he was apparently unlucky, since they had important business there. Suddenly, splashes of blood appeared. A cut appeared on the man's body, and immediately messages appeared stating that he had been attacked in a vulnerable spot and had suffered colossal damage, causing bleeding and destruction of nerve endings. The leader, putting his hand forward, asked where he had come from. A large hand appeared in front of the enemy after using the grip of fate. The fighter, standing still, began to use shadow step. His image suddenly dissolved, but the knight could not understand how this happened, because it was a skill with an infallible hit. The warrior, looking back, shouted that they should quickly restore the ally and immediately remembered why he could not stand this idiotic assassin class. The girl sitting next to this player replied that she had tried to use sacred magic, but for some reason it did not work. The man, gritting his teeth, called the enemy a bastard and added that he would never forget his game name. A red glow emanated from the body while it spoke about how it would later return to the game, and would definitely punish him. The user, smirking, said that the first one was finally ready. A skull icon appeared in system messages that the character had died and the power of the transitional one was absorbing the player's soul, and the primordial death was absorbing the blessing of immortality, and the rebirth cycle was started for the character, thereby removing him from the game. The man, with his arms outstretched, looked at the notification that his ally had left the guild, but could not figure out what kind of notification it was. Raising his hand, the player decided to contact him through the friends list. His eyes suddenly widened. The enemy was already approaching them. The fighter quickly cut down all the other warriors. 2 system windows appeared in front of the leader with information that 2 more players had left the guild. The young man was already approaching him. The leader, running, understood that he had to run away from here. Looking back, the leader knew that he was almost nothing left before being promoted to a high-ranking priest, and he could not die here. The guy, jumping closer to him, said that he was the last one left. The knight, falling to the ground, screamed for him to get away from him and asked what they had done to him. The warrior, looking down, noted that he simply had no words, because of people like them, the inhabitants of the village of Trutzi died a painful death. The man raised his hand and screamed that they were just worthless NPCs. The player, his eyes widening, asked if the enemy was doing this as revenge for them, since they were all just a piece of data. Suddenly blood spattered. The man's hand flew off and messages appeared that he had been fatally wounded and was bleeding and also had a damaged nerve. The user, clutching his hand, screamed in pain and began to beg him to stop, since he and his license were waiting for death, and if he did, his sacrifice rank would decrease. The young man standing over him explained that for him, maybe those people were just a piece of data, but for the fighter, they were more important than his family, since they were the family itself. The enemy, his mouth open in rage, screamed a question about whether he was in his right mind, since he really wanted to tell him that the only thing he did when he connected to this game was have fun with those characters. The guy's eyes turned white as the victim screamed a question about whether he was really going to kill him over such nonsense. The man's eyes widened and he screamed that he would remember his game name, and when he dealt with all the consequences of death, he would reconnect and kill him right away. Blood spurted from his body and the same notifications about his character being deleted appeared. The guy, standing still, asked if all those residents could see it. Smiling, the warrior asked them not to be upset and to rest in peace. Those rocks appeared and his words were heard that they should all look after him. The young man, baring his teeth, said that he would wipe off the face of the earth that holy empire that had so horribly trampled them with its own hands. The administrator, looking at the system window, noted that he had already reached his first blood and added that he already liked that he gave the impression of an effective person. Smiling, the man said that the game had begun and asked how the protagonist would cope with it. The angel's eyes suddenly began to glow brightly. Ellie, raising her hand to her face, said that a rather ominous aura reigned in the Holy Empire. The lair of the fallen dragon appeared. The demon, closing his eyes, asked the owner to go to the demon world to give a special lecture, because all the guys were waiting for this, since his talent would simply disappear otherwise. The hero, shielding himself with his hand, answered that he wanted this, and the girl turned to him. The angel, raising her fist, explained that she could not reveal the details and asked if they could visit the Holy Empire. Satan, putting his hands in front of him, asked again, and the guy asked why they needed to go there. His eyes suddenly opened wider, remembering how she sat in the collar, and said that he needed to find a certain person. Smiling, she also added that she could not reveal the details and added that the man simply caught her eye, and then the player suggested that the archangel felt something again. The demon, raising his fist, shouted a question that she was doing this only because he did not like his offer to the master to descend into the world of demons. She shouted for him to shut his mouth, because he did not have the slightest idea what they were talking about. The guy, spreading his arms, asked what was going on with her this time. The girl, looking down, answered that she herself did not know for sure yet. The assistant, pointing his finger, shouted a question about who should know then, if not her, and ordered her to be silent. The angel's eyes turned white from his impudence. Satan was already lying on the ground when she said that in the revelation that was sent to her by the insight of causality, it was said that an ominous typhoon was approaching the Holy Empire. Looking down, she also added that this was the first time since the Great War that such a powerful causal flow had occurred. The demon's mouth dropped open in surprise. The boy's eyes also widened. The hero, standing before the angel, agreed to go to the Holy Empire, because the same thing happened last time with Marcus, so what she called an epiphany of causality seemed quite interesting. A grin appeared on his face. The young man, raising a finger, explained that he himself did not yet know what he wanted to do there. The girl's eyes widened. Looking forward, the angel suggested that the ominous typhoon that the revelation told her about could be this very person. The protagonist, grinning, said that he finally had something to profit from and wondered if he would be able to get a new assistant, or an item. Ellie, with her hand to her chest, made the decision to intervene and stop him by any means necessary if the situation got out of hand, and it was said that for the first time in her life she had closed her eyes to the truth. The player, slamming his hand on the table, said that he didn't even know how this fucking operator managed his users' data, and it was explained that shortly after the events, a post was published that attracted the attention of Arcadia users from all over the world. His character was shown and words were heard that his character, a high-ranking priest, in whom hundreds of thousands of dollars were invested, was simply deleted. Frowning, the man noted that it was not only him that was affected, but all the characters of the guild members with whom they played together were also deleted, and this happened right after the Morse user dealt him a critical hit. After introducing the killer character, the player said that he also had no idea how he managed to do it, but the player had somehow broken Arcadia's security system and added that he had demanded that the game company immediately deal with it. But they said that it was just a normal result of the system's operation, and people immediately commented that they did not trust his story very much. An open bulletin board appeared, on which there was information about the same player, because of whom the characters disappeared, and it was said that, contrary to the wishes of users who hoped that this was not the case, many affected players appeared who published videos. The blade of their killer appeared, and it was explained that they were united by the fact that they were all killed by these users for unknown reasons. Church warriors appeared, and it was said that they all belonged to the Holy Order class. Suddenly, an image with this player appeared, and it was said that in moments when anxiety grows, users' attention increasingly turns to live broadcasts. The young man, grinning, asked the guys from the Holy Order not to be too upset, because it was just a game and they were using its usual rules, and also added that resistance was useless, because he did not want to stop. The fighter, raising his blade, said that everything would not end until he managed to get the head of the High Priest of the Holy Empire. The protagonist, sitting in front of the monitor, noted that this puppy simply revealed his plans to them live. Raising his hand to his face, the hero said that this shadow mercenary was something else. Many guards were already lying dead on the ground. The warrior, opening his mouth, asked if the old man was the cardinal who was responsible for the city. Gideon, sweating, said that this simply could not be. The old man, looking at the corpses, asked how the higher heavenly powers could be so defenseless. The player, smiling, reminded them that he had already told them that everything was useless, since their divine nonsense had no effect on him. His blade burned brightly as he explained that their energy was only a form of achieving the mission. The user, holding the blade to him, asked him not to despair too much, since he would be given an equal death. The man suddenly grabbed his cross. Bright lights appeared in the air as the old man shouted that all his strength and everything he had would be dedicated to the sword that protected the highest heavenly power. Raising the cross, the cardinal prayed to the higher powers to send him a messenger to defeat the sinister creature that threatened the existence of this continent. Suddenly, the supreme angel Aphodel appeared. The guy's gaze was directed forward. The angel lowered his head slightly. A smirk appeared on the player's face. Blood splashed out as the young man screamed that he really didn't understand anything, because he was even told that divine powers wouldn't work on him, and was that all he could do, sacrificing his own life. The young man raised his blade and thanked him, because he had offered him a good sacrifice, considering that the Knights of the Holy Order weren't enough. Black lightning came out of the blade. Black dogs began to appear around him when he asked the apostle to show his face. Pointing the blade forward, the young man ordered the Soul Eater to destroy him. They immediately rushed forward. The dogs bit into the angel's body. The apostle, covered in lightning, spoke of a creature that absorbs the angel and his divine power. The player was already heading towards him. Tears were flowing from his eyes. Immediately, a cut appeared on his face and many notifications appeared that the sinner had successfully punished Cardinal Gideon and completed the mission, thanks to which the power of mortality completely took over his mind, due to which the ability indicators increased significantly, and the primordial death began to determine the next victim. The young man, looking at the system window, said that this notification is for users of the Holy Order class and his next destination is the capital of the Holy Empire, Eden. The user, smiling, said that if they wanted to stop him, they can go there and wait for him there, and they will all subsequently be given the consolation of death. The hero, looking at the system window, said that he was impressed by this, because that person was really doing well. Looking to the side, the protagonist asked about what would happen if the Apostle of Death still destroyed the Holy Empire. The girl, looking down, replied that she did not even want to imagine, but if we follow the revelation, then the primordial death will be reborn in Arcadia. Presenting the skull, she also added that in this case, the divine blessing of immortality inherent in all adventurers will disappear, and adventurers will no longer be able to be reborn. The guy, raising his hand to his face, asked if he should leave that person alone, as he understood that such a regime did not sound so bad, because after one death, it would be a complete end of the game for them. An image of that person appeared in his head. The young man, looking up, realized that it was usually difficult for him to understand such behavior, which is associated with the brutal reprisal against non-player characters. Looking at the angel, the hero assumed that he was able to understand what she was thinking. The protagonist, sitting on the throne, asked if that player was too cruel to other adventurers, and she asked if it was obvious. The hero, looking away, said that he meant exactly that, because if you play, then you need to do it for fun. The guy standing in front of the boss asked if it was the administrator's job to manage the game. Smiling, the young man added that in that case, his job as a user was not to worry about useless worries and to enjoy the game to the last. Suddenly, a system message appeared in front of his face. The glow of this notification was reflected in his eyes, which said that his reward was 170 million points. The demon, pointing his finger, shouted a question about whether one of the supreme angels had really gone to the next world. Ellie, frowning, shouted that he really wanted to die, while Satan shouted that in her place he would have laughed just as much. The girl, her mouth open in anger, said that he shouldn't be laughing now either, because if the Apostle Death is completely reborn, then even his underworld will have a hard time avoiding death. The demon, smiling, asked if they shouldn't think about it later and added that he was pleased to see how they were up to their ears in shit, that he was ready to die right now. Her eyes immediately turned white with anger. They suddenly started fighting, shouting various insults at each other, when suddenly the guy said that he had made a decision. Looking back, the young man suggested that they prevent the revival of primordial death. They both stared at him silently. The girl, smiling, asked if he was serious, and the demon shouted a question about why they should do this. The young man, looking down, said that it seemed to him that it would be even more interesting there, and Satan asked him to think carefully, because in a chaotic world it was much easier to earn money and in any case it would be much more profitable to go over to the side of the Apostle of Death instead of helping the Celestials. The hero, opening his eyes wider, asked what he was talking about, because it was really more profitable to join a person who was just an empty space in comparison with him. The demon's mouth opened wide. The assistant, sweating, understood that he was finished, because it was the owner's distraught look, since he had already made a decision. The guy, smiling, asked Ellie not to worry, because all her doubts would be resolved and they would certainly prevent the revival of primordial death. The angel, smiling broadly, said that she knew and believed in him. The young man, closing his eyes, asked her not to be too upset. She suddenly froze in one position. The assistant, opening her eyes wide, asked again. The demon, looking away, noted that the owner always preferred that chicken. Satan, sitting on the floor, said that the player did not like it when he praised him for his evil deeds, but he knew that he always treated the angel well. The hero asked him to stop grumbling and get up, because it was time for them to get to work. The assistant, hugging his knees, asked what he needed to do now and asked him to ask the girl for help. His eyes suddenly widened. There was a bag with a broken weapon. The protagonist, pulling on his glove, noted that he had promised him that he would fix it one day, and that day had now arrived. Satan, rising to his feet, asked if the owner was joking. His class equipment appeared when he began to say something. The young man, holding out his hand, said that in the name of the adventurer, freely wandering in this world and the Bard of Anarchy, he commands the divine spirit, which contains the entire divine essence of all fallen souls, to appear in this world. A purple star appeared and immediately messages appeared that the weapon of the underworld, bringing death, reacted to his decency and he managed to achieve a satisfactory value for it. A huge purple portal appeared in front of him after a notification that the revival process had begun. Smiling, the player said that they should show that newbie what a real troll is. This legendary blade of the underworld appeared in front of him. Raising his hand, the Apostle of Death restored his divine power, after which it was changed to probable. Sticking out his tongue, the villain was delighted at how divine this power was. Looking forward, the bastard was in anticipation of being able to get out again. Smiling, Des advised her partner not to die and fill this world with hatred in order to bring even more prey. Dark energy rushed towards the capital of the Holy Empire of Eden. The knights stood in the throne room. Morse, starting to sweat, said that this was a very solemn reception. A warning sign appeared on the capsule, after which the system sent a notification that 128 hours had passed since the last connection, which may negatively affect the conduct of normal daily life. The player grabbed his head in pain. The warriors pounced on the intruder. Dark entities stretched their hands towards the guy. The young man bared his teeth. A moment later, the swordsman dealt a series of blows to his opponents. Standing in front of the soldier's corpse, the assassin knew that it was not time to lose control. Looking from under his brows, the young man knew that he had very little time left before he would carry out his revenge. Holding a weapon in his hands, the killer, unlike all his extreme actions to deal with the followers of the Holy Order, did not harm users of another profession. Stepping forward, Morse found himself in a situation where tens of thousands of viewers were watching his adventures during a live broadcast. Hiding behind stones, the investigators followed closely and filmed. Smiling, Yumi understood that their target was a real catastrophe of humanity. The guy held his blades in his hands, and the streamer understood that only one consequence of the last battle was that at least half of those who were filming everything on camera and broadcasting nearby died. However, if she was lucky, she would be able to film a special issue. Opening his mouth, the old man activated the protection of the sanctuary. Golden runes hung over the young man. The assassin's mouth dropped open and he screamed in pain. The cleric raised his hand and called the enemy an irreverent being. The mage frowned and asked if the intruder really thought he could stand up to the heavens just by being able to absorb divine power. The fighter bared his teeth and listened to the words about the sin of arrogance living within him, and was glad that he had finally found the high priest. The investigators watched the battle from afar. Yumi, with her mouth open, advised him to control his mana, because if he was careless, her comrade risked deleting his character in front of more than 100,000 spectators. Raising his hand, the ninja declared that his stealth skill had never failed him. Frowning, the girl was sure that the meeting of the two divine apostles would definitely go down in Arcadia's history. Looking at how Morse stood in the rays of light, the lady promised that she would watch his every move. Dark energy was flying around in Carbinian's nest. The sword pierced the ground, and the system notified that the item called the destroyed Deathbringer had been changed to the Deathbringer, which cost 20 million points of integrity. Raising his hand, Jae-young was not sure that this item was created to be used, because it required 10 million points of ominous karma. With his hands in his pockets, Tank calmed the master down by saying that if other people didn't know how to handle this weapon, he would definitely be able to. Opening his mouth, the demon said that the pure combat power of the owner without the fighting spirit was so low that he couldn't handle even a low-level demon. Looking down on him, the protagonist heard the words that the ability to control the Deathbringer was determined by more than just such trivial things. Putting his hand to his chest, Satan swore on his name that he had never met a more vicious and evil person in Arcadia than his master. With his eyes wide open, the familiar said that if it were possible to unite all the sinister and depraved creatures, they would not even reach the level of the protagonist's toenail. Looking forward, the guy couldn't believe that he was really that terrible. Pointing his finger, Tank asked the gentleman to be confident, because he certainly had enough skill to control the sacred weapon that personified the underworld. Raising his eyebrows, the young man was shocked by the assistant's words that he was the true owner of the Deathbringer. Jae-young lowered his head, and the system issued a message stating that the conditions for the hidden use of the item were met, since the bearer received recognition from the Lord of the Underworld himself. Dark energy swirled around the sword, and the player was able to use the item without restrictions and the title of the symbol of evil and vice. Looking at the screen, the protagonist noticed that these names were so strange that they looked like some kind of curses. Raising his gaze, the protagonist decided to focus on another task. Holding the blade in both hands, the guy understood that now he had received such a reward that he had no choice but to finish off the villain. The towers of the Holy Empire of the capital of Eden were visible. A group of people stood in front of a pillar of light. Morse fell to his knees. The assassin bared his teeth and felt terrible pain. Frowning, Haman knew that if they continued like this, the intruder would die from not being able to cope with the consumption of a huge amount of divine power. The guy held his blades in his hands. Opening his mouth, the assassin declared that he was an apostle of death. Looking from under his brows, the swordsman promised the high priest to give him an equal death. The dark wolves rushed towards their opponents. Opening her mouth, the holy maiden began to speak of her revelation. Looking ahead, the cleric interrupted his interlocutor with words about this sinister energy belonging to the devourer of souls, which was mentioned in the records of the Ark. The summoned animals opened their mouths. Stretching out his hand, the man shouted that the creatures of darkness cannot be allowed to approach the holy maiden. Bright flashes flashed through the air. Holding their staffs in their hands, the mages shouted that they understood the order of their leader. Dark energy rushed forward. Opening his mouth wide, Morse wished his opponent to die quickly. Looking ahead, the Holy Father promised that he would cleanse the sinister essence. The dark and light stars collided with each other, which meant the clash of the missions of the divinity of death and heaven. Folding her hands, the girl understood that this was the culmination of the attention of every inhabitant of Arcadia. The villain's eye sockets were empty. A live broadcast began on the screen. Throwing his sword over his shoulder, an uninvited guest appeared in the room. Stark looked at the newcomer. The assassin stared at the intruder. Sweating, the streamer realized that this was Joa's chocolate cake. The main character in disguise looked away. Closing his eyes, the Knight of the Abyss noticed that it was very fun here and asked to join. The lights were on in the windows of the house. A bar sign was visible. Sitting on the chair, Joa was unhappy with how much attention this man was drawing to himself. Looking up, the boy thought that it was only better for him, because thanks to him, the aggression that Dex had brought upon him was dissipating. A crown was flaunting above the boy's head. Opening his mouth, the young man decided to cause trouble for his opponent. The player's face began to sweat. The screen was showing a live broadcast of the battle between three fighters, and the user was furious that the protagonist was walking around in his guise again. Smiling, Jae-young noticed that it was fun, so he asked to join in. Dark energy flew around the protagonist. The Holy Father frowned. Looking away, the boy understood that the side whose strength was weaker was missing a turn. Making a dash forward, Morse ordered the intruder to get out of the way, because otherwise he would kill him. Holding a sword in his hands, the young man mocked the enemy's words. Opening his mouth, the young man offered to try to kill him if the opponent was strong enough. The Death Apostle opened his eyes wide. The assassin was sliding along the ground. Looking askance, the user thought that his enemy had identified the danger with his intuition, since system notifications had not been delivered at such a distance. The girl placed her hand on her hip, and Jae-young thought that his opponent was as good as, and perhaps even better than, Cassius in his ability to sense the game. Frowning, the protagonist guessed that Morse was a much more interesting person. With his legs wide apart, the villain did not understand what the player who had won first place in the armed clash was doing here. Looking at the mythical sword, the assassin was surprised that his enemy owned such a weapon and had the title of Abyssal Knight. Falling to his knees, the assassin noticed messages that his health had dropped below 10%, and due to the prolonged exposure to divine power, he would not be able to perform any actions for 300 seconds. The swordsman bared his teeth and said that he didn't have time, because after killing his character, he would be deleted. Dark energy was flying in the air, and the Avenger decided that it was time to release the whole pack. Shadow tendrils began to surround Jae-young. The protagonist, smiling, was amazed at how warlike his opponent was. The summoned dogs rushed forward. Taking a fighting stance, the protagonist knew that it was time to show a worthy response to show good manners. Opening his mouth wide, the boy used a skill called the Requiem of the Apocalypse. A bright light illuminated the room. A bright beam of light flashed over the battlefield. Covered in sweat, Yumi could not believe that the sword could be so powerful. Raising his head, Morse was shocked that the enemy dealt with his entire pack with one blow. The young man walked forward. The assassin was on his knees. Opening his mouth, the assassin noticed something. The clerics were watching what was happening. The Holy Father frowned, angry that the Shadow Knight was helping their holy empire. The Holy Maiden extended her hand. The man bared his teeth, deciding that they could not succumb to the influence of evil. A golden rune appeared in the air, and the system notified that the place was filled with light energy. Jae-young raised his head, after which the system wrote that the weapon of the underworld was emitting harmful energy that conflicted with the Holy One. Raising his sword above his head, the protagonist recalled that he helped the attackers deal with the mobs. Smiling, Tank was grateful to the Knight of the Abyss for allowing him to wield the Deathbringer on such favorable terms. Introducing the dark silhouette of a warrior, Satan added that the divine power of the enemy was much weaker. A bright star lit up, and the demon said that for those who wield the power of the underworld, divine power is rather dangerous. The protagonist, with his legs spread wide, listened to the words that if someone had originally used such an amount of evil energy in the shrine, they would have been burned without a trace, and then replied that he thought it was the result of constantly changing equipment. Haman, with his mouth open, could not believe that a creature that had used the power of the underworld was moving around the shrine as if nothing had happened. Dark energy was flying around Jae-young, and the Holy Father thought that such an evil aura usually belonged to demons. Looking at the fighter's eyes, the man wondered why he was using this power to fight the Apostle of Death. Holding the staff in his hands, the priest asked for what purpose the Servant of Darkness was helping them. Looking away, the protagonist mocked the fact that his interlocutor decided to talk only now. The protagonist, looking from under his brows, agreed to explain the reason for his visit. With a frightened expression on her face, the lady listened to the words about the need to prevent the revival of primordial death. Des was chained, and the guy said that divine powers would be what would revive the cataclysm. Lowering his head, the young man added that for this reason he was going to destroy the sanctuary with his own hands. The lady looked at the player in horror. Frowning, the Holy Father asked if the user really intended to destroy this place. Extending his hand, Jae-young promised that if Haman cooperated with this plan, then he and the princess standing behind him would be safe. Standing in place, the man listened to the words about the pointlessness of arranging a bloodbath. Presenting an evil face, the priest was sure that his interlocutor was a creature of evil. Opening his mouth, the old man refused such an offer, because the sanctuary is an ark of peace built with the blood of countless people, so this temple cannot be allowed to be destroyed. Magic began to accumulate around the staff, And Haman added that this especially cannot be allowed to be done by a person involved in the camp of evil. The Eye with Wings used a skill called the Sacrament of the Last Light. A pillar of flame rushed towards Jae-young. Number's eyebrows, the familiar advised his master to dodge such a powerful attack. Raising his eyebrows, Tank listened to the words that the Knight of the Abyss has passive skills, after which his demon said that one of these skills allows you not to instantly die with one blow. With wide eyes, Satan asked why the master was interested in this right now. The protagonist smiled broadly. The sword pierced the floor. The fireball was approaching the protagonist. A powerful explosion thundered. Grabbing the blade, the boy noticed that a skill called Desperate Resistance had been activated, which allowed him to avoid an immediate death sentence. Baring his teeth, the young man said that he almost died. Purple lightning flew in the air, and the player said that he tried to resolve the matter through friendly discussion. With a surprised expression, the old man listened to the words that his opponents did not even know about such a method. The user's eyes and mouth began to glow red, and he himself said that now he had no other choice, because he was not the one who started it. 2 dark seals appeared as someone spoke of a feast of slaughter and the horror of the abyss. 2 more runes began to appear above the warrior's head after talking about a night of destruction and the breath of the dead. Jae-young smiled widely. A bright beam of light flew out of the building. Folding her hands, the holy maiden ordered everyone to come closer. A golden sign appeared under the feet of the clerics. Morse lay on the ground. The girl bowed her head and asked her father for forgiveness. The protagonist leaned on his sword, and the lady understood that she had brought a creature that should not have been allowed near the sanctuary with her own hands. Looking up, the lady knew that she believed in something. The protagonist looked down, and the holy maiden was sure that this man was the only one who could protect this world from the most ancient darkness. The blade sank into the ground. The floor began to crack, and the system showed messages that due to the harmful energy in the temple, the sleeping saints began to awaken in anger. In the center of the room stood coffins. The lids of the sarcophagi began to glow with a golden light, after which the system notified that the sacred energy was reacting to destroy the evil. A bright star lit up in the darkness. 5 saints appeared in the hall. Jae-young looked at the divine creatures. Asteron's chain rushed forward. The protagonist tried to hold on to his sword. Looking up, the protagonist stated that his opponents were crossing the line, using skills that could not be evaded. A powerful blow shook the ground. Peeking out from behind cover, Tank reminded the gentleman that if he made a mistake, he could use a secret method. Sweating, the guy countered by saying that such a method would take away a lot of decency points, and the demon shouted that he would make a discount on this technique. Looking ahead, the young man decided that he wanted to have some fun. Looking at the character selection window, the young man remembered that his enemies were on the list of Ellie's strongest creatures. The priest was casting some kind of spell, and the player thought about the high priest being supported by 5 divine entities. Opening his mouth, the user noticed that numerous debuffs were applied to him. Raising his head, Jae-young declared that this was the only way he could feel what it was like to destroy a shrine. Holding his blade in his hands, the protagonist shouted that he would give his rivals a real wake. The spirits rushed to attack. The protagonist's eyes turned white. Satan watched the battle unfold. Clenching his fists, the demons were delighted with what was happening. Smiling, he was glad that despite the fact that his master preferred the archangel, he always cherished their demonic world with warmth in his heart, like a wife who overcame all difficulties with him. Writing in the book, the familiar spoke of his master's initiative. Beaming with happiness, Tanchik understood that one day the time would come when it would be time to teach the winged chickens a lesson and bring them down to earth. Looking to the side, Satan said that today smelled like fried chicken. Ellie silently looked forward. Looking up, the girl advised her interlocutor to watch his language. Opening her mouth, the lady reminded him that she still had enough divine power to shut the impudent man up. Frowning, the demon shouted that he would not be scared by these words. The spearman struck, and the devil knew that he should not be afraid of these words, because his master had invaded the deepest part of the sanctuary, so they were already at the finish line. Opening his mouth wide, Jae-young called out to his familiar. The tank raised his hands. The demon's eyes began to shine. A dome appeared on the battlefield, from which a bright beam of light came out, and the system showed a notification that the player had switched to observer mode, because Satan himself had descended to him. Smiling, the demon king promised that he would give the master a huge discount on this sword. The lord of all the fallen frowned. The divine creatures prepared to attack. Some projectiles were flying at the devil. A cloud of dust rose at the place of impact. Smiling, the demon king began to cough. Throwing his sword over his shoulder, Tank declared that his enemies were simply worthless. The guardians were surprised at how strong their opponent was. Pointing his finger, the monster said that he was already tired of this battle. The tip of his finger began to glow. A bright flash covered the defenders of the sanctuary. The holy warriors bared their teeth. Sweating, Ellie was sure that the Lord of all the fallen did not have such strength before. The monster lowered his weapon, and the archangel thought about how the chaos that reigned in the world made her sworn enemy so strong. Tank raised his head. Looking away, the demon king said that it was time to end this. Opening his mouth, the Holy Father could not believe that the Lord of the Underworld was really reborn. The old man bared his teeth, convinced that in this case, He could not allow him to approach the Holy Maiden. The cross began to emit a bright light, and the cleric decided that he would stop the evil no matter what it took, after which the system showed messages that the influence of the heavenly powers was beginning to decline due to the fact that the source of Eden was penetrated by harmful energy. Looking at the screens, the adventurers were surprised that Satan himself had entered the sanctuary. The live broadcast began, and someone shouted that it was probably Joa who used the transformation skill. The Lord of all the Fallen appeared, and a cry was heard asking whether this could then be called a clash of three parties, where the participants were heaven, hell, and even ancient deities. The player, raising his head, could not understand how this Lord of the Underworld could be a user and not an NPC. Morse frowned, guessing that he must be trying to use the monster's powers to stop him. The demon, standing in front of the blade, spoke words about the requiem of the apocalypse, while the young man tried to understand what the fighter who had come was trying to do. The hero stood in front of the system window. The protagonist, looking ahead, asked if he was trying to show what the skill he had to use at the very beginning actually was. Purple lightning struck a certain barrier on the floor. The priest stood underneath it. The demon, smirking, noted that he was impressed that they managed to cope with this. The man, frowning, began to use Sacred Explosion. A bright golden flash appeared in front of the demon. The player, however, was still lying on the floor when a wave of energy was heading towards him. With his eyes wide open, the boy realized that his body was still motionless, and a message appeared that the effect of the immobilization state would end in 107 seconds. This energy struck the ground. A purple barrier appeared around him. The user, with his mouth open in surprise, could not understand why he was protected, because his death would be to the benefit of this creature. Satan, holding out his hand, understood that it was not about him, but about the fact that he was protected by the master. Grinning, the Lord knew that he still had enough decency left. Looking at the priest, the demon realized that his attacks were more like toothpicks, and the main problem was in protecting the Holy Maiden. Imagining her, the creature knew that this was a clot of divine power created to protect the sanctuary by accumulating the mission of the apostles received as a gift, and realized that after hearing this from his subordinates, he considered such protection a mere trifle. But now it became a real headache when he managed to feel everything on himself. The demon, rubbing his head, said that there was nothing that could not be dealt with, even if it took some time, but he would have to listen to his master if too much decency was spent, and thought that he should try to get around the enemy. Satan, rising into the air, told the high priest to give up futile attempts at resistance and part with his life, since his death and the fall of Eden were predetermined by fate regardless of him, since he himself did not understand that in the present situation it was better for him to die carefully. The demon, grinning, asked whether he would really show vain ardor and allow primordial death to devour him, since he must know that in such a case Arcadia would await him. The priest, taking up the cross, said that it was useless to try to humiliate him and the sanctuary with useless stupidities, since he was ready to sacrifice his life in order to protect the sanctuary. There were two bright flashes in the air. A bright beam hit the place where he was standing, and the demon said that apparently this man did not hear him and was going to continue to get on his nerves. The priest's mouth opened wide. Many red notifications began to appear around the administrator, informing that a special anomaly was detected with the NPC Heyman, and now the mission of absolute protection of the sacred land was activated and all the conditions for lifting the limits were met. Her mouth was slightly open when the system reported and switched to concentrated analysis mode. The clothes on the man's body began to tear when he began to talk about the servants, who are a shield that protects the sanctuary and a spear that defeats the forces of evil, a beacon and guiding star for all believers who maintain firm faith in their beliefs. Those golden stars appeared in his eyes after asking the deity to allow the servant to release all the power. His cross appeared and a system message appeared that the high priest is using the relic of grace. His body began to change. The demon, smiling broadly, asked if he had gone too far. The hero, looking at the system window, understood that he had expected that even the high priest would show desperate determination in the conditions of the reigning chaos, and realized that he would like to use this situation. Smiling, the hero knew that it would be strange to ask the Lord of the Underworld to save the high priest, because the latter's head was one of the conditions for awakening Satan. The priest, raising his hand, ordered the enemy to descend to the ground. The demon, looking down, asked if his brains had flowed into muscles. Two opposing energies illuminated the entire cathedral. Their fists were directed at each other. The man's mouth was furiously open. On the demon's face there was the same smile. A bright flash illuminated the entire cathedral. The angel, folding her arms on her chest, understood that if this continued, she could die very soon. Looking down, she assumed that the Lord of the Underworld was asking her to make a choice. Looking at their battle, Ellie thought that he wanted her to decide between preventing the rebirth of primordial death or protecting the holy land of Eden. The Holy Maiden, her eyes wide, realized that everything was happening exactly as predicted. The red gates of the cathedral appeared when she realized that her father's unshakable sky was crumbling into nothingness. The man raised his head. Lightning spread across his face when he began to speak of the magnificent light that filled the sky. The daughter, covering her mouth with her hands, asked him to stop. The demon, looking ahead, listened to the priest's words about calling upon a great and sublime light that would protect this world and grant it justice. Then the Lord thought that he had heard these words somewhere before. Smiling, Satan remembered him. Looking at the glowing body of the enemy, the demon realized that this was a spell of self-sacrifice, calling on a divine patron in exchange for the body. And then the saint asked this light to descend on this earth now and condemn all evil and burn it with holy fire. Ellie appeared above him as the priest asked her to grant him the power to destroy evil. Tears flowed from her eyes as she refused. The man suddenly fell to the ground. The priest, kneeling, asked why the archangel refused her servant. Satan, smirking, realized that she had made her choice. The blade appeared as the Lord decided to also show respect before the death of this man. The blade cut through the body of the saint. The player immediately raised his head. His eyes were wide open. Red messages began to appear in front of the observer that the special character Haman had died and that the calculation of possible scenarios had begun based on the results provided, and immediately notifications appeared that it was impossible to assume related scenarios because there was an excess of computing resources, and a message that the poisoning rate of the sacred land of Eden had reached 62%. The entire sky turned purple after the system said that the sacred power had fallen, causing the loss of the privilege of the sanctuary. The administrator, looking down, gave the order to apply an emergency patch, and a notification appeared that the filling of the patch records had been completed and all users had become the object of the notification, and immediately messages appeared about the death of the high priest, due to which the divinity that reigned in the sanctuary of Eden and filled it was losing its power, and the main guiding fulcrum of the heavens was destroyed, due to which the connection between the heavens and Arcadia was greatly weakened and therefore the influence of the heavens was reduced by 39%. The demon, walking forward, said that it was now the turn of the holy maiden and asked if she had hoped that, having come this far, she would be left alive. Tears flowed from the girl's eyes. The hero, appearing behind, ordered Satan to stop. The youth, looking forward, noted that they had agreed that he would only kill the high priest. The demon took on his assistant form. The protagonist glanced to the side, receiving a notification that the memorial service was over. The player and the girl appeared when the boy was saying that it was time for him to search the place. The Holy Empire's high priest Amen Pogi, the divinity that reigned over and filled the Eden sanctuary, is losing its power. The main guide and fulcrum of the Eden heavens has been destroyed, the connection between the heavens and Arcadia has been greatly weakened, the influence of the heavens has been reduced by 39%, the remaining divine lands and holy orders are temporarily in chaos. The effectiveness of all divine techniques has been reduced by 40%, the influence and status of the holy order has been reduced by 3 levels, and people's faith in the holy order has been critically reduced. Satan approached the holy maiden threateningly and said that it was her turn. She didn't expect that he would leave her alive after going this far, did she? The maiden folded her hands into a symbol and trembled. The devil froze. The master looked at him with a calm gaze and ordered him to stop. He frowned and reminded him that they had agreed that he would only kill the high priest, hadn't he? The devil took the form of a familiar and clicked his tongue in displeasure. The guy looked at the system notification. The memorial service was over. Everyone looked at the player in surprise. He said it was time to loot. Jiang smiled and asked if the holy maiden had forgotten that they were the ones who started it. An ominous aura began to emanate from him. He slowly approached and asked not to be upset. He only called the high priest to account. The girl gasped in fear and backed away, saying why they were going through these trials. Jiang smiled ominously. He came closer, grinned and asked how he appeared in her vision. The holy maiden shuddered. Now the one who was the product of evil was strongly beating with heavenly energy, and a divine silhouette was visible above his head. The maiden narrowed her eyes and gasped, an outrageous atrocity, the murder of a heavenly representative and divine apostle, the high priest of Amen. All the heavenly creatures were shocked by the player's evil deed. The heavens were in crisis and therefore hostile to his existence. But in the underworld, on the contrary, everyone admired the hero's feat. He received a lot of points and the title of controversial evil, hero of the underworld and devil of fees. After all this, the saint fell off her feet, but the young man caught her. The archangel put her hand on her chest and looked sadly at the child. The owner smiled and asked Ellie not to worry, because the maiden was too young to take full responsibility. The girl lay unconscious in his arms. He was going to keep the decision for himself. Ellie was surprised. The player had a request for her in return. He put the maiden on the floor. A witness appeared behind him, who noted that the hero single-handedly dealt with the highest-ranking NPC. The player smiled nervously and noted that this user is definitely the current center of Arcadia. Then a column of powerful aura hit the hero. The witness's eyes widened. She found herself in a situation where even the Lord of the Underworld was summoned. For some reason it seemed to her that another person could be hiding behind him, disguised as a skill or an item. A smile stretched by itself. Thoughts appeared to get a little closer. Perhaps she could expose his true face. The recording was in progress. Jiang turned and called the player. He asked, "Is this not enough?" An ominous aura was directed at the girl. How long will she stare at him so unceremoniously? The player immediately straightened up and apologized. At this point, the broadcast ended. The hero exhaled. He looked angrily at the girl. In the end, he killed him. He turned around, Morse stepped out of the darkness. Primordial death demanded to descend into the world, borrowing the player's body. A choice appeared: accept or reject the offer. The guy frowned and decided to say it directly. He no longer had a reason to fight. The warrior's eyes widened and he froze. The summoner put his hands on his hips. He was sorry that he had prevented his revenge from happening, but he hoped that he would not blame him too much. The Avenger remained where he was. The hero explained that he also put his sincerity into this game. Jiang smiled. If Morse wanted to continue, he would not retreat, because he did not avoid fights. The player shuddered. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. The primordial death was sending him angrily its messages. The guy looked at her menacingly and told her to get lost. He pointed at the hero and asked who he was. Jiang smiled. He could not answer this question, but in return he wanted to help him. Morse froze in shock when he heard that the inhabitants of the village of Tretzi could come back to life again. The stranger extended his hand and asked that if that happened, would he be able to stop his revenge? Morse was horrified. The stranger smiled slyly. The guy did not understand how it was possible to revive them, because this could not be. He looked at him and asked what he wanted from him. Jiang bared his fangs. He liked how quickly he grasped everything. It was a deal. He waved his hand and said that he could revive all the villagers, and as payment Morse would have to leave his sword. The guy looked down. The demonic sword emitted energy. The primordial death warned that in case of abandoning his mission, the guy would pay for it. The Avenger calmly examined the sword and agreed. If he could meet them again, he would not need anything like this. Jiang smiled happily and said that they made a deal. A yellow light flashed. The stranger began to summon souls. Archangel Michael appeared above the demon's head. He asked what surprised him so much. If he could summon the Lord of the Underworld, he could also summon an archangel. He took the golden apple in his hands and added that what was really worth surprising was about to begin. The fruit of the world tree was used. Eli began the hard work and cast resurrection. A huge lightning bolt struck the castle. The villagers woke up as if from a dream and began to look around. The old man was sweating and asked what kind of look Morse had. The guy staggered in horror. The sword fell from his hands to the floor. The young man jumped into the leader's arms. He laughed and ruffled the boy's hair. Dex watched what was happening with satisfaction. He spread his arms and asked if Morse was happy with the deal. The hero smiled and asked what the guy was going to do next. It seemed to him that because of the mess he had made, he would no longer be able to return to the old Tretzi. The guy looked at him in surprise and agreed that he needed to think about it. The player frowned. The interlocutor immediately became uncertain as soon as the situation calmed down. A sly smile surfaced on his face again. Everything was for the best. It would be easier for him to lure the NPC to his side. He hugged the youth and led him to the altar, promising to show him a good place. The hero laughed and said that the residents would be able to build their own village there, which would not be so easy for the rest to reach. He imagined the lands with purple spores and said that the residents had already come out to greet them. Their queen was rejoicing with the others. The former Avenger looked at the hero in surprise. He had not expected such help. The hero smiled. He extended his hand and said that it was Morse's turn. The player looked at him in confusion, then suddenly shuddered when he realized everything. The user had given up his status as an apostle of primordial death. He had lost all the powers and abilities that had been given to him. Primordial death was furious and determined to take revenge. The hero took the new sword with interest. With it, no matter how much decency it cost, he had hit the jackpot. The sword of death was in his hands, a combat item with the effect of instant death. The player could not leave it in the wrong hands. He looked at the ruins around him. Now he needed to deal with the consequences. But Dex stretched and decided that everything would work out on its own. Hysterical laughter began to spread throughout the hall. Chanhe laughed hysterically and cursed. The player removed the disguise and looked at the achievements he had received. He imagined the consequences and asked himself if his intervention had been too serious this time. The effect of the spirit migration skill was over. The system began to summarize the mission statistics. Jiang looked at the lost millions of his decency in confusion. It was too painful an expense even if you think about what he had managed to gain. The player looked away melancholically and hoped that everything would be fine. In any case, he just needed to earn decency again. First he needed to solve urgent issues, and then he would need to think. The events of this mission were already flashing in the news. The chat was heatedly discussing what had happened. Headlines flashed everywhere. Chanhe continued to laugh, sitting in the ruins. Then something caught her attention. Dex himself called her on the phone. She jumped up and answered the call, although he said that he could fake his identity as much as he wanted. But this was clearly too much. Chanhe shouted that he would destroy the sacred empire and kill the high priest and also summon the demon lord, and he also offered him to live as an elf. The hero was having dinner with noodles at this time. His friend shouted that since he had intervened, he should at least deal with the consequences. Jiang asked him in response, did he really not receive a notification about the enrollment? Chanhe froze and looked at his phone. He began to go to the bank application. Then the golden light of the incoming money hit the guy in the face. With a serious face of a person who had just been bought, he said that he was at his service and asked how he could be useful. Jiang adjusted his chair and asked him to continue playing as shamelessly as always. he did not expect from the very beginning that he could do anything about it. In any case, it was necessary to wait a little while until Dex himself uploaded a video with an excuse on his behalf. A friend said that he would believe and wait. A notification about the start of the broadcast appeared. Chocolate Cake stood on the preview and was going to give an answer to criticism. He smiled and said that he was sorry that the Holy Empire fell, but he had no other choice, because everything was done in order to stop the primeval death. A shadow fell on a cunning face. The cake hoped that no one would judge him anymore. Endless freedom and endless possibilities. As these words say, he was just playing Arcadia. The chat began to actively discuss his speech and words. Suddenly, the hero pokes his finger at the screen and shouts that their grumbling is getting on his nerves. So in any case, the deed is done, and there is no way to return everything back. He knitted his eyebrows and added that the Holy Order in particular, he pointed out that they were angry that their job skills were lowered because of him. But shouldn't they be grateful to him? He was the one who saved them from Morse, who was going to swat them like flies with one blow. After these words, those who supported him appeared in the chat. Jae-young smiled and still, if someone was dissatisfied with something, they could personally visit him, and he would fight them at any time. At this moment, he showed the death sword and said that he was eager to try out the new item he managed to get. The chat went crazy, and with that, the live broadcast ended. Chahi sat with his head down, swearing and saying that you have to be crazy to trust the hero. There was gaming equipment hanging over his head. The guy decided that it would be better if he did this broadcast. The game loaded the Red Dragon's treasury. Ellie shuddered in horror and asked how so many losses of decency happened. Did he really think that he was allowed to dispose of them? The Archangel pointed at Tan and menacingly asked how it was possible to throw away decency like that, but the devil shouted in response that she spent it all together with him. Satan nervously twitched his eyebrows. The Archangel argued her spending by the fact that she used the revival skill, and he simply decided to pay for showing off his power. The devil turned away and replied that even during the hunt, small fish give it their all. This is their demonic rule. He smiled smugly and asked Mikhail not to worry too much, because this rule was made when they were already in heaven. Ellie nervously clenched her fist and said that he was just trying to find an excuse for the fact that he was excited and wanted to break away for the first time in a long time. She pointed her finger at him reproachfully and said that this time the success of the revival was a very special case and resurrection is a taboo that contradicts the law of causality. It was possible to do it with the help of the fruits of the world tree, but as a rule, even heavenly apostles. Then the player frowned at her and reminded her that she still managed to do it. Ellie angrily rushed to him and shouted that he was judging based only on the result. This time she was touched by the good intentions of the player, and therefore made an attempt, but next time she would never listen to him. The treasures sparkled with gold. Jang opened the system window, sitting on the throne. He had 120 million decency points left. He had been saving for quite a long time, so there would be no problems with the lack of decency for some time. The guy smiled, realizing that he was in a big plus, and Morse looked happy. He remembered how the residents rejoiced at the new place. And most importantly, the mythical weapon, which was originally his goal, was now in his hands. The player examined the sword carefully. One understanding that this object was in his hands was enough to call it a deterrent that would not allow anyone to attack him. For the same reason he demonstrated it on the live broadcast in the form of a chocolate cake. For some time he would also be able to rest. The hero did not even think of abusing it, because then the whole point of the game would cease to be interesting. He liked to carefully hide such items in order to use them at a decisive moment, as a joker. Tan looked with disgust at the evil owner, who dreamed of testing his deadly sword. The guy propped his head up with his fist and noticed that it was quite unexpected. He didn't think that one apostle would cause so many consequences. Jang looked ahead and asked, "Are all the dormant deities really that strong? Then it would be a bit problematic." The familiar stood next to him. The devil noted with displeasure that the hero would have sat there for an eternity, adding that he hadn't liked him since he swore allegiance to the most ancient darkness. The hero looked at him in surprise and asked, "Does Tan really want to say that death follows the most ancient darkness?" Satan smiled nervously and said that there was a mistake. Ellie began to shake her fist at him and tell him to watch his language, what to do if it affects the course of events. The player thought about it and raised his hand to his face. He imagined that if the ancient deities were reborn, those who served the most ancient darkness, such as death, would open their eyes even more and eventually form a destructive stream that would destroy Arcadia. He imagined his assistants, wanderers of troubled times, who also gained strength and abilities. Jang smiled and noted that this is not so bad. Meanwhile at the world tree, the tree called Divine closed its eyes. It understood that Dex used the fruits of the world tree. She smiled tiredly, because she did not think that he would do such a thing for a stranger. He imagined the hero and said that this was an unexpected decision. Should she consider this his answer? The ancient deities began to awaken and the balance between heaven and hell was disturbed. She soared into the air and decided that in this case she should be even more ready to follow the light. A girl approached her and asked if she called her. The tree closed her eyes. The time had come. She thought of her daughter Melissa. She looked at her mother with excitement, while she said that very soon Arcadia would be covered by pitch darkness. But she asked not to worry too much. After all, Even on the edge of the abyss, a ray of hope can break through, and now is the time to change the future with your own hands. The familiar smiled and said that her apostle would soon set foot on this land, and together with him, they need to lead the children behind them and become a powerful force for the one who will change the fate of this world. The world tree granted new powers to the elven descendants. The descendants of the elves surpassed the limits that they could achieve. The vine enveloped the elf, now the highest. Minsa sat in the capsule and read the news. He grinned at the information that the player personally borrowed the powers of Mikhail and Satan. He knew that the amount of decency required for this was at least hundreds of millions, and the original plan was to appoint an amount that the user could not collect. The guy smiled nervously and asked how he did it. He turned to Alice and asked how much decency Dex had. AI looked at him and said that the information about this user was removed from the public domain. The player looked at her in surprise and asked if even the main admin had restricted access. He stood up, dusted himself off, and decided that Mean and Jack would have a headache. Alice stood obediently waiting for an order. Minsu explained that he did not need exact figures. In return, he asked to tell about how Dex managed to acquire decency that exceeded his calculations. AI said that the information was available. The guy looked at her carefully. She told about a special element of the Anarchy bard profession. The assessment is made based on the influence of the assistant system. The guy asked if he really projected something like that. Then his eyes widened. He remembered everything. The light filled the penthouse beautifully. The developer asked to show him information about the assistants who are currently working with Dex, if possible, together with the surrounding components. Minsa smiled widely when he received the information on his phone. He looked at the screen. It opened up many images of the hero's assistants in action. The assistant system is a measure aimed at raising the levels of their companions so that the game does not become too easy. Minsa looked forward angrily. He realized that the hero used his own elements that hinder growth to such a level. The most inexplicable was the apostle of the world tree chocolate cake. How did the gatekeeper of the underworld manage to lure the world tree to his side? The developer thought with interest and asked himself, should he intervene? He thought about the ancient gods and realized that it was too early, because the erosion rate of the voids in Arcadia is too low for him to intervene personally, and this does not fit into the situation, and more importantly, creates a feeling of the absence of the main character. He decided that he will first collect more data. The programmer tensed up. He scratched his head and thought that at this rate it would no longer be a game, but a continuation of work. But he understood that nothing could be done. Mean sneezed at that moment. Her brother decided that he would consider this as him helping her with her beloved business. The developer hugged the folder, scratched her nose, and asked if she had caught a cold. Minsu went into the game under the nickname Azura. He ordered Alice to show him all the information related to the world tree. The system showed images and opened a tab with the main scenario and began checking. Azura looked at the information windows around him. Could it be that the world tree, which was supposed to remain neutral and maintain order, had begun to take any action? The system showed images of the gods and reported that their revival, as well as the weakening of the Holy Empire, served as a catalyst for the emergence of this scenario. As a result, the entire elven clan remaining in the established World Tree Kingdom was elevated to high elves. The associated base abilities and influence were adjusted, and additional quests, new professions, and NPC-based classes were reorganized. Minsa thought for a moment, and said that the high elves, according to the worldview formulated by Jack, died out when the World Tree sank into eternal sleep during the Holy War. Alice watched in silence. The lead developer said that it was easier to call them the personal guardians of the World Tree. Melissa's level of 300, which was set as a special NPC, was raised to 500 when she evolved into a high elf. Her influence level was equal to Amen, who was out of the game this time. If the World Tree actively interfered with Arcadia's affairs with their help, there would be no force that could stop it. Azura looked at all the screens and grinned. He knew that this meant that she was part of the power that accompanied the wanderers of troubled times. He imagined the player in front of him, and thought that if this continued, the peace in Arcadia would be preserved, and the spatial rift protecting the Middle Lands would be stable. Minsa smiled slyly and said that in this case, the opportunity to interfere would not present itself, which would put him in a difficult position. He decided that it was worth raising the difficulty a little. A purple flame flared in the sky, thus a scenario was added that launched the trigger of the crisis of the second half of the game. The hero was sitting with a slime in his hands and asking if everyone was ready. The training sparring began. Morse blocked all the blows with difficulty, realizing that the difference in their strength was too great. Cassia swung her sword and made a dash. The guy's eyes opened wide. Several leaves torn from the branches flew into the air. The girl pointed her sword at the defeated enemy. The hero smiled and declared Cassius's victory. The knight looked down on the guy and asked what his level was. The player stared at her and squeezed out that he was 156th. The knight looked at him in surprise, not expecting such a small number. The leader approached her and asked what she thought. Of course, he couldn't compare with him, but he was quite a capable guy, right? The girl closed her eyes in irritation and snorted. The young man was glaring at her. Since he came himself, he would be useful, she said. She put her hand on her belt and explained that Morse's abilities were even better than what she saw in the video. She thanked him for the battle. The player continued to look at her. The partners joined hands and helped each other. Cassius turned around and walked away. She had missed several training sessions, so now she had to go. Morse looked after her for a long time and asked the captain what kind of relationship he had with this user. The hero explained that she was his former stalker, and now she repented and became her lackey. The former Avenger turned around in surprise. The wind continued to play with the leaves. Dex looked at the player, who said that after what happened that day, he properly found out about him. Morse explained that the channel was the daily life of the Destroyer and Dex's fan base. The hero is always at the center of events that shake both continents. The guy looked down and explained that he should not talk about it after he succumbed to the temptation of the Apostle of Death. He straightened up and spread his shoulders wide, asked if the hero wasn't the only one who could save this world from the threat created by the ancient deities. He looked down and told that they were dangerous, especially if the wrong person was given this power. Many would experience pain. He imagined a huge eye looking at him from behind his back. The guy frowned and said that he would do whatever the hero ordered, let him just keep peace on Earth. Jiang looked at the other user in confusion, who begged him for his request, even if he had to lead the continent. He chuckled thoughtfully. He looked ahead, apologized and said that he was not going to do it. Morse's eyes widened. He chuckled nervously, asking again. Sweat ran down his face and he said that even if Dex did not plan to lead Arcadia, would he at least take on the quest of the ancient deity? He even thought of several ways to do this. But even here he received a categorical no. The hero looked at him intently and said that unless a quest specifically for him came along, he planned to skip the ancient divinity scenario. The player stared at his leader in amazement. He waved his hands and asked him to think about it again. What if another person follows someone like death? This land is facing collapse. He again imagined the eyes of the deity, and shouted that Dex himself knew perfectly well that no one but him could resist this. The guy stared at the newcomer. He looked away and chuckled. Morse waited for an answer with great excitement. The hero asked if he would follow him. He wanted to show him something. After a while, Jiang was sitting on a cliff and admiring the sunset with a girl. He turned to the player and asked how he liked the view. The summoner smiled and explained that this was his favorite place in Arcadia, and just one look brought back memories. Words about boundless freedom and limitless possibilities came to mind. He patted the girl and said that he was not going to take this joy away from other people to prevent worries that should be feared in the future. Jae Young turned around with a smile and said that a problem should be solved when it happens, and more importantly, isn't it more interesting? The user stared at the player in amazement. He looked down and repeated the words about interest. He came closer and looked at the sunset, agreeing with the hero. Dex laughed. He wondered who would be their next problem. It would be great if it was someone like Morse. This made the former apostle shudder. He looked at his leader in bewilderment, and did not understand whether he was good or bad. There is no need to control every element, because Dex is not a manager. There is no need to appropriate all the benefits, because this is a game. There is no need to strive for perfection, because you do not need everyone's love. This is the strategy of the game Arcadia that Dex has determined for himself. Morse smiled. He was pleased to know that the person who saved the world was him. Meanwhile, in the Blue Tower of Magicians, the gentleman looked forward and said that he was counting on them. The old lady in the robe smiled and asked not to worry. She pointed to the girl and said that this child would not forget their kindness. On the second continent of Arcadia, there were 5 magic towers. Initially they were connected by the relationship of bitter rivals who held each other back. But after such events as the unification of the continents and the war with the Harmal Empire, their relationship changed significantly. The great sage Lemuria looked sternly to the side and said that from now on, the Magic Supreme Council will be under the authority of the Master of the Blue Tower, who leads the 5 magic towers. She looked around the council and said that from now on, each of the sages of the Magic Tower will hold a meeting in the Blue Tower on the night of the 6th moon to discuss the future of the magicians, and all decisions made here will be binding on all magicians. The magician frowned and began to talk about the agenda. As ordered, a young man entered the hall. One of the sages looked at him angrily and asked who he was. The old lady narrowed her eyes and called his outfit disgusting. The guy frowned and mentally told them to talk whatever they wanted. He was used to this look thanks to the Federation elders, and he didn't care if they ignored him or stared at him. The main thing was that he could be useful. Lemuria pointed at him and introduced him to the others as Marcus. He came from the school of Canonophilia, the great sage of the Gale Federation. Everyone was amazed at such news. Could he really be the developer of the Magic Tower? The mage pointed at Marcus. She wanted to nominate him as a member of the Supreme Council of Magicians. All the members of the council froze under the weight of this thought. The girl coldly looked ahead and asked if the others had any objections. In the center of the council stood a huge monolith and emitted aura. The old woman glanced at the young man and noticed that the jokes of the sage of the Blue Tower were going too far. It seemed to her that this young man could not even be called a magician. The green-haired magician narrowed his eyes and asked if she really thought that her words made sense. Sitting at the negotiating table with the masters of the magic towers just because you created a weapon of war is an insult to magic. The big man exchanged glances with everyone, laughed, and noticed that even Galia was giving up this place. But wasn't he still a child? Even if he had reached the 8th circle, he didn't think that she would give in to someone who couldn't even use magic properly. He turned to the girl and asked if she could hear him. She alone was enough here to play the role of a chick that had just hatched. Marcus chuckled nervously and snorted and noticed that wherever he went, old people were always so talkative. The great sages looked at him and asked him to explain himself. The engineer looked at them coldly and reminded them that they were the first to be rude to him. He decided to clarify whether she was so old that she had forgotten what she had said a few seconds ago. The bearded man was filled with anger and asked how dare he speak like that. At that moment, Lemuria emitted a current and ordered everyone to be silent. From now on, every sound would be regarded as an attempt to rebel against the council. All the great sages hissed irritably. The girl looked at everyone and said that their discontent was something quite expected. The mage's eyes glowed blue. She smiled and warned that it was too early to draw conclusions. She was not the only one who recommended the guy as a member of the Supreme Council of Mages. The old woman clenched her teeth, noting to herself the incredible magical power. How could she not have noticed it? The bearded man was amazed and began to look around. New guests entered the council hall. Melissa, the queen of the High Elves, entered with an escort and greeted the great sages and introduced herself as Marcus's guardian. Everyone stared at the High Elf, realizing that the rumors were true. Everyone understood that the elves would never interfere in the life of human society. Lemuria smiled contentedly. The deed was done, and she could be sure of the rest. Apple smiled and greeted the council, not forgetting to introduce herself. She took out a magic book and asked if they should know what it was. The old mage was shocked to recognize the book as a level 8 spell book. The others held their tongues. They realized that there was another book that had not been made public. The mage raised his hands and warned that they needed to make sure it was real and then talk, but the head of the guild, Pi, said that it was not time to be surprised. She unfastened the strap and showed the inventory of all 4/8 circle magic spell books and announced that they would sell them all if they accepted Marcus into the council. Apple smiled boldly and asked what they thought. The great sages froze in surprise. The monolith continued to illuminate the hall and emit lights. Lemuria looked coldly at her comrades and once again stated her recommendation of the guy for the post and asked if they had any objections. After a while, everyone went out into the corridor where warm candles were burning. The head of the guild looked at the elf with the magician and said that now all 5 magic towers are under the power of Dex. Marcus looked away, digesting the thought that now he will really lead the magic tower. The companion listened to him with interest and said that Mr. Dex did not order. He only asked the engineer to destroy the book of spells of the 8th level, and the rest was at the discretion of the Wanderer. Melissa put her hand on her chest and asked, does she really want to say that the interference of the High Elves in the affairs of people and the offer to make a deal with the magic tower was decided at the discretion of Apple? The engineer sternly looked at the head of the guild and noticed that she was much more reckless than it seemed. He ordered to lay out. Why is she doing something that she was not asked to? The girl froze in a stupor. She just thought that in the future it would be useful to Mr. Dex. The couple looked thoughtfully at the messenger. She said that the hero had helped them too. Didn't they understand what her heart felt? The ceilings in the corridor were especially high. Everyone agreed on one thought. Apple smiled contentedly and mentally asked the hero to look after them. She introduced the knight and promised that the master's assistants would become even stronger so that they would become his strength at the right moment. At this time, the moonlight sorceress Angelica was walking through the forest. Stella met her and noticed that such behavior was not like her rival, because she was the first to offer to meet. The sorceress lowered her eyes and said that she was tired of running. A magic circle appeared under Stella's feet. He asked if her friend was now going to ask her to stop chasing her. She laughed and reminded her that in this world their confrontation would never end and if she wanted to end it all. At that moment, the girl took out a book of spells and asked if she needed it. The Star Witch smiled nervously and asked if her friend had really gone crazy. Angelica looked at her intently and suggested that today they should end this. The winner of the PvP takes the spell book. In the past, the mistress greeted her 2 students. She warned that from now on they were destined to lead each other under this lonely night sky. Stella looked at the player with disdain and thought that she had too many instructions for an NPC. Angelica looked at the floor in confusion. She seemed too proper a girl to her partner from the day they accidentally met until they received the titles of sorceress and witch. Suddenly, with an empty look, Angelica jumped up to Stella. She did not allow for a second the thought that she was her equal. Her face immediately sweated. She said that since her friend called herself a sorceress, she should compete in accordance with the magic battle. The mace hung in the air. Electricity began to emanate from it. The sorceress smiled in anticipation. She also heard something like this in a martial arts competition. She looked at her opponent with a crazy look and added that then she won, and in this case her method also becomes one of the examples of a magic battle. Stella's pupils narrowed from the awareness of the danger. She fell to the ground and asked if the teacher knew about this, that she was trying to appropriate the spell book with such an absurd power. The user's gaze became cold. She asked if Stella had forgotten that the one who tormented her, offering to fight in a normal PvP, was exactly her. The witch was indignant and tried to jump up. She stopped herself, clenched her teeth. She could not believe it. A system window opened in front of the opponent. Stella, who had mastered even the magic of the 6th circle, lost to this incompetent, who could do nothing but the 1st circle. Suddenly the spell book fell to the ground. Angelica ordered to take it. The witch looked at her frantically. Everything went blurry in her eyes. She asked what the sorceress was doing. She took the book in her hands. The opponent said that she had been thinking about it from the very beginning. In any case, she would not have been able to use magic higher than the first circle. But why did she arrange a fight? Angelica cast a cold look at her, and replied that she was only running away from her, but decided to stop it in her own way, that's all. Stella froze at these words. Her teeth clenched from the insult. She threw the book to the ground. She jumped up and screamed, asking, did she really look so stupid? The player waved her hands and screamed that this was not the ending she wanted. The sorceress turned around. The rival screamed that she didn't have to give in, as if she were an NPC, happy with fulfilling the quest conditions. The user only sighed in response. She approached her friend and decided that at least she wouldn't chase her for a while, and she wouldn't tremble in fear anymore, and would be able to help Dex with peace of mind. The girl looked away coldly and said that this should be enough, and after these words, she disappeared. Stella angrily looked into the void, struggling with a bunch of emotions. She remembered that Angelica had never tried to stand face to face with her until the last moment. She treated her, a human, worse than an NPC. The witch stood up to her full height. If she were stronger, she wouldn't behave like that with her. She decided that she had to become stronger. Her eyes flashed purple with anger, and her motivation only strengthened. At that moment, the eye of a deity opened before her. The moon turned red. The system reported that the hidden class of the dormant red moon reacted to the mana of the Star Witch. A special condition for the resurrection of the ancient deity was achieved. The world around lost its colors. Stella received a quest of the void hidden in the universe, and showed its description. The girl looked at it in surprise. She had no idea what it was talking about, because if it was a hidden class, she would get a lot of opportunities. But the risk of accepting the quest without even knowing the reward was too great. Her brows frowned, sweat rolled down her face. The moment of Angelica's attack flashed. Her cold gaze. The witch angrily clenched her teeth and decided come what may, because if this continues, she will not be able to defeat her anyway. Something flashed in the darkness. A disgusting book with an eye appeared in the air from a black hole. Magic symbols flew around it. The system showed a description of the spell book of the void. The portal collapsed. The player smiled madly, anticipating new abilities. She took out her staff and interacted with the book. Its locks fell asleep and it swung open. For those who seek to explore the truth and understand the universe in the vast, endless void where the moonlight and starlight flow, the player's enlightenment will be endless, and in the boundless dimensions and possibilities born from the continuity of countless times and spaces, the player will be the only one who has an idea of the existence of another world and a wanderer who wanders in the void and space. Penetrating the truth itself, her path is strong and unusual. It is full of danger and uncertainty. Once she becomes obsessed with power, succumbs to arrogance and excessive pride, she will have to pay an irreversible price, and now only humility can save her life. The guardian of the stars shrouded in emptiness, Stella must desire the void, desire them. Thus began the return of the most ancient darkness. The system reported that the conditions were met, and changed the class to the guardian of the spatial gate. Meanwhile, Guildmaster Maeve was already talking to the new gatekeeper. The girl was sitting opposite him and laughing. She asked him what he thought was the reason for the working class player to visit him. The man frowned at his guest, who asked for support, gold and hunting grounds and smart people if possible. The man pointed to the to-do lists and explained that now that she had fallen from the top of the rankings, and the influence of the ancient divinity quest had led to a significant increase in hidden class players, she had become just a once popular, but lost her position which. Maeve smiled and asked if she would explain the reason why he should invest in such a user. Did she really get something like the moon spell book that she kept talking about? Stella just smirked in response. A scream was heard. A huge chandelier hung from the ceiling. The player sighed and said that she was even disappointed. She waved her hand and asked the guildmaster to open his eyes and take a closer look. The man looked at her in horror. The user's eyes hid the limitless possibilities that she allows to feel. After a while, in the Howling Canyon, in the habitat of the griffins, a curtain of defense was created. Maeve and Stella went down the rocks. The man asked what she wanted to show. The girl stretched out her hand with the ring, released a red aura and ordered the rift of the spatial gate to respond. The witch spread her hands and explained that her new hidden class is the guardian of the spatial gate, but she can only summon the rift. The sky was covered in red, and a red sphere lit up in it. Huge hands emerged from it, holding an eye between their palms. In other words, Stella became a guardian, helping creatures of another dimension penetrate their world. Maeve looked tensely at the monster from the outside. He looked at the user and asked what the name of the monster she summoned was, and she replied that the message was about an ominous bat. The guild master frowned. He realized that the girl had a profession that could summon monsters using spatial gates. It seemed trivial to him. He looked closely at the confident expression on the girl's face and tried to figure out what could have caused it. On command, the monster rushed forward at great speed. He opened his palms over the griffin. Symbols of red eyes appeared in a circle. The griffin looked at the new creature with confusion, and blood splashed in the darkness. The birds threw their hands on the rocks and began to tear off the meat from them. The summoned monster died, and this creature was excluded from the list of probable summons. The man looked down and noted that the monster was weaker than he thought. The witch agreed with him, but explained that they had no reason to be upset, because these little ones would not be summoned anymore. Stella smiled and said that they were the 32nd among those he summoned from the spatial gate. The first were the war ants of the other world. They were unable to cope even with a level 3 goblin. The man looked at the girl in shock. She explained that the level of the sinister bat was 85, and yet she managed to withstand the attacks of the level 170 griffins for some time. The player looked ahead in fear and mentally asked himself if this was the same system. At first, the summoned war ants were weaker than even a level 3 goblin, but the sinister bat summoned for the 32nd time withstood the attack of a level 170 griffin, and if a summoned monster dies, a stronger monster will take its place. He looked at the sinister portal and said that in this case, if you repeat the actions aimed at killing the summoned monsters. Stella looked at him angrily and said that one day a monster will appear that no one can kill, right? The guild master smiled madly and offered the witch to join their alliance, and he would provide all the necessary resources. Meanwhile, Alice began to receive red warnings about changes in the scenario of the second half of the game. The trigger was activated. Switching to the precise analysis mode in real time began. The building of the Arcadia developers. Min was lying in the capsule. Her face was wrinkled with anxiety. Her avatar looked at the other developers. They were discussing the NPC who gave the profession to Angelica and Stella. Did they really want to say that Jack was not the one who started all this? The teacher of the sorceress, and which stood aside. Min looked at them with anxiety. She asked her not to tell her what. The man smiled and finished that they were created by the largest shareholder. Minsu was talking about him. At the moment, their main problem is the dimensional gatekeeper class. As far as he understood, this profession opened a portal connecting the void with Arcadia, calling the guards of the void. The developer looked down sadly. She looked ahead and said that the settings of the void were designed by Minsu, which the mail bot confirmed. He said that it was a set of settings that were discarded because they were considered impossible to use. Min sighed tiredly. It seemed that now she understood the reason why the notification came about the trigger of the second half crisis. It was likely that among the summoned creatures there would be something that would cause the crisis and destroy Arcadia. He smiled and noted that the guy finally decided to take the game seriously. Min thoughtfully looked into the void. He planned to discuss this issue in more detail with Jennifer. The girl thought that she would have to talk to Alice. He flew to the notification window and said that access to information was limited. Min looked at her in surprise and asked her to repeat. Alice soared into the air and asked to pay attention to the fact that permission from the main administrator is required to view the information on the 000 code. Additional information about the second half crisis, including information about the selected object, can be provided after its launch. Alice looked coldly out the window and reported that for various reasons, the administrator interfered with the course of the game using Dex, the Bard of Anarchy. The developer shuddered. At the moment, the user Dex is not personally related to the user Stella. She asked to pay attention that any attempt by the administrators to directly interfere and change the plot of Arcadia, as happened before, will be considered a violation of their operating policy. A bead of sweat ran down the avatar's face. Do they really have no choice but to leave the fate of Arcadia to the users this time? Meanwhile, in the Canyon of Griffins, potions and other artifacts lay on the stones. Stella looked at the strange pile with disgust and asked what it was. Maeve looked at her sullenly and reminded her that he promised to support her with all his might. These are items that increase her luck. He ordered to use them all. The witch spread her hands in confusion and asked if she really should repeat this every time she summoned someone. The master answered that the higher the luck indicator, the higher the probability of the appearance of a creature from a higher dimension. The girl thought about it and asked if this information was verified, because luck is one of the most useless characteristics in the game. She slapped herself in the face. The man squinted and asked if she really would not do this. Wasn't she the one who said that she was ready to use any means to become stronger? Stella looked forward angrily and agreed to do it. The system reported the acceptance of the artifacts and showed a description of the action. After a while, the girl opened the gate of the spatial rift, and a cold-blooded eraser of level 230 appeared from it. The monster approached the guard and said that the gatekeeper needed to be paid. Stella looked at the monster in shock, which, to her surprise, had consciousness. The man smiled and noted that luck seemed to have worked. The witch turned around in fear. The master explained that she had summoned a creature of the SSS rank and she had even managed to make a contract with it, for which she had to pay 10,000 gold. Maeve smiled contentedly and reassured the witch that he would pay her. The monster stood patiently in front of the master. Maeve ordered him to show him the power of the one she had summoned. Stella smiled nervously. The monster bowed its head. The mistress ordered it to destroy all the griffins that inhabited this canyon. It opened its mouth and bared its tongue and declared that all the weak would be destroyed. After a while, the entire canyon was littered with corpses of torn-apart monsters, the system reported. The fighter opened a portal in front of him and said that he kept his promise and ordered to summon him again. The portal opened with a roar and the huge carcass of the creature disappeared. Stella watched the creepy NPC with fascination. Maeve stood behind and summed up that finally someone useful had appeared. The witch smiled tensely. She understood that this was not even a horror game, but that monster was too scary. The master smiled at her and suggested moving on to stronger hunting grounds. He warned that from the next place he would start the broadcast. Stella waved her hands, indignant at the idea. The man explained that everyone liked to watch things that you usually don't see in Arcadia. Maeve was beaming. He hadn't worked out a detailed plan for the streams yet, but it was probably only a matter of time before he returned to his former glory. Stella shuddered. She smiled and said that she was going to implement one long-term project. She explained that impassable dungeons and hunting grounds that no one had cleared before. She said that they would visit the forbidden zones of the continent. And finally, she would get to the sinister raid monster that brings despair to all users of the Korean servers. They would hunt the Slime Queen. Maeve suddenly froze tensely, not understanding how serious she was. He gritted his teeth and laughed excitedly. It seemed that he really made the right choice. A channel for their streams was created. The teaser for the post depicted a crossed-out Slime Queen. In conclusion, Stella's idea definitely brought her success. The monsters summoned through the dimensional gates immediately attracted the attention of users with their strange, but exciting fighting style. The captivated viewers gradually became imbued with the streams and Stella's skills. Having appeared with a new goal of hunting the Slime Queen, she began to gain popularity. This was her finest hour. The witch's rapid rise to fame proved that her former popularity was not an illusion. So much so that by the time the third video was uploaded to the channel, most of the players enjoying Arcadia had probably heard her name at least once. The hero saw all this news. He smiled excitedly and asked, did she really dare to fool their guys?